This is a case that truly occurred. In the late summer of 2012, on the outskirts of Stockholm, Sweden, the air was still steeped in the cool evening breeze. At latitude 59 degrees north, dusk arrived unusually early. Just past 6 in the afternoon, the orange-red glow of sunset spread across the waters of Lake Mälaren, painting the forest road near the small town of Sigtuna. 37-year-old Eric Nielsen parked his car on a gravel patch by the roadside. The cigarette between his fingers had burned halfway and ashes were carried by the wind onto his faded denim jacket, but he didn't notice. He stared at the series of unmarked calls on his phone screen. This was the third time today. The unknown number had called at 3 in the morning at noon, and now each time ringing once before hanging up like a fine needle, repeatedly pricking his frayed nerves. Eric's younger brother, 29-year-old Marcus Nielsen, had been missing for 17 days. Marcus was a freelance photographer with a wild spirit, preferring to venture into remote places. The Nordic forests, glaciers of Iceland, fjords of Norway. All landscapes captured in his lens. 17 days earlier he said he was going to the old forest outside Sigtuna to shoot a series called Twilight Shadows in the Woods. Before leaving he sent Eric a photo of the forest entrance. The pine trees in the photo were rugged, their shadows slanting across the dirt path. After that his phone went dead, social media accounts went silent as if he had vanished into thin air. At first Eric wasn't too concerned. Marcus often cut off contact for days during his shoots. But this time was different. Before leaving he had promised to attend his niece's 3rd birthday party. She was his favorite little girl and he never broke promises to her. It wasn't until the 5th day after the birthday party had ended that Marcus's location still showed the old forest outside Sigtuna. Only then did Eric panic and call the police. The Swedish police search team entered the forest with dogs combing a 10-kilometer radius around the old forest for 12 days. Drones swept over the canopy, rescuers pushed through waist-high weeds, even checking abandoned cabins and dry streams. They only found Marcus's camera bag at the forest entrance. The camera was gone, leaving only a dead battery and a few blank memory cards. No useful clues at all. The police concluded it was a suspected wilderness disappearance, likely a wild animal attack. But Eric didn't believe it. Marcus had been photographing in Nordic forests for 8 years, familiar with the habits of every beast. He always carried bear spray and a survival knife. How could something happen to him so easily? Moreover, he had a nagging feeling that those brief unknown calls were somehow connected to Marcus's disappearance. He traced the number back. It was an unregistered prepaid card activated in Sigtuna. The police said such cards could be bought at any convenience store in town, and there was no way to trace the user. They told him not to waste more energy. But Eric wouldn't give up. He drove to every convenience store in Sigtuna asking if anyone had bought a card from that batch. But either the clerks couldn't remember or the surveillance footage was already overwritten. After days of effort he still found nothing. The pressure weighed on him like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. His sister-in-law Anna cried every day, and his little niece kept holding his hand and asking when her uncle would come back. His parents were old and couldn't bear such a blow, so they forced themselves to stay calm, but Eric could clearly hear their sighs at night. He quit his job and spent all his time in Sigtuna. During the day he wandered around the forest, and at night, he stayed in a small local inn staring at that unknown number, hoping it would call again. Even if just once. On the 18th day after the disappearance Eric stayed awake until the small hours in the inn, finally succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep. The days of running around had left his body aching. The moment he closed his eyes, his consciousness sank. It was the first time he had slept so deeply since Marcus had disappeared. In the dream, there was no forest of Sigtuna, no unknown phone calls. There was only a gray mist, thick and carrying the damp smell of rotting leaves, making his throat tighten. He stood in the mist, unable to see the path ahead, but he could hear someone calling his name from behind. The voice was soft with a familiar hoarseness. It was Marcus. Eric spun around sharply. In the mist, a silhouette stood vaguely. Same build as Marcus, wearing his favorite military green jacket. But at the figure's feet, green vines coiled around and around, their roots buried in the soil as if they had taken root. Eric, come here. Marcus's voice drifted out of the mist. I'm here. I can't get out. Eric tried to run over, but his feet felt as if filled with lead, immovable. He could only watch helplessly as Marcus's figure retreated into the deeper mist. Don't go! He shouted, his voice scattering in the mist with no echo. Marcus's figure stopped, raised a hand to point at his own feet, then pointed to a nearby pine tree. A peculiar one, its trunk leaning to one side with a deep scar on the bark like a gaping mouth. It's right here. Marcus's voice grew softer. Help me out. As soon as the words ended, the mist suddenly dispersed and Marcus's figure vanished. Eric snapped his eyes open. The sky outside the window was already faintly light, a sliver of dawn seeping through the curtain gap. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his heart pounded as if about to burst. That was no ordinary dream. The smell of rotting leaves in the dream was identical to that of the old forest of Sigtuna, the crooked pine tree Marcus had pointed to. Eric felt he had seen it before, about 2 kilometers in from the forest entrance. He had been there once during the search team's sweep, but hadn't paid attention at the time. Without even wiping his sweat, Eric sprang out of bed, grabbed his jacket and car keys and dashed out. The town's morning was quiet, no pedestrians on the road, only a few sparrows perched on the roadside railings. He drove furiously toward the old forest tires grinding over gravel, making a harsh noise. His heart thumped wildly in his chest, the dream replaying in his mind. Marcus's voice seemed to echo in his ears. "It's right here. Help me out." When he reached the old forest entrance, dawn had just fully broken and the morning mist hadn't dispersed. Eric took a spade from the car. He had kept it there for a while. Then pulled out his phone and called the police, saying he knew where Marcus was and asked them to come quickly. The police on the other end were skeptical, advising him not to act rashly, but Eric had already hung up. Clutching the spade, he plunged into the forest. The path in the forest was difficult. Waist-high weeds, branches scraping his skin and leaving bloody marks. But Eric didn't care, walking persistently toward the direction from his dream. He remembered the position of the crooked pine. Near a dry stream, its banks overgrown with reeds. When the wind blew, the reeds swayed and rustled. After walking for about 2 hours, the morning mist gradually dispersed. Suddenly the pine tree appeared before his eyes. Its trunk leaning to one side, a deep scar on the bark exactly like in the dream. His heart skipped a beat. He hurried to the foot of the pine and looked down at the ground. The soil here was different from the surroundings. The surrounding earth was dark brown and loose with rotting leaves, but the soil under the pine was pale yellow, turned and packed hard with traces of fresh dirt, as if something had been buried there recently. Eric crouched down, his fingertips touching the soil. A cold sensation penetrated his skin. He could feel something hard beneath the earth, like wood or like human bones. He gripped the spade and began to dig desperately. The soil was hard, making it difficult. Sweat ran down his forehead, dripping into the dirt, mixing with the blood on his hands, staining the soil dark red. He dug about half a meter deep when the spade suddenly struck a hard object with a clang. Eric paused, then slowly brushed away the soil. It was a camera lens, black covered with dirt, but it was the model Marcus always used. Eric's eyes reddened. He dug even harder, going about 20 centimeters deeper, when a curled-up corpse emerged. Wearing a military green jacket, indeed Marcus. His face was covered with a black cloth, hands bound behind his back with visible ligature marks on his wrists. A thin wound on his neck had already scabbed over. It was clear he had been strangled and then killed with a single knife cut. Eric collapsed into the dirt, staring at Marcus's body, a suppressed sob escaping his throat like a wounded beast. 17 days of torment, 17 days of searching, all came down to this result. At that moment, police sirens sounded from a distance. The police arrived and froze at the sight of the body under the pine, and Eric sitting collapsed on the ground. The forensic examiner approached the body, preliminarily determining the time of death to be 17 days earlier, the day of Marcus's disappearance. The cause was mechanical asphyxia combined with a sharp neck wound. He had been murdered and then buried under this pine tree. The police cordoned off the scene and carefully inspected the surroundings. In the grass behind the pine, they found a cigarette, but with saliva traces and a black button, likely from a men's jacket. The police took the cigarette butt and button back to the lab for DNA testing and fingerprint comparison. Unexpectedly, this cigarette butt became the key to solving the case. The DNA on the cigarette butt matched a man. 32-year-old Peter Anderson, a local of Sigtuna, unemployed with a prior record of theft and assault. Before the incident, he had owed a large gambling debt, and Marcus's camera was the latest full-frame model, with lenses worth over 10,000 euros. The police immediately arrested Peter. When arrested, he was drinking in a bar in Sigtuna. Seeing the police, his face turned pale instantly, and without waiting for interrogation, he confessed everything. It turned out that, on the day of the incident, Marcus was photographing in the forest, and happened to encounter Peter, who was loitering there. Peter had long heard that Marcus's camera was valuable, and was burdened by gambling debts. Seeing Marcus alone, he conceived a wicked plan. While Marcus was distracted, he grabbed him from behind, and attempted to snatch his camera. Marcus fought desperately, tumbling with Peter. In a panic, Peter pulled out a folding knife and slashed it across Marcus's neck. Marcus's resistance gradually weakened until he stopped breathing. After killing Marcus, fearing discovery, Peter dragged the body to the foot of the crooked pine, dug a pit, and buried it. He took the camera and wallet carelessly, tossing the camera bag at the forest entrance to fake an animal attack. He never expected that Marcus's brother Eric would find this place because of a dream. Peter said that after killing Marcus, he felt restless, always feeling that Marcus's ghost was following him. He bought an unregistered prepaid card, and called Eric 3 times, letting it ring once before hanging up, just to hear the voice of Marcus's family, to ease his own fear. Unexpectedly, those calls became the source of Eric's suspicion. On the day the case was solved, the sky over Sigtuna was clear blue, and the surface of Lake Mälaren was as calm as a mirror. Eric took Marcus's ashes back to Stockholm. He hung Marcus's photos all over the house, in the living room, study, everywhere, as if Marcus had never left. Anna held the little niece in her arms, standing before Marcus's photo, and whispered, "He's home." Eric stood nearby, looking at Marcus's smile in the photo, his eyes reddening. He always felt that the dream was Marcus calling for help, that the bond of blood and family had allowed him to cross the distance between life and death to find the hidden truth. And in the old forest of Sigtuna, the crooked pine still stands its scar like an eternal mark etching this real case of family love and redemption in northern Europe. In the spring of 1922, the northern reaches of Bavaria, Germany were still wrapped in biting cold. 70 kilometers from Munich, the Hinterkaifeck farm stood isolated at the edge of a dense forest, its brown wooden house, surrounded by withered trees like a stubborn stone forgotten by the world. No one could have imagined that this farm, silent for over half a century, would be soaked in blood on March 31st, becoming Germany's most bizarre unsolved case, haunting the world ever since. The farm was owned by 63-year-old Andreas Gruber, a reclusive and ill-tempered old man who lived there with his 72-year-old wife Kazilia, his 35-year-old widowed daughter Victoria, and Victoria's 2 children, 7-year-old Kazilia and 2-year-old Joseph. To the neighbors, this family had always been odd. Andreas rarely interacted with the villagers, and rumors circulated about an incestuous relationship between him and his daughter Victoria. After all, Victoria's husband had gone missing during the First World War, and the true father of her young son Joseph remained a mystery. This peculiarity and isolation would later serve as the backdrop for the tragedy's delayed discovery. In the 6 months leading up to the massacre, the farm began to be shrouded in layers of eerie shadows. The first to feel uneasy was the farm's maid, who constantly claimed to hear faint footsteps in the attic late at night, as if someone were pacing quietly in the darkness. Yet when the family searched the attic thoroughly, not a single soul was found. The fear of being watched tormented her day and night. Eventually she abandoned her job and fled in panic, leaving behind only one sentence: "This farm is haunted by something unclean." After the maid left, the strangeness only intensified. Andreas found a Munich newspaper in the yard that he had never subscribed to, discovered carefully extinguished cigarette butts in the hayloft, and the farm warehouse key mysteriously went missing with faint pry marks on the lock. The most spine-chilling incident came on a morning after a March snowfall. Andreas discovered a clear trail of footprints in the snow leading from the nearby forest all the way to the barn door, yet with no tracks leaving, as if the intruder had walked into the barn and vanished into thin air. Andreas told his neighbors about these strange occurrences, but was only met with a dismissive, "You're overthinking it." No one realized this was the final notice delivered by death itself. On March 31st, 1922, 44-year-old Maria Baumgartner arrived at the farm to work as a maid. It was her first day on the job, and the last day of her life. That evening, after the last wisp of cooking smoke dissipated, the entire wooden house fell into complete silence. No one knew that a brutal massacre was unfolding inside the barn. Using a mattock commonly found on farms as the weapon, the killer delivered precise, devastating blows, luring Andreas, Kazilia, Victoria, and 7-year-old Kazilia to their deaths one by one in the barn. The skulls of all 4 were shattered and blood soaked through the barn's hay. The forensic examination later revealed even more harrowing details. Little Kazilia did not die instantly. She struggled for hours beside the bodies of her loved ones, and in her immense agony she tore out handfuls of her own hair with her tiny hands, leaving scattered strands on the cold floor, the most heartbreaking footnote to this tragedy. After dealing with the 4 in the barn, the killer calmly walked back into the residence, murdered the unsuspecting Maria in the bedroom, and did not even spare 2-year-old infant Joseph. 6 lives in the entire farm, all extinguished. And the most bizarre part of the case was only just beginning. After the killings, the murderer did not flee immediately. Instead, he calmly stayed for 3 days in this blood-soaked farm of death. On April 1st and 2nd, neighbors saw smoke rising from the farm's chimney, as if life continued within. Some passers-by detected the stench of burning organic matter from the oven, as if the killer was incinerating blood-stained clothing. The farm's cattle and horses were fed on time, yet the cows were not milked, their anguished moans echoing through the woods. But no one pushed the door to check. Police later discovered traces of consumed food in the kitchen, meat cut from the storeroom, and even a chicken that had been slaughtered and cooked. The killer lived like the master of the farm, eating, lighting fires, and resting in a house full of corpses. This cold composure sent chills down every investigator's spine. It wasn't until April 4th that neighbors, disturbed by the cows' incessant moaning and the family's absence, banded together to investigate. They forced open the locked door and first discovered the bodies of Maria and Joseph inside the residence. Then, beneath the haystack in the barn, they found the other 4 bodies stacked together. The horrific scene sent the neighbors into a panic. One of them, Lorenz, whose actions further complicated the investigation. He was Victoria's former lover and one of the suspects for Joseph's paternity. Not only moved the bodies carelessly after discovering them, but also allowed curious villagers to flood into the farm, thoroughly destroying the crime scene evidence. The police subsequently launched an investigation that lasted a decade, examining hundreds of suspects. Lorenz, Victoria's missing husband, and even nearby vagrants were all placed under suspicion, yet no conclusive evidence was ever found. When the farm was demolished, workers discovered a hidden compartment in the attic containing a makeshift mattress, food scraps, and the mattock caked with dried blood, confirming that the killer had been lurking on the farm, intimately familiar with the Gruber family's daily life. Yet even so, the killer's identity remained a mystery. Even more regrettably, in order to investigate the case, the victims' skulls were sent for phrenological analysis. Evidence that seemed useful at the time but was lost during World War II, permanently cutting off any possibility of using modern DNA technology to identify the killer. In 1955, the official investigation was formally closed. In 2007, rumors circulated that police academy students had identified the killer using modern technology, but the killer had already passed away, and the information was never made public, its authenticity unverifiable. Today, the Hinterkaifeck farm has long been demolished. A small concrete monument stands at the original site, silent in the Bavarian wind. The footprints that vanished in the snow, the mysterious footsteps in the attic, the killer's 3-day stay in the farm of death, and the blood-stained mattock. All clues remain sealed within the spring of 1922. Some say the killer was Victoria's husband seeking revenge after discovering the incestuous truth. Some say it was someone close to the family stemming from long-standing grudges with neighbors. Others say the killer was simply a random psychopath. More than 100 years have passed, and the mist over Hinterkaifeck has never cleared. The secret of this blood-soaked farm, like the mattock buried in the soil, remains hidden from the light of day. It has become Germany's most famous unsolved case, a mirror reflecting the abyss of human nature, revealing unknown malice and leaving endless questions. Who was the killer who spent 3 days among the corpses in that farm? Why was he so cruel? And how could he remain so calm? Perhaps these questions will forever remain unanswered. On an autumn night in 1989, Bree Road, in the small town of Elkhorn, Wisconsin, was swallowed by a dense, suffocating darkness. This winding rural highway cutting through farmland and dense forests had always been traveled only by late-returning farmers and the occasional vehicle. But that year, a string of bizarre sightings turned this tranquil road into the most chilling place in all of America. A creature known as the Beast of Bree Road, a wolf-like entity, became a nightmare too terrifying for local residents to even mention. And it all began with Luo Lee and De Lee Chi's late-night encounter. At 1:30 in the morning, 32-year-old Luo Lee concluded her shift at the jury room lounge and drove home alone along Bree Road. The headlights pierced the night, revealing cornfields along the roadside rustling in the autumn wind. Aside from the sound of tires rolling over the pavement, the surroundings were so silent that even the chirping of insects could be heard. Just as she passed a bend lined with dense forest, the peripheral glow of her headlights suddenly caught a massive shadow standing beside the ditch along the roadside. Luo Lee initially mistook it for a lost elk and instinctively slowed down, but when she glanced back through the rearview mirror, her blood ran cold. That shadow was no animal. It was kneeling on the ground, elbows raised high, its clawed hands splayed outward, long sharp nails glinting in the dim light as if tearing at something. Later, Luo Lee recalled it might have been a small animal killed by passing vehicles. And just as her headlights swept across it once more, the creature slowly turned its body. It bore the face of a wolf, yet stood upon a human-like torso. Coarse brown-gray fur covered its powerful frame, with shoulders broader than any ordinary man's and chest muscles corded with terrifying strength. Its eyes were a murky yellow, emitting a cold, eerie glow in the darkness, fixed unblinkingly on Luo Lee's car. The corners of its mouth seemed stained with dark residue, and a faint odor of rotting flesh drifted through the cracked window, making her stomach churn. Luo Lee could even make out its razor-sharp fangs, and the saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. She wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Her limbs moved on their own, as she stomped on the accelerator, the car shooting forward like an arrow. It wasn't until she had driven several miles that she dared to glance back tremulously. The wolf-like creature still stood where it was, like a cold statue watching her flee. Shaken to her core, Luo Lee returned home, and spent the night awake, the image replaying endlessly in her mind. That was no known beast, nor was it human. The next morning she rushed to the local library, and pored over every book on mysterious creatures. Finally, in a 1976 publication titled The Golden Book of the Mysterious, she found an illustration labeled werewolf. The creature depicted was identical to what she had seen the night before. Upright wolf-like body, glowing yellow eyes, sharp claws, and fangs down to the exact shade of its fur. Luo Lee's encounter soon spread through town. At first no one believed her, dismissing it as a trick of the eye from working late. But before long, sighting reports from around Bree Road began pouring in, plunging the entire town of Elkhorn into panic. A delivery driver passing Bree Road at 4 in the morning saw a 7-foot-tall wolf-like creature, sprinting upright along the edge of the forest, moving with astonishing speed before vanishing into the trees. A young couple on a lakeside date along Bree Road were awakened late at night by a piercing howl. A sound neither like a wolf's nor a dog's, but low, rough, and unnaturally eerie. When they shone their flashlight toward the woods, 2 massive white wolf-like figures stood among the shadows, their glowing eyes staring back. Terrified, they abandoned their car unlocked and fled on foot. Even a farmer claimed several of his sheep had been killed, with only enormous claw marks and slaughtered carcasses left behind. The claw prints far exceeded the size of any known canine, their edges sharp enough to rend flesh with ease. With more and more witnesses, the image of the Bree Road beast gradually came into focus. When on all fours it stood nearly 2 meters tall. When upright it reached 7 feet. Weighing as much as 700 pounds, its body was covered in coarse brown-gray or silver-white fur. Its head was purely wolf-like, but its torso was entirely human, with limbs resembling those of a man, except its hands and feet had evolved into beastly paws bristling with sharp claws. It moved with incredible agility, darting through the dense forest at speed, always carrying that unmistakable stench of rotting flesh. Its yellow eyes glowed in the darkness, as though capable of peering into the human soul. In truth, Luo Li was not the first person to encounter the beast of Bree Road. Elders in the area recalled that as early as 1936 a night watchman named Ma Ku Sha Ku Airman at St. Kolata School had seen a similar creature near the ancient Indian burial mounds nearby. It was deep at night when Ma Ku during his rounds spotted a fur-covered creature 6 to 7 feet tall standing atop the burial mound digging into the soil with its claws and teeth. Its vocalizations were half beast half human, and it radiated an overwhelming stench of decay. Ma Ku attempted to approach, but the creature vanished into the forest in an instant. The next day only deep claw marks remained beside the mound as though dragged by a giant rake. The incident was dismissed as a mere ghost story back then with no one investigating further. But over half a century later, the same creature reappeared forcing people to believe that the forests of Bree Road truly harbored an unknown wolf-like being. Local police received countless emergency calls, and made multiple raids along Bree Road with police dogs and shotguns, but each time returned empty-handed. The police dogs would suddenly become frenzied at the edge of the forest, tails tucked, refusing to advance, as if sensing an extreme danger. Authorities had discovered enormous claw prints at sighting locations, 3 times larger than the biggest Tibetan Mastiff prints with clear ridges, yet matching no known animal species. They even set up infrared cameras in the forest, but the cameras were either destroyed or captured only blurry black shadows, making it impossible to identify the creature. Speculation about the Bree Road beast spread across the nation. Some claimed it was a descendant of the prehistoric giant wolf Wasilla, an ancient species known for its massive size and ferocity long believed to be extinct, yet somehow continuing to survive in the Wisconsin forests in another form. Others suggested it was an undiscovered species combining human and wolf traits, hiding in remote woodlands and subsisting on small prey, occasionally venturing out to be spotted. Still others dismissed it as an exaggerated urban legend, perhaps nothing more than pranksters in animal skins. Yet no one could explain the enormous claw marks or the abnormal reactions of the police dogs. Some even linked it to European werewolf legends, claiming it was a true werewolf that transformed from human to wolf form on nights of the full moon lurking around Bree Road. But since sightings occurred on nights other than full moons, this theory fell apart. Linda Gofu Lee, a writer specializing in cryptid research, heard about the Bree Road incidents and traveled specifically to Elkhorn. Over several years she interviewed every witness and compiled their accounts into a book titled The Beast of Bree Road. In her book she documented over 100 sighting cases, each with highly consistent details, making the legend of the Bree Road beast feel all the more real. She even joined police searches into the forest and smelled that signature stench of rotting flesh at the scene, yet never managed to lay eyes on the creature itself. To this day Bree Road remains Wisconsin's mysterious ground. Every year countless thrill-seekers visit in hopes of catching a glimpse of the wolf-like entity, only to leave disappointed. Occasionally isolated sighting reports still surface. Some claim to have seen yellow points of light flickering in the forest on full moon nights, while others swear they heard that eerie howl. Yet no definitive photographs or videos exist to prove the creature's existence. The autumn wind on Bree Road still sweeps across the cornfields and forests, and headlights still pierce the midnight darkness. But local residents remain unwilling to walk that road alone after dark. That wolf-like phantom remains a secret hidden within the night, concealed deep in the Wisconsin forests. Whether it is an unknown creature or a product of human imagination may never be known. And this true mystery, spanning over half a century, has become one of the most captivating and terrifying chapters in the history of American cryptid lore. In 1929, a 2-story wooden building in the right style rose on the land of Yongtian Dongjing. Its vermilion columns and dark wooden walls stood opposite the National Diet Building, and this was the Japanese Prime Minister's official residence. Little did anyone expect that this symbol of political power would later become the most notorious haunted place in all of Japan. Successive prime ministers avoided it, and the terrifying experiences of security guards were recorded in media reports and official classified files, evolving into a century-spanning eerie legend. The prologue of the story had already begun when the residence was first completed. Feng Shui masters once declared that the building's layout violated the great taboo of left yang right in, and the 2 bloody coups that followed further stained the place with the mark of departed souls. In 1932, then Prime Minister Kwan Yang-e was shot dead inside the residence by young naval officers. During the February 26 incident in 1936, more than 1,400 soldiers stormed the residence, and the bullet scars left by the fierce exchange of fire can still be found on the old walls to this day. From then on, rumors spread quietly in political circles and among the public. Ghostly figures of soldiers wielding swords appearing in the residence at midnight, and children inexplicably crying after entering. What truly brought the supernatural rumors to the surface was the personal experience of security guard Zhongtsun Yewin in 2011. At 6 p.m. on July 23rd, while Zhongtsun was on routine patrol, the walkie-talkie suddenly emitted a piercing sound like a strange song or a mysterious incantation. At that moment the walkie-talkie was not in use, yet its indicator light was frantically flashing. When he confided his fear to colleagues, 3 of them admitted to having similar experiences. One had seen a headless ghost gliding along the wall, another had heard footsteps in an empty corridor. These incidents were reported, but went nowhere with only the order to keep it secret. The still terrified Jong-suin never imagined that even more terrifying experiences awaited him. On August 1st, while changing shifts, he sensed a dark figure following him in the darkness. When he turned around, he saw a black silhouette with two heads slowly approaching, terrifying him into screaming and fleeing at a run. Late on the night of February 18, 2012, while patrolling with a colleague to the east wall of the residence, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared on the glass wall. A short, stout silhouette with an enormously large belly resembling a pregnant woman swaying constantly in the moonlight. Jong-suin tremblingly took out his phone to capture it, but found that the camera could not capture the eerie figure at all. By the time they called over other colleagues, the ghost had already vanished without a trace. 3 consecutive terrifying encounters left Jong-suin completely shattered, and soon afterward he resigned on health grounds. He fully disclosed his experience to Shuken Shincho. The article titled, "Personal Experience of Haunting at the Prime Minister's Residence," caused a nationwide sensation in Japan upon publication. Heavier testimonies followed. Former Prime Minister Fujian Kongfu's wife Gui Daizi confirmed seeing unusual things in the residence. Prime Minister Jishan Yujifu's wife stated outright that she had seen ghosts, and the 85th Prime Minister Sen Shilong had multiple supernatural encounters, hearing heavy military boots approaching his bedroom late at night, the doorknob being twisted, but upon opening the door there was no one, only the sound of footsteps fading away. What was most intriguing was the attitude of then Prime Minister Anbei Jin-san. In a 2013 interview, he personally mentioned that Sen Shilong had seen a ghost with only feet in the residence, although he later denied being afraid of ghosts after being re-elected in 2012. He always refused to move into the Prime Minister's official residence, citing that his home was close by and he could rest better. Despite repeated pressure from opposition parties and the media, he insisted on living in his private residence until his resignation in 2020. In fact, Anbei was not alone. Fujian Kongfu moved in only 110 days after his election. Mashing Tailang delayed 117 days. And even those who did move in often faced misfortune. Yetian Jayan injured his right eye shortly after moving in. Isyayun Huisan died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage after deciding to renovate the residence. Anbei himself during his first term fell ill and resigned less than a year after moving in. All this added to the eerie rumor that the residence was a haunted house. To quell the uproar, the Dongjing Metropolitan Police Department established a special investigation team led by Criminal Investigation Section Chief Xiaoji Wantelang, who entered the residence with his team. They placed walkie-talkies and acoustic detectors on the east and south walls, where paranormal events were most frequent, but after 3 consecutive days of investigation they found nothing. Xiaoji speculated that the rumors might be related to environmental factors or personnel stress, but this could not explain why so many prominent politicians and their families unanimously reported such experiences, nor could it account for the decades-long coherent legend. Today, the Japanese Prime Minister's official residence still stands in Yongtianding, as if the blood and resentment of a century ago still linger in the wooden beams of the old building. The reluctance of successive prime ministers to move in, the terrifying testimonies of security guards, and the relentless pursuit of the media have ensured that the supernatural legend of this seat of power never fades. Some say that the ghostly figures are the souls of soldiers who died in the coups lingering due to their obsessions. Others believe that a combination of the building's feng shui and historical tragedies has created a special energy field. The truth may never be known. But whenever night falls and the streetlights of Yongtianding illuminate the shadow of the residence, one can almost hear faint footsteps and eerie songs recounting this true paranormal tale at the heart of Japanese power. A page that has become the most legendary in the records of strange tales. Hidden in the border region between Aomori and Akita prefectures in Japan lies a primeval forest known as the Jukai Sea of Trees. Spanning an area of 140 square kilometers, this dense woodland is filled with towering ancient trees whose interwoven branches block out the sky. Even at noon, sunlight struggles to penetrate the thick canopy, and the ground is perpetually covered in damp, decaying leaves. The air is thick with an unshakable chill. This place is not only Japan's infamous suicide spot, but also home to countless eerie legends. Over the past century, numerous explorers and rescue team members have encountered strange phenomena here, making this forest one of the most mysterious forbidden zones in Japan. The terrifying reputation of the Jukai can be traced back to the Meiji period. Legend has it that during that time many impoverished farmers unable to endure the famine fled into the forest with their families and mysteriously disappeared. Thereafter villagers often heard the sound of women weeping and children playing at the edge of the forest, yet they could never locate the source. What truly made the Jukai famous, however, was a series of suicides after World War II. Starting from 1950, dozens of people entered the forest every year to end their lives. Discarded tents, ropes, suicide notes, and even bones could be seen everywhere. Although the local government organized annual cleanups, they could never prevent the tragedy from recurring. Stranger still, many rescue team members encountered supernatural phenomena that defied scientific explanation while on duty. In October 2003, the Aomori Prefectural Police received a report about a 27-year-old man who had been missing for several days. His last known location was the entrance to the Jukai. Sato Kenichi, a 45-year-old rescue team leader, led 6 members into the mountains for the search. It was his 17th time entering the Jukai, but also the most bizarre. On the day they entered, the sky was ominously overcast. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the chirping of insects and birds had vanished. Only the footsteps and breathing of the team members echoed among the trees. Following the missing man's phone signal, Sato and his team found his backpack deep in the forest, but there was no sign of him. Inside the backpack was an unfinished suicide note, scrawled in messy handwriting. The last line read, "They are calling me so many voices." Just as the team members were searching around, they suddenly heard a woman's weeping not far away. The sound was intermittent, filled with sorrow, as if it were right beside them, yet they could not pinpoint its direction. "There can't be anyone here," exclaimed Yamada, the team member, nervously raising his rifle. "We've already gone 5 kilometers deep into the forest and haven't found any other traces besides the missing man." As soon as the words fell, the weeping abruptly ceased, replaced by a child's laughter. Clear yet eerie, jarringly loud in the silent forest. Sato immediately ordered everyone to gather. His years of rescue experience told him that the strange sounds in the Jukai were no coincidence. Previously, several team members had encountered similar situations. Some had heard voices calling their names, others had seen blurry figures flitting among the trees, yet none could ever grasp anything tangible. Even more terrifying things were yet to come. That evening the sky darkened earlier than usual. As the team prepared to set up tents for the night, they discovered that their compass had suddenly malfunctioned. The needle was spinning wildly, making it impossible to determine direction. Sato took out a backup compass, but the result was the same. Even the cell phone signal had completely vanished, as if the forest had severed all contact with the outside world. "Something's wrong. We might have encountered the Jukai's bewitchment." Sato's face turned grim. He had heard from local elders that the magnetic field in the Jukai was abnormal, causing people to lose their sense of direction. As for the eerie sounds, they were the work of earthbound spirits in the forest, luring those who entered toward death. Late at night, the team members took turns keeping watch. When it was Suzuki's turn, he suddenly saw countless dark shadows swaying outside the tent. Those shadows were hunched over like boneless phantoms, slowly circling the tent. Terrified, Suzuki dared not make a sound. He quietly woke Sato, and the two of them lifted a corner of the tent to look outside. The shadows vanished instantly, leaving only a trail of strange footprints on the wet ground. Resembling neither human nor beast, the footprints were spaced extremely close together, as if the being had been floating. The next morning, the team members found a circle of strange symbols around the tent, as if carved into the ground with branches. Twisted and tangled, their meaning indecipherable. Sato immediately photographed the symbols with his camera. He noticed that they were strikingly similar to the symbols he had seen on the belongings of previous suicides. Just then, team member Takahashi suddenly pointed at a large tree not far away. "Captain, look!" The others followed his gaze. On that 1,000-year-old tree, a long decomposed corpse was hanging. The body's clothes were tattered, and its face was covered with moss. On the ground beneath the corpse, a dozen white stones were neatly arranged in a circle, at the center of which was the very same strange symbol they had seen the night before. What made it even more hair-raising was that the corpse's finger pointed deep into the forest, as if indicating a direction. Sato immediately ordered a retreat. He realized that this search mission had gone beyond the ordinary, and staying any longer could be dangerous. But just as they turned to leave, they suddenly heard the missing man's voice from behind. "Wait for me, don't leave me behind." The group turned around and saw the missing man's figure standing in the shadows of a nearby tree, his face pale, his eyes hollow, slowly walking toward them. How could he be here? The team members exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, the missing man suddenly accelerated and charged toward a large tree. Everyone shouted and rushed to stop him, only to find that the figure before them had turned into a mist and dissipated into the air. And there on that same tree was the missing man's corpse. He had no signs of life, his death identical to the hanging corpse, with his finger also pointing deep into the forest. Sato and his team dared not linger. Relying on years of experience, they followed the river and finally made their way out of the Jukai. Afterwards, they gave the photograph symbols to experts for interpretation, but no one could decipher their meaning. As for the missing man's cause of death, it could never be determined. There were no external injuries or signs of poisoning, as if some mysterious force had taken his life. Similar paranormal incidents are common in the Jukai. In 2015, 2 foreign explorers entered the Jukai to shoot a documentary and lost contact. When they were found a week later, both were delirious, repeatedly muttering, "The trees are talking." The video footage in their camera was all static except for the last segment, which captured blurry shadows and eerie symbols. In 2019, the local government installed numerous warning signs and emergency call stations at the edge of the Jukai, but it still could not stop people from entering. Meanwhile, the supernatural legends continued to grow with each incident. Today, the Jukai remains shrouded in a mysterious shadow. Some say that the souls of those who committed suicide are trapped in the forest, becoming earthbound spirits that lure others in to repeat their fate. Others say that the abnormal magnetic field in the Jukai affects the brain, causing hallucinations that lead to death. No one can say for sure what the truth is. On rainy, overcast days, people passing by the edge of the Jukai can still faintly hear weeping and laughter from within the forest. The sounds pierce through the dense canopy, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, telling the countless secrets of this woodland. It has become one of the most heart-stopping real-life paranormal events in the record of strange tales. On the outskirts of Kazugawa City, Kyoto Prefecture, lies the abandoned Kasagi Hospital, deserted for nearly 30 years. This red brick structure, erected in 1937, once served as a renowned local hospital specializing in obstetrics and psychiatry, until its abrupt closure in 1995, following a bizarre mass resignation of medical staff, after which it descended into ruin overgrown with weeds and dubbed a haunted building. Over the past 2 decades, countless urban explorers and paranormal enthusiasts have breached its gates, only to encounter escalating horrors. Their first-hand testimonies have transformed Kasagi Hospital's eerie reputation into Kyoto Prefecture's most chilling unsolved mystery. The hospital's sinister notoriety traces back to 1994, the year before its closure. At that time, multiple women died mysteriously shortly after childbirth, all officially recorded as victims of sudden cardiac arrest. Yet grieving families insisted their loved ones had wept in terror, speaking of black shadows haunting their rooms and infant cries echoing from empty corridors. Even more unsettling, 3 psychiatric patients vanished simultaneously. Surveillance footage captured only their silent midnight ascent to the rooftop, after which they disappeared without a trace. Despite months of intensive search, police found no evidence. In April 1995, 17 medical staff, including the hospital director, submitted collective resignations citing an intolerable presence of anomalous phenomena. The hospital closed immediately. All patient records were sealed. The official public statement cited financial insolvency. In August 2012, Takahashi Kintaro, a 23-year-old university student, and 3 friends formed an urban paranormal expedition team and infiltrated the derelict hospital under cover of night. The building stood in utter decay, moss-choked brick walls, shattered windows like hollow eyes, corridors thick with the cloying stench of mildew and long-forgotten antiseptic, and floors so rotten they groaned ominously beneath every step. Armed with a night vision camera, Kintaro intended to document spectral phenomena, unaware he would soon endure a terror that would haunt him for life. The moment the 4 entered the ground floor lobby, a clear infant's wail echoed down from the 2nd floor. This place has been abandoned for 20 years. How could there be a baby? Sato Misaki, one of the group, clutched Kintaro's arm, her voice trembling. The cries came intermittently, seeming to emanate from the obstetrics wing, laden with a sorrow so profound it pierced the marrow. Kintaro steeled himself, raised his camera, and ascended the staircase. Its rusted rail groaned with each step, shrieking like a dying thing, each creak threatening imminent collapse. The 2nd floor obstetrics ward lay in desolate disarray, gurneys askew walls, still bearing childish scribbles of infants, and the floor scattered with broken baby bottles and toy fragments. The infant's cries ceased abruptly, replaced by a woman's muffled sobbing drifting from the farthest VIP room. Kintaro pushed open the door. Inside, an antique crib rocked gently on its own. Its yellowed quilt lay rumpled, and a cracked mirror in the corner reflected, clearly unnervingly, a blurred female figure clad in a white nurse's uniform, long hair veiling her face, bending low over the crib as if whispering. "Who's there?" Yamada shouted, thrusting his flashlight forward, only for the figure to vanish instantly, leaving behind an empty room and the ceaseless eerie sway of the crib. Misaki suddenly pointed at the mirror and screamed, "Look!" All turned, and watched frozen as crimson letters slowly bled across the glass. "Give me back my child." The script twisted grotesquely as though scrawled with a fingertip dipped in blood, sending the 4 bolting in blind panic. By the time they reached the 3rd floor psychiatric wing, the corridor lights flickered violently, though the hospital had long been disconnected from power, suggesting their emergency lamps were being interfered with. Faded patient charts clung to the walls, their ink blurred beyond legibility, except for faint recurring words, auditory hallucinations, seeing black shadows. Suddenly a ward door slammed shut with a metallic crash, followed instantly by frenzied pounding from within, as if something raged behind it. Yamada strained to wrench the door open, but it refused to budge. From inside came a man's guttural roar, punctuated by the grating drag of iron chains. "Run!" Kintaro realized something was terribly wrong, and dragged his friends toward the stairs. In the chaos, Misaki slipped on broken glass and fell. Glancing back, she saw a gaunt, featureless silhouette in a tattered patient gown emerging slowly from the corridor's far end, its hunched frame dragging a rusted chain that shrieked against the floor. They tumbled out of the hospital and fled until they reached the highway on the city's edge, then dared to look back. Silhouetted against the top-floor windows stood a row of dark figures, motionless, watching them depart. Later, Kintaro reviewed the footage in the VIP room video. The crib swayed, and the mirror truly bore the blood-red inscription. In the 3rd floor corridor, footage the chain-dragging shadow appeared unmistakably. Uploaded online, the footage ignited nationwide frenzy, transforming Kasagi Hospital into Japan's most infamous paranormal pilgrimage site. Yet subsequent intruders reported inexplicable equipment failures, cameras freezing, phones blacking out, and some even became hopelessly lost within its halls, only rescued at dawn, their memories of the ordeal entirely erased. In 2018, local authorities prepared to demolish the ruins, only to discover beneath the foundation the skeletal remains of 3 individuals. DNA analysis confirmed they were the very psychiatric patients who had vanished in 1994. Their wrists and ankles bore deep rust-encrusted ligature marks, cause of death asphyxiation. More unnerving still, scattered among the bones were fragments of infant skeletons, matching those of babies born to the women who had died mysteriously after childbirth. Police reopened the cold case, but found all medical records missing, and both the hospital director and former staff had vanished without trace. The investigation ended unresolved. Today, Kasagi Hospital still stands on Kyoto's outskirts, its red bricks thickly veiled in emerald moss as if nourished by centuries of unquiet souls. On moonless nights, nearby residents still hear infant sobs and a woman's anguished weeping drifting from its hollow halls. While those who entered rarely speak of what they witnessed, the hospital's secret remains buried, not just beneath its foundations but deep within time itself, standing as the darkest, most authentic ghost story in chronicles of the unexplained. Phantom of the Deep, the human shadows of Miyako Strait, Okinawa Prefecture. The Miyako Strait near Ishigaki Island, Okinawa Prefecture, famed for its crystalline waters and teeming marine life, is regarded by local fishermen as a forbidden zone. With depths exceeding 200 meters, and a treacherous seabed littered with submerged reefs, the stretch of ocean harbors a chilling legend. On full moon nights, colossal human shadows rise from the abyss, standing upright in the deep, silently observing vessels above. Any attempt to approach invites catastrophic maritime disaster. For nearly a century, fishermen and divers have reported such sightings, documented in the Okinawa Prefectural Marine Museum's archive of Unsolved Enigmas. The legend originates in the final days of World War II, 1945, when fierce naval battles between American and Japanese forces sank dozens of warships in the Miyako Strait, claiming thousands of lives beneath the waves. Soon afterward, fishermen claimed to see upright figures on the seabed, towering over 10 meters tall, pitch-black, featureless giants standing utterly still in the abyss. At first no one believed them, until 1953, when a fishing vessel vanished without trace in the strait. Search teams recovered splintered hull fragments, and the captain's diary found aboard contained a final chilling entry: on the night of the full moon, giants stand in the sea. They call to me. The legend gained irrefutable credibility with diver Tanaka Koichi's first-hand account in 2007. Tanaka Koichi, a 35-year-old professional diver, was commissioned by the Okinawa Prefectural Marine Research Institute to map the seabed topography of the Miyako Strait. With 2 decades of diving experience, including perilous descents into uncharted depths, he had never encountered anything defying rational explanation, until he met the deep sea shadow. On September 15, 2007, the night of the full moon, Tanaka descended in a submersible to 150 meters beneath the strait. The abyss was absolute darkness, illuminated only by the submersible's narrow beam. Silence reigned, broken only by the rhythmic thud of his own heartbeat. Following his survey route, he aimed to photograph reef formations, when at 180 meters his spotlight struck a vast, immobile silhouette. It was no marine creature, Tanaka recalled in later interviews. It stood upright on the seabed, over 15 meters tall, shaped like a human yet limbless, formless, wholly black, as if sculpted from the sea itself. It stood beside a jagged reef, unmoving, gazing directly at the submersible. Tanaka adjusted his light to scrutinize its contours, only to watch its outline blur, dissolve, then coalesce again as if breathing in the void. At that instant all instruments failed. The depth gauge spun wildly, the compass needle reversed, and radio contact with the surface command center vanished completely. He attempted to ascend, but the thrusters refused to respond. The submersible hung suspended, anchored by an invisible, inexorable force. More terrifying still, the spotlight dimmed, seawater temperature plummeted, and the pristine water clouded with swirling microbubbles surging from the shadow's direction, as if transmitting a signal. 2 crimson points glowed where its head should be, like eyes. Tanaka's voice trembled. It began moving toward me, slowly, soundlessly, without disturbing a single current, as if it belonged to no world I knew. I thought I was doomed. I gripped my seat, shut my eyes, and prayed. Approximately 10 minutes later, warmth returned, instruments rebooted, and the command center's frantic calls crackled over the radio. Tanaka immediately ascended, and through the periscope glimpsed the abyss once more. The colossal shadow had vanished. The seabed lay serene and unchanged, as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet the submersible's recordings proved otherwise. The video clearly showed the towering black figure, its head crowned by pulsing red orbs, its indistinct yet undeniably real form looming from the deep. When released publicly by the Research Institute, the footage ignited national shockwaves. Experts exhaustively analyzed it, dismissing lens flares, biological reflections, or technical glitches. Yet none could explain the entity's nature. Some theorized it was a bound spirit, a collective manifestation of wartime soldiers' lingering resentment tethered to the seabed by unresolved grief. Others posited an undiscovered deep-sea organism, capable of manipulating electromagnetic fields. Still others invoked parallel dimensions, suggesting the shadow crossed over from another reality. Such sightings continue. In 2015, 3 elite freedivers simultaneously observed multiple black figures standing in formation on the seabed, arranged as if performing a ritual. Terrified, they surfaced immediately, only to find their dive watches had advanced 3 hours. In 2019, a scientific survey vessel detected via sonar a massive humanoid contour at over 300 meters, 20 meters tall. When the vessel approached, the shape dissolved, and the sonar system briefly failed. Today, the deep-sea shadows remain part of Okinawan maritime lore, passed down among fishermen and divers alike. Though no official warnings exist, fishermen avoid sailing on full moon nights and divers seldom descend beyond 150 meters. Are these towering shadows the condensed sorrow of the drowned, or an unknown denizen of the abyss, or perhaps entities transcending human comprehension? No one holds the answer. Yet on every full moon night the Miyako Strait lies still as polished glass, and through its limpid waters one might glimpse them again, those immense silent figures rooted in the deepest dark, guardians of a secret older than memory, enshrined as the most enigmatic legend in chronicles of the unexplained. At the summit of Suthep Mountain in Chiang Mai, the golden pagoda of Shuanglong Temple gleams resplendently in the sunlight. As one of Thailand's most renowned Buddhist sacred sites, it draws pilgrims and visitors from around the world. Yet little known is the bloody history concealed behind this ancient temple, founded in 1383. Over the past century, countless individuals have encountered bizarre incidents here, and the first-hand testimonies of monks and tourists have made Shuanglong Temple one of Thailand's most mysterious spiritual sites. The eerie legends of Shuanglong Temple originate from rumors of human sacrifice at the time of its founding. Legend has it that the king conscripted over 1,000 slaves to construct the temple on Suthep Mountain to enshrine Buddhist relics. Due to the perilous labor, hundreds of slaves perished, their bones buried directly into the foundation. After the temple was completed, monks would frequently hear wailing emanating from beneath the foundation late at night. Most unnerving was the weeping Buddha statue within the temple. Whenever disaster or supernatural events were imminent, red liquid would seep from the corners of the Buddha's eyes, as if in sorrowful weeping. In July 2016, 28-year-old Chinese tourist Li Wen visited Shuanglong Temple with friends. Captivated by the night view, she missed the cable car descent and was forced to spend the night at the temple. That evening, they were permitted to rest in the monks' quarters. In the dead of night, Li Wen was awakened by faint footsteps. "Who is out there?" she whispered softly, but received no response. The footsteps came from the corridor, slow and heavy, as though someone were dragging their exhausted body along, eventually reaching the door of their resting room. Li Wen quietly parted the door and peered out. The corridor lights at the far end flickered dimly, and a dark figure clad in ancient slave attire was slowly approaching. The figure was hunched, its hair disheveled, face smeared with blood, arms hanging limp at its sides, shuffling forward like a soulless shell. Li Wen froze in terror, clamping her hand over her mouth to stifle any sound. Only when the figure disappeared around the corridor bend did she dare to wake her friend. "You must be seeing things. How could there be anyone like that in a temple?" Her friend initially refused to believe her until they ventured into the corridor together and discovered wet footprints on the ground stained with dark red soil that matched the earth beneath the temple foundation. Even more unnerving, at the end of the corridor before the Buddhist shrine, they saw the weeping Buddha oozing red liquid from the corners of its eyes, dripping onto the shrine and releasing a faint metallic scent. Terrified, the two women knocked on the abbot's door that same night. After hearing their account, the abbot's expression grew grave. He told them these are the restless spirits of the slaves who built the temple. On rainy nights or during full moons they wander within the temple grounds. The abbot explained that successive generations of eminent monks had performed rituals to guide the departed souls to peace. Yet some slaves with particularly deep resentment remained bound to this world by their obsessions, especially those who perished violently, manifesting at certain times to recount their suffering to the living. In fact, Li Wen's encounter was far from an isolated incident. In 2010, a Thai photographer captured an image of a shadowy figure on the pagoda during a night shoot. The silhouette, humanoid in shape, appeared to be slowly descending from the pagoda's peak. When the photograph was uploaded online, it sparked widespread discussion. In 2018, 3 monks meditating within the temple simultaneously heard wailing emanating from beneath the foundation, lasting nearly an hour. Upon inspection, they discovered a stone slab in the foundation had cracked open on its own, revealing skeletal remains below. Other visitors have claimed to see dark figures clinging to the twin dragon sculptures within the temple grounds, their eyes glowing with red light. To quell the rumors, the monks of Shuanglong Temple have held multiple grand ceremonies to pacify the restless spirits. The weeping Buddha has been wrapped in gold leaf and visitors are strictly forbidden from touching it. Yet paranormal events continue to occur, particularly in the deep of night, when monks frequently hear footsteps in the corridors and weeping before the shrines, though they can never locate the source. Some experts speculate that the massive bones buried beneath the temple foundation, combined with minerals in the soil and environmental factors, may produce an effect akin to recording reproducing sounds and images from centuries past under specific conditions. However, this cannot explain the moving shadows or the bizarre phenomenon of the weeping Buddha. Today, Shuanglong Temple continues to flourish with incense and devotion. Its golden pagoda gleams radiantly in the sunlight, attracting countless visitors to pay their respects. Yet whenever night falls and the temple's lights grow dim and the corridors stand empty, one can almost still hear the faint echoes of footsteps and wailing. These are the restless spirits of the slaves who built the temple, wandering these ancient halls for centuries, recounting that forgotten chapter of blood and suffering. A truly eerie tale that stands as one of the most spiritually mysterious accounts in the chronicles of the unexplained. On the outskirts of Sapporo City in Hokkaido, Japan, lies the long-abandoned Kitano Elementary School. Derelict for nearly 2 decades. Originally constructed in 1970, the school officially closed in 2005 due to dwindling enrollment, thereafter succumbing to wilderness and earning its grim moniker the Ghost School. Over the past 20 years, countless urban explorers and paranormal enthusiasts have breached its gates, only to encounter inexplicable terrors. First-hand testimonies from former students and teachers have cemented Kitano Elementary's reputation as Hokkaido's most notorious haunted site, with its legends archived in Japan's Urban Legend Archives. The school's eerie notoriety traces back to 1998, the year before its closure. That year, a 5th-grade student vanished on the hill behind the campus. Despite months of intensive search efforts, authorities found only his backpack, inside which lay a diary whose final entry read, "There is a shadow in the classroom. It is watching me." Soon afterward, multiple students reported seeing flickering lights inside the school at night, and hearing crisp rhythmic recitations emanating from empty classrooms, though no figures were ever seen. Even more unsettling was the phenomenon in the teacher's lounge. Each midnight, strange script would appear spontaneously upon the blackboard. Childlike scrawls incomprehensible to any adult eye. In September 2018, a 22-year-old paranormal vlogger, Kentaro Kobayashi, entered Kitano Elementary with 2 friends, intending to film an exploration video. The school's main gate rusted and warped, shrieked with a grating groan as they pushed it open. Waist-high weeds choked the grounds. The playground's slide and swings stood skeletal, and decayed paint peeled away to reveal corroded metal beneath. Most windows of the teaching building were shattered glass shards littering the floor. A pungent melange of mildew and dust hung thick in the corridors, while the floorboards groaned ominously, rotted through, ready to collapse at a misstep. No sooner had the trio stepped into the first floor hallway than clear, resonant recitation rose from upstairs. "This place has been abandoned for 13 years. How can there be voices reading?" Yuta Sato, one of the friends, clutched his camera tightly, voice trembling. The recitation was eerily synchronized, like children chanting textbook passages in unison. Yet not a single soul was visible. Kentaro, steeling himself, ascended to the 2nd floor. Most classroom doors stood ajar, with a sound issued from the farthest room. He pushed it open to find rows of desks and chairs perfectly aligned, and on the blackboard faint but legible script, "We are still in class." The room was utterly vacant. Yet the recitation continued, unmistakable and chilling. "Quick! Film it!" Kentaro urged Yuta. The moment the camera lens focused on the blackboard, the recitation ceased abruptly, and the desks and chairs began rocking violently as if shaken from beneath. Yuta staggered backward, nearly dropping his camera. Glancing down, he saw countless tiny footprints, child-sized, trailing across the floor from the doorway toward the blackboard. The 3 bolted, racing up the stairs to the 3rd floor, when heavy rhythmic thuds echoed behind them, thump, 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 as if something pursued them up the steps. The footsteps drew nearer, yet no figure appeared. Only the handrail trembled faintly, as though gripped by unseen hands. More horrifying still, dripping water echoed from the 3rd-floor restroom. Inside, every faucet ran freely, not with clear water but with a viscous dark red fluid resembling blood, and across the mirror's surface stretched dense frantic claw marks, deep jagged gashes as if carved by fingernails. "Run now!" Kentaro realized something was profoundly wrong, dragging his friends toward the exit. In the chaos, Yuta slipped on broken glass and fell. As he glanced back, a black silhouette emerged slowly from the corridor's far end. A figure about 1.20 meters tall, clad in a school uniform, face obscured by lank hair, arms hanging lifelessly at its sides, dragging its feet like a hollow vessel devoid of spirit. They scrambled out of the building and fled onto the highway beyond the school grounds, only then daring to look back. There, standing silently in unison at the 3rd-floor windows, were rows of black silhouettes, children, gazing down at them without blinking. Later, Kentaro reviewed the footage in the 2nd-floor classroom. Clip desks indeed rocked autonomously. The tiny footprints were vividly captured, and in the restroom footage, the crimson water and the mirror's grotesque scratches appeared unmistakably. When uploaded online, the video ignited nationwide sensation, transforming Kitano Elementary into Japan's most infamous destination for paranormal exploration. Yet subsequent intruders met with uncanny misfortunes. Cameras malfunctioned, phones blacked out, and some vanished entirely within the building. Rescued only at dawn, their memories wiped clean, unable to recall a single moment of what transpired. In 2023, local authorities plan to convert Kitano Elementary into a public park, until excavation work on the hill behind the school unearthed the skeletal remains of a child. DNA analysis confirmed the bones belonged to the fifth grader, who disappeared in 1998. The child's wrists had been bound with rope, cause of death was asphyxiation. Scattered around the remains were peculiar toys, identical to those used by students at the time. Police reopened the cold case, but discovered all related files had vanished. Former teachers and classmates had likewise disappeared without trace. The investigation ended in silence. Today Kitano Elementary still stands on Hokkaido's outskirts. Its walls veiled in emerald moss, its playground swallowed by ever-thickening undergrowth. And every midnight nearby residents still hear it. The steady cadence of recitation, the soft tread of footsteps, echoing from within. The lost child and the ghosts of former students and teachers wander these halls, still haunting the ruins for decades, whispering forgotten truths. A true bone-chilling episode enshrined in the annals of strange phenomena. On the coast of Ganghwa Island, Incheon, South Korea, stands an abandoned century-old mansion, the Liu family manor. Built in 1910, this traditional Korean structure once served as the residence of the locally prominent Liu family. Yet it became known as a haunted house, following a massacre in 1947. For nearly 8 decades the manor has lain in ruin. Overgrown with wild grasses, its doors and windows shattered. Countless explorers and paranormal enthusiasts have ventured inside only to encounter inexplicable terrors. Accounts of these incidents were archived in Korea's paranormal incident records, cementing its reputation as Ganghwa Island's most chilling forbidden site. The tragedy of the Liu family manor began on a rain-lashed night in 1947. At the time, Liu Chungjun, the patriarch and a powerful landowner, had incurred the wrath of an anti-Japanese guerrilla unit. In a single night, his entire family of 7 was slaughtered, their bodies dumped into a well behind the estate, turning its waters crimson with blood. After the massacre, the manor was abandoned. Soon thereafter, villagers claimed to see flickering lights within its walls at midnight, and to hear a woman's weeping mingled with children's laughter. More unnervingly, the well water remained persistently dark red. No matter how often it was cleaned, it would revert to its blood-hued state by nightfall. Locals whispered that this was the lingering resentment of the Liu family's restless spirits. In October 2014, Kim Min-ji, a 25-year-old Korean live streamer, entered the Liu family manor with 3 crew members to film a documentary on the paranormal. The manor's gate had long since rotted. As they pushed it open, it shrieked with a grating metallic groan. Weeds taller than a person choked the courtyard, entwining crumbling pillars, while the air hung thick with mildew and the faint coppery tang of old blood. Armed with a night vision camera, Kim Min-ji filmed each room in turn. Dust lay thick upon broken furniture, and dark red stains still clung to the walls, dried and rust-like. The moment they stepped into the master bedroom, a woman's sobbing echoed clearly from upstairs. This place has been deserted for decades. How could anyone be here? Lee Cheol-woo, one of the crew, gripped his camera tightly, his voice trembling. The sobs came in fractured, mournful waves, laden with grievance, as though voicing an endless, unrelenting sorrow. Summoning her courage, Kim Min-ji ascended the stairs. The second floor was even more decrepit, floorboards warped and rotten, threatening collapse with every step. The weeping emanated from the farthest room, its door slightly ajar, revealing fleeting shadows shifting within. Kim Min-ji pushed the door open. Upon the dressing table sat a yellowed woman's hairpin, its silver prongs still gleaming faintly, while the mirror above bore dense, jagged claw marks as if gouged by fingernails in desperate, violent fury. The weeping ceased abruptly. Then the silver hairpin clattered onto the floor with a sharp, hollow clang, sending them fleeing in panic. As they stumbled into the ground floor hall, they found the entrance mysteriously sealed shut. No amount of force could budge it. The emergency lights flickered violently. On the wall, an antique clock began spinning backward, its hands whirling frantically, ticking with frantic staccato urgency. Even more horrifying, 7 dark red silhouettes slowly rose from the floor, crouched low, weeping, as if mirroring precisely the 7 victims of the Liu family massacre. "Find a window now," Kim Min-ji shouted. They rushed toward the windows, only to discover every pane boarded shut, the planks carved with strange cryptic symbols resembling ancient curses. Then the weeping returned, louder, sharper, now interwoven with children's wails, as though accusing, pleading, condemning. Lee Cheol-woo suddenly pointed upward and cried, "Look! Up there!" They followed his gaze, and saw on the ceiling a massive blood-stained handprint. It crawled slowly, as if dragged across plaster by unseen fingers. Beneath it, the red silhouettes sharpened into ghastly clarity, their faces smeared with gore, eyes hollow and vacant, inching steadily closer. Kim Min-ji hastily drew out a talisman she had obtained from a temple and cried, "Fall back." At that instant the talisman glowed faintly, and the handprint vanished, the crimson figures dissolving like mist. With a groaning creak, the front gate swung open of its own accord. They scrambled outside, tumbling down the path until they reached the coastal highway, only then daring to glance back. There, framed in the second-floor window of the manor, stood a shadow clad in traditional Korean hanbok, long black hair veiling its face, motionless, watching them. Later, reviewing the footage, Kim Min-ji confirmed the silver hairpin had indeed fallen spontaneously in the master bedroom. The mirror's claw marks were unmistakable. and in the hall footage the dark red figures and the creeping handprint appeared in chilling clarity. When broadcast on Korean television, the footage ignited national controversy, elevating the Liu family manor to the status of Korea's most infamous haunted house. Subsequent intruders reported camera failures, smartphones blacking out, and some vanished entirely within the manor only to be rescued at dawn, their memories wiped clean, unable to recall a single detail. In 2019, local authorities planned to demolish the manor, but before construction began a string of anomalies occurred. Equipment malfunctioned repeatedly, and several workers collapsed near the site, murmuring, "Don't tear it down." Ultimately, the government abandoned the demolition plan, erecting barriers around the estate and banning public access. Today, the Liu family manor still stands on Ganghwa Island's shore. Overrun with weeds, its windows shattered, its doors hanging askew. On rainy nights, nearby residents still hear weeping and children's laughter drifting from within. The 7 souls of the Liu family wandering these halls for nearly 80 years, bound to their tragedy, forever enshrined in the annals of strange occurrences as one of the most heart-wrenching true hauntings ever recorded. In Thailand, a mysterious and extraordinary phenomenon has perplexed people for centuries. The Mekong River appears to spit fire. Fire and water are naturally incompatible, yet along the stretch of the Mekong River, flowing through Nong Khai province in Thailand, this conventional understanding is shattered by a truly astonishing spectacle. From June to October each year during Thailand's monsoon season, bizarre fireballs emerge on the murky surface of the Mekong River on nights just after the rainy season ends. According to numerous eyewitness accounts, these fireballs emit a striking red glow and take on various shapes. Some are elongated like lightning, while most are spherical, varying in size from that of an egg to as large as a basketball. These fireballs shoot upward in a straight line toward the night sky, reaching heights of over 100 meters. The entire process is completely silent and odorless, vanishing after approximately 3 seconds, as if they had never existed at all. This phenomenon was not discovered in modern times. A local ancient myth adds to its enigmatic aura. Legend holds that Naga, colossal serpentine beings, dwell within the Mekong River. Every year during the opening of the summer festival, the Naga are said to breathe fireballs from the river as a gesture of blessings upon the people. In certain temples within Nong Khai province, purported Naga teeth and bone fossils are even enshrined, leading many locals to hold the legend in deep conviction. A photograph from 1973 once circulated locally depicting a group of American soldiers appearing to hold a massive snake-like creature pulled from the river, which was cited as evidence of the Naga's existence. However, it was later revealed that the creature in the photograph was a paddlefish, and the image was actually taken at Coronado Beach in the United States, not the Mekong River in Thailand. Likely a case of misattribution by locals to bolster the legend. To unravel the mystery of the Mekong Rivers, fire-spitting scientists have conducted research and speculation from multiple angles. Some suggest methane may be responsible. A vast amount of plant and animal remains at the riverbed are decomposed by bacteria releasing methane gas. When methane bubbles rise to the surface and come into contact with oxygen in the air, self-ignition is theoretically possible, creating the wondrous spectacle of flames rising from the water. However, this explanation has obvious flaws. Methane self-ignition requires a high concentration of oxygen, temperatures around 538 C, and combination with phosphorus compounds. It also produces sudden explosive cracking sounds, blue flames, and black smoke, none of which match the characteristics of the Mekong River fireballs. In 2003, Thai scientists collected soil and water samples from the source of the fireball phenomenon and proposed an alternative theory. The fireballs result from the spontaneous combustion of phosphine gas, which can ignite when encountering other phosphorus hydrides such as ethylphosphine. Yet from available videos, the fireballs move extremely fast, resembling fireworks released by people, and appear to have considerable mass. Flames formed by gas combustion typically cannot achieve such speed or mass, making this explanation difficult to fully accept. Another bolder theory came from an investigative team of journalists with Thailand's television network. Reporters discovered that when the fireballs appeared, enormous gunshots could be heard from the Lao shore opposite Nong Khai province, where Lao soldiers had been firing tracer rounds. Tracer bullets contain glowing chemical compounds at their tails, emitting red, yellow, or white light after firing that closely resembles the fireballs. Since the Mekong River is nearly 800 meters wide, sound propagation may be delayed, and the crowd's cheers could mask the gunfire. Some therefore suspect the fireballs may be tracer rounds fired by Lao soldiers, even speculating that the Thai government orchestrated the phenomenon as a tourist attraction. Nevertheless, this theory has been refuted, as the Mekong River's fire-spitting phenomenon has existed for centuries, while tracer rounds are a modern invention, clearly insufficient to explain a phenomenon that predated them by generations. The Mekong River's fire-spitting phenomenon remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Neither the enigmatic myths nor various scientific theories have fully lifted its veil of secrecy. It stands as a mysterious jewel within Thai culture, drawing countless tourists and scholars to explore its secrets and filling people with awe and reverence for the wonders and unknowns of nature. Across the vast expanse of India lie countless ancient architectures and legends that captivate the imagination. Among these, none is more intriguing than the mysterious tales of levitating divine statues, figures that defying all support hover in midair as though imbued with supernatural power. The Somnath temple located in Gujarat stands as one of the 12 most sacred Jyotirlinga shrines of Hinduism, dedicated to Shiva, the deity of destruction and rebirth. Legend holds that the primordial Shiva linga was forged from iron and suspended in midair at the temple's center. It is said that a massive magnet installed at the temple's apex generated an intense magnetic field, allowing the linga to remain suspended and steady in the air, without any visible support. Even more astonishingly, this magnet was said to possess alchemical properties capable of transmuting iron into gold. The linga itself was believed to be encased within a gem known as the Philosopher's Stone, a mysterious artifact attributed to Krishna that could grant wishes and bestow boundless wealth. Yet, in the 11th century, Mahmud of Ghazni invaded India, and upon encountering this levitating Shiva, was filled with astonishment. He attempted to seize it, but could not budge it, so he resorted to destroying it by force, looting and desecrating the temple in the process. Countless poets and historians throughout the ages have condemned this atrocity, and the levitating linga has since faded into legend. Although successive rulers and devotees have rebuilt the temple numerous times over the centuries, and the linga within is now carved from stone, rather than suspended in midair, the legend endures in the collective memory and imagination of the people. In a similar vein, the Konark Sun Temple on the eastern coast harbors a parallel legend. Constructed in the 13th century by Narasimhadeva I of the Eastern Ganga dynasty, it was already referred to by European sailors as the Black Pagoda, as early as 1676. It is said that during construction, craftsmen embedded iron plates between each pair of stones, while a colossal magnet weighing 52 tons was positioned at the summit of the main tower. The entire temple structure formed an immense magnetic field system, enabling the sun deity statue, crafted from iron-rich material, to hover suspended within the sanctum. Moreover, the first rays of dawn would pass through the dance hall, before the temple illuminating and reflecting off the diamonds adorning the sun deity's crown, creating a sacred radiance ceremony that left onlookers breathless. However, legend holds that this enormous magnet so severely disrupted the navigation of passing ships, rendering compasses useless, that Portuguese sailors ultimately destroyed the temple and stole the magnet to safeguard their routes. The main tower subsequently collapsed, leaving only the entrance structure standing today. Though these tales of levitating divine statues remain unverified by archaeological evidence, many believe they reflect the astonishing technological sophistication of ancient India in architecture, astronomy, metallurgy, and magnetic applications. This architectural philosophy, melding natural forces with religious devotion, also embodies the ancient Indian tradition of revering cosmic order and holding nature's power in southern India. Similar legends persist, such as that of the goddess Kanya Kumari, who stands upon a headland. Her glittering nose ring was once believed to mislead vessels at sea. Likewise, Sri Lankan folklore tells of a mountain deity who summons shipwrecks, a narrative strikingly parallel to India's own legends. These tales, widespread across India, may not constitute historical fact, yet they serve as symbolic narratives that illuminate the ancient maritime trade traditions and power of the region. Whether the linga at Somnath truly levitated or whether the sun god of Konark ever bathed in first light, both have now become mythic symbols of faith in the hearts of people. They are luminous pearls of wisdom gleaming through the river of Indian civilization, weaving together science and faith, history and imagination into an enchanting tapestry. This is a mysterious event that truly occurred in the Indus River Valley, ranked alongside the heavenly apocalypse explosion and the Tunguska event as one of the three great natural mysteries of the world. It is the City of Death incident that has perplexed the scientific community for decades, its enigmatic nature still astonishing to this day. The City of Death is actually the ruins of an ancient city in the Indus River Valley, known as Mohenjo-Daro, which means Mound of the Dead in the local dialect. In 1922, Indian archaeologist Banerjee first discovered the ruins of this ancient city, with skeletons scattered throughout the city, presenting a truly eerie scene. According to carbon-14 dating, the city existed between 2500 BC and 1500 BC. It was once the largest civilized ancient city in the Indus River Valley, covering an area of 8 square kilometers with a scientific and reasonable layout that possessed certain characteristics of modern cities. Yet such a prosperous city suddenly suffered catastrophic destruction over 3600 years ago on an ordinary day. During excavations of the ancient city, archaeologists discovered numerous human skeletons. Judging from their postures, some appeared to be strolling along the street, while others seemed to be resting at home, as if the disaster had struck in an instant. Nearly all 40000 to 50000 residents of the city perished at almost the same moment, and a flourishing metropolis was reduced to ruins in a single instant. Regarding the cause of the destruction of the City of Death, scientists have made various speculations from different perspectives. Initially, some scholars analyzed from the perspectives of geology and ecology, suggesting that the ancient city may have been destroyed by reasons such as the shifting of the ancient Indus riverbed, flooding, earthquakes, and water disasters with residents drowned by floodwaters. However, archaeologists found no evidence of a catastrophic flood attack in the ruins of the ancient city. Moreover, if it had been a flood, the corpses would have been swept away, and so many skeletons would not have remained. Therefore, this theory was dismissed. Other scholars speculated that an acute epidemic broke out in ancient times, causing the death of all residents in the city. But no matter how severe an infectious disease, it is difficult to imagine that all the people in the city could die on the same day at the same time. From the distribution of the skeletons, many people at that time did not appear to be suffering from illness, so this theory was also rejected. Some proposed that foreign tribes launched large-scale attacks, slaughtering the city's residents. However, the era of the Aryan invasion was much later than the destruction of this ancient city. Without relevant evidence, the invasion theory could not be established as a conclusion. As research deepened, scientists discovered clear traces of explosion in the city. All buildings at the center of the explosion were leveled, and the degree of destruction gradually diminished from the center outward, with only the most remote buildings surviving. Scientists also discovered fragments of sintered clay and other minerals at the center of the ruins. Experimental proof showed that the smelting temperature at the ruins reached 1400-1500 C. Such temperatures can only be achieved in the furnaces of smelting sites, or in the source of persistent forest fires lasting multiple days. However, there had never been forests on the island, so it could only be inferred that the fire originated from a massive explosion. Indian history once passed down legends of a bizarre and massive explosion in ancient times. Descriptions such as blinding light and smokeless fire led some to believe that a nuclear explosion was the true culprit behind the destruction of the ancient city. But the atomic bomb was not invented until the end of World War II, making it absolutely impossible for one to exist over 3600 years ago, which once again plunged people into confusion. In addition, some believed that black lightning formed by the interaction of cosmic rays and electric fields triggered the explosion, or that a malfunctioning alien spaceship caused the disaster. However, these theories remain unproven due to insufficient evidence. The City of Death incident is like a colossal enigma hanging over the ancient civilization of India. Despite the continuous efforts of scientists, a satisfactory explanation has still not been found to this day. It remains one of the most mysterious events in human history, attracting countless people to explore the truth within it. This is a true event that has been widely reported by multiple Philippine media outlets, including the Manila Bulletin and the United Daily News. It concerns the phenomenon of the Santo Niño statue weeping at the Basilica Min del Santo Niño in Cebu City, an unsolved mystery that continues to spark debate among Catholics and researchers to this day. The Santo Niño Church in Cebu City is one of the oldest Catholic churches in the Philippines, originally built in 1565. Within its walls stands a 30-centimeter tall statue of the Santo Niño. Carved from agarwood, the statue is said to have been brought as a gift by Magellan's expedition in 1521. And for over 4 centuries it has been regarded by locals as a symbol of divine miracle. Then came the dawn of September 2012, when the statue broke its long silence. At 6 o'clock that morning, Maria Santos, a volunteer responsible for cleaning the church, wiped the glass shrine housing the Santo Niño as she did every day. "I remember it vividly," Maria said in a later interview. The sunlight was particularly bright that day, streaming through the stained glass windows and illuminating the statue. The gold leaf garments shimmered brilliantly, but when I reached the statue's cheek, I noticed 2 streaks on the glass, as if tears had flowed there. She initially thought it was dew from the night and wiped it away with a dry cloth, paying it little mind. But half an hour later, when the first batch of worshippers entered the church, someone pointed at the statue and exclaimed in shock, "The Santo Niño is crying." Maria turned around and saw that beneath the statue's left eye a crystal-clear droplet was sliding down its cheek, gathering at the chin before slowly falling onto the velvet cushion of the base. Word spread through Cebu City like wildfire. By noon, a long queue had formed outside the church. Worshippers held candles and knelt in prayer, some even crawling on their knees, desperate to catch a closer glimpse of this divine miracle. Bishop Jose Palma rushed to the scene and carefully inspected both the statue and the glass shrine. He confirmed there were no signs of water pipes condensation or deliberate pouring. The glass shrine was sealed, and the lighting above the statue emitted minimal heat, making it impossible for moisture to form. The liquid was colorless and odorless, unlike either water or oil, Bishop Palma said, dabbing a small sample with a cotton swab. It felt warm and smooth against the skin and evaporated quickly, leaving no trace whatsoever. In the days that followed, the statue's weeping came and went intermittently. Sometimes it was the left eye, sometimes the right. Each episode lasted anywhere from a few minutes to half an hour, with occurrences reaching as many as 5 times in a single day. Experts from the Philippine National Geological Survey arrived upon hearing the news. They continuously monitored the church's humidity and temperature, and even analyzed the mysterious liquid's composition using a spectrometer. The composition is nearly identical to ordinary distilled water, though it contains trace amounts of calcium carbonate, common in natural water sources, said team leader Emil Cruz. However, this fails to explain why it seeped from within the statue itself. Testing revealed no cracks or hollows in the wooden structure, making it impossible for the statue to store liquid. Even more puzzling was the statue's history. This Santo Niño statue had once been consumed by fire during a church blaze in 1626, later repaired by craftsmen who reassembled it from the original fragments. In 1965, it survived an earthquake that cracked the base, but after reinforcement it remained intact ever since. For over 4 centuries, there had never been any record of it weeping. Why did this anomaly suddenly appear in 2012? Local believers were convinced it was a divine revelation. Some said that after Typhoon Paksa had devastated the Philippines that year, claiming hundreds of lives, the Santo Niño was weeping for the suffering. Others believed it was a warning to humanity, a call to revere faith. During that period, tens of thousands of believers flooded into the church every day. Some brought sick relatives hoping to be healed by the holy tears. The church had to deploy dozens of police officers to maintain order. Yet skepticism never ceased. Some speculated the church had orchestrated the phenomenon as a publicity stunt to attract tourists, even proposing X-ray scans of the statue's interior to check for hidden devices. But this proposal met fierce opposition from believers who argued that probing the sacred relic would be an act of desecration. Ultimately, through the bishop's mediation, both sides reached a compromise. The statue would remain untouched, and only external observation would continue. Strange as it may seem, by the end of October 2012, the weeping phenomenon suddenly ceased. Just as mysteriously as it had appeared, the statue returned to its silent state. Only a few faint water stains on the velvet cushion of the base served as proof that those extraordinary days had not been mere illusion. Now, a decade later, the Santo Niño statue has not shed another tear. Yet the discussion surrounding it has never subsided. Professor Ana Lino, a religious studies scholar at the University of the Philippines, believes the incident reflects humanity's longing for supernatural solace when confronting the unknown. Meanwhile, geologist Cruz maintains that a scientific explanation must exist, perhaps some physical reaction of the wood under specific temperature and humidity conditions that we have yet to uncover. For the residents of Cebu City, the answer seems less important. Every September, countless people still visit the Santo Niño church, praying before the statue. Sunlight filters through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows across the statue's golden robes, as though that mysterious tear from years past still lingers within time itself, reflecting humanity's eternal yearning for miracles. And that fleeting trail of tears has become a gentle yet enigmatic footnote among the many extraordinary legends of the Philippines. This is a true event, once reported by the Philippine Daily Inquirer and Germany's Der Spiegel. A sailboat missing for 7 years reappeared in Philippine waters, with the explorer's body mummified in an eerie posture, becoming a chilling maritime legend. On the morning of February 25, 2016, Christopher Rivas, a fisherman from Barobo, Surigao del Sur, Philippines, set out with 3 companions in a small fishing boat to haul nets in the near shore. This sea area is known for its fog and treacherous currents. Locals often say, the seabed hides forgotten shipwrecks. But what Rivas saw that day was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. The fog had just lifted and sunlight slanted across the water. We saw a white shadow drifting in the distance like a piece of tattered cloth. Rivas later recounted in his police statement. As we got closer, we realized it was a sailboat. The hull was milky white, and the sails had long rotted into strips, fluttering in the wind like funeral banners. The 4 men gathered their courage and approached. The deck was crusted with thick sea salt, and the railings were so rusted they crumbled at a touch. On the hull, faint letters read, Blue Baron. The vessel of German explorer Manfred Fritz Baudret, missing from maritime records for 7 years. Rivas pushed on the main cabin door. It was unlocked and creaked open, releasing a wave of air thick with salt mildew and an indescribable stench of decay. The cabin was in chaos. A scattered logbook lay on the floor, its pages swollen by seawater, the handwriting blurred beyond recognition. But what made their skin crawl was the thing beside the radio console. A human-shaped figure sitting in a chair-back ramrod, straight right hand resting on the telegraph key, left hand clutching a pen, as if about to write something in the notebook beside it. At first we thought it was a mannequin, said Rodriguez, Rivas's companion. But when we got closer, the skin was yellowed and brittle like cardboard, tightly stretched over the bones. The eye sockets were hollow and the lips had shriveled into dark purple folds. He sat in that pose as if suddenly frozen in time. Police sealed the scene quickly. Through the passport on board and records from the German embassy, they confirmed that the mummified body was that of 59-year-old Manfred Fritz Baudret. He was a moderately well-known German explorer. After divorcing in 2008, he sold his house in Munich, bought the Blue Baron, and set off alone on a voyage around the world. In June 2009, he departed from Phuket, Thailand, planning to cross the South China Sea to Australia, and was never heard from again. His ex-wife died of cancer in 2010, leaving no direct relatives. Forensic expert Dr. Mark Bennick flew in from Germany and conducted an examination of the body at the Philippine National Police Laboratory. This is not ordinary decomposition, he said in an interview. Baudret's skin and muscle tissue were almost completely dehydrated, resembling a mummified state, but without any artificial treatment. This can be attributed to the marine environment, intense sunlight, dry monsoon winds, and high salt concentration. They acted like natural preservatives, preventing bacterial growth. What was even more eerie was the posture of the body. Dr. Bennick used a 3D scanner to reconstruct Baudret's final movements. His body leaned slightly forward, right index finger hovering 3 centimeters above the telegraph key, the pen tip of his left hand, exactly aligned with a blank page in the notebook, and even his brow remained slightly furrowed. This indicates his death was very sudden, Bennick said. It could have been cardiac arrest or a sudden cerebral hemorrhage taking his life before he could make any reaction. But why did the Blue Baron reappear in Philippine waters 7 years later? That remained the biggest mystery. Only the last few pages of Bajort's logbook survived. On one page in shaky handwriting was written, "The currents in the South China Sea are strange, as if something is dragging them." The rest of the text was too water-damaged to read. Experienced sailors speculated that he might have encountered a typhoon while crossing the South China Sea, and the boat was drawn into a current vortex drifting aimlessly. There are several famous ghost zones in the South China Sea where currents suddenly change direction and compasses fail, said local old fisherman Pedro. Our ancestors said there are sea eyes beneath the water that suck ships in and spit them out decades later. Bajort's boat might have been swallowed by a sea eye for 7 years before being carried back to the surface by the currents. German maritime authorities reviewed satellite records from 2009 to 2016 and found that the Blue Baron had been captured once by a weather satellite in 2010 drifting near Guam before disappearing again into dense cloud cover. During those 7 years, it might have drifted like a lonely ghost in a huge circle across the Pacific, analyzed maritime expert Herman. The sails were long destroyed, so it could only follow the currents until a storm in early 2016 pushed it toward the Philippine coast. Bajort's body was eventually cremated, and his ashes were scattered in the South China Sea, which he had loved in life. But the legend of the Blue Baron spread among Filipino fishermen. Some say that on foggy nights you can still see the white sailboat drifting near the shore with a vague figure on the deck endlessly sending telegraph signals, though no one ever receives them. To this day there is no perfect explanation for the event. How could a body remain preserved at sea for 7 years without decaying? Why did the boat suddenly reappear after 7 years of disappearance? And in those water-blurred log entries, what exactly did these strange currents refer to? Like Bajort's finger hovering over the telegraph key, this mystery remains forever in an unfinished state. An eerie footnote in the waters of the Philippines. In October 1593, a Spanish soldier named Gil Perez experienced an extraordinary journey beyond all imagination. According to records, Gil Perez was in Manila, the Philippines, leaning against a wall inside the governor's palace, when he suddenly felt dizzy and fell into a deep slumber. Yet when he awoke, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The Plaza Mayor in Mexico, over 9,000 nautical miles away from Manila. Gil Perez's sudden appearance shocked and bewildered the Mexicans, who could not believe that a person could instantaneously travel from such a distant land. They even regarded him as a servant of Satan, and threw him into prison. To prove his identity and origin, Perez recounted to the Mexicans the recent assassination of the Philippine governor Gomez Perez, Das Marinas, by Chinese pirates, providing detailed information. At that time the Mexicans did not fully believe his words, but 2 months later a Spanish galleon arriving from Manila brought news of the governor's murder, confirming that Perez had spoken the truth. Eventually Perez was permitted to return to the Philippines. This incident was nothing short of bizarre. In an era devoid of modern transportation, when even sea voyages required months or years, Perez seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, instantly moving from Asia to the Americas. From a scientific perspective, this entirely defies the known laws of physics. No known technology or natural phenomenon at the time could explain such long-distance instantaneous travel. Some believe that it might have been the work of supernatural forces. Perhaps the will of the gods or the accidental opening of a mystical dimensional passage that Perez stumbled into, enabling this incredible crossing. Others speculate that it could be related to unknown geomagnetic fields or spatial folding phenomena, though people in that era had almost no knowledge of such concepts. However, due to the event's antiquity and the limited nature of the records, it is difficult to find more conclusive evidence to unravel the mystery. Gil Perez himself might have been unable to explain the cause. He was merely the fortunate one who experienced this strange event, yet he could not elucidate the underlying principle. This incident has become a long-standing legend in both the Philippines and Mexico, recorded in numerous books and folktales about extraordinary events. It not only fuels people's imagination about the supernatural, but also inspires researchers to explore forgotten corners of history, seeking commonalities among similar events in an attempt to unveil the mystery. Despite the immense progress of modern science, we still cannot provide a definitive answer to Gil Perez's mysterious teleportation. It remains like an enigmatic symbol etched into the river of Philippine history, a constant reminder that there are still many unknown realms awaiting our exploration, and that countless unimaginable events may be quietly unfolding in some corner of the world. The reality we perceive might only be the tip of the iceberg. Whether this event was a genuine anomaly or an exaggerated legend, it has added a touch of mystery to Philippine history, drawing countless curious souls to seek the truth and ponder possibilities beyond our cognitive horizons. The mist of Victoria Harbor always carries a salty, briny tang, as if it could soften time itself. One early morning in late autumn of 1955, old Joe, the dispatcher at the Saiwan tram depot, was counting the tracks in the mist, when he suddenly heard a ding-ding sound. The bell of a long obsolete tram drifting from deep within the thick fog. Old Joe had worked for the tram company for 30 years, and knew the sound all too well. In 1928, the tram numbered 13, had plunged into the sea on just such a foggy day, killing the driver and 3 passengers without a single survivor. Ever since then, whenever heavy fog fell, the old residents of Saiwan would say they could see tram no. 13 floating on the tracks, its bell ringing more urgently than the wind. "Uncle Joe, did you hear that?" asked the new apprentice A Wu, clutching his logbook, his voice trembling. Old Joe said nothing, simply walking into the mist. The tracks were wet as if it had just rained, yet the weather forecast had clearly said it would be sunny for days. He had only taken a few steps when he saw a dim yellow light swaying in the fog, drawing closer. It was truly tram no. 13, its body mottled with green paint, faint shadows visible through the windows, and the number 13 on its front soaked black by the mist. "Move aside," yelled the figure in the driver's seat, a voice like waterlogged wood. Old Joe leaped back as the tram brushed past his arm, carrying a whiff of sea brine. He saw the passengers inside, all with heads bowed. One woman in a cheongsam raised her head, her face as pale as paper, but the corners of her mouth curved as she smiled at him. The tram vanished into the thick fog, its bell growing fainter until silence fell. Old Joe and A Wu stood rooted to the spot, their backs drenched in cold sweat. That afternoon the company checked the dispatch records. After 1928, no tram numbered 13 had ever operated on the Saiwan line. The story spread through the tram company. Some said Old Joe was getting senile, while others recalled an older legend. On the day of tram no. 13's accident, the driver had wanted to take leave for his daughter's birthday, but was forced to work overtime. The woman in the cheongsam was on her way to the pier to meet her husband, clutching a freshly bought custard bun. And there was a student with an acceptance letter to university in his pocket. None of them ever reached their destinations. In 1967, when the Saiwan tram tracks were being renovated, workers dug up a rusted, moldy custard bun from beneath the embankment near the sea. The oil paper had completely rotted, yet the filling still held its shape. What was even eerier was that a heavy fog had risen that very day. Some said they heard the tram bell echoing from underground, the ding-ding sound vibrating through the embankment. By the 1990s, the legend of the ghost tram had gradually faded. Only the old neighborhood residents of Saiwan would still warn children, "Don't play near the tram tracks on foggy days. Tram no. 13 will come for you." An old woman who ran a tea restaurant said that on a foggy night in 1992, she closed up late and saw tram no. 13 stopped at the intersection, its doors open. The woman in the cheongsam was waving from inside, asking her, "Want a ride?" The old woman was so frightened that she dropped her iron bucket and ran. The next day she found the bucket lying by the tracks, the leftover congee inside completely eaten. After 2000, the trams in Saiwan were replaced with new models, and the old tracks were either dismantled or modified. The legend of tram no. 13 was almost never mentioned. Until 2018, a young documentary filmmaker set up his camera on a foggy day. Suddenly a green tram flashed through his lens, its number, 13, clearly visible. He chased after it, but the tram disappeared after turning a corner, leaving only 2 wet streaks on the ground like the marks of wheels. Nowadays, new residential buildings have been built along the Saiwan waterfront. The old woman from the tea restaurant has moved to the new territories, and Old Joe has long since retired. Occasionally, while playing chess in the park, he still reminisces about that foggy day. That tram was running steadily. He squinted and smiled. Just too fast, as if it wanted to make up for all the unfinished journeys at once. No one knows why tram no. 13 always appears on foggy days. Whether it's due to deep obsession or the lingering regret of never reaching the destination. Just like the mist of Victoria Harbor, it comes and goes, and comes hiding countless untold stories. Perhaps one early morning you will hear the ding-ding sound in the Saiwan mist. Don't look back. That is tram no. 13, carrying passengers from over 80 years ago, still searching for the way home. In 1987, the Kowloon walled city loomed like an inverted black cauldron, pressing the sky low. 14-year-old Aming squatted at the threshold of his partitioned room, staring blankly at the pale blue smoke rising from the stove across the way. Appa was cooking for her deceased son. Everyone in the walled city knew Appa's story. 3 years earlier, her son Achong had been hacked to death in a gang brawl at the street corner. When his body was carried home, his eyes remained wide open. Within half a year, Appa's husband followed him into death, leaving her alone in her 10-square-meter room. The days thickened like grease congealed on a stove, hard and bitter. The strangeness began last year. Passers-by who chanced upon Appa's doorway at midnight would catch the scent of home-cooked meals. Stepping inside, they'd find her placing morsels into an empty bowl while murmuring, "Achong, today I've made your favorite soy sauce chicken." At first people assumed it was grief's delusion. Until one dawn, a night soil collector stumbled upon Appa carrying a steaming bowl of wontons toward the alley's garbage heap. The very spot where Achong had fallen. Appa's taking food to Achong again. Aming's mother handed him freshly washed vegetables, her voice heavy with sorrow. Aming nodded silently, his gaze drifting past the tangled maze of corrugated iron rooftops to rest upon Appa's weathered wooden door. The door always stood ajar, revealing beneath the dim glow of a yellowed bulb, Ah Po's hunched figure moving slowly before the stove. Her motions were deliberate. The knife rasped softly against the cutting board. A sound like quiet conversation. Once when Ah Ming went to borrow soy sauce, he caught up setting the table. 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls laid out side by side. She picked up one set, placed a piece of braised pork rib onto the empty plate, and whispered gently, "Eat slowly. No one's rushing you." Sunlight filtered through gaps in the iron roof, gilding her silver-streaked hair. Not eerie but achingly tender, stirring a quiet heaviness in his chest. "Ah Po, what are you?" Ah Ming couldn't help asking. She turned. Her eyes clouded yet luminous. "Ah Chong has come home," she said, pointing to the empty chair opposite. "He says he can't stomach the walled city's food. Only mine tastes right." Ah Ming dared not reply. He hurriedly poured the soy sauce and fled. Only to hear her voice trailing after him, "Next time bring your mother too. Ah Chong says he'd like to meet you." That remark haunted his sleep for nights. Yet as time passed, and Appa continued unwavering to buy groceries, cook, and deliver meals, he gradually grew accustomed to it. She never visited neighbors nor voiced complaints. She simply kept vigil at her stove and before those 2 sets of utensils, living like a clock wound with quiet precision. During one typhoon, several iron-roofed shanties collapsed across the walled city. Ah Po's own roof cracked open, rain pouring in. But she cradled the empty set of chopsticks and bowl to her chest, first guarding them like sacred relics. That winter Appa passed away. She was found slumped over her stove, still clutching her wok spatula, while half a slice of malagao sat untouched in the empty bowl across from her. Neighbors pooled money for her funeral. While clearing her room, they discovered a wooden chest beneath her bed. Filled with Ah Chong's belongings, shirts faded to soft gray, a yellowed family portrait, and a diary whose final page read, "Mom's cooking is the best in the world." Ah Ming helped sort through the things and lifted the 2 sets of chopsticks, only to notice that the edge of one pair had been worn smooth by countless gentle strokes. He suddenly remembered how each time he passed Ah Po's door he'd glimpse her quietly wiping that empty set, her touch featherlight as if stroking something infinitely precious. Later the walled city was demolished and its residents resettled into modern high-rises. Ah Ming still sometimes recalled that stove, Ah Po's bent silhouette, and the slender plume of blue smoke that rose unfailingly at mealtimes. He came to understand at last that those fragrant vapors held no specter. Only a mother's love simmering patiently in the embers of her remaining years in that chaotic barren corner of the world. As long as the hearth burned, devotion endured, and her son never truly left. Years later, standing in his own kitchen preparing soy sauce chicken for his child, Ah Ming caught that familiar aroma, and his eyes brimmed with tears. For a fleeting moment he saw again the smoky haze of the Kowloon walled city. Appa lifting a piece of chicken into the empty bowl, whispering softly, "Ah Chong, eat it while it's hot." In 1987, the new territories of Hong Kong still held onto the old-world warmth of its tea houses, with Fuji Tea House being a neighborhood favorite. Owner Uncle Fu had guarded his shop for over 30 years, witnessing many strange occurrences, yet never encountering anything so sinister. One late autumn night, as Fuji had just closed, the kitchen staff were clearing dishes when the front desk phone suddenly rang. The shrill bell echoed eerily through the empty establishment. Uncle Fu answered the phone. A hoarse, chilling voice came through the receiver, offering no greetings, only a cold command: 10 portions of char siu rice, and 5 bowls of wonton noodles delivered to No. 37, Lung Ku Tan Village, Tuen Mun. Hurry! Uncle Fu frowned. Lung Ku Tan Village was over 20 kilometers from Yuen Long, the mountain roads treacherous at night, and the order quantity was unusually large. No one typically ordered so much. Just as he was about to ask if the order was correct, the caller hung up abruptly, leaving only a crackling static on the line. "Forget it," he muttered. "It's neighborhood business. I'll deliver it." Without further thought, Uncle Fu instructed his staff to pack the meals, and set off himself on his electric scooter carrying the food boxes toward Lung Ku Tan. The mountain roads of the new territories were pitch black at night, illuminated only by flickering streetlights while the wind howled through the forest. Arriving at No. 37, Uncle Fu knocked. The door was slightly ajar and silence hung within. Pushing it open, he found the interior shrouded in darkness save for a dim yellow glow from a single table lamp in the living room. For figures, 2 men and 2 women, sat on the sofa clad in tattered clothing, their faces deathly pale with vacant, unblinking eyes fixed upon him. Uncle Fu placed the food on the table, and without a word they silently began to eat. Uncle Fu noticed their movements were stiff, their chewing unnaturally slow, and not a single word was spoken. When it came time to pay, one of them handed him a crisp 100 Hong Kong dollar bill. Uncle Fu took it, feeling its chilling coldness. Nothing like ordinary paper currency. He offered a curt thanks and turned to leave, riding his scooter back through the night. The next morning, as Uncle Fu counted the day's earnings, he discovered something deeply wrong with that $100 bill. The edges were tinged with a faint grayish black, and the printed 100 had transformed into blurred, ghostly characters. Upon closer inspection, among the entire stack of receipts, only this one was spirit money. Terrified out of his wits, Uncle Fu immediately called the police. When the police arrived at No. 37 along Kutan village and broke in. The scene that greeted them made everyone gasp in horror. The 4 men and women were already dead on the sofa, their bodies stiff, having been deceased for at least a week. Even more bizarre, the forensic examination of their stomach contents revealed only fresh char siu rice and wonton noodles, identical to the meal Uncle Fu had delivered. The police reviewed surveillance footage from Fuji and discovered that the ordering phone number traced back to a deactivated, non-existent line. Moreover, the spirit money bore the fingerprints of all 4 deceased individuals. The Hong Kong police ultimately classified this case as an unsolved mystery of the New Territories, citing it as beyond scientific explanation. Thereafter, Uncle Fu never dared to accept late-night delivery orders again, and the tea house gradually relocated away from Yuen Long, leaving only local elders to whisper of the incident. In later years, elderly tea drinkers would bring up the Fuji incident in casual conversation. Some claimed that the mountain area had received numerous orders from the Cloudgate sect in recent years, with suppliers mostly from overseas server rooms, a coincidence too peculiar to ignore. Others sighed that the late-night winds of the New Territories have always concealed untold stories, and Uncle Fu was merely the first to encounter one. In 1982, Causeway Bay, Hong Kong, neon lights tinted the sea surface a warm gold at dusk. The Windsor Duke building, a landmark of its time, rose prominently, its glass facade reflecting the streams of traffic and people, becoming the most striking symbol at the junction of Central and Causeway Bay. No one anticipated that this modern shopping mall, half a year after its completion, would have a secret shadow torn open by a marbled vein dragging prosperity into a paranormal mystery that lasted for years, still listed among Hong Kong's unsolved urban legends. The strangeness first plagued the children's clothing department on the 2nd floor. When morning staff arrived, they would always find shelves overturned, dolls scattered, and baby clothes shredded into pieces, the edges of the fabric carrying a damp, musty smell. The surveillance footage showed no human figures, only the children's clothes swaying on their own, as if flipped by an invisible hand. Wind blew in from the vents carrying a faint, elusive scent of a child. At first the staff dismissed it as a child's prank until Supervisor Lin of the children's department saw from a blind spot at 3 in the morning a red flash darted between the clothing racks, then vanished behind the marble wall, leaving only a faint, playful sound, like the laughter of a toddler, yet tinged with an indescribable chill. The true panic began with the marble panels on the mall's exterior walls. One late night, a cleaning lady, while wiping the wall, discovered a winding pattern on a piece of marble. From a distance it resembled the face of a fox spirit. The brows and eyes clear, the corners of the mouth slightly lifted, and the red pupils gleaming eerily under the light as if staring into the mall. The next morning news spread and citizens flocked in, surrounding the building in a tight crowd. The mall was forced to close for a day to barely maintain order. Some said it was a fox spirit manifesting, attracted to the feng shui of the Windsor building. Others said the marble's unique material formed patterns, due to temperature differences, just a coincidence. But over the next few days, the pattern grew clearer, the red pupils seeming to come alive, sending a chill through people's hearts. Panic erupted fully after the full moon banquet. The Windsor Palace restaurant inside the Windsor Duke building hosted a grand full moon celebration for a baby. The hall was full of guests, laughter and joy filling the air, yet no one imagined this would be the beginning of a tragedy. 3 days after the banquet, a 3-month-old baby girl suddenly stopped breathing in her stroller. Her body was cold with no signs of struggle. The hospital could not determine the cause of death, and could only rule it a sudden accident. More bizarrely, the baby's mother had nightmares for 2 consecutive nights. In the dream, she carried her child back to the Windsor building, pulled by an invisible force to the marble slab covered in red cloth. When she lifted the cloth, she saw 7 fox spirits, lifelike, the largest with blood-red eyes, lunging at the child. She woke up screaming, drenched in cold sweat, only to find the nightmare eerily matching reality. Within just half a month, 2 consecutive infant deaths occurred, both linked to the Windsor building. The parents gathered and discovered that all the affected children had visited the children's clothing department during the full moon banquet or while shopping. Some had even dreamed of the red-eyed fox spirit harming children before their child's accident. The residents of Causeway Bay were in an uproar, rumors spreading like wildfire. Some said the marble fox spirit demanded children, that the baby clothes in the children's department had absorbed human energy, provoking the fox spirit. Others said the fox spirit had drained the children's essence and blood, and the exsanguination on the death certificates was no coincidence, just the coroner's reluctance to speak plainly. Under pressure, the mall invited a renowned Taoist priest from Hong Kong to perform a grand ritual. The priest set up an altar in the children's department, a peachwood sword hanging in midair, talismans plastered over the marble patterns, burning large amounts of paper money, while chanting obscure incantations. That night the mall staff dared not approach the children's department, but they heard sounds of children's laughter, and a soft Cantonese opera humming mixed with the low whine of fox spirits, sending chills down their spines. Afterward, the Taoist priest said the fox spirit had been temporarily suppressed, and needed to be appeased with the energy of children, otherwise its resentment would not dissipate. In the following months, no more strange incidents occurred in the Windsor building, and the fox spirit pattern on the marble was covered by new decorations. But the eeriness never fully disappeared. A karaoke employee late at night on the top floor discovered a hidden children's playground on the rooftop, never open to the public, littered with old dolls, and a few strands of baby hair left in the corner. Other staff members said that when passing the children's department late at night, they could hear scratching sounds from behind the marble wall, as if the fox spirit was trying to break through the stone. Local elders recalled that the site of the Windsor building was once a Qing dynasty mass grave. The walls of Tiger Bomb Garden had also shown a fox spirit face during a thunderstorm night, which vanished when workers reported it. Perhaps this fox spirit nest had been lurking there all along, manifesting through the marble, cultivating, using the children's energy from the clothing department, and once disturbed, venting its anger through infant spirits. Today, the Windsor Duke building has been renamed Windsor House, and the former children's clothing department has been renovated many times. Yet old employees still say that in midsummer that area remains colder than the rest, and occasionally one can hear faint sounds of play, like children laughing or like crying. To this day, the fox spirit legend of the Windsor building still circulates in Hong Kong, becoming a childhood shadow for generations. Some say that the Taoist priest back then never truly subdued the fox spirit, only temporarily suppressed it, while others say the fox spirit never left, just hides deep within the building waiting for the next opportunity. And those departed infant spirits still wander under the neon lights, an indelible mark on the Windsor building. Every ghost festival, the elders of Causeway Bay warn children not to approach the site of the former children's clothing department, not to mention the words, fox spirit, late at night. Because no one knows whether behind that covered marble slab there still hides a pair of red eyes quietly watching the hidden shadows beneath the bustling prosperity. Pingzhou is the most serene gem among Hong Kong's outlying islands, embraced by azure seas and lapped by white waves. The cobblestone paths wind through old houses with green tiles, and the simple folk customs resemble a faded inkwash painting. Yet only the half-mile stretch of Black Reef Beach on the western side of the island is perpetually shrouded in an unshakable gloom. Fishermen always quicken their steps when passing by, and even boats deliberately steer clear of the sea area. Here lies the most spine-chilling supernatural legend of Hong Kong's outlying islands, the century-old tale of the red-clad female ghost Chui, an unspoken taboo in the hearts of Pingzhou's residents. The origin of the story dates back to the deep autumn of the 9th year of the Republic of China. At that time, Pingzhou was a small fishing village. Chui was the most beautiful girl on the island, with willow leaf eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, and when she smiled the dimples on her cheeks could hold the moonlight. She had known the fisherman Chong since childhood, and they loved each other deeply. Chong would row his boat out to sea to fish, while Chui would weave nets by the shore and wait. In the glow of the setting sun, their silhouettes were the most moving sight on the island. But Chui's father was the village head, a man of high ambition, who had already set his sights on the son of a wealthy merchant across the sea in Macau. He wanted his daughter to marry into that family in exchange for a steady stream of silver dollars to support the household. When the village head told Chui about the arranged marriage, the girl's eyes reddened with tears. She knelt before her father and pleaded, "Father, I only love Chong. Please don't force me." But the village head was iron-hearted. He slapped her across the face and said, "What do you know? With Chong you'll only endure wind and sun for the rest of your life. Marry into Macau and you'll be a young mistress." To sever Chui's hopes, the village head even had Chong's fishing boat scuttled, and locked him in their own woodshed, forbidding the two from seeing each other. On the 7th day of her confinement, Chui slipped out of the house through a back window under the cover of night. She wore the red wedding dress she had sewn herself, the one she had intended to wear when marrying Chong. The stitches were fine and dense, embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water, glowing with a tragic red under the moonlight. She ran all the way to the stone beach on the western side of Pingzhou. The waves crashed against the reefs, making a sobbing sound as if weeping for her. Standing on the highest reef, Chui gazed toward Chong's home, tears blurring her vision. She cried out to the sea, "Chong, if I cannot marry you in life, I will guard your spirit in death." With those words, she leaped into the icy, bone-chilling seawater. 3 days later, Chui's body was washed back onto the stone beach. The red dress, swollen from seawater, remained vivid and dazzling like a burning flame. Her eyes were wide open, as if still protesting the injustice of fate. When Chong broke free and arrived, he saw only the cold corpse of his beloved. He held Chui's body and wept on the reef for an entire night. The next day, he sailed his repaired boat out to sea and never returned. Some say he followed Chui, others say he became a wandering soul of the sea, forever guarding this stone beach. The fishermen hastily buried Chui on the hillside beside the stone beach, with no tombstone, only bunches of wild chrysanthemums swaying in the wind. But from then on, the stone beach was never peaceful again. The first to encounter Chui's ghost was an old fisherman on the island, Grandpa Chun. That winter he braved the cold wind to go fishing. Returning late at night, he saw from afar a woman in red standing on the stone beach, her long hair reaching her waist, weeping toward the sea. Grandpa Chun thought she was a lost tourist, so he rowed his boat closer. But as soon as the boat reached the shore, the woman suddenly turned around, revealing a face as pale as paper with hollow, pupilless eyes, exactly the likeness of Chui. Grandpa Chun was terrified out of his wits. He abandoned his fishing net and rowed away frantically. After returning home, he fell gravely ill with a high fever, constantly muttering the woman in red. It took him half a year to gradually recover. After that, rumors about the red-clad female ghost spread across Pingzhou. Villagers traveling at night said that when passing the path near the stone beach, they would hear a woman's crying carried by the sea breeze. Sometimes piercing, sometimes mournful, making one's hair stand on end. Young couples who secretly dated on the stone beach saw a woman in red sitting on a reef, her back to them, combing her long hair. They fled in terror, only to realize the crying followed them all the way until it vanished at the village's earth god temple. Fishermen out at night saw a red wedding dress floating on the sea. When they reached out to grab it, they caught only cold seawater, and looking up found the woman in red standing by the gunwale staring at them with empty eyes. In the 1990s, Hong Kong's television broadcasts Limited TVB was filming a documentary about the outlying islands. The crew specifically came to Pingzhou's stone beach to capture the serene beauty of the island. The day of shooting was clear and sunny. But when the camera focused on the stone beach, a bizarre scene appeared on the previously empty reef. There was now a figure of a woman in red. She stood with her back to the camera, her long hair falling to her waist, motionless in the waves as the seawater lapped over her ankles. The director thought a tourist had wandered into the shot, and immediately stopped the cameraman. But when they put down the equipment to check, there was no one on the stone beach, only the waves still crashing against the rocks. Even more terrifying, during post-production editing, the staff discovered that the woman in red had not disappeared. Instead, she slowly turned her head in the footage, revealing a ghastly white face with pitch-black, lifeless eyes. This eerie clip was sealed by the television station and never broadcast. But the news leaked out, cementing the legend of Pingzhou's red-clad female ghost even deeper in people's minds. During the typhoon night of 1998, a fisherman named Li Afu went to the stone beach to protect his boat from the raging storm. As he was securing the mooring line, he suddenly saw a woman in red standing in the sea. The waves wildly lashed her body, yet her wedding dress remained dry as ever. The woman slowly turned around and Li Afu saw her face. It was the legendary Chui. He fainted on the spot and was not found by villagers until the next day after the typhoon passed. When he woke up, he had a high fever, constantly shouting, "I'm sorry, don't come for me." He lay in bed for half a month before barely being able to get up, and from then on he never dared to approach the stone beach again. The police also received numerous reports from villagers about a lost woman in red on the stone beach. But every time they responded, they found only empty reefs and damp sand with nothing unusual. Some officers tried to explain it scientifically as a mirage caused by sea fog refraction or a psychological effect on the villagers. But each recounting by witnesses, each chilling detail, made such explanations seem feeble. Now, a century later, the legend of the red-clad female ghost on Pingzhou's stone beach still persists. Every year during the Hungry Ghost Festival, the elderly on the island bring paper money and incense to the hillside beside the stone beach, burning them to pray for a Chui's restless spirit to find peace and no longer disturb the living. Young tourists, driven by curiosity, sometimes visit the stone beach during the day, hoping to find traces of the red-clad ghost. But all they see are the blue sea, the dark reefs, and the wild chrysanthemums swaying in the wind. Only the local elders know that when night falls and the sound of waves mingles with a woman's weeping, that tragic red figure still appears on the stone beach, guarding her unfulfilled wish, telling a century-old tale of love and obsession across the river of time. And this seemingly tranquil stone beach remains the most mysterious unsolved enigma of Hong Kong's outlying islands, hiding a chilling legend of love and obsession forever veiled beneath the blue sky and azure sea. Qingshan Highway winds through the western New Territories of Hong Kong, stretching from Sham Shui Per in Kowloon in the north to Tuen Mun in the south, nearly 50 kilometers in total. Half built along the mountainside, the other half hugging the coastline. This highway serves as a vital artery connecting the urban areas of Hong Kong with the New Territories, yet it is also one of the most notorious haunted roads in local lore. Frequent accidents and eerie apparitions appearing late at night have earned it a fearsome reputation among drivers. In the late autumn of 2001, the old woman ghost photo incident pushed the road's mystery to its zenith, becoming the only supernatural unsolved case officially documented by Hong Kong's traffic police, remaining unresolved to this day. In October 2001, to curb the persistently high rate of speeding violations on the Yuen Long section of Qingshan Highway, the Hong Kong Police Traffic Division installed 3 high-definition surveillance cameras along that stretch, aimed at both directions, operating 247. These cameras used the most advanced film imaging technology of the time, capable of capturing license plates and vehicle speeds with clarity. They were scheduled to be officially activated at the end of October, issuing fines to speeding vehicles. But no one anticipated that during the pre-activation testing phase, a photograph would emerge that sent chills down the spines of every officer. 3M. On October 17th, Air Traffic Officer Zhang Ming Pseudonym, responsible for equipment debugging, sat in the monitoring room, as usual, reviewing the footage captured the previous night. When he flipped to the image from 103M, he abruptly paused, his hand frozen over the controls. In the photo, a silver gray sedan was traveling at 80 km/h, well above the section's 50 km/h limit. A clear case of speeding. Yet what truly unsettled Zhang Ming was a detail in the lower right corner, where the otherwise empty roadside greenery revealed a faint orange-yellow glow, and within that glow the figure of an old woman was distinctly visible. The old woman wore a faded gray cloth blouse, her hair white and neatly combed into a bun, standing at the edge of the greenery with her back to the camera, seemingly staring down at something. Her figure was not perfectly sharp, yet the folds of her clothing and the strands of her hair could be discerned, not resembling a lens smudge or an optical illusion caused by light refraction. Zhang Ming assumed a camera malfunction and immediately retrieved feeds from the other two cameras at the same time, but they showed the same stretch of road with an empty greenery, only dim streetlights casting dappled shadows on the ground. Perplexed, Zhang Ming repeatedly enlarged and compared the eerie photo, even seeking help from colleagues in the technical section to analyze it. After examination with professional software, the colleagues confirmed that the photo had not undergone any post-processing. The old woman's figure was genuinely recorded on the film with imaging parameters identical to those of the vehicle, ruling out any possibility of double exposure. This is too bizarre. The technical officer frowned. Either the equipment has a malfunction we can't explain, or we've genuinely encountered something unclean. Just as everyone was buzzing about the photo, the phone in the monitoring room suddenly rang. On the line was the duty officer from Yunlong Police Station, reporting a recent report from a truck driver who claimed that in the early hours of October 12th, on the Yunlong section of Qingshan Highway, he saw a black sedan strike an old woman crossing the road, after which the vehicle fled the scene. Frightened, he hadn't reported it immediately, only now gathering the courage to come forward. Zhang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately asked for the old woman's appearance and clothing. When the duty officer described her as around 80, wearing a gray cloth blouse, hair in a bun, Zhang Ming's teacup crashed to the floor with a clatter. Trembling, he pulled up the eerie photo, contacted the truck driver through the internal system, and sent the image for confirmation. Minutes later, the truck driver called back, his voice laced with fear. "It's her. That's the old woman. I saw her get hit by the car with my own eyes. How can she appear in a photo?" The police immediately formed a special investigation team, simultaneously hunting for the hit-and-run black sedan, and delving into the old woman's identity and the mysterious photo. By cross-referencing missing persons reports and police records, they quickly identified the old woman as Chen Guilan, pseudonym 78, a local of Yunlong living alone in a village near Qingshan Highway. Neighbors reported that Chen Guilan would go to the roadside greenery every morning to pick wildflowers. She left home on October 12th and never returned. Her family had searched everywhere and already filed a missing person report. When the police found Chen Guilan's family and showed them the eerie photo, her daughter-in-law broke down in sobs. She told the police that her mother-in-law's favorite garment was that gray cloth blouse, and she had been wearing it when she left home that day. What made it even more chilling was that on the night of October 16th, the daughter-in-law had a nightmare in which her mother-in-law stood at the window drenched with a sorrowful expression, saying, "I'm still waiting by the roadside. The one who hit me hasn't been found. I can't leave." She had dismissed it as a hallucination born of grief, never expecting to receive the police call the next day along with that eerie photograph. To uncover the truth, the police enlisted experts from the physics and photography departments of Hong Kong University to conduct a thorough examination of the camera and the photo. The experts dismantled the camera that captured the eerie image, finding it in perfect working order with no malfunctions. Spectral analysis of the photo revealed that the old woman's figure exhibited a spectrum distinctly different from the surrounding environment, ruling out any naturally formed image. "From a scientific perspective, we cannot explain this phenomenon," wrote the lead expert in the investigation report. "It defies optical principles and cannot be replicated with current technology. It may be a natural phenomenon we have yet to comprehend, or the result of supernatural forces." Meanwhile, the investigation into the hit-and-run hit a dead end. Police reviewed all surveillance footage along Qingshan Highway for a week before and after the incident, checking thousands of black sedans, yet found no trace of the fleeing vehicle. The truck driver could only recall that the vehicle was a black sedan, but couldn't remember the license plate or model. No skid marks or vehicle debris were found at the scene, leaving the case as unfathomable as dropping a stone into the sea. No progress whatsoever. As time passed, news of the Qingshan Highway old woman ghost photo gradually spread, becoming a hot topic in Hong Kong streets and alleys. Some said that the spirit of Chen Guilan appeared in the photo to use police power to find the hit-and-run driver and fulfill her last wish. Others claimed that Qingshan Highway itself was a gathering place for resentment, and the old woman's ghost was just one of many supernatural phenomena. Still others speculated that the photo was a deliberately fabricated stunt by the police to pressure the driver into surrendering, but no evidence supported such claims. In the years following the case, some drivers still reported seeing a figure of an old woman in a gray cloth blouse along the Yunlong section of Qingshan Highway late at night, but whenever vehicles approached, the figure would vanish. Chen Guilan's family members would burn joss paper at the accident site every year, praying for her restless spirit to find peace, yet the hit-and-run driver remained at large, and the eerie photo became an eternal enigma. Today, the original surveillance cameras have long been replaced, and the highway's traffic facilities have been upgraded multiple times, but the legend of the old woman ghost photo still circulates throughout Hong Kong. Whenever a new driver sets foot on this road, seasoned motorists warn them, drive slowly late at night, and never stop for strange figures by the roadside, for you never know what story or resentment that figure might carry. This unsolved mystery straddling science and the supernatural has only deepened the haunting aura of Qingshan Highway, solidifying its place as an ineradicable shadow in Hong Kong's traffic history. Mong Kok, the most vibrant district in Hong Kong, holds the highest population density on the planet. Its streets are narrow yet bustling, lined with shops and teeming with streams of people. Neon lights flicker throughout the night, brimming with clamor and vitality. Yet hidden among the dense clusters of old tenement buildings in Mong Kok stands a structure unlike any other. No. 123 Tung Choi Street. This 5-story old-style tenement appeared no different from its neighbors, yet within its walls echoed a chilling legend. In the dead of night, from the vacant units on the 4th and 5th floors came the soft swish-swish sound of a woman combing her hair, along with the eerie apparition of a white-clad figure in a cheapao. Over the decades, the building changed owners numerous times and tenants came and went, yet the strange occurrences never ceased. It became Mong Kok's most infamous haunted tenement, an unsolved mystery that lingered closest to the daily lives of Hong Kong's urban dwellers. Built in the 1950s. This is a typical old-style tenement with no elevator, accessible only by a narrow staircase. The 1st through 3rd floors served as shops and residences. The 4th and 5th floors were originally residential as well, but were later vacated for various reasons and left unoccupied for years. In 1993, a local businessman named Huang Jiqiang, a pseudonym, purchased the building, planning to renovate it and lease the units for profit. Little did he anticipate that the moment renovation began, strange events would unfold one after another. The workers hired for the job were a father and son duo, Old Chun and Young Chun, both seasoned in the trade. On their very first day, they were assigned to the 4th floor to clear out debris and repair damaged walls. That evening, as they worked overtime on the 4th floor, a faint swish-swish sound suddenly drifted down from above, like someone combing their hair. It was soft yet eerily distinct in the silence of the night. "Dad, did you hear that?" Young Chun paused, his face turning pale. Old Chun strained his ears and indeed caught the sound of combing. Assuming it came from the neighboring building, he reassured his son. "Don't overthink it. Probably just a neighbor combing their hair." But before long, the combing sound grew closer, as if it were directly above them, right on the ceiling. Summoning his courage, Old Chun climbed a ladder and knocked on the ceiling. The sound abruptly ceased. Yet the moment he climbed back down, the combing resumed, now mingled with a woman's faint sigh that sent chills down their spines. Even more unnerving, the next morning, Old Chun and Young Chun discovered a long strand of black hair on the 4th floor. The hair was lustrous jet black, over a meter in length, silky and smooth, far beyond the norm of an ordinary woman's hair. And since the previous owner had moved out years ago with the 4th and 5th floors abandoned, for so long no woman could possibly have been combing her hair there. "This place is cursed. Let's quit," Young Chun said, terrified and ready to walk away. Old Chun hesitated, convincing himself it was just nerves, and persuaded his son to continue. But in the days that followed, the bizarre occurrences only intensified. While working on the 4th floor, workers frequently caught glimpses of a white shadow darting past corners, too fast to make out clearly. Tools would vanish without explanation, only to be found later in the vacant rooms on the 5th floor. During late-night shifts, they would hear a woman softly humming Cantonese opera, the lyrics indistinct but tinged with a subtle melancholy. One worker even claimed to have seen a white-clad woman in a cheapao standing by the 5th floor window, combing her hair before a mirror. But when he rubbed his eyes and looked again, she had vanished. Halfway through the renovation, Old Chen's son suddenly fell ill. A persistent high fever with no identifiable cause, during which he deliriously muttered, "Comb, cheapao, woman." Hospital tests revealed nothing. Only then did Old Chen grasp the gravity of the situation. He halted the work, immediately took his son to a temple to burn incense and pray, and summoned a Taoist priest to perform exorcism rites at the building. The priest set up an altar on the 4th and 5th floors, burning joss paper and talismans, while chanting cryptic incantations. Afterwards he told Huang Jiqiang, "This building harbors a vengeful spirit. A woman in a cheapao who met an unjust death. Her resentment lingers, trapped between the 4th and 5th floors. I have temporarily suppressed her malice, but I cannot eradicate it completely. These 2 floors should never be leased again." Huang Jiqiang was skeptical, yet for safety's sake, he heeded the priest's advice, sealing the 4th and 5th floors entirely and leasing only the 1st through 3rd floors. But the strange events did not cease. Instead, they began affecting the tenants of the lower floors. In 1995, a young woman named Li Min, a pseudonym, rented a room on the 3rd floor. On her very first night, she was jolted awake by a strange sound. The swish-swish of hair coming from the ceiling above from the 4th floor, mixed with a woman's sigh. Terrified, Li Min dared not make a sound, hiding under her blanket and trembling until dawn. She assumed she had misheard, yet over the following nights the combing sound arrived, punctually around 2 a.m. each day. One night, summoning her courage, she crept up the stairs to see what was happening on the 4th floor. The 4th floor door was locked. Peering through the gap, she saw only darkness within, yet the combing sound echoed clearly, and a white silhouette could be seen swaying in the room. Li Min spun around and fled in terror. The very next morning she moved out and never dared return. Similar incidents befell other tenants. Some saw a woman in a cheapao standing at the stairwell late at night. Others discovered long strands of hair in their rooms, and a few claimed their combs would inexplicably appear in the center of their tables with wet black strands tangled in the teeth. The police received multiple reports from tenants and conducted repeated investigations at the building, yet each time found nothing unusual. The 4th and 5th floors remained locked, completely empty with no trace of habitation. No combs, no long hair, no evidence whatsoever. Forensic experts and engineers inspected the building structure, confirming that the plumbing, electrical, and piping systems were all normal, with no possibility of artificially manufactured sounds. The eerie legend of this tenement gradually spread, earning it the reputation among Mong Kok's elders as the most accursed tenement. Huang Jiqiang eventually sold the building at a loss. The new owner also attempted to renovate the 4th and 5th floors, but every effort was thwarted by strange occurrences. Ultimately, they gave up sealing the 2 floors completely, boarding up the windows and closing them off to the public. Today, decades later, No. 123, Tung Choi Street still stands amid the bustling city. The 1st through 3rd floors remain occupied by shops and tenants, while the 4th and 5th floor windows stay, perpetually boarded up, exuding an eerie, ominous air. Occasionally, daring tourists or thrill-seekers make a special trip to catch a glimpse of the haunted tenement, though most merely observe from a distance, never daring to approach. And the tales of midnight combing and phantom shadows in vacant rooms continue to circulate through the streets and alleys of Mong Kok. The most down-to-earth, unsolved mystery in Hong Kong's urban folklore, a reminder that within the corners of a bustling metropolis terrifying secrets may lurk unseen. Diu Mountain, the largest island in Hong Kong, covers an area nearly twice that of the urban district. Half of the island is bustling with Disneyland and the Ngongping 360 cable car, while the other half remains pristine wilderness, dense forests, and deserted beaches. The ecological environment is superb and wild macaques roam, the mountains becoming the most iconic creatures of Diu Mountain. Yet, according to local hikers and villagers, these macaques are no ordinary animals. They are spirit monkeys, capable of guiding lost wanderers in the deep mountains, or demon monkeys that drag the greedy into the dense forest, never to be seen again. Over the decades, numerous incidents of disappearances and returns linked to the spirit monkeys have shrouded their legend in mystery, making it the most enigmatic, unsolved riddle of Hong Kong's outlying islands. Wild macaques abound on Diu Mountain, especially in areas like Mui Wat Dadong Mountain and Fenghuang Mountain, where they often appear in troops, snatching food from tourists or frolicking by the roadside. These macaques are robust with mostly brownish yellow fur, lively eyes, and no fear of humans. They even approach pedestrians to beg for food. However, local elders say there are 2 kinds of macaques on Diu Mountain: the ordinary ones that coexist peacefully with humans, and the spirit monkeys, with golden fur, profound eyes, and an understanding of human nature. They dwell deep in the mountains, rarely showing themselves, and only appear to guide those destined to meet them. One weekend in 1992, Lin Hui, a teacher at a Hong Kong secondary school, led 10 students on a field trip to Diu Mountain. Their destination was a waterfall on Dadong Mountain. They planned to hike along a classic route, observing the ecological environment along the way. Lin Hui was an experienced hiker familiar with the terrain of Diu Mountain. She had prepared thoroughly, bringing maps, a compass, and a first aid kit. The weather was clear and sunny that day, and the group set off on their hike with great enthusiasm. At first, everything went smoothly. They climbed the stone steps, enjoying the mountain scenery, occasionally encountering ordinary macaques, which the excited students fed. But halfway up, the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered, a torrential downpour began, and thick fog quickly enveloped them, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. "Hold hands, everyone. Don't fall behind," Lin Hui shouted to the students. But the rain made the stone steps slippery, and the fog obscured their sight. The group soon became separated. Lin Hui took shelter under a huge rock with 3 students, while the other 7 vanished from sight. The rain grew heavier, the fog denser. Lin Hui tried to contact the missing students with a walkie-talkie, but there was no signal. She could only wait anxiously. Half an hour later, the rain eased, but the fog lingered. Lin Hui decided to search for the lost students with the 3 by her side. Yet soon after setting off, she realized they were lost as well. The surroundings looked identical: dense woods and slippery stone steps. The compass became unstable in the fog, its needle trembling, unable to point accurately. "What should we do? Will we be trapped here?" A girl started crying in fear, and the other students panicked. Just then, a series of chirping sounds came from nearby. Lin Hui looked up and saw a troop of 7 or 8 macaques perched on a branch not far away. The leader was a golden-furred macaque, much larger than the others, with lively eyes watching them calmly. "Don't be afraid, they're just ordinary monkeys," Lin Hui reassured the students, though she felt a twinge of unease. These macaques didn't seem interested in food. They appeared to be waiting for something. The golden-furred leader jumped down from the branch, approached Lin Hui, chirped a few times, then turned and walked in a certain direction. After a few steps, it looked back at Lin Hui as if signaling her to follow. "It seems to want to lead us," one student whispered. Lin Hui hesitated, but with no other recourse, she led the students to follow the macaques. To their astonishment, the macaques were remarkably familiar with the mountain paths. They avoided slippery slopes and swift streams, choosing flat, safe trails. The golden-furred macaque always led the way, frequently glancing back to ensure they were keeping up. At dangerous sections, the macaques would stop and chirp as if warning them to be careful. After about an hour, the fog gradually lifted, revealing a clearing ahead. The very waterfall they had planned to visit. To Lin Hui's delight, the 7 missing students were sitting anxiously in the clearing, surrounded by a few ordinary macaques that seemed to be guarding them. "How did you get here?" Lin Hui rushed over and embraced the students, asking excitedly. The students said that after getting separated they had lost their way and could only wait. Soon a troop of macaques appeared, led by another golden-furred one. They did not harm the students but stayed nearby, guarding them until Lin Hui and the others arrived. Lin Hui turned to look at the golden-furred macaque that had led them. It nodded at her, then turned and disappeared into the dense forest, with the other macaques vanishing quickly. Lin Hui turned to look at the golden-furred macaque that had led them. It nodded at her, then turned and disappeared into the dense forest, with the other macaques vanishing quickly. This incident of spirit monkeys guiding the way caused quite a stir locally. Lin Hui and the students recounted their experience to the media, and many found it incredible, dismissing it as a mere coincidence. But similar events kept occurring on Diyu Mountain. In 1998, a mainland Chinese tourist named Wang Chong went hiking alone on Fenghuang Mountain and got lost in the deep forest. It was already dark, his phone had no signal, and he was hungry and terrified. He wandered aimlessly through the woods. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a golden-furred macaque appeared before him. The macaque did not approach him but led the way ahead. Wang Chong followed it through the night, and by the next morning, he finally emerged from the deep mountains and reached a village. Wang Chong said that in the deep, cold mountain night, the macaques gathered around him, warming him with their bodies and making soft calls as if to comfort him. But not all encounters with spirit monkeys were fortunate. In 1995, a Hong Kong businessman took his family camping on Diyu Mountain. Having heard that the macaques there harbored monkey treasures worth a fortune, he was seized by greed and decided to capture a macaque to extract the treasure. Late that night, while his family slept, he ventured alone into the deep mountains to find macaques. He never returned. After his family reported him missing, police and rescue teams searched the mountains for days. Eventually they found his body in a dense forest. It was covered in wounds with distinct scratch marks from monkey claws, and his face was frozen in terror, as if he had suffered a violent attack. Local elders said that because of his greed and intent to harm the spirit monkeys, the demon monkeys retaliated, dragging him into the forest and killing him. These bizarre incidents made the legend of Diyu Mountain's spirit monkeys even more complex. Some say the spirit monkeys are messengers of the mountain god, guarding the peace of the forest, helping the kind and punishing the greedy. Others claim they are incarnations of ancient cultivators who practice in the deep mountains, and occasionally appear to aid those with a destined connection. Animal behaviorists, however, suggest that the guidance might be coincidental. Macaques are familiar with the terrain, and lost hikers who follow them happen to find their way out. The businessman's death could be attributed to an attack by a troop of macaques, not supernatural revenge. The Hong Kong Forestry Department also studied the macaques on Diyu Mountain, finding them to be highly intelligent, capable of group cooperation, and simple responses to human behavior. However, they found no evidence of understanding human nature, or a special ability to guide lost travelers. Yet these scientific explanations fail to convince those who have personally experienced the guidance of spirit monkeys. Today, Diyu Mountain remains one of Hong Kong's most popular tourist and hiking destinations, attracting millions of visitors each year. Hikers still encounter troops of macaques on the trails. Some offer food while others keep their distance. Local guides caution tourists, when you encounter macaques on Diyu Mountain, treat them kindly. Do not harm or provoke them, especially the golden-furred spirit monkeys. Show them reverence, for they may guide your way when you need it most. And the tales of spirit monkeys guiding the lost and the return of the missing continue to echo through the mountains, becoming the most mysterious imprint of the island. No one knows whether these macaques are just ordinary animals or sentient beings with spiritual essence. They witness the passage of time in the deep mountains, guarding the secrets of Diyu Mountain, filling every visitor with awe and curiosity toward this land. Zhonghuan, the heart of Hong Kong, bristles with skyscrapers, neon lights flicker, and traffic flows like a river, making it one of the world's most prosperous commercial centers. Yet beneath this extreme prosperity lies a forgotten dark history. The Beta Street MTR station, one of Hong Kong's oldest subway stations, has been accompanied by eerie occurrences since its construction. Over decades, the legend of underground vengeful spirits has made it the most sinister presence in the city's metro system, still daunting many passengers to this day. The construction of Beta Street MTR station began in the late 1960s, when the Hong Kong government decided to expand the subway network, extending the line into the core area of Zhonghuan. When the site was chosen at the intersection of Beta Street and Queen's Road Central, local elders raised objections. This area was once a Qing dynasty mass grave burying countless poor souls, and unjustly deceased with heavy energy unsuitable for excavation. But in the face of urban development demands, these voices were drowned out, and construction officially began in 1970. In the early stages, strange occurrences happened one after another. On the first day of work, a worker digging the foundation suddenly struck a hard object with his shovel. Upon digging it out, it turned out to be a long-decayed skeleton. The construction team had to suspend work and contact relevant authorities to handle the skeleton. Unexpectedly, in the following days, dozens of skeletons were unearthed from the deep foundation. Some incomplete, some still bearing fragments of tattered clothing, a horrifying scene. What was even more spine-chilling was that workers began to hear strange noises at night. The construction site at night should have been silent, but one could always hear the sound of a woman crying, children giggling, and faint cries for help drifting up from deep underground. One worker claimed that during a late-night shift, he saw a group of blurry figures standing beside the foundation dressed in Qing Dynasty attire, silently watching them. But when he approached, the figures vanished. In 1972, during the underground tunnel excavation phase, a severe accident occurred. 3 workers were struck by a falling concrete slab while working in the tunnel and died instantly. However, surveillance footage showed that the concrete structure on the tunnel ceiling was intact with no slab falling, and no trace of external impact was found at the scene. After investigation by police and engineering departments, the cause of the accident could not be determined, and it was closed as a sudden accident. Similar incidents occurred 3 times during construction, resulting in 7 deaths and over a dozen injuries. Panic spread among the workers, many resigned, and the project once came to a standstill. To appease the workers and calm the resentment, the construction team hired a renowned feng shui master from Hong Kong to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony at the site. Large quantities of ghost money and offerings were burned, and the master buried talismans around the foundation, praying for the restless spirits to find peace. In 1979, Beta Street MTR station was finally completed and opened to traffic. With its novel design and luxurious decoration, it became a landmark in Zhonghuan, welcoming tens of thousands of passengers daily. But the eerie occurrences did not cease. Instead, they spread from the construction site into the station itself. The first to notice the anomalies were the station staff. They found that the platform at Beta Street MTR station was perpetually colder than other stations. Even in the height of summer, standing at the edge of the platform, one could feel a bone-chilling breeze, as if cold air was continuously seeping up from underground. Stranger still, the station's surveillance cameras repeatedly captured white figures drifting through empty corners, especially after the last train departed late at night. One late night in 1995, a duty officer named Zhoming pseudonym was patrolling the platform. It was past 1:00 a.m., the station was deserted, and only the lights cast long shadows across the empty platform. Suddenly, he saw a woman in a Republic-era qipao sitting on a bench at the far end of the platform. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, holding an oil paper umbrella, she sat with her back to him, silently gazing at the train tracks. "Miss, the station is closed. Why are you still here?" Zhoming approached and asked, but the woman gave no response. He walked around to face her, trying to see her features, but the sight froze him in place. Her face was pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, lips drained of color, and her qipao, already faded, carried a faint musty odor. Zhoming trembled with fear, wanting to run, but his feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move. The woman slowly opened her eyes, pitch black with no pupils. She flashed a sinister smile at Zhoming, then her body gradually turned transparent, eventually dissolving into a mist that vanished at the end of the platform. Zhoming fainted on the spot. He was discovered by colleagues the next morning, and after waking fell severely ill, never daring to work the night shift at Beta Street Station again. Apart from staff, passengers also repeatedly encountered strange phenomena at Beta Street MTR station. One passenger claimed to have seen a woman in a qipao sitting in the train car late at night, but when he got off she did not follow. Another reported hearing a soft voice calling his name while waiting on the platform. Gentle yet chilling. But when he looked around, no one was there. More unsettling is that the suicide rate at Beta Street MTR station is far higher than at other Hong Kong stations. From 1980 to 2020, over 30 people have committed suicide on its tracks. Police investigations revealed that most of these suicide victims had no apparent mental issues and left no suicide notes. Their relatives and friends said the deceased had mentioned hearing someone calling them to jump down. Hong Kong media conducted in-depth reports on the supernatural legends of Beta Street MTR station, interviewing veteran station employees and relevant experts. Veteran employees generally believed that the station's eerie phenomena were linked to the mass grave. The subway construction had disturbed the restless spirits whose lingering resentment caused disturbances within the station. Experts, however, suggested that the station's persistent coldness might be due to underground structures. The white figures captured on camera could be optical illusions caused by light refraction, and the high suicide rate might result from psychological suggestion. Yet these explanations fail to convince those who have personally experienced the strange events. Today, Beta Street MTR station remains one of the busiest in Zhonghuan, with countless passengers passing through daily. But whenever night falls and the last train departs, leaving the station in silence, the staff quicken their patrol steps, afraid to linger long on the platform. And the white figure in the qipao remains the most mysterious legend of Beta Street MTR station, hidden beneath the bustling city, recounting a century-spanning dark history. The most chilling, unsolved mystery in Hong Kong's metro system. Deep within the mountains of northern New Territories lies a corner forgotten by time, Suluapan Village. This abandoned settlement hides in the dense forest surrounded by steep peaks. The only path leading to the village has long been overgrown with weeds and vines, with only the outlines of dilapidated houses flickering through the branches. It earned its name from a bizarre phenomenon. Any compass carried by those entering the village spins wildly and eventually fails completely, as if locked by an invisible force. Hence the locals call it Suluapan Village. Over the past half-century, a series of mysterious disappearances and deaths have turned it into Hong Kong's most sinister, haunted ghost village, where no one dares to tread. The history of Suluapan Village dates back to the late Qing dynasty, when a family named Liao migrated here to escape war, clearing wasteland and building homes. Later other villagers gradually moved in, and at its peak nearly 100 people lived here, leading a self-sufficient agrarian life. However, by the 1960s, due to the village's remote location, poor transportation, and the gradual drying up of mountain water sources, the villagers could no longer sustain their livelihood. They began to leave one by one, and in 1968, after the last family departed, Suluapan Village was completely abandoned. At first, occasional hikers who stumbled upon the village thought it was just an ordinary abandoned settlement and paid no attention. But from the 1980s onward, eerie tales about Suluapan Village began to spread. In 1985, 3 Hong Kong University students, A. Ming from the physics department, A. Jia from history, and A. Lin from Chinese literature, heard the legend of Suluapan Village. Intrigued by the phenomenon of compass malfunction, they decided to team up for an expedition to verify the truth of the rumors. All 3 were seasoned hikers equipped with professional climbing gear, high-precision compasses, GPS locators, and ample supplies of water and food. Before setting out, they consulted extensive materials and found a long-abandoned mountain trail. After a grueling 3-hour trek, they finally arrived at Suluapan Village at dusk. The village was even more desolate than they had imagined. Most houses had collapsed, leaving only broken walls and scattered roof tiles. The walls were covered in dark green vines, and weeds grew wildly through the cracks of doors and corners, shrouding the entire village in a dead silence. The air was thick with the damp smell of mold and decay, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. "This place is too eerie," A. Lin said, unable to suppress a shiver as she instinctively hugged her arms. A. Ming took out his compass to determine their bearings, but the next moment his face turned pale. The compass needle, which had been steadily pointing south, suddenly began spinning wildly as soon as they entered the village. It spun so fast that it was dizzying, and no matter how he adjusted it, it refused to stabilize. "It's really malfunctioning," A. Ming exclaimed, immediately pulling out his GPS. But the screen showed no signal, only a blank display. A. Jia suspected a device malfunction and suggested they retrace their steps. But when they turned back toward the path they had taken, they found that the once clear trail had turned into a dense thicket with no trace of their original route. "How could this happen? We came in from here," A. Jia said in panic. The 3 searched the village for an exit, but no matter where they walked, they always ended up back at the relatively intact ancestral hall in the center of the village. As darkness fell, the mountain temperature dropped sharply. The 3 had no choice but to take shelter in the ancestral hall. Its door had long rotted, creaking open with a gentle push. Inside, dust covered everything. At the center stood a worn offering table scattered with broken spirit tablets, and cobwebs hung in the corners. "We'll spend the night here and look for a way out when it's light," A. Ming said, trying to sound calm, though his voice carried a faint tremor. Late at night, the 3 huddled in a corner of the hall, drifting into a restless sleep. After an unknown time, A. Lin was awakened by a strange sound. It sounded like a gentle knock on the door or the rustling of vines scraping against the walls, intermittent yet eerily clear in the dead silence. "Did you hear that?" A. Lin shook A. Ming and A. Jia awake. They immediately jolted upright, holding their breath. The sound grew closer, seemingly right outside the hall door. A. Ming picked up his flashlight and walked slowly toward the door. He suddenly swung it open. But there was no one outside, only the shadows of wind-blown vines swaying on the ground. Just then, a spirit tablet on the offering table fell with a sharp crack onto the floor. Terrified, the 3 wanted to flee, but the hall door had somehow closed. No matter how hard they pushed, it wouldn't budge. "Help! Is anyone there?" A. Jia pounded on the door, his voice choked with tears. Suddenly A. Lin pointed at the offering table and screamed, "What? What is that?" They followed her gaze and saw a hazy figure slowly emerging from behind the table. Dressed in Qing dynasty attire, its form was hunched, and its face indistinguishable, yet a bone-chilling coldness radiated from it. The figure slowly approached them. The 3 collapsed to the floor, trembling with fear. A. Ming tried to shine his flashlight at it, but the light passed through the figure without leaving a trace. "It's a ghost. A spirit." A. Lin cried out, then fainted on the spot. A. Ming and A. Jia gradually lost consciousness, sinking into darkness. The next morning, a passing search party noticed the anomaly at Suluapan Village and forced open the hall door. The sight before them made everyone gasp. The 3 students lay on the ground, lifeless, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, faces twisted in extreme terror, as if they had witnessed something horrifying in their final moments. Their bodies bore no external injuries. After an autopsy, the coroner could not determine the cause of death, ruling it as sudden cardiac arrest. This tragedy only intensified the legend of Suluapan village. Local elders said that beneath Suluapan village lies the tomb of a Qing dynasty feng shui master, who was skilled in the soul-locking array. To prevent grave robbing, he set a barrier over the village, trapping anyone who entered. The compass malfunction was the sign of the barrier being activated. Others claimed that when the villagers moved away, an elderly loner refused to leave and eventually starved to death in the village. His resentful energy intertwined with the feng shui master's barrier, forming a deadly curse. Qigong, a hidden paradise in the northeastern part of Hong Kong, embraced by rolling green mountains and azure bays with crisscrossing streams and valleys and dense forests that block out the sky, is regarded as a hiking paradise by trekkers. Yet among the locals, this seemingly picturesque landscape harbors a dreaded Qigong barrier. Legend has it that an invisible wall lies hidden deep in the mountains, trapping those who wander into an endless loop. No matter how far they trek, they can never leave the spot. The 2005 scout disappearance case and the 2016 hiker getting lost incident, two eerie encounters 11 years apart, turned the Qigong barrier from a folk legend into an inexplicable mystery. In July 2005, Hong Kong was in the sweltering heat of summer with humid hot air permeating the atmosphere. The Scout Association of Hong Kong organized a 3-day wilderness training. 20 young scouts, led by 2 leaders, headed to the Zhangxia mountain area in Qigong. Zhangxia village is a small hamlet deep in Qigong, surrounded by primitive and serene forests with babbling brooks and towering ancient trees, making it an ideal spot for training in wilderness survival skills. Scout leader Yuan Jiong, then 32 years old, had 10 years of wilderness hiking experience and was familiar with every trail in Qigong, making him the most reliable compass in the team. On the afternoon of the second day of training, the team reached a valley named Huiyin Valley. Inside, lush vegetation and jagged rocks abounded. When the mountain wind passed through the canyon, it produced a sobbing echo, hence the name. Under the scorching sun, the team members were already drenched in sweat. Spotting a clear stream not far away, Yuan Jiong instructed the deputy leader to have the team rest on the spot, while he went alone to fetch water and scout the path ahead. "I'll be back in half an hour. Don't wander off," Yuan Jiong said with a smile as he shouldered his canteen and disappeared into the dense forest. But that departure turned into a complete disappearance. Half an hour, an hour, 2 hours. The sun gradually slanted westward and the light in the ravine grew dimmer, yet Yuan Jiong never returned. The deputy leader sensed something was wrong and immediately organized the team to search nearby, but they shouted throughout every corner of the valley, only hearing their own echoes. After the sky turned completely dark, the deputy leader finally called the police. The Hong Kong Police Fire Department and Civil Aid Service quickly coordinated, launching a massive search and rescue operation. Hundreds of rescuers with search dogs, drones, and infrared detection equipment conducted a thorough grid search of Huiyin Valley and the surrounding 10-kilometer area. The drone's aerial footage covered every inch of the forest. Infrared devices captured any signs of life in the dead of night, and search dogs tracked the scent left by Yuan Jiong, but suddenly lost the trail deep in the ravine, barking wildly at the empty woods. In 3 days, the search team traversed every gully and every patch of dense forest in the valley, even checking all areas upstream and downstream of the stream, but Yuan Jiong seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. "We've searched every possible place, even the caves where he might have hidden. There's no one," the search team leader said wearily at the press conference, his tone full of confusion. Yuan Jiong's family was devastated and the team members fell into panic. Some speculated that he had fallen off a cliff, others said he was attacked by wild animals, but no evidence supported these conjectures. Just when everyone thought Yuan Jiong had met with misfortune, on the afternoon of the 3rd day of his disappearance, a miracle occurred. The search team was resting on a clearing near Huiyin Valley when they suddenly heard a faint cry from behind. "Help! I'm here!" Turning around, they saw Yuan Jiong sitting on a large rock not far away, covered in mud, his clothes torn, his face filled with exhaustion and terror, his eyes hollow and frightening. Rescuers rushed over to help him up. After examination, they found he was only dehydrated and physically exhausted with no serious injuries. But when asked about his experience over the 3 days, Yuan Jiong's account sent chills down everyone's spines. He said that after fetching water from the stream, when he turned back, he suddenly found the familiar mountain path had become strange. He clearly walked toward the direction where the team was resting, but after 10 minutes he returned to the stream. He changed direction, and after half an hour he was still standing by the stream. "It was like an invisible wall trapped me," Yuan Jiong said, his voice trembling. "The scenery all around was the same. Towering trees and fallen leaves everywhere. I couldn't get out no matter how I walked, just going in circles." He said the forest at night was especially cold and eerie. He could hear strange footsteps following him but never saw anyone. He also saw a blurry, familiar figure, wearing the same scout uniform as his, leading the way not far ahead, but whenever he quickened his pace to catch up, the figure would vanish into the dense woods. Finally, he could no longer hold on and collapsed on the rock, waking up to see the search team. What was even more eerie was that the rock Yuan Jiong mentioned was exactly the area the search team had checked on the first day, where there was no one at that time. This bizarre incident of disappearance and reappearance brought the Qigong barrier legend to widespread attention for the first time. The police finally closed the case as orientation disorder due to complex mountain terrain, but such an explanation was far from convincing to everyone. 11 years later, in 2016, a similar strange incident occurred. Zhang Xiaoping, a 45-year-old hiker and seasoned trekking enthusiast, had traversed the deep forests of Qigong many times. In October of that year, he went alone to the Beitanyong mountain area in Qigong for a hike, planning to follow a classic route to cross over to Huangshi Pier. Before setting out, he carefully studied the map, brought a professional compass GPS locator and ample supplies, and embarked on the journey with full confidence. By afternoon, a light rain suddenly began to fall and fog gradually spread, reducing visibility more and more. Zhang Xiaoping followed the compass, but after walking for over an hour, he was astonished to find that he had returned to the starting trailhead. Impossible, I was clearly walking straight ahead, he thought. Suspecting the compass was faulty, he immediately took out the GPS locator, but the screen's signal suddenly disappeared, leaving only static. Unwilling to give up, he switched to another route and continued, but after an hour he was back at the trailhead again. By now the fog grew thicker, the surrounding woods became eerie and terrifying, and the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves resembled footsteps. Zhang Xiaoping began to panic. He ran desperately, trying to escape this eerie area, but no matter how fast or how long he ran, he always ended up back at the starting point. I saw a figure not far ahead, Zhang Xiaoping recalled afterwards. He was wearing a blue jacket exactly like the one my friend wore. I called his name, but he didn't turn around, just kept walking forward. I followed him running, but after a while he disappeared and I was back at the trailhead. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoping had brought emergency flares. After being trapped for 4 hours, he ignited a flare, was spotted by a passing rescue helicopter, and was successfully rescued. In the alleys of Fengyuan district in Taichung, there once lived a remarkable figure, known as the Heart Vision Girl, Li Zhiyun. Born in 1998, this girl exhibited extraordinary extrasensory perception abilities. Since the age of 6, blindfolded, she could accurately identify text, colors, and shapes held by others, and could even see objects on the other side of thick walls, as well as remotely locate missing persons using only fragmented clues. This true case, continuously followed by China Times and Apple Daily, and studied by the Parapsychology Laboratory at Taiwan Normal University, became the most controversial unsolved mystery in Taiwan's extrasensory perception field, as multiple tests defied scientific explanation. Li Zhiyun's extrasensory perception abilities were first discovered by her mother. In 2004, 6-year-old Li Zhiyun was playing at home when her mother casually placed a picture book upside down on the table, blindfolded her, and jokingly asked, "Can you guess what's on this page?" To everyone's surprise, Li Zhiyun answered without hesitation. A yellow chick with 3 red flowers beside it, and a black ant crawling on one of the petals. Her mother lifted the picture book in shock. The illustration matched her description perfectly, including the ant, whose minuscule size would have been impossible to notice without careful observation. Thereafter, similar strange occurrences continued to unfold. Li Zhiyun could read notes hidden by her mother inside drawers while blindfolded. She could identify whether sealed boxes contained coins or candies, and she could accurately describe the clothing, colors, and items held by elderly neighbors who had not left their homes. As word spread, neighbors flocked to test her, each leaving in awe of her precise answers, and the reputation of the Heart Vision Girl quickly spread throughout the Fengyuan district. In 2008, the Parapsychology Laboratory at Taiwan Normal University, having heard of this phenomenon, invited Li Zhiyun to participate in specialized testing, hoping to scientifically verify her extrasensory perception abilities. The tests were conducted in a sealed laboratory room, with the entire process recorded on video to eliminate any possibility of cheating. The first test was remote object identification. Researchers placed 10 blocks of different colors and shapes into an opaque sealed iron box and asked Li Zhiyun while blindfolded to touch the exterior of the box and describe the colors and shapes of the blocks inside. She answered all 10 correctly, even accurately describing the subtle textures on each block. The second test was wall-through vision. Researchers randomly placed 3 items in a room on the other side of the laboratory and asked Li Zhiyun, standing outside the wall with her eyes covered, to name the objects, their positions, and their colors. The wall was 20 centimeters thick, making it impossible to obtain any information through conventional means such as light, shadow, or sound. Yet Li Zhiyun accurately stated within 3 minutes. On the left is a book with a blue cover, in the center is a white ceramic cup, and on the right is a red plastic toy car. Upon verification, the researchers found her description to be entirely consistent with reality. Most astonishing of all was the third test, remote location sensing. Researchers randomly selected a laboratory staff member, instructed them to go in advance to an unfamiliar location in downtown Taichung, and cut off all communications. Li Zhiyun was provided only with the staff member's name, age, and an old photograph, and asked to remotely sense their location. After remaining silent with her eyes closed for approximately 10 minutes, Li Zhiyun drew a rough map marking key details, such as a tall red signboard, an old banyan tree nearby, and a blue mailbox at the intersection. Following the map, the researchers ultimately located the staff member in an alley near Taichung railway station, and the on-site environment closely matched Li Zhiyun's detailed description. After the test results were made public, they caused an uproar in Taiwan's academic circles. Some experts believed that Li Jiyun's abilities might represent latent human extrasensory perception, commonly known as an activated sixth sense. However, many scientists raised doubts suggesting possible flaws in the testing process, or that Li Jiyun may have obtained information through some undiscovered conventional means. To address these concerns, the laboratory subsequently conducted multiple blind tests, strictly controlling variables each time, yet Li Jiyun's accuracy consistently remained above 90%, leaving skeptics with no grounds for refutation. As her fame grew, Li Jiyun began receiving requests for help from all corners of the island. In 2012, a 5-year-old boy went missing from a park in Tainan, and after days of fruitless searching, his family turned to her for assistance. Using only one of the boy's garments, she remotely sensed the child is in a place full of weeds beside a small stream. He is holding a yellow toy excavator and is not in danger. Following her description, the family ultimately found the boy beside an abandoned riverbed in the suburbs of Tainan, the child clutching a yellow toy excavator exactly as she had described and in good health. In 2015, a mountaineering incident occurred in Kaohsiung. 2 hikers went missing in the Qishan mountain area and had not been found for over 72 hours despite police search efforts. Li Jiyun, using one of the hikers' backpacks, remotely sensed they are trapped beneath a steep cliff near a massive black rock. Both are slightly injured but mobile. If they follow the sound of flowing water, they will be rescued. Following her guidance, the search team ultimately located the missing hikers at the base of the cliff, and the on-site environment matched her description exactly. Regarding the origins of Li Jiyun's extrasensory perception abilities, both academic and folk theories abound. Medical examinations revealed that her vision, hearing, and other sensory functions were no different from those of ordinary people, and no abnormalities were found in her brain structure. Parapsychology experts speculated that her pineal gland may have been unusually active, granting her the ability of non-visual perception. Folk belief held that she was a person chosen by heaven, naturally endowed with the ability to communicate with the universe. Others hypothesized that it might be connected to a childhood incident in which she had drowned and fallen into a coma for a period, possibly activating latent extrasensory potential within her. Li Jiyun herself has stated that this ability feels more like a burden to her. She could clearly see the suffering and difficulties of others, yet often felt powerless to help. After overusing her abilities, she would experience dizziness, nausea, and insomnia. As she grew older, her extrasensory perception abilities gradually diminished, and particularly after the age of 20, she could no longer perform complex operations such as remote viewing or location sensing, retaining only the ability to vaguely perceive the emotions and health conditions of those around her under specific states. Now 28 years old, Li Jiyun has faded from the public eye and runs a small flower shop in Taichung, living an ordinary life. She no longer accepts media interviews and rarely employs her extrasensory abilities, offering them only occasionally when close friends and family encounter difficulties. The snow on Hahuan Mountain always arrives earlier than the forecast predicts. In the deep winter of 1978, the blizzard at Wuling Pass on Hahuan Mountain had already sealed off the mountain. Yet the veteran ranger Lao Zhou received an urgent report. A 4-passenger off-road vehicle whose license plate had been registered vanished without a trace in the blind spot of the Wuling checkpoint. The final footage from the vehicle's dashcam showed only churning white mist and a flickering faint cyan blue streak of light. That was the week before Hahuan Mountain was designated a winter no-entry zone, and also the 3rd day of the 3rd search and rescue team jointly dispatched by the Taiwan Forestry Bureau and the police venturing into the northern branch of Hahuan Mountain's North Peak. 2 members of the previous search teams had already vanished in the snowstorm, leaving behind only half a cracked walkie-talkie and a hiking boot stained with snowmelt. Lao Zhou, a 15-year veteran of the Hahuan Mountain Patrol, had seen hikers fall off cliffs in snowy nights and poachers stealing red cypress trees, but he had never encountered such a disappearance. The missing vehicle showed no signs of falling off a cliff, or the tire tracks stretched to the edge of a precipice, and then simply vanished as if the wheels had lifted off the ground and drifted straight into the fog. The rescue team followed the tire tracks to the cliff's edge, with a bottomless ravine below, low-hanging dark clouds above, and snow pellets stinging their goggles. The strangest part was that on the snow aside from the vehicle's tire tracks, there were no footprints, drag marks, or even signs of snow cover, as if the off-road vehicle had crossed directly from the human world into another dimension. "Don't go deeper," said Ali, the Atayal guide of the team, suddenly grabbing Lao Zhou's arm. His voice was low, carrying a hushed wariness peculiar to the mountains. "This is Night Crossing Ridge. We must not tread here." Ali was a local indigenous person. According to the rules passed down from his ancestors, after sunset, no one should set foot on the northern branch of Hahuan Mountain's North Peak. He said it was the path where ancestral spirits, fairy souls not meant for the living. At first Lao Zhou dismissed it as a local folk taboo, until the rescue team found the lost belongings of the first missing team members in the ravine below the cliff. A notebook soaked with snowmelt, its last page scribbled with trembling, frantic handwriting, as if the writer had carved it with their last breath. "There is a boat in the mist ferrying souls home. Do not answer, do not look back." The edge of that page was stained with a faint green powder that was neither snow nor frost. When brought close, it smelled of a mixture of mugwort and pine smoke, the scent of incense ash used in ancestral spirit offerings. That night the rescue team set up camp in a mountain hut. The wind and snow pounded against the wooden planks, producing a dull thumping sound. When Lao Zhou went out to the latrine, he encountered a sight he would never forget. Outside the hut, in the snow-covered ground where there were no footprints, a half-old wooden boat drifted. Not a model. A real boat large enough to carry 4 or 5 people, its hull painted with faded red lacquer, a thin layer of ice clinging to its gunnels. The boat had no oars, no sails. It hovered half a foot above the ground, quietly floating over the snow as if suspended in the air itself. 3 figures sat inside, their faces indistinct, dressed in old blue work uniforms that resembled the attire of lumberjacks from the 1960s or 1970s. One of the figures raised a hand, as if beckoning toward the direction of the mountain hut, where the rescue team was stationed. Lao Zhou's blood froze. He recognized that uniform. The first missing team members had worn the exact same style. He wanted to shout, but his throat felt clogged with snow, unable to produce a sound. Until the boat gave a gentle lurch, and the 3 figures slowly turned their backs to him, rowing toward the depths of Hahuan Mountain's North Peak. There was no water, yet the sound of oars cutting through water drifted as soft as snow falling on pine branches. Where the boat passed, a moist trail was left on the snow, as if the boat had skimmed over water, but it etched a watery trace on the snow, which was soon covered and erased by the wind and snow, vanishing without a trace. Ali, awakened by Lao Zhou's shouts, rushed out, only to see the empty snowfield with only that fleeting water trail glowing faintly cyan in the snowy night. Night crossing ridge does not ferry souls, it ferries those who stray, Ali said, crouching down to touch the water trail. Where his fingertip touched, a layer of frost instantly formed. A living person who steps onto it becomes one of those in the boat, never to return. That night, no one in the rescue team dared to leave the hut. The next day, the entire team withdrew, and no one ever mentioned Hahuan Mountain's night crossing ridge again. Later, the Forestry Bureau established a permanent winter no-entry zone on Hahuan Mountain, and all climbing permits to the North Peak were uniformly rejected. The owner of the inn at the foot of the mountain would tell hikers heading into the mountains, "Don't go to the North Peak. In the mist of the night, there is a boat coming to pick people up." Later, someone secretly breached the Hahuan Mountain blockade, and saw that boat in the mist near Wuling. The sun over Hengchuan Peninsula in Pingdong shines with exceptional intensity, ripening the sweet fragrance of mango orchards, and bathing an unassuming weathered rural house in its golden light. Here lived Chan Yueqin, a woman locals reverently called Ama Xian. This illiterate rural elder possessed no formal mentorship nor access to esoteric texts, yet wielded an astonishing ability. By simply holding another's palm and tracing the contours of their bones with her fingertips, she could precisely recount their life history, diagnose their health conditions, and even foretell future fortune or misfortune, with an accuracy so uncanny it defied belief. Her bone-reading divination, repeatedly documented by United Daily News and Liberty Times, and personally verified by thousands of devotees, remains Taiwan's most enigmatic verifiable case of extraordinary human ability, defying scientific explanation. Chan Yueqin's extraordinary ability did not manifest at birth. It emerged from a traumatic accident. In 1987, at age 42, she was struck on the head by a collapsing shed while working in a mango orchard and fell into immediate unconsciousness. After emergency medical treatment, doctors diagnosed her with severe cerebral concussion. Upon awakening, she suffered total amnesia for 3 months, unable even to recognize her own family. Yet, on the very day her amnesia began to lift, a neighbor visited. Instinctively, Chan Yueqin grasped her hand, and suddenly declared, "Your left knee bears an old injury sustained at age 23, when you crashed your motorcycle. Your husband suffered a car accident 3 years ago, fracturing 2 ribs. Your daughter will enter university next year, majoring in teacher education." The neighbor stood frozen in disbelief. These details were known only to her closest kin. Most astonishingly, her daughter had not yet taken the college entrance exams, nor even decided on a field of study. A year later, the neighbor's daughter indeed gained admission to National Taiwan Normal University with outstanding scores. Every prophecy fulfilled to the letter. News of this spread like wildfire across Hengchuan Peninsula, drawing ever-increasing numbers, seeking Chan Yueqin's divinatory counsel. At first, Chan Yueqin herself was bewildered. She could not fathom why touching another's bones allowed her to see the trajectory of their life. Her method was strikingly simple, requiring neither birth data nor facial or palm readings. Only gently cradling the subject's hand, tracing finger palm and wrist bones with her fingertips, closing her eyes in silence for a moment, then speaking with quiet certainty. In 1992, Lin, a candidate for Pingdong County Magistrate, heard of her reputation and arrived incognito with his aide. As Chan Yueqin held his hand, she remarked after only 3 minutes, "You are no ordinary man. You seek high office. You will face 2 crises during this election, one concerning campaign funds, the other involving slander by your opponent. Though victory will be narrow, you shall prevail. But beware gastrointestinal ailments during your term and avoid overexertion." At that moment, Lin was desperately struggling with fundraising shortages, and his opponent's smear campaign remained known only to his inner circle. He was profoundly shaken by her uncanny precision. Indeed, the election unfolded exactly as foretold. Lin won by a razor-thin margin. And during his term, he was hospitalized multiple times for digestive disorders. As her renown swelled, media coverage brought researchers from National Taiwan University's departments of psychology and medicine to investigate. Comprehensive physical and psychological evaluations revealed her brain structure indistinguishable from the norm, her vision and hearing even below average, and no signs of mental disorder or hypnotic capability. Researchers designed controlled experiments. 10 strangers, each withholding all personal information, submitted their hands for bone reading. She achieved a 92% accuracy rate in recounting each subject's life history and health status and short-term predictions. For instance, you will change jobs within 6 months, or you will meet a benefactor within 3 months, were verified 6 months later and proved entirely correct for all 3 subjects. Scholars attempted explanations, subconscious perception correlations between skeletal topography and life experience, but none held up under scrutiny. Chen Yueqin's bone reading transcended retrospective insight. It accessed the unseen future, stepping far beyond the boundaries of current scientific understanding. Even more perplexing, she never posed questions nor required silence. Amid clamor and distraction, her perception remained unwaveringly precise. One documented case occurred in 2005. Zhang, a Taipei businessman ruined by failed investments, arrived in Pingdong with nothing but fading hope. After reading his bones, Chen Yueqin said, "You are not cut out for commerce. Your fortune lies in earth. Within 3 months you will encounter a foundation digging project back home. Join it and you will recover your losses and earn profit. But withdraw entirely from this field after 5 years, otherwise you will lose everything." Skeptical yet desperate, Zhang returned to his hometown near Taipei, where remarkably a relative had just secured a foundation excavation contract. He invested his last funds, and the project concluded smoothly, yielding profits far exceeding expectations. 5 years later, he heeded her warning and exited the industry, while partners who continued faced catastrophic debt after a construction accident. Among the public, speculation about Chen Yueqin's ability abounded. Some theorized that the blow to her skull had awakened a dormant region of her brain, granting her the power to see life trajectories. Others believed she was possessed by divine forces, channeling celestial will through touch. Still others linked her gift to Hengchuan Peninsula's unique earth energy, suggesting its geomantic properties had nurtured such an anomaly. Chen Yueqin herself remained profoundly humble, never charging fees, accepting only voluntary offerings of fruit or rice, and limiting daily consultations to 10 visitors, explaining simply, "Bone reading exhausts the spirit, too many sessions bring dizziness." She once told journalists, "I do not know why I see these things. It is as if a book suddenly appears inside my mind, inscribed with every detail of the person before me. I merely read aloud what is written." In 2018, at age 73, Chen Yueqin ceased receiving visitors due to declining health, retreating to a quiet village on Hengchuan Peninsula. Yet her legend endures. Thousands whose lives she touched continue to visit her regularly. Some claim her ability waned with age, others believe she simply sought peace, weary of relentless intrusion. The truth behind Chen Yueqin's bone-reading divination remains unresolved. Is it the product of anomalous neural activation, a manifestation of supernatural force, or an untapped facet of human potential awaiting scientific discovery? Do her astonishingly precise prophecies stem from coincidence, or does fate itself possess a discernible architecture legible to those gifted with rare perception? Perhaps the human body is in essence an uncharted treasury, its latent capacities extending far beyond the reach of present science. Chen Yueqin's story stands as a key, not to definitive answers but to boundless inquiry, unlocking humanity's imagination and deepening our pursuit of extraordinary human potential. Today, mango orchards still flourish across Hengchuan Peninsula, and the legend of the bone reader endures, warm and mysterious as the peninsula's sunlight, awaiting the day science may finally illuminate its truth. For a century, the sea breeze on Kaohsiung's Xijin Peninsula has swept over the fishy scent of the fishing harbor, carrying with it a strange legend spanning 30 years. Between the Xijin lighthouse and the Chiho fort on the coast sky, there have been multiple sightings of a wingless flying man. A figure in dark clothing requiring no flight equipment could hover and glide 100 meters above the ground, skimming across the sea like a bird before vanishing into twilight or morning mist. This Xijin flying man incident, repeatedly reported by the Kaohsiung Evening News and filed with the police, has become Taiwan's most bizarre unsolved mystery due to dozens of collective sightings and the lack of any scientific explanation. The first clear record of this incident occurred on the evening of August 15, 1994. At that time, dozens of fishermen at Xijin Fishing Port were preparing to haul in their nets and return when someone suddenly pointed toward the lighthouse and shouted, "There's someone in the sky." Everyone looked up and saw a black silhouette hovering about 300 meters east of the Xijin lighthouse, approximately 1.7 meters tall, wearing dark clothing resembling a raincoat with arms slightly spread. It had no wings, no paraglider, no jet device, just suspended motionless in midair above the churning waves and beneath the sunset that painted the sky crimson. We saw it clearly. It wasn't a kite, not a drone, but a living person. Fisherman Chen Jinfa recalled that the figure hovered for about 5 minutes, then slowly turned sideways and glided toward the Chiho fort, not fast but gracefully, as if pushed by the sea breeze, eventually disappearing behind the buildings near the fort. At least 27 fishermen witnessed the scene. Someone took a blurry photo with a disposable camera which showed only a black dot, but combined with the unanimous descriptions the possibility of hallucination was ruled out. After receiving the report, the police arrived and conducted a thorough search of the lighthouse fort and surrounding areas but found no trace of any suspicious person or flight equipment. The Tsijin Peninsula is narrow, surrounded by sea on 3 sides with the only land connection to Kaohsiung City. If the flying man were an ordinary person, there was no way he could have vanished into thin air in such a short time. The police filed the photos and eyewitness accounts, initially classifying it as an unidentified flying object or special natural phenomenon, but this conclusion obviously failed to convince the fishermen. Just 1 year later, the Tsijin flying man appeared again. On the morning of October 7th, 1995, 6 teachers and students at Tsijin Elementary School were doing morning exercises on the playground when they saw the same black silhouette high in the sky. The sky was dim, the mist hadn't dissipated, and the silhouette hovered about 150 meters above the playground. Some students even noticed its posture. Legs together, body slightly leaning forward. The principal immediately evacuated the playground and called the police. By the time the police and fire department arrived, the silhouette had already glided toward the Taiwan Strait, gradually shrinking into a black dot and disappearing over the horizon. The entire process was silent, leaving no trace. Since minors were involved, this sighting drew attention from the Kaohsiung Education Bureau. Relevant authorities launched another investigation, even inviting meteorologists and aviation experts to analyze the case. Experts speculated it could be a high-altitude balloon projection, mirage, or mass hallucination. But none could explain the core mystery. Why was the figure's posture clear? Why could it move autonomously with a fixed direction? Why were the multiple sightings concentrated between the Tsijin lighthouse and the fort? Why was no projection equipment or flying device ever found? As the sightings increased, the legend of the Tsijin flying man spread throughout Kaohsiung, giving rise to various folk theories. Some believed it was an alien visitor, observing human activities, while others insisted it was a reclusive master who had cultivated the superpower of flight without wings, choosing to appear in a secluded coastal area. Still others linked it to Tsijin's history. The Chiho Fort was a Qing dynasty coastal defense site, and legend has it that soldiers who died there became sea spirits, guarding the coast, with the flying man being the embodiment of those spirits. The most shocking sighting occurred on September 28, 2008, after Typhoon Jangmi passed. At that time, parts of the Tsijin coastline were flooded, and the police and fire department were evacuating residents. Around 2 in the afternoon, rescue workers spotted a black silhouette hovering near the Tsijin lighthouse, this time closer to the ground, about 80 meters high. Using binoculars, they clearly saw its facial features, blurred clothes clinging to the body, arms occasionally swaying slightly as if adjusting direction. Strangely, when the rescue workers tried to call out via walkie-talkie, the figure suddenly accelerated, flew toward the post-typhoon clouds, and vanished instantly. The on-site rescue equipment experienced a brief signal interruption. After this incident, the number of sightings of the Tsijin flying man gradually decreased but never completely ceased. In 2019, a tourist using a drone to film the seascape on Tsijin Peninsula accidentally captured a small moving black dot high in the sky. Based on the location and time, netizens speculated it was the latest trace of the Tsijin flying man. After the video was posted online, it sparked heated discussion, but the footage was too blurry for further confirmation. Over the years, the Kaohsiung police never gave up the investigation, classifying the Tsijin flying man incident as an unsolved bizarre event, with related files filling 3 drawers. During the investigation, the police checked local paragliding enthusiasts and skydivers, and even visited nearby temples and Taoist monasteries to ask about anyone practicing special skills, but found nothing. The aviation department also stated that no unauthorized flight activity had been recorded in that area, and the figure's flight altitude and posture far exceeded the limits of current human flight technology. Folk experts offered a metaphysical explanation that Tsijin Peninsula is a spiritual land where sea and land meet, and the architectural layout of the lighthouse and fort may have formed a special energy field capable of birthing supernatural forces, the flying man being a manifestation of that power. Some occult researchers proposed the idea of a parallel world projection, suggesting that the Tsijin flying man is a being from another dimension that occasionally appears on Earth through a spatial rift. Today, the Tsijin Lighthouse remains a landmark of Kaohsiung, attracting many tourists daily. Many people deliberately look up at the sky hoping to catch a glimpse of the flying man. When local fishermen go out to sea on clear mornings or evenings, they also instinctively scan the sky. The memories of that wingless flight are deeply etched in their minds. Tainan, the oldest city in Taiwan, holds countless secrets spanning 3 centuries, and Chichen Tower, the provincia of the Dutch era, stands as the paranormal core of Tainan. Among its mysteries, the octagonal ancient well on the western side of the tower has been designated as a forbidden zone since the Qing dynasty. It is haunted by tales of apparitions appearing in the well, spectral visitations in dreams, and the water turning color. Unsolved for centuries, making it the most legendary supernatural enigma in southern Taiwan. This ancient well was first dug in 1653, during the Dutch colonial period, excavated by the Dutch East India Company as the highest water source in Chichen at that time. During the Qing dynasty, this area served as the official administrative district, with the well enclosed within the government office grounds strictly off-limits to commoners. In the Republican-era, Chichen Tower was designated a first-class historic site, and the well was sealed for preservation, leaving only its octagonal opening secured by an iron fence. From then on, strange occurrences began to happen one after another. The first genuine mystery, the apparition in the well that never fades. In 1947, Tainan suffered a century-long drought, and staff at Chichen Tower opened the iron fence to inspect the well. When a worker leaned over to look into the well, he was instantly terrified and collapsed on the ground. In the clear water, he saw the reflection of a figure wearing a Qing dynasty official robe with a long braid and a distinct face, lowering his head to adjust his official hat. The worker cried out in alarm, drawing nearby tourists, and guards to gather. Dozens witnessed it. When they tried to approach, the figure vanished instantly, but when they looked down again, it slowly reappeared with the same posture and attire unchanged. The Tainan City Police Bureau intervened, ruling out light refraction or human pranks, and ultimately filed the case as a historic site paranormal incident, resealing the iron fence and forbidding anyone from approaching the well. More bizarrely, in 1985, at Chichen Tower hosted an exhibition of Dutch colonial artifacts, with the exhibition hall adjacent to the ancient well. That night, after closing, two security guards patrolling saw through the iron fence the reflection of two figures in Dutch military uniforms standing side by side at the bottom of the well, saluting the water surface, their gestures exactly matching the posture of 17th-century Dutch officers. They recorded the scene with a walkie-talkie camera, but when the photos were developed, only the well was visible, no human figures. The second genuine mystery, the water changed color, and a dream led to the discovery of a corpse. In 1999, a sensational unsolved case in Tainan was directly linked to this ancient well. In July of that year, a 28-year-old woman named Lin Shouting from the North District of Tainan mysteriously disappeared. Her family reported her missing and searched for days without any trace. On the 7th day after her disappearance at 3 in the morning, Lin Shouting's mother had a vivid dream. Her daughter, wearing a white dress, stood by the octagonal ancient well of Chichen Tower, crying to her, saying, "I'm in the well, the water is cold, it's freezing." The mother woke up and, with the dream in mind, reported it to the Tainan City Police Bureau, but she was dismissed as having merely a dream. Helplessly, the family brought incense, candles, and paper money to Chichen Tower and performed a ritual before the well. Strangely, after the ritual, staff noticed that the well water suddenly turned pale red, spreading from the mouth to the surrounding iron fence, lasting about 20 minutes before returning to clear. This scene was captured on a mobile phone by a visitor and uploaded to the internet, drawing nationwide attention. The Tainan city government urgently dispatched an archaeological team and forensic experts to dive into the well. The divers discovered Lin Shouting's body at the bottom, dressed in a white dress, exactly as in the dream. Forensic examination determined the time of death to be the 7th day after her disappearance, precisely matching the time of the mother's dream. This case was dubbed the Ancient Well Dream Corpse Discovery Case, and was eventually closed as an accidental drowning. But many doubts remain unresolved. Why did the well water suddenly turn red? Why did the dream details match reality exactly? What connection existed between the well and the deceased? The third genuine mystery, the well's surface remained calm, but compasses went haywire. Almost all staff at Chichen Tower avoid the ancient well. Multiple security guards and administrators have confirmed that when approaching the well, cell phone signals instantly vanish and compasses and geomantic compasses spin wildly, unable to point north-south. In 2012, researchers from the Tainan Museum of History, intending to film a documentary about the well, brought professional magnetometers and compasses near it. As soon as the instruments reached the rim, the magnetometer readings surged to peak values, and the compass needle rotated in place for 5 minutes before returning to normal. The researchers tested the soil and rocks around the well, but found no magnetic minerals. The cause of the instrument anomaly remains unexplained to this day. The folk paranormal community's explanation is deeply tied to the history of Chichen Tower. Chichen Tower was once the center of Dutch colonial rule, and later served as the office of the Taiwan Prefecture during the Qing dynasty, burying countless anonymous corpses and war victims. This octagonal ancient well is regarded as a convergence point of Een, a site where the Dutch executed prisoners, and where unclaimed coffins were placed during the Qing dynasty. The souls of the dead are trapped within the well, forming a unique well spirit. At the heart of the Taiwan Strait, the Peng Hu archipelago lies, scattered like pearls embedded in the azure waves. This sea area, regarded by Zhang Chenggong as the key to the southeast, harbors not only the gentle haven of Peng Hu Bay, but also a forbidden zone that terrifies fishermen and pilots alike. The Devil's Sea, located 30 nautical miles southwest of Peng Hu. Since the Japanese occupation, this region has been notorious for bizarre phenomena, such as compass reversal, white light anomalies, and mysterious disappearances of vehicles, earning it a place among the world's 8 most mysterious sea and air zones, alongside the Bermuda Triangle, still shrouded in a fog that science cannot fully dispel. The eerie reputation of the Devil's Sea first spread through the experiences of Japanese military pilots. At noon on a midsummer day in 1943, a Zero fighter from the Tainan Air Squadron was conducting a patrol training exercise over the skies of Peng Hu under a cloudless sky and calm sea. Crew members on at least 4 fishing boats simultaneously witnessed the silver-gray aircraft fly steadily into an unusually regular circular cloud bank, after which it vanished without a trace. No explosion, no distress signal. The spherical cloud slowly dissipated after the aircraft entered, as if the plane had never existed in the sea and sky. The archived records of the Imperial Japanese Navy Intelligence Department remain clearly accessible to this day. A staff officer with a naval aviation background wrote in his report, "Disappeared in the air, due to unknown factors," a document imbued with professional reverence, marking the first documented unsolved mystery of the Penghu Devil Sea. In the decades that followed, disappearances in this sea area never ceased. In the dead of night on January 8, 1962, a P-2V, electronic reconnaissance aircraft of the Taiwanese Air Force's 34th Squadron took off from Hsinchu, flying at ultra-low altitude to carry out its mission. When the aircraft passed a naval vessel 25 nautical miles off the coast of Taichung Port, it signaled with lights, then turned toward the checkpoint southwest of Penghu, after which all contact was lost. All 13 crew members on board were missing after 6 months of fruitless search and rescue. The military ultimately classified them as deceased. Between 1987 and 1988, 3 more aircraft crashed or disappeared in that sea area. In one incident, the pilot of an F-104 fighter screamed over the radio, "There's a cloud chasing me," and "Out of control, I'm going to eject," before losing contact. 50 minutes later, a search helicopter found him hypothermic and unconscious. Upon waking, his memory of the event was hazy, and he was soon approved for early retirement. The most shocking of all was the 2002 China Airlines Flight 611 disaster. This Boeing 747 passenger jet, operating the Taipei to Hong Kong route, vanished from radar over the waters of Penghu. All 225 passengers and crew perished. After 9 years of investigation, the official conclusion cited metal fatigue, a maintenance error causing the fuselage skin to rupture at high altitude. But this explanation failed to dispel many eerie coincidences. Even more chilling was the mysterious voicemail received by someone 5 days after the crash from the waters near Penghu, where the recording clearly captured phrases such as, "Captain, something's wrong here," "Mommy, I'm scared," and "They're all watching me from the sea." Professional analysis confirmed that the background wave frequency matched the tidal pattern of Penghu at that time. The voice characteristics highly corresponded to the victims on board, and the signal source originated from the core area of the crash site. Stranger still, this aircraft had been used in 1994 to transport the remains of victims from the Qiandao Lake tragedy. 8 years later, it crashed. Another cargo plane that participated in that same transport mission also crashed in the same sea area in 2010. The coordinates of these two crashes, together with a third forced landing from 1994, formed an exact equilateral triangle over the Penghu waters. The taboos passed down through generations of fishermen add further mystique to this sea. Elderly fisherman Chen A. Gong from Penghu recalls that late one night in the 1980s, his fishing boat strayed into the Devil's Sea. The compass needle suddenly spun wildly, the hull trembled inexplicably, and a low rumble came from beneath the water. Just as he was panicking, a circle of eerie white light emerged on the sea surface, persisting for 3 minutes before abruptly vanishing. All electronic equipment on board failed, yet, after returning to port, inspections revealed no malfunction. This white light phenomenon matches accounts from the Japanese occupation era. Old fishermen believe it is the restless souls of sunken ships seeking an exit, while the compass reversal serves as a warning from sea spirits for intruders to leave at once. Modern scientific exploration has provided partial clues to the anomalies of the Devil's Sea. Geological studies show that the seabed of the Penghu area is covered by a layer of basalt 320 meters thick, rich in magnetite, like countless magnets buried underground, causing severe local geomagnetic field disturbances, which may be a key reason for compass malfunctions. In 2014, a monitoring equipment deployed by the Penghu Institute of Oceanography recorded abnormal magnetic fluctuations inconsistent with known geomagnetic patterns, and also captured repetitive acoustic signals that could not be attributed to ships, whales, or natural phenomena. These sounds remain undeciphered. Furthermore, deep seismic reflection profiles along the northern margin of the South China Sea reveal a high magnetic anomaly belt in the Penghu Rise, possibly a relic of volcanic arcs formed by subduction of the ancient Pacific Plate. This peculiar geological structure might trigger seabed gas eruptions, which when interacting with seawater could produce the white light witnessed by fishermen. Yet scientific explanations cannot cover all mysteries. Why did the Zero fighter vanish into a cloud before the eyes of many witnesses with no wreckage ever found? Why did the China Airlines crash exhibit a death cycle of highly coincidental timing, location, and mission? How could the mysterious recording capture the victims' voices so precisely, with the signal source emanating from the deep sea? These questions, like the mist over the Devil's Sea, persistently haunt the minds of people. Today, the Penghu Devil's Sea remains a forbidden zone that fishermen avoid, and pilots receive compass anomaly warnings when passing through. Every year during the fog season, phenomena such as compass reversal and white light on the sea surface still occur, as if recounting secrets sealed by time. The basalt beneath the sea remains silent. The currents carry centuries of legends and enigmas, rising and falling with the waves of the Taiwan Strait. This sea area is both a natural laboratory for geologists studying plate tectonics, and a mysterious zone laden with countless unsolved riddles reminding us that beyond the boundaries of human cognition, many phenomena await exploration and explanation. And the missing vehicles and victims resting on the seabed, perhaps accompanied by abnormal magnetic fluctuations, have become eternal maritime mysteries. The mist of Ali Mountain differs from that elsewhere. It lingers clinging to the branches of thousand-year-old red cypresses like a damp gauzy veil enveloping the mountain hamlets, bamboo groves, and ancient paths in seamless silence. The local indigenous elders often say that spirits who deliver letters dwell within Ali Mountain's mist. Never pick up letters found by the roadside at dawn or midnight, and never open them. They are missives from the departed, and to take one is to accept the duty of delivering it. This taboo has been etched into the bones of tribal children for generations. Yet Lin Shang, 20 years old, refused to believe it. A substitute teacher at the elementary school below the mountain, he first ascended Ali Mountain on a deep autumn morning. He walked along the centuries-old path toward the hamlet. The mist hung so thick it seemed to drip with moisture, and the moss-slicked bluestone steps whispered faintly beneath his feet, soft rustling like dry leaves trembling in still air. At the third bend of the ancient trail he saw the letter. A white sheet of paper dampened by mist, its corners curled upward, resting upon a stone overgrown with ferns. No stamp, no sender's name, only a single line of inked script, half-blurred yet strikingly clear. Grandma, I'm doing well in Taipei, but I long to return home. The handwriting was delicate, unmistakably feminine. The paper, a common notepad from Taipei, stood starkly out of place amid these deep mountains. Lin Shang frowned. Born and raised in Taipei, he had come to Ali Mountain to teach just 3 months prior. Though he'd heard the tribe's taboos, he dismissed them as superstitious tales spun by elders to frighten children. He wondered whose letter was this. What if rain ruined it? How terribly wasteful. As if guided by some unseen impulse, he bent down and picked it up. The instant his fingertips brushed the edge of the paper, the mist thickened abruptly, as though an invisible hand had clamped tightly over his mouth. A voice light as wind and neither male nor female whispered urgently in his ear, "Deliver it home, to the old banyan tree in the hamlet." Lin Shang recoiled in shock, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the letter. He looked up. The path stretched empty in every direction, only swirling mist and utter silence, not even the call of a bird. His heart thudded uneasily, yet he folded the letter carefully and slipped it into his pocket. After all, it was a family letter. He reasoned. Delivering it to the hamlet would be simple enough. A small act of virtue. That very afternoon strangeness began to coil around him. Lin Shang started hearing uncanny sounds. Walking down the corridor, soft footsteps echoed behind him. Neither hurried nor slow, perfectly mirroring his own pace, hunched over lesson plans, a faint scent of ink drifted from the desk corner, mingling with the fragrance of mountain herbs and foliage. Lying in bed at night, the moment he switched off the light, a blurred silhouette flickered across his mosquito net. A girl with a ponytail, clad in a white school uniform, leaning over his bed, staring silently. He bolted upright. The figure vanished. Regret surged through him for having picked up that letter. But stranger things were yet to come. The next morning he set out along the ancient path to deliver it to the hamlet. No sooner had he reached the third bend than the letter reappeared, resting atop his lesson notebook. He hadn't placed it there. The paper remained damp with the ink fresh, as if written moments before. The words remained unchanged, sharp and haunting. Grandma, I'm doing well in Taipei, but I long to return home. A chill prickled Lin Shang's scalp. He flung the letter onto the stone and fled. But after only a few strides his foot caught on something. He tumbled onto the slippery moss. Glancing back, the letter floated upward, settling gently upon his shoulder like a cold, weightless hand. The voice returned, this time brushing his ear soft as cotton wool. Deliver it beneath the old banyan tree, and I shall trouble you no more. At last Lin Shang was afraid. He retrieved the letter and ran straight toward the hamlet. At its far edge stood a 1,000-year-old banyan tree, its trunk so vast 3 adults could barely encircle it, its roots coiling across the earth like desiccated hands. Beneath the tree stood a small stone shrine adorned with a bundle of dried flowers, the ancestral altar of the tribe. When Lin Shang arrived beneath the banyan, the mist dissolved instantly. Sunlight pierced through the canopy, spilling golden rays onto the letter. He laid it before the shrine, and as he rose a soft sigh brushed his ear. It was the girl's voice, tremulous with tears yet tender. Thank you. Lin Shang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. When he regained his composure, the letter had vanished. Only a faint tear-shaped ring of moisture remained upon the stone shrine. That night Lin Shang dreamed. In his dream he stood beneath the ancient banyan, mist-gone sunlight warm and gentle. Before him stood the girl with the ponytail, dressed in Taipei school uniform. Her face was pale, bloodless. She gazed at him, then bowed softly. My name is Xiao Wan. 3 years ago I died in a traffic accident in Taipei. My spirit lost its way and drifted to Ali Mountain. I'd lived in the hamlet with Grandma since childhood. I longed for her above all else. That day I wrote this letter intending to send it to her, but never got the chance. Her fingers traced lightly through the air as if parting mist. I dared not ask others to deliver it. I feared frightening them. You were the first person brave enough to pick it up, and the purest-hearted. Lin Shang stood frozen. He wanted to ask, why didn't you seek grandma yourself? She smiled faintly. Spirits may not stray too far from their native soil. I could only wander Ali Mountain waiting for the mist to rise, so I might send my letter forth. Then she added, thank you for bringing my letter home. From now on I shall trouble you no more. With those words her form dissolved, fading softly into the mist curling around the ancient banyan. The next day Lin Shang visited the elder's home in the hamlet. He recounted the dream in full. The elder sighed deeply, then drew from his robe a yellowed photograph, a girl with a ponytail smiling sweetly beside a kind-faced grandmother. The elder said, Xiao Wen was one of our own. A village girl who studied in Taipei. She died in that accident 3 years ago. Before she passed she often spoke of writing grandma a letter, but always postponed it, too busy. Her spirit remained trapped in Ali Mountain's mist, waiting for this letter. Lin Shang's eyes stung as he gazed at the photograph. The elder added, you picking up that letter. That was fate. Now her wish is fulfilled. She will no longer haunt you. From then on Lin Shang never again saw the girl in the school uniform. Yet each deep autumn morning as he passed the third bend of the ancient path, he would find a blank letter resting upon the stone. He never picked it up, only placed it gently beneath the old banyan tree. The villagers say it is Xiao Wen's quiet offering. Not a plea for delivery, but a lingering gaze upon the land she cherished drifting softly through the mist. Ali Mountain's mist rises daily as before. Yet no one has ever seen the ponytailed girl again. Only the banyan's leaves sway gently in the wind, as though someone were waving farewell. And the letters scattered along the ancient path remain untouched. No one dares lift them, for no one knows whose spirit will next appear bearing a message from beyond. Winter on Mazu's Shiju Island was never warmed by the sun. The fog here crept up from the depths of the Taiwan Strait. Clammy damp capable of wrapping the entire fishing village in a translucent cocoon. At high tide the fog would spill over the stone steps of the dock, over the windowsills of the fishing huts, over the ankles of the old fishermen. But never over the secrets hidden beneath the sound of the waves. Ahai discovered that lantern in the early hours of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. The fog that night was exceptionally thick, visibility less than 5 meters. He steered his small fishing boat back to the harbor, the roar of the engine muffled by the mist like a beast with its mouth gagged. A few dozen yards from the dock, he caught sight of a blue eerie lantern standing on a stone pier at the edge of the harbor. It wasn't the white light of a fishing boat nor the yellow streetlight of the port. It was a cold seawater-soaked blue, its flame pulsing like waves striking the shore once then again. No such lantern existed on Shiju Island. Old fishermen knew that in Mazu's fog you must never see a blue lantern. Blue lanterns were for guiding souls, signals from sea spirits. Whoever saw one would either be taken by the mist or haunted for 3 years. Ahai was a man who didn't believe in superstition. He had spent half his life at sea, witnessed fishing boats capsized by typhoons, seen floating corpses carried in by the tide. Yet he had never believed in the whispers of the ancestral temple. He docked the boat, stepped onto the slippery stone steps, the fog wetting his brow. The blue lantern swayed before his eyes, its light scattered with tiny fish scale-like sparkles. Who's playing tricks? Ahai shouted. There was no answer from the mist, only the sound of waves once then again. He approached the stone pier and reached out to touch the lantern. The lantern body was made of rough wood carved with patterns he had never seen. Not the 8 trigrams of Minnan, not the ancestral totems of the indigenous people, but twisted seaweed-like shapes. The moment his fingertip touched the rim, a bone-chilling cold shot up his arm, as if a hand from the frozen sea had seized his wrist. Ahai jerked his hand back. The lantern remained still, but the blue light flickered, revealing something pressed beneath it. It was a woman's hand. The skin was deathly pale, the nails painted with faded vermilion. A faded red string wound around the wrist from which hung a small wooden plaque carved with waves. That was a love token from the fisherwomen of Shiju Island, passed down through generations, a red string and a wave-shaped wooden plaque. The island's most distinctive mark. Ahai's heart skipped a beat. He crouched down. The blue light in the mist slowly dispersed. On the stone pier stood only the blue lantern. No hand, nothing else. Was it an illusion? He turned to look at his boat floating on the sea. The anchor was still swaying gently, the boat's shadow stretching long and long in the fog. That night Ahai dared not approach the shore again. He anchored 100 meters from land, keeping the engine running until the sky turned pale with dawn, and the fog dissipated. Only then did he steer back to the harbor. Back home he found his right hand from wrist to forearm covered with faint bluish-green patterns. Like seaweed, like fog traces. No matter how hard he scrubbed they would not fade, and when he touched them they were icy cold. He went to the Tianho temple on the island, seeking a talisman from Mazu, the oldest woman on the island, who understood the ancestral spirits. She examined his hand for a long while, then sighed. What you encountered is a spirit of the fog. The spirit of the fog was a taboo hidden for 100 years on Shiju Island. A century ago there was a fisherwoman named Zhu. She was the best net weaver on the island, betrothed to a fisherman from a neighboring island, Aming. That year during the typhoon season, Aming sailed out to sea to fish, and was caught in the black current of the strait. His boat capsized and he never returned. Aju waited at the dock for 3 months. Every evening she would carry a fishing lantern and wait at the dock from sunset to deep night, from spring to winter. People urged her to remarry, but she shook her head. He will come back. When the fog clears, he will return. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month in the 3rd year, exactly the same day Hai encountered the lantern, the fog that night was heavier than ever. Aju carried her fishing lantern and waited at the dock all night. Neither the boat nor the person returned. The next day people found her wedged in a crevice of the reef, still clutching the lantern. The flame had gone out, leaving a blue cold light like the chill of the sea. She had waited in the fog all night, frozen stiff at the dock, becoming the most persistent ghost on Shiju Island. The ancestral spirits said that Aju's soul was trapped in the fog, becoming a spirit of the mist. She would carry a blue lantern waiting in the fog for someone who did not believe in superstition and dared to reach out, to take her lantern to guard the dock in her place, to wait for the one who would never return. Ahai didn't believe it, but the bluish-green seaweed patterns on his arm grew deeper and clearer. He began to have the same dream. In the dream, it was the dock of Shiju Island, the fog thick, the waves slapping the stone steps. Aju stood in the mist wearing a faded blue cloth coat, holding the blue lantern, its flame flickering with cold light. She didn't speak, only looked at him. "Guard the dock for me." Her voice was like the wet cold waves in the fog. "Wait for him to come back." Ahai wanted to retreat, but his feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move. He went to Mazupa. She shook her head. "This is fate and also a debt. Aju's obsession has entangled you. Either you guard the fog for her until someone else takes over, or you will be trapped in the fog forever, waiting for her forever." Ahai chose to guard the dock. From that day on he became the lantern keeper in the fog of Shiju Island. Every evening as the mist rose, he would carry a blue lantern and stand on the stone pier at the dock. The lantern was made for him by Mazu Po, its body carved with the ancestral patterns of Shiju Island, its light, a faint blue exactly like Aju's lantern from years ago. He would stand at the dock all night from sunset to deep night, listening to the waves, watching the fog, waiting for the one who would never return. The bluish-green patterns on his arm never deepened, but they never faded either. He knew this was his fate. Every fisherman on Shiju Island knew about the lantern keeper at the dock. Some said he was a pitiful man possessed by Aju. Some said he was Aju's ferryman. The others said he was the one who kept her obsession alive. Only Ahai himself knew that on every foggy night, he would hear a soft, gentle voice calling from the sound of the waves. It was Aju's voice. "He is almost back." And he would stand at the dock holding the blue lantern, waiting for the fog to clear, for the boat to come, for the one who had not been waited for in 100 years. Deep within the Taiping mountain range of Ilan County lies a forbidding place known locally as Chuxian Ridge. This pristine forest zone, perched at an altitude of 2200 meters, remains perpetually shrouded in mist and thick miasma. So much so that the indigenous Atayal people have long designated it the ancestral spirits' forbidden ground, warning generations of their kin never to set foot there. Since the commencement of forestry development in 1950, dozens of inexplicable disappearances have occurred here. Loggers, hikers, and forest rangers alike vanished without trace into the fog-laden labyrinth of Chuxian Ridge. Never seen alive again, nor found dead. It has since become Taiwan's most enigmatic, unsolved mystery of the mountain wilderness. Our story begins in 1956, during the zenith of Taiping Mountain's timber industry, when the Taiping Mountain Forest Station extended its logging operations to the foothills of Chuxian Ridge. Lin Jinsing, a 32-year-old logging team leader, led 11 seasoned workers deep into the heart of Chuxian Ridge to harvest hinoki cypress. Before departure, an Atayal guide urgently intercepted the group, pressing into each man's hand a pouch of salt and mugwort, then admonishing them in halting Mandarin. "Chuxian Ridge harbors soul-guiding spirits. If your name is called out within the fog, do not answer. Walk the right path. You return home, walk the wrong path. You join the ancestors." Lin Jinsang dismissed the warning as superstition, smiled politely, and led his crew, tools hoisted over shoulders, into the mountains. That afternoon, they reached their designated logging site halfway up Chuxian Ridge. Suddenly dense fog rolled in. Visibility dwindled to less than 3 meters. And damp, mist-laden air heavy with the musky scent of decaying humus pressed against their faces. At dusk, as Lin Jinsang counted heads, he discovered 2 young workers missing: Chan Ami, 19, and Li Huawang, 21. Assuming they had merely stepped aside to relieve themselves, the crew waited nearly an hour, until panic seized them, prompting an urgent midnight return to the Taiping Mountain Forestry Station to report the disappearance. The following day, a joint search and rescue team of 30 personnel, comprising officers from the Taiping Mountain Forestry Administration and Ilan Police Department, entered the mountains equipped with police dogs, compasses, and radios. Near the logging site, they recovered the 2 men's safety helmets, lunchboxes, and even water bottles left half full. Yet no trace of the men themselves. More unsettling still was the clarity of the footprints. Chun and Li had walked steadily, not in flight or distress, but deliberately toward the gorge deep within Chuxian Ridge, the very direction locals call the Dead End, a place even seasoned guides refused to enter. Following the trail, the rescue team arrived at the edge of soul-ending cliff on Chuxian Ridge, and beheld a sight that froze their blood. The footprints ceased abruptly at the precipice with no signs of struggle dragging torn clothing or bloodstains. As though the two men had simply dissolved into the thick fog hovering above the abyss. Below lay a bottomless chasm cloaked year-round in cloud and mist. Rescue teams rappelled down for days yet failed to recover even a single scrap of fabric. This disappearance marked only the beginning. Over the ensuing decades, vanishings at Chuseon Ridge recurred cyclically, each bearing eerily identical hallmarks, earning classification in official forestry archives as unclassifiable disappearances. In 1968, a 5-member forest patrol team from the Taiping Mountain Forest Station entered Chuseon Ridge to inspect aerial tramway infrastructure, each member equipped with state-of-the-art compasses. Yet within just 2 hours their radios erupted with piercing static, then fell utterly silent. When rescuers arrived, the patrol's vehicle sat parked at the entrance to Chuseon Ridge, doors wide open, keys still lodged in the ignition, tools neatly arranged in the trunk, while all 5 officers had vanished without a trace. Even more uncanny was the discovery of the compasses abandoned atop a nearby boulder, the needles spinning wildly, incapable of fixing on true north as if warped by some unseen force. In 1989, 2 hikers from Taipei defied the ban and illegally traversed Chuseon Ridge, only to vanish. 48 hours after their disappearance, rescuers located their backpacks in a mountain stream valley, inside which lay an undamaged camera memory card. Developed photographs documented their entire ascent, culminating in a final image timestamped 317M. The two stood motionless in the fog while behind them drifted a faint eerie green will-o'-the-wisp, both men frozen in rigid postures as though drawn forward by an invisible hand. In the photograph's corner, a set of distorted footprints appeared, devoid of toes or heels, perfectly flush with the ground like imprints left by something formless. Scholars and folklorists alike offered starkly divergent explanations for these phenomena, none of which could fully withstand scrutiny. The scientific camp posited that Chuseon Ridge lies along a tectonic boundary rich in magnetite, generating anomalous magnetic fields. Combined with its enclosed topography and pervasive miasma, such conditions could impair spatial orientation and navigational judgment, leading inevitably to disorientation and fatal missteps. Yet this theory fails to account for footprints ending mid-air, compasses rendered utterly inert, or why personal effects were left meticulously arranged rather than discarded in panic. Folklorists meanwhile upheld the belief in ancestral soul guidance. Atayal elders declared Chuseon Ridge the soul returning ground of the ancestors centuries ago. A devastating epidemic claimed countless lives here, whose accumulated resentment and spiritual energy coalesced into the soul-guiding spirits. These spirits possess no corporeal form, yet can manifest light and sound within the fog, most often mimicking the voices of loved ones or fellow workers, or materializing as ghostly flames luring the lost ever deeper toward oblivion. To answer their call is to surrender one's soul, to remain forever adrift in Chuseon Ridge's eternal mist. Even more unnerving is the local inverse law for anyone entering Chuseon Ridge. Compasses point opposite their true bearing. The more one strives to exit, the further one sinks into the heart of the ancient woods. Of the mere 3 who miraculously survived, each recalled hearing countless voices chanting their names in the fog. The path beneath their feet seemed to recede as they walked. Though heading toward the mountain pass, they found themselves inexorably drawn back to the ridge's core, until dousing themselves in salt and cursing the ancestral spirits aloud, they burst forth from the mist, seized by sudden bone-deep cold. Today Chuseon Ridge is officially designated a restricted zone by the Ilan County government, its boundaries marked by stern warning signs. The Taiping Mountain Forest Station has sealed every road leading upward. Still, a handful of adventurers attempt clandestine entry each year. Yet most retreat before reaching the threshold, for the fog thickens with every step inward, the voices grow clearer, and a suffocating sense of being drawn forward compels instinctive retreat. Within the Taiping Mountain Forestry Station's archival records, Chuseon Ridge's disappearance files fill 3 substantial volumes from 1956 to 2025. 73 incidents have been formally registered. 91 individuals lost, none ever recovered, no remains ever found. Huiyan Mountain in western Miaoli County, Taiwan, derives its name from the red rock that blazes like fire under the sunlight. At its foot, the Holong River estuary is a renowned fishing ground in the Taiwan Strait. Since 1976, a chilling legend has persisted here. On misty nights before and after typhoons, an ancient sailing ship hung with red lanterns emerges from the sea. Its hull is dilapidated yet glows with an eerie red light, moving in utter silence like a ghost drifting across the water. This phantom vessel, dubbed the Huiyan Mountain Ghost Ship by fishermen, has been collectively sighted by dozens of people over more than half a century, yet no one has ever approached it, making it the most mysterious unsolved enigma in Taiwan's waters. The first documented record of this eerie event occurred on September 16, 1976. Super Typhoon Ace had just passed, and the Holong River estuary was still shrouded in dense sea fog. At 3 in the morning, fisherman Zhang Aishui and his 3 crew members set out to sea. About 5 nautical miles from shore, the lookout suddenly shouted, "A ship ahead." They all looked in the direction he pointed and saw an ancient 3-masted sailing ship emerge from the thick fog. The vessel was about 20 meters long, its sails already tattered, and 3 red lanterns hung from the mast, casting a ghastly crimson glow in the mist. "That ship is wrong," Zhang Aishui had fished these waters for years, and had never seen such an archaic schooner. Stranger still, the ship moved without any sound. No engine roar, no waves lapping against its hull as if it were gliding over the sea. As the fishing boat drew closer, the crew could see the hull covered in moss and barnacles with faint shadows stirring on the deck, though they could not make out any distinct forms. When the two vessels were less than 100 meters apart, the ancient ship suddenly turned, heading toward Huayan Mountain, at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the fog in an instant, leaving only a peculiar red trail on the water that dissipated moments later. Zhang and his crew, still shaken, hurried back to port. After returning, they told other fishermen what they had seen, but it was dismissed as a hallucination brought on by the typhoon. Unexpectedly, just 2 weeks later, the crews of 2 other fishing boats sighted the same ancient ship in the same waters. Even more shocking, the captain of one vessel used binoculars to observe blurred Chinese characters carved on the ship's side. After recollection, he believed they read, Fuan Hao. The police and maritime authorities launched an investigation, but found no registration record for any ancient ship named Fuan Hao. Historical archives revealed that during the Qing dynasty's Guangxu era, a Fujian merchant ship named Fuan Hao indeed went missing near Huayan Mountain in August 1895, while transporting tea during a typhoon. All 23 crew members disappeared, leaving an unsolved historical mystery. Could the fishermen be witnessing the ghost of this century-old sunken vessel? As sightings multiplied, the legend of the ghost ship grew among the fishing community. In July 1988, a rare advection fog blanketed the Holong River estuary. 5 fishing boats from the local fishery cooperative set out simultaneously, and from different positions all sighted the Fuan Hao. According to the crew, the red lanterns on the ancient ship were exceptionally bright and the shadows on the deck became clearer. Figures dressed in Qing dynasty attire stood motionless by the railing as if gazing toward Huayan Mountain. Some crew members tried to radio the ship but received only harsh static. When the fishing boats attempted to close in, the ancient ship suddenly accelerated and vanished into the fog, leaving behind a faint scent of sandalwood on the sea. Even more bizarre, during a sighting in 1999, fisherman Lin Qingfeng managed to take a clear photograph of the ancient ship. The photo showed that the ship structure indeed matched that of a Qing merchant vessel. The red lanterns glowed conspicuously in the mist, and the characters Fuan Hao were faintly visible on the side. But when the film was developed, blurred human figures appeared at the edges. Upon magnification, a pale human face was seen smiling at the camera. A photo later published in Taiwan's United Daily News, causing a nationwide sensation. Opinions on the ghost ship's origin vary widely among academic and folk circles. Scientific explanations generally fall into 2 categories. First, a mirage, suggesting that the red rock of Huayan Mountain and sea moisture refract distant ships or historical images into the air, creating visual illusions. Second, temporal dislocation, theorizing that a special magnetic anomaly in the area has recorded the image of a century-old shipwreck which replays under specific weather conditions. Yet both theories have unexplained flaws. Mirages are usually inverted, but the Fuan Hao seen by fishermen was upright and appeared to navigate autonomously. If a magnetic anomaly were the cause, why would only the Fuan Hao appear, and why always near Huayan Mountain? Folk beliefs, on the other hand, hold that the ghost ship is the manifestation of the century-old crew's restless spirits. Local fisherman legend says that when the Fuan Hao sank, the crew's souls, homesick and unable to find peace, transformed into a ghost ship that appears on misty nights searching for the way home. The red lanterns are said to be guiding lights for the vengeful spirits, and the sandalwood scent is their offering to the sea gods. To appease the spirits, the fishermen built a sea spirit temple near the harbor, where they placed memorial tablets for the crew of the Fuan Hao. Every year on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, they burn paper money and offer sacrifices, praying for safety at sea. Even more puzzling, the appearance of the ghost ship seems linked to geological activity at Huayan Mountain. In 2004, after a minor earthquake at Huayan Mountain, the frequency of sightings of the Fuan Hao noticeably increased, with 7 reports that year alone. Some geologists speculate that the red rock of Huayan Mountain contains special minerals. The earthquake released energy from these minerals, affecting the magnetic field and moisture in the surrounding sea, thereby triggering the reappearance of the ghost ship image. However, this hypothesis lacks scientific evidence and remains unconfirmed. In recent years, with advances in navigation technology, fishermen have equipped their boats with more advanced radar and GPS, but the ghost ship sightings have not ceased. In October 2020, the crew of a deep-sea fishing vessel captured footage of the Fuan Hao using a drone near Huayan Mountain. The video showed the ancient ship sailing slowly through the fog, its red lanterns flickering. A faint halo surrounded the hull. When the drone attempted to approach, it suddenly lost signal. After reconnection, the ancient ship had vanished. Today, the Huayan Mountain ghost ship has become an iconic legend of Miaoli County, attracting countless thrill-seekers and researchers. The Sea Spirit Temple at the Holong River estuary enjoys a thriving incense trade. Fishermen still visit it before setting out to sea, praying to avoid the ghost ship's disturbance. The recorded sightings of the Fuan Hao have been compiled into files and stored in the Miaoli County Folk Museum, serving as important materials for the study of Taiwan's mysterious sea phenomena. The truth behind the ghost ship remains inconclusive. Is it a visual illusion caused by natural phenomena, a temporal dislocation triggered by magnetic anomalies, or the embodiment of a century-old spirit's obsession? How can the clear eyewitness accounts, photographs, and videos be explained? Perhaps the ghost of the Fuin How is a riddle left by history hiding secrets about the ocean life and obsession. Or perhaps it is merely a century-long coincidence, given a mystical aura by fishermen's tales and eerie sightings. Regardless of the truth, the legend of the Flame Sea Ghost ship has become deeply etched into Miaoli's maritime memory, one of Taiwan's most legendary paranormal cases. Whenever a typhoon passes and sea fog shrouds the coast of Huayan, mountain fishermen still cast wary glances across the water, fearing that the ancient ship with red lanterns will reappear in their sight, sailing slowly through the mist with its century-old obsession. And those unsolved mysteries, like the deep waters of the Taiwan Strait, await the day when they will be fully unveiled. The Taiwan Strait between the Penghu Islands and Kaohsiung, with its swift currents, deep waters, and treacherous reefs, has been a perilous maritime passage since ancient times. Approximately 3 nautical miles southeast of Hujing Islet in Penghu, an enchanting legend persists. A millennium-old city slumbers on the seabed. During the ebb tides of the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, the outlines of city walls, streets, and palaces emerge on the sea surface, accompanied by faint echoes of bells and market cries. This seabed relic, known to fishermen as the sunken city of Hujing, has been shrouded in a mist of archaeology and mysticism since its official documentation in 1982, becoming the most enigmatic unsolved mystery in Taiwan's waters. The discovery of this underwater relic stemmed from a chance maritime search and rescue operation. In June 1982, a fishing vessel went missing near Hujing Islet. While organizing a search, the Penghu Fishermen's Association dispatched boats and fisherman Chun Yichang at a depth of 30 meters unexpectedly discovered regularly arranged megaliths on the seabed. These stones, uniform in size and rectangular in shape, were clearly artificially carved far from natural reef formations. Diving closer for observation, Chun Yichang saw that the stones were connected by mortise and tenon joints, forming a contour resembling a city wall that extended into the deep sea, as if it were an ancient city submerged by seawater. News spread and archaeological teams quickly intervened for investigation. Through sonar detection and diving surveys, an artificial architectural complex covering approximately 2.5 square kilometers was confirmed beneath the seabed, including stone structures resembling city walls, square foundations, and strip passages arranged in a regular layout consistent with the planning characteristics of ancient cities. Archaeologists collected rock samples from the seabed. Carbon-14 dating indicated that the processing age of these stones dates back approximately 7000 years, 3000 years earlier than Taiwan's earliest known Neolithic culture. This discovery shocked the archaeological community. Could a highly developed civilization have existed in the Taiwan Strait 7000 years ago? Even more eerie were the personal experiences of fishermen. Elderly fishermen of Hujing Islet all claimed that this sunken city was the dragon palace of the sea, and ordinary fishing boats dared not approach lest they encounter calamity. In 1990, a skeptical fisherman named Lin Jinfa, along with 2 crew members, sailed to the sunken city's waters to fish. The sea was calm that day, yet as the boat entered the area above the relic, the compass suddenly spun wildly, losing direction. A violent collision sounded beneath the hull, as if something was lifting the vessel. The engine failed, and the boat spun in place. Terrified, the 3 men threw all their nets and catch into the sea, knelt on the deck praying, and after half an hour the boat returned to normal, allowing them to limp back to shore. Similar eerie incidents were not isolated. In 2003, a diving expedition team went to the sunken city to film a documentary. Shortly after descending, the divers saw strange lights and shadows emerging in the seawater. The pitch-black seabed suddenly illuminated with patches of blue-green halos, within which faint human figures seemed to walk like the ghosts of the ancient city's inhabitants. More chillingly, the footage captured by underwater cameras revealed blurred palace outlines with dragon-like sculptures on the rooftops. Yet when the team attempted to approach for closer shots, the cameras suddenly malfunctioned, the footage cut off, and only resumed normal operation upon returning to the surface. Regarding the identity of the sunken city, opinions diverge among archaeologists and folklorists. The mainstream view posits that it may be a settlement site of the Neolithic Austronesian peoples. 7,000 years ago, the sea level in the Taiwan Strait was lower, making this area dry land, later submerged by rising sea levels. However, this theory fails to explain the core mystery. How could humans 7,000 years ago possess the technology to process giant rocks and construct a city? The mortise and tenon craftsmanship at the site is exquisite, vastly different from contemporary mainland architectural techniques, and no similar cultural relics have ever been found in Taiwan itself. A more mystical explanation comes from local Penghu folklore. Fishermen firmly believe that the sunken city is the ancient capital of the Liuqiu kingdom, submerged by the sea god as punishment for offending him. Legend has it that the king of the sunken city was insatiably greedy, stealing the sea god's luminous pearl. Enraged, the sea god raised towering waves and sank the entire city into the sea, allowing it to briefly emerge only during the shallowest tides of the 1st and 15th lunar months as a warning against greed. The eerie lights and compass malfunctions are said to be the sea god guarding the city's treasures. Some scholars have also proposed an alien civilization hypothesis. They argue that the scale and craftsmanship of the sunken city far exceed the technological capabilities of humans 7,000 years ago, and the layout resembles descriptions of certain extraterrestrial relic sites. It might be a base left by aliens during their visit to Earth later, submerged by seawater for unknown reasons. Though lacking evidentiary support, this hypothesis adds a layer of fantasy to the sunken city's enigma. To unravel the mystery, Taiwan's archaeological authorities launched the Hujing Sunken City Special Archaeological Project in 2015, deploying advanced equipment, such as underwater robots and 3D scanning, for a comprehensive survey of the site. The survey results revealed that the architectural complex is divided into northern and southern zones. The northern zone features a high platform structure, resembling a palace, while the southern zone consists of dense stone houses, connected by passages likely forming the city's central axis. At the center of the site, a massive circular stone slab was discovered carved with spiral patterns similar to those on a stone coffin from the Chongda Tunnel in Hualien. This led archaeologists to speculate that the sunken city civilization might be linked to Taiwan's prehistoric ethnic culture. Yet key mysteries remain unsolved. Who were the builders of the sunken city? Why did they choose to build a city in these waters? Was rising sea level the sole cause of the city's submergence? Were the eerie phenomena experienced by fishermen mere coincidences of natural conditions or interventions of supernatural forces? Even more perplexing, the archaeological team found no human remains, daily utensils, or written records at the site. Without physical evidence to verify the civilization's affiliation, its age and function can only be inferred from the architectural structures. Today, the Hujing Sunken City remains an unsolved mystery of the Taiwan Strait. On the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month, many tourists and explorers still sail to these waters, hoping to glimpse the ancient city beneath the sea. Some claim to have seen stone city walls during low tide, while others speak of hearing bell tolls from the depths. These tales, true or false, only deepen the sunken city's allure. The elderly fishermen of Penghu still adhere to ancestral traditions, refraining from fishing or anchoring in the sunken city's waters. They believe this ancient city sleeping on the seabed embodies the will of the sea god and must not be disturbed lightly. Meanwhile, archaeologists continue their explorations, hoping to one day find key evidence to unlock the city's civilizational code. Perhaps the Hujing Sunken City is the 7,000-year-old masterpiece of the Austronesian peoples, bearing witness to the geological changes of the Taiwan Strait. Perhaps it is the remnant of the legendary Liuqiu kingdom, a cautionary tale of greed and punishment. Or perhaps it is a mysterious imprint left by an alien civilization awaiting human interpretation. Regardless of the truth, this millennium-old city, submerged beneath the sea, has become Taiwan's most legendary unsolved mystery, whispering the secrets and enigmas of an ancient civilization amidst the waves of the Taiwan Strait, drawing generations to explore and seek. Outside Chongda Village in Hualien County, Taiwan, the Chongda Tunnel beside the Suhua Highway cleaves through the mountain like a colossal axe, connecting the vastness of the Pacific Ocean with the profound depths of the central mountain range. During the tunnel expansion project in 1986, construction workers accidentally unearthed a massive stone coffin deep within the rock face. Inside lay a female corpse adorned in ancient tribe attire, her body remarkably preserved after 1,000 years, her features as vivid as if she were merely sleeping. More eerily, after the stone coffin was opened, those involved in the excavation encountered a series of bizarre misfortunes, casting the 1,000-year-old coffin under a shadow of curse, and rendering it the most mysterious unsolved enigma in Taiwan's archaeological history. The beginning of this bizarre discovery was an ordinary construction project. In July 1986, to alleviate traffic congestion on the Suhua Highway, the Taiwan Highway Bureau initiated the Chongda Tunnel Expansion Project. As the excavator advanced to the middle section of the tunnel, approximately 800 meters from the entrance, the drill bit suddenly struck a hard object, producing a dull, resounding thud. Construction foreman Wang Jinkai assumed it was an underground rock layer and ordered increased excavation power. Unexpectedly, as debris fell away, a black stone coffin approximately 3 meters long and 1 meters wide gradually emerged. The coffin was carved from a single piece of basalt, its surface adorned with spiral patterns and unknown symbols, its edges inlaid with dozens of oval jade stones that emitted a faint green glow under the dim tunnel lights. Never have I seen such a large stone coffin nor such patterns. Wang Jinsai, who had worked in the engineering industry for over 20 years, sensed something was wrong and immediately halted construction, reporting the matter to the local cultural authorities. An archaeological team rushed to the site overnight. Preliminary surveys determined the coffin to be at least 1500 years old, belonging to Taiwan's prehistoric tribe cultural heritage. A discovery that shocked the archaeological community, as no prehistoric coffin of this scale had ever been found in the Hualien region. Even more puzzling was the coffin's location, deep within the mountain core, over 50 meters below the surface. How did ancient people without modern tools transport multi-ton basalt into the mountain and carve it into a coffin? The process of opening the stone coffin was fraught with difficulties. The lid fit perfectly flush against the body with no gaps whatsoever. The archaeological team tried pry bars, hydraulic jacks, and other tools, but none could budge it. On the third day, an indigenous guide accompanying the team traced the patterns on the coffin and suddenly spoke. This is the ancestral spirit protection charm. Forcibly opening it will invite heavenly retribution. He suggested following tribe customs, offering rice wine in sacrifice and burning mugwort to ward off evil spirits, before attempting again. The team, half-doubting, complied. Unexpectedly, after the ritual, the coffin lid loosened on its own, and with a gentle push it opened easily. The sight inside sent chills down everyone's spine. A female corpse lay flat within approximately 1.7 meters tall, dressed in ancient tribe garments, sewn from hemp and animal hide, adorned with a feathered headdress and a shell necklace around her neck. What was most bizarre was that her skin was a light tan with remarkable elasticity, her facial features clearly discernible, her eyelashes long and delicate, as if she had merely slept for a night, completely devoid of the decay expected of a 1,000-year-old corpse. A layer of unknown dried grass lined the bottom of the coffin, emitting a faint fragrant aroma. Beneath the corpse lay a piece of black silk embroidered with the same spiral patterns as those on the coffin. The archaeological team carefully extracted artifacts and corpse samples, preparing to transport them back to the laboratory for testing. However, 7 days after the coffin was opened, strange events unfolded in succession. Construction foreman Wang Jinkai was struck by falling rocks while inspecting the tunnel, resulting in a comminuted fracture of his leg. A young archaeologist, surnamed Li, who had participated in the excavation, fell suddenly ill upon returning to Taipei, suffering from persistent high fever and repeatedly muttering, "Let me go back." In his sleep, and more eerily, the vehicle transporting artifacts encountered a landslide en route. The vehicle was destroyed, though the driver was unharmed, but some silk samples were damaged by mud. The tale of the stone coffin curse rapidly spread among the construction crew and local villagers. The indigenous guide told everyone that the Chongda village area was the ancient tribe's forbidden ancestral ground. Legend had it that after a tribe saintess died, she would be buried deep within the mountain, sealed in a stone coffin to guard the tribe's feng shui and treasures. Those who dared open the coffin would face the wrath of the ancestral spirits. As for the spiral patterns, they were the tribe's soul-suppressing incantation, designed both to preserve the body from decay and to deter grave robbers and intruders. The archaeological community scoffed at the curse theory, insisting on scientific explanations for the strange events. Wang Jinsai's injury was a construction accident. Li's illness may have been caused by contact with unknown pathogens, and the landslide was a common natural hazard along the Suhua Highway. But subsequent test results plunged the scientific explanations into crisis. A forensic examination of the female corpse revealed fully intact internal organs, a small amount of dark red fluid still present in the blood vessels, and muscle tissue retaining a degree of elasticity, completely inconsistent with the decay patterns expected of a 1,000-year-old corpse. More shockingly, an unknown plant extract was detected within the corpse. This substance has never been found in any native Taiwanese plant species. It is speculated to be a secret elixir, used by the ancient tribe for body preservation, but its exact composition remains undeciphered to this day. The patterns and symbols on the stone coffin also baffled linguists. These symbols belong to no known ancient script and differ from traditional indigenous Taiwanese totems. Some bear resemblance to the hieroglyphs of the Maya civilization in South America, prompting certain scholars to propose a theory of cultural exchange between the ancient tribe and American civilizations, though it lacks material evidence to support it. As for the inlaid jade stones, testing revealed they originated from jade veins deep within the central mountain range. How the ancients precisely located the veins, mined the jade, and transported it to the tunnel's depths remains an unsolved mystery. Even more bizarrely, 3 months after the coffin was opened, a massive bird migration suddenly occurred in Chongda village. Thousands of seabirds gathered above the tunnel entrance, circling and crying mournfully for 3 consecutive days and nights before departing. Local elders claimed this was a sign of the ancestral spirit's wrath, demanding that the coffin be returned to its original resting place. Succumbing to public pressure and considering the need for artifact preservation, the archaeological team ultimately decided to rebury the stone coffin and the female corpse in a chamber deep within the tunnel, sealing the entrance with concrete, and leaving only archaeological records and a portion of artifact samples. Yet the curse did not end there. Over the following 2 decades, 5 of those who participated in the stone coffin excavation met their deaths, one after another, each from different causes. 1 died in a car accident, 1 succumbed to terminal illness, 1 drowned in an accident, and none of them lived past the age of 60. This coincidence fueled increasingly rampant rumors of the stone coffin curse. Even audacious adventurers attempted to break into the tunnel's sealed chamber, only to be intercepted by police. Today, the Chongda Tunnel remains a vital passage along the Suhua Highway, bustling with traffic during the day yet eerily ominous at night. Faint traces of the sealed chamber can still be discerned on the rock wall at the tunnel's midpoint, and passing drivers instinctively accelerate, reluctant to linger. Local villagers hold a ritual ceremony at the tunnel entrance every year, burning paper money and offering rice wine to beseech the ancestral spirits for protection. Speculation about this 1,000-year-old stone coffin has never ceased. Why has the ancient tribe saintess's body remained undecayed? What secrets do the symbols on the coffin conceal? How did the ancients construct such an intricate tomb deep within the mountain? Were those bizarre calamities truly a curse, Although the archaeological community has attempted to explain these phenomena through natural preservation and coincidental events, they have never been able to provide a convincing answer. Perhaps the stone coffin is a cipher left by the ancient E-tribe to posterity harboring secrets about civilization, faith, and life. Or perhaps it is merely a coincidence spanning a millennium, given an aura of mystery by folklore and strange events. But regardless of the truth, the 1,000-year-old stone coffin of Cheongda Tunnel has become one of Taiwan's most famous paranormal mysteries, whispering tales of prehistoric civilization's enigma and the unknown amidst the crashing waves of the Pacific and the winds of the central mountain range. And those unresolved mysteries, like the darkness deep within the tunnel, await the day they are finally illuminated. In the central section of Taiwan's Central Mountain range, the black slate of Chilai Mountain's north peak loomed indistinctly through the mist. This 3,607-meter peak, which transforms into a light-absorbing dark giant on overcast days, earned the mountaineering moniker Black Chilai. Since 1897, it has claimed over 30 lives, but a 1972 disappearance case marked by 3 pairs of red chopsticks pointing skyward etched the most spine-chilling entry into this perilous mountain's eerie history. On August 18, 1972, Chiu Gao, a recent graduate of Tunghai University with a climbing permit, gathered with his close friends, Hu Denning from Fujian Catholic University, and Li Fuming at Songshu Lu in Nantou County. 22-year-old Chiu Gao was about to enlist in the military. This meticulously planned 3-month Chilai Mountain expedition was his graduation gift to himself. The trio were no reckless adventurers. Chiu Gao was skilled in mountain navigation, Hu Denning adept at equipment maintenance, and Li Fuming a core member of the mountaineering club proficient in wilderness survival skills. They purchased imported trekking poles and waterproof sleeping bags, repeatedly reviewed the 7-day route from Songshu Lu to Little Chilai North Peak and South Peak, and even sought risk avoidance advice from indigenous guides. Everything seemed foolproof. At dawn on August 24th, as the sky began to pale, the 3 shouldered ample food and water and stepped into the vast forest of Chilai Mountain. According to plan, they were to descend around September 1st. But by September 4th, Chiu Gao's father had received no word from his son. The anxious elder contacted the families of Hu and Li, only to discover that none of the 3 young men had returned home. They had merely left a record of entry with the mountain administration. When police intervened, clues from another climbing team began to surface. On August 28th, or at the junction of Cloud Mountain and the main peak, they had found half a new trekking pole, unopened candles, half a loaf of bread, and a flashlight. The fluorescent sticker on the pole was the very one Chiu Gao's father had affixed for his son. Just as the police were assembling a search and rescue team scheduled to enter the mountain on September 5th, a mysterious call came into the Nantou County Police Station the night before. The voice on the line was flat, devoid of emotion, and only said, "Chiu Gao and his 2 companions have safely returned home. No need to worry," before abruptly hanging up. Communication was poor at the time, and the 3 families had no contact with one another. When the police verified the call, each family mistakenly assumed the other 2 had confirmed their children's safety, and casually replied, they might be visiting friends along the way. Based on this false information, the police immediately canceled the rescue operation, a delay that plunged the subsequent search into a dead end. Not until September 10th, when Chiu Gao's father, still without any sign of his son, rushed to the police station again, did everyone realize this was a fatal misunderstanding. By then, the 3 had been missing for 18 days, and Chilai's capricious weather had already erased most traces. The police urgently organized a joint rescue team mustering officers, indigenous guides, university volunteers, and mountaineering club members, over 1,000 people in total, and even deployed helicopters for aerial reconnaissance, conducting a blanket search. But the treacherous mountain seemed to possess its own will, keeping the truth tightly sealed from the rescuers. On September 12th, the search team found Chiu Gao's short-sleeved t-shirt, a coil of climbing rope, and a notebook on a slope between the main peak and South Peak. The handwriting in the notebook was hasty and chaotic, most of the contents scribbled over repeatedly, but the 2 characters, "I come," were clearly legible, like a final message written in extreme panic or an unfinished declaration. On September 19th, even more eerie traces appeared at the cliff of Karolu Mountain, a series of footprints with deep toe impressions and shallow heels spaced far apart, as if someone had been running or urgently dodging something, but they vanished abruptly at the edge of the precipice. Rescuers rappelled down, meticulously checking the gorge and slopes, but found no signs of a fall, no torn clothing or bloodstains, as if the person who left the footprints had evaporated into thin air at the cliff's edge. The discovery that truly chilled everyone's spine came on September 27th. In a secluded forest clearing, the search team found the 3 men's climbing permits, 2 spoons, a throat lozenge, and a museum admission ticket. All items neatly arranged like carefully placed offerings. Beside these items, 3 pairs of red chopsticks were thrust vertically into the soft soil, tips pointing straight skyward, evenly spaced and precisely angled, exuding an indescribable ritualistic air. "This is the gesture of a mountain sacrifice," the accompanying indigenous guide said, his face turning pale as he stepped back repeatedly. "Our people never do this. It's an offering to the mountain spirit or a warning of deadly danger here." Although police tried to explain it as temporary markers by climbers, the 3 pairs of chopsticks were planted with unusual firmness. Impossible to accomplish in a panic, and red in local folklore is inherently associated with funerals and sacrifices. More unsettling was that the experienced guide resigned from the search team that very night, citing offending the mountain spirit, followed by 2 other indigenous members. Those who stayed wore grim expressions and fell silent. As winter approached, temperatures on Chile plummeted below freezing, heavy snow blocked the mountains, and the search operation was forced to conclude on November 19th. After more than 60 days of large-scale searching, nothing was found. Chiogao Hu Denning and Li Fuming were never seen alive or dead. For over half a century, speculation about this disappearance has never ceased, yet no complete chain of logic has ever formed. The mainstream mountain accident theory fails to hold. Conventional accidents leave behind remains, torn clothing or struggle marks, but the trio's equipment was scattered while key items were neatly arranged, completely inconsistent with a panicked escape. Animal attack was ruled out as no blood, hair or tearing marks were found. Indigenous conflict rumors lacked evidence, with police investigation revealing no ethnic tensions. Collective suicide was absurd. The 3 were about to enter new phases of life with no motive for self-harm. The mysterious phone call that caused the search delay became the greatest enigma. Police attempted to trace the call, but due to the communication technology of the time, they could only determine it came from a public phone booth in Nantou County, unable to identify the caller. Some speculated it was a prank, but who would joke with 3 lives? Others thought a murderer deliberately concealed the truth, but if a killer existed, why not remove or destroy identification documents like the climbing permits, instead leaving the eerie red chopsticks? Today, Chilai Mountain still stands in central Taiwan, its black slate body shifting unpredictably in the mist. In the shelter of Changong Mountain House, memorial markers for past mountain accident victims still hang, reminding every climber of nature's majesty. The disappearance of Chiogao Hu Denning and Li Fuming became a warning for the mountaineering community, and an unsolved mystery spanning half a century. Every year, climbing enthusiasts retrace the original route, trying to find clues, but no breakthrough has ever been made. Were those upward-pointing red chopsticks a distress signal, a sacrificial ritual, or a deliberate arrangement by a killer? What secret lies behind that mysterious phone call? Did the 3 young lives perish in the rugged mountains, or were they swept into some unknown eerie event? Chilai Mountain remains silent, burying the truth beneath thick clouds and snow, leaving only endless speculation to flow through the years. Perhaps one day, with advances in technology or an unexpected mountain flood, the truth will be washed out. But until then, the mystery upheld by those 3 pairs of chopsticks stands as one of Taiwan's most chilling unsolved cases. On the morning of March 7, 2002, the lingering mist over Beigang Township, Yunlin County, Taiwan, had not yet dissipated when a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the old neighborhood. Mao Shumi collapsed onto the living room floor of her townhouse, pointing at the curled figure on the sofa and stammering incoherently about a murder. Neighbors rushed in at the sound, and the sight before them sent chills down their spines. A 14-year-old middle school girl, Chui Xiaojing, lay with her hands and feet bound tightly with nylon rope, her mouth sealed with 3 layers of transparent tape, and 3 deep bone-deep stab wounds across her chest. Blood had soaked the cream-colored sofa cover and pooled into winding trails on the floor. This seemingly ordinary murder case, however, would become one of Taiwan's most sensational supernatural mysteries over the next 9 years, fueled by the bizarre twist of a ghostly dream pointing to the killer. Every detail of the case defied logical explanation, like a riddle shrouded in thick fog, leaving controversy lingering in public discourse to this day. At the time of the incident, 42-year-old Mao Shumi was a garment factory worker in Beigang Township. Her husband had passed away early, leaving her to raise Chui Xiaojing and her 4-year-old younger daughter alone. According to Mao Shumi's statement to the police around 4 a.m. on the day of the crime, she was awakened by a loud thud coming from her daughter's room on the 2nd floor. When she went downstairs to check, she came face to face with a strange man at the turn of the stairs. She claimed the man was about 175 centimeters tall, wore a black mask and a dark blue jacket, had a round face, and although their eyes met for only half a second in the dim hallway light, she could clearly describe his clothing details and facial features. Strangely, Mao Shumi said she rushed downstairs within just 1 minute after hearing her daughter scream, yet the scene investigation showed that Chui Xiaojing's binding was extremely complex. The nylon ropes around her wrists and ankles were tied in triple layers with dead knots, and the transparent tape was wrapped from her chin to the top of her head, completely sealing her mouth and nose. Forensic analysis clearly stated that completing such a binding would take at least 15 minutes and require a certain level of skill. It was impossible for the killer to have finished the act and vanished into thin air within 1 minute, especially since the doors and windows were intact with no signs of prying or climbing, and the dust at the entrance remained undisturbed, as if the killer had entered through the wall. The police initially classified the case as a robbery homicide, but nothing was stolen from the scene. Chui Xiaojing's school bag and wallet were still intact beside the sofa, and the jewelry box in her bedroom had not been touched. As the investigation deepened, more doubts pointed toward the reporter Mao Shumi. The younger daughter, during police questioning, timidly said, "Sister never slept on the 1st floor," and indeed Chui Xiaojing's bedroom had its bedding neatly arranged with no signs of use that night. Neighbors also confirmed hearing a fierce argument between mother and daughter the night before, mentioning words like tuition and part-time job. More critically, Mao Shumi did not immediately call an ambulance or the police upon discovering her daughter's body. Instead, she wiped the blood off the sofa with a cloth and moved the body, claiming she wanted to let her die with dignity. The police then shifted their investigation toward possibilities like killing daughter for insurance fraud and lover silencing the victim. Investigation revealed that Mao Shumi had purchased 2 accident insurance policies for Cui Xiaojing with a total coverage of 5 million new Taiwan dollars, and the beneficiary was Mao herself. Additionally, witnesses reported seeing a strange man frequently visiting Mao Shumi's home in the months before the crime, with the two behaving intimately. However, when the police checked the insurance records, they found that the policies had been purchased only a month before the incident, and had not yet been paid, for undermining the insurance fraud theory. The investigation into the strange man also went nowhere, as Mao Shumi consistently denied any extramarital affair, claiming he was just a colleague making a casual visit. The case hit a dead end. The police investigated nearly 100 suspects, including Cui Xiaojing's classmates, teachers, neighbors, and even Mao Shumi's distant relatives, but found no solid leads. The only physical evidence at the scene was a nylon rope with a small amount of skin flakes, but due to the limitations of DNA testing technology at the time, it could not be linked to any specific individual. This seemingly straightforward murder case gradually became a cold case locked away in the police archives. 9 years passed in a flash. Just when everyone thought the case would forever sink into oblivion, one day in May 2011, a 16-year-old boy walked into the Yunlin County Police Station. The boy claimed he had never known Cui Xiaojing, yet for a week straight, he had dreamed of the same scene. In a dimly lit living room, a middle-aged woman tying up a teenage girl with rope, while the girl struggled and screamed, "Mom, save me." The face of that middle-aged woman was exactly like the photo of Mao Shumi released by the police. Even more shocking, the details the boy described in his dream closely matched the crime scene: the color of the sofa, the way the nylon rope was wound, the brand of the transparent tape, and even the position of the stab wounds on Cui Xiaojing's chest. All consistent with the police's undisclosed investigation records. In the dream, she cried and said she died with great injustice, and told me to tell the police that the murderer was her mother. The boy stated, clearly visibly emotional with no indication of fabrication. This bizarre, dream-based murder accusation instantly caused a nationwide sensation. The police reopened the case, listing Mao Shumi as the prime suspect and interrogating her again. Faced with the boy's testimony and dream details, Mao Shumi insisted on her innocence, arguing, "How could my daughter appear in a stranger's dream?" and accused the police of relying on superstition while ignoring evidence. Despite the public outcry, with most people believing Mao Shumi was guilty, the police ultimately could not convict her due to a lack of direct physical evidence. The skin flakes on the nylon rope had degraded due to improper storage, and the boy's dream testimony, however eerie, could not be legally used as evidence of guilt. The case stalled once again. Mao Shumi was released and quickly moved away from Beigang Township, vanishing without a trace. As for the boy who provided the dream testimony after his final interview, he never appeared in public again. Some said his family sent him abroad, while others claimed he suffered from depression due to offending a ghost. Today, more than 20 years have passed since Cui Xiaojing's murder, and it remains one of Taiwan's unsolved mysteries. Speculation about the case has never ceased, giving rise to two opposing views. Supporters believe Mao Shumi had strong motives, perhaps to collect insurance money or out of resentment toward her rebellious daughter, and that the boy's dream was solid evidence of a ghost seeking justice, albeit lacking legally admissible proof. Opponents argue that the dream murder accusation was pure coincidence, that Mao Shumi's unusual behavior might have been caused by overwhelming grief, and that the real killer is still at large, using the supernatural uproar to cover the truth. Even more puzzling is why Cui Xiaojing would appear in the dream of a complete stranger, rather than her own relatives or friends. How could the details in the boy's dream precisely match the police's undisclosed investigation records? These questions, like the eerie binding method at the scene and the vanished traces of the killer, remain unanswered. The old neighborhood of Beigang Township has long been renovated, and the scene of the crime now has a new owner. Yet whenever someone mentions this dream-based murder accusation case, it still evokes sighs of lament. Some say Cui Xiaojing's restless spirit is still searching for the truth, while others say it was merely a coincidence amplified by public opinion. What is the truth? Perhaps only those involved know, or perhaps it will forever remain hidden in the crevice between the supernatural and reality, becoming one of Taiwan's most bizarre true mysteries, passing down through the ages. The mornings of Beidu Township in Zhonghua were always awakened by the morning bell of Dongluoma Tianho Temple. This ancient shrine, first built during the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty, has sustained its incense for 300 years, standing as the spiritual pillar in the hearts of the local people. However, on February 1, 2025, a sudden and bizarre anomaly, the furnace eruption, plunged this tranquil temple into a vortex of strangeness. The Tiangong furnace inexplicably erupted in flames, and deep within the incense burner lay a segment of bones coated in bright cinnabar, accompanied by a black dog's relentless howling through the night, along with a folk expert's chilling pronouncement of black magic curse. The incident began as ordinarily as the daily incense smoke that veiled the temple. At 6 o'clock that morning, Lin Apo, the temple volunteer responsible for cleaning, approached the Tiangong furnace, as usual, to clear the residual ash from the previous day. As she neared the main hall, a pungent, burnt odor struck her. Looking up, she saw faint blue smoke rising from the mouth of the Tiangong furnace, its walls blackened by the heat. The furnace has erupted. Lin Apo's cry shattered the morning stillness. In Taiwanese folk belief, a furnace eruption, the furnace inexplicably heating up or spitting fire, is regarded as a divine warning or a sign of malevolent forces at work, far from an auspicious omen. When the temple's executive director Lin Jianxing arrived upon hearing the news, a crowd of early rising devotees had already gathered at the scene. Everyone watched helplessly as the blue smoke from the Tiangong furnace grew thicker, the furnace body too hot to touch. Even more bizarrely, a black dog appearing from nowhere barked frantically at the incense burner, its front paws scratching the ground, its eyes filled with terror. Despite all efforts to drive it away, the dog refused to leave. Dogs can see unclean things. This is a warning, someone murmured in the crowd, adding a layer of eeriness to the already tense atmosphere. Lin Jianxing did not dare to be negligent. He immediately organized the volunteers to close the main hall and prepare to clean the furnace to see what lay within. When the volunteers used tools to push aside the thick incense, a hair-raising object was revealed, a segment of bone about 10 centimeters long, neatly sawed off, its surface coated in bright cinnabar, glinting with an eerie sheen amid the ashes. The bone's shape was irregular, neither resembling common animal bones, nor easily identifiable as human remains. The cinnabar was applied with remarkable uniformity, clearly the work of deliberate human hands. This is a curse. The accompanying folk expert Liao Dei exclaimed, his face turning pale at the sight of the bone. He crouched down carefully, using tweezers to move the bone, and explained, in metaphysical art, cinnabar is used to repel evil, but here it is used for the opposite purpose. Coating the bone with cinnabar and hiding it in the incense burner is a classic temple subduing dark ritual, a variant of Nanyang black magic. Its aim is to disrupt the temple's feng shui and sever its spiritual energy and prosperity. These words sent chills down the spines of everyone present. For Beidu Tianho Temple had always enjoyed thriving incense, especially on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, when devotees flooded in, who would resort to such a sinister method to cause mischief. The police were notified and quickly launched an investigation. Preliminary forensic examination showed that the species of the bone remained unclear, requiring further DNA testing to determine if it was human. The cinnabar on the bone was of extremely high purity, far beyond ordinary commercial cinnabar, powder, more like a specially prepared material used in metaphysical rituals. As for the cause of the Tiangong furnace's eruption, fire officials ruled out arson, finding no flammable or explosive materials inside the furnace. The sudden temperature surge remained scientifically inexplicable. As the investigation deepened, more eerie details came to light. According to temple staff, in the days before the incident, some devotees had reported unusual temple conditions, the incense smoke normally drifting freely, consistently veered in one direction, candles in the main hall frequently extinguished for no reason, and several elderly regulars who chanted sutras felt a sudden piercing chill while kneeling, as if a cold wind blew from behind. And the black dog that had barked so wildly after the bone was removed ran on its own to the open space behind the temple, barked at the sky for another half hour, then wagged its tail and left, never to be seen again. The speculation of a curse caused a stir in the local area. Folk expert Liao Dei further explained that such dark rituals targeting temples were extremely rare in Taiwanese folk society. Normally the incense burner is the airway of the temple, gathering the divine energy of the gods and the faith of the devotees. Placing a cinnabar-coated bone inside is akin to polluting the source of spiritual energy with infused objects. Over time, the temple's feng shui would be corrupted and worshippers might be tainted with misfortune, even falling ill or encountering accidents. Those who dare to target Tianho Temple must either harbor a deep grudge against the temple or be jealous of its thriving incense, seeking to suppress it with dark magic. Liao Dei's words prompted the temple to review recent interpersonal relationships. The police investigated debt disputes, land conflicts, and other leads, but found nothing. Beidu Tianho Temple had always maintained a low profile, enjoying good relations with the surrounding community, and other temples never having made enemies. When the investigation hit a dead end, an elderly devotee provided a crucial clue. A week before the incident, a stranger had been seen loitering around the temple, behaving suspiciously. He neither prayed nor offered incense, but repeatedly observed the position of the Tiangong furnace, and surreptitiously photographed the temple's layout with his phone. The man was in his 40s, thin, wearing a black jacket, and his accent was not local. However, due to poor lighting, his face could not be clearly seen. Yet the temple's surveillance cameras captured no image of this mysterious man, as if he had never existed. The DNA test results of the bone only deepened the mystery. The analysis showed it was neither human bone nor common livestock bone from pigs, cows, or sheep. It resembled the bone of some wild animal, but its exact species remained undetermined. Police speculated that the perpetrator might have deliberately chosen a rare bone to confuse the investigation and increase the difficulty. The incident, once exposed, attracted nationwide attention. Many devotees made pilgrimages to Tianho Temple to pray for divine protection. The temple was adorned with talismans brought by believers, and bundles of mugwort and peach wood branches were placed beside the incense burner to ward off evil. The temple also invited several renowned Taoist masters to conduct a 3-day prayer ceremony to dispel calamities. On the day of the ceremony, the previously overcast sky suddenly cleared and sunlight streamed through the carved windows of the main hall, casting a glow on the incense burner. Devotees took this as a sign of divine presence and the expulsion of evil forces. But the metaphysical doubts did not dissipate with the ceremony's end. Why did the Tiangong furnace inexplicably erupt? Where did that cinnabar-coated bone come from? What was the true identity of the mysterious man behind this curse? Was it personal vendetta or malicious competition? These questions, like the mist over the temple, refused to clear. Although the police have initiated a case under the charge of offense of disrupting sacrificial rites, the lack of critical evidence has led to no substantial progress. Today the incense at Beidu Tianho Temple remains as vigorous as ever, the ashes in the Tiangong furnace renewed daily, as if the bizarre furnace eruption had never occurred. But the old devotees know that on rainy nights faint wind sounds can still be heard from deep within the temple, as if the black dog's howling echoes. That cinnabar-coated bone has been sealed and enshrined by the temple with Taoist masters reciting sutras to release its spirits. The dark mystery it carries along with the metaphysical battle behind it has become another unsolved eerie incident in Taiwan's folk history. Some say it is a warning from the gods, while others say the dark magic failed to overcome the true deity and was purified by the incense. Still others believe that the truth will eventually surface through some unforeseen event. Yet regardless, the shadow of the cinnabar bone's curse has been deeply etched into Beidu Township's memory, becoming a true and bizarre footnote in Taiwan's metaphysical culture, telling a silent struggle between faith and dark forces amid the drifting incense smoke. Between Wenshan and Dalian districts in Taipei, the Xinhai Tunnel stretches like a fissure between the urban world and the realm of the netherworld. This tunnel, spanning a mere 500 meters, has been shrouded in layers of paranormal lore since its opening in 1972. Disturbing the dragon's pulse during construction, the adjacent funeral parlor at its northern end, the red-clad ghost grandmother, appearing at midnight, and endless time loops, making it Taiwan's most infamous haunted tunnel. For over half a century, countless drivers and riders have experienced bizarre occurrences, casting an indelible shadow over this concrete structure. The tunnel's eeriness was foreshadowed from its very inception. To alleviate traffic congestion, the construction site was unfortunately located in the heart of Taipei's old burial grounds, where countless unmarked graves and remains lay hidden beneath. Despite conducting grave relocation ceremonies before construction, folk experts had already warned, this place sits on a branch of the dragon's vein. Digging a tunnel is like severing the dragon's spine, and it will inevitably provoke the vengeance of the dead. And sure enough, as excavation reached the former cemeteries, strange occurrences followed in rapid succession. Late at night, when the site was deserted, heavy machinery would start spontaneously, without warning, its roar echoing through the empty valley, as if manipulated by an unseen hand. Workers could hear low moans, piercing cries, and even distinct voices from within the tunnel walls. The bold ones pressed their ears to the wall and could discern pleas of "let me out." Yet, when they chiseled open the rock, they found only solid stone. More chillingly, some workers discovered unrelocated skeletal remains deep within the tunnel, the bones still wrapped in decaying burial shrouds. The construction crew had no choice but to halt the work and urgently summon a feng shui master to perform rites of appeasement. After surveying the site, the feng shui master declared that the tunnel had severed the dragon's vein, causing energy to accumulate and stagnate. He ordered that shrines be built at both ends to suppress the malevolence. Following his instructions, the contractors erected small shrines at the northern and southern entrances, venerating the earth god and Ksitigarbha bodhisattva. Only then did the eerie phenomena subside somewhat. But on the night before the tunnel was to break through, an impenetrable thick fog suddenly engulfed the site, reducing visibility to less than half a meter. From within the mist came faint sounds of gongs, drums, and Swona horns, like a funeral procession from olden times passing by. The dense fog persisted for 3 days and nights. When it finally lifted, some of the tunnel's support structures were found mysteriously damaged. On the day of the breakthrough, a piece of heavy equipment toppled over without apparent cause, drawing a bizarre conclusion to the construction. After the tunnel opened to traffic, the paranormal incidents did not subside but intensified, with the legend of the ghost grandmother beckoning being the most terrifying. It is said that shortly after the tunnel's opening, an old woman walking alone late at night was struck and killed by a speeding car. The driver fled the scene, leaving the old woman dead on the spot. Not long after escaping, the hit-and-run driver died in another bizarre car accident, as if divine retribution had found him. From then on, whenever midnight descended, a ghostly old woman in burial clothes, holding an oil paper umbrella, would appear inside the tunnel. Multiple night shift drivers testified that when they reached the tunnel's midpoint, the old woman would suddenly appear in front of their headlights or wave at them from the roadside with hollow, vacant eyes. Some drivers claimed they saw the old woman charge toward their vehicles at an inhuman speed, only to vanish into thin air at the moment of impact. Others, out of kindness, stopped to give her a ride, only to cause a rear-end collision from the vehicle behind. Even more bizarre, some drivers who claimed to have picked up the old woman found that the fare they received had turned into ghost money joss paper after she got off. The in-car surveillance footage played repeatedly showed the back seat empty the entire time. Aside from the ghost grandmother, the tunnel's time loops are equally hair-raising. Under normal circumstances, a 500-meter tunnel takes only a minute for a car or 2 to 3 minutes for a motorcycle to pass through. Yet many drivers have fallen into the trap of the endless tunnel. In 2018, a motorcyclist, Xiao Lin, entered the tunnel at 3 a.m. The familiar route seemed to have no end. He rode through the darkness feeling as though 4 full hours had passed until he finally saw the light of the exit. Upon leaving, he realized the sky was already bright, and the time was exactly 7 a.m. Yet his motorcycle's fuel gauge had barely moved and the odometer showed only 1.2 kilometers traveled. Completely inconsistent with his perception of hours of riding. There are many similar cases. A taxi driver once drove a passenger through the tunnel leaving at 11 p.m. But when they emerged, the streets were already bustling with morning rush and breakfast shops were open. A cyclist also reported feeling a pair of icy hands gripping him from behind, while a seductive voice whispered, "Pedal faster," terrifying him into a desperate sprint. He flew out of the tunnel and found he had reached his destination twice as fast as usual, his palms slick with cold sweat. The most spine-chilling rumor is the encounter with the funeral procession of one's own doppelganger. In 2023, a truck driver delivering goods late at night passed through the tunnel and saw a funeral procession ahead draped in mourning white carrying a coffin. Someone in the procession held up a black and white portrait. He instinctively slowed down to give way, and as he drew closer he saw with horror that the face in the photograph was his own. The driver was terrified out of his wits. He floored the accelerator and sped past the procession. After exiting the tunnel, he discovered a yellow talisman stuck to his windshield appearing from nowhere. The talisman's design was identical to the protective amulets enshrined at the tunnel's entrance shrines. To pass through the tunnel safely, Taipei drivers have gradually developed a set of folk exorcism customs. Motorcyclists cover their rearview mirrors with red cloth to avoid seeing things they shouldn't, and car drivers keep their windows tightly shut and ignore any calls or waves from outside, as some keep ghost money in their vehicles and toss it out the window while passing through as a toll fee to the restless spirits begging for safe passage. These seemingly superstitious practices are in truth a helpless compromise by drivers facing the unknown. Police and relevant authorities have attempted to explain the phenomena scientifically. Some experts suggest that poor ventilation inside the tunnel combined with exhaust fumes and mold could produce hallucinogenic gases that cause drivers to have visions. Engineers speculate that the tunnel's lighting and echo design might create a sense of spatial-temporal disorientation. But these explanations fail to address the core question: why do different people at different times report strikingly similar descriptions of the ghost grandmother and time loops? Why do elements like ghost money and yellow talismans repeatedly appear in these incidents? Folk experts, however, insist on the theory of a dragon vein's vengeful spirits. The Xinhai tunnel's improper location severed the dragon's vein and disturbed the underground dead. Coupled with the funeral parlor at its northern end, the excessive yin energy formed a pattern of 3 evils converging. They argue that the shrines at both ends of the tunnel, while providing some suppression, cannot fully dissolve the resentment, and those eerie events are the spirits' warnings to the living. Today, the Xinhai tunnel remains a vital traffic artery in Taipei, bustling with vehicles and appearing prosperous during the day. But whenever night falls, the lights inside the tunnel seem unusually dim, and driving through one always feels an inexplicable chill. Veteran drivers habitually speed up when passing through, unwilling to linger, or younger drivers, having heard the rumors, often choose alternative routes. On the tunnel walls, years of tire marks and stains seem to record half a century of eerie legends. Does the ghost grandmother still wander in the dead of night? When will the mystery of the time loops be solved? Are those inexplicably appearing ghost money and yellow talismans mere coincidences or gifts from the restless dead? No one can provide an answer. The Xinhai tunnel is like a colossal enigma embedded in Taipei's urban fabric. On one side, the bustling flow of modern civilization. On the other, the heavy shadows of the supernatural realm. Perhaps, as the local elders say, some places should never have been disturbed. The tunnel severed not only the dragon's vein, but also the delicate balance between the realms of yin and yang. And those eerie events that have been handed down are nothing more than the silent protest of disturbed spirits in the darkness. As for whether the truth lies in natural phenomena that science cannot yet explain, or in the vengeful hauntings of the supernatural, perhaps only each driver who passes through the tunnel can find their own answer through personal experience. In December 2016, in Taiwan's Xinbei City, the stream at Menyuan Forest Recreation Area in Sanxia District surged with the chill of winter. A hiker in the remote downstream valley of Yunsan Waterfall inadvertently caught sight of a bone, gleaming with a pale white luster bobbing up and down in the turbulent current. The bone was oddly shaped, far from an ordinary animal bone. The hiker's heart clenched and he immediately dialed the local police station. No one expected that this unexpectedly discovered shin bone would unveil a bizarre murder case spanning 2 years, entangled in a land dispute involving 64 million new Taiwan dollars. Many mysteries of the case remain unsolved to this day. The police rushed to the scene and retrieved the bone from the water. Preliminary examination revealed that the bone fragment was about 30 centimeters long, with bone density consistent with an elderly person. There were no obvious gnawing marks on the surface, but it had a clean cut from a sharp instrument, clearly a remnant of intentional dismemberment. Forensic experts extracted bone tissue for DNA comparison and the results came back quickly. The bone belonged to 91-year-old Lu Yongfeng from Keelung, who had mysteriously disappeared 2 years earlier. The news plunged Lu's family into deep grief, yet this seemingly concluded dismemberment case was only beginning to reveal its eerie contours. Time rewinds to July 16, 2015. Lu Yongfeng left home as usual, telling his family before he went, "I'm going to Banqiao to see an old friend." This nonagenarian, though, with a head full of white hair, was still vigorous and sharp. He had been in the land brokerage business for years, earning a modest reputation in the industry through decades of connections and experience. Little did his family know that this would be their last encounter with Lu Yongfeng. That evening he failed to return home and his phone went unanswered. The next day his family filed a police report, and the authorities listed him as a missing person, launching an investigation. Early in the investigation, clues pointed to Lu Yongfeng's old friend, a 78-year-old retired bank executive surnamed Lin. According to the family, the two had known each other for over 40 years, and were as close as brothers, but in the past decade they had fallen out over a land deal. 10 years ago, Lu Yongfeng persuaded Lin to invest 64 million NT dollars to purchase a piece of land near Wanhua's Ximending belonging to the Chinese Rationalist Association, claiming it could appreciate to 2 or 3 billion in the future. Lin took him at his word and gradually handed over the money to Lu. However, the land remained in public use status, unable to be transferred or developed, and the so-called huge returns turned into nothing. Lin repeatedly demanded a refund from Lu, but was always put off with excuses like, "I'm working on the connections," or, "The land's designation is about to change." The 64 million NT dollars became a bad debt that could never be recovered. When the police questioned Lin, he flatly denied any involvement in Lu's disappearance. Lin claimed that on July 16, 2015, he did not meet Lu Yongfeng but was resting at home. The police retrieved surveillance footage from Banqiao train station and the surrounding area, which showed Lu Yongfeng arriving at the station that afternoon and then getting into a taxi heading to Sanxia district. However, the footage did not capture the taxi's license plate, nor could it confirm who was waiting for him. Due to a lack of direct evidence, Lin's suspicion could not be confirmed, and the case of Lu Yongfeng's disappearance hit a dead end, remaining unsolved for 2 years. After the bones were discovered at Yunsan Waterfall, the case saw a breakthrough. The police re-examined the clues and once again focused their attention on Lin and his family. The investigation revealed that on the day Lu Yongfeng disappeared, Lin's eldest son Lin Shunming had rented an apartment in Sanxia district. Moreover, 3 days after Lu went missing, Lin Shunming hastily applied for a U.S. visa and did not set foot in Taiwan for the next 2 years. Even more suspicious, Lin Shunming's younger brother Lin Yuguang had purchased large suitcases, a saw, and other items around the time of the incident, and his bank account showed a large unexplained transfer of funds after the crime. In June 2017, the police learned that Lin Shunming was about to return to Taiwan from the United States, so they set up an operation at Taoyuan International Airport and arrested him. During interrogation, Lin Shunming initially refused to confess, but under the weight of evidence, including DNA results and purchase records, his psychological defenses finally crumbled, and he confessed to the crime. According to his confession, his father Lin bore a grudge against Lu Yongfeng over the land dispute, and instructed him to lure Lu to the rented apartment in Sanxia under the pretext of refunding the money. After meeting, a heated argument broke out over the refund. In a fit of rage, he and his brother Lin Yuguang strangled Lu Yongfeng with a rope, then used a saw to dismember the body into 4 parts, placing them into 4 large suitcases, and discarding them in remote locations including Yunsan Waterfall and under the New Taipei Bridge. The case seemed to be solved. The Lin brothers were detained by the prosecution on charges of intentional homicide, and Lin was placed under house arrest. However, as the investigation deepened, more and more doubts emerged, making this confessed murder case increasingly perplexing. The first doubt was the integrity of the body parts. Based on Lin Shunming's confession, the police conducted a thorough search at Yunsan Waterfall, under the New Taipei Bridge, and other locations, but only found Lu Yongfeng's shin bone and a few fragments of clothing. The rest of the body parts remained missing. The Lin brothers claimed that they had discarded all the body parts at the designated locations, but after months of searching using police dogs, divers, and even drones, no other body tissues were found. One must understand that the area around Yunsan Waterfall is densely forested with swift streams, so it is possible that the body parts were washed away. But why was only one shin bone discovered? Were the other body parts carried further by the current, or were they deliberately moved? To this day, no one knows. The second doubt was the contradiction in the motive. Lin Shunming confessed that he committed the crime to stand up for his father, and killed in a fit of impulse during an argument. But Lu Yongfeng was already 91 years old, while the Lin brothers were in their prime. If it was merely a verbal conflict, why would they resort to murder and cruel dismemberment? Even more puzzling, the 64 million NT dollar debt dispute was between Lin and Lu Yongfeng. The Lin brothers were not direct creditors. Was it necessary for them to pay such a heavy price for their father's debt? There were rumors that the case involved a more complex chain of interests, possibly with a third party involved, and that the Lin brothers were merely scapegoats. However, this claim lacked evidence. The third doubt was the lack of key evidence. The Lin brothers claimed to have used a saw to dismember the body. The police conducted a meticulous examination of their rented apartment, but found no traces of blood or tissue residue, nor did they find the saw rope or other tools used in the crime. Lin Shunming said that they had thrown the tools into the sea after the crime, but the police searched the surrounding waters and found no relevant physical evidence. Furthermore, the taxi driver who took Lu Yongfeng to Sanxia was never found, making it impossible to verify the truth of the Lin brothers' confession. The large sum of money flowing through Lin Shunming's bank account also remained unexplained in terms of its source and destination, leaving open the possibility of a murder for hire. More eerily, when questioned by the police, Lin acknowledged the debt dispute with Lu Yongfeng but firmly denied any involvement in the crime, and claimed to have no knowledge of his son's actions. During the trial, the Lin brothers recanted multiple times, at one point saying, "Our father ordered it," and at another saying, "It was self-defense." Their contradictory statements only further obscured the truth. In the end, the court, citing the Lin brothers' good attitude in confessing, and the basically complete chain of evidence, sentenced them to heavy prison terms for intentional homicide. However, the court never provided clear answers to the core doubts, such as the whereabouts of the body parts and the key tools. After the case was exposed, it sparked widespread discussion in Taiwanese society. Some believed that the case was a crime of passion sparked by a debt dispute, and that although the Lin brothers' confession had flaws, the DNA result was sufficient to convict. Others questioned that there were too many coincidences. The missing body parts were discovered by a tourist exactly 2 years later, and all key evidence was unfindable, suggesting a larger conspiracy behind the scenes. Some netizens even pointed out that the 64 million NT dollar land deal itself was fraught with doubts. Did the land of the Chinese Rationalist Association really have appreciation potential? Did Lu Yongfeng actually commit fraud? These questions, with Lu Yongfeng's death, lost the possibility of confrontation forever. Today, the stream at Yunsan Waterfall still flows endlessly. The shin bone that triggered the murder case has long been sealed by forensic experts, serving as the only solid evidence in the case. The Lin brothers are serving their sentences in prison, while Lin spends his old age under restricted residence. Although Lu's family received justice, in the legal sense, they were never able to recover Lu Yongfeng's complete remains nor fully ascertain the entire truth of the case. This bizarre dismemberment case, like the deep mountain mist of Sanxia district, remains shrouded in an inescapable cloud of doubt. Where exactly are the missing body parts hidden? Did the tools of the crime really sink to the bottom of the sea? Is there a third party involved behind the case? How many unknown secrets lie behind the 64 million NT dollar land dispute? These questions over time become increasingly difficult to answer. Perhaps the truth is like the stream of Yunsan Waterfall, seemingly clear yet unfathomably deep, and those unresolved doubts will ultimately become another poignant unsolved mystery in Taiwan's criminal history, quietly flowing through the years. In 1959, in Mailiao Township, Yunlin County, Taiwan, a funeral was about to take place, but the corpse in the coffin suddenly sat up, turning it into a nationwide sensation of supernatural mystery. Lin Wangao, a 40-year-old farmer's wife, had been dead for 3 days when she revived in the funeral hall, yet her first words sent chills through all relatives and friends. "I am not Lin Wangao. I am Zhu Xiuhua from Kinmen, 18 years old." This incident, dubbed by the media as Taiwan's most authentic case of resurrection via borrowed corpse, was supported by hundreds of witnesses and medically cleared of mental abnormalities, remaining an unsolved mystery for over half a century. It is like a rift tearing reality from the supernatural, leaving a bizarre and indelible mark on folklore history. The story begins with an ordinary farewell of life and death. One day in 1959, Wu Chota, a farmer in Mailiao, lost his wife Lin Wangao to a sudden illness, leaving him and their 2 children. Lin Wangao had been a typical rural woman, illiterate, speaking only local Hokkien with a fiery and hasty temper, never having left Mailiao Township in her life. According to local custom, the body had to be kept in the funeral hall for 3 days before burial, with relatives and friends taking turns keeping vigil to mourn the diligent farm wife. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, just 3 hours before burial, relatives gathered around the coffin for final farewells. At that moment, Lin Wangao, who had been lying still, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up abruptly, and instinctively gripped the coffin's edge with both hands. "A corpse rising!" someone screamed, plunging the hall into chaos as the timid retreated and even the bold trembled in fear. Suppressing his terror, Wu Chota approached and tentatively called his wife's name. But Lin Wangao looked around with vacant eyes and asked in a confused tone, "Where is this? Who are you? Why am I in a coffin?" Her voice was soft and delicate, utterly unlike Lin Wangao's usual gruff tone. Stranger still, when Wu Chota helped her out of the coffin, she walked with the lightness of a young girl, lacking the shuffling gait Lin Wangao had acquired from years of hard labor. Back home, Wu Chota tried to jog his wife's memory, but she insisted she was Zhu Xiuhua from Jincheng Township, Kinmen County, and that her father Zhu Qing ran a grocery store. She described in detail the streets of Kinmen, the furnishings of her home, and even mentioned local customs unique to Kinmen. All things Lin Wangao, who had never left Mailiao, could not possibly know. Even more astonishing, Zhu Xiuhua could fluently speak the Kinmen dialect. Similar to Yunlin Hokkien, yet with distinct differences which Lin Wangao had never been exposed to, she could also write neat Chinese characters, while Lin Wangao was completely illiterate, unable to write even her own name. Her mannerisms had completely transformed. The old Lin Wangao had been boisterous and ate ravenously, but Zhu Xiuhua was refined and graceful, sitting upright, shyly lowering her head when speaking, the very image of an 18-year-old girl. News spread like wildfire across the township. Of villagers flocked to witness the phenomenon, some marveling at a miracle, others accusing her of playing tricks. With media involvement, the borrowed corpse case quickly captivated all of Taiwan, even attracting international attention. Taiwan's United Daily News and China Times ran continuous reports meticulously documenting Zhu Xiuhua's account and her differences from the late Lin Wangao, sparking a society-wide debate on the supernatural. To ascertain the truth, Liu Haiba, director of Taiwan Provincial Army Hospital, led a medical team, accompanied by county government officials, to conduct a comprehensive medical examination of Zhu Xiuhua. Psychiatric evaluation showed she was clear-minded and logically coherent with no mental illness or cognitive impairment. Physical examination indicated her bodily functions matched her resurrected state, with no signs of suspended animation or brain damage. The medical experts were baffled, unable to explain the phenomenon scientifically. Zhu Xiuhua then recounted her experience to all present. She claimed that during the 1958 Kinmen bombardment, her father had taken her and her mother on a boat to flee Kinmen for Taiwan, but she got separated from her family at the dock. She boarded a fishing boat alone, but soon after setting sail, a wave stirred up by artillery capsized the boat. She clung to a plank, drifting at sea for 3 days and nights until finally rescued by another fishing boat. But the fishermen on that boat, seeing her jewelry, harbored evil intentions. They robbed her, drowned her, and threw her body into the sea. After I drowned, my soul drifted to Taishi Township, where I encountered the 3 divine kings, Zhang Zuanwang, Li Yeho, and Mo Jiangjun, worshipped at the Wugangan Temple in Wugong. Zhu Xiuhua said she tearfully recounted her grievance to the divine kings, who then placed her soul in the temple. 3 years later, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva descended, telling me my allotted lifespan was not yet over and I could return to the human world. He then brought my soul to the Wu family in Mailiao, just as Lin Wangao had died, and her 3 souls and 7 spirits had left her body. The Bodhisattva used his power to let my soul enter Lin Wangao's body, completing the borrowed corpse resurrection. To verify her story, journalists and police went to Jincheng Township, Kinmen County, to investigate. Indeed, local villagers confirmed there was a grocery store owner named Zhu Qing on Xian Street, Jincheng, who had a daughter who was separated from her family during the Kinmen bombardment and never heard from again. Although Zhu Qing himself could not be found, it was said he went missing during the war. The location of the grocery store and surrounding environment, as described by Zhu Xiuhua, matched the villagers' memories perfectly, further corroborating her identity. Despite the seemingly complete chain of evidence, many still raised doubts. Some believed it was a carefully orchestrated fraud, that Zhu Xiuhua might be a distant relative of Lin Wangao who had gathered information about Kinmen in advance, and upon Lin Wangao's death impersonated a spirit to seize the Wu family's property. Others proposed multiple personality disorder as an explanation, suggesting Lin Wangao, due to long-term repression, had split off a Zhu Xiuhua personality, and her knowledge of Kinmen might have come from accidentally overheard tales in earlier years. But these doubts all had inexplicable loopholes. The Wu family was impoverished with no property worth coveting. Zhu Xiuhua's description of Kinmen was so detailed, including obscure customs known only to locals, that it could not be acquired through hearsay, and personality switches in multiple personality disorder are often accompanied by memory gaps or behavioral disturbances. Yet Zhu Xiuhua's state remained consistently stable, even clearly recalling her childhood in Kinmen and the manner of her drowning. Folklorists offered a supernatural explanation. The human body and soul are like a vessel and its owner. When the owner leaves and the vessel is empty, if karma aligns, another soul may take residence. They believed Zhu Xiuhua's soul succeeded in borrowing the corpse, because on one hand her lifespan was not yet exhausted, providing an opportunity for returning to the living. On the other hand, Lin Wangao's body had a certain compatibility with her soul, aided by divine intervention, which together brought about this rare supernatural occurrence. After the incident became public, the Wu family was besieged by journalists, experts, and the curious daily. To escape the spotlight, Wu Qiuda moved with Zhu Xiuhua into the mountains to live in seclusion, fading from public view. In the following decades, occasional media attempts to trace them proved futile. It was not until 2018 that news emerged of Zhu Xiuhua passing away peacefully in the mountains at the age of 77. An age that exactly equals 18 plus the 59 years she spent after borrowing the corpse, coinciding with her claim of an unfinished lifespan. Today, the elders of Mailiao still vividly recount the story of the girl who sat up in the coffin. This case of borrowed corpse resurrection remains one of the most controversial and legendary events in Taiwan's folklore history. It has neither been thoroughly debunked by science, nor fully confirmed by the supernatural, lingering in the ambiguous realm between reality and the paranormal. Speculation about the truth never ceased. Did Zhu Xiaohua's soul truly inhabit Lin Wangyao's body? Was the claim of divine assistance real or a fabrication to make her story credible? Behind the medical verdict of no mental abnormality, could there be undiscovered physiological secrets? These questions, like Zhu Xiaohua's bewildered eyes, back then still gaze upon the world without answers. Perhaps, as folklorists said, some supernatural phenomena are not inexplicable by science, but rather science has not yet developed to a stage capable of explaining them. And the extraordinary case of Zhu Xiaohua's borrowed corpse resurrection is like an encrypted code awaiting decryption, lying at the crossroads of the supernatural and science, quietly narrating the unknown mysteries of life and soul across the ages. It reminds people that in the vast universe and the long river of time, the truth known to humanity may be but a mere fraction of the whole. On January 18, 2024, amidst a blizzard in the Akaishi Mountains of Nagano Prefecture, Japan, 33-year-old veteran mountaineer Sato Kentai abruptly vanished from satellite signals. Rescue teams deployed helicopters, drones, and police dogs for a grid-by-grid search, ultimately discovering only his backpack beside an abandoned mountain hut. His phone, GPS device, and cold weather gear all intact, with half a cup of still warm coffee in his thermos, as if the owner had simply stepped away and would return at any moment. This mysterious disappearance in one of Japan's 100 famous mountains, shrouded by eerie rumors, anomalous electromagnetic waves, and the region's long-standing supernatural lore, has become the most chilling unsolved mystery in Japan over the past 5 years. The Akaishi Mountains, spanning Nagano and Shizuoka prefectures, are renowned for their steep rocky peaks, volatile weather, and dense iron ore veins, and are ominously dubbed the Bermuda Triangle of Japan, due to a history of frequent kamikakushi, spiriting away incidents. Local historical records note that since the Edo period, climbers and woodcutters have mysteriously vanished in these mountains, with search parties often finding only abandoned belongings but no trace of the people. Villagers firmly believe that a shadow deity inhabits the peaks, seizing those who trespass upon its sacred ground. Sato Kentai was a product manager at a Tokyo-based outdoor equipment company, with a decade of climbing experience, having conquered over 20 formidable peaks including Mount Fuji and the Northern Alps. This expedition along the Hashigatsu Ridge route in the Akaishi Mountains was meant to be a routine endeavor. According to the climbing plan he submitted before departure, Sato left Matsumoto City in Nagano Prefecture early on the morning of January 17, drove to the trailhead at the foot of the Akaishi Mountains, and planned a 2-day traverse of the Hashigatsu Ridge, arriving at the terminus on the Shizuoka Prefecture side by the evening of the 18th. On the night of the 17th, he camped at an abandoned mountain hut at 2300 meters elevation, and sent his wife a final normal message. The hut is intact, snowfall is steady. I'll summit tomorrow morning and head back. The photo attached to the message showed only his footprints in the snow around the hut, under a clear sky with nothing unusual visible. The eerie turn of events began at 9 a.m. on the 18th. Sato activated his satellite location sharing as planned, and his wife could see via the phone app that he was heading toward the main peak at 2800 meters, following the route exactly as planned. But at 1017 m, the location signal abruptly vanished. His wife attempted satellite calls and text messages, all to no avail. Initially she attributed it to poor reception in the mountains, but when no message arrived by evening, she realized something was deeply wrong, and alerted the authorities at dawn on the 19th. Nagano Prefectural Police and the mountain rescue team swung into action, immediately dispatching 2 helicopters, 12 professional search and rescue personnel, and 6 police dogs that very morning for a comprehensive sweep of the Hashigatsu Ridge. Following the last known coordinates of the vanished signal, the search team quickly located the abandoned mountain hut, and Sato's backpack was sitting on the snow outside the door. Opening the backpack left everyone baffled. The GPS device inside had ample battery but displayed signal lost, with its last recorded position matching what his wife's app had shown. His phone was powered on with contacts and photos intact, but couldn't connect to any network. The coffee in the thermos was still warm, suggesting he had left no more than 2 hours prior. Food, water, and first aid supplies were untouched, and even his trekking poles leaned against the backpack. There were no signs of struggle or emergency evacuation whatsoever. What made it even more unnerving was the discovery of an unsent text message in Sato's phone drafts, timestamped at 1015 m on the 18th, just 2 minutes before the signal vanished, containing only one sentence: "They were right. The shadows are alive." This message made the search team recall the area's eerie folklore, that the iron ore veins of the Akaishi Mountains cause magnetic anomalies, and at high noon, when sunlight strikes directly, the shadows of rocks and trees begin to sway irregularly. Villagers call this the awakening of the shadow deity, and warn hikers never to linger at midday. And the time Sato's signal disappeared coincided precisely with local noon. Due to time zone and altitude differences, the strongest midday sunlight in the mountains occurs between 10 and 11 m. As the investigation continued, more unsettling details surfaced. A climber who had traversed the same route on January 15th, 3 days before Sato's disappearance, recalled hearing a low chanting sound emanating from the mountains near the Hashigatsu main peak. It was neither human language nor the howl of an animal, seeming to come from all directions at once, yet also right at his ear. He also noticed an abnormality in his own shadow. It lagged half a beat behind his actual movements as if being dragged by some unseen force. At the time he dismissed it as hallucination brought on by exhaustion. Until he saw the news of Sato's disappearance and realized something was profoundly wrong. Meteorological monitoring data showed that between 10 and 11 a.m. on January 18th, a brief electromagnetic anomaly occurred in the Hashigatsu Ridge area of the Akaishi Mountains. Local radio signal strength plummeted by 70, and satellite communications experienced a 20-minute outage, while weather and communications in surrounding regions remained normal during the same period. Such localized electromagnetic anomalies are not unprecedented in the Akaishi Mountains, but past occurrences lasted only seconds. Never before had one persisted this long, and it coincided perfectly with the time of Sato's disappearance. While expanding the search radius, the rescue team discovered another strange trace beside a rock crevice approximately 500 meters from where the backpack was found. There was an irregular shadowless zone on the snow. Surrounding rocks and trees cast clear shadows, yet this circular area, roughly 3 meters in diameter, had no shadow whatsoever. The snow was smooth with no footprints and no object blocking the sunlight. Geological experts conducted on-site tests and found that the magnetic field intensity in this zone was 3 times that of the surrounding area with extremely high iron content in the soil. But they could not explain the shadowless phenomenon. After search efforts exceeded 72 hours, hope for Sato's survival dimmed considerably. Police classified the case as a mountaineering accident with missing person, yet the myriad eerie details left the classification mired in controversy. Paranormal researchers proposed a space-time distortion hypothesis. The combination of iron ore veins and specific meteorological conditions might create localized folds in space-time, and Sato could have fallen into a temporal rift, being transported to another dimension or time point. The phrase, "the shadows are alive," might have been his first-hand observation of shadow anomalies caused by space-time warping. Geologists meanwhile attempted scientific explanations. Magnetic anomalies caused by iron ore veins could interfere with electronic devices and potentially affect human cognitive function, inducing hallucinations. Sato might have become disoriented from such hallucinations and fallen into an undiscovered crevasse or off a cliff. But this theory fails to explain the existence of the shadowless zone, nor can it account for why his backpack and gear were so neatly placed outside the hut with still warm coffee in the thermos. Had an accident occurred, it would have been impossible to leave belongings with such composure. As of March 2025, Sato Kentai remains missing. Police have terminated large-scale search operations, retaining only his missing person file. Even more bizarre, netizens discovered that 3 days after Sato's disappearance, his dormant social media account automatically posted a blurry photo of a snowy mountain. No person visible in the image, only an expanse of white snowfield and contorted tree shadows. Technical analysis revealed the photo's timestamp was 7 hours later than the account login time, and the capture device was Sato's action camera, which he carried on his person. A camera that has never been recovered. This incident has thrust the Kamikakushi legend of the Akaishi Mountains back into the spotlight. Local villagers believe Sato was taken by the shadow deity, and "the shadows are alive" was his final warning. Others speculate he may have become a sacrifice to the shadow deity, with the shadowless zone serving as the site of the ritual. Yet police and the scientific community remain unable to provide a reasonable explanation. The electromagnetic anomalies, the shadowless zone, the eerie message, the auto-posted photo. Every clue points toward supernatural phenomena that defy conventional understanding. Today, the Hashigatsu Ridge route in the Akaishi Mountains has been designated a high-risk route by numerous outdoor organizations, and few climbers dare to tackle it alone. Every January 18th, netizens take to social media to commemorate Sato Kentai. Some claim that during blizzard conditions near Hashigatsu Ridge, they can still hear the low chanting sounds. Others say they've seen faint human silhouettes in the snow with no corresponding physical body. This modern-day Kamikakushi incident, as mysterious and eerie as the shadows of the Akaishi Mountains themselves, has become one of Japan's most perplexing unsolved mysteries in recent years. Perhaps deep within those mountains of magnetic anomalies, secrets truly lie hidden that humanity has yet to uncover. And the disappearance of Sato Kentai is merely the tip of the iceberg exposed by chance. Late at night on July 15, 1998, beneath the 1,000 vermilion torii gates of Fushimi Inari Taisha, in Kyoto, a crisp yet eerie child's voice shattered the silence. "Sister, wait for me. Look, the fox is smiling." Photographer Tanaka Shinichiro, who was capturing nightscapes, spun around abruptly, only to find no one behind him, nothing but the endless rows of vermilion torii gates casting twisted shadows under the moonlight. This ghostly child's voice incident, which occurred at Japan's most renowned shrine, became the most bizarre supernatural mystery in modern Kyoto. For over 2 decades, the phantom child's voice beneath the Senbon torii has lingered, sending chills down the spines of countless visitors. Fushimi Inari Taisha is one of Japan's 3 major Inari shrines, dedicated to the deity Inari, the fox god, and is world-famous for its kilometers-long Senbon torii, thousands of vermilion torii gates. These vermilion torii gates, donated by worshippers, extend layer upon layer deep into the mountain. At night, the intersecting shadows of the gates form a labyrinth, and combined with the shrine's ancient legend of fox possession, it has become a famous, supernatural holy site in Kyoto. Tanaka Shinichiro, a photojournalist for a Tokyo magazine, entered the shrine alone that night to shoot a feature on Midnight Torii. He never expected to encounter an eerie experience he would never forget. According to Tanaka's later recollection, around 11 p.m., he was walking along the Senbon Torii toward the mountaintop. When he reached the midway point, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. The light, quick steps of a child, yet oddly heavy, as if the footfalls were not on the stone path but directly pounding on his heart. He thought it was another tourist, but when he turned around, the Torii corridor was utterly empty. Only the creaking of the gates in the wind and the faint chirping of insects in the distance could be heard. Just as he dismissed it as an illusion, the child's voice rang out again, this time closer, as if right next to his ear. "Sister, why won't you turn around? The fox says anyone who doesn't turn around will be eaten." The voice was crisp and childish, like that of a 5- or 6-year-old girl, yet its tone carried an eerie chill beyond her years. Tanaka's hair stood on end. He was certain no one was around. The Torii corridor was flanked by dense forest, impossible to hide in, and the child's voice had no echo, as if it were ringing directly inside his mind. What was even stranger was that his voice recorder, which he carried with him, activated on its own, capturing the child's voice. When he later played back the recording, besides the clear little girl's voice, he could also hear a faint rustling sound like a fox's claws scraping the ground. In the background of the recording, there was also a vague, indistinct murmuring like a grown woman's weeping, though the content was unintelligible. Terrified, Tanaka immediately shut off his camera and bolted down the Torii corridor. He didn't dare look back until he had rushed out of the shrine gate and heard the traffic on the street. To his surprise, Tanaka was not the only witness. Within a month of the incident, a total of 17 people, including shrine priests, late-night worshippers, and photography enthusiasts, reported hearing the eerie child's voice. Morimoto Keikai, the shrine's night-duty monk, recalled that late on the night of July 20th, while patrolling, he heard a child's laughter from deep within the Torii gates. The laughter came and went accompanied by mentions of a fox mask. "Sister, in the fox mask, let's play hide and seek." He followed the sound, but only found a discarded fox mask beneath the Torii. There were 2 dark red streaks at the eyes of the mask, like dried bloodstains. A female tourist from Osaka encountered an even more terrifying experience. In the early hours of August 3rd, while photographing at the Senbon Torii with her friend, she heard a child's voice calling her sister. When she turned, she saw a small dark silhouette darting between the Torii gates. The figure wore a red kimono and had its hair styled like an ancient Japanese child's, moving with ghostly speed. She tried to chase it, but the silhouette kept weaving through the Torii labyrinth, eventually vanishing behind the oldest gate. A Torii built in the Edo period, where legend says a child once disappeared and was never found. The incident drew widespread attention. Kyoto Prefectural Police sent officers to patrol at night, but found nothing unusual. The shrine also invited a high-ranking monk to perform a ritual to dispel the evil aura. Yet the child's voice incidents continued to occur. What was even more bizarre was the discovery of a forgotten history. In the 38th year of Meiji, 1905, a child went missing at Fushimi Inari Taisha. A 6-year-old girl disappeared while playing in the Senbon Torii. Police searched for months but never found her, and the case was eventually closed. According to records from that time, the little girl was wearing a red kimono and her favorite toy was a fox mask, exactly matching the description of the dark silhouette reported by witnesses. The child's voice, recorded by the voice recorder, was analyzed by a professional institution which ruled out forgery or synthesis. The frequency and timbre of the voice were consistent with those of a real child. However, oddly, the recording contained no environmental echo, as if it were made in a sealed space, which was completely inconsistent with the open-air environment of the Senbon Torii. Even more perplexing, the rustling sound in the recording was identified as a fox's scratching. But the foxes at Fushimi Inari Taisha are all domesticated, and are locked in their enclosures at night, making it impossible for one to appear in the Torii corridor. The truth behind the ghostly child's voice has been debated for years. Folklorists believe it is the bound spirit of the missing Meiji-era girl, her obsession too deep, trapping her beneath the Senbon Torii, endlessly searching for playmates. The legend of the fox god adds a mystical layer to the supernatural event. Meanwhile, psychologists propose a mass hallucination hypothesis, arguing that the labyrinthine structure of the Torii, the vermilion color, and the interplay of light and shadow at night easily induce auditory and visual hallucinations, especially in those who visit alone and are more susceptible to psychological suggestion. But none of these speculations can explain all the eerie details. Why did different witnesses hear almost identical child's voices? Why could the voice recorder clearly capture the child's voice and the fox's scratching? Why did the features of the dark silhouette perfectly match those of the missing girl from a century ago? Even more unsettling, in 2015, a tourist inadvertently captured a small red figure in a photo taken at the Senbon Torii. The figure flashed between the Torii gates. When the photo was enlarged, the outline of a child and a fox mask could be faintly seen. This image reignited discussion, making the ghostly child's voice legend even more mysterious. Today, Fushimi Inari Taisha remains one of Kyoto's most popular tourist attractions. During the day, the Senbon Torii is bustling with life. But at night, it reverts to its eerie essence, and few dare to visit alone. The shrine has set up a no nighttime access sign midway along the Torii corridor, but some daring tourists and paranormal enthusiasts still try to uncover the truth. Some say that if you walk slowly beneath the Senbon Torii at night, you can hear the footsteps of a child. Others say that if you hear the child's voice calling, "Sister, never turn around," or you will be trapped forever in the Torii labyrinth. This century-spanning supernatural event, like the shadows beneath the Senbon Torii, weaves together historical regret and unknown fear. Is it the obsession of the missing girl? Is it an incarnation of the fox god? Or a bizarre gift of nature? The ghostly child's voice beneath the Senbon Torii still echoes in Kyoto's night, becoming one of Japan's most mysterious modern supernatural enigmas. Perhaps among the vermilion Torii gates under the watchful gaze of the Inari deity, some truths are destined to remain forever sealed as a darkly beautiful riddle in the passage of time. Late at night on December 5, 1989, within the air traffic control tower of Chitose International Airport, in Hokkaido, the green glow of instrument panels illuminated the face of controller Zwetting Jenny. As the most vital aviation hub in northern Japan, Chitose Airport still handled takeoffs and landings deep into the night. The blips on the radar screen moved in orderly patterns and everything appeared calm and routine. But at 2317, an unfamiliar unregistered blip suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Moments later, a transmission crackling with intense static came through the headset. "This is Flight JL-123 requesting landing. Fuel is nearly depleted." This sudden ghost flight incident became the most eerie, unsolved paranormal case in Japanese aviation history, still sending chills through the aviation community to this day. Zwetting Jenny, well-versed in airline routes, felt a chill run down his spine. Flight JL-123 was a Japan Airlines Boeing 747. 3 years earlier, on August 12, 1985, that very flight had crashed into Mount Osutaka in Gunma Prefecture, killing 520 people. The deadliest single aircraft accident in aviation history. That aircraft had long since been destroyed and scrapped. It could not possibly appear on the radar of Chitose Airport. He immediately checked the flight registration system, confirming that no flight number JL-123 was scheduled to take off or land that night, nor was there any unscheduled temporary flight request. Even more bizarrely, the trajectory of the blip on the radar screen was abnormally erratic. It did not follow the standard landing procedure to enter the glide path. Instead, it circled above Chitose Airport, its altitude fluctuating wildly, as if searching for a runway. The blip moved at an extremely slow speed, far below the normal cruising velocity of a Boeing 747, resembling more a low-speed circling helicopter. Zwetting Jenny attempted to establish contact, repeatedly asking for the flight's operating company, departure point, and crew information. The only responses were intermittent static and occasional faint cries for help. Cabin decompression, tail section fractured. Repeat, tail section fractured. These descriptions matched the accident details of the 1985 Japan Airlines Flight 123 crash precisely. At that time, 2 other controllers and a maintenance engineer were also on duty in the tower. All of them witnessed the unfamiliar blip on the radar and heard the eerie transmission. The maintenance engineer immediately inspected the radar equipment, confirming it was functioning normally with no malfunctions or interference. The controllers urgently contacted the Hokkaido Air Self-Defense Force for assistance in identifying the target. The Self-Defense Force's radar also detected the blip, but could not identify its specific aircraft type. The radar cross-section matched a Boeing 747, yet its flight characteristics were completely different. At 2325, the eerie transmission came again, this time much clearer, and tinged with palpable desperation. "We can't see the runway. Visibility is 0. This is JL-123 requesting guidance. Repeat, requesting guidance." Zwetting Jenny, suppressing his fear, attempted to provide landing guidance, informing that all runway lights were on, and instructing the aircraft to adjust its heading according to the navigation frequency. But the blip did not respond to the guidance. Instead, it began a rapid descent, the signal intensity on the radar screen gradually weakening, as if it were plunging toward the ground. Just as everyone braced for a second crash, the blip suddenly stopped descending and hovered for 3 minutes about 5 kilometers from the runway. At that moment, security guard W and Ingfu, stationed beside the runway, witnessed an unforgettable sight. A pitch-black Boeing 747 swept low over the runway, its fuselage covered in scratches, the tail section clearly fractured, matching the damage from the Flight 123 crash. Dim lights shone through the cabin windows, and faint silhouettes of people could be seen moving inside. What was even more hair-raising was that the aircraft made no engine roar. It flew in utter silence like a ghost, only emitting a powerful chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet by nearly 10 degrees Celsius. At 2330, the blip on the radar screen vanished abruptly, and the eerie transmission ceased without warning. The headset returned to normal background noise. Zwetting Jenny immediately contacted the airport fire and rescue departments, reporting a possible crash. However, search teams conducted a thorough sweep of the area where the blip had disappeared, finding no wreckage, fuel traces, or signs of casualties. The area consisted of farmland and forests surrounding the airport with no impact marks, and the vegetation remained intact as if the ghost flight had never existed. After the incident, Japan Airlines quickly issued a statement declaring that no flight activity related to JL-123 had occurred that night. The wreckage of the downed JL-123 was still stored in the Memorial Hall at Mount Osutaka and could not have flown again. The tower recordings and radar logs from Chitose Airport were sealed and submitted to the Ministry of Transport for investigation. However, the findings were never released to the public. The authorities officially closed the case with a vague explanation of unidentified radar interference, sparking widespread doubt. As time passed, more eerie details came to light. Captain Lingmu Zhengming, who was piloting a cargo flight, preparing to land at Chitose at the time, recalled seeing a Boeing 747 flying ahead of him. The aircraft was severely damaged with a fractured tail section identical to the Flight 123 crash plane. He tried to contact the aircraft but received no response. After his own flight landed, the damaged airliner had vanished. Even more astounding was that a female survivor of the Flight 123 crash, named Gaoqiao Yuzi, later reported having a dream on that very night. In the dream, she relived the crash scene, passengers screaming for help, the captain repeatedly calling, requesting landing. The dialogue in her dream closely matched the content of the tower recordings from Chitose Airport. The truth behind the ghost flight has been debated for years. Aviation experts suggest it may have been a rare atmospheric ducting phenomenon. Unusual nighttime atmospheric conditions causing radar signals to be anomalously reflected, projecting images of distant aircraft or historical signals onto the screen, creating the ghost blip. The transmission could have been an emergency communication recording from the 1985 crash, reflected by the atmosphere and accidentally received by the tower. However, this theory fails to explain the damaged airliner witnessed by security guard W Ningfu, nor the sudden temperature drop and the absence of engine noise. Paranormal researchers propose a time-space residual image hypothesis. The tragedy of Flight 123 was so catastrophic that the intense resentment and lingering attachments formed a time-space residual image. Under specific conditions, such as similar weather and time, this historical scene was reprojected into the real world, manifesting as the ghost flight. Others believe the spirits of the deceased were seeking peace, repeating their desperate calls for help, so that someone might hear their suffering or remind the living to remember the tragedy. Strangely similar incidents have occurred sporadically in the following decades. In 2006, the radar at Chitose Airport once again detected an unfamiliar blip, and a faint voice saying requesting landing was heard, identical to the 1989 event. In 2018, a photography enthusiast capturing the night sky near the airport inadvertently photographed a low-flying damaged Boeing 747. Professional analysis ruled out digital manipulation, but the aircraft's origin could never be confirmed. Today, the tower at Chitose Airport still retains the radar records and voice recordings from 1989, serving as paranormal evidence that defies scientific explanation. Every year on August 12th, the anniversary of the Flight 123 crash, bereaved families visit Chitose Airport to pay respects, hoping to comfort the souls of the departed. Some say that late at night over Chitose Airport, one can still occasionally see a damaged Boeing 747 circling, as if searching for its way home. Others say that the static-laden cries for help are the voices of the victims, transcending time, reminding people to revere life. This ghost flight, which vanished from the radar, remains an eternal enigma, etched into Japan's modern paranormal history. Its appearance and disappearance cannot be explained by the laws of science, yet it carries a tragic historical memory. Is it a residual image of time, the obsession of the dead, or a bizarre trick of nature? Perhaps the truth will forever remain hidden in the clouds of the night, becoming the most chilling unsolved mystery in Japanese aviation history. At noon on August 15, 1971, the sea off Kuri Island in Okinawa Prefecture was clear and calm, the waves as still as a mirror. This narrow island, connecting Okinawa's main island with Yagaji Island, was renowned for its crystalline waters and rare blue caves. Nearly 300 tourists were splashing in the shallows or fishing along the shore that day. No one anticipated the otherworldly spectacle about to unfold upon those azure waters. A colossal humanoid figure rising 100 meters tall slowly emerged from the sea, lingered for 10 minutes, then vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving behind Japan's most baffling sea giant mystery. The first witness was a local fisherman named Kinjo Masao. At 1147 that morning, he was piloting his boat in the waters north of Kuri Island, when he noticed an enormous dark shadow materializing in the sea to the northwest. At first he mistook it for a whale or a submerged reef, but as the shadow rose, its outline grew ever clearer. It was humanoid, with distinct head, torso, arms, and legs standing upright. The upper body jutted roughly 60 meters above the waves, while the lower half remained submerged. Its total height by conservative estimate exceeded 100 meters, 3 times taller than the tallest building in Okinawa at that time. It stood in the sea like a colossal black statue, completely motionless. Kinjo Masao recalled in his subsequent police statement. It had no facial features, no clothing. Its entire body was pitch black, its surface as sleek as if coated in ink, yet the sunlight cast no reflection upon it. Its arms were abnormally long, reaching down to its knees, with fingers pressed together, appearing slender and utterly disproportional to a human frame. He attempted to draw closer for a better look, but when he came within roughly 500 meters, his boat's engine abruptly died, the compass spun wildly, and he lost all sense of direction, as if some unseen force were interfering with his vessel. Meanwhile, on the western beach of Kori Island, nearly 200 tourists bore witness to the same eerie phenomenon. A Tokyo TV crew there to film a travel documentary happened to have their cameras trained on the ocean, capturing the giant's entire emergence on film. This footage later became known as the Kori Island phantom footage, and segments of it can still be found in Japanese archives today. The footage clearly shows the colossal figure, its body, a deep shadowy black, its outline indistinct yet unmistakably humanoid. It swayed gently with the waves yet remained perfectly upright, making no movement whatsoever. Among the tourists, a grade school teacher named Yamada Junko observed a far stranger detail through her binoculars. The giant's upper body appeared translucent. I could see the outline of a fishing boat through its torso, but its lower half was intensely clear as though solid. At the very top of its head there was a faint pulsing light blinking on and off like some kind of signal. Several divers reported that while the giant was visible, the underwater visibility suddenly became extraordinary. The murky sea turned crystal clear to the bottom, yet when they dove in they could find no trace of the giant's lower body, and their underwater detectors registered nothing at all. The most bone-chilling phenomenon was the time anomaly. Multiple witnesses reported that while the giant was visible, their wristwatches stopped, their phones lost all signal, and the beach loudspeakers emitted a powerful static interference. Staff at the Ocean Observatory who were recording tide levels confirmed that from 1203 to 1213, that day the observatory's clock had stopped, and the tide recording instruments had produced a 10-minute blank, the exact duration of the giant's appearance. At 1213 p.m., the unnatural scene repeated itself. The colossal figure began to fade, starting from the lower body, gradually dissolving like ink in water, slowly growing more transparent until it vanished completely into the sea, leaving no trace behind. The moment the giant disappeared, every anomaly returned to normal. The fishing boat's engine restarted, the compass steadied, watches and clocks resumed ticking, and phone signals were back to full strength. The sea remained as calm as before, as if the 100-meter giant had been nothing more than a collective hallucination. In the aftermath, the Okinawa Prefectural Police and the Marine Science Research Institute launched an immediate investigation. Researchers conducted a comprehensive survey of the area, using sonar to scan the seafloor, yet found no trace of any massive object. No abnormal chemical substances were detected in the water, and no unusual geological activity was recorded. The footage shot by Tokyo TV underwent professional authentication, ruling out any possibility of post-production manipulation, and was officially deemed an authentic recording of an unidentified object. During the investigation, an ancient legend from the island's indigenous people came to light. Elders of the Ryukyuan community on Kori Island revealed that during the era of the Ryukyu Kingdom, the island was known as the Land of the Sea God. Legend held that a guardian giant lived at the bottom of the sea there. A 100-jong-tall figure, pitch black, who would appear whenever the island faced calamity. During World War II, when American bombers attacked Kori Island, villagers had reportedly seen a massive dark shadow in the sea, followed by the sudden malfunction and crash of the attacking aircraft. A striking parallel to the events of 1971. The truth behind the sea giant has sparked endless debate over the years, giving rise to a variety of starkly different theories. The scientific camp posits a rare optical refraction phenomenon, where sea conditions, water temperature, and humidity perfectly align to refract and magnify the silhouette of distant islands, clouds, or ships, creating the illusion of a giant figure. Yet this fails to explain the crystal-clear humanoid outline in the footage, the time-stopping anomaly, and the translucent torso detail observed by multiple witnesses. Paranormal researchers propose a dimensional overlap hypothesis. The waters around Kori Island may harbor a dimensional rift, making the sea giant a being from another dimension or a residual image from an ancient civilization briefly overlapping with the real world under certain conditions. Others speculate it was the form of an undiscovered deep-sea creature, a colossal marine organism unknown to science with a translucent body and the ability to interfere with electronic equipment, though no evidence currently supports this theory. What makes the case even more unsettling is that similar events have occurred sporadically in the decades since. In 1996, a group of divers exploring the Blue Caves near Kori Island saw a giant dark shadow once again at the seafloor, its outline strikingly similar to the 1971 figure, though it vanished after just 3 minutes. In 2013, a tourist captured a humanoid silhouette beneath the waves on their phone. Low in resolution, but the shape was recognizable. The video sparked heated discussion online, bringing the legend of the Kori Island sea giant back into the public eye. Today, Kori Island has become a popular tourist destination in Okinawa, drawing countless visitors each year, hoping to catch a glimpse of the sea giant. The local government has set up a giant observation point along the shore, and television stations broadcast live from the island every August 15th. Yet never again has a sighting as clear and complete as the 1971 event been recorded. The Kori Island phantom footage is now preserved at Japan's National Museum of Nature and Science, standing as an inexplicable piece of paranormal evidence. Was it the incarnation of a sea god, a projection from another dimension, or a fantastic trick of nature? This 100-meter giant that materialized off the coast of Okinawa remains an enigmatic symbol etched into Japan's modern paranormal history. Its appearance and disappearance, the time anomalies, the interference with electronic devices. Every unsettling detail defies rational explanation when pieced together. Perhaps deep within the ocean's abyss lie secrets yet untouched by humanity, and the sea giant of Kori Island is merely the tip of the iceberg. A fleeting glimpse of those mysteries, an unsolvable enigma forever lost to the deep. Late at night on January 8, 2004, in the Paranormal Phenomena Discussion Forum of Japan's 2 channel, a desperate help post suddenly flooded the screen. I boarded a train with no announcements, everyone in the carriage is asleep, and I don't know where I am now. The poster's username was Hasumi, claiming to be a female university student from Hamamatsu City. No one anticipated that this seemingly ordinary late-night plea would evolve into Japan's most bizarre modern supernatural mystery. For 2 decades the Kisaragi station has lingered like a ghost adrift in the crevices of time and space, sending chills down countless spines. According to Hasumi's real-time posts, the eerie events began at 10:50 p.m. that night. After finishing her cram school, she waited for the last train to Nagoya at Hamamatsu Station. In the flickering of the platform lights, she spotted a silver train she had never seen before gliding slowly into the station. Unlike ordinary trains, this one bore no route number, its windows were pitch black and no conductor's voice was heard. Only the faint hum of the motor as silent as a specter. As the last train had already departed, Hasumi, eager to return home, boarded without a second thought. The moment she stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her. The carriage was dimly lit, with only a few overhead lamps casting an eerie yellow glow. 3 passengers sat scattered in the seats, all slumped forward in sleep, their posture stiff as wax figures without any sound of breathing. Hasumi tried to ask a nearby passenger which line this was, but received no response. The person remained motionless, head bowed. More unsettling, her phone signal completely vanished. The GPS icon on the screen flickered wildly, unable to locate her position. The electronic display inside the train showed only static snow with no station information visible. After about 20 minutes of travel, the train suddenly stopped at an unfamiliar station. As the doors opened, Hasumi saw a station sign with faded characters reading, Kishi Station, pronounced similarly to Kisaragi in Japanese. The sign was rusted and cast a distorted shadow under the streetlight. She instantly realized something was wrong. She had never heard of this line. Opening her phone map to search for Kishi Station, the screen only showed a remote mountainous area in Yoshino District, Nara Prefecture, where there was nothing but dense forest and no railway tracks. Even stranger, the station clock displayed 0029 while her phone showed 0150, a nearly 1-hour discrepancy, as if she had stumbled into another dimension. Hasumi's posts ignited heated discussion among forum users. Some urged her to get off and return immediately, others warned her not to speak to strangers, while some began scouring historical records. They discovered that in 1944, a Yoshino secret railway had been planned in Yoshino District, Nara Prefecture for transporting military supplies during World War II. However, after Japan's defeat, it was hastily abandoned, all related documents destroyed, and the railway erased from maps. What sent chills down spines was that netizens compared the train's description to the 313 series electric train, retired in the 1980s. All such trains had been dismantled by 2000, making it impossible for one to appear at Hamamatsu Station in 2004. Just as users tried to offer more clues, Hasumi's ordeal grew increasingly terrifying. Following the advice of netizens, she attempted to walk back along the tracks in the direction she had come. But the tunnel she had passed through had vanished without a trace, leaving only a weed-covered embankment. The rails stretched into the deep mountain forest with no end in sight. At 1:25 a.m., she posted that she heard the sound of a bamboo stick tapping, clack clack, from deep within the tunnel. Then an old man with a missing right leg below the knee emerged from the shadows. He wore tattered Showa-era clothing, his murky eyes fixed on her, and his throat forced out broken syllables, "Run, get away." Before Hasumi could react, the old man hobbled back into the darkness, the tapping of his bamboo stick on the rails fading away. Panicked, Hasumi rushed onto a nearby road and encountered a white van. The driver wore a medical mask, his voice hoarse like rusted gears. "Get in, I'll take you out of here." As she raised her phone to photograph the license plate, the van suddenly accelerated and vanished around a bend, as if swallowed by some force into the void. When she restarted her phone, the supposedly clear photo was nothing but a blurry patch of light. Every image had been deliberately erased. Hiding back in the station waiting room, Hasumi discovered a yellowed calendar in the corner, its pages frozen at April Showa 63, 1988. On the paper someone had penciled the words, "Anniversary of Death." She looked up at the night sky. The familiar 3 stars of Orion's belt were arranged in an inverted triangle completely opposite to the real star map. This detail made netizens realize that the space she was in might be suffering from severe temporal distortion. At 2:17 a.m. Hasumi posted her final message. "Something is approaching, footsteps are getting closer." After that she vanished from the forum, never updating again, as if she had evaporated into thin air. After the incident, Japanese netizens organized multiple investigations. Some ventured into the deep mountains of Yoshino District, Nara Prefecture, where they found half-buried rusted train tracks deep in the forest. The sleepers bore faint carvings of Imperial Japanese Railways, consistent with World War II-era railway markings. Local elderly residents recalled that in 1944, a train transporting wounded soldiers had derailed in that area. Of the 23 crew members, 5 went missing. The accident site was exactly where Hasumi described the Kishi station. More eerily, one elderly person revealed that every April, the month marked on the calendar as anniversary of death, faint train whistles could be heard from deep in the mountains, yet no one had ever seen any train. 7 years later, in 2011, a TV station received an anonymous call. The caller claimed to be Hasumi, her voice still trembling with fear. After being knocked unconscious by a steam train, I woke up at Hamamatsu Station. My watch had stopped for 8 days and all my memories felt like a dream. Journalists went to Hamamatsu Station to investigate, but found no record of her boarding that train. Her family stated that she had indeed disappeared on the night of January 8, 2004, and reappeared at her doorstep 8 days later, dazed and refusing to speak about her missing time. Soon after, she moved away from Hamamatsu City and was never heard from again. The incident did not end there. In 2018, Shizuoka Prefectural Police received 3 bizarre reports. 2 high school students captured a blurry image of a silver train pulling into a station near Hamamatsu Station late at night. The word Kishi on the signboard was glaringly visible under the flash. A taxi driver claimed he had picked up a female passenger dressed in early 2000s fashion who requested to go to Kishi Station. However, during the ride, the passenger suddenly vanished from the back seat, leaving only a faint musty smell. Japan's Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism repeatedly stated that Kishi Station, Kisaragi Station does not exist. Yet, they could never explain these eerie sightings. For 2 decades, the Kisaragi Station incident has become one of Japan's most famous urban legends, with countless people trying to unravel its mysteries. Some believe that Hasumi accidentally entered a temporal residue of the abandoned wartime railway, where the souls of missing soldiers were trapped in a time rift repeating their old paths. Others speculate that the deep mountains of Yoshino district contain a temporal fold that connects different eras under specific conditions, with the silver train serving as a medium. Still more paranormal enthusiasts insist that it is the ghost of the Showa era searching for a replacement. Hasumi's escape was only temporary. The Kisaragi Station still awaits the next unwary traveler in the dead of night. Today, the old 2-channel thread is still occasionally revived by netizens, and new witnesses continue to emerge. Some say that if you encounter a silver train without a number at a remote station late at night, never board it. Others claim that the Kisaragi Station only appears at specific moments, visible only to those with deep obsessions in their hearts. This transcendent supernatural event, like an unclosable rift in time and space, weaves together the shadows of World War II, the remnants of the Showa era, and modern fears, becoming the most perplexing unsolved mystery in modern Japanese history. Perhaps on some late night, that silver train without a destination still glides slowly along the rusted tracks, heading toward the end of time. On the early morning of April 23, 1994, as a thin mist still lingered over Inokashira Park in Shibuya, Tokyo, a sanitation worker named Sato Masao pushed his cleaning cart into the park grounds. This urban oasis, renowned for its lake and cherry blossoms, was a favored weekend retreat for Tokyo residents, usually bustling with laughter and cheer. But when he opened a mailbox-style trash can near the lake, an unusual odor hit him. Emerging from a plastic bag was not refuse but a pale human ankle. This sudden dismemberment case would ultimately become one of the most bizarre unsolved mysteries in modern Japanese history. The killer left behind 3 enigmatic puzzles: precise dismemberment, no trace of blood residue, and a missing head, each still sending chills down the spines of forensic experts to this day. Upon receiving the report, police swiftly cordoned off the entire park. During the ensuing search, investigators discovered 27 dismembered body parts, scattered across 7 trash containers at different locations within the park, including arms, lower legs, ribs, and portions of torso tissue. These remains were uniformly packaged in double-layered plastic bags, an outer black drainage bag with ventilation holes, and an inner semi-transparent food bag. The openings were secured with a double loop not commonly used by fishermen, tied with unusual firmness and a professional, consistent technique. What was even more unsettling was the eerie precision in the treatment of every body part. Each segment measured approximately 20 centimeters in length with uniform thickness. Even the fleshy thigh portions had been trimmed of excess muscle to maintain consistent dimensions, fitting perfectly into the park's standard trash receptacles. The forensic autopsy results added an even more sinister dimension to the case. Forensic examination revealed no traces of blood on any of the remains. The body had been washed with extraordinary thoroughness, even the soft tissue between bones completely cleaned away, leaving not a single speck of soil, fiber, or other foreign matter. Such meticulous processing would require an enormous volume of water, far exceeding a typical household bathtub, and must have demanded professional anatomical knowledge and specialized tools. The killer had not severed along natural joint lines, but instead cut directly through bone structure with an extremely sharp blade. The incisions were smooth and even showing no signs of hesitation or repeated slicing, likely executed with medical scalpels or high-precision slaughter knives. Through residual fingerprint fragments, the killer had attempted to completely scrape them away, but minute traces remained deep within the fingerprint ridges. Police ultimately identified the victim Kawamura Seiichi, a 35-year-old licensed architect residing in a luxury apartment near the park. On the evening before the crime he had dined and sung karaoke with former colleagues in Takadanobaba, then bid them farewell around 11 p.m. at Shinjuku Station before vanishing without a trace. Kawamura's social connections were simple. He harbored no debts, had no enemies, enjoyed comfortable finances, and his wife was pregnant. There was no apparent reason for him to be entangled in a vicious crime. His disappearance and murder seemed like a completely unprovoked random killing. The first eerie enigma of the case lay in the stark contrast between the killer's professionalism and their contradictory behavior. Judging by the dismemberment technique, the killer clearly possessed medical, anatomical, or advanced butchery experience, perhaps even access to a professional laboratory. The ability to precisely control body part dimensions, thoroughly eliminate blood traces, and flawlessly handle fingerprints suggested meticulous premeditation at every step. Yet what defied comprehension was that after such rigorous preparation, the killer casually discarded the remains in a well-known park in central Tokyo, wrapped only in thin plastic bags, showing no concern that stray cats or crows might drag them out or that passers-by might discover them. Even more contradictory, the killer deliberately removed the victim's head and most internal organs, clearly to conceal identity, yet failed to fully address the fingerprints on the body parts. Despite an attempted scraping, residues remained. This combination of meticulousness and negligence left police in profound confusion. The second enigma was the utterly traceless crime scene. After Kawamura Seiichi bid farewell to his colleagues at Shinjuku Station, surveillance footage captured him boarding no vehicle, and no witness reported seeing him accompany a stranger. His apartment was intact with no signs of struggle or forced entry. Utilities, water, electricity, and gas had been used normally, ruling out the possibility that the murder occurred at his residence. Police theorized that the killer may have completed the murder, dismemberment, and cleaning inside a vehicle or at some concealed location. However, a citywide sweep of suspicious vehicles, rented warehouses, and abandoned buildings during the relevant time frame yielded no clues. No bloodstains, no knife marks, no eyewitnesses. The killer seemed to have made Kawamura vanish into thin air, completed all operations, and then disappeared without a trace. The third and most central enigma was the missing head and the motive behind the crime. Police deployed divers to search the lake at Inokashira Park, investigated surrounding sewers, rivers, and waste disposal facilities, and even expanded the search to Tokyo Bay. Yet Kawamura's head and remaining torso were never found. Why was the killer so obsessed with concealing the head? Was it to hide the fatal wound, such as a ligature mark on the neck or a gunshot entry point? Or was there some even more sinister purpose? As for motive, there was nothing to go on. Kawamura had no business enemies, no romantic entanglements, and no involvement in illegal activities. The killer neither demanded ransom, nor left any taunting message or declaration at the scene. It was as though the killing was committed solely for the purpose of dismemberment and disposal. A motiveless cruelty far more chilling than any crime with clear intent. In the immediate aftermath, the case ignited nationwide attention across Japan. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department established a special investigative task force deploying hundreds of officers, interviewing 120,000 individuals, and thoroughly examining Kawamura's entire social circle, work associates, and even distant relatives. Yet no suspect was ever identified. More regretfully still, a series of sudden events forced the investigation to stall. On April 26, 1994, China Airlines Flight 140 crashed at Nagoya Airport, claiming 264 lives and capturing all media attention. In June of the same year, All Nippon Airways Flight 857 was hijacked, further diverting public focus. As time slipped away, the case's leads gradually dissolved and public interest steadily waned. On April 23, 2009, exactly 15 years after the crime, the statute of limitations for the Inokashira Park dismemberment case officially expired under Japanese law, meaning that even if the killer were discovered in the future, they could not be legally prosecuted. Today, this case has become a ghost story in Japanese criminal history, endlessly debated by true crime enthusiasts and unsolved mystery researchers, with bizarre theories constantly emerging. Some speculate that the killer was a psychopath with a medical background, whose precise dismemberment reflected a compulsive need for control, while the act of discarding the body parts was driven by a thirst for thrills. Others whisper that this was an internal gangland cleanup. Kawamura had accidentally discovered a secret of the Yakuza, and was silenced by a professional hitman with the head taken to confirm death and destroy evidence. Still more outlandish claims suggest the killer was not human at all, but some supernatural entity, with the precision of the dismemberment and the absence of blood serving as proof of otherworldly capability. Yet none of these theories are backed by substantial evidence, and none can fully explain all the contradictions and eerie aspects of the case. Today, Inokashira Park remains a popular leisure destination for Tokyo residents, still thronged with visitors during cherry blossom season. But few know that beneath this seemingly tranquil oasis lies a bizarre mystery spanning over 3 decades. Where exactly is Kawamura's missing head? How could the killer achieve such precise dismemberment and cleaning? What was the true motive behind the crime? These questions, like silt at the bottom of the park's lake, tightly wrap the truth in darkness. This modern-day headless mystery has become the most chilling unsolved enigma in modern Japanese history, continuing to radiate an unnerving aura of secrecy from the shadows of the bustling metropolis. In the summer of the third year of Campo, 1743 deep, within the mountains of the Izumo region Shirmane Prefecture, Japan, a village called Shua village vanished from the face of the earth. All 37 villagers perished with no trace of migration, leaving only a ground covered in twisted serpentine carvings, beneath the ancient tree at the village center, along with a sinister stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Curse of the eight-headed serpent, blood debt must be paid." This mass disappearance, intimately linked to the Japanese myth of Yamada no Orochi, became one of the most chilling unsolved mysteries of the Edo period. For over 200 years, the deep mountains seemed to echo with the whispers of an ancient curse, an enigma of terror beyond human comprehension. Shua village was nestled deep within the Izumo mountain range, named for the abundance of snakes around the village, and the villagers' generations-long worship of the serpent god. According to the Izumo no Kuni Fudoki, this very site was where the mythical Yamada no Orochi was slain by Susanoo no Mikoto, a serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails whose body loomed like a mountain range, bringing floods and devastation wherever it roamed, until Susanoo lured it with sake and vanquished it in the gorges of Izumo. The villagers of Shua believed themselves to be descendants of Susanoo no Mikoto, guardians of the sealed land of Yamada no Orochi. The ancient cedar tree at the village center was the core where the serpent's soul was imprisoned, and every month the villagers offered sacrifices to the cedar, praying for peace. 1 month before the incident, a strange event occurred. A villager gathering herbs in the mountains discovered a pure white serpent under the ancient cedar, its body as thick as a wooden barrel, with a red fleshy protrusion on its head and eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Terrified, the villager fled back to the village and informed the elder. The elder declared it a manifestation of the serpent god, and summoned the entire village for a grand sacrificial ceremony, slaughtering 3 cattle and 5 pigs, and splashing their blood beneath the ancient cedar. However, after the ritual, the snakes around the village became unusually agitated, frequently invading homes, and presenting a bizarre spectacle of serpents entwining the tree. Hundreds of venomous snakes coiled around the ancient cedar, hissing without cease for 3 days and 3 nights before dispersing. More unsettling still, on the 10th day after the ritual, the village blacksmith suddenly went mad, muttering incessantly, "The great serpent is coming. The blood debt must be repaid," and covering the walls of his home with twisted serpentine patterns drawn in charcoal identical to the carvings beneath the ancient cedar. The villagers bound the blacksmith, intending to send him to a town downstream for medical treatment, but that night he broke free from the ropes and vanished, leaving only a long serpentine drag mark on the ground, as if something had dragged him away. The true horror unfolded on the night of the Obon festival, the 15th day of the 7th month. That morning, a villager from neighboring Kawada village came to visit relatives in Shua, only to find the village eerily silent. No cooking smoke, no roosters crowing, not even the usual sounds of children playing. As he entered the village, the sight before him sent chills down his spine. Every door was wide open, furniture inside was neatly arranged, and warm rice porridge remained in the pots, as if the villagers had merely stepped out momentarily, and would return any second, yet the entire village was empty. Not a single person, young or old, was to be found. Beneath the ancient cedar at the village center, the scene was even more horrifying. The ground was covered in dense serpentine carvings, not made by crawling snakes, but etched by some hard object, varying in depth and intertwining to form a vast snake net. The trunk of the ancient cedar bore 8 deep gashes carved by a sharp tool corresponding to the 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi. At the tree's base stood a blue stone tablet never seen before, inscribed with 8 dark red characters. "Curse of the eight-headed serpent, blood debt must be paid." The strokes frantic and ferocious, as if carved in extreme terror or rage. When the news spread, officials from the Izumo region dispatched investigators into the mountains, but they found nothing. First, the mystery of the disappearance. Shua village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a river on the 4th, with only a path along the river as the sole exit, yet no traces of villagers passing along that path were found, nor any ripples on the river from boats. There were no signs of struggle, no bloodstains, no bones. The 37 people had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving no clue behind. Second, the mystery of the serpent carvings and the stone tablet. The serpentine carvings on the ground were extremely deep, impossible to have been made by human strength alone, and they were arranged in a pattern suggesting some ritualistic design. The blue stone tablet was made of a material not local to the area, and the calligraphy on it, after examination, matched none of the villagers' handwriting, while the phrase, "Curse of the eight-headed serpent," had never appeared in local myths or legends. During the investigation, officials discovered an even more terrifying detail. At the roots of the ancient cedar, there was a hidden cave deep inside, which lay 8 straw effigies dressed in the villagers' clothing, each with a bronze dagger thrust into its chest, the daggers stained with a dark red liquid that was confirmed to be human blood. Even more bizarre, the arrangement of the effigies perfectly matched the legend of Yamada no Orochi. The 8 figures formed a circle, their heads facing the center, as if worshipping some mysterious entity. For over 200 years, speculation about the mass disappearance of Shua village has never ceased. Local villagers firmly believe it was the curse of Yamada no Orochi fulfilled. The descendants of Susanoo, having guarded the seal for generations, angered the serpent's soul through some disrespectful ritual, leading to the entire village being devoured or abducted by the serpent. Some scholars suggest that Shua village might have concealed a secret, and the villagers collectively migrated and fabricated the curse, seemed to avoid disaster, yet this cannot explain the warm porridge, the open doors or the serpentine carvings that defied human capability. Others speculate it was a cult ritual murder with the blacksmith as a cult member who lured the villagers into a sacrificial ceremony before killing them and disposing of the bodies deep in the mountains. But again, no evidence supports this. Even more chilling, in the 2 centuries that followed, the deep mountains where Shua village once stood became a forbidden zone. Anyone who attempted to enter and uncover the truth either got lost and returned empty-handed or vanished under mysterious circumstances. During the Meiji period, an expedition team ventured into the mountains. Only one person returned alive, and he was mentally deranged, repeatedly muttering, "So many snakes. The stone tablet is bleeding." During World War II, the Japanese army planned to build a military base in the mountains, and sent a squad to scout it. The entire squad disappeared with only a single military boot found beneath the ancient cedar, a dead snake coiled inside it. Today, Shua village has long been overgrown by dense forest, becoming a legend deep within the Izumo Mountains. Does the ancient cedar still stand? Does the blue stone tablet still remain? What became of the 37 villagers? What is the truth behind the curse of the 8-headed serpent? All these questions are buried beneath the mountain mist and the dust of time. Some say that on the night of the Obon festival, faint lights can still be seen flickering in the direction of Shua village, and the faint sound of ritual songs can be heard. Others claim that even now a massive serpentine shadow roams the mountain forests. This mass disappearance, intertwined with ancient myth, remains one of Japan's most bizarre unsolved mysteries, exuding an aura of chilling dread that persists in the eerie legends. Autumn of Meiji year 23, 1890, a torrential downpour in Tsuyama City, Okayama Prefecture, Japan unearthed a bizarre and shocking mystery that would reverberate across western Japan. Heihachi Sugita, scion of the prestigious Sugita samurai family, vanished inexplicably from a concealed chamber within his ancestral home. Along with 10,000 ryo of gold coin, a fortune passed down through 3 generations and equivalent today to roughly 80 million RMB. The chamber's doors and windows remained intact, yet 3 crimson talismans were found inscribed upon its walls, neither drawn in the style of Shinto shrines, nor conforming to any known religious tradition. Dubbed the 10,000 ryo gold disappearance case, it became one of the most enigmatic mysteries of the Meiji era. Its eerie riddle debated for over a century yet never solved. The Sugita clan was a prominent lineage in Tsuyama, their ancestors having served as retainers under the Tokugawa shogunate and amassed immense wealth through military merit. The 10,000 ryo of gold was their revered heirloom. To safeguard this treasure, Heihachi's grandfather commissioned artisans to construct an underground vault beneath the main residence's study. Its entrance, hidden behind a sliding bookshelf panel, was secured by an iron bolt requiring a custom key. Operable only from within, its walls 3 feet thick were built with iron-reinforced glutinous rice mortar, rendering it impervious to fire and water. A true fortress of iron and stone. Since its completion, the vault's key had been entrusted exclusively to the family's eldest son. As the 3rd-generation heir, Heihachi carried it constantly, never parting from his person. The day before the incident, Heihachi informed his steward he would enter the vault to tally the gold in preparation for a donation to the local shrine. That afternoon he entered the study alone, and was never seen again. At dawn the following day, the steward discovered the study door ajar. Inside, the bookshelf panel stood open, revealing the vault's entrance. When the family gathered before the vault, they found its massive iron door firmly bolted from within. No response came, however loudly they called. With no alternative, they summoned blacksmiths, who labored for 3 hours before finally prying the door open. The moment they stepped inside, all present froze in horror. The vault stood utterly empty. No trace of Heihachi remained. The wooden chest that once held the gold lay open and hollow. Not a single footprint marred the floor, yet in one corner 3 strange sigils were drawn in dark red fluid, later confirmed as human blood. Each sigil formed a triangle filled with twisted serpentine lines crowned by a symbol resembling a torii gate, but elongated with 2 additional curved hooks radiating an uncanny, unsettling aura. Even more chilling was the vault's ventilation shaft. No wider than a clenched fist, fitted with iron grills too narrow for even a child to pass, and neither doors nor windows bore signs of forced entry, and the iron bolt remained undisturbed, fulfilling every criterion of an absolute locked room. Upon receiving the report, police launched an immediate investigation, only to descend into an ever-deepening fog of contradictions. First, the vanishing enigma. Heihachi stood 5 feet 6 inches tall. The vault possessed only one entrance, and this minuscule vent, whose iron bars allowed gaps of just 5 centimeters, making escape physically impossible. If he had left voluntarily, why bolt the door from within? And why remove the gold while leaving behind the empty chest? Second, the talisman enigma. Shinto priests, Buddhist monks, and even Western missionaries were consulted. All failed to identify the symbols. Some scholars speculated they belonged to a forbidden cult. Others believed Heihachi himself devised them. Neither theory yielded evidence. Third, the gold enigma. 10,000 ryo weighed over 60 kilograms. Impossible to carry out without damaging the vault or drawing attention. Tsuyama was then a remote provincial town with poor transport. Such a vast sum could not vanish without witnesses. Yet no merchant or passerby reported seeing anyone bearing heavy gold beyond the city gates. During the inquiry, investigators uncovered 2 seemingly unrelated clues, each steeped in profound suspicion. First, 3 days prior to the incident, villagers spotted 3 figures clad in black kimonos and wide-brimmed bamboo hats near the Sugita estate, speaking in unfamiliar dialects and probing intently about the family. Second, within Heihachi study, investigators found a fragmentary antique manuscript. One page bore a diagram nearly identical to the vault's sigils, annotated faintly with phrases like gateway to another realm and blood as conduit. Though its colophon was illegible, the era Kenai 16241644 could just be deciphered. As the investigation deepened, further uncanny details surfaced. A servant recalled that 1 week before the incident, Heihachi had slipped away at midnight to Kumano Shrine, returning pale and agitated, then secretly burning something in his study. Neighbors reported hearing eerie low chanting from the Sugita residence on the night of the disappearance, like incantations, lasting half an hour before cutting off abruptly. Police initially suspected an insider, interrogating every family member and servant, but alibis proved unassailable and none could explain either the vault's paradox or the talisman's meaning. The case ignited national sensation. Newspapers ran daily features spawning countless wild theories. Some claimed Heihachi had been spirited away by yokai, demons demanding gold as tribute, and the sigils were their mark. Ancient local legends of mountain hags and Tengu lent credence to interpretations, calling them Tengu summoning seals. Others posited he had discovered the manuscript's interdimensional passage, opened a rift to another world using blood-inked sigils, and fled with the gold. Still others insisted it was an elaborate theft, employing secret mechanisms or esoteric arts to breach the vault, the sigils mere misdirection. But no one could reconstruct how. In Meiji year 25, 1892, with no leads remaining, authorities officially closed the investigation, leaving the case unsolved. For over a century, historians, detectives, and occult scholars have pursued its truth, yet all returned empty-handed. In 1978, during demolition of the old Sugita residence, workers uncovered a concealed compartment within the vault's wall, containing a half-sheet of paper inscribed in brushwork with 8 characters, blood sigils, chart the path, gold returns to another realm. The handwriting closely matched Heihachi's, deepening the case's otherworldly mystique. Today, Tsuyama's local history museum displays a full-scale replica of the vault and precise rubbings of the 3 sigils. Some believe the samurai heir bound by ancestral duty employed arcane rites to transfer the gold into a parallel realm. Others contend it was an immaculately staged fraud. Heihachi faked his own disappearance and fled abroad with the treasure. Yet neither theory accounts for the vault's impenetrable architecture, the sigil's unfathomable origin, or the cryptic message on that fragmentary slip. Gold returns to another realm. This century-spanning gold mystery remains suspended like a riddle veiled in blood and mist, adrift in the shadowed currents of Japanese history, awaiting the day its truth is finally unveiled. In the spring of 1803, Kyowa 3, on the coastline of Orai town in Hitachi province, present-day Ibaraki prefecture, Japan, a bizarre event unfolded that would shake the very foundations of Edo-era perception. As the morning sea mist still lingered, 3 fishermen set out in a small boat to catch fish. 3 leagues from the shore, they spotted a colossal, unfamiliar object drifting lazily on the waves. A round vessel entirely silver-white, shaped like a giant incense box. This Utsurobune later recorded in ancient Japanese texts along with the mysterious woman inside, and the wooden box she never let go of became an enigmatic puzzle that has haunted Japan for 2 centuries, its truth still veiled. According to Edo period records such as Toin Shosetsu and Ashukazaki, the Utsurobune measured about 5 meters in length. Its hull was forged from an unknown metal resembling iron, its surface smooth and seamless as if cast in one piece. Transparent lattice windows were set into the hull, sealed with an unfamiliar waterproof resin that kept the interior bone dry even against the crashing waves. Curious yet wary, the fishermen dragged the vessel ashore. Soon a crowd of villagers gathered on the beach, but no one could identify the craft. It resembled neither Japanese fishing boats nor cargo ships, nor the Dutch or Chinese merchant vessels of the era, and bore no recognizable registry marks. As the villagers cautiously approached to peer inside, the hatch suddenly swung open of its own accord, and a woman of striking appearance stepped out. The onlookers fell silent, a mixture of fear and wonder etched on every face. The records describe her skin as pale pink, her eyebrows and hair a rare vermilion red. Her long white hair was tied in a ponytail that reached her waist. Some speculated it was dyed with special powder, while others asserted it was a race of hair color never before seen. She wore a soft white garment, its style unlike any Japanese attire of the time, nor any known Western or Tang-style clothing. The hem was embroidered with mysterious patterns, resembling stars, which no one could decipher. Even more perplexing, the woman wore a serene smile throughout, her demeanor calm and unafraid, as if the strange surroundings held no terror for her. She clutched a black lacquered wooden box about 60 centimeters square to her chest. No matter how the villagers gestured or tried to coax her, she refused to let go or allow anyone to touch it. When questioned, the woman uttered a series of soft yet incomprehensible syllables. Neither Japanese, Chinese, nor the Dutch or Portuguese that had begun to enter Japan. No one present could understand. A learned monk attempted to communicate in Sanskrit and Korean, but received no response. The woman merely smiled and shook her head, her gaze never straying from the wooden box in her arms. The villagers found themselves in a dilemma. Some believed she was an emissary from a foreign land, and should be reported to the authorities. Others, especially the elderly, offered a chilling conjecture: perhaps she was a foreign princess exiled for an illicit affair, and the box contained her lover's head. A punishment occasionally recorded in legends where the guilty were set adrift in a rudderless boat to die. Fearing the unknown and potential calamity, the villagers ultimately decided to follow the ancient custom of not detaining a banishment boat. They replenished the vessel with fresh water and food, then pushed the unsolved back into the sea. They watched as it carried the red-haired woman and her mysterious box into the thick Pacific fog, vanishing without a trace. This incident was not isolated. Numerous private diaries and essays from the late Edo period contain similar accounts. The Koken Zuihitsu mentions that around the same time, a similar round metal boat appeared off the coast of Ki Province, present-day Wakayama Prefecture. The woman inside also held a wooden box, spoke an unintelligible language, and was sent back to the sea by the villagers, never to be seen again. Meanwhile, the diary of Inuk Manjo records that in 1855 Ansei 2, a silver-white giant boat was seen soaring into the sky over Kashimanada, then plunging into the sea without a sound. A record later regarded by UFO enthusiasts as one of the earliest USO unidentified submerged object sightings. For over 200 years, the eerie nature of the unsolved incident has continued to unsettle those who ponder it. First, the technological enigma. Edo period Japan lacked the capability to produce an all-metal hull, let alone waterproof resin and transparent glass windows. This round, rudderless, fully sealed design was utterly incompatible with the shipbuilding technology of any nation in the world at that time. Second, the mystery of the woman's identity. Her red hair and pink skin did not match any known human race. Her untranslatable language, strange attire, and fierce protectiveness of the wooden box all imbued her origins with a fantastical aura. Most baffling of all was the secret of the wooden box. What did it contain? Treasures, weapons, or something so world-altering that it defied comprehension? Why would the woman choose to drift across the ocean rather than abandon it? Later scholars proposed numerous hypotheses, but none could fully explain the evidence. Folklorist Kunio Yanagida suggested it was a variation of the ancient Japanese AMA, sea woman legend, reflecting fishermen's awe of unknown marine entities. UFO researchers, however, insisted that the unsolved was an alien spacecraft, the red-haired woman an extraterrestrial visitor, and the wooden box a relic or sample from an alien civilization. Others speculated that the vessel came from an uncharted Pacific island nation, and the woman was a tribal envoy. Yet this could not explain the vessel's advanced technology or the woman's strange appearance. Today, on the Otake Beach in Hakoda City, Ibaraki Prefecture, stands a monument shaped like the unsolved, silently telling the tale of this fantastic mystery. Moreover, games like Siren and novels have repeatedly drawn inspiration from this incident, keeping the enigma alive in popular culture. No fingerprints, no DNA, no subsequent trace. Like a dream in the mist, the truth of the unsolved and the red-haired woman remains wrapped in layers of Pacific seawater and the dust of time. Was it a brief visit by extraterrestrial beings, the last imprint of a lost civilization, or merely a fantastical fabrication by wandering literati? Perhaps this eerie mystery spanning 2 centuries will forever remain in the fog of history as Japan's most enigmatic and fantastic unsolved puzzle. August 13, 1975. My name is Sato Kenichi, co-pilot of Japan Air's cargo division, flying a YS-11 cargo aircraft with Captain Yamada Hideki on a routine flight from Misawa Airport in Aomori Prefecture to Sapporo, Hokkaido. The cargo hold was loaded with ordinary freight, and the route was a well-traveled one. We flew year-round. The only difference was that before departure, the meteorological department had warned of strong convective cloud clusters off the coast of Aomori, recommending a detour around the Dragon Triangle airspace. That expanse of sea between Aomori, Hokkaido and the Kuril Islands, long rumored to swallow ships and planes without a trace, earning it the nickname Japan's Bermuda Triangle. At 2:17 p.m., the aircraft took off from Misawa Airport. As it climbed to 3000 meters, the previously clear sky suddenly turned dark and menacing. The clouds seemed steeped in ink, taking on an eerie dark purple hue. Leaden gray waves churned across the sea below. The radar screen erupted in a flurry of static, and the communication system crackled with intermittent electrical interference. Captain Yamada, seasoned and decisive, immediately adjusted the heading to evade the cloud mass. Yet the aircraft seemed pulled by an invisible force, refusing to deviate from its course, instead drawing deeper into the heart of the Dragon Triangle. Altitude dropping abnormally. I stared at the instrument panel, my heart seizing in my chest. The altimeter's needle spun wildly, plunging from 3000 meters to 1500 meters, yet the airframe gave no sensation of weightlessness. Outside, the clouds began to spiral, forming a colossal black vortex with a faint green glow glimmering at its center. The communication system failed completely, leaving only a piercing shriek in my headphones. Then abruptly the screech vanished, replaced by a garbled Japanese broadcast delivered in a voice that sounded ancient and unsettling. This is Hokkaido Air, Showa 23, 1948. We have encountered a malfunction in the Dragon Triangle airspace and request an emergency landing. Showa 23. That was 27 years ago. Captain Yamada and I exchanged a stunned glance, cold sweat instantly soaking our backs. Even more bizarrely, the sea outside suddenly calmed. A rust-covered propeller aircraft appeared off our lower left bearing the markings of Hokkaido Air, the very airliner that vanished in 1948. That plane carrying 17 passengers had disappeared in the Dragon Triangle airspace and had never been found. As we sat in shock, the aircraft began to shudder violently, every instrument on the panel failing simultaneously. The green glow outside grew ever brighter. Instinctively, I looked down at the sea and spotted a floating island that had never appeared on any navigational chart. Dense black forests covered it, their branches twisted like ghostly claws, and the beach was a sickly pale white. A few ramshackle wooden houses stood in the distance, faded paper lanterns hanging from their eaves. The characters on the lanterns were indistinct, yet they radiated a distinctly sinister aura. "That's no natural island," Captain Yamada roared, yanking back on the control column. "It's an apparition. Get us out of here." But the aircraft seemed drawn to the floating island, steadily losing altitude. I spotted several indistinct figures standing before the houses on the island, clad in Japanese military uniforms from World War II. They stood utterly still, staring fixedly in the direction of our plane, their faces flickering in and out of view within the green glow, utterly devoid of life. The communication system crackled to life once more. This time it was a clear distress signal, but interwoven with the sound of waves crashing against rocks and a woman's weeping. Identical to the final transmission from the Hokkaido Air flight before its disappearance 27 years earlier. Suddenly, the fuselage was engulfed in a blinding light. My vision went black and I lost consciousness. When I came to, the aircraft was flying steadily through clear skies. The radar had returned to normal, and the communication system was picking up calls from Sapporo Tower. The clock read 2:45 p.m. We had been missing for only 28 minutes, yet the fuel gauge showed nearly half consumed, as if we had truly flown for hours. Captain Yamada and I checked the flight recorder, but it contained no anomalous data. The eerie Showa-era broadcast and the ghostly vision of the missing airliner had left no trace whatsoever. But on both our arms a faint black mark had appeared, its shape eerily resembling the twisted trees of the floating island. No amount of washing could remove it. After landing, we reported the incident to the airline, and the police, only to have it dismissed as hallucinations caused by pilot fatigue. However, a subsequent investigation revealed that the flight recorder from the Hokkaido Air aircraft that vanished in 1948 had been dredged up by fishermen near the very waters where we'd experienced our bizarre encounter. The audio inside matched the distress signal we had heard perfectly. Yet the recorder's batteries had been dead for 27 years, making it impossible for it to have transmitted in 1975. Even stranger, in 2003, years after I had retired, the black mark on my arm suddenly vanished. At that same time, fishermen from Aomori Prefecture discovered a wooden fishing boat in the waters of the Dragon Triangle. It was completely deserted, and the calendar in the cabin was frozen on August 13th or 1975, the very day of our strange encounter. Carved into the gunnel of that fishing boat was a black tree pattern identical to the one on my arm. Now, at over 70 years of age, the mystery of the Dragon Triangle remains unsolved. Some say that region contains a fold in spacetime, replaying disasters from different eras over and over. Others say the floating island was a transient landmass formed by undersea volcanic eruption, and the figures upon it were the coalesced resentment of the dead. But I will always remember the green glow outside the window, the rusted ghost airliner, and the uniformed figures on that floating island. They were no illusion. The surface of the Dragon Triangle remains calm, but deep beneath the waves, perhaps time's secrets lie hidden. Those vanished flights and ships may well be trapped in some fissure of spacetime, repeating their eternal cries for help. And the mark that once graced my arm, a brand from another dimension of time, serves as a reminder that the bizarre ordeal spanning decades truly happened. On January 2nd, 1998, in Hakone Town, cold fog wrapped around fine snow shrouding Mount Akagi. This active volcano, standing at 1886 meters, is both a sacred site dedicated to the war god Hachiman in Japanese mythology and a renowned haunted landmark. At 3 that afternoon, Noriko Shizuka, a 48-year-old housewife carrying a hiking backpack and holding a bright red umbrella, walked into the woods near the Akagi Hongu Shrine and vanished without a trace. This red umbrella disappearance case became one of modern Japan's most inexplicable unsolved mysteries, with countless supernatural theories still circulating. Noriko Shizuka's disappearance came without any warning. According to her family, she was a devout Buddhist who made solo pilgrimages to Mount Akagi every month, following a fixed and familiar route. On the day of the incident, she wore a beige coat and dark trousers. She left her wallet, phone, and ID at home, carrying only a small amount of cash and a bottle of water. Her parting words were, "Going for a walk in the mountains back after dinner." But when she didn't return by late night, her family searched desperately, and then reported her missing, prompting the Kanagawa Prefectural Police to launch a large-scale search. The police deployed police dogs and drones, and even coordinated with local mountaineering teams and fire departments to conduct an exhaustive sweep of the forests within 5 kilometers of the Akagi Hongu Shrine. Mount Akagi's terrain is rugged, with dense forests and winter temperatures dropping to -10 degrees Celsius. The weather is unpredictable and hikers often get lost, but a case like Noriko's, vanishing into thin air, had never occurred before. The search lasted a full 3 months. Police checked every possible path, cave and cliff, even using metal detectors, but found not a single trace. No footprints, no clothing fragments, no umbrella remnants. As if she had never set foot in those woods. More eerie was the testimony of witnesses. That afternoon 2 hikers saw a woman with a red umbrella on the approach to the Hongu shrine whose clothing and build closely matched Noriko Shizuka. But they clearly stated that the woman was walking steadily toward the shrine with nothing unusual around her. However, the shrine's clergy claimed they had seen no such woman enter the shrine that day. What baffled investigators most was that surveillance cameras were installed along both sides of the approach. Repeated reviews of the footage captured only the 2 hikers. The red umbrella woman appeared nowhere, as if she had never existed in the video. The first anomaly in the case surfaced 7 months after the disappearance. An anonymous person sent police a blurry videotape showing a woman with a red umbrella walking slowly along the main road in front of the Hongu shrine, her clothing identical to what Noriko Shizuka had been wearing. When police showed the tape to the family, Noriko's husband and daughter unanimously denied it. That's not her. The clothes are the same, but her walking posture and how she holds the umbrella are wrong. Besides, my wife never wore high heels when hiking. The person in the tape is clearly wearing leather shoes. Forensic analysis of the tape showed no signs of digital manipulation, but the time and location of filming could not be determined and the anonymous sender could not be traced. The tape only deepened the mystery. Even more chilling were the bizarre events that followed. In the year after her disappearance, the family repeatedly received anonymous phone calls, which when answered produced only crackling static. No voice. Police traced the calls to public phone booths in Osaka, but each time they arrived on the scene the caller had already vanished. On one call the family claimed to hear a faint female voice amid the static, as if chanting a sutra in a mournful tone. They believed it sounded like Noriko's voice, but police technical analysis could not confirm the claim. Over time the case shifted from criminal investigation to supernatural folklore. Mount Akagi itself carried a legend of kamikakushi, the divine hiding, wherein at specific times and places devout believers or pure souls are taken by the gods into another dimension. Many locals believed that Noriko, with her years of devoted worship, had been chosen by Hachiman and spirited away. This theory was not baseless. Mount Akagi had a history of similar disappearances. In 1976, a 12-year-old boy vanished near the shrine, and no trace was found. In 1989, a female hiker disappeared in the same area, her body never recovered. Locals interpreted these as evidence of kamikakushi. Another widely circulated theory involved a psychic medium. Noriko's family had sought the help of a renowned Japanese medium, Chizuru Takahashi, hoping to find clues through spiritual communication. After performing a ritual, the medium, pale-faced, declared, on the day she disappeared, Noriko met 2 men in the woods. They kidnapped and assaulted her, then buried her in the oak forest near the shrine. Her soul is trapped there, unable to leave. Following the medium's guidance, police focused their excavation on the oak forest, even using ground-penetrating radar to detect possible burial sites, yet found nothing. The medium later explained that the gods may not wish for the body to be disturbed, a claim lacking scientific support, but which further entrenched the supernatural narrative. Police also considered human foul play, investigating Noriko's social circle's family conflicts, and even local individuals with criminal records, but found no suspicious leads. Noriko was gentle-natured, had a harmonious marriage, no debts or disputes, and no motive for suicide or running away. One detective speculated she might have fallen off a cliff and been buried under snow, but after the snow melted 3 months later, no body was found at the cliff bases. Others suggested she got lost and starved in a hidden cave, but repeated searches found no such caves. The second anomaly appeared in 2005. A hiker found a rusted red umbrella remnant in a crevice deep in Mount Akagi, bearing a striking resemblance to the one Noriko had carried. Police retrieved the umbrella for analysis, but severe corrosion prevented the extraction of DNA or fingerprints, and they could not confirm whether it was the same umbrella. Even stranger, the location where the umbrella was found lay beyond the previously searched area, in rugged terrain inaccessible to most people, with no signs of human activity nearby. Now, more than 20 years later, Noriko Shizuka's disappearance remains an unsolved case on the books of the Kanagawa Prefectural Police. The case files fill an entire filing cabinet, yet no substantial progress has ever been made. The legend of the red umbrella on Mount Akagi has become a classic Japanese urban legend. Some say that on foggy early mornings one might see the back of a woman holding a red umbrella on the shrine's approach, only for her to vanish when approached. Others claim to have heard the sound of a woman weeping in the woods, mixed with faint chanting of sutras. Where did Noriko Shizuka go? Did she meet with misfortune, or was she truly spirited away, as the legend suggests? Who was the woman in the anonymous videotape? Why did the red umbrella remnant appear deep in the mountains? To this day there are no answers. The cold fog of Mount Akagi envelopes the woods year after year, as if guarding a secret known to no one. And that bright red umbrella has become an eerie symbol lingering in people's minds, a reminder that behind the seemingly serene sacred mountains of Japan, there may lie mysteries that science cannot explain. Some disappearances are eternal farewells. The night air of Kobe Port was always laced with the salty tang of the sea breeze. A rusted steel bridge spanned the inner bay like a fractured spine. This abandoned freight railway bridge known as Yonge Bridge had been left to languish on the city's fringes since its closure in 1982. Its body was covered in dark green rust, and the tracks gleamed coldly under the moonlight, earning it a reputation as one of the most famous haunted landmarks in the Kansai region. What truly brought it notoriety was the whispering legend that had persisted for nearly 4 decades. Anyone who stayed on the bridge for more than 3 minutes past midnight would hear voices coming from the sea. The calls of sailors who never made it back to port, yearning for the harbor lights. This was no mere urban myth. It was an eerie phenomenon corroborated by multiple testimonies, news reports, and historical archives. The curse of Yonge Bridge began with a typhoon disaster in 1982. According to official records from the Kobe Port Authority, on August 15th of that year, Typhoon Vera swept through the Kansai waters. A cargo ship named Shirahama Maru encountered massive waves while entering the inner bay, causing its hull to break and sink. All 7 crew members were lost at sea, their bodies never recovered. Yonge Bridge, which served as a crucial navigation landmark for ships entering the port, was the last location from which the Shirahama Maru transmitted its signal before sinking. The first strange reports emerged 3 months after the disaster. In November 1982, 2 night fishermen took shelter from the rain on Yonge Bridge. At midnight, they suddenly heard rhythmic chants coming from beneath the bridge. The laboring calls of old dockworkers mingled with the sound of waves slapping against a hull. Terrified, they fled. Later they recalled that the voices were as clear as if right beside them, yet no ship was visible. Since then, similar sightings grew increasingly frequent. A couple on a late-night date heard a woman's whisper, "I'm still on the ship, I haven't gotten off." A photographer capturing the bridge at night found blurred sailor figures in his camera despite an empty scene. A homeless man sleeping under the bridge was startled awake by wet footprints that extended from the bridge's end and vanished right before him. In 2018, an encounter by a Chinese international student reignited the legend of Yonge Bridge. According to his social media post, he was in a state of depression after losing his job, and often visited the bridge late at night to feel the wind. The first time he heard the whispers was on a night when a thunderstorm was brewing. The wind carried intermittent human voices, both the shouts of men and the sobs of a woman. He dismissed it as auditory hallucination until his 3rd visit. That early morning he clearly heard a whisper, "None of us have gotten off the ship." Looking down, he saw a trail of wet footprints on the rusted tracks extending all the way to the locked iron gate at the bridge's end. Stranger still, the gate, which had been sealed for years, was ajar. Beyond it, the dark sea churned, and the silhouette of a young girl in an old sailor uniform stood at the edge of the bridge. "Who are you?" the student called out tentatively. The girl did not turn around, but her voice came from behind him. "If you can't wait for the harbor lights, you'll never leave the ship." He whirled around. There was no one. When he turned back, the girl was standing right in front of him, her face blurred, as if through a mist, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Panicked, the student fled, but in his confusion, he stumbled and fell off the bridge, only to be rescued by a passing fisherman. When he woke up in a hospital bed, his clothes were heavy with the stench of seawater, and his phone was severely water-damaged, containing only a single eerie recording. Besides the sound of waves, there was a clear whisper, "Come keep us company. The wind here never reaches the shore." The incident prompted an investigation by the Kobe police, but no evidence of human pranks was found. The iron gate of Yonge Bridge was heavily rusted with no signs of recent tampering. The wet footprints on the tracks tested contained high concentrations of sea salt, yet bore no fingerprints or DNA. The student's recording was also ruled out as having been synthesized. The frequency of the whispers was abnormal, and could not be matched to any known human voice. A folklorist researching historical records discovered that among the crew of the Shirahama Maru, there was indeed a 19-year-old female sailor, the captain's daughter, who had joined the voyage to experience life at sea. She was the youngest of the missing, and the phrase, "I can't wait for the harbor lights," was exactly the content of her last radio transmission before the ship sank. What sent chills down the spine was that the eerie events at Yonge Bridge were not entirely random. Almost all witnesses reported that the strange occurrences only happened after midnight, and that the whispers were especially clear when fog hung over the sea. In 2020, the city of Kobe planned to demolish Yonge Bridge as part of an urban renewal project, but faced strong opposition from local residents. Among the opponents were families of the Shirahama Maru crew, who firmly believed that the bridge was the spiritual anchor of the sailors' souls. Demolishing it, they argued, would leave the restless spirits homeless and invite a more terrible curse. The construction crew attempted to enter the site twice, but both times encountered bizarre accidents. First, the machinery inexplicably failed with the engine filled with seawater. Second, a worker measuring on the bridge suddenly suffered a mental breakdown, shouting the ship is sinking, before jumping off, only to be saved by a rope. Later, he had no memory of the incident. Today, Yonge Bridge still stands alone across Kobe's inner bay, a forgotten scar. The rust on its body grows thicker, weeds sprout between the tracks, and only the boldest explorers and curious tourists dare approach during the day. But at midnight, the area around the bridge is cordoned off, and local police patrol regularly to prevent anyone from lingering. Yet rumors persist that on foggy nights one can still see blurred figures standing at the bridge's end and hear whispers from the sea as if calling out to distant lights. Are those sailors who never returned to port trapped as vengeful spirits on the bridge, or are they just obsessions from the depths of the ocean? Was the silhouette of the girl encountered by the student truly the young female sailor? Were the bizarre accidents that befell the construction crew mere coincidences or warnings from a curse? These questions remain unanswered. The night wind of Kobe Port has blown for decades, and the whispers of Yang Bridge have echoed just as long. It is like an unfulfilled promise etched into the city's edge, reminding people that some disappearances never truly end, and some waiting turns into eternal obsession in the darkness. Perhaps those lives swallowed by the sea still wander on the bridge hoping for a harbor light that will never shine. The crimson walls of Shuri Castle in Okinawa glimmered with an eerie coldness on the summer night of 2019. As the reconstructed ancient capital of the Ryukyu Kingdom, this historic site should have been a bustling tourist attraction. However, in July of that year, it was suddenly closed for renovation due to a series of bizarre incidents. The catalyst being a Chinese tourist who, after taking a selfie in front of the bronze mirror in the Uhurugami Hall, discovered an unfamiliar reflection in his phone. Thus began the mirror ghost legend. This incident was not an isolated case. According to public records from the Okinawa Prefectural Police and follow-up reports by the local media Ryukyu Shimpo, between June and July 2019, a total of 23 tourists claimed to have witnessed anomalies in the bronze mirror's glass display cases or water reflections within Shuri Castle. These witnesses hailed from Japan, China, South Korea, and other countries strangers to one another, yet they described eerily similar scenes. The reflection in the mirror would move asynchronously with their own actions, or a strange black shadow would appear. Some even heard faint whispers in the Ryukyuan language emanating from the mirror. The earliest recorded sighting occurred on June 12. Sato Mei, a high school student from Tokyo, Japan, was visiting Shuri Castle with her classmates and took a photo in front of a display case on the west side of the main hall. The display case was designed with one-way glass housing ancient mirrors from the Ryukyu dynasty on the inside, while the outer surface allowed tourists to capture reflective selfies. When Mei reviewed the photo, she saw not only herself and her classmates, but also a woman dressed in traditional Ryukyuan attire, wearing an ancient noble hairstyle, staring expressionlessly at the camera. Yet at that moment only the three of them stood around the display case, and the interior of the glass was a sealed exhibition area. No one could have been inside. Mei's photo ignited a storm on social media and more witnesses came forward. A South Korean tourist uploaded a video. He waved his hand in front of the bronze mirror in the Uhurugami Hall, but the reflection remained motionless, then slowly raised its hand, pointing in a direction beyond the camera. In the background of the video, faint sounds of a gouging could be heard, even though the traditional performance at Shuri Castle had long ended. Even more spine-chilling was the experience of a Chinese tourist. While capturing his reflection by the pool, the water surface in his phone screen suddenly rippled, and a drenched black shadow crawled out of the water, pressing against the screen. In reality, the pool remained calm with only moonlight shimmering on its surface. Staff at Shuri Castle also confirmed the eerie phenomena. Kobayashi Kenji, a cultural relic conservationist, revealed that since late June, unidentified fingerprints frequently appeared on the display glass, which could not be removed despite daily cleaning. Even stranger surveillance cameras repeatedly captured fog forming on the glass surfaces in unoccupied areas, with faint human faces emerging within the mist. At the same time, the ambient temperature would suddenly drop by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius and the lights would flicker frequently. On July 3rd, a night security guard on patrol saw a black shadow standing before the bronze mirror in the main hall. As he attempted to approach, the shadow abruptly vanished into the mirror, and his walkie-talkie emitted a screeching static followed by sporadic Ryukyuan whispers, "Kier, Kier, go back, go back." The incident plunged Shuri Castle into panic. The Okinawa Prefectural Board of Education urgently assembled experts to investigate, yet they found no traces of any prank. The material of the glass display cases was tested, revealing no hidden devices. Surveillance footage ruled out post-production manipulation. The temperature anomalies and electrical interference remained inexplicable by scientific principles. After a field investigation, folklorists proposed a hypothesis. As the capital of the Ryukyu dynasty, Shuri Castle had endured multiple wars. During World War II in 1945, it was bombarded to ruins by the U.S. military, burying countless civilians and soldiers. When Shuri Castle was reconstructed in 2019, some building materials incorporated remnants of the original ruins. Those bronze mirrors and glass panes may have become vessels for bound spirits, carrying the resentment of war casualties. A more crucial clue came from an elderly local resident. He recalled that during World War II, the Uhurugami Hall of Shuri Castle was used as a temporary hospital by the Japanese army, where many severely wounded soldiers died. Among their belongings were numerous bronze mirrors. A belief circulated at the time dying soldiers would make wishes before the bronze mirrors, hoping their souls could return to their homeland. Over time, these accumulated obsessions imbued the mirrors with the power to hold spirits. When Shuri Castle was rebuilt, those forgotten mirrors were redisplayed, inadvertently awakening the dormant resentment. On October 31, 2019, A sudden fire broke out at Shuri Castle, destroying the main hall, North Hall, and other major structures. The bronze mirrors and glass display cases that had sparked the ghost legend were reduced to ashes. Eerily, before the fire, surveillance cameras captured a large area of fog on the surface of the bronze mirror in the main hall, with faint reflections of flames within the mist, even though no fire was present at the scene. After the fire, the mirror ghost legend sightings ceased abruptly, as if all resentment had dissipated with the flames. Yet the mystery remained unsolved. The police investigation concluded that the fire was an accident caused by aging electrical wiring. However, multiple witnesses claimed that on the night of the fire, they saw red flashes in the sky above Shuri Castle, as if someone had ignited a flame within a mirror. More puzzlingly, while clearing the debris after the fire, workers discovered an intact ancient mirror fragment in the ashes. Engraved on it were faint Ryukyuan characters translated as "Spirit in the mirror extinguished by fire." This fragment was later sealed in the Okinawa Prefectural Museum, but it suddenly vanished during an exhibition in 2020. Surveillance footage only showed the glass display case door opening automatically and the fragment transforming into a beam of white light before disappearing. Today, the reconstruction of Shuri Castle continues, but the bronze mirror displays have never been restored. Local residents passing by the construction site occasionally glimpse unfamiliar human silhouettes reflected on the building's glass curtain walls, or hear faint gouging melodies. Most of the tourists who witnessed the mirror ghost legend are reluctant to speak of their experiences. Some claim to have suffered frequent nightmares, dreaming of the black shadow from the mirror lingering by their bedside. Others say the eerie photos and videos on their phones play automatically and cannot be deleted. Was the mirror echo of Shuri Castle a manifestation of war ghosts' resentment, or an unknown natural phenomenon? Was the Great Fire a coincidence or an inevitable conclusion to the legend? What secrets did the vanished ancient mirror fragment hold? These questions remain unanswered to this day. In the sea breeze of Okinawa, the ruins of Shuri Castle and the reconstruction site stand facing each other across time, like a colossal mirror reflecting the wounds of history and unresolved mysteries, reminding us that some shadows left by war are far more enduring and far more uncanny than we imagine. The Senbon Torii of Fushimi Inaritaisha in Kyoto glowed with an eerie vermilion hue through the deep autumn morning mist. On the morning of October 17, 2018, a cleaner, Yamada Junko, pushed her cleaning cart through the Torii corridor when her foot suddenly caught on something, causing her to trip. Rubbing her knee, she looked up and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Before a half-human height statue of the Inari fox god lay a female corpse, hands bound behind her back with red rope, a yellowed vermilion seal paper affixed to her chest on which twisted curse script was written in ink, and traces of still damp blood stained the corner of her mouth. This bizarre homicide unveiled the prelude to modern Japan's most uncanny Ju-in curse case. The case was classified as a major unsolved mystery by the Kyoto Prefectural Police. As the investigation deepened, more astonishing details emerged, ultimately becoming an unsolvable enigma that continues to be hotly debated by Japanese folklore scholars and law enforcement to this day. The deceased was named Takahashi Nanako, 32 years old, an editor at a Tokyo publishing house. She was obsessed with Japanese folk curse arts during her lifetime, particularly placing unwavering faith in the Nodding Fate vermilion seal of Fushimi Inaritaisha. Police seized dozens of vermilion seal papers obtained from the Inaritaisha from her apartment, along with a diary filled with curse scripts. The date on the last page was exactly 3 days before the incident, with scrawled handwriting. The contract is established blessed by the Inari god. If this oath is broken, blood debt shall be repaid with blood. What was even more bizarre was the condition of the body. Forensic examination showed that the victim died of asphyxiation, yet there were no ligature marks on the neck and no foreign objects in the lungs, as if an invisible force had strangled her breath. The vermilion seal paper on her chest was not an ordinary shrine seal. It had been drawn with special cinnabar mixed with an unknown liquid. Upon testing, the liquid was found to contain trace amounts of human blood. The shrine's clergy confirmed that this kind of vermilion seal was not issued by the Great Shrine, but was a curse art vermilion seal, circulated among the people, commonly used to form contracts or curse others. The case quickly sparked an uproar, as similar eerie incidents had already occurred 3 times around Fushimi Inaritaisha. In 2015, a male tourist vanished deep in the Torii. When found 7 days later, he was also bound with hands behind his back and a vermilion seal paper on his chest, though the curse script was different. In 2016, a local resident died mysteriously at home with the same eerie vermilion seal appearing at the scene. In 2017, a female college student committed suicide on the hill behind the shrine, a vermilion seal paper inscribed with curse script hidden in her pocket, and her cause of death was likewise inexplicable asphyxiation. These 4 cases shared 3 common characteristics. All victims were obsessed with curse arts, each scene contained a special vermilion seal paper, and the cause of death was asphyxiation that could not be explained by science. The police investigated curse masters around the shrine, relevant folklore researchers, and even conducted cross-border inquiries into dark web platforms involved in curse art transactions, yet they never found a breakthrough. Even more chilling was the Inari fox god statue at the crime scene. This statue was not originally part of the Great Shrine. It had suddenly appeared in the Torii corridor the day before the incident. On its base was engraved a line of small characters. Those who seek to form a bond must offer blood as a sacrifice. Those who break the covenant shall surely suffer divine punishment. Police traced the statue's origin to an abandoned shrine on the outskirts of Kyoto. That shrine had been the site of a curse kill the entire village tragedy a century ago. It was said that the shrine's clergy, in order to pray for a bountiful harvest, used villagers' blood to draw vermilion seal curse scripts, ultimately causing the entire village to die mysteriously, and the shrine was abandoned. As the investigation deepened, police discovered that all 4 victims had been active near the abandoned shrine, and had all contacted a mysterious person code named Inari Sure through the dark web, purchasing the so-called Nodding Fate vermilion seal curse. According to transaction records, this curse art claimed to grant one's wishes, but the contract had to be honored. If the promise was not fulfilled after the wish was granted, usually by paying a huge sum of money to Inari Sure, or completing some eerie ritual, the person would suffer divine punishment. Police attempted to track the real identity of Inari Sure through the dark web, but found that the IP address kept jumping, scattered across various locations in Japan, occasionally even appearing within Fushimi Inaritaisha itself. More bizarrely, whenever the police got close to the truth, various accidents would occur. A vermilion seal paper would suddenly appear in the detective's home, computer hard drives would inexplicably fail, and key witnesses would either vanish suddenly or retract their previous testimonies. In 2019, a curse master who claimed to have seen Inari Sure voluntarily contacted the police. He said that Inari Sure was not an ordinary person but a spiritual inheritance of the clergy from the abandoned shrine a century ago, forming contracts with the living through vermilion seal curse scripts and draining their life force. The curse master also revealed that once the contract of this curse art took effect, it could not be broken unless the curse source of the abandoned shrine from that time was found and destroyed. Following the curse master's clue, the police excavated the abandoned shrine and discovered a well-preserved skeleton beneath the shrine's foundation. On its chest was also affixed a vermilion seal paper, its pattern identical to those at the crime scenes. On the skeleton's finger was a ring shaped like the Inari fox god, perfectly matching the patterns on the base of the statue at the crime scene. Just as the police were about to bring the skeleton back for identification, a sudden fierce wind swept through the excavation site, and the skeleton and the vermilion seal paper vanished instantly, leaving only an empty pit. Since then, Inari Sure completely disappeared without a trace, and all transaction records on the dark web vanished as well. The Ju-in curse case of Fushimi Inaritaisha became the most bizarre unsolved case in the history of the Kyoto Prefectural Police. All clues were cut off at critical moments. No suspect, no motive, no cause of death that science could explain. Today, the Senbon Torii of Fushimi Inaritaisha remains crowded with tourists, yet in the early morning or late at night, visitors still claim to see eerie shadows flitting among the torii or discover unidentified vermilion seal papers before the statues. Although the shrine has repeatedly invited eminent monks to perform exorcism rituals, they have never been able to stop the related eerie rumors. What kind of contract did those victims who died mysteriously actually form with Inari Sure? Was Inari Sure a living person or a spirit? Did the curse source from a century ago really exist? These questions remain unanswered to this day. The Ju-in curse case is like a blood-red brand etched into the history of Fushimi Inaritaisha, reminding people that behind Japan's bustling modern cities lie many eerie mysteries that science cannot explain, and some dark contracts once touched can never be undone. Deep within the Amazon rainforest of Brazil, near the indigenous tribal settlements, close to Manaus, lies a mysterious site known as the Forgotten Village. In August 1962, local indigenous tribes discovered that a village once home to over 200 residents had overnight been completely deserted. Belongings inside the houses were neatly arranged, warmth still lingered on the stoves, and unfinished food remained in the pots. The only anomaly was a trail of tiny footprints scattered across the ground, all pointing toward the depths of the jungle, as though the villagers had collectively walked into the rainforest at the same time and never returned. According to declassified Brazilian Army archives, in September of that year, the military immediately dispatched a search and rescue team after receiving reports from the indigenous tribes. The rescue team found that the villagers' clothing, tools, and livestock were all intact, and the granaries were well stocked with grain. There were no signs of struggle, fire, or natural disaster. It was as though a sudden evacuation had taken place. Everyone left, yet nothing was taken, wrote Mario Silva, the rescue team captain, in his report. The footprints were small, belonging to both adults and children, stretching toward the heart of the rainforest before eventually disappearing into the dense vegetation. The rescue team followed the footprints for 3 days, venturing approximately 30 kilometers into the rainforest. Yet, they found no trace of any villagers. At the point where the footprints vanished, they discovered strange circular markings, each about 20 centimeters in diameter, arranged from stones. The patterns bore no resemblance to the totems of local indigenous tribes. Additionally, several unfamiliar plant leaves were scattered across the site. Upon identification, these leaves were found to belong to species unknown to the Amazon rainforest. Local indigenous tribes hold a belief that the villagers of the Forgotten Village were taken by the guardian spirits of the rainforest. Tribal elders claim that the area has been regarded as sacred since ancient times, and legends speak of a mysterious power dwelling deep within the rainforest that takes devoted followers at certain moments. According to Brazilian anthropologists, the villagers of the Forgotten Village belong to an isolated ethnic group with minimal contact with the outside world, and their culture and customs remain largely unknown to this day. In 1975, Brazilian archaeologists conducted another investigation of the Forgotten Village and discovered faint murals on the walls of the villagers' homes. The murals depicted a group of people walking toward a glowing circular object surrounded by strange radiance and symbols. This discovery sparked speculation about extraterrestrial intervention, though no substantial evidence was found. Today, the Forgotten Village has been designated a protected area by the Brazilian government. Entry is prohibited and only a select few research teams are permitted to conduct studies after strict approval. For over half a century, the truth behind the villagers' disappearance has remained unanswered. Were they attacked by unknown beasts? Did they perish during a mass migration? Or were they truly taken by some mysterious force? The Brazilian Army's investigation files remain partially classified to this day, and those tiny footprints pointing into the rainforest seem to whisper of an unsolvable enigma. Recent scientific expeditions and declassified archives have added new clues to the case. In 2021, a Brazilian archaeological team used LiDAR scanning around the Forgotten Village and discovered ring-shaped stone foundations and irrigation channels hidden underground representing rare early settlement remnants in the Amazon. A concurrent FUNE report indicated that 3 other isolated tribes in the same area experienced similar mass departures around the same period, raising suspicions of a connection to ecological anomalies in the rainforest or ritualistic tribal migrations. However, authorities have not disclosed the core cause. Some scholars speculate it may be linked to unknown pathogens or geomagnetic disturbances, while indigenous elders insist on the traditional explanation of spiritual summons, further broadening the interdisciplinary interpretive space surrounding the disappearances. Within the Everglades National Park in southern Florida, there lies a stretch of water known as the Ghost Swamp. This swamp, covering approximately 20 square miles, is renowned for frequent drone aerial footage capturing massive humanoid shadows beneath the water. In 2019, the Florida Chronicle first published the relevant images, sparking a massive uproar. In the video, the underwater shadow measured about 10 meters in length, with a silhouette strikingly similar to a human moving slowly along the bottom. Its size far exceeded any known aquatic creature. According to records from the Everglades National Park Service, the earliest sighting of the shadow dates back to 2015. At that time, ecologist Sarah Coleman, while monitoring swamp water quality, detected an anomaly through an underwater camera. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared on the screen, its limbs clearly defined, moving, as if it were walking rather than swimming, Coleman recalled. I immediately adjusted the camera angle only to find the shadow had vanished, leaving behind nothing but murky water currents. In 2019, the civilian exploration team, Florida Explorers, launched a special investigation into the Ghost Swamp. They used high-definition drones and underwater robots to film at different times, successfully capturing multiple footage of the shadows. The videos showed that the shadows mostly appeared in the central area of the swamp, at depths of about 5 to 8 meters, moving slowly and avoiding areas directly exposed to sunlight. The expedition also conducted sonar scans of the waters, which revealed an irregularly shaped massive object underwater, approximately 12 meters long and 3 meters wide, though its material and nature could not be determined. To unravel the mystery, biologists and geologists from the University of Florida formed a joint research team and conducted a month-long scientific expedition to the Ghost Swamp in 2020. The study found that the swamp waters had extremely low visibility, with the underwater area filled with decaying plants and sediments providing conditions for the formation of shadows. However, tests on water samples and sediments revealed no abnormal biological components. Multiple dives by the diving team only turned up some decaying wooden shipwrecks, most of which were 19th century cargo vessels that had sunk due to swamp siltation unrelated to the shadows. This eerie phenomenon also subtly echoes the historical secrets of the Florida Everglades. Locals tell the legend of the 19th century pirate ship, Ghost Sail, allegedly a vessel laden with treasure that became trapped in the swamp due to siltation, with its crew vanishing collectively. The shipwreck and treasure have never been found, and the core area where the shadows appear coincides strikingly with the legendary location of the sunken ship. More notably, in 2023, the U.S. National Park Service discovered the wreck of the steamship St. Lucie, which sank in 1906 near the area. The vessel, carrying over 100 early builders of Miami, went down in a hurricane, killing 26 people, with some bodies never recovered. Some researchers speculate that the underwater shadows might be related to the complex interaction between the shipwreck debris and sediments. Furthermore, the Everglades, as a heavily infested area for the invasive Burmese python, has seen multiple recent discoveries of giant individuals exceeding 5 meters in length and weighing over 90 kilograms. Although their size is far from enough to form the 10-meter level shadows in the videos, the public has always harbored speculations about unknown giant reptilian creatures. Another scientific explanation points to vegetation-induced sedimentary structures. Dense aquatic plants in the swamp, under the action of water currents, their root systems and sediments can form irregular giant shadows exhibiting bio-like movement trajectories as the water flows. This natural phenomenon may provide a reasonable footnote for some sightings. However, none of these hypotheses can fully explain the humanoid silhouette and regular movement of the shadows. The secrets beneath these murky waters still await more in-depth scientific exploration. There are many diverse speculations among the public about the shadows. Some believe they are undiscovered giant aquatic creatures, others speculate they are fossilized remains of ancient humans, and there are even rumors that they are the congealed souls of 19th-century lost pioneers. The Everglades National Park Service stated that there is currently no evidence that the shadows pose a threat to humans, but still reminds visitors to avoid entering the water in the central swamp area. And those giant shadows drifting underwater still roam the depths of the swamp, becoming the most mysterious presence in the Florida wetlands. In northern Arizona, the stretch of Highway 160 connecting Flagstaff and Page has been dubbed the Silent Highway by locals due to the eerie phenomena that frequently occur late at night. This approximately 40-mile-long highway traverses the edge of the Colorado Plateau, a desolate region dotted only with abandoned ranches and arid badlands. Since the 1980s, dozens of truck drivers and night travelers have encountered the same strange occurrence. At midnight, a 1950s model Greyhound bus would suddenly appear ahead on the road, its headlights dim, its body bearing the patina of time, as if it had just emerged from the dust of history. According to publicly available historical police reports from the U.S. Department of Transportation, the earliest recorded sighting dates back to October 17, 1983. At that time, truck driver Robert Coleman was driving along that section around 1 a.m. when he suddenly spotted a vintage bus about 50 meters ahead. He recalled that the bus's license plate was illegible, and through the windows, he could vaguely see several passengers all dressed in 1950s attire staring blankly ahead, their faces as rigid as wax figures with no movement or change in expression. Coleman attempted to honk his horn, but the bus showed no response. As he slowed down to avoid it, the bus suddenly accelerated and drove alongside his truck. When Coleman tried to get a clearer look at the passengers, the bus vanished into thin air, amid a faint mist, leaving no trace on the road. In the 4 decades that followed, similar sighting reports have never ceased. In 2007, long-haul driver Mary Ellen's dashcam captured a blurry image of the bus. The footage showed the bus appearing at 1237 a.m., driving for about 2 minutes and then disappearing. The vintage silhouette of the bus and the dark figures inside the windows were clearly visible. Local police have conducted multiple investigations, but found no registration records for this bus, nor any related vehicle accident reports. Folklore has it that the bus corresponds to an unsolved disappearance case from 1955. A Greyhound bus carrying 7 passengers went missing on that same stretch. Search teams found only scattered luggage with no trace of the vehicle or its occupants. In 2019, a folklore research team from Arizona State University launched a special investigation into the silent highway phenomenon, collecting 23 valid eyewitness accounts. The researchers found that all sightings occurred between midnight and 2 a.m., and mostly on nights with a new moon. The descriptions were remarkably consistent. The bus traveled at a steady 45 miles per hour, gave no horn, made no evasive maneuvers, and the passengers remained motionless. Whenever anyone tried to approach or block it, the bus would vanish instantly. More eerily, some witnesses claimed that after the bus disappeared, their car radios would automatically switch to a 1950s country music channel, which would last for several minutes before returning to normal. Today, the Silent Highway has become a well-known eerie landmark. Although no casualties have been reported, few dare to travel alone on it at midnight. The U.S. Department of Transportation has installed multiple warning signs along the highway advising drivers to avoid traveling during the late-night hours. And that vintage bus shuttling through the cracks of time remains an unsolved mystery. Carrying the enigma of a disappearance from over half a century ago, it repeatedly reappears on the Silent Plateau Highway, as if telling a forgotten story. Val d'Or, located in northern Quebec Province, Canada, lies on the edge of the Labrador Plateau, and was once one of North America's most significant copper mining centers in the early 20th century. This land, wrapped in biting cold and dense boreal forests, bears witness to the glory of mining prosperity, and conceals a century-old enigma ever since the fatal cave-in of 1910. The abandoned Val d'Or mine emits distinct sounds at night, metallic screeches of rail friction and indistinct murmurs of human voices, as if miners from 100 years ago still toil deep beneath the earth, never having departed. Today the mine site is overgrown with thick shrubbery and buried beneath rusted machinery and collapsed tunnels, yet those spectral echoes from below persist, lingering like an inescapable shadow across the land. The Val d'Or mine was established in 1901 through a joint venture between American capital and the Canadian government. At its zenith, it employed nearly 2,000 miners, and its self-contained industrial community included dormitory schools, hospitals, and a dedicated railway system. According to historical archives preserved at the Quebec Mining Museum, the mine's copper reserves ranked 3rd in North America. Its deepest shafts extended 800 meters underground, served by state-of-the-art narrow-gauge rail transport, each shaft equipped with miniature steam locomotives hauling or carts to surface processing plants. On November 23, 1910, a sudden geological disaster shattered the mine's tranquility at 317 m. A massive collapse engulfed Tunnel No. 3. Burying 37 miners who were working underground. Contemporary mine logs attributed the collapse to tectonic fault activity, reporting over 5,000 cubic meters of rock cascading down and sealing off a 200-meter stretch of tunnel. Rescue operations lasted 27 days. Every available machine and laborer was deployed. Even blasting teams from nearby railways were requisitioned in desperate attempts to blast through the rubble. Yet due to the mine's extreme depth and geologically complex strata, repeated blasting triggered secondary collapses. Only 3 bodies were recovered on day 12. The remaining 34 were officially declared presumed deceased. Search reports archived at the Quebec Provincial Archives indicate that all 3 recovered bodies were found near the periphery of the collapse zone, their causes of death asphyxiation and blunt force trauma. Their tools and lamps still clutched tightly in their hands, as though they had been actively working when the catastrophe struck. Whether any survivors remained deeper within the undamaged tunnels, and whether they attempted self-rescue, remains an eternal, unverifiable mystery. Following the collapse, output plummeted. Compounded by volatile copper prices during World War I, the Val-d'Or mine officially closed in 1917. Thousands of miners and their families gradually evacuated, transforming the once thriving industrial hub into desolate ruins. Strangely, beginning in the 1920s, local residents who remained reported hearing a rhythmic click-clack of rail friction emanating from the mine site at night, sometimes accompanied by muffled male whispers and cries for help. The earliest written account appears in the 1923 local newspaper, Le Journal de Val-d'Or, which stated, multiple residents at midnight heard the unmistakable sound of or carts moving underground. The rhythm identical to that of operational shifts a century prior, as if phantoms were reenacting their ancient labor. These rumors soon ripened into diverse folk legends. The most enduring version passed down among descendants of the miners holds that the 34 missing men did not perish, but instead became trapped in intact lower-level tunnels. Using surviving tools, they allegedly repaired sections of track and attempted escape via or carts. The subterranean echoes are said to be the very sounds of their labor and desperate pleas. Jean Lapierre, now 78, is the grandson of Louis Lapierre, one of the missing miners. He grew up immersed in his grandfather's story. My grandfather was a track maintenance worker. He was scheduled to rest that day but descended into the shaft to cover for a colleague. My father told me, Jean continued, that every year on the night of November 23rd, he would hear the rails groan beneath the earth, a signal my grandfather tried to send hoping someone might discover them. Jean also recalled a winter night in 1965. When he accompanied his father to the derelict mine site, the temperature plunged to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Silence blanketed the landscape. Then suddenly from deep underground came that unmistakable click-clack lasting roughly 10 minutes before fading. It was too precise, too clear to be wind or animal movement. Such eyewitness accounts are not isolated. In 2001, the Quebec Folklore Society launched an investigation into the Val-d'Or phenomenon and collected 117 verified testimonies. Researchers discovered that all reported incidents occurred exclusively between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., especially in the days surrounding the November 23rd anniversary of the collapse, when the sounds intensified in both frequency and clarity. Witness descriptions were remarkably consistent. The sounds originated underground, possessed unmistakable rhythmicity, matching the cadence of ore cart movement along narrow-gauge rails, and occasionally carried fragmented whispers, indistinct in wording yet saturated with palpable anguish and despair. More eerily, some witnesses reported anomalous deflections in their compass needles during these auditory events, as if subterranean magnetic fields were interfering with instrumentation. To unravel the mystery, in 2015, a joint research team comprising geologists and acoustic specialists from University Laval conducted a 2-month field investigation at the Val-d'Or site. 12 subsurface acoustic sensors were installed across the former Tunnel No. 3 and adjacent zones. Monitoring confirmed the presence of regular low-frequency vibrational signals during nocturnal hours, whose frequencies matched precisely with those produced by or carts traversing narrow-gauge rails. Seismic wave analysis further revealed partially unsealed cavities beneath the collapsed tunnel, spaces potentially acting as natural resonance chambers, amplifying ambient subterranean vibrations. Yet, on-site exploration contradicted this natural explanation. Core sampling from these cavities, conducted via borehole technology, revealed stable rock formations with no evidence of geologically induced rhythmic tremors. Even more perplexing, the detected sounds did not emanate from a single locus, but dispersed across multiple tunnel segments, and peaked sharply around 2 a.m., precisely aligning with the historical shift change time when miners descended underground. Acoustic expert Pierre Lemieux remarked, "The sheer regularity of these sounds defies geological explanation. They resemble mechanical motion, yet no corresponding source can be identified." Additionally, the team unearthed a miner's diary from 1910 at the ruins of the abandoned dormitories. The author, Alfred Morrow, a survivor of the collapse. The diary records the discovery of a natural limestone cavern within the lower reaches of Tunnel No. 3, a shortcut occasionally used by miners to traverse between shafts. This finding sparked a new hypothesis: perhaps some of the missing miners escaped into the cavern, establishing temporary shelters there. wherein their activities combined with the cavern's unique acoustics generated the haunting subterranean resonance. However, the cavern's exact location remains unknown, and the labyrinthine subterranean terrain precludes further verification, leaving this theory confined to speculation. Today, the Valdor Mine has been designated a provincial historic site and nature reserve with unrestricted access strictly prohibited. Yet each night intrepid explorers and researchers still venture there drawn by the siren call of those spectral echoes rising from the depths. In 2020, an explorer deployed a drone-mounted audio recorder and captured a 47-second clip of exceptional clarity, sparking widespread online attention. The recording distinctly features rail friction clicks and faint unintelligible human voices. Professional analysis confirmed the sounds originated underground and ruled out artificial fabrication. To this day, no consensus exists on their origin. Geologists attribute them to thermal expansion and contraction of bedrock, coupled with resonant cavity effects. Folklorists interpret them as manifestations of collective memory and oral tradition, while local residents and miners' descendants steadfastly believe they are the souls of the lost men recounting their century-old ordeal. Regardless of truth, the subterranean echoes of Valdor have become one of northern Canada's most renowned uncanny legends. They stand as a centennial monument, honoring the toil and sacrifice of the mining era, yet also as an unsolved riddle probing the very boundaries of human understanding between nature and the numinous. That ceaseless rhythm of rail friction and whispered voices from below may forever echo across the Valdor wilderness. A solemn reminder that some stories, though centuries old, are never truly forgotten. Deep within Zimbabwe's Matobo Hills National Park, among granite hills formed 2 billion years ago, lies a breathtaking megalithic site. Over 100 colossal rocks, each weighing tens of tons, arranged in precise centimeter-level angles to form a circular structure resembling Stonehenge, yet exhibiting even more perplexing wisdom in acoustics, optics, and symbolism. This site, called by the local Shona people the gift of celestial visitors, together with the sand rock art of the Matobo Hills dating back 130,000 years, constitutes a World Heritage Site whose underlying civilization code remains undeciphered. In 1958, British archaeologist David Robinson accidentally discovered the site while tracking migrating elephants. He was astonished to find that these rocks were not naturally stacked but had been artificially polished, with some surfaces exhibiting flatness deviations of less than 2 millimeters, perfectly embodying the Shona word, Zimbabwe, meaning venerated stone city. Carbon-14 dating shows that the carvings on the rocks were made around 1500 BCE, but by analyzing stone tools from the surrounding area, archaeologists speculate that the arrangement of the rocks may date back to an even more distant Neolithic era. The core area of the site consists of 3 architectural groups: a hilltop, acropolis, and elliptical temple at the foot of the hill, and scattered residential remains in between, with an overall layout consistent with the architectural style of Great Zimbabwe, yet functionally more oriented toward astronomical observation. Every year at the summer solstice sunrise, the first rays of sunlight pass through a gap between 3 giant rocks, accurately striking the groove of the central sun stone, forming a straight golden beam. At the winter solstice sunset, the beam slowly moves along the groove, eventually projecting a perfect circle on the ground. Even more astonishing, at the spring and autumn equinoxes, the noon sunlight filters through the rock crevices, casting on the sacrificial platform an outline identical to the star god figure depicted in the local sand rock art. When American astronomer Carl Sagan studied the site star map, he discovered that the rock arrangement not only closely matches the constellations of Orion and Taurus, but also accurately marks the dates of solar and lunar eclipses around 1500 BCE, with precision comparable to modern astronomical observation equipment. More eerily, some scholars have used computer modeling to find that the positional relationships of these rocks precisely correspond to the orbital plane of the moon around the Earth, with an error of less than 0.5 degrees. The most mysterious feature of the site is the Echo Stone, a giant granite boulder weighing 80 tons. Striking different parts of it produces 7 distinct tones, and the sound can travel to a valley 5 kilometers away, forming a clear echo. The Shona elders reveal that this stone was used by ancient tribes as a communication tool, transmitting messages over long distances through specific rhythmic strikes. Modern acoustic testing shows that the Echo Stone has a natural resonance chamber inside, forming an acoustic resonance system with the surrounding rocks. When wind passes through the rock gaps, it produces low-frequency sounds resembling the bellowing of cattle, which locals believe are the spirits of ancestors guarding underground treasures. More perplexingly, these acoustic phenomena change with the seasons. The pitch is highest on the summer solstice and lowest on the winter solstice, showing a striking correlation with the eccentricity of Earth's orbit. The carved symbols on the rocks are key to unraveling the mystery. These grooves vary in depth, and some patterns resemble the cuneiform script of the Sumerian civilization in Mesopotamia, yet the two regions are thousands of miles apart with no evidence of contact. Scholars from the Franco-Zimbabwean Joint Research Project Matabart discovered that the arrangement of some symbols closely matches binary code, and one sequence of 13 grooves corresponds to the formula of the Pythagorean theorem in modern mathematics. Even more shocking, on 37 rocks in the sacrificial area, there are patterns identical to the star emblem on the Zimbabwean flag, which happens to be the core totem of the Zionist Christian Church of Southern Africa. The church's founder claimed to have received revelations from falling stars, and its birthplace is near the Great Zimbabwe Site. Archaeological teams detected trace amounts of radioactive elements in the soil around the site. Although the concentrations are low, their distribution pattern exactly matches the rock arrangement concentrated within a 5-meter radius of the sunstone. These radioactive elements include trace isotopes of thorium and uranium whose natural formation probability is extremely low, sparking speculation about whether prehistoric civilizations possessed nuclear technology. More bizarrely, ceramic fragments unearthed near the site include not only Middle Eastern pottery and Arabian glass, but also 4 shards of Chinese Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain bearing the mark, made in the Changhua reign of Great Ming, proving that this place was a trading hub connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa, yet no one knows how the ancients combined megalithic construction with transcontinental trade. The identity of the site's builders has been debated by scholars for over a century. In the 19th century, German geographer Karl Mach asserted that the builders could not have been African, but the excavated pottery and artifacts closely resemble those of the modern Bantu people, confirming it as a masterpiece of African black civilization. According to historical records, this was once the religious center of the kingdom of Monomotapa, which suddenly collapsed in the early 16th century, and the stone circle construction technique was lost. Today, the Shona people still visit the site for rituals on specific festivals. Their oral traditions say that these rocks were placed by star gods to guide humanity, and the symbols on the rocks are the language of the sky. In 2003, the Matobo Hills site was inscribed on the World Heritage List, but its mysteries have never been truly solved. Are the symbols corresponding to star maps and mathematical formulas the result of ancient people's keen observations of nature or gifts from an alien civilization? The acoustic principles of the echo stone, the distribution of radioactive elements, and the mysterious connections with transcontinental civilizations together constitute the most fascinating unsolved mystery of the African continent. This silent stone circle, like a wise elder who has endured millennia, stands quietly in the dawn light of the Matobo Hills, guarding the astronomical codes of prehistoric civilization, awaiting humanity's more advanced wisdom to decipher it. On the southern edge of the Sahara Desert in the Republic of Mali lies Timbuktu, a golden city once straddling trans-Saharan trade routes. Guarding history's most astonishing secret among its tens of thousands of medieval manuscripts lie astonishingly advanced treatises on atomic structure, nuclear reactions, and even uranium enrichment. These documents, composed 8 centuries ago, shatter conventional understanding of ancient science. Yet the central manuscript detailing nuclear knowledge vanished mysteriously amid wartime chaos, leaving behind only an indecipherable cipher of civilization. Timbuktu's manuscript tradition traces back to the zenith of the 13th century Mali Empire, when it flourished as West Africa's preeminent intellectual hub, home to renowned institutions like the Sankore University, where scholars gathered and book commerce eclipsed even gold in prosperity. Most manuscripts were inscribed on parchment or palm leaves in Arabic and local languages, written in Ajami script, covering theology, philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and more. Long concealed within wooden chests in private homes or mud brick wall cavities of mosques, surviving successive upheavals including Moroccan invasion and French colonial rule. Not until the late 20th century, when UNESCO launched a rescue initiative, did these slumbering texts re-emerge into light. Estimated at 300,000 total, with only 420,000 digitized to date. In 1999, a joint expedition comprising scholars from South Africa, Mali, and France, while cataloging 12th century manuscripts at the Mama Haidara Memorial Library, stumbled upon a vellum scroll titled The Secret of Stars and Matter. Its author was the obscure West African scholar Abdullah al-Bashir, historically recorded as having journeyed across North Africa, the Middle East, and the Arabian Peninsula, returning with vast troves of foreign knowledge. Written primarily in Arabic with Songhai annotations, its opening passage defied all precedent. All things consist of indivisible particles called atoms, each possessing a central nucleus orbited by luminous particles, just as stars revolve within the cosmos. The concentric diagrams adorning the page align remarkably with modern atomic models, even labeling constituent particles as fire of the core and light of the orbit, analogous to protons and electrons. More astonishing still are its accounts of energy release. Extract the essence of light from specific heavy metal ores through purification, grinding, and high-temperature smelting. When concentrated, it remains stable. When dispersed, it unleashes thunderous force, capable of raising cities and cleaving mountains and rivers. Subsequent chapters detail the refinement process. Select uranium, or, termed, black goldstone. Soak for 7 days in acidic solution, filter impurities, then remove moisture via fire refining, repeating this 9-fold to attain purity. This sequence mirrors modern uranium enrichment with uncanny fidelity. Acid soaking corresponds to chemical purification, repeated calcination parallels centrifugal separation, and the 9-fold refinement closely approximates the isotopic enrichment required for weapons-grade uranium-235. The manuscript further recounts an unsettling experiment. Construct a stone chamber deep in the desert, place the essence of light inside a lead casket, and ignite it. Instantly blinding radiance erupted, searing heat surged forth, the chamber crumbled to ash, and vegetation withered across 100 li. Birds fell lifeless from the sky. This description aligns precisely with nuclear detonation phenomena: intense flash thermal pulse, and persistent radiological contamination. Most enigmatically, the manuscript concludes with a legend of the Fountain of Wisdom. This art was bestowed by celestial emissaries. The fountain lies hidden deep within the Sahara where metallic vessels of immense scale rest alongside boundless knowledge. Yet its precise location is indicated solely by a star chart. Its coordinates defined by the intersection point of lines drawn between Orion's belt and Sirius. In 2003, scientific analysis of the vellum itself stunned academia. Trace quantities of plutonium-239 were detected. Plutonium is a synthetic radioactive element virtually absent in nature with a half-life of 240,000 years, implying either that the manuscript was composed during or after a nuclear event, or that such reactions occurred in antiquity. Simultaneously, researchers uncovered evidence of uranium mining in ancient sites near Timbuktu. Isotopic anomalies consistent with nuclear processes were identified in scorch marks lining the mine walls. Such anachronistic knowledge is not isolated. A 13th century medical manuscript explicitly describes disease transmission via minute-living organisms, predating European microscopy by 4 centuries. Astronomical treatises calculate Earth's orbital eccentricity with an error margin of merely 0.01 and accurately record the meteor shower of 1593. These discoveries dismantle the long-held prejudice that sub-Saharan Africa lacked sophisticated scholarly traditions, proving that West African intellectuals had already developed systematic scientific frameworks during the medieval era. Yet the origin of nuclear knowledge remains the greatest enigma. Did ancient scholars deduce it through empirical observation and reasoning? Or was it inherited from extraterrestrial visitors, or a lost prehistoric civilization? Before consensus could emerge, catastrophe struck. Between 2012 and 2013, armed conflict erupted across northern Mali. The jihadist group Ansar Dine seized Timbuktu, torching libraries and vandalizing irreplaceable cultural heritage. An estimated 4203 manuscripts were burned or stolen, including the original scroll of the Secret of Stars and Matter and 3 known copies. Fortunately, under the clandestine efforts of local custodians, including the Haidara family, approximately 350000 manuscripts were evacuated to Bamako, the national capital. Some 300000 remain secured today in heavily guarded storage facilities. But the core nuclear manuscript, and 2 other works by Abdullah al-Bashir, vanished without trace. For years, scholars and antiquities hunters have pursued their whereabouts. Rumors persist that extremists sold them to black market collectors for millions, or that a foreign intelligence agency acquired them to investigate ancient nuclear technology. In 2017, an anonymous collector posted 3 fragmented pages online, detailing methods for storing the essence of light, sparking global attention before the images were swiftly deleted and the poster disappeared. Among the Tuareg people's oral traditions, the Fountain of Wisdom marks the landing site of an extraterrestrial vessel, the very source of the manuscript's technology, and extremist destruction was undertaken to suppress this forbidden knowledge. Today, preservation and scholarly study of the Timbuktu manuscripts continue. A digitization has rendered many accessible worldwide. Yet the disappearance of the nuclear manuscript endures as an enduring void. Scholars propose 3 hypotheses. First, that the text records observations of natural nuclear fission, such as the 2-billion-year-old Oklo reactor in Gabon, possibly discovered and documented by West African sages. Second, that it reflects advanced scholarly exchange between West Africa, the Middle East, and the Arab world, rooted in even older intellectual lineages. Third, that it bears evidence of extraterrestrial contact, with the Fountain of Wisdom being an actual alien artifact. Yet none of these theories possesses definitive proof. That vanished manuscript, buried like a secret beneath Saharan sands, leaves humanity with an unanswerable question: how did West African scholars 8 centuries ago master nuclear science? What does the presence of plutonium signify? Does the Fountain of Wisdom truly exist? These questions may remain unanswered until the lost manuscript resurfaces from oblivion. And the Timbuktu manuscripts themselves, Africa's radiant intellectual treasure, not only rewrite the annals of world science, but also remind humanity beyond the known chronicles, like countless forgotten wisdoms and secrets awaiting rediscovery. Along the fringes of the Namib Desert, where Namibia meets Angola and South Africa in southern Africa, a vast expanse of arid grassland stretches for 2,000 kilometers, dotted with millions of enigmatic fairy circles, circular patches of bare earth 2 to 12 meters in diameter, resembling meticulously carved fingerprints of the earth itself, barren at the center yet encircled by lush grass, forming eerie, yet orderly patterns across the desolate wasteland. Viewed from above, they resemble scattered stars, or the footprints left by giants shrouded for centuries in a double mist of science and legend, becoming one of nature's most perplexing phenomena. The distribution of these circles exhibits remarkable regularity, appearing only within a narrow humidity band, receiving between 50 and 100 millimeters of annual rainfall, covering a total area equivalent to half the state of Arizona. Walter Tschinkel, a biologist at Florida State University, discovered through satellite imagery and field observations that the fairy circles possess a defined life cycle. Small circles live an average of 24 years, while large circles exceeding 10 meters in diameter can persist for 43 to 75 years, with an overall average lifespan of approximately 41 years. They birth, grow, and die much like living organisms. New bare patches gradually emerge across the grasslands, slowly expanding to a stable size before being reclaimed by surrounding vegetation, vanishing without a trace. Even more astonishing is their highly ordered arrangement. The spacing between adjacent circles is nearly uniform, forming a hexagonal grid, resembling crystalline structures, a self-organizing pattern exceedingly rare in nature. Ancient legends of the local San tribe add an air of mystery to these circles. Tribal elders firmly believe that these rings are the footprints left by the creator god Makuru as he walked upon the earth, symbolizing divine protective power. Another more chilling theory suggests that colossal evil dragons slumber deep beneath the desert, their toxic breath killing surface vegetation and creating these barren patches. Yet other legends claim the circles served as sacred grounds where ancient wizards conducted ritual sacrifices, the exposed sandy soil bearing traces stained by blood. San pastoralists hold deep reverence for the fairy circles. They not only graze their livestock on the grass surrounding the circles, but also erect wooden fences nearby, harnessing the mysterious, deterrent power of these zones to protect young animals from predators such as lions. More unsettling still is the tribal taboo that those who enter the circles are taken by the spirits. It is said that a lost hunter once wandered into one and never returned, leaving behind only scattered garments. For over a century, the scientific community has debated the origin of these circles without resolution, forming a prolonged standoff between two dominant hypotheses. The earliest widely discussed theory is the termite hypothesis, which posits that desert termite Samoterms elusive devour plant roots and construct complex underground nests, causing vegetation in the central areas to perish and forming bare patches. A 2013 study, published in the journal Science, noted that traces of these sand termites were found in 80 to 100% of the circles, seemingly providing strong support for this hypothesis. But subsequent research gradually exposed the theory's flaws. Termite mounds are not consistently positioned within the circles, nor can the theory explain why the circles form such orderly arrangements or sustain lifespans of decades, let alone account for their vast distribution spanning 2,000 kilometers. In 2017, researchers found no evidence of termite activity in certain circle areas, directly casting doubt on this hypothesis. In contrast, the vegetation self-organization hypothesis has gradually garnered greater support. This theory proposes that in arid environments plants compete for limited water and nutrients, forming a self-organized ecological pattern. The extensive root systems of peripheral grasses rapidly absorb rainfall, depleting moisture in the central area and preventing vegetation from growing, thereby creating bare patches. A team led by Michael Kramer at the University of Cape Town confirmed through long-term observation that circle distribution is closely correlated with rainfall. When rainfall is excessive, plant competition eases and circles gradually disappear. When rainfall is too scarce, competition becomes too fierce and circles cannot be sustained. Only within a narrow range of stable minimal rainfall can consistent circle patterns form, achieving a predictive accuracy of 95%. In 2024, a joint study by the University of Göttingen in Germany and Ben Gurion University in Israel further validated this view. Through root measurements of 500 herbaceous plants and soil moisture monitoring, they discovered that the topsoil, 10 to 12 centimeters at the center of the circles, is a death zone. After rainfall, moisture content here is 3 to 4 times lower than in deeper soil. Young herb roots can only extend about 10 centimeters, unable to reach deeper water sources, and wither within 10 to 20 days. Meanwhile, perennial grasses outside the circles have roots extending 20 to 30 centimeters deep, effectively competing for water and forming lush rings. In August 2025, Professor Amy Triones' team at Richmond University released a breakthrough study, adding a new key clue to the fairy circle mystery. For the first time, the study focused on soil nematodes, microscopic worms vital to soil health. Analyzing samples from 9 research sites spanning 900 kilometers, they found that the bare centers of the circles harbored almost no living nematode communities, with only a few bacteria-eating nematodes tolerant of extreme conditions, forming a biological desert within the desert. In contrast, the grassy areas outside the circles and the surrounding savanna teemed with plant-parasitic and fungus-eating nematodes, constituting a complete soil food web. This discovery indicates that circle formation involves not only surface vegetation competition but is also closely tied to the distribution of underground microbial communities. The central areas lack a fully functional soil ecosystem, further preventing vegetation from regrowing and thereby maintaining the long-term stability of the circles. Despite ongoing scientific progress, many mysteries remain unsolved. In 2018, a research team buried soil sensors at the centers of certain circles to monitor dynamic changes in moisture and nutrients, only to discover 3 months later that the equipment had been mysteriously moved 10 meters outside the circle. The casing remained intact, but all internal data had been wiped clean with no traces of animal activity at the scene. An eerie incident that remains unexplained to this day. Furthermore, some sand pastoralists claim that on full moon nights certain circles emit a faint blue-green fluorescence, and approaching them reveals subtle ground vibrations. A phenomenon never recorded in scientific observation but passed down through generations within the tribe. More confounding still is the apparent absence of a trigger mechanism for circle formation. Scientists can explain how circles are maintained after formation, but cannot pinpoint what initially caused the bare patches to appear. In 2025, ecologist Corina Tarnita's team at Princeton University proposed a new integrative theory suggesting that circles result from the combined effects of underground insect activity and plant self-organization. However, this hypothesis still lacks direct empirical support. Additionally, fairy circles are not unique to Namibia. Similar phenomena have been discovered in Western Australia and Idaho in the United States. Yet their formation environments and characteristics differ from those in Namibia, and whether they follow the same mechanism remains an unsolved puzzle. Today, these 2,000-kilometer stretches of fairy circles have become a natural laboratory for studying ecosystem self-organization and climate change adaptation mechanisms. They carry the cultural memories of indigenous tribes, while challenging the cognitive boundaries of modern science. From divine footprints to termite engineering, from plant competition to microbial activity, each hypothesis can only explain fragments of the circle enigma. Why can these mysterious fingerprints of the Earth maintain such orderly forms and stable life cycles in the harsh desert environment? What connection do those eerie glows, mysteriously displaced equipment, and vanished hunters bear to the true nature of the circles? Perhaps only when multidisciplinary research truly penetrates the surface sands of the desert, reaching the core of underground ecology and geological activity, can this millennia-old natural mystery be unveiled. Until then, the fairy circles will continue to lie quietly in the morning light and twilight of the Namib Desert, guarding the oldest secrets of the African continent. In the hinterland of Algeria, on the southern edge of the Sahara Desert, a forgotten miracle of civilization lies buried beneath the scorching sands erased by time. In the scorching summer of 2017, the herdsman Musa Ould, while chasing a lost camel, accidentally fell into a cave half-buried by wind-blown sand. When he ignited his torch, hundreds of eerie figures adorned with feather headdresses suddenly emerged on the rock walls. These figures held unknown musical instruments, and beneath their feet were geometric patterns resembling modern circuit boards. Their hollow eyes seemed to gaze at the uninvited visitors from a millennium away. This accidental discovery unveiled the mystery of the civilization academically named Azalak. A stone city covering 3 square kilometers emerged from the shifting sands, and satellite remote sensing images confirmed that beneath the desert, within a diameter of 200 kilometers, at least 27 similar urban ruins lay hidden like ghosts frozen in time, leaving no trace in recorded human history. Radiocarbon dating revealed that the rock paintings of the Azalak civilization were created around 3200 BCE. During its peak around 2800 BCE, it was home to approximately 2,000,000 people, possessing a level of advancement far surpassing contemporary civilizations. At the center of the site, archaeologists unearthed a magnificent sun temple whose base perimeter exceeded that of the Parthenon in Athens. Inside, a golden scepter was engraved with a 12-month agricultural calendar, its precision comparable to the Roman Julian calendar. The city layout exhibited strict planning. Wide stone-paved streets crisscrossed an underground drainage system made of fired clay pipes channeled rainwater into reservoirs. Bronze smelting workshops contained casting tools and ores proving advanced metalworking techniques. Granaries were filled with unthreshed wheat. Pottery kilns held half-fired vessels. Children's toys lay scattered on the streets, and even unfinished houses remained. All evidence indicating that the city was not gradually abandoned but suddenly deserted in an instant, as if 2,000,000 residents had been collectively erased from time without any trace of war, plague, or mass graves. Only a frozen-in-time slice of civilization. Adding to the mystery, over 800 deep wells on the city's outskirts were all deliberately sealed with massive stones, and the well walls bore the same weeping sun symbol. In ancient Egyptian civilization, the sun symbolized life and divinity, while the image of weeping may represent fear of drought or an omen of doom. Geological studies indicate that during the Azalak civilization's existence, the Sahara was in the late phase of the Green Sahara. Changes in Earth's orbit caused the African monsoon to shift northward, bringing abundant rainfall and turning the desert interior into oases. But from 3500 BCE onward, the climate began to deteriorate sharply. The monsoon retreated southward, rainfall plummeted, lakes shrank and dried up, and grasslands gradually turned into desert. A process known as the end of the African humid period. Whether the Azalak people's act of sealing the wells was a desperate response to drought or a ritualistic self-isolation remains an unsolved mystery. In the northern ritual area of the site, there lies an even more perplexing prehistoric black technology. 37 giant sandstone blocks, each weighing 200,300 tons, were precisely arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, with an error of no more than 3 centimeters per stone. The surfaces of these megaliths were polished to mirror-like perfection, clearly reflecting the starry sky. A feat impossible with the bronze tools of 5000 years ago. The most mysterious sun gate is a complete monolith, 7 meters high and 2 meters wide, carved with complex star charts and 13 undeciphered symbols. When the first rays of the spring equinox sunlight passed through a narrow aperture in the stone gate, they cast on the ground a spiral pattern identical to a mural inside the Egyptian pyramids, 2,000 kilometers away. Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass admitted, "We find no evidence of contact between these two civilizations, yet the similarity of these symbols exceeds 90. This defies all logic." In a valley west of the city, archaeologists uncovered a chilling children's cemetery. 400 skeletons of children, aged 612, arranged in neat rows with no external injuries, but faces frozen in extreme terror. Each child had a polished crystal embedded in the heart area, and 37 of these crystals emitted a faint blue glow in the dark. Anthropologists through dental isotope analysis discovered that these children were not local, but had been brought from different regions. A clay tablet unearthed at the site bore the inscription, "When the red star crosses the sky, we offer pure souls to the Earth Mother in exchange for eternal slumber." Astronomers confirmed that around 2800 BCE, an extremely bright supernova indeed exploded visible in the night sky for 23 days. Its high-energy cosmic rays could have caused a reddish-brown glow in Earth's atmosphere, coinciding with the Vedic Indian account of the sky turning red, and all creatures in panic. Even more startling is that the disappearance of the Azalak civilization was not an isolated event. When archaeologists entered the time of its disappearance, 280050 BCE, into a database, they found that at least 7 highly advanced prehistoric civilizations around the world had abruptly ended in the same period. The Sumerians in Mesopotamia, the Harappan in the Indus Valley, the Liangzhu in China, the Olmec in Mesoamerica, separated by thousands of miles, yet meeting the same fate at almost exactly the same time. More eerily, all these civilizations left similar apocalyptic symbols: Sumerian clay tablets with heavenly falling fire, Harappan seals with inverted human figures, Liangzhu jade song with deity and beast face patterns. All strikingly similar to the spiral symbols on the Azalak sun gate. This global synchronized collapse of civilizations is linked by scholars to the 4.2 kilo-year event, a worldwide drought and cooling event that may have altered precipitation patterns, destroyed agricultural foundations, and caused multiple civilizations to disintegrate simultaneously. Yet the instant disappearance characteristic of the Azalak civilization still cannot be fully explained by climate change alone. Since its discovery in 2017, the Azalak site has been listed by UNESCO as one of the world's 10 most dangerous archaeological forbidden zones, because 3 expedition teams have mysteriously disappeared after venturing deep into the desert. In the satellite phone recording left by the last French expedition, besides the howling wind, there was only the terrified scream of a team member, their back. Those eyes. This garbled recording has sparked endless speculation. Were they unknown desert beasts? Were they hallucinations caused by extreme climate, or some kind of guardian of the yet unknown ruins? In 2025, an Italian scientific team used synthetic aperture radar to scan the site, detecting structures resembling giant shafts and spiral passages 600 meters underground. Their vibration frequencies differed markedly from those of surface buildings. However, due to the harsh desert environment and extreme archaeological difficulty, the true nature of these underground structures remains unrevealed. Regarding the truth behind the disappearance of the Azalak civilization, academia has proposed multiple hypotheses, but remains unable to reach a conclusion. The climate disaster hypothesis suggests that persistent drought caused the oases to vanish, completely forcing the Azalak people to migrate. But why did they leave no trace of their migration, instead sealing the wells and conducting large-scale child sacrifices? The extraterrestrial intervention hypothesis links the star charts of the sun gate, the megalithic processing technology, and the supernova, speculating that the Azalak people might have been descendants of an alien civilization evacuated when disaster struck, but lacks direct evidence. Some scholars also propose that the high-energy cosmic rays from the supernova not only altered the climate but may have caused cognitive disorders or genetic mutations in humans, robbing the Azalak people of their ability to survive or triggering collective self-destructive behavior. Today, the shifting sands of the Sahara continue to bury and expose the remnants of the Azalak civilization. Those polished megaliths, the symbol-covered rock walls, and the child skeletons frozen in terror silently tell of a shocking secret from 5000 years ago. How could a civilization that could precisely predict celestial movements, build gigantic structures, and master bronze smelting suddenly vanish at its peak? What connection exists between the child sacrifices and the supernova explosion? Behind the synchronized collapse of multiple civilizations around the globe, is there a hidden, unknown catastrophe that affected the entire Earth? Perhaps, as Cambridge University archaeology professor Colin Renfrew said, what we call prehistory may be merely the beginning of the forgetting of someone else's history. The disappearance of the Azalak civilization is not only the tragedy of a single civilization but also a great enigma in the history of human civilization. It reminds us that in the vast river of time, human understanding of our own history may be just the tip of the iceberg. And those secrets buried beneath the shifting sands await future archaeologists, armed with more advanced technology and broader perspectives, to be deciphered one by one. Deep in the heart of the Congo Basin, the Lukula swamp lies like a forgotten realm beyond the reach of time. Nourished by the Lukula River and its tributaries, this wetland covers one of the world's largest tropical peatlands, where swamp forests, floating meadows, and permanent lakes weave together into a complex ecosystem. With annual rainfall exceeding 2000 millimeters and a hot, humid climate, this region stands as one of Earth's most pristine and perilous domains. For nearly 3 centuries, these waters, known to locals as the Swamp of Death, have been haunted by tales of a colossal, mysterious creature called Mokelmbembe, which in Lingala means the one who blocks the flow of water. It is described as a semi-aquatic beast roughly 10 meters long, with a long neck, a long tail, and smooth slate-brown skin, resembling both an elephant and a dinosaur. Countless witnesses claim to have seen its form, Yet no conclusive evidence has ever confirmed its existence, leaving it a century-spanning enigma that baffles science. The legend of Mokelmbembe is not groundless. Its written records trace back to 1776. While on a mission in the Congo, French missionary Livin Bonaventure stumbled upon several colossal footprints, nearly a meter in diameter with thick distinct toes. Utterly unlike any known African animal's tracks. The local pygmies told him these were the marks of Mokel. This creature, they said, dwelled deep in the swamp, feeding on plants, yet fiercely aggressive, especially hostile toward hippos, actively attacking and killing them, and occasionally using its massive tail to overturn passing canoes. This account was recorded in the missionary's travel journal, becoming the earliest written record of Mokelmbembe. In 1859, another missionary Thomas documented a far more shocking event. A local tribe had once hunted and slaughtered a Mokel, sharing its flesh in a feast. Yet all who consumed it perished within a short time, suggesting the meat contained a potent toxin or an unknown pathogen. In 1913, a German, Captain Freiherr von Stein zu Losnitz, while conducting a colonial survey in Cameroon, obtained more detailed eyewitness descriptions. According to local villagers, Mokelmbembe was as large as an elephant with smooth scaleless skin, a flexible long neck, and a thick tail. Its head resembled a crocodile's and its nostrils expelled mist. Though herbivorous, it would attack humans and other large animals that encroached upon its territory. The captain also discovered what appeared to be a trail of Mokel activity near the Sambo River. Ground impressions indicating a body weight far exceeding that of a hippopotamus. When these reports reached Europe, they sparked the first scientific interest. Some began to speculate that Mokelmbembe might be a surviving sauropod dinosaur, a prehistoric creature that thrived during the Cretaceous period and was believed to have been extinct for 65 million years. The Congo Basin's unique ecosystem lent plausibility to such speculation. This region was never directly affected by the Ice Age, with long stable temperature and precipitation patterns. Many Cretaceous-era plants still grow here, including the so-called living fossil, the woolly pine. Moreover, the Congo Basin hosts the largest continuous tropical rainforest on Earth, and the peatlands deep within the swamp form an intricate network of underwater caves providing natural hideaways for large creatures. Even more crucial, human activity here is sparse, with a population density of merely 12 people per square kilometer, largely concentrated in riverside villages. The vast inland swamps remain nearly pristine, offering a viable refuge for unknown life forms. Indeed, Africa has repeatedly yielded creatures once thought extinct, such as the okapi rediscovered in 1906, and the coelacanth roaming African waters. These living fossils lend a measure of credibility to the Mokel legend. In the late 20th century, multiple expeditions plunged into the Congo swamps, launching systematic searches for Mokelmbembe, the most influential being the expeditions of American biologist Roy Mackal. In 1976, Mackal received a letter from herpetologist Jim Powell, who reported fervent local rumors of a living dinosaur in the Congo. The two quickly assembled a team, and in 1980, first delved into the Nining area of the Lukula swamp. Guided by local pygmies, they discovered colossal footprints exceeding 30 centimeters in diameter at the swamp's edge, with 3 thick toes clearly visible and a stride of over 2 meters, closely matching the track characteristics of sauropod dinosaurs. Mackal photographed the prints and made plaster casts. Yet when he returned to the United States with these pieces of evidence, he faced collective skepticism from the scientific community. The photos were dim and blurry, and the casts could not rule out human fabrication. More ominously, when he revisited the site in 1981, those clear footprints had mysteriously vanished, as if deliberately erased, leaving only a stretch of smooth mud. In November 1981, the second expedition of Mackal's team encountered an even more harrowing experience. As the rainy season neared its end, they paddled canoes along the river, when suddenly at a bend they felt an immense underwater disturbance. A reddish-brown leviathan surged up from the depths, and the waves it churned instantly capsized their canoes, tossing every member into the water. In the chaos, they caught sight of a portion of the creature about 10 meters long, with a serpentine head and 3-toed feet, the size of frying pans, its skin smooth and elastic, exactly matching the pygmy's description of Mokelmbembe. The guide screamed in terror. "It's Mokel! It's defending its territory!" Fortunately, the beast did not attack those in the water. It swiftly submerged and vanished. This encounter solidified Mackal's conviction in the creature's existence. In his subsequent book, Searching for Hidden Animals, he wrote, "The locals' descriptions were remarkably detailed. They could even accurately imitate its deep metal-scraping bellow. This cannot be mere imagination." In 1992, an expedition from Waseda University in Japan entered the Congo swamps armed with advanced infrared cameras and sonar equipment, conducting months of monitoring near Lake Tella. One night, the infrared camera suddenly captured a massive black shadow on the lake's surface, estimated at about 12 meters in length, moving through the water at astonishing speed with waves that continued for over a dozen seconds before calming. Once released, this grainy footage immediately attracted global attention. However, the original data mysteriously disappeared after being transported back to Japan, and the team members remained tight-lipped, only stating that they had observed unexplained anomalies. In 2017, satellite thermal imaging was applied to the region for the first time, detecting multiple anomalous elongated heat sources deep within the Lukula swamp. completely distinct from the thermal signatures of known large animals like hippos or crocodiles, further suggesting the presence of unknown large creatures. As eyewitness reports and scientific findings accumulated, scientists proposed various hypotheses about Mokumbembe's identity, yet none has achieved consensus. The mainstream, surviving dinosaur theory posits that Mokumbembe may be a descendant of sauropod dinosaurs, such as relatives of Brachiosaurus or Apatosaurus. The Congo Basin was a dinosaur habitat during the Cretaceous, and its relatively stable environment may have allowed some dinosaurs to escape the mass extinction 65 million years ago. Proponents point to fossils discovered in northern Cameroon, resembling a smaller brachiosaurid named Europasaurus, which could be an ancestor of Mokul. Additionally, local lore includes other mysterious creatures such as the Mbilumbilumbilu, possibly a stegosaur with bony plates along its back, and the Emelantuka, possibly a ceratopsian bearing a single horn. Legends hinting that the Congo swamps may harbor an entire community of prehistoric fauna. However, the dinosaur theory faces substantial objections. Paleontologists note that sauropods were terrestrial animals incapable of prolonged underwater survival, yet most Mokul sightings occur in water, conflicting with dinosaur physiology. Furthermore, for a species to persist for 65 million years, it would require a sufficiently large population, at least 50 individuals, and such a sizable group would be hard-pressed to remain hidden without leaving fossil remains or clearer traces. Another leading hypothesis suggests that Mokumbembe may be a misidentified African forest elephant. When elephants wade across rivers with only their backs and trunks above water, they can appear from a distance as long-necked giants, and their underwater calls might be mistaken for Mokul's roar. The National Geographic Channel's Monster Hunter program once traveled specifically to the Congo in search of the creature, ultimately finding no evidence of its existence. In the finale, the host speculated that the so-called living dinosaur was likely a misidentified forest elephant. Other scholars propose that Mokumbembe may be an undiscovered giant reptile or amphibian. The peatlands of the Congo swamps contain vast unexplored underwater cave systems that could harbor unknown biological populations. In 2025, the European Space Agency, using satellite remote sensing, produced a map of the Congo Basin, revealing a complex network of underground rivers beneath the Lukula swamp, with some cave diameters exceeding 10 meters, providing ideal habitats and breeding grounds for large creatures. Moreover, the pygmies have mentioned that Mokul's flesh is toxic and lethal to those who consume it, a trait shared by certain poisonous amphibians, possibly indicating an unknown giant salamander or lizard species. To this day, the mystery of Mokumbembe in the Congo's swamp of death remains unsolved. From 18th century missionary records to 21st century satellite detection, countless attempts have been made to unveil this enigmatic creature, yet all have only grazed the surface. Those clear footprints, harrowing encounters, and blurry images neither fully confirm Mokul's existence, nor absolutely negate its possibility. The Congo Basin's unique environment both nourishes the legend of a living dinosaur and erects formidable barriers to scientific exploration. Dense jungles, treacherous swamps, and complex terrain make deep expeditions extraordinarily arduous, leaving many areas untouched by human feet even today. Perhaps the truth of Mokumbembe lies hidden in the depths of the peatlands, awaiting more advanced detection technology to uncover it, or perhaps it is merely a legend born of humanity's imagination and reverence for the unknown, a testament to our curiosity and longing for the prehistoric world. Regardless of the truth, the legend of Mokumbembe has become part of Congolese culture. The pygmies regard it as the guardian of the swamp, holding it in profound awe. And this enigma, spanning 3 centuries, continues to remind humanity that on our planet, upon which we depend, countless secrets remain awaiting exploration and discovery. The mist still hangs over the Congo's swamp of death. Whether Mokumbembe truly lurks within its depths, only time can provide the final answer. On July 14, 1965, in the rainforest on the western shore of Lake Mweru, where Tanzania meets Zambia, a sudden torrential rain lashed the muddy exploration trail. Chun Jingmin, leader of the Sino-Tanzanian Joint Exploration Team, wiped the rain from his face and frowned as he watched the compass needle spin wildly. The magnetic anomaly in this primeval rainforest, called the Devil's Habitat by local tribes, had long exceeded normal parameters. No one could have anticipated that this team of 12, equipped with Type 56 assault rifles and professional surveying equipment, would soon encounter a horrific catastrophe, blending the remnants of war with unknown creatures, leaving only team member Chu Xiaochuan alive to produce a bizarre report capable of overturning all understanding. As the youngest geological technician on the team, Chu Xiaochuan's task was to record rock layer samples and hydrological data. Before departure, the local guide warned repeatedly, the red scorpions deep in the rainforest must not be provoked, but even more forbidden is the golden death. At the time, everyone dismissed it as tribal folklore, until the encounter on the afternoon of July 16th shattered all illusions. That noon, the exploration team halted to rest in a river valley. Old Lee had just lit a campfire when he heard a faint rustling sound from the treetops. It sounded like some kind of arthropod crawling, Chu Xiaochuan later wrote in his report. But the volume kept growing, as if hundreds or even thousands were closing in. Before he could finish speaking, a golden flash suddenly dove from the canopy, striking straight at team member Xiao Wang, who was collecting water. It was a four-legged creature roughly 3 meters in length, its body covered in metallic golden carapace. Its left limb was a shield-like bony structure, while its right was a massive claw sharp as a blade. Most horrifying of all was its extendable tongue, which pierced through Xiao Wang's protective helmet like a steel whip. Before the blood could even splash down, Xiao Wang's body began dissolving at a visible rate, turning into a pool of murky liquid within 20 seconds that the creature then absorbed. In the chaos, team leader Chan Jingmin decisively ordered the team to open fire. The reports of Type 56 rifles echoed through the rainforest, but the bullets ricocheted off the creature's carapaces, leaving only faint white marks. Even more bizarrely, these creatures seemed to understand tactical coordination. Some circled around from the ground to flank, while others lurked underground to launch surprise attacks. Team members would barely dodge a frontal assault only to be slashed by claws that burst from beneath their feet. In his panic, Chu Xiaochuan tripped over a rock and felt a searing pain shoot through his calf. A completely red scorpion was curled on his pant leg, the very African red scorpion of local legend. This highly venomous creature's toxin could kill within hours, yet its sting unexpectedly saved his life when a golden creature lunged at him. It abruptly veered away less than a meter before reaching him, as if blocked by some invisible barrier. They have a strong aversion to red scorpion venom, Chu Xiaochuan later theorized. Perhaps the local tribes had long mastered this secret, which is why so few people were ever attacked. The attack lasted less than half an hour. When the rainforest fell silent again, aside from Chu Xiaochuan, the other 11 team members had all mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only an unextinguished campfire, scattered equipment, and several pools of still damp mucus. Relying on his memory of the terrain and the immunity granted by the red scorpion sting, Chu Xiaochuan struggled through the rainforest for 3 days and 3 nights before being discovered by a passing patrol. His report was initially dismissed as ravings caused by psychological trauma. But when a scientific expedition returned to the site based on his description and discovered numerous burrows approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, along with fragments of golden carapace, the incident began to attract the attention of special departments. Further testing revealed trace amounts of radioactive elements in the carapace fragments, while the soil around the burrows contained traces of special bacteria linked to Nazi human experimentation. A discovery that steered the investigation toward darker historical shadows. As the investigation deepened, the scientific team discovered an underground base, hidden behind a waterfall in the mountainside 3 kilometers downstream from the river valley. The entrance was sealed with thick reinforced concrete, upon which was carved the Nazi swastika and the insignia of the Hindenburg unit. This notorious secret Nazi unit specialized in unconventional weapons research during World War II. After the defeat, they had vanished without a trace, and no one imagined their remnants would be lurking deep in the African rainforest. After blasting open the entrance, the scene inside the base was chilling. Glass culture pods lined both sides of the corridor, containing various malformed biological specimens. Some were humanoid creatures with wings, others were beasts covered in metal plating, and some even fused the characteristics of plants and animals. On the laboratory workbench lay yellowed experiment logs recording unspeakable research. Combine human cells with insect genes to cultivate biological soldiers with carapace defense and rapid reproductive capabilities, and induce physical mutation through radioactive irradiation to create invincible super soldiers. The Research and Development Center at the base's core revealed the Nazis' even more extreme doomsday technology. A 5-meter-tall humanoid walking machine stood silently, its gasoline engine-driven body covered in 30mm thick armor, armed with 4 MG-42 machine guns as primary weapons. Though some components had been damaged in combat, its design intent was still clear. Not meant for combating human armies, but for fighting the unknown creatures of the rainforest. On a nearby platform rested a disc-shaped aircraft model, without propellers or jet nozzles, its underside etched with intricate electromagnetic coil patterns, believed to have employed magnetic levitation technology. Most shocking of all was a metallic device named the Spatial Distorter. Its control panel's coordinate indicators were marked with London, Moscow, Washington, and other Allied capitals of World War II. Tucked among nearby documents was a photograph of a black castle on a snowy mountain. When a science team member accidentally triggered a switch, the device activated and projected a 3-dimensional image of the castle, a location that did not exist on any current map. Discoveries in the biological laboratory revealed the true identity of the golden creatures. They were named Kalapicaron by the Nazis, a fusion of genetic engineering and biological weapons. The experiment logs showed that Nazi scientists extracted genes from rainforest scorpions and beetles, fusing them with human embryos to cultivate these highly aggressive pack-oriented creatures. The dissolving bacteria secreted by their tongues were an improved version of the chemical weapons developed by the Nazis in concentration camps. The base also contained 2 even more terrifying biological soldiers. One was the Eternal Guardians stationed along the corridors. Their bodies were on the verge of death, but their brains remained active, maintained in a dormant state through microdose virus injections that required no sustenance, sluggish yet possessing eternal life. The other was a super soldier of fused muscle and metallic components. Type 56 rifle rounds could not even penetrate its skin. Its body was a mixture of human cells, cancer cells, and radioactive elements, completely devoid of pain sensation, with astonishing regenerative abilities. Even more inconceivably, the science team discovered an opened crystal coffin in a secret chamber with human tissue remnants inside. Accompanying documents confirmed that the Nazis had conducted resurrection experiments here. They had successfully awakened a mysterious general who had slumbered for 20 years, the supreme commander of the elite Nazi Luftwaffe squadron JV-44 during World War II. This elite unit, equipped with Mi-262 jet fighters, had dominated the skies with technology far surpassing the Allies, yet the true identity of its commander had always remained an unsolved mystery. The experiment logs recorded that this general survived in cryogenic suspension through a modification process similar to that of the biological soldiers, and was still able to command operations normally after resurrection. The technical principles behind which remain unbreakable to this day. As the investigation progressed, the complex web of forces behind the incident gradually came into focus. The science team discovered traces of two young European men at the base. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed, suspected to be Aryan descendants cultivated under the Nazi Lebensborn program. They were equipped with peculiar long-barreled rifles. The male's needle contained dissolving bacteria, while the female's needle could reanimate the dead. These two had a brief conflict with the science team, and their fighting methods were identical to those of the biological soldiers, proving that Nazi remnants were still operational. The golden creature's attack on the base seemed to be a case of uncontrolled creators' revolt. The scrawled handwriting on the final pages of the experiment logs showed that Calopicaron's reproduction rate had exceeded expectations, ultimately breaking through Nazi control and turning the base into a bloody battlefield. Today, this underground base has been declared a permanent restricted zone by the United Nations. The entrance is completely sealed with concrete, and heavily armed guards are deployed around the perimeter. Chu Xiaochuan's report was classified as top secret, and he himself mysteriously disappeared shortly after the incident. Some say he was placed under secret protection, while others speculate he was silenced by Nazi remnants. Many mysteries surrounding the truth of this event remain unsolved. Why did the Nazis choose to establish a base in the African rainforest? Where exactly is the Black Castle shown by the spatial distorter? Is the resurrected JV-44 commander still alive? Are those uncontrolled biological soldiers still lurking deep in the rainforest? The Tanzania 6508 incident, like an opened Pandora's box, exposed the terrifying consequences of war and technology spiraling out of control. Where did the Nazis' doomsday technology truly originate? Was it mad scientific exploration or contact with an unknown civilization? Those monsters fusing biology and metal, are they the products of human ambition or nature's punishment upon humanity? This rainforest, shrouded in the shadow of war, still silently guards these secrets. And every rustle of wind through the leaves sounds like a warning from half a century ago. When science breaks free from the bonds of ethics, when war breeds extreme innovation, humanity will ultimately face the terrifying abyss it has created. On September 16, 1975, the day before Mexico's Independence Day, Line 2 of the Mexico City Metro was overwhelmed with pre-holiday commuters. At 4:17 p.m., a train bound for Juarez Station from Tacuba Station was hurtling through a tunnel 12 meters underground. The carriage was packed with citizens heading home and tourists out for the day, their overlapping chatter and the screech of wheels against rails weaving together into a cacophony. No one noticed that an eerie disappearance was quietly unfolding in the corner of the car. Armando Garcia, a 32-year-old Mexican carpenter, had finished his day's work downtown and boarded the train. Clad in faded blue work overalls, his freshly earned wages clenched in his hand, he sat by the window near the middle of the carriage. Beside him was an elderly woman he had never met, and across the aisle sat a young couple with their child. According to later witness accounts, Garcia kept his head bowed, gazing at his hands, occasionally lifting his eyes to stare into the pitch-black tunnel beyond the window, exhibiting no unusual behavior whatsoever. As the train entered the tunnel between Zapopan and Juarez stations, an unexpected signal failure triggered emergency braking. Passengers lurched forward from the sudden deceleration, their cries of alarm echoing through the carriage. Just 2 seconds later, the train resumed its motion. But in that brief interval of stillness and jolt, Armando Garcia, seated by the window, had vanished into thin air. The elderly woman beside him was the first to notice. She had been resting against Garcia's arm, but when the train started moving again, she found the seat beside her empty, and his carpenter's toolbox gone as well. Her startled cry drew the attention of fellow passengers, who then realized with shock that the carpenter in blue overalls seemed to have never existed at all, leaving not a single trace behind. Even more inexplicable was the fact that Garcia had disappeared right beside the window. A sealed, tempered glass pane that could not be opened, with the frame pressed tightly against the carriage wall, leaving no gap wide enough for a person to pass through. The young couple across the aisle recalled that their eyes never left Garcia during the braking. They saw only a single jolt of the carriage, and then he was gone as if swallowed whole by the darkness of the tunnel, without a sound or movement. Upon arrival at Juarez Station, the conductor immediately sealed off the carriage and alerted the Metro Police. Officers conducted a thorough search of the entire carriage, beneath seats, in the vestibules, through ventilation shafts, and even along the tracks beneath the train, but found nothing. Neither Garcia nor his belongings could be located. Surveillance footage from Tacuba and Zapopan stations clearly captured Garcia boarding the train and waiting on the platform, yet no record existed of him alighting at Juarez Station. He had simply vanished into the tunnel's darkness. Investigators found no motive for disappearance. Garcia was a man of quiet disposition with no enemies or debts, and he had planned to return home that evening to celebrate Independence Day with his wife. His family made repeated appeals to the Metro Authority and police, but each attempt yielded nothing. Further investigation revealed a disturbing pattern since Line 2 opened in 1969, and 3 other passengers had vanished under identical circumstances. Sudden disappearances during brief braking incidents caused by signal failures in the tunnels. Folklore and speculation flourished in the wake of the mystery. Elders spoke of Aztec ritual grounds beneath the city suggesting Garcia had been claimed by ancient deities. Others theorized about temporal rifts in the tunnel darkness or electromagnetic fields that could disintegrate human bodies, though such explanations remained unproven. The Metro Authority undertook extensive signal system upgrades on Line 2 to quell public outcry, yet the explanation for Garcia's disappearance remained elusive. Over half a century later, Garcia's name was etched onto the wall of the Mexico City Metro Museum, cementing his story as the line's most haunting legend. Around Independence Day each year, residents still claim to glimpse a figure in blue overalls sitting by the window in Line 2's tunnels, head bowed, as though he never departed at all. Decades on, the case remains unsolved. A sealed carriage, a momentary jolt, and a vanishing man, all converging into the most inexplicable mystery beneath Mexico City. The train that hurtled through those dark tunnels has become an enduring symbol of humanity's fear of the unknown. In the bitter winter of 1692, beneath the snow-blanketed ground of Salem Village, Massachusetts, lay buried one of the darkest chapters in American colonial history. A witch panic ignited by the strange afflictions of young girls swept through the Puritan-ruled village, ultimately claiming 20 lives and imprisoning over 200, marking the most tragic miscarriage of justice in the annals of colonial North America. This trial fused religious fanaticism, class tensions, and an unknown malady, leaving us to wonder even today, were those eerie symptoms the work of witchcraft or the madness of human nature. The story begins at the home of Salem Village's minister Samuel Parris. In February 1692, his 9-year-old daughter Betty and 11-year-old niece Abigail suddenly fell prey to a strange affliction. They would lapse into deep unconsciousness, then awake to piercing screams, hurling furniture, twisting their bodies into grotesque contortions, and complaining of being pricked by invisible needles. Soon 5 other girls exhibited identical symptoms. Some curled beneath beds, howling, others cursing at empty air, and terror instantly gripped the village. Perplexed by the baffling symptoms, local physician William Griggs ultimately delivered a diagnosis that seemed reasonable. For the era, these girls are bewitched. In the Puritan worldview, demons worked through witches, as their earthly agents and specters could only be seen by their victims. This spectral evidence doctrine planted the seeds for the accusations that followed. Ministers demanded that the afflicted girls name their tormentors, and trembling they pointed to 3 marginalized figures: Tituba, an enslaved black woman, as Sarah Good, a beggar, and Sarah Osborne, a reclusive woman who rarely attended church. The fates of these 3 women laid bare the prejudices and cruelties of the time. Tituba, an enslaved woman of foreign origin, had shared Caribbean folktales with the girls and was deemed to have seduced children with lewd stories. Sarah Good, impoverished and homeless, failed to meet the Puritan standard of self-discipline, and Sarah Osborne, having remarried an indentured servant and battled over inheritance rights, was branded a heretic defying church doctrine. Under severe coercion, Tituba confessed, claiming she had made a pact with the devil and naming other witches. Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne steadfastly denied the charges, yet were cast into prison nonetheless. Panic spread like a plague. As more people exhibited strange symptoms, the list of accusations stretched ever longer, fanning out from social outcasts to every stratum of village life. In March 1692, Martha Corey, a devout church member, was immediately accused of witchcraft for questioning the veracity of the girls' claims. The following month, merchant John Proctor and his wife Elizabeth were arrested for publicly condemning the absurdity of the trials. Only when the governor's own wife was accused did people begin to realize how far out of control things had spiraled. Anyone could be branded a witch on a single word of false accusation, and long-simmering neighborly grudges and family feuds erupted under the guise of witch hunting. The proceedings were riddled with absurdity and bloodshed. The court embraced baseless evidence such as spectral evidence and dream testimony, and even sanctioned torture methods like water trials and needle pricking to extract confessions. If a suspect floated when thrown into water, she was deemed a witch. If she sank, she was considered innocent. But most perished in the process. In June the 1st, which Bridget Bishop was hanged, yet rather than quelling the panic, her execution fueled ever more accusations. From July to September, 18 more suspects were marched to the gallows, including 71-year-old Rebecca Nurse, whose piety and good standing were interpreted as proof that she was a good soul disguised by the devil. The most harrowing fate belonged to Farmer Giles Corey. He refused to enter a plea, and the judge ordered him pressed to death beneath a pile of stones, his final words a choked repetition of "more stones." It was not until October 1692 that the frenzied witch hunt finally began to turn. As accusations reached ever higher into the ranks of the powerful colonial governor, Phipps recognized that the situation had spiraled entirely out of control, and ordered the special court dissolved, forbidding convictions based on spectral evidence. In May 1693, the governor issued a general amnesty for all imprisoned suspects, bringing the 15-month reign of terror to a close. In the end, 19 were hanged, 1 was pressed to death, 5 died in prison, and over 200 more had been arrested and jailed on charges of witchcraft, leaving Salem village in ruins. The truth behind the girl's strange affliction was not uncovered until the 20th century. Modern medical research revealed that the rye harvested in Salem village at the time was infected with ergot, a fungus producing hallucinogenic compounds similar to LSD. Consuming it caused convulsions, hallucinations, paranoia, and other symptoms, strikingly consistent with the girl's behavior. Yet it was the religious fever, social strife, and dread of the unknown pervading Puritan society that transformed this malady into a slaughter of those deemed other. The accused witches were either society's fringe dwellers or rebels who had transgressed Puritan doctrine, scapegoats for a collective hysteria. Yet history's reckoning did not end there. In 1992, on the 300th anniversary of the Salem witch trials, the Massachusetts legislature formally passed a resolution exonerating all victims, acknowledging the affair as a miscarriage of justice rooted in prejudice, fear, and injustice. Today, the site of the Salem witch trials stands as a memorial, drawing countless visitors each year to mourn and to reflect on the darkness of human nature and the cost of blind conformity. What that event left behind is not merely a bloody historical lesson, but haunting legends that linger to this day. It is said that the executed witches, in their final moments, cursed the land of Salem, binding it to an eternal burden of guilt. Even now, locals whisper of supernatural occurrences, apparitions of a woman in white near the trial grounds, the sound of a girl's weeping and inexplicable scratches, and the smell of sulfur in certain old houses. These tales may well be fabrications of later generations, yet they bear witness to the profound trauma imprinted on the collective memory. The Salem witch trials were a tragedy born of religious zealotry and human frailty intertwined. They serve as a stark reminder that when fear overrides reason and prejudice supplants evidence, anyone can become the hunted witch. And the souls wronged in death, like the snows of Salem, whisper across the long river of history. Reverence for the unknown must never become an excuse for persecution. The truest evil often lies in the blind obedience and fervor hidden within the human heart. On Ocean Avenue in Amityville, Long Island, New York, an unremarkable red brick villa stands in silent stillness. Once numbered 112, later changed to 108, its iconic attic window, the so-called Eye of the Demon, was removed, yet for half a century the site has remained shrouded in an inescapable pall of terror. The 1974 massacre and the paranormal horrors of 1975 made it the most infamous haunted house in the world, with the truth oscillating between bloody reality and supernatural legend. A mystery that remains unsolved to this day. In the early hours of November 13th, 1974, the stillness of Amityville was shattered by a frantic cry. 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr. burst into a local bar screaming, "Someone killed my family." When police and patrons arrived at 112 Ocean Avenue, the scene chilled even the most seasoned officers. DeFeo's parents, 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, 6 people in total, lay face down on their beds, hands folded above their heads without any sign of struggle, all shot dead by a shotgun. The eerie details of this massacre continue to baffle investigators. Forensic analysis revealed that the victims died over a span of nearly 2 hours. The murder weapon was a shotgun, without a silencer, yet no neighbors reported hearing any gunshots or cries for help that night. Stranger still, all the victims were positioned in an almost identical manner, as if some force had frozen them in their sleep, allowing the slaughter to unfold without resistance. During interrogation, DeFeo initially claimed it was a mafia retaliation, but later changed his story. "A voice in the house told me to kill them. It said, 'Clean up the family.'" Despite his insistence that he was possessed by a demon, the jury convicted him of 6 counts of first-degree murder, sentencing him to life in prison. DeFeo died in prison in 2021, never recanting his claim. 1 year after the tragedy, George and Kathy Lutz, a couple desperate for affordable housing, purchased the blood-soaked villa for $800,000, half the market value. The real estate agent had clearly disclosed the house's horrific history, but the couple took a gamble, even inviting Father Ralph Pecoraro from the Long Island Church to bless the property. That blessing marked the beginning of the paranormal events. When the priest inspected the basement, he was suddenly struck on the shoulder by an invisible hand, and a voice roared in his ear, "Get out." More bizarrely, the windshield of his car, parked outside, inexplicably shattered. After returning home, his hands split open and bled for no reason, and he fell ill with a strange affliction, bedridden for days. On December 18th, 1975, the Lutz family, George, Kathy, and their 4 children, moved in, and the nightmare began. Every night George woke up at exactly 3:15 a.m., the same time DeFeo had committed the murders. He often heard sounds of heavy objects being dragged downstairs in the dead of night, yet found nothing amiss. Kathy's experiences were even more terrifying. She saw the apparition of a long-haired woman in the mirror, and on multiple occasions she woke up to find herself floating above the bed with unexplained burn marks on her body, as if scorched by a red-hot poker. The children's ordeal was equally chilling. The youngest daughter told her parents she had made a friend named Jody, a pig-like creature with red eyes that peered into the house from the window. The household was plagued by inexplicable phenomena. In the middle of winter, hundreds of flies suddenly swarmed a room, a green slime oozed from the walls reeking of rotten eggs. The fireplace flame inexplicably turned blue, toilet water turned black, a sewing room filled with insects, Even the family dog snapped its chain and fled never to be seen again. The Lutzes gradually realized that everyone's mental state was deteriorating. George became irritable and violent, even feeling urges to harm his children. Kathy lost 15 pounds and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The children cried every night, afraid to sleep alone. Late on the night of January 14, 1976, George was again jolted awake by the curse hour of 3:15 a.m. Looking at his trembling family, he suddenly understood, if we don't leave now, we'll all die here. So the family fled the haunted house that very night, wearing only their pajamas and carrying a few belongings. They had lived there for just 28 days. When the story broke, the entire nation was stunned. In 1977, author Jay Anson published the Amityville Horror based on the Lutzes' experiences. It sold over 6 million copies and was adapted into a film and 12 sequels, spreading the legend of the haunted house across the globe. Famous paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren also came to investigate. They claimed to have detected abnormal electromagnetic fluctuations in the house and captured a now infamous photograph, the ghostly image of a red-eyed boy in an empty second-floor room, bearing a striking resemblance to the 9-year-old murder victim John DeFeo. The photo was examined and found to show no signs of Photoshop manipulation. The Warrens asserted that at least 27 distinct spirits resided within the house. Yet controversy never ceased. DeFeo's defense attorney William Weber later revealed that the Lutzes had conspired with him to fabricate the supernatural story in order to profit from a book, but they fell out over the division of royalties. Some even claimed that the Lutzes had actually lived in the house for less than 10 days, and that most of the paranormal events were exaggerated or fabricated. A scheme to escape a bad mortgage. Yet many puzzling questions remain. Why did residents from different eras all wake up at 3:15 a.m.? Why did the massacre victims show no signs of struggle? During the initial investigation, police recorded that the house was abnormally cold, and that faint crying could be heard from within the walls. Could all of this be mere coincidence? Various theories about the origin of the curse circulate among the public. Some say the land was once a quarantine site for Native Americans, used to house the sick and the insane, where countless restless spirits still roam. Others claim that in the 17th century, a witch built a satanic altar here, opening a gateway to hell. Still others believe the house was built on an abandoned cemetery cursed by the dead. Today the red brick house has changed hands several times, and its address and appearance have been altered, but the legend of terror has never faded. Its property value remains only half that of the surrounding neighborhood. Half a century later, the Amityville haunted house remains the most controversial paranormal landmark in the Americas. Is it a genuine supernatural phenomenon or a carefully orchestrated hoax? Is it the lingering resentment of a bloody history or the product of human greed? The red brick villa stands silently by the coast, hiding the truth within the cracks of its walls and the gaps in its floorboards. The eerie sounds in the dead of night, the phantom in the mirror, the red-eyed voyeur. Are they hallucinations or the whispers of departed souls? Perhaps the answer will never come. And the fear and mystery it carries continue to nourish humanity's awe and imagination of the unknown, making it the most persistent paranormal shadow in the Americas. Deep within the desolate expanse of Death Valley National Park, in California, USA, lies a forbidding secret, Devil's Hole. This seemingly ordinary pool measures merely 22 meters in length and 3.5 meters in width on the surface, yet plunges downward into a labyrinthine cave system over 130 meters deep. Since 1965, a series of unexplained disappearances here have cemented its reputation as one of the most enigmatic, unsolved mysteries on the American continent. Pitch black and subjected to crushing hydrostatic pressure, the cavern shelters the critically endangered Devil's Hole pupfish. Only 175 individuals remain worldwide. Meanwhile, the bodies of 2 young divers still rest in its unfathomed depths, an eternal riddle beyond human reach. The story begins in 1964, when professional diver Jim Houts first unveiled the hidden world beneath Devil's Hole. In his expedition report, he described the entrance a clear shallow pool for the first 10 meters, then between 20 and 30 meters down a funnel-shaped main chamber. Its left wall riddled with maze-like side passages, its right side pierced by a narrow conduit leading to an air-filled cavity. Beneath the main chamber lay a colossal void, 150 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 50 meters high. Devoid of oxygen and saturated with pressure sufficient to implode standard diving gear, a lifeless subaquatic hell. Jim's discovery, widely reported in the media, ignited fervent interest among explorers, despite the site having been designated a protected zone since 1952 to safeguard the pupfish. On the night of June 19, 1965, 4 youths, each under 20 years old, climbed over the protective barrier guarding Devil's Hole. They were newlywed brothers-in-law Paul and David and siblings Bill and Jack. Novice divers with no cave diving experience, armed only with basic scuba gear, intent on conquering this tomb of the drowned. Upon reaching the rim, Jack recoiled at the cavern's oppressive aura and chose to remain above ground as lookout, while the other 3 descended along a steep rocky slope to a ledge overlooking the water. Enchanted by the surreal underwater light, Paul and the others plunged unconsciously to a depth of 90 meters, until Bill noticed their dwindling oxygen supply, prompting a frantic ascent. Then eerily during a mandatory decompression stop, David and Bill suddenly realized Paul had vanished without trace. Assuming he had simply ascended more slowly, they paid little heed, until after long minutes of waiting at the surface his absence turned ominous. They swiftly replaced their air tanks and re-entered the water to search. To maximize coverage, Bill retraced their descent route, while David ventured into the left-hand network of tunnels. Yet this division proved catastrophic. Overwhelmed by darkness and dread, Bill fled alone back to the surface, while David never surfaced again. Jack, witnessing both disappearances from shore, panicked utterly, and sped to the police station that very night. At dawn on the 20th, Jim Houts, summoned by authorities, led a team of expert cavers and volunteers to the site, launching a grueling 36-hour rescue operation. The first search team followed Paul's descent path, recovering only a lost flashlight at 30 meters. No human remains or signs of struggle. The second team probed the left side passages between 20 and 50 meters deep, locating David's mask and regulator. But neither diver. Rescuers theorized the missing men might have squeezed through the narrow right side passage into the air cavity, perhaps still clinging to life. A third team therefore forced their way through the constriction and conducted decompression searches inside the cavity, yielding nothing. When Jim himself descended to the 100-meter deep floor of the main chamber, a far more chilling sight emerged beneath their feet, stretched not bedrock but a perfectly vertical cylindrical shaft plunging into absolute darkness. They lowered a 284-meter probe line. The weight never struck bottom. With contemporary diving technology, such depth was unsurvivable. The combined assault of extreme pressure and total oxygen deprivation rendered further descent tantamount to suicide. Having exhausted every feasible search strategy, Jim was compelled to declare the mission abandoned, leaving David's and Paul's disappearances unresolved. The case abounds with inexplicable anomalies. First, why did Paul vanish mid-decompression? Had he succumbed to oxygen depletion or been seized by an unseen current? His body, or more equipment, should have been found. Yet rescuers recovered only scattered gear. Second, why would David, an inexperienced novice, dare penetrate the left side labyrinth alone? Was he drawn by some unknown force, or overtaken by sudden peril? More perplexing still, though the cave structure is intricate, Jim's team had already mapped most of it. So how could two bodies vanish entirely within a sealed finite space? Some speculate they were swept by subterranean currents into deeper unmapped conduits, or lapsed into unconsciousness from hypoxia, sinking beyond the reach of even the longest probe lines. Locals whisper that Devil's Hole is a rupture in the Earth's meridian, a supernatural maw capable of consuming life itself, fitting given Death Valley's grim moniker as the zone of no life, where extremes of climate and geology cloak the land in profound mystery. Yet none of these theories bear empirical proof. Officially, the incident was classified as a diving accident resulting in disappearance. More unsettling still, following the tragedy, authorities permanently sealed Devil's Hole, banning all exploration and scientific study, to protect the pupfish. Thus the truth sank irrevocably into the abyssal dark. Today Devil's Hole rests silently in Death Valley's barren wastes, its crystalline surface concealing unfathomable secrets. Do those two young bodies still lie motionless in the depths? Lurk undiscovered passages deeper still? What power erased two lives without a ripple? These questions, rare and haunting as the Devil's Hole pupfish itself, endure as America's most chilling unsolved enigma, a stark reminder that before nature's absolute dominion, human curiosity may become an irreversible descent. Hidden within the Great Lakes region of North America lies a mystery more low-key yet more uncanny than the Bermuda Triangle, the Michigan Triangle. This expanse of water, bounded by Ludington and Benton Harbor in Michigan and Manitowoc in Wisconsin, has been the stage for countless bizarre vanishings since the 17th century. Ships, aircraft, and people have disappeared without warning, leaving behind only endless speculation and unresolved clues. The earliest recorded anomaly dates back to 1679, when the French explorer René Robert Cavelier set sail aboard the exploration vessel Griffin, laden with precious furs from Green Bay, intending to return across Lake Michigan. This sailboat, then the most advanced of its kind, had undergone a thorough overhaul before departure. Its crew was seasoned, and the skies were perfectly clear. Yet once the vessel entered the core waters of the triangle, it vanished without a trace. French authorities organized numerous searches, but not a single plank or relic was recovered, as if the ship had never existed. The disappearances of the 19th century added an even more eerie dimension. In 1891, the schooner Thomas Hume suddenly lost contact while sailing on Lake Michigan at high noon. Crew members of nearby vessels recalled that the lake was perfectly calm, visibility was excellent, and there was no sign of any storm or abnormal weather. Days later, search teams found some floating cargo at the edge of the triangle, but the ship itself and its crew were nowhere to be found, and no distress signal had ever been recorded. Even more puzzling is the 1921 incident of the Rosa Belle. This sailboat was discovered capsized on the water, its hull intact, items inside neatly arranged, and even uneaten food left on the dining table. Yet all 9 crew members had vanished without a trace, leaving no signs of struggle or violence. The most shocking aviation disaster occurred on June 23, 1950. Northwest Airlines Flight 2501 at DC-4, carrying 58 passengers and crew, was flying from New York to Seattle when it mysteriously lost contact while passing through the Michigan Triangle. In his last communication, the captain reported normal weather and stable flight conditions. Yet just 10 minutes later the aircraft vanished from radar. The Civil Aeronautics Administration immediately launched the largest search operation in history, deploying dozens of vessels, aircraft, and diving equipment to conduct an exhaustive sweep of the waters. In the end, searchers recovered only a few charred metal fragments and a small amount of passenger belongings. No survivors were found, and the main wreckage, along with the majority of victims' remains, have never been located to this day. The testimony of an old lakeside fisherman, John Anderson, added a layer of mystery. He claimed that on that night, he saw the plane emit strange sparks, as if being dragged toward the lake by an invisible hand before disappearing silently. The captain's disappearance in 1937 is a real-life locked-room mystery. The cargo ship Oglala was sailing on Lake Michigan when Captain George Donner vanished mysteriously from his own cabin. When crew members discovered his absence, the cabin door was bolted from inside. The porthole was too small for anyone to pass through. There were no signs of disturbance, and the captain's hat and coat hung neatly on the rack. The police investigation ruled out murder-suicide and falling overboard. The only conclusion was, the captain had vanished into thin air within a sealed room. An archaeological discovery in 2007 made the mystery even more perplexing. While conducting sonar surveys of the Lake Michigan floor, an underwater archaeology team detected an arrangement of dozens of massive stones at the heart of the triangle. These stones were aligned in a circular structure reminiscent of Stonehenge in England. Carbon-14 dating indicated that these stones were placed about 9000 years ago, far predating any known civilization in the Americas. Scientists are baffled in an ancient era, without modern transportation tools, who transported these multi-ton stones to the lakebed. And what was the purpose of this stone circle? Some speculate it was linked to ancient sacrificial rituals, others believe it may have been an astronomical observatory, and conspiracy theorists have even connected it to the Earth energy grid, suggesting this is a confluence of ley lines where an energy vortex capable of warping spacetime exists. Modern science attempts to find reasonable explanations for these eerie events. Geologists have discovered a strong magnetic anomaly zone beneath the Michigan Triangle whose field intensity is sufficient to disrupt navigation equipment such as compasses and radar, causing ships and aircraft to lose their way. Meteorologists point out that weather in the Great Lakes region is highly volatile, capable of generating intense microstorms in a short time that could instantly swallow vessels and planes. Yet these explanations fail to cover all the anomalies. Why do some disappearances occur in clear weather? Why do people vanish from sealed compartments? Why does a 9000-year-old stone circle lie at the lakebed? Today, the Michigan Triangle remains a forbidden zone for pilots and captains. Despite ever-advancing navigational technology, ships and small aircraft continue to go missing there every year. Scientists continue their research, striving to uncover the truth behind these mysteries. Is it a strange manifestation of natural forces, a mysterious legacy of an ancient civilization, or some supernatural phenomenon not yet recognized by humanity? The icy waters of Lake Michigan silently guard these secrets, while the lives and vessels lost in the Triangle remain the most haunting unsolved mystery of the American continent. A reminder that upon this seemingly familiar land countless unknowns still await discovery. Beneath the neon glow of Hollywood Boulevard, the sign of the Sunset Hotel had long faded with the passage of time. Built in 1922, the hotel was once a gathering place for the starlets of the Golden Age, yet now, it has become an eerie landmark on the city's fringe, infamous for its ghostly legends. In 1929, at the height of her stardom, silent film actress Ella Lane plunged from the hotel's rooftop, ending her life at just 26. From that day forward, strange occurrences plagued the 8th floor corridor, the crisp sound of high heels echoing in the dead of night, surveillance cameras repeatedly capturing a blurry white figure drifting past, and a steady stream of guest complaints. The hotel's publicly released surveillance footage still circulates online to this day, and the truth behind Ella's death, and the ghostly mystery like the shadows in the hotel's corridors, have haunted Hollywood for nearly a century. In the autumn of 2024, 32-year-old Claire Walker accepted the position of manager at the Sunset Hotel. As a scholar of Hollywood history, she was captivated by the hotel's legendary past, rather than fearful of it. "Those legends are nothing but marketing gimmicks," Claire told her staff on her first day. "What I intend to do is restore this hotel to its former glory." But she soon discovered that behind the legends lay something far too eerie to be explained by reason alone. On her first night on the job, Claire stayed in the manager's suite on the 8th floor. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a distinct tap-tap-tap sound emanated from the corridor. The sound of high heels striking the marble floor, crisp and rhythmic, as if someone were slowly walking past. Claire rose to investigate, but the corridor was empty save for the motion-activated lights that flickered on one by one with each footstep, then off again as the sound faded. Joe, the security guard in the surveillance room, told her, "That's Miss Ella's footsteps. They appear every night deep in the hours. The cameras have caught them countless times, but never a real person." Claire reviewed the hotel's surveillance archives. A segment from 2018 sent a chill down her spine. At 3 in the morning on the 8th floor corridor camera, a white figure emerged from the elevator. A woman in a floor-length gown of the 1920s, long hair draped over her shoulders, her silhouette bearing an uncanny resemblance to Ella Lane in old photographs. The figure stopped before room 808, lingered for a moment, then dissipated like wisps of smoke. And room 808 was precisely the room Ella had occupied before her fatal leap. Even more unsettling, several guests who had stayed in room 808 complained of hearing a woman's sighs in the dead of night, of the bedside lamp inexplicably turning on, and of blurred reflections appearing in the mirror. Determined to uncover the truth, Claire began poring over the hotel's historical archives. She discovered that Ella Lane's death was no simple suicide. In 1929, Ella had refused the casting couch advances of Hollywood mogul Marvin Davis. In retaliation, he orchestrated a malicious blacklisting. Her film contracts were terminated, and the press was fed vicious slander against her. Among the archives lay an unsent letter from Ella which read, "They took my career, my dignity. The only way left for me to prove my innocence is through death." After Ella's fall, Marvin Davis swiftly destroyed all evidence connected to her. He acquired the hotel, and the relevant records were deliberately altered. Claire also discovered that the hotel's architecture was highly unusual. The 8th floor corridor curved in an arc, the ceiling featured a rare dome design, and the walls were inlaid with an abundance of natural crystals. An architectural expert told her that this structural configuration creates a unique acoustic resonance, amplifying and propagating subtle sounds, while the crystals enhance magnetic field reflections, potentially causing optical anomalies in surveillance equipment. But that still doesn't explain why the footsteps are so clear, and why they precisely trigger the motion-sensitive lights, Claire mused, puzzled. Nor does it account for the details that align so perfectly with Ella's life. An elderly woman named Martha Petrov provided Claire with a crucial lead. Martha's mother had been a maid at the Sunset Hotel, and was working on the 8th floor the night Ella died in 1929. Mother said that before Miss Ella jumped, she was playing the piano in her room. Martha recounted. The melody was so sorrowful it brought tears to your eyes. She also said she heard a man in a black suit burst into Ella's room, and immediately after she heard the sound of the fall. When Mother tried to call the police, the hotel manager threatened her into silence. This revelation made Claire realize that Ella's death might very well have been murder. She contacted private investigator Jack Harper, and together they reopened the investigation into the decades-old case. At the Los Angeles Municipal Archives, Jack unearthed a long-buried autopsy report. It revealed that Ella had been violently assaulted before her fall, with distinct bruising on her neck. Yet this report had been deliberately suppressed, and the publicly released version was a simplified account of suicide. Just as the investigation was gaining momentum, the hotel's paranormal activity grew increasingly frequent. While Claire was sorting through Ella's belongings in room 808A, she suddenly heard the sound of piano music. Ella's signature piece from her lifetime, Silent Melody. The music emanated from the empty living room where the piano lid had lifted on its own, and the keys played by unseen hands. The surveillance footage showed the white figure appearing once more. This time she stood beside the piano as if gazing at Claire, her eyes filled with sorrow and accusation. "She is not a ghost but an unextinguished obsession," said Claire's friend, the medium Evelyn Ross. "Ella's death was steeped in injustice. Her soul remains bound to this hotel, unable to find peace. The footsteps, the piano. They are her way of telling the world the truth." Evelyn conducted a séance in room 808, during which she channeled Ella's intense emotions, rage, grief, and unyielding defiance. She wants Marvin Davis's crimes exposed. She wants the world to know her innocence. Claire resolved to fulfill Ella's final wish. She compiled all the evidence she had gathered, the unsent letter, the autopsy report, the maid's testimony, into a comprehensive document and delivered it to the Los Angeles Times. Following the publication of the story, an uproar ensued. Marvin Davis's descendants issued a public apology, and the Hollywood Academy posthumously restored Ella's reputation, adding her name to the roster of forgotten starlets of the Golden Age. Remarkably, as the truth came to light, the hotel's paranormal occurrences gradually diminished. The high-heeled footsteps no longer echoed every night, and the surveillance cameras never again captured the white figure. Claire placed a bouquet of white roses in room 808, beside an old photograph of Ella. That night she dreamed of Ella in a flowing white gown, smiling and nodding at her before slowly dissolving into the sunlight. Today, the Sunset Hotel stands as a cultural landmark of Hollywood. Claire restored the hotel, preserving its 1920s architectural splendor, and established the Ella Lane Memorial on the 8th floor, showcasing her film posters, personal belongings, and life story. Guests no longer fear the ghost legends. In fact, they compete to book room 808, hoping to feel the presence of the legendary starlet. Ella is not a ghost. She is Hollywood's conscience, Claire declared in her opening speech at the memorial. Her story reminds us that beneath the glitz and glamour, there is nothing more precious than upholding dignity and justice. Those eerie legends were nothing but the cries of a wronged starlet. Now that the truth has been revealed, she can finally rest in peace. As night falls over the Sunset Hotel, the 8th floor corridor remains quiet. Yet occasionally someone claims to hear faint piano music, gentle and serene, as if telling a story of redemption and peace. Beneath the neon lights, the hotel's sign shines anew, and Ella Lane's silhouette has long since become a tender imprint in Hollywood's history, forever preserved within the walls of this hotel that witnessed both glory and injustice. The Nazca Desert in southern Peru is a wilderness forgotten by time. Under the scorching sun, the ochre earth was baked, sparse sea buckthorn swayed in the fierce wind, and the colossal geometric patterns and animal outlines, the Nazca Lines, had stood silently in this desert for over 2 millennia. At the heart of the Nazca Lines, a narrow canyon called Shrouded Valley was regarded by local indigenous people as the forbidden realm of the spirits. Anyone who entered the canyon would suddenly lose the ability to speak, and electronic devices, such as radios, would completely fail. In 1999, a Peruvian scientific expedition attempted to explore deeper, but was forced to evacuate urgently after all members lost their voices and lost contact with the outside world. The related report, sealed in the Peruvian Research Center, became one of the most mysterious footnotes of the Nazca civilization. In 2023, an international team of linguists, physicists, and archaeologists once again challenged the Shrouded Valley. The leader was Dr. Elena Waluncia of the Peruvian National Institute of Archaeology. Her father had been a member of the 1999 expedition, and that experience left the old man in awe of the Shrouded Valley for the rest of his life, planting in Elena a lifelong seed of curiosity for the truth. Father said that the moment he entered the canyon, his throat felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to utter a sound, and the radio only emitted harsh static. Elena said at the pre-departure briefing. The research center's report showed no organic damage to the team members' vocal cords, and the equipment was intact. All anomalies spontaneously resolved upon leaving the canyon. The team included physicist Makusi-chan, linguist Sofia Cosita, and experienced desert guide Laura Pacheco. They brought advanced magnetic field detectors, vocal cord monitors, radio enhancement devices, and portable archaeological tools, and also prepared sign language manuals and writing boards to deal with possible voice loss. Laura was a descendant of the local indigenous tribe. His grandfather had been a guardian of the Nazca Lines, and he grew up hearing legends of the Shrouded Valley. The canyon is a resting place for the Nazca spirits, Laura warned as he guided the convoy through the desert. The spirits dislike noise, so they rob intruders of their voices. A warning. After 3 arduous days of travel, the team finally reached the entrance of the Shrouded Valley. On both sides of the canyon rose steep cliffs about 100 meters high, covered with blurred Nazca totems, mostly birds and serpents, echoing the Nazca lines on the ground. A massive stone stele stood at the entrance, inscribed with ancient Nazca script. After translating, Sophia learned that the inscription roughly read, "In the place of silence, only the heart can speak with the spirits. The clamorous shall be stripped of the right to speech. Activate all equipment, maintain communication," Elena commanded, and the team swiftly began preparations. Makusi activated the magnetic field detector, which showed normal readings. Sophia put on the vocal cord monitor and tested the communication gear. The radio signals were clear and stable. Everything ready, the 4 cautiously stepped into the canyon. About 50 meters in, something eerie occurred. Sophia suddenly found herself unable to make a sound. She tried to call out to her teammates, but her throat felt blocked, producing only a faint rush of air. Then Elena and Makusi experienced the same. All 3 lost their voices while Guide Lauer could still speak normally. "This is the boundary effect of the canyon," Lauer said calmly. "My grandfather told me that the indigenous guardians can speak in the canyon because we hold reverence in our hearts and have no clamorous intent." Even more shocking, the radio suddenly emitted harsh static. The signal strength instantly dropped to 0, and contact with the outside world was completely severed. Makusi checked the magnetic field detector and saw the needle swinging wildly, showing that the magnetic field inside the canyon was intensifying rapidly, reaching 15 times the normal level. "The magnetic field is abnormally strong, forming a natural electromagnetic shielding field," Makusi wrote on the whiteboard to communicate. "This could explain the radio failure, but the voice loss cannot be explained by magnetic anomaly." The team continued deeper. The vocal cord monitors showed no abnormalities in the muscles or neural conduction of the 3. It was as if the brain's speech commands were blocked by some invisible force. The air inside the canyon was exceptionally dry, and the Nazca totems on the cliffs became clearer, some still bearing traces of red pigment, suggesting ritualistic use. Elena noticed that the arrangement of the totems perfectly aligned with the canyon's orientation, forming a massive energy field, and they were advancing along its central axis. Midway through the canyon, the team discovered a small Nazca ruin. At its center was a circular stone platform, on which lay several stone tablets carved with Nazca script. Sophia carefully studied the tablets and translated them. They recorded the Nazca belief that the Shrouded Valley was a passage connecting heaven and earth, guarded by the spirits through magnetic fields and a sound barrier to prevent mortal clamor from disturbing their peace. The tablets also mentioned that Nazca priests could maintain speech in the canyon through specific meditative practices, allowing them to communicate with the spirits. Makusi detected the magnetic field around the stone platform and found that the soil beneath contained a high concentration of magnetic, or arranged in a complex magnetic matrix that, together with the canyon cliffs, formed a vast electromagnetic shielding system. The magnetic matrix not only blocks radio signals, but also generates a special electromagnetic wave, Makusi wrote. This wave may affect the brain's language center, preventing speech commands from being transmitted, thus causing voice loss. To test this hypothesis, Makusi activated a portable electromagnetic shielding device. The needle on the magnetic field detector gradually stabilized. A miracle occurred. Elina suddenly found she could speak. "I can talk." Then Sophia and Makusi also regained their voices, and the radio picked up signals again. "So it was the electromagnetic waves after all," Makusi exclaimed excitedly. "The Nazca mastered such advanced magnetic field technology over 2,000 years ago. Truly astonishing." The team proceeded deeper into the canyon. As they advanced, the magnetic field intensified, and even with the shielding device their voices grew increasingly faint. At the canyon's end, they discovered a large natural cave. The cave walls were covered with Nazca ritual murals depicting priests meditating and communicating with spirits, with a background of a massive magnetic vortex and an invisible sound barrier. In the center of the cave lay a huge crystal beneath which the soil contained an extremely high concentration of magnetic, or forming a natural magnetic core. Using instruments, Makusi detected that the crystal amplified the magnetic field, generating special electromagnetic waves that not only blocked speech commands but also affected brainwaves, inducing a meditative state. The Nazca used crystals and magnetic ore to build a powerful energy field, Makusi explained. This is not just a physical barrier but a spiritual one, reflecting their profound understanding and utilization of natural forces. Just as the team prepared to collect crystal samples, the cave began to tremble slightly, and the magnetic field detector showed the intensity rapidly rising. Lauer shouted, "We must leave immediately. The spirits are warning us." The team evacuated swiftly. When they exited the canyon, the tremors stopped, the magnetic field returned to normal, and all anomalies vanished. Back at the camp, the team analyzed the collected samples and data, confirming that the anomalies of the Shrouded Valley were caused by the magnetic matrix and crystal built by the Nazca. Experts at the Peruvian Research Center placed great importance on this discovery, believing it not only unveiled the mystery of the Shrouded Valley, but also provided crucial clues for studying the technological level of the Nazca civilization. In her research report, Elina wrote, "The Shrouded Valley is a masterpiece of Nazca wisdom. They built a guardian barrier using magnetic fields and electromagnetic waves, embodying a perfect fusion of nature's spirituality and technology. This discovery gives us a new understanding of the Nazca civilization, and makes us feel the greatness and mystery of ancient cultures." Today, the Shrouded Valley remains the most mysterious realm in the Nazca Desert. The Peruvian government has designated it as a protected area, prohibiting unauthorized exploration and excavation. Occasionally, permitted research teams enter the canyon for study, but they strictly adhere to the ancient Nazca taboos, maintaining reverence and silence. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, the ancient Nazca totem still stands silent under the blazing sun, as if telling a millennia-old story of civilization, faith, and natural power, reminding the world that many ancient wisdoms and mysterious forces await discovery and respect. In the deep autumn of Nashville, Tennessee, sycamore leaves carpeted the cobblestone streets of the old town, the air thick with the languid melancholy of blues music and moist humidity. In a dusty antique warehouse south of the city, piano restorer Elias Thorne gazed at a black Steinway grand piano. The body was covered in thick dust, the keys yellowed and cracked, yet the exquisite carved craftsmanship was still undeniable. This was the legendary cursed piano. After the 19th century pianist's death, everyone who played it fell into deep depression. In 1935, the Nashville Tennessean publicly reported that 3 mysterious suicides were directly linked to this piano. Elias had learned of the piano by chance at an antique auction. The seller at the auction was an elderly collector who revealed that the piano's original owner was Silas van der Linde, a renowned pianist from Tennessee in the late 19th century. Silas was extraordinarily talented but reclusive, spending his life obsessed with composing a piece that could touch the depths of the soul. In 1897, Silas died mysteriously in his music room. Beside him lay this unfinished manuscript, and from then on the piano bore the stain of a curse. Since Silas's death, this piano has been a hot potato, the collector sighed. It has changed hands 7 times and every owner met misfortune. In 1935, the Nashville Tennessean detailed 3 suicides. A music teacher jumped to her death 3 weeks after playing at a banker committed suicide after playing, and a young piano student slit her wrists the very night after playing Silas's unfinished manuscript. Elias had always been skeptical of the supernatural, but as a piano restorer, he was deeply intrigued by this piano carrying a century of history. He won the piano at a low price, transported it to his workshop, and resolved to restore it and uncover the truth behind the curse. As restoration began, Elias discovered the piano's craftsmanship to be exquisite. The carvings on the body were handcrafted by Silas himself, featuring patterns of thorns and roses symbolizing the intertwining of art and suffering. While cleaning the interior of the soundbox, he accidentally found a hidden compartment containing a yellow diary and several unfinished sheet music manuscripts, Silas's relics. The diary recorded Silas's creative journey and inner world in detail. He wrote, "Music is the mirror of the soul. I want to compose a piece that reflects the darkness of human nature, forcing people to confront their own fears and despair." From the diary, it was evident that in his later years Silas's mental state was extremely unstable, plagued by depression. He poured all his negative emotions into his compositions, especially the unfinished Nocturne of Dark Sorrow. Perhaps the piano isn't cursed, but Silas's music contains powerful negative energy, Elias speculated. Those who played it became infected by the depressive emotions in the music. Those already psychologically vulnerable might be pushed to extremes. To test this theory, Elias examined archived reports of the Nashville Tennessean from 1935. The reports mentioned that all 3 suicide victims had histories of depression, and they had all played Silas's Nocturne of Dark Sorrow. Elias also discovered that the piano strings were made of a special material, not ordinary steel wire, but a blend of a rare metal that enhanced resonance, amplifying the music's emotional impact. By the 3rd week of restoration, the piano finally produced sound. When Elias pressed the first key, a low, sorrowful melody flowed out as if carrying the power to pierce the soul. He tried playing a fragment of the Nocturne of Dark Sorrow. The despair and pain embedded in the melody chilled him to the bone, overwhelming him with a wave of depression that brought tears to his eyes. Terrifying, Elias stopped playing, gasping for breath. The negative energy in this music is too powerful. It can affect one's emotions and mental state. He realized that Silas had not only infused his depression into the music, but also used the special string material to amplify its emotional contagion, entrapping players in a state from which they couldn't escape. To learn more about Silas's life, Elias went to the Tennessee State Library to search historical records. He found that Silas's life was filled with tragedy. He lost his parents in childhood, his wife passed away in middle age, and his only daughter died in a car accident. These blows shattered his spirit, and he poured all his pain into his music. Nocturne of Dark Sorrow was his final work, the cry of his soul. In the library's rare book section, Elias found a 1920 paper by a musicologist, which mentioned that Silas's music contained a special frequency that could affect brainwaves, inducing sadness and depression. The piano's unique strings further amplified this frequency, giving it even greater emotional power. The truth of the curse is finally unveiled, Elias mused. This isn't a supernatural curse, but a fusion of music and science. A genius pianist transforming his own agony into art of immense emotional force. But the story didn't end there. During the restoration, Elias discovered tiny inscriptions carved into the wooden structure beneath the keys. These were words Silas had left while composing Nocturne of Dark Sorrow, recording his reflections on life and understanding of pain. Pain is the source of art, but also the shackle of the soul. One line read, "I have sealed my pain within the piano's sound, hoping listeners can read my sorrow, and that someone will bring this elegy to a fitting close." Elias was deeply moved by Silas's brilliance and tragedy. He resolved to complete Silas's unfinished work, composing a hopeful ending for the Nocturne of Dark Sorrow. He spent 3 months studying Silas's musical style and creative philosophy, blending it with his understanding of life, and finally completed the piece. When Elias played the complete Nocturne of Dark Sorrow, again the melody was still sorrowful, but now infused with a touch of warmth and hope at the end. The music flowed as if Silas's soul were listening, and the carvings on the piano body shimmered in the lamplight as if responding to this long overdue consolation. This time Elias felt no overwhelming depression. Instead, his heart was filled with calm and relief. When word spread, countless music enthusiasts and researchers came to hear the complete Nocturne of Dark Sorrow. Elias did not keep the piano for himself. He donated it to the Tennessee State Museum and organized a special concert. When the complete Nocturne of Dark Sorrow echoed through the museum's concert hall, the audience was deeply moved. Some wept, some reflected, and many felt hope and strength in the final notes. Today, the cursed piano sits quietly in the exhibition hall of the Tennessee State Museum. The dust has been wiped away, and the yellowed keys glow warmly under the lights. A nearby placard details the piano's history and the truth of the curse, along with the story of Elias completing the Nocturne of Dark Sorrow. In his restoration report, Elias wrote, "This piano is not a vessel of curse, but a masterpiece of art, the sanctuary of a genius pianist's soul. Its music embodies pain and despair, yet also carries love for life and longing for hope. The true curse is inner despair, the true redemption is finding strength in pain and seeking light in darkness." Whenever a visitor gently touches the carvings, they seem to feel the warmth of Silas's fingertips and hear the century-old melody telling a saga of brilliance, suffering, art, and redemption. And the complete Nocturne of Dark Sorrow has become one of Tennessee's most treasured musical legacies, reminding people never to give up the pursuit of light, even in the deepest darkness. Along the Atlantic coast of Nova Scotia, Canada, autumn is always veiled in thick fog and sea winds. In a crescent-shaped bay on the eastern edge of the province, known to the locals as Ghost Ship Bay, around the autumnal equinox each year, when the morning mist has yet to dissipate and the tide rests at its lowest ebb, an ancient colonial sailing ship often appears on the surface of the bay. Its sails bear a long-lost emblem, and though its hull is weathered and worn, it maintains a sailing posture, as if a phantom gliding from the depths of history. Since the late 19th century, there have been over 200 credible sighting records. The archives of the Canadian Coast Guard are stacked with fishermen's testimonies and blurry footage, Yet the true identity of this ghost ship remains an unsolved mystery that has puzzled generations. On the autumnal equinox of 2018, a 30-year-old Coast Guard officer, Ethan McKenzie, received the latest sighting report. The caller was a local fisherman, Old Tom O'Neill, a man who had fished the waters of Ghost Ship Bay for over 40 years. "It's right there, Ethan, exactly as I saw it in my youth." Old Tom's voice trembled through the radio. "The emblem on the sail is terribly clear and the name St. Margaret on the gunwale is still readable. It's sitting 3 nautical miles offshore, and when the fog lifts it vanishes." Ethan was no stranger to the legend of the ghost ship. His grandfather had been a senior captain in the Coast Guard, having sighted the ghost ship 3 times back in the 1970s. On his deathbed he kept muttering, "The red lion emblem on the sail. It belongs to the lost colonial fleet." As a history graduate and military veteran, Ethan had always been fascinated by the history behind the legend. After receiving the report, he immediately led his crew aboard a patrol boat toward Ghost Ship Bay, while also retrieving the Coast Guard's historical archives for clues. The archives showed that the waters around Ghost Ship Bay had been a crucial route for British colonial fleets during the 18th century. In 1758, a colonial supply fleet of 3 sailing ships departed from Liverpool, England, bound for the Halifax colony in Nova Scotia. The flagship, the St. Margaret, bore a red lion emblem on its sails granted by the British Crown. However, the fleet vanished suddenly after arriving in Nova Scotian waters. The British Navy searched for months without success, ultimately ruling that the ships had been lost to a storm. Oddly, over the 2 centuries that followed, no wreckage or relics from the fleet were ever discovered, as if the entire fleet had been swallowed whole by the sea. The St. Margaret that Old Tom saw is likely the colonial flagship that vanished back then, Ethan told his crew studying the fleet's portrait in the archives. But why does it appear as a ghost ship and only around the autumnal equinox? When the patrol boat reached Ghost Ship Bay, the morning fog was dense with visibility under 100 meters. Ethan activated the radar and infrared detection systems. The sea was calm, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. "Expand the search radius and stay alert," Ethan ordered, his gaze fixed on the water. Suddenly the lookout shouted, "Contact ahead! A sailing ship at 3 nautical miles." Ethan immediately raised his binoculars. Through the mist, the silhouette of a wooden sailing ship gradually sharpened. The vessel was about 20 meters long with 3 towering masts. Tattered sails fluttered in the wind, and sure enough, a red lion emblem was imprinted on the canvas, exactly matching the description in the archives. The name, St. Margaret, was faintly visible on the gunwale. The hull bore clear signs of damage, as if it had weathered a violent storm, yet the overall structure remained remarkably intact, showing no signs of sinking. "Close in on it," Ethan commanded, and the patrol boat moved slowly toward the ghost ship. Yet no matter how the patrol boat accelerated, it maintained a fixed distance from the ship, as if an invisible barrier lay between them. Infrared detection showed no signs of life aboard nor any heat source. More like a 3-dimensional projection of light and shadow. "Start high-definition recording and document every detail," Ethan said, simultaneously opening the ship-to-ship communication channel in an attempt to establish contact. But the frequency yielded only dead static silence. Just then the morning fog began to lift and sunlight broke through the clouds onto the sea. The ghost ship's silhouette grew increasingly translucent, the red lion emblem slowly fading, until the entire vessel vanished from the surface without leaving a trace, as if it had never existed. Back at the Coast Guard base, Ethan and his crew reviewed the footage repeatedly. Every detail aligned perfectly with an 18th century colonial sailing ship, ruling out any possibility of fabrication. "This is neither an illusion nor projection technology," said Lena Kovac, a technical analyst. "The wood grain on the hull and the wear marks on the rigging all match 18th century craftsmanship, with no traces of modern equipment." To unravel the mystery, Ethan delved deeper into historical records and uncovered a neglected detail. The date the colonial fleet vanished in 1758 fell precisely on the autumnal equinox. Moreover, according to the ship's log from that era, the fleet encountered a rare storm within the fog, before disappearing, accompanied by an anomalous aurora in the sky and a sudden drop in sea temperature. Perhaps extreme natural phenomena caused a distortion in space-time, Ethan speculated. The magnetic field fluctuations on the equinox resonating with the storm from that year could have permanently recorded the image of the St. Margaret in these waters, causing it to reappear each year around the equinox. Yet this theory failed to explain why there were over 200 sighting records with highly consistent details across different witnesses. Ethan decided to seek the expertise of a marine geologist, reaching out to Professor Marcus Hall of Dalhousie University. Marcus conducted surveys of the seabed in Ghost Ship Bay and discovered an extraordinary geological structure beneath the bay, a vast deposit of magnetic ore. Around the autumnal equinox, these ores generate intense electromagnetic induction in response to changes in Earth's magnetic field, creating an effect akin to a natural video recorder. The storm of 1758 may have caused the image of the St. Margaret to be recorded by the magnetic ore on the seabed, Marcus explained. Just as magnetic tape records sound and images, the ore preserves the scene under specific magnetic conditions and replays it under identical circumstances. In geology, this is known as natural image recording phenomenon. exceedingly rare but not impossible. To test this hypothesis, Ethan and Professor Marcus returned to Ghost Ship Bay the following autumnal equinox. This time they brought advanced magnetic field detectors and seabed sampling equipment. When the ghost ship reappeared, the magnetic field detectors showed the bay's magnetic intensity at 10 times its normal level, with the seabed's magnetic or emitting powerful electromagnetic signals. Professor Marcus collected samples from the seabed. Upon analysis, he confirmed that the contained magnetic particles capable of recording visual information, and the optical data stored within the particles matched the image of the St. Margaret precisely. The truth has finally come to light, Ethan said, standing on the patrol boat's deck, watching the ghost ship's sails fade into the distance. This is not the supernatural. It's a miracle of nature, a perfect fusion of history and science. But the story was far from over. While analyzing the samples, Professor Marcus discovered tiny metal fragments, rivets from the ship's hull, etched with minuscule symbols. Upon decoding, these symbols turned out to be distress messages left by the crew, revealing the truth of what happened after the fleet encountered the storm. They did not sink, but were pulled by a mysterious force into a whirlpool in the fog, transporting the ship to another time in space. This discovery stunned everyone. Ethan realized the image of the St. Margaret was not merely a recording of natural phenomena. It was the final message left by the crew. Every autumn equinox, when the sails reappear, the distress symbols etched on the rivet's surface along with the image, as if telling their story to the world. Today, Ghost Ship Bay has become a renowned attraction in Nova Scotia. Around the autumn equinox, each year countless tourists and researchers flock here, hoping to witness the sails of the St. Margaret with their own eyes. The Canadian Coast Guard has established an observation station near the bay, continuously monitoring magnetic field changes and the ghost ship's appearances, while also sharing research findings with the public to help more people understand this marvel, where nature and history intertwine. In his investigative report, Ethan wrote, "The phantom sails of Ghost Ship Bay are an echo of history and a gift from nature. They allow us to glimpse the tragic fate of an 18th century colonial fleet, while also revealing the wonder of science and the majesty of the natural world. In these vast oceans, countless unknown marvels await our discovery, and the slumbering histories will eventually find their way to speak to us." Every autumn equinox, as the morning mist shrouds Ghost Ship Bay, the sails of the St. Margaret still appear as scheduled. The red lion emblem glimmers through the fog, a silent reminder that the history etched into the sea's memory has never been forgotten. And the vanished crew, perhaps still sailing through some unknown dimension, wait for the day they are finally found. Deep within the rainforests of Chiapas, Mexico, mist lingers year-round, serpentine vines coil around towering ancient trees, and sunlight struggles to pierce the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. This is the heartland of the Maya civilization, scattered with countless unexcavated ruins. Hidden among its remote, seldom-trodden valleys, lies a legendary cavern feared by explorers, the Luminous Cave. Local Maya descendants recount an age-old legend. Deep inside the cave, its walls emit an ethereal blue luminescence. Those who touch the azure light are visited in their dreams by a golden mask, its eyes seeming to hold the power to devour souls. In 2001, an international expedition ventured into the cave and captured rare footage of the glowing walls. The team's journals meticulously documented recurring dreams of the golden mask, propelling this enigmatic cavern into global renown. That autumn, a 7-member expedition, comprising geologists, archaeologists, and photographers, entered the Chiapas rainforest under the leadership of Maya cultural expert Carlos Montes. Carlos had devoted his life to Maya archaeological research. In a 19th century missionary manuscript, he discovered a cryptic reference to the Luminous Cave. The cave dwells at the rainforest's heart, its walls glow. To touch the light is to enter dreams, where a resplendent golden mask appears embodying a Maya deity. This manuscript convinced Carlos that the Luminous Cave was intimately tied to Maya ritual practices, and perhaps concealed undiscovered artifacts. Equipped with professional cave surveying instruments, lighting gear, and photographic equipment, the expedition traversed the dense rainforest guided by local Maya trackers. Their guide was an elder named Tebeso, whose family had guarded this rainforest for generations, and held profound reverence for the Luminous Cave. "The cave is the abode of the gods," Tebeso warned as he led the way. "To touch the blue light invites divine scrutiny. The mask in your dream must not be disturbed, else calamity shall follow." Most team members, staunch scientific rationalists, dismissed the warning with polite amusement. Only Carlos transcribed every admonition carefully into his notebook. After 3 grueling days of trekking, the expedition finally reached the cave's entrance, concealed behind a cascading waterfall that formed a natural veil. As they passed through the curtain of water and stepped into the cavern, awe seized them. All its walls were draped in a delicate layer of moss, softly radiating an ethereal cerulean light that illuminated the entire chamber like a star-strewn night sky. The luminescence flowed down the rock face, pooling into sapphire patches upon the floor, forming a luminous path leading deeper into the sanctum. "This is bioluminescence," murmured geologist Elena Cortez, kneeling to gently touch the glowing moss. "It contains luciferin, enabling light emission in darkness. But such widespread, intense luminescence is extraordinarily rare in nature. Photographer Mark Anderson immediately raised his camera, capturing the surreal spectacle. The cerulean-lit walls shimmered like visions from another realm. Proceeding cautiously along the cavern, the team observed the blue light intensifying and the chamber expanding ever more grandly. They discovered Maya glyphs carved across the ceiling and walls, depicting ritual ceremonies and divine figures, among which recurred the unmistakable silhouette of a mask strikingly akin to the legendary Golden One. These carvings date back at least a millennium, archaeologist Lena Rodriguez exclaimed. Clearly the Maya knew of this cave, and consecrated it as a sacred site. At the cavern's innermost recess stood a vast stone chamber. At its center rested a circular stone dais upon which sat a half-human height stone vessel. Around it the blue luminescence flared brilliantly, coalescing into undulating ribbons of light. Elena reached out and brushed the radiant wall. The moss yielded softly damp and supple beneath her fingers. The cerulean glow lingered briefly upon her fingertips before fading. Nothing anomalous, Elena smiled. Legends remain legends. Yet that very night, as the team rested in their camp outside the cave, the uncanny began. Elena jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. She recounted to her companions a dream of a colossal golden mask, exquisitely wrought, its eyes inset with crimson gemstones radiating both majesty and unease. The mask seemed to speak, but she could not comprehend its tongue, only felt an overwhelming force enveloping her, freezing her limbs in place. More astonishingly, over the following days each expedition member in turn dreamed of the golden mask. Though details varied across dreams, the mask's visage remained identical, the ruby-encrusted eyes haunting every mind alike. Mark wrote in his journal, "The mask watched me in my sleep, as if peering into my soul. Its whisper echoed like a spell in my ears, and I sensed my consciousness slowly dissolving beneath its gaze." Carlos realized this was no coincidence. Consulting Maya texts, he found that the Maya believed dreams served as bridges between the mortal world and the divine, suggesting the golden mask might have been a sacred artifact used in ritual communion with deities. Perhaps the blue glowing moss contains a hallucinogenic compound, Carlos hypothesized. Contact may subtly reshape subconscious perception, projecting ancestral spiritual imprints into our dreams. To test this, Elena sampled and analyzed the moss, confirming the presence of a rare alkaloid capable of targeting specific neural pathways to evoke vivid recurrent dream imagery. Meanwhile, the glyphs and the central stone dais further corroborated the site's sacred function. Maya priests likely touched the luminous walls during rituals, entering trance-like dreams to commune with gods, and the golden mask embodied the deity itself, sovereignty and immortality made manifest. The team resolved to enter the stone chamber and unveil the vessel's secret. Upon approaching the vessel, they found its interior inscribed with Maya script. Lena translated it, an ancient rite describing how priests on full moon nights would touch the glowing walls to enter dreams, seeking divine blessings for tribal prosperity. And the golden mask, it was the deity's dream form, symbolizing dominion and eternal life. The moment Lena completed her translation, the chamber's blue light surged violently. Ribbons of luminescence spiraled across the walls, coalescing into a vast radiant vortex. Dizziness overwhelmed the team. One by one they slipped into slumber. In their shared dream, the golden mask reappeared, not with menace but radiating gentle, sustaining power. The mask spoke. The luminous cave was the spiritual sanctuary of the Maya civilization, the glowing moss a divine gift entrusted to safeguard wisdom and faith. When they awoke, the vortex had vanished. The chamber lay serene once more. Yet each felt their awareness sharpened. The earlier nightmares dissolved like mist at dawn. Mark's footage captured the entire luminous spiral, later released publicly, igniting worldwide fascination among archaeologists and scientists alike. The team removed nothing from the cave, only collected minimal moss samples for scholarly study. Before departing, they honored Tebeso's instruction by placing offerings at the cave's entrance, a gesture of reverence toward the unseen guardians. The cave's mystery transcends mere natural phenomenon. It is the living heritage of Maya spirituality, Carlos wrote in his expedition report. The golden mask's dream is their enduring revelation, a call to honor diverse civilizations and beliefs. Today, the luminous cave remains hidden deep within Chiapas rainforest, designated by the Mexican government as a protected zone closed to unauthorized exploration or excavation. Occasionally, licensed research teams enter the cavern and still witness the cerulean glow upon the walls and the enigmatic glyphs. Some, after touching the light, continue to dream of the golden mask. The legend of the blue light reverie has become one of the most haunting footnotes of Maya civilization, a testament that certain mysteries yield not only to scientific inquiry, but also to the accumulated wisdom and sacred trust of ancient peoples. And the blue light within the luminous cave endures, like the watchful eye of Maya civilization, gazing silently from the dark, guarding forgotten truths, awaiting those destined to hear its whispered lore. Across the eastern Oregon desert, Rainbow Canyon cleaves the earth like a jagged wound, its crimson cliffs gleaming with metallic luster under the sun, while a serpentine river winds through the valley floor, nourishing sparse sea buckthorn and shrubs. This desolate yet majestic land harbors a legend passed down for nearly a century. Whenever torrential rain gives way to twin rainbows arching simultaneously across the sky, a spectral town materializes deep within the canyon, Wooden houses, gaslit streets, and figures clad in 19th-century attire, all vividly lifelike yet forever beyond reach. In 1955, 7 lumberjacks witnessed this phenomenon while working in the canyon. They jointly filed sworn testimony with the county government, and their account, so astonishing it defied belief, was preserved in the county annals, transforming Rainbow Canyon into Oregon's most enigmatic and legendary site. In the summer of 2022, folklorist Elias Thorne drove his vehicle into Rainbow Canyon. A scholar nearing 40, Elias had devoted his life to North America's oral traditions. Upon encountering the 1955 county record in the state library's rare manuscripts division, he became instantly captivated by the phantom town beneath twin rainbows. The testimonies of the 7 lumberjacks exhibit remarkable consistency, Elias wrote in his notebook. Their descriptions of the town's layout and architectural style align precisely with mid-19th century Oregon frontier settlements, even specifying shop names displayed along the streets: Hawk Blacksmith and Mary's General Store, both verifiably documented in historical Western archives. His destination was an abandoned log cabin deep in the canyon, the former campsite of the 1955 lumberjacks, now reduced to crumbling ruins. He pitched his tent beside the cabin, preparing for an extended stay to await the appearance of twin rainbows. The canyon's weather shifted unpredictably. Blazing sun one moment, torrential downpour the next. Each day Elias traced the riverbed, photographed the terrain, and cross-referenced historical sources, searching for clues to the phantom town in every fragment of evidence. While researching Oregon's pioneer history, Elias uncovered a startling coincidence. In 1873, a settlement named Rainbow Town did indeed exist near the canyon, home to nearly 100 residents who operated blacksmith shops, general stores, and taverns. Yet in 1875, an unprecedented deluge triggered catastrophic flash floods that submerged the entire town, and every inhabitant vanished without trace, erasing Rainbow Town from maps forever. The timing of Rainbow Town's disappearance aligns perfectly with the stylistic details described by the lumberjacks, Elias hypothesized. Perhaps what they beheld was not illusion, but the final lingering echo of the town before the flood, a temporal remanifestation under extraordinary conditions. To test this hypothesis, Elias contacted Dr. Martha Green, a meteorologist. Martha informed him that Rainbow Canyon possesses an exceptionally rare geography, its mineral-rich cliffs, and the mist rising from the riverbed under precise light and airflow conditions generate the exceedingly uncommon optical phenomenon of twin rainbows. Twin rainbows require exact angles and humidity levels, Martha explained. Moreover, the canyon's cliffs may act as natural prisms, refracting and reflecting light in ways that could distort spacetime itself, allowing echoes of the past to reappear. The waiting stretched long and arduous. Each day, Elias watched the skies, yearning for storm and rainbow. He installed high-definition cameras and time-stamped recorders atop the canyon's ridges, hoping to capture the phantom town on film. During this time, he met Graham Eaglefeather, elder chief of a local indigenous tribe. Rainbow Canyon is a conduit between heaven and earth, the chief said. When twin rainbows appear, the boundary between sky and soil blurs, and departed souls return along the rainbow bridge. What you see is not illusion but memory projected from those who have passed. Elias remained suspended between skepticism and reverence, eager to ground the phenomenon in science, yet humbled by ancient wisdom. Days bled into weeks. A month passed without sign of twin rainbows. His supplies dwindling, Elias prepared to depart. That very afternoon, as he packed his tent, thunderheads gathered without warning, and a violent downpour descended. The storm raged for 2 hours. As rain softened, Elias suddenly saw a brilliant arc of color span the sky. Then moments later, a second fainter rainbow formed outside the first, stretching majestically across the canyon in breathtaking symmetry. "It's here!" Elias cried, snatching up his camera and sprinting toward the ridge. At the zenith of the rainbow's clarity, the impossible unfolded. Across the river, where barren wasteland had lain moments before, a translucent town shimmered into being. Neat rows of timber-framed houses lined the streets. As men in frock coats and wide-brimmed hats strolled beside women in crinoline gowns, while children darted and laughed in playful abandon. Shop signs hung proudly: Hawk Blacksmith and Mary's General Store, their lettering crisp and legible. Lamplight flickered behind windows. The scent of burning pine and malty ale seemed almost palpable. Elias held his breath and pressed the shutter, simultaneously activating every recording device. He watched a blacksmith swing his hammer in rhythm, sparks flying, a woman arrange fresh vegetables at her store's threshold, children chasing a horse-drawn cart. Each detail rendered with uncanny realism, as if reality itself had softened at the edges. Yet when he tried to approach, the town remained fixed across the river. No matter how far he advanced, the distance never narrowed, as though separated by an invisible, impermeable veil. More astonishing still, Elias spotted a stone stele in the town square inscribed with 3 bold characters, Rainbow Town, an exact match to the name he'd found in archival records. Suddenly the twin rainbows began to fade, and with them the town dissolved. Buildings and figures grew translucent, then ethereal, vanishing entirely into the air, leaving only empty desert and the quiet flowing river, as if the vision had been nothing more than a shared dream. Elias stood frozen, unable to stir or speak, his mind adrift in stunned silence. He reviewed the footage, every frame was intact, every timestamp confirmed. The town had appeared precisely at the hour when in 1875 Rainbow Town had been swallowed by floodwaters. A confluence of space-time, Elias murmured. The optical effect of twin rainbows fused with the canyon's unique geomagnetic field has opened a temporal aperture, granting us a glimpse of Rainbow Town over a century past. Back in the city, Elias's discovery ignited academic sensation. His photographs and videos spread widely. Experts subjected them to rigorous forensic analysis and confirmed, unequivocally, that no digital manipulation had occurred. Meteorologists and physicists jointly surveyed Rainbow Canyon and verified that its cliffs emit an anomalous magnetic resonance. One that, when synchronized with the optics of twin rainbows, produces a phenomenon akin to temporal projection, casting historical imagery into present reality. Yet not all can witness the phantom town, only those positioned at precise coordinates at the appointed hour, and whose hearts hold reverence, may be granted this fleeting revelation. Elias returned to Rainbow Canyon many times thereafter, but never again saw twin rainbows nor the spectral town. Today the legend of Rainbow Canyon has swept across America. Countless visitors and explorers journey there each year, hoping to behold the phantom town beneath twin rainbows. The county government has erected observation platforms and interpretive signage near the canyon, sharing both the wondrous legend and its documented history with every traveler. In his final report, Elias wrote, "The phantom town of Rainbow Canyon is nature's gift to history. It allows us to see the past and feel its warmth. In this world of enduring mystery, some phenomena may elude full scientific explanation. Yet it is precisely such wonder and enchantment that fuels our longing to explore and deepens our reverence for existence itself." And still after storms, twin rainbows occasionally grace the canyon's skies. While at the peak of their luminous intensity, the phantom Rainbow Town briefly reappears, whispering a century-old tale of frontier resilience, cataclysm, and collective memory. A timeless marvel etched upon the American landscape. The rain-soaked alleys of Rio de Janeiro always carried a damp, oppressive air. On a deep autumn afternoon in 2023, Leah Santos, an investigative journalist for the Rio Chronicle, sat in a corner of the municipal archives, her fingertips brushing against a file folder stamped with the seal, 1920 Metro Project, Confidential. The dark red stamp on the cover had long faded, yet it still exuded an aura of forbidden authority. This century-old document was the very target she had been pursuing for days. The abandoned tunnel whose construction had been abruptly halted. The authorities had never offered a plausible explanation, only a vague mention of engineering accident. While the eerie rumors circulating among the people were far more unsettling than any official record. In 1920, Rio de Janeiro launched its first metro plan. The tunnel project stretched from the city center to the suburbs, consuming enormous funds and employing hundreds of workers. Yet, when the project was two-thirds complete, it was suddenly halted one night. All workers were dismissed, construction equipment was abandoned on site, the tunnel entrance was sealed with reinforced concrete, and all related records were locked away. More bizarrely, according to the workers' accounts, in the final weeks before the halt, strange occurrences plagued the tunnel. Workers would hear clear footsteps behind them, but turning around they saw no one. Their portable radios would all fail and communication with the surface was completely cut off. Two workers even vanished deep inside the tunnel, and search teams found no trace after days of effort, eventually having to give up. Leah's interest in this tunnel began 3 months earlier when she received an anonymous email. The sender attached a blurry old photograph, the tunnel entrance in 1920, workers standing outside with terrified expressions, and in the background a faint eerie red glow emanating from deep within the tunnel. The email contained only one sentence: "The truth behind the tunnel's shutdown lies at the end of the footsteps." As a journalist who had long tracked urban legends, Leah immediately sensed that a hidden secret lay beneath the surface. To uncover the truth, Leah contacted engineering professor Enrique Costa and urban explorer Raul Mendez. Enrique specialized in the history of early Brazilian engineering and was quite knowledgeable about the 1920s Metro Project. Raul was a well-known, forbidden zone explorer, in Rio, having broken into numerous abandoned buildings with rich experience. The three agreed to sneak into the tunnel on a moonlit night to unravel the century-old mystery. The tunnel entrance was located in a derelict factory area on the city's outskirts, concealed by dense shrubs. Raul used tools to pry open the rusted iron gate, and a wave of air mixed with mildew, rust, and damp soil rushed out as if the slumber of 100 years had been abruptly awakened. "Watch your step," Raul said, turning on a powerful flashlight whose beam pierced the darkness. "The tunnel walls are unstable and the magnetic field is abnormal. Electronic devices might fail." Leah switched on her voice recorder and camera, while Enrique carried a magnetometer and a structural analyzer. Just a few steps into the tunnel, Leah felt an inexplicable chill. The flashlight's beam seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, illuminating only a few meters ahead. The tunnel walls were made of brick and stone covered with moss and water stains. Some sections had cracked and debris scattered on the ground emitted a crunching sound underfoot. "The magnetic field intensity is rising," Enrique said, frowning at the detector's screen. "It's 8 times the normal level. Enough to disrupt all electronic signals." As he spoke, Leah's camera suddenly went black and her voice recorder stopped working. Only Raul's flashlight stubbornly continued to shine. The three pressed on their footsteps, echoing loudly in the empty tunnel. Suddenly Leah stopped, her face pale. "Do you hear that?" Enrique and Raul held their breath. In the darkness besides their own breathing there came a clear sound of footsteps. Steady, slow, as if someone was following them, perfectly synchronized with their pace. "Who's there?" Raul shouted, swinging the flashlight beam behind him. The tunnel was empty, only their own footprints stretching into the distance. But the footsteps did not vanish. Instead they grew closer, as if the invisible person was quickening their pace. Leah's heart raced, and she recalled the workers' accounts, a chill running down her spine. Could it be an acoustic resonance phenomenon? Enrique tried to explain scientifically. The tunnel's curved structure might reflect the footsteps, creating a delayed echo. But this theory was quickly disproven. When the three stopped, the footsteps also stopped. When they moved forward, the footsteps resumed, always keeping a distance of 3 steps behind, not a simple echo. The tunnel branched into more and more passages like a vast underground labyrinth. Using the 1920 engineering blueprint he carried, Enrique determined they were approaching the core area where the project had been halted. According to the blueprint, ahead should be the third section of the tunnel, where the workers disappeared and the strange incidents occurred. Enrique's voice was hoarse. Just then Raul pointed to the ground. "Look here." Under the flashlight's beams several rusted items lay scattered on the ground. A worn-out worker's helmet, a rusty shovel, and a piece of cloth stained with blood. "These must have been left by the workers," Leah said, crouching down to carefully touch the cloth. "The blood has darkened, but there's no sign of dragging." Suddenly the footsteps behind them grew urgent, as if something was closing in. At the same time Enrique's magnetometer let out a piercing alarm, the needle on the screen swinging wildly. "Extreme magnetic anomaly," Enrique shouted. "There must be something ahead." The three quickened their pace, and after turning a corner they were stunned by what they saw. Ahead the tunnel was blocked by a thick wall of reinforced concrete engraved with strange symbols, twisted lines, and bizarre shapes unlike any known writing or totem. In the center of the wall was a large depression, as if struck by a heavy object, and the surrounding bricks were cracked. "This isn't a normal blockage," Enrique said, tracing the symbols on the wall. "The arrangement of these symbols is very regular, like some kind of ancient ritual totem. And the construction technique is completely different from the rest of the tunnel. It must have been built specifically after the project was halted." Raul tried to pry the wall with his tools, but found it extremely solid. Leah focused on the symbols. Suddenly she recalled the old photograph from the anonymous email. In the background, deep within the tunnel, there were similar symbols. "Could these symbols be linked to the missing workers?" she murmured. At that moment the footsteps stopped abruptly behind them, and then the blocking wall began to tremble slightly, the symbols emitting a faint red glow. Leah's camera suddenly turned on by itself, and a blurry image appeared on the screen. In the tunnel of 1920, several workers were gathered around the blocking wall, the symbols on it also radiating red light. One worker was chanting something to the symbols while the others looked devout. Suddenly the red light surged and 2 workers were pulled into the wall by an invisible force, disappearing. The remaining workers fled in panic and the image cut off. So that's it, Enrique realized. These symbols are a medium for an ancient energy field. The workers probably accidentally activated it, causing the magnetic anomaly and signal interference, even triggering a spatial distortion that made the 2 workers vanish. Leah suddenly recalled a record in the municipal archives. The chief engineer of the 1920 tunnel project was a scholar obsessed with indigenous Brazilian culture. In the early stages of the project he had made several trips deep into the Amazon rainforest to study the ritual ceremonies of ancient tribes. Could the chief engineer have discovered an indigenous ruin in the tunnel and deliberately used the symbols and magnetic field to create the strange phenomena, forcing the project to stop? Leah speculated boldly. At that moment the wall's tremors intensified, the red light grew brighter, and faint whispers came from the darkness behind them. "We have to get out of here," Raul shouted, grabbing Leah and Enrique and turning to run. The red light behind them burst forth as they fled the tunnel, then quickly dimmed and the footsteps and whispers faded away. Back on the surface the three were still shaken. Leah compiled all the findings combined with the municipal archives and the old photograph, and wrote a comprehensive report revealing the truth behind the abandoned tunnel. The 1920 Metro project had accidentally damaged an underground ritual site of an indigenous Brazilian tribe. To protect the site, the chief engineer used the tribe's symbols and knowledge of magnetic fields to create the eerie phenomena. The footsteps, signal interference, and so on, forcing the project to stop. The 2 missing workers were likely drawn into another dimension by the site's energy field. The report caused a huge stir upon publication. The Rio City government declassified some confidential files, confirming Leah's hypothesis. Today the entrance to the abandoned tunnel has been resealed and protective signs have been erected, turning it into a cultural heritage site in Rio de Janeiro. But the legend of the tunnel has not ceased. Occasionally explorers claim to hear clear footsteps from within the tunnel late at night, as if the workers trapped in that other dimension are still trying to find their way home. On Leah's desk, a small pebble taken from the tunnel still sits, bearing faint tiny symbols. She knows that the secret of this century-old tunnel is only the tip of the iceberg. Beneath Rio de Janeiro lie more mysteries of history, civilization, and supernatural forces, waiting to be discovered and respected. And those footsteps echoing through the tunnel will forever remain part of the city's memory, reminding people that while moving forward, they must never forget the buried past. In the sweltering summer of Rio de Janeiro, the humid sea breeze laden, with the city's clamor swept across a barren slope at the foot of Corcovado Mountain. Hidden beneath the dense rainforest, a rusted iron gate stood half ajar, its lintel bearing the faded inscription, 1920. A silent testament to a century of forgotten history. This was the site of Rio de Janeiro's unfinished metro tunnel, abruptly abandoned in the 1920s, following a bizarre engineering incident, becoming the city's most enigmatic forbidden zone. Over the decades, countless rumors swirled around the tunnel. Those who entered always heard distinct footsteps behind them, yet turned to find no one. All electronic devices lost signal within the tunnel, as if blocked by some invisible force. And the engineering suspension report archived in the Rio City Hall remained perpetually marked, classified. Its true cause never disclosed to the public. In 2019, a team comprising a historian, an engineer, and an adventure enthusiast resolved to unveil the tunnel's mysteries. The team leader was 30-year-old historian Sofia Almeida, whose grandfather had served as a technician on the tunnel project in the 1920s. He had vanished without a trace shortly after the project was halted, leaving behind only a tattered work diary. The diary repeatedly mentions underground echoes and inexplicable footsteps, Sofia told her team before departure. Municipal archives show that when the project reached the third section of the tunnel, 3 workers suddenly disappeared. The project was then urgently halted, all workers dismissed, and all related records sealed. The team included structural engineer Marcus Costa, electronics expert Lina Rodriguez, and seasoned explorer Carlos Mendez. They carried advanced lighting equipment, signal detectors, structural stress gauges, and night vision cameras, hoping to reconstruct the historical truth through scientific means. As they pushed open the heavy iron gate, a gust of air mingled with must and damp soil rushed toward them. The tunnel stretched pitch black ahead, like a gaping maw devouring all light. Activate the lighting and signal detection, Sofia commanded. Lina pressed the equipment switch, and 4 high-intensity floodlights simultaneously blazed to life, illuminating the deep, shadowy tunnel ahead. The tunnel walls were constructed of brick and stone, their surfaces covered in moss and water stains. Some sections had already cracked, with rubble scattered across the ground. The signal detector screen displayed a lifeless static pattern. The signal is completely blocked, Lina frowned. The magnetic field here is abnormally strong, more than 10 times the normal level. The team advanced slowly along the tunnel, their footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness with stark clarity. The tunnel structure was far more complex than anticipated, with branching passages crisscrossing in every direction, resembling a colossal underground labyrinth. The 1920s metro plans show the tunnel was originally intended to connect the city center with the suburbs, but only a third was ever completed, Marcus explained, while using a structural stress gauge to examine the walls. Structurally speaking, the tunnel was built to a high standard with no obvious risk of collapse. There's no basis whatsoever for the so-called engineering accident. After advancing roughly 500 meters, Sofia suddenly halted, her face turning solemn as she pointed at the ground. Look here. On the ground, several footprints of varying depths were clearly visible, their direction aligned with the team's path, as if someone were leading the way ahead. That's impossible, Carlos said in astonishment. We're the only ones who entered the tunnel today, and these footprints appear fresh, not like traces sealed for decades. At that moment, Lina suddenly screamed. Behind us, footsteps. Everyone spun around instantly. The floodlights swept across the tunnel behind them, utterly empty, with only their own footprints stretching into the distance. Yet the footsteps did not fade. Instead, they grew increasingly distinct, as if an invisible presence were following close behind them, its steady pace perfectly synchronized with their own rhythm. Is it an echo? Marcus attempted a scientific explanation. The tunnel's acoustic structure is unusual. It might produce delayed reverberations. But this explanation was quickly refuted. When the team stopped, the footsteps ceased as well. When they resumed walking, the footsteps returned, perpetually maintaining a distance of 3 paces behind. Carlos abruptly raised his night vision camera and aimed it behind them. The screen showed nothing but the empty tunnel, yet the footsteps were clearly captured through the camera's recording device. This is not an echo, Sofia's voice trembled slightly. These are real footsteps coming from some presence we cannot see. The team pressed deeper into the tunnel, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. They discovered strange symbols carved into the walls at the branching passages. Symbols bearing some resemblance to the totems of indigenous Brazilian tribes, yet far more ancient and eerie. My grandfather drew similar symbols in his diary, Sofia said, pulling out her phone to display photos of the diary. He wrote that these symbols were found deep within the tunnel, and the workers called them the mark of the underground guardian. When the team reached the entrance to the third section, the sight before them left everyone stunned. On the ground at the entrance lay 3 rusted work uniforms, exactly matching the style worn by 1920s workers, accompanied by 3 hard hats and a construction hammer. These must be the missing workers' belongings. Marcus crouched down to examine the uniforms closely, The fabric has rotted, but there are no tears. This doesn't look like the result of some accident. At that moment, the footsteps behind them suddenly became rapid and urgent, as if the invisible presence had quickened its pace. Simultaneously, Lena's signal detector suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, with a faint signal fluctuation appearing on the screen. "We've got a signal," Lena exclaimed excitedly. "It's coming from deep within the tunnel. Some kind of low-frequency electromagnetic wave." The team advanced in the direction of the signal. The tunnel's end was sealed by a solid wall upon which a massive circular symbol was carved, identical to the symbols seen at the branching passages. "This is not a naturally formed wall," Marcus said, knocking on its surface. "It's hollow inside. There's space beyond." Carlos produced his tools and attempted to pry the wall open. But no matter how hard he struggled, the wall remained immovable, as if fused with the tunnel itself. Sophia suddenly noticed a tiny recess at the center of the circular symbol on the wall, its shape perfectly matching a metal badge depicted in her grandfather's diary. She pulled a small metal box from her backpack and opened it, revealing a rusted badge lying within, one she had discovered among her grandfather's belongings, never knowing its purpose. When she embedded the badge into the recess, a miracle occurred. The wall slowly slid aside, revealing a narrow passage. The scene beyond left everyone utterly awestruck. Inside was a modest stone chamber. At its center stood a stone altar, its surface densely carved with intricate symbols that echoed those on the tunnel walls. Around the altar lay 3 sets of skeletal remains arranged in orderly postures, as if frozen mid-ritual. In a corner of the chamber sat an old work diary. Its cover read, "Chief Engineer Antonio Almeida," none other than Sophia's grandfather. Sophia opened the diary with trembling hands. Its contents revealed the truth of a century past. In 1920, when excavation reached the 3rd section, workers accidentally uncovered this underground chamber and the mysterious symbols adorning its walls. Chief Engineer Antonio recognized that this was likely a sacred ritual site of Brazil's indigenous civilization, possessing immense historical value. But the government of that era, eager to accelerate the project's progress, ordered the site destroyed and construction to continue. To protect the site, Antonio joined forces with 3 like-minded workers. Using their engineering expertise, they altered the tunnel's magnetic field environment, manufacturing the eerie phenomena of footsteps and signal blackouts to frighten away the other workers. They then sealed the chamber and remained underground with the 3 workers guarding the secret, ultimately sacrificing their lives when their provisions ran out. So grandfather never disappeared. Sophia's eyes glistened with tears. He protected this forgotten history in his own way. The abnormally intense magnetic field in the chamber was the result of Antonio's modifications. The mysterious footsteps were a resonance phenomenon produced by the tunnel's acoustic structure interacting with the magnetic field, later mythologized by the public as a supernatural event. The team carefully secured the diary and skeletal remains, then closed the chamber door. They did not disclose the chamber's exact location to the public. Instead, they delivered Antonio's diary to the Brazilian National Historical Museum, allowing a portion of the century-old truth to come to light. The municipal government's classified report was finally declassified, confirming that the project suspension was indeed related to heritage protection, not the so-called accident. Today, that rusted iron gate still stands deep in the rainforest, having become a legend in Rio de Janeiro. Adventurers occasionally attempt to breach the tunnel, but most retreat at the sound of the mysterious footsteps. And deep within the tunnel, the stone chamber rests quietly underground, guarding the secrets of Brazil's indigenous civilization, while bearing witness to a century-old tale of steadfastness and courage. The footsteps that still echo through the tunnel seem to be the souls of Antonio and his fellow workers, forever watching over this forgotten land, reminding us that in the depths of a city's history, there are always untold stories awaiting gentle remembrance. The winter in northern Ontario, Canada, plunges the vast wilderness into a deep freeze at -30 degrees Celsius. Okanagan Lake lies like a silver leviathan cradled between snow-clad mountains, its surface frozen solid under a 2-meter-thick ice sheet capable of bearing heavy trucks. Yet this seemingly placid ice-locked expanse conceals a mystery that has baffled locals for half a century. Each deep winter, immense, spiral-shaped fissures inexplicably appear upon the lake's surface, their centers depressed as if stirred by some colossal presence beneath the ice. More chilling still, in 2008, a fisherman peering through a crack in the ice caught sight of a metallic gleam far below. A massive scale, razor-edged and coldly reflective. Coverage by the Toronto Star propelled the legend of the frozen lake beast across Canada, while Biological Institute records lent the enigma an even more uncanny dimension. In December 2008, the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources received a report fisherman Marcus Thorne had encountered something anomalous while fishing on the northeastern shore of Okanagan Lake. According to Marcus, he was drilling a hole through the ice when a muffled resonant impact echoed from beneath. Then the surrounding ice trembled violently, and a colossal spiral fissure radiated outward from the borehole with startling speed. He pressed his face to the ice and gazed down. Through the crystalline water, he saw a vast dark silhouette gliding across the abyssal floor. Its body sheathed in overlapping scales that shimmered with a steel-like luster, refracting light filtered through the ice above. It was enormous. Longer than a fishing vessel, Marcus told the Toronto Star. Its scales were arranged with eerie precision like armor. I've never seen anything like it. News of the sighting ignited a storm of public fascination. The Ontario Institute of Biological Sciences swiftly assembled an expedition led by Dr. Evelyn Cameron, a renowned aquatic biologist. Equipped with advanced sonar arrays, remotely operated underwater vehicles, and ice core drills, the team set out to unveil the truth behind the frozen lake beast. Dr. Cameron was a leading authority on cryptic aquatic life, having devoted her career to investigating lake monster legends worldwide. From Scotland's Loch Ness to China's Connah's Lake. Yet never before had she encountered such unequivocal eyewitness testimony and tangible evidence. Marcus had retrieved a small detached scale near the fissure. Preliminary analysis revealed unusually high iron content and traces of an unknown alloy, its hardness surpassing any known biological scale. The team established a temporary camp along Okanagan Lake's shore. Bitter cold and impenetrable ice rendered every operation arduous. They began with sonar mapping of the area where Marcus had witnessed the creature. The scans revealed a massive moving object deep in the lakebed, 15 meters long, 3 meters wide, serpentine in form, yet far more robust than any known aquatic serpent. As the sonar probe drew nearer, the object abruptly accelerated, vanishing into the abyssal chasms, leaving no trace on the display. To gather definitive data, the team deployed a submersible robot, fitted with high-definition cameras and sampling tools, rated for depths up to 300 meters. Lowered through the ice borehole, the robot descended steadily. The water remained pristine and transparent at first, but with increasing depth light faded and temperatures plummeted. Suddenly the camera captured a colossal shadow gliding slowly through the gloom, its armored flank catching the robot's beams, revealing unmistakable metallic sheen. The crew held their breath, eyes locked on the monitor, until the shadow pivoted sharply and surged toward the robot. The screen erupted into static, then went black. When the robot was recovered, its hull bore deep, jagged gashes, as though slashed by something impossibly sharp, and its camera and sampling systems were utterly destroyed. This failed mission confirmed one grim certainty: they faced not merely an undiscovered species, but a formidable, highly intelligent aquatic entity possessing unknown capabilities and fierce territorial instinct. Undeterred, Dr. Cameron revised her strategy, shifting focus to the spiral fissures themselves. Across multiple locations, the team documented numerous spiral fractures, ranging from 10 to 30 meters in diameter, geometrically precise as if drawn with a compass. Analysis of ice samples revealed anomalous molecular reordering at the fracture sites, the crystalline lattice compressed and twisted under immense rotational force and pressure. Meanwhile, the local Anishinaabe Ojibwe community offered vital insight. Elder Joseph Whitecloud told Dr. Cameron that in indigenous oral tradition, Okanagan Lake is called the Lake of Spirits, home to a sacred guardian known as the Okanagan Watcher, a colossal being armored in metallic scales, master of water and ice, sworn to protect the lake's deepest secrets. The elder added that each deep winter, when the lake seals beneath unbroken ice, the Watcher stirs in the depths, its passage manifesting as spiral fissures, a silent signal rising from the abyss. To test the legend's veracity, Dr. Cameron immersed herself in historical archives and meteorological records. She discovered that Okanagan Lake formed over 10,000 years ago during the last glacial epoch, its bottom riven by canyons and caverns hundreds of meters deep, offering ideal refuge for a leviathan. More astonishingly, documented sightings spanned more than a century, the earliest dating to the late 1800s, when fur traders camping lakeside reported seeing immense slow-moving shadows glide beneath the surface. In recent decades, as global warming accelerates, the spiral fissures have appeared with increasing frequency, suggesting the Watcher's activity grows ever more pronounced. In February 2009, the expedition achieved a breakthrough. At the lake's center, they located a massive spiral fissure, its core a 5-meter-wide ice void surrounded by unervingly thin ice. Dr. Cameron resolved to drill strategically around the void and lower a submersible camera into the depths. At 200 meters, the camera transmitted breathtaking clarity. A titanic creature rested motionless upon a bedrock shelf, cylindrical in form, encased head to tail in dense metallic scales, triangular skull crowned by enormous eyes glowing with an eerie cerulean luminescence. Most astonishing were the pair of vast dorsal fins, razor-sharp along their edges, their very geometry suggesting they generated the spiral fractures as the creature churned the ice from below. Just as the team prepared to zoom in, the creature stirred, its awakening slow, deliberate. The camera captured exquisite detail, each scale forged from an unknown alloy, smooth obsidian, dark, subtly iridescent, interlocking seamlessly to form an impregnable carapace. Then, with terrifying velocity, it surged forward, vanishing into a subterranean cavern, leaving only swirling sediment and a trail of ascending bubbles. This footage provided the first credible visual confirmation of the frozen lake beast. Subsequent analysis by the Biological Institute concluded the creature may be a surviving relic of the Mesozoic, or an entirely novel lineage, its metalliferous scales likely an evolutionary adaptation to extreme cold and pressure. Yet its taxonomy, behavior, and origins remain profound mysteries. Today, the frozen lake beast endures, as one of Canada's most enduring legends of wonder. Though the expedition secured irrefutable imagery, it deliberately refrained from further intrusion, choosing reverence over exploitation. In her final report, Dr. Cameron wrote, "Okanagan Lake guards countless enigmas. This watcher may be but the first we glimpse. Our duty is not to disturb but to safeguard, to honor the sanctity of lives that dwell beyond human reckoning. Each deep winter adventurers and pilgrims still gather at Okanagan Lake, hoping to witness the watcher's fleeting emergence. And each year the spiral fissures return. Silent glyphs inscribed upon the ice whispering an ancient, ineffable tale. Those gleaming metallic scales, like submerged stars, twinkle in the heart of Ontario's frozen wilds, reminding humanity that wonder persists vast, unseen, and sovereign, waiting not to be conquered but understood." On August 12, 1978, the scorching heat of the West Texas wasteland baked the red dirt plains, the air thick and viscous as if it could wring out sweat. When Sheriff Tom Harper received the report, he was in his office polishing his Colt revolver. The caller was local mailman Joe Benson, who said that the Carter farm deep in the wasteland had gone a full week without mail pickup, and the cattle lay motionless in the fields, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Tom immediately took his deputy Jack Cole and drove to the Carter farm. After traveling over 40 miles along the dusty country road, a solitary white wooden house appeared on the horizon. That was the Carter farm. Before the car had even stopped, a pungent stench of decay assaulted their senses. After getting out of the car, Tom and Jack first saw the scene in the pasture. Over 20 beef cattle lay scattered on the grass, their bodies already rotting, abdomens swollen high, clearly a mass sudden death. Stranger still, the cattle's death poses were eerily uniform, all facing the farmhouse, eyes wide open, as if they had seen something utterly terrifying in their final moments. "Something's wrong." Tom frowned, drawing his pistol from his belt. "Jack, stay alert." The two cautiously approached the wooden house. The door was ajar, and a gentle push opened it. Inside, there were no signs of a struggle. The furniture was neatly arranged, half-eaten dinner still sat on the table. The steak on the plate had gone moldy, yet the utensils were laid out with meticulous precision. In the bedroom, the bed was perfectly made, the clothes in the wardrobe untouched, and even the children's toys remained on the living room carpet, as if the owners had merely stepped out temporarily and would return at any moment. But the Carter family of five, Father John Carter, Mother Mary, 10-year-old son Tommy, 8-year-old daughter Lily, and 5-year-old son Billy, had vanished without a trace. Tom and Jack conducted a thorough search of the farm, the warehouse, barn cellar, and even the woods and ditches around the property were meticulously checked. They found no blood, no signs of struggle, and no clues pointing to the family's whereabouts. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through and the Carters had simply evaporated into thin air. Just as the search was about to conclude, Jack discovered an anomaly on the wall of the children's bedroom. On what had been pristine white plaster, a massive pentagram was drawn in dark red pigment. At each point of the star was a strange symbol, its lines twisted and grotesque, far beyond a child's doodle. "Sheriff, take a look at this." Jack's voice trembled slightly. Tom walked over, stared at the pentagram on the wall, and a chill crept into his heart. He recalled local legends about black magic. Rumors of Satan worship and witchcraft rituals had long circulated across the West Texas wasteland, but he had never taken them seriously. The police cordoned off the farm and launched a large-scale investigation. Forensic pathologists performed autopsies on the cattle. Their internal organs were all rotten and blackened, yet no toxic substances were detected, nor were there any signs of bacterial infection. The cause of death remained a mystery. Technicians analyzed the pentagram and symbols on the wall. The dark red pigment was cinnabar mixed with animal blood. The symbols bore similarities to European medieval black magic ritual symbols, but also exhibited differences, and their exact meaning could not be determined. During the investigation, the police interviewed nearby residents. Farmer George Miller, who lived 10 miles away, told Tom that late one night a week earlier he had seen a strange red glow from the direction of the Carter farm and heard a low chanting sound. At the time he thought it was a bonfire party and paid it no mind. Another resident said that John Carter had been acting strangely in recent months, often driving alone deep into the wasteland, returning with a panicked expression, and had once asked him about summoning and sacrifice. As the investigation deepened, more secrets about John Carter surfaced. Police discovered that a year earlier John had failed in an investment, fallen into heavy debt, and developed a drinking problem. His wife Mary had complained to neighbors that John was always staring at an old book. He had bought it from a second-hand bookstore. Its cover was damaged and bore the same pentagram as on the wall. Police found that book in John's study. The title page read "Guide to Dark Sacrifice Rituals," containing various eerie ceremonies. One ritual required 5 blood relatives as sacrifices using the pentagram symbol, and specific chants to pray to dark forces for wealth and power. Could it be that John, to repay his debts, had performed a black magic ritual, offering his own family as sacrifices? But this theory had many doubts. If it was a sacrifice, why were there no traces of the ceremony? And where had John himself gone? The police continued investigating along this lead, but found no evidence that the ritual had taken place. The author of the ancient book was untraceable, and the rituals described had no recorded real-world cases. It read more like a fictional novel. The case hit a dead end and became an unsolved mystery for the Texas police. Sheriff Tom never gave up the investigation. He pored over countless documents, consulted folklorists and religious scholars, but made no progress. The pentagram and symbols on the wall, the mass death of the cattle, the family that vanished without a trace. These clues like riddles haunted him for 20 years. In 2008, now retired Tom was sorting through old case files when he accidentally discovered a missing forensic report. The report indicated that a rare radioactive element had been detected in the soil of the Carter farm. This element was not naturally occurring, but seemed to originate from an extraterrestrial meteorite. This discovery enlightened Tom. He recalled the strange deaths of the cattle and the eerie red glow, and a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Perhaps the Carter family's disappearance had nothing to do with black magic, but with some unknown extraterrestrial force. The pentagram and symbols on the wall might not be ritual symbols, but markings left by an alien civilization. To verify this hypothesis, Tom contacted astrophysicists. The physicists told him that in August 1978, a small meteorite had fallen into the West Texas wasteland, landing only 5 miles from the Carter farm. The meteorite indeed contained this rare radioactive element which could affect living organisms and even possess unknown energy, possibly causing the cattle's sudden death and the Carter family's disappearance. But this hypothesis also lacked direct evidence. What exactly had happened to the Carter family? Were they victims of a black magic ritual or casualties of an extraterrestrial encounter? Or were there other secrets unknown to the world? To this day, those questions remain unanswered. The white wooden house of the Carter farm has long been eroded by wind and sand into a dilapidated shell. The pentagram on the wall has blurred under the passage of time, but the bizarre disappearance case remains one of the most mysterious unsolved mysteries in Texas. Today, the area where the Carter farm once stood has become a desolate wasteland visited only by the occasional adventurer who pauses to explore the dusty past. Local elders still talk about the vanished family and the eerie pentagram over tea and idle talk. Some say that on moonlit nights a red glow can still be seen from the farm and children's cries can be heard, or others say the Carters were taken by an alien civilization to another planet to start a new life. The truth may forever be buried beneath the black soil of Texas, but the story of the Carter farm remains a lingering enigma across the American continent, a reminder that in this vast land countless unknown secrets still hide, waiting to be uncovered. The morning light of the Andes pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the megalithic structures of Machu Picchu. This Inca city, forgotten for 4 centuries and rediscovered in 1911, has always been shrouded in an air of mystery. Beside the Temple of the Sun in the northwestern corner of the ancient city, a black rock about 3 meters high with a surface as smooth as a mirror captivated countless tourists and archaeologists. Locals called it the ear of Huayna Picchu, while official records referred to it as the Echo Stone. Strangely, shouting at the rock produced no ordinary echo. Instead, a faint, indistinct murmur like whispers from ancient times emerged. When slowed down by recording equipment, it bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Quechua language. In 2012, a specialized study by the Peruvian National Archaeological Team gradually unveiled the secrets behind the stone. In March 2012, a scientific expedition led by the Peruvian National Institute of Archaeology, in collaboration with experts in linguistics, acoustics, and history, arrived at Machu Picchu. The team was led by 40-year-old archaeologist Elena Rodriguez. Her grandfather had been among the first to systematically excavate Machu Picchu in the 1950s. Growing up listening to Inca legends, Elena harbored an almost obsessive curiosity about the mysterious phenomenon of the Echo Stone. According to visitor records since the 1980s, at least 300 people have claimed to hear whispers from the rock, Elena said at the first team meeting. Some say it sounds like prayers, some like chanting, and others claim to have heard their own names. But all agree it is not a modern language. The team installed high-precision acoustic monitoring equipment and recording instruments around the Echo Stone and set up a temporary laboratory. During the first week, progress was slow. Team members took turns shouting at the rock, from simple greetings to complex Quechua phrases. But the recording devices captured only ambient noise and wind, as if the whispers existed only in legend. It was not until the twilight of the 3rd week that team member Fernando Paz, while recording data, inadvertently shouted an ancient Quechua prayer, a mountain deity invocation he had learned from his grandmother. As the words faded, a ripple seemed to pass through the still air. Unlike before, there was no echo. Instead, a faint whisper like a murmur from the depths of the ocean clearly reached Fernando's ears. He looked up, his eyes wide with shock, and immediately pressed the replay button on the recording device. The other team members, drawn by his reaction, gathered around. The audio playback contained not only Fernando's voice, but also a blurred sound like countless people whispering in unison. When the technicians slowed the audio by 3 times, a clear Quechua phrase emerged. "Son of the sun, return the sacred relic, restore the balance." This discovery sent the entire team into a frenzy. Elena immediately organized repeated experiments. They found that the Echo Stone only responded when the words spoken were prayers, sacrificial chants, or ancient songs related to Inca civilization. No matter how loud the shouts in modern Spanish or English, the stone remained silent. Even more peculiar different ancient phrases triggered different responses, all in Quechua, mostly concerning sun worship, nature rituals, and a certain balance. To decipher these responses, the team invited Cusco Amas, an 80-year-old professor, and a leading authority on Quechua language. Professor Amas, a descendant of Inca royalty, was proficient in ancient Quechua. After listening to all the recordings, he exclaimed excitedly, "These phrases are not random murmurs. They form a complete message. It tells a legend the sun priests of the Inca Empire possessed the ability to converse with the gods, carving the sun's will into the rock, waiting for a future, chosen one, to awaken it." According to Professor Amas's interpretation, the core of the Echo Stone's message was about the sacred relic and balance. Legend held that during the height of the Inca Empire, the sun priest hid a sacred object called the Eye of the Sun somewhere in Machu Picchu. This relic maintained the balance of all things in heaven and earth. But with the invasion of Spanish colonizers, the relic's location was forgotten, the balance was broken, and the Echo Stone became a messenger to awaken future generations to find it. And the Son of the Sun refers to those who understand the ancient language and hold reverence in their hearts. Following this clue, the team began re-examining the archaeological records of Machu Picchu. Elena discovered that the Echo Stone was not placed randomly. It aligned with the altar of the Temple of the Sun, and formed a precise straight line with other megalithic structures in the ancient city, pointing to the highest peak of the Andes, Huascaran. Even more astonishing, the material of the Echo Stone was not local to Machu Picchu, but a rare type of obsidian identical to that used for ritual implements during the Inca Empire. Carbon-14 dating revealed that the Echo Stone was made 200 years before the construction of Machu Picchu, meaning it existed before the ancient city was built. Over the next 2 months, the team conducted in-depth research on the Echo Stone. Using ultrasonic scanning, they discovered that the stone was not solid, but contained a complex hollow structure similar to a modern acoustic resonance chamber. This structure could amplify specific sound frequencies, converting the sound waves of ancient language into perceptible whispers. Technicians speculated that this was an information storage device, created by the Incas using advanced acoustic knowledge and architectural skills, preserving sounds from 1,000 years ago through stone resonance. In June 2012, the team discovered a hidden stone chamber beneath the altar of the Temple of the Sun. Inside the chamber there were no gold or jewels, only a disc carved from obsidian, with a red gemstone embedded in its center. The legendary Eye of the Sun. When the team brought the Eye of the Sun to the Echo Stone, a miracle occurred. The gemstone on the disc began to emit a dazzling light, and the whispers from the stone became clearer, forming a complete sacrificial prayer. After translation, Professor Amas explained that the prayer roughly meant, "The sacred relic is restored, balance returns, and the sun's light shall forever shine upon the earth." The news caused a sensation in the global archaeological community. The Peruvian National Institute of Archaeology published the team's findings, including recordings of the Echo Stone and photographs of the Eye of the Sun. Countless tourists flocked to the site, hoping to hear the whispers from 1,000 years ago with their own ears. But not everyone could trigger the Echo Stone's response. Only those who spoke in the ancient language with reverence could hear the mysterious reply. Today, the Echo Stone of Machu Picchu still stands beside the Temple of the Sun, welcoming visitors from around the world. It is not only a testament to the Inca civilization's advanced skills, but also a bridge connecting the past and the present. Those whispers that have traversed a millennium seem like the calls of the Inca ancestors, reminding people to revere nature and cherish civilization. The Eye of the Sun is now housed in the National Museum of Peru, a national treasure. Elena wrote at the end of her expedition report, "The secret of the Echo Stone is not an end, it is just a beginning." Machu Picchu holds countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled, and those ancient voices will forever guide the direction of our exploration. In the wind of the Andes, the whispers of the Echo Stone continue telling a 1,000-year story of civilization, faith, and heritage. It makes people believe that some voices will not be drowned by time, some secrets will eventually be revealed, and those sleeping civilizations will one day, through some wondrous way, meet the modern world again. The humid mist of the Mississippi River, laden with the scent of damp humus, saturated the swamps and woodlands of southern Louisiana. Deep in the wilderness 60 miles from downtown New Orleans, a Gothic manor lay dormant like a silent leviathan. Its presence unbroken for 2 centuries. Its ash-gray stone walls were veiled in emerald ivy. Its shattered spires carved jagged, menacing silhouettes against a leaden sky. Locals called it the Belair Manor, but more often in hushed tones, the Vampire Manor. That name was no mere fancy, since the New Orleans Times first reported the disappearance of the manor's owner in 1897. 7 successive proprietors had vanished without trace on their 30th birthdays. No bloodstains, no signs of struggle, only an echoing empty house and cryptic inscriptions carved into the basement walls, indecipherable to all who studied them. In late autumn of 1897, the front page of the New Orleans Times bore a stark headline, "The Belair Enigma, young master vanishes without trace. Police find no clue." According to the report, Philip Russell, the manor's third master, a 30-year-old cotton merchant, entered the basement alone on his birthday evening and was never seen again. At midnight, servants discovered his study ablaze with light, An unfinished letter rested upon the desk, its ink still wet, while the basement door stood ajar, revealing nothing but emptiness within. Police sealed the estate and combed every chamber, yet found only a series of enigmatic carvings etched into the basement's stone walls. Twisted glyphs unlike any known Latin script or indigenous language. The chief investigator concluded in his final report, the symbols were incised with a sharp instrument. Depths uneven, yet no marks of forced entry surround them. The master's disappearance remains unexplained. A voluntary departure is presumed. But locals dismissed such reasoning. Tenants along the marsh whispered that under the full moon they glimpsed black shapes circling the manor's roof, and heard faint guttural howls drifting through the night air. Philip's vanishing was no isolated incident. Jean Belair, the manor's French-descended founder, disappeared mysteriously on his own 30th birthday in 1827. Historical records note that Jean devoted 10 years to constructing the manor. Its basement served as his private laboratory, where he pursued alchemy and esoteric lore drawn from ancient Europe. After Jean vanished, his wife sold the estate and vanished herself, leaving behind only those cryptic glyphs which endured across generations as the manor changed hands. The second master banker, Elias, likewise disappeared just after turning 30 in 1857. Contemporary newspapers reported his garments lay neatly arranged in the bedroom. Beside the basement glyphs appeared a new line of identical carvings. 3 consecutive disappearances branded the Belair Manor infamous, a cursed abode shunned by all, until 1923, when a skeptical young lawyer purchased it. Samuel Gray, freshly graduated from Harvard Law School, brimmed with confidence, dismissing every rumor of curse as baseless superstition. After acquiring the estate, he invited archaeologists and linguists to examine the basement glyphs. Yet even these scholars stood baffled, concluding only that the symbols predated the manor's construction. Samuel undertook a full restoration, demolishing dilapidated wings while preserving the basement intact. On October 17, 1923, the eve of his 30th birthday, Samuel hosted a lavish banquet attended by New Orleans elite, staging it as definitive proof that the curse was pure myth. The feast lasted until midnight. After guests departed, Samuel descended alone into the basement. At dawn, servants found the basement door wide open, and the master gone. A fresh line of glyphs now adorned the stone wall. This time a small patch of black earth was discovered in the rear garden, laced with several strands of silvery white hair conclusively non-human. Years passed. One master replaced another, each determined to break the 30th year vanishing. Yet none succeeded. In 1955, the 6th master arrived. Elizabeth, a Gothic novelist obsessed with the manor's history. For a full year after moving in, Elizabeth studied the glyphs meticulously, discerning subtle links between their arrangement and medieval European vampire legends, and noting striking parallels with ancient Romanian vampiric liturgical scripts. 1 week before her 30th birthday in 1956, she wrote in her journal, "The glyphs call forth. On the blood moon a gate to another world shall open. Those who vanished did not cease to exist. They were taken." On her birthday night, Elizabeth entered the basement and never emerged. Her journal ended there, and the newly carved glyph beside the others was deeper than any before. In 2010, Benjamin Harper, a historian, acquired the Belair Manor. A professor at Louisiana State University, Benjamin had long researched Southern American folklore, and believed the disappearances concealed a hidden historical truth. Unlike his predecessors, he did not flee the curse, instead he welcomed his 30th birthday with quiet resolve. In the months preceding it, Benjamin scoured historical archives, unearthing Jean Belair's private correspondence and 19th century police records. He discovered that Jean had employed a group of Eastern European craftsmen during construction, and that they too vanished shortly after the manor's completion. More startlingly, in the rare book division of the New Orleans State Library, Benjamin uncovered an 18th century Latin manuscript describing an ancient rite through specific glyphs and blood sacrifice immortality could be attained, at the cost of one offering every 30 years to sustain the ritual's power. Benjamin confirmed that several glyphs in the manuscript matched the basement carvings precisely, and that the offering was stipulated to be a man or woman aged exactly 30. He further found that the manor occupied a geologically singular site, where the Mississippi River converged with the swamp, creating a natural energy field that aligned perfectly with the manuscript's prescribed ritual locus. On July 15, 2010, Benjamin's 30th birthday beneath a blood moon, he installed multiple cameras and audio recorders in the basement before descending alone. Surveillance footage showed that at midnight, the glyphs began emitting a faint crimson glow, the carvings sharpened into vivid relief. Standing at their center, Benjamin murmured incantations, as if conversing with an invisible presence. Suddenly the red light flared violently, engulfing the entire chamber in blood-hued radiance, before the feed warped and dissolved into static darkness. At dawn, police arrived to find the basement door agape, Benjamin gone, and all recording devices utterly disabled, leaving only chaos behind. Yet unlike previous masters, Benjamin left behind a meticulous research dossier declaring, "The Belair Manor is not a vampire's lair. It is an ancient sanctum of ritual. Those who vanished were not victims but participants, having forged pacts with unknown forces through the glyphs exchanging physical absence for a different mode of existence. On its final page, Benjamin sketched a complete glyph lexicon and annotated it. Their true meaning is eternal guardianship. These carvings are not curses. They are covenants etched in stone. Today the Belair Manor still stands amid Louisiana's wild plains. Its basement glyphs remain in full beyond full interpretation. Its gates remain locked year-round, except on blood moons when nearby residents sometimes glimpse a faint crimson glow filtering through its windows and hear whispers soft and indistinct. Some claim the vanished masters still dwell within, transformed into spectral guardians of the manor, or others believe the glyphs draw power from some primordial entity slumbering deep in the swamp, suggesting each vanishing is but a cyclical surge of arcane energy. Whatever the truth, the legend of the Belair Manor endures across Louisiana, a cornerstone of North America's most enigmatic arcane lore, drawing countless seekers yet yielding its ultimate secret to none. Beneath the blood moon, the manor's stone walls stand in solemn silence, while the glyphs in its basement wait patient and eternal for the next 30-year-old covenant-bearer. Fairbanks, Alaska, dubbed the capital of the aurora, witnesses the celestial dance of the northern lights each year from September through April. Ribbons of emerald, violet, and rose shimmer and surge across the night sky like divine silk flung across the heavens, a natural wonder pursued by countless souls. Yet, in the ancient legends of the region's Inuit people, the aurora is far more than mere spectacle. It is the singing of departed souls across the firmament, a whispered dialogue between earth and sky audible only to those who approach with reverence. In the winter of 2007, the arrival of an international Arctic research expedition lent this age-old legend irrefutable scientific corroboration. The team's mission was to monitor electromagnetic activity and atmospheric fluctuations associated with the aurora borealis. Its leader was Dr. Lane, an American astrophysicist. Only among its members were an acoustician, a meteorologist, and Old Joe, an Inuit guide. They erected a research station on the permafrost north of Fairbanks, deploying ultra-sensitive audio recorders, electromagnetic spectrum analyzers, and high-definition cameras to capture every subtle shift in the aurora, 24 hours a day without pause. From the outset, Old Joe warned the team, when the aurora stirs, do not merely gaze. Listen closely. Words ride the wind. The scientists dismissed his words as ancestral folklore, paying them little heed. On November 17, 2007, a once-in-a-century auroral superstorm swept across Alaska's night sky. At 7 p.m., a faint green luminescence first shimmered at the horizon, then swiftly expanded into cascading ribbons that rolled and leapt like living waves, sometimes falling like gossamer curtains, sometimes blazing like celestial fire, until the entire vault of heaven blazed with light, eclipsing even the stars. The entire team mobilized. Instruments hummed at full capacity. Dr. Lane watched data pulse across the spectrometer screen, feverishly documenting this rare astronomical phenomenon. At the aurora's zenith, acoustician Mia abruptly removed her headphones, her face draining of color. Doctor, listen to this. Dr. Lane leaned in. Instead of the expected electromagnetic static, the headphones carried a hushed, ethereal human voice, muffled as if heard through thick glacial ice or from a distant celestial realm, fragmented, rising and falling, elusive yet unmistakably sentient. It was neither wind nor animal cry, nor instrument-generated interference. It was unmistakably human speech, yet devoid of any recognizable lexicon, a murmur, a sigh, a quiet telling of something profound. Everyone gathered round, donning headphones. In that instant, even the Arctic wind over the tundra seemed to fall silent, leaving only that whisper from the aurora echoing softly in their ears. Old Joe closed his eyes and listened, tears slowly tracing his weathered cheeks. It is the voice of our ancestors, the song of the land and sky. They say this is their home. The team immediately recalibrated all recording equipment, maximizing sensitivity, and captured the entire 47-minute auroral whisper in pristine fidelity. The recording revealed extraordinary sonic stratification. Deep male voices resonated like ancient chants, gentle female voices flowed like lullabies, children's laughter chimed, bright, crystalline, yet impossibly distant. These voices wove seamlessly into the aurora's electromagnetic backdrop, rising and falling in synchrony with its luminous choreography. The brighter the aurora burned, the clearer the voices grew. As its radiance dimmed, so too did the whispers fade, suggesting light and sound were not separate phenomena but one unified utterance, the aurora itself speaking. Upon concluding fieldwork, Dr. Lane's team transported the recording to their laboratory for exhaustive analysis. They rigorously excluded all anthropogenic interference. The station stood hundreds of miles from any settlement, free of radio transmissions or aircraft traffic. Natural acoustic sources, wind, ice fractures, animal calls, bore no resemblance to the recorded voices. Even world-renowned linguists summoned to decipher the language concluded it belonged to no known human tongue, lacking syntax, vocabulary, or morphology, only pure phonemes and rhythm. Inuit elders, upon hearing the recording, affirmed solemnly, "This is the voice of the auroral spirits, the echo of our ancestors within the lights. When our people pass, their souls become auroras, guarding this land from the heavens. Their voices may be heard only when the aurora burns brightest." The elders added that the whisper held longing for the land council for future generations, and awe for the natural order. A memory etched into Inuit blood and bone. The scientific community remains deeply divided over the recording. Some scholars posit it results from resonance. High-energy charged particles colliding with atmospheric gases, generating acoustic waves misinterpreted as speech by ultrasensitive instruments. Others, including astrophysicists, suggest it may stem from anomalous fluctuations in cosmic microwave background radiation, modulated by auroral electromagnetic fields. Yet most, including Dr. Lane himself, cannot fully explain the origin of these lucid human-like utterances using current scientific frameworks. In his subsequent research report, Dr. Lane wrote, "The sounds we recorded defy classification within any known natural or artificial phenomenon. They exhibit precise temporal synchronization with auroral activity and possess unmistakable hallmarks of human vocalization, yet transcend the boundaries of established linguistic science. This recording may represent humanity's first authenticated, unknown communication signal emanating from Earth's most extreme environment." The recording and report were formally archived by the U.S. Arctic Research Program under designation Archive 030, the most enigmatic corroboration of Alaskan auroral mystery. Since then, each time the aurora erupts with exceptional intensity, researchers, explorers, and Inuit alike gather on the Fairbanks tundra, hoping once more to hear the aurora's whisper. Some have captured echoes of similar sounds, others hear only wind. Yet the 2007 recording remains the clearest, most complete testimony ever obtained. Preserved in the U.S. National Polar Archives, each playback evokes that mysterious, tender murmur from the very edge of the sky. Today, beside Fairbanks' premier aurora observation site, stands a stone monument inscribed in both Inupiaq and English, "The aurora is not light. It is the song of souls, the whisper of earth and sky." And whenever the aurora again floods the night with radiant ribbons, observers instinctively tilt their heads, not just to behold but to listen. Perhaps within that undulating brilliance truly dwell the echoes of the departed, the riddles of nature, and the oldest, gentlest secret of this frozen land. In the old quarter of Buenos Aires stands the Gran Teatro Colón, once the most prestigious stage for dramatic performance in South America. It reached the height of its glory in the 1930s, but a bizarre murder cast an indelible shadow over its illustrious history. In the autumn of 1935, the theater's leading lady Isabella suddenly collapsed and died in front of the full-length mirror in her dressing room, her cause of death remaining a mystery. Since then, strange occurrences plagued the theater's backstage. Blurry figures appeared in the makeup mirrors, belonging to no one present, or actors performing on stage would suddenly feel a push on their backs, causing them to falter in their steps and stumble over their lines. And someone once heard Isabella's favorite tango melody echoing through an empty corridor. Isabella was the soul of the theater. At only 26 years old, she had become renowned across South America through her performances in productions such as La Traviata and Carmen. She was aloof in temperament, yet utterly devoted to the stage, arriving earliest and departing latest each day. She practiced expressions and lines before her makeup mirror again and again. That full-length mirror framed in walnut was her most intimate companion. On the evening of September 14th, 1935, Isabella was about to take the stage as the lead in Madame Butterfly. The dressing room contained only her. After hearing a scream, staff rushed in to find her collapsed before the mirror, her face pale, and her pupils dilated, a pencil still clenched in her hand. Upon examination, the doctor found no external injuries or signs of poisoning, ultimately attributing her death to sudden cardiac failure. Yet the veteran actors in the theater knew that Isabella was in perfect health and had never suffered from any heart condition. More eerily still, as she fell, her eyes were fixed unblinkingly upon the full-length mirror. A faint mist lingered on the glass, as though someone had just breathed upon it. After Isabella's death, the theater continued its performances as usual, but the strange occurrences began the very next day. First, Maria, the understudy who had taken over the lead role, suddenly saw a figure of a woman in white dress reflected in the mirror while applying her makeup. The figure stood with her back turned, her silhouette identical to Isabella's. Maria screamed in terror and turned around, but no one was there. When she looked back at the mirror, the figure had vanished. Within a week, Carlos, a male actor performing a solo dance on stage, suddenly felt a cold hand shove him hard from behind. He lost his balance and nearly fell from the stage. The auditorium was packed with spectators and no one else was backstage. Shaken, Carlos said, "That push was real. It wasn't the wind nor an illusion. It was as though someone stood directly behind me, determined to humiliate me." Similar incidents multiplied. Actors backstage, while changing costumes, often felt watched, or props would inexplicably shift positions. Isabella's old costumes were always hung in the most conspicuous places. Late-night cleaning workers heard dancing footsteps in the empty rehearsal hall, yet opening the door revealed only swirling dust, and the theater manager passing the dressing room in the early hours once saw the full-length mirror reflecting Isabella practicing her smile before it only to vanish in an instant. The theater owner invited a priest to perform an exorcism, and then hired a spiritual medium to investigate, but neither could resolve the haunting. The medium claimed that Isabella's attachment was too profound. She had devoted her entire life to the stage, and after death her soul refused to depart, remaining instead at the backstage, watching over the place she had once loved. Her pushing of the actors was not born of malice but of dissatisfaction with their lack of dedication. A desire to remind them to treat the stage with reverence. The figures in the mirror were simply her repeating the habits of her lifetime, practicing before the glass, as though she had never left. In 1940, the theater nearly went bankrupt due to mismanagement. The new owner planned to renovate the backstage and remove the haunted full-length mirror. When word spread, all the theater's actors jointly objected. They said that although they feared the strange occurrences, Isabella's presence served more as a spur, keeping them from growing complacent. In the end, the owner relented and preserved both the dressing room and the mirror. Over the following decades, the Gran Teatro Cologne changed hands several times, yet Isabella's dressing room was always preserved. Every new actor joining the company was cautioned by the veterans, do not gaze carelessly into the backstage mirrors, and do not let your mind wander during performance. Miss Isabella is still watching us. In 2019, a young actress portraying the lead in Madame Butterfly experienced the push once again. She was in the midst of the climax, fully immersed in her performance, when she suddenly felt a gentle nudge from behind. The force was slight, yet it positioned her precisely and steadied her voice. After the performance, she entered Isabella's dressing room and spoke softly to the full-length mirror. "Thank you, Miss Isabella." In the mirror, she seemed to see a blurry white figure nodding gently before dissolving into nothingness. The theater's historical archives contain detailed records of every phantom incident, spanning nearly a century from 1935 to the present day. These records defy scientific explanation, yet they have become the Gran Teatro Cologne's most unique tradition. The actors no longer fear the strange occurrences. Instead, they regard them as an honor. To be guided by Isabella's spirit is a recognition of their professionalism. Today, the Gran Teatro Cologne remains a cultural landmark of Buenos Aires. Each evening, as the stage lights blaze and the performers pour their hearts into their craft, the full-length mirror stands silently in the backstage dressing room. Occasionally, an actor catches a glimpse of a white figure in the mirror or feels a gentle push during performance. They know that Miss Isabella, who loved the stage so deeply, has never truly left. She remains here, still guarding this theater and guarding every sincere devotion to the stage in her own unique way. At the northeastern tip of Lake Michigan stands a solitary stone lighthouse known as Cape Hope. Built in 1889, it kept watch over the most treacherous stretch of the Great Lakes and once served as a lifeline coordinate for countless sailors. In the depths of winter 1910, a lighthouse keeper, Thomas Kane, mysteriously vanished after a blizzard, and from that day on this lighthouse became the most enigmatic legend on Lake Michigan. Unmanned, without electricity, and devoid of any automatic mechanisms, yet every evening as night fell, the oil lamp at its peak would ignite on time, its beams steadily sweeping across the lake unbroken for a century. Thomas Kane was an Irish immigrant who took up the post at Cape Hope Lighthouse at the age of 40. A man of few words, he kept the lighthouse immaculate, refilling the oil and trimming the wick before every sunset, extinguishing the light and polishing the lens after every sunrise, day after day for 10 years without a single mistake. His wife had passed early and his daughter lived far away in Chicago. The lighthouse was his entire world. Local fishermen said Kane's light was the brightest and steadiest visible 10 nautical miles away, even on the thickest fog nights. On December 7th, 1910, a once-in-a-century blizzard swept across Lake Michigan. Fierce winds drove sheets of snow against the lighthouse walls as the temperature plummeted to 30 degrees below zero. As he always did, Kane climbed to the top of the tower before sunset, filled the oil lamp to the brim, and carefully inspected the lens and wind guard. He wrote his final letter to his daughter in Chicago, writing, "The storm is fierce, but the light will shine. Do not worry." The next morning, when the blizzard finally eased and the Coast Guard patrol boat approached Cape Hope, everyone froze. The lamp atop the tower still burned bright, yet the lighthouse's wooden door stood wide open, and the interior was utterly empty. Kane's coat hung neatly on its hook, the teacup still warm, and a letter lay spread across the table with careful handwriting left unfinished. Search teams scoured the ice around the lighthouse for 3 days and 3 nights, finding no footprints, no belongings, no signs of struggle. Kane had simply vanished, as if swallowed by the storm, or sunk to the lake's bottom, leaving not even a fragment of cloth behind. The Coast Guard soon assigned replacements, but strange occurrences began the very next day. When the new keeper climbed to the top in the evening, he found the oil lamp already filled, and the wick neatly trimmed, the flame burning as brightly as though Kane were still there. He assumed the previous keeper had simply overlooked it and paid it no mind. Yet over the days that followed, regardless of whether he prepared in advance, the lamp atop the tower would ignite automatically at dusk. Even when he deliberately extinguished it and poured out the oil, the light would return by nightfall, the oil reservoir perpetually full. The new keeper fled in terror that very night. 3 more teams were dispatched in succession by the Coast Guard, each encountering the identical phenomenon. Some claimed they heard footsteps on the stairs at night, others swore they saw a shadowy figure at the tower's peak polishing the lens, and still others said the light, though from an oil lamp, carried an uncanny warmth unlike any ordinary flame. By 1912, the Guard simply abandoned sending personnel to man the tower, declaring Cape Hope Lighthouse self-operating, though everyone knew this vintage oil lighthouse possessed no automatic mechanisms whatsoever. For the century that followed, Cape Hope became the everlasting legend of Lake Michigan. Every passing sailor knew that no matter how vicious the weather, as long as the beam of Cape Hope could be seen, safety was assured. Some navigating through the dead of night caught glimpses of a shadowy figure atop the tower clad in an old keeper's uniform standing silently beside the lamp, while others on foggy nights heard a faint whistling from the direction of the lighthouse. The Irish melody Cain had loved to play in life, and fishermen swore that when caught in danger on the lake, simply steering toward Cape Hope's light would guide them to safety, as though an invisible hand were leading the way. The Coast Guard had repeatedly boarded the tower to investigate. The oil lamp at the top was ancient and worn, with no wiring, no solar panels, no mechanical transmission of any kind. The oil reservoir was sealed intact, never refilled by human hands, yet perpetually inexhaustible. The wick burned naturally, the flame steady and unfazed by the fiercest gales. Engineers, physicists, and paranormal researchers came one after another, yet none could offer a satisfactory explanation. The Guard's archives could only record repeatedly, the lighthouse illumination occurs without external manipulation, and cannot be explained by current science. Continuous monitoring in effect. Local elders said Cain's resolve ran too deep. He had spent his entire life guarding the lighthouse, valuing the safety of sailors above his own. Even after his disappearance, his spirit refused to depart, continuing day after day to light the way for passing vessels. In his daughter's later years, she returned to Cape Hope and stood beneath the lighthouse in tears, saying, "Father spent his whole life watching over others. Now he can finally watch over his lighthouse." Today, Cape Hope Lighthouse is designated a U.S. National Historic Landmark, yet it remains closed to the public. Each night the beam atop the tower still ignites on schedule, sweeping across the darkness of Lake Michigan, warm and resolute. Passing sailors sound their horns in salute, and fishermen trace crosses at the bow, giving thanks to this ghost keeper, who has stood watch for a century. In the winter of 2023, a photographer captured an image of Cape Hope Lighthouse during a blizzard. The tower's lamp burned bright, its beam piercing through the storm, carving a golden ribbon across the lake, with a faint shadowy figure barely visible beside the light. That photograph was filed in the Coast Guard archives, becoming the most vivid evidence in File 028. The lamp at Cape Hope still burns unextinguished for 100 years. It has become more than a navigational beacon, and it is a symbol of conviction. Some say it is the soul fire of Thomas Cain, others call it the guardian light of Lake Michigan. And still others believe it is the eternal flame earned by an ordinary man who held fast for a lifetime. Through the winds and waves of the great lakes, this beam shines forever, telling every soul who passes there is always someone keeping watch over the darkness, waiting for you to return safely. In the eastern reaches of Quebec province nestled the small town of Saint-Hilaire, where time seemed to have abandoned a forgotten stone church. Built in 1872, it once served as the spiritual anchor of the town, its spired bell tower piercing the heavens, the deep toll of its brass bell once echoing across the entire valley. In 1947, with the passing of the last priest and the merger of the parish, the church fell into complete desolation. The wooden doors rotted, the stained glass windows shattered, and weeds ran wild in the courtyard. Only the bell tower remained, a silent sentinel guarding the town's memories. From 1950 onward, an eerie legend circulated among the townsfolk. Each Sunday morning at precisely 7 o'clock, 3 resonant bell tones would ring out from the abandoned church, precise and unwavering, matching exactly the rhythm the priest had once struck. At first people dismissed it as the wind's trickery or echoes from a distant church. But as more witnesses came forward, even those who claimed to have stood outside the church itself listening, the legend gradually became an open secret known to all. In 1978, a new pastor named Pierre arrived in town. Having grown up in Saint-Hilaire and heard countless tales of the old church bells, he remained a man of reason, skeptical of supernatural explanations. On a Sunday morning at 6:50, Pierre entered the overgrown churchyard alone, armed with a flashlight and a camera. The wooden door was warped and crooked. With a gentle push it groaned open, rust flaking from the hinges as a damp, moldy scent washed over him. Inside the church lay in utter disarray. Pews toppled, the cross from the altar abandoned in a corner, the floor buried beneath leaves and dust. Pierre climbed the narrow wooden staircase to the bell tower step by step. Thick dust coated every surface, spiderwebs clung to the corners. The great brass bell hung motionless from the beams, its clapper still. There were no ropes, no motors, no mechanical apparatus of any kind. The electricity had been cut for decades, the wiring long rotted away, making any human operation impossible. Pierre leaned against the tower wall and waited in silence. At 6:59 the world outside held its breath. Only the wind and distant birdsong broke the stillness. At 7 o'clock sharp, a deep resonant bell tone erupted, shaking the tower and sending dust cascading from the ceiling. Pierre froze, his flashlight beam fixed upon the great bell. Its clapper had not moved yet, the sound rang out with crystal clarity and steady resonance, utterly unshaken. The second and third bells followed in succession. When silence returned, Pierre stood drenched in cold sweat. He examined the bell, the clapper, the beams even struck the tower walls, finding nothing abnormal. The clapper remained perfectly still. No force had touched it, no wind had stirred it, yet the bells sounded anyway. Precise, deliberate, as though controlled by unseen hands. Pierre documented the entire experience and submitted it to the Quebec diocese. Investigators arrived, Electricians confirmed the wiring was completely dead. Mechanics found the bell's suspension mechanism rusted solid, incapable of independent movement. Geologists detected no magnetic or acoustic anomalies that could explain resonance. The diocese ultimately recorded, "The bell phenomenon cannot be explained by science," filed as a special diocesan record. For decades afterward, the old church bells never missed a single Sunday. Each Sunday morning at 7, the 3 resonant tones would ring out on time. The townspeople grew accustomed to them. Some would pray silently when they heard the bells, others would point to the tower and tell their children, "That is the old priest reminding us not to forget our devotion." Even people from towns dozens of miles away would come specifically on Sunday mornings, eager to hear the self-sounding bells with their own ears. The elders said it was the late priest's soul watching over the church. Before his death in 1947, the old priest had whispered, "The Sunday bells must never stop." He had spent his entire life ringing the bells for the townspeople, and even in death he refused to abandon that duty. Others said the bells were the church's own lingering attachment. Having witnessed countless weddings, funerals, and services, those warm memories had coalesced into a force that kept the bells ringing through the years. In 2015, the town decided to restore the old church, converting it into a historical memorial. While clearing the bell tower, the construction crew discovered the late priest's journal. It read, "The bells are the heartbeat of this church. As long as the town endures, the heartbeat will not cease. I dedicate my remaining years to guarding these bells, to guarding every soul here." The final entry was dated to a Sunday in 1947. The very day the old priest passed away. The crew restored the church's exterior walls and cleared the overgrown courtyard, but they left the great bell and clapper untouched. They said the self-sounding bells should remain a living part of the town. Today, each Sunday morning at 7, those 3 resonant tones still ring out over St. Elier. The bells pierce through the dust of decades, through the ruined stone walls, settling into the hearts of every resident. In the archives of the Colorado Mountaineering Association, the record of the old church bells has never been broken. Countless scientists and paranormal researchers have come to investigate, yet none have solved the mystery. Some say it is the power of the supernatural, the lingering attachment of a soul. Others suggest an unknown physical phenomenon, a coincidence of acoustics and geology. Still others believe it is the memory of the town itself, an echo left behind by time. Pastor Pierre has long since retired, yet he still arrives each Sunday morning outside the old church to listen to the 3 resonant tones. He watches the restored courtyard and the townspeople coming and going, and in his heart, he understands these self-sounding bells are no longer an eerie anomaly but the very soul of the town. They guard St. Elier's past, the faith of its people striking again and again through the years. The eternal rhythm that belongs to this town alone. The Rocky Mountains of Colorado rise majestically, their snow-capped peaks enduring year-round. Pikes Peak's pristine frozen expanse, a sacred haven for mountaineers worldwide, yet also a desolate no-man's land, shadowed by death. Since 1950, air climbers have vanished repeatedly in this region. By 2024, official records documented 57 such disappearances. All sharing one eerie commonality: search teams invariably discovered the missing climbers' backpacks intact at their last known locations. Food, water, and climbing gear untouched, yet no trace remained of the climbers themselves, as though they had dissolved into thin air without struggle or resistance. In late autumn of 1997, Liam, a 28-year-old professional mountaineer, set out to conquer Pikes Peak's unclimbed north face, equipped with state-of-the-art gear. A senior member of the Colorado Mountaineering Association, he possessed over a decade of high-altitude experience. Before departure, he joked with fellow members, "When I return, I'll bring you snow crystal specimens from the north face." His pack held a satellite phone, an emergency tent, high-calorie rations, and a GPS beacon, each item vital to survival. Liam's route traversed the stretch ominously dubbed Soul Lost Slope by climbers, a precipitous fog-shrouded zone where compasses occasionally faltered, and where 57 disappearances had converged. On the 3rd day after departure, Liam transmitted via satellite phone, "I've reached the base of Soul Lost Slope. Clear skies preparing for the ascent." That was his final transmission. Thereafter the satellite phone fell silent, and the GPS beacon ceased transmitting. The Colorado Mountaineering Association launched an immediate search operation. Helicopters sent tracking dogs, and elite climbing teams combed the area surrounding Soul Lost Slope in meticulous grid-like sweeps. 3 days later, rescuers found Liam's backpack beside a boulder mid-slope. The pack was undamaged, its zipper sealed tightly. Inside, the satellite phone retained full charge, the GPS beacon functioned normally, rations and water remained nearly untouched, and even the ice axe rested quietly in its side pocket. No footprints marred the rock's vicinity, no signs of struggle or combat, no evidence of avalanche, nor even the faintest trace of resistance. Liam appeared to have been lifted away by an invisible hand, his departure so serene that it suggested only a brief absence, a promise to return. This was not the first such disappearance. In 1972, a university student vanished on Soul Lost Slope. Rescuers recovered his pack to find his journal open, its final entry reading, "The fog here is strange, as if something follows me." In 1985, a married climbing pair disappeared together. Their packs lay side by side in the snow, cameras inside still holding images of the preceding day's alpine grandeur. In 2010, a professional guide vanished while leading clients. Their recovered pack contained his radio still powered on, emitting only static. 57 cases. 57 empty backpacks. Each whispering an inexplicable enigma. The Colorado Mountaineering Association's archives meticulously catalog every incident. Victims spanned all ages and experience levels. Novices and experts alike, solo climbers and team members. Disappearances occurred across all seasons, in sunshine or blizzard, at dawn or midnight. Every case clustered within a 2-kilometer radius of Soul Lost Slope, beyond which no parallel event has ever occurred. Geologists surveyed Soul Lost Slope and confirmed anomalous magnetic fields capable of disrupting electronics and compasses, but could not explain how humans vanish without trace. Meteorologists studied local weather patterns, attributing visibility loss to localized convective storms, but failed to account for the utter absence of physical evidence. The association conducted repeated controlled experiments, stationing climbers with fully loaded packs on the slope, yet none vanished. Among local indigenous tribes, ancient legends speak of Soul Lost Slope. Tribal elders say this land marks a threshold to the spirit realm, where mountain deities claim those who disturb the peak's sacred stillness, leaving behind only their gear as solemn warnings to the living. Others claim a rift in spacetime lies beneath the slope, a hidden fissure into which climbers inadvertently step, vanishing forever into another dimension. In 2023, the Colorado Mountaineering Association partnered with the U.S. Geological Survey to install round-the-clock surveillance cameras and magnetic field monitors across Soul Lost Slope. Within the first month, the equipment captured recurrent anomalies. Surveillance footage showed mist coalescing into human-shaped silhouettes drifting slowly across the slope. Magnetic sensors registered intense transient pulses, lasting mere seconds, before vanishing. Once cameras recorded a climber walking into the fog, and seconds later, as the mist parted, only an empty backpack remained where he had stood. This footage entered the association's archives as File 025, the most compelling visual corroboration yet. Yet even with irrefutable imagery, the mystery of the empty backpacks remains unsolved. Where then did the vanished climbers go? Were they consumed by the mountains, swallowed into unknown dimensions, struck by incomprehensible supernatural forces, or ensnared in a deliberate human design? Today, Soul Lost Slope has been officially designated a no-entry zone. At its entrance, the Colorado Mountaineering Association erected a warning sign: mountaineering prohibited, frequent, unexplained disappearances reported ahead. Still, intrepid climbers and explorers attempt to breach the boundary, driven by obsession to unravel the riddle of the empty backpacks. None return. Only vacant packs remain, resting silently in the snow, silent witnesses to the Rockies' most profound and chilling enigma. Liam's backpack remains preserved in the Colorado Mountaineering Association's Memorial Hall. Its frost stains long dried, its contents arranged with solemn precision. Each late autumn climbers gather at the hall, gazing upon that hollow pack in quiet remembrance of comrades lost among the peaks. They know the secret of Soul Lost Slope may never be revealed, but those empty backpacks stand like mute gravestones, inscribed with courage and echoing with the Rockies' deepest, most abiding mystery, the unknown and the fear it holds. In the autumn of 1983, deep within the Chattahoochee National Forest in northern Georgia, a team of archaeologists and students from a state university, guided by local hunters' accounts, searched for a mysterious stone formation known as the Ghost Circle. Leading the team was Professor Eleanor Carter, a scholar deeply immersed in the study of prehistoric American civilizations. She had long harbored an obsession with the scattered remnants across North America that seemed to echo the Maya civilization of Central America, convinced that the continent's cultural threads were far more intricate than textbooks suggested, and that these isolated ruins might hold the key to cross-regional exchanges of ancient knowledge. The hunters described the stone circle as lying in the densest heart of the forest, enveloped by towering oaks and pines, its outline visible only in late autumn when the leaves had thinned, allowing glimpses through the canopy. The expedition trekked through the wilderness for 3 days, their feet sinking into thick layers of decaying leaves, the air filled with birdsong and the murmur of streams. The deeper they ventured, the more the forest seemed to radiate an eerie stillness. Even the insects grew sparse, as if an invisible barrier shut out the clamor of the outside world. On the 4th morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the canopy, the lead graduate student suddenly cried out in astonishment. Eleanor hurried forward, and the sight before her stole her breath. A clearing in the woods where a ring of massive granite stones stood. The stones ranged from 3 to 5 meters in height, varying in thickness yet arranged with precision into a perfect circle. At the center rose a taller monolith, its surface smooth and etched with faint geometric patterns. No written record mentioned this stone circle. The legends of the local indigenous people only spoke of stones in the forest that speak, but no one could explain its origin. The team immediately began surveying. As data gradually filled the map, everyone was stunned. The angle, spacing, and even the orientation of the central stone aligned with the Maya solar calendar stone circles thousands of kilometers away. The heartland of the Maya civilization lay in Central America, Mexico, Guatemala, while Georgia was in the eastern United States, separated by thousands of kilometers, mountains, rivers, and primeval forests. In prehistoric times, large-scale cultural exchange seemed nearly impossible. Yet this stone circle, through its precise astronomical arrangement, bound two seemingly unrelated regions together. Eleanor and her team conducted meticulous excavations around the stones. The soil revealed no traces of human habitation. No pottery shards, no tools, not even ash from a campfire. The monoliths seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Geological analysis of the granite showed its source was hundreds of kilometers away in the Appalachian Mountains. Transporting such immense stones in prehistoric times would have been a near impossible feat. Even more perplexing were the carvings on the central stone. The patterns appeared chaotic yet held hidden order. Comparing them with Maya calendrical symbols, Eleanor found that some matched the Maya's Venus cycle solar movements and even dates of significant astronomical events recorded by the Maya. But other carvings bore no resemblance to any known Maya artifact. They seemed to be a language unique to this stone circle. The team camped at the site for 2 months, trying to unravel the mystery of its construction. They interviewed nearby indigenous tribes. The elders said the stone circle was a mark left by visitors from the heavens, a bridge between earth and sky that recorded the passage of time. Others spoke of the stones as ancestral watchers that would emit a faint glow during specific celestial events guiding lost souls. As research deepened, Eleanor became increasingly convinced that the stone circle was no accident. Its builders must have possessed profound astronomical knowledge and engineering skill, perhaps even a hidden connection to the Maya civilization. But who built it? Were they Maya migrants who traveled here, a forgotten indigenous North American civilization, or, as the elders claimed, entities beyond human comprehension? 2 months later, the expedition concluded. The Georgia Archaeological Society compiled the findings into a report officially cataloging the site as No. 023. The report clearly documented the alignment with the Maya calendar, but also candidly admitted that the identity of the builders, the construction date, and the purpose remain undetermined. The stone circle became an enduring enigma in American archaeology. In the decades that followed, archaeologists, astronomers, and enthusiasts of the occult visited the site. Some tried to decode the carvings using astronomical models, others used geological methods to trace the stone's transport route, and some even proposed a prehistoric transcontinental civilization alliance hypothesis. Yet no widely accepted conclusion emerged. The stone circle still stands silently in the forest, weathering the years and the elements. The carvings on its surfaces remain mute, guarding their secrets. Today, the circular stone formation is protected as a special archaeological site in Georgia. In late autumn, when fallen leaves carpet the clearing and sunlight bathes the stones, the shadows cast on the ground form peculiar patterns that echo the star charts of the Maya calendar. Some say the stone circle is a fragment of a lost civilization, a code left by prehistoric humans. Others call it a cosmic coordinate, recording the universe's secrets. After retirement, Professor Eleanor continued to visit the site every year, sitting beside the central monolith, gazing at the carvings, as if in dialogue with the builders of a millennium ago. She knew that humanity might never fully unlock the stone circle's mystery, but this silent ring of megaliths was itself the most remarkable imprint of the Americas. Proof that beyond imagination there had been wisdom and history on this land, unknown stories hidden in the crevices and etchings waiting for future generations to discover and decipher. The Mummy Museum of Guanajuato lies hidden in the heart of this colorful mountain city, like a piece of amber forgotten by time, encapsulating the lives lost to cholera and plague in the 19th century. Inside the museum there is no lavish decoration, only rows of glass display cases housing naturally desiccated mummies in various postures. Some curled up, some with mouths agape, as if frozen in the terror and struggle of their final moments. This place is a hotspot for curious tourists, yet it is also the most revered spot for the locals. Since the museum was built in the early 20th century, rumors have persisted that faint whispers can be heard in the exhibition halls late at night. In the late autumn of 2015, the museum hired a new night security guard, a young Mexican man named Javier, who was the first to dare take the overnight shift alone. He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, dismissing the rumors as tall tales the old guards made up to scare newcomers. On his first day, the curator specifically warned him, "Don't go to exhibition hall No. 3 late at night, especially between 2:00 and 4:00 a.m. Even if you hear something, don't open the door or turn on the lights." Javier nodded in agreement, but inwardly, he thought the curator was just being dramatic. The first few nights passed uneventfully. Javier sat in the security room sipping coffee and scrolling through his phone, occasionally glancing at the surveillance monitors. The mummies in their display cases remained still, the dust settling slowly. Until the 7th night at 3:00 a.m., the walkie-talkie in the security room suddenly emitted a faint crackling sound. Not static, but a human voice, muffled and hoarse, as if coming through a thick cloth or rising from underground. Javier sat bolt upright, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" There was no response, only the fragmented whispers, intermittent, sometimes near, sometimes far, as if muttering something or sighing. He pulled up the surveillance feed and switched through the cameras. When he got to exhibition hall No. 3, the image on the screen made him freeze. The display cases in the hall were empty of any human figure, yet the whispers were clearly coming from that very room. Javier's heart raced and cold sweat broke out on his palms. He recalled the curator's warning, the old guard's tales of mummies speaking in the dead of night, and his legs felt weak. Summoning his courage, he grabbed a high-intensity flashlight and walked step by step toward Exhibition Hall No. 3. The motion-activated lights in the corridor flickered on with his footsteps and extinguished behind him, leaving only his footsteps and the increasingly distinct whispers in the empty hallway. The door to Exhibition Hall No. 3 was ajar, leaving a crack. Hoyer stood at the threshold, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed the door open. The cold air rushed out, carrying a stale smell of dust and a faint mustiness. In the dim light, the mummies in the display cases appeared as blurred silhouettes like silent sentinels. The whispers swirled around the room, weaving among the mummies. He turned on the flashlight, sweeping its beam across the display cases. In the first case was a young mother holding a swaddled infant, her head slightly bowed, as if kissing the child's forehead. The second case held an elderly man with his hands folded over his chest, his expression serene. The third case contained a teenager with his mouth wide open as if shouting something. The beam finally stopped on a mummy in the corner. A middle-aged man still wearing coarse 19th century clothing, his head tilted slightly, his mouth slightly open, and the whispers seemed to emanate from his lips. Hoyer's flashlight began to tremble. He could clearly hear the sounds: a woman sobbing, a child's crying, a man sighing, and fragmented words, as if recounting the suffering of life or calling out the names of loved ones. These sounds intertwined, not harsh but enough to make his scalp tingle and send a chill through his heart. He recalled the museum's history in 1833. A massive cholera outbreak struck Guanajuato, killing thousands in just a few months. With insufficient burial grounds, many were hastily buried in public cemeteries, but the region's dry climate and unique soil prevented decomposition, naturally mummifying the bodies. In 1865, when the local government cleared the cemeteries, they discovered these mummies, collected them, and built this museum. These mummies were ordinary commoners who lost their lives in the plague, denied even a proper burial. Hoyer turned off the flashlight. In the darkness, the whispers seemed even clearer. He was no longer afraid. Instead, a sense of compassion welled up within him. He stood in the exhibition hall, quietly listening to these voices that spanned centuries, to the unrecorded suffering and longing. He could almost see Guanajuato in 1833, streets filled with grief, people struggling against the plague, loved ones dying, homes shattered. These mummies were not exhibits. They were once living souls, each with a story to tell. At 4:00 a.m., the whispers gradually faded, and the exhibition hall fell silent. Hoyer walked out of Exhibition Hall No. 3, returned to the security room, and told no one about what had happened. He simply wrote in the duty log, "Everything is normal." But he knew those whispers were not hallucinations. They were the departed souls telling their stories in the dead of night. A few days later, Hoyer handed over the audio recording he had made that night to the curator. The recording clearly captured the faint whispers, the sobbing, the sighs, and the indistinct words. The curator showed no surprise, simply archived the audio and labeled it Special Museum Record. This recording was later made public and became the most direct evidence for File No. 022. Now, whenever night falls, the faint whispers still drift from Exhibition Hall No. 3 of the Guanajuato Mummy Museum. Some say it is the restless souls of the mummies crying out in protest. Others say it is their longing for loved ones. Still others say it is the echo of time recording the history of that suffering era. Hoyer later left the museum, but he will never forget that night, never forget those whispers that span centuries. He knows those sounds are not terrifying noises. They are the remnants of life, the final traces left by forgotten ordinary people in the corners of history. And this mummy museum is no longer just a curiosity. It has become a place that bears memory and grief. The whispers in the night will remain here, forever telling of Guanajuato's past, of the fragility and preciousness of life. In the late autumn of 1887, the prairies of Alberta province lay wrapped in a thin frost, with the wind swirling dead yellow grass blades across the boundless wilderness. Evelyn, accompanied by her 5-year-old daughter Lena, had arrived here with the last wave of pioneer settlers from the east. Her husband and father had vanished without a trace during the gold rush in the west half a year earlier. Clutching her last few silver coins and driven by the desperate hope of finding her husband and giving her daughter a home, Evelyn had stepped onto this unfamiliar and desolate land. By the time the caravan reached the central prairies of Alberta, it was already deep into the night. The leader said there was an abandoned settlement ahead where they could shelter from the wind and cold, so he led the group deeper into the wilderness. Evelyn gripped Lena's icy fingers tightly as the little girl buried her face against Evelyn's neck, murmuring weakly, "Mom, I'm cold." Evelyn glanced down and wrapped her daughter snugly in her threadbare scarf, never faltering in her steps. She knew that in such a desolate expanse, falling behind meant certain death. But fate had other plans. Lena suddenly developed a high fever, her small face flushed and her body burning. Panicked, Evelyn called out for the leader, but the caravan had already disappeared into the distance, leaving only the howling wind across the prairie. She ran back, stumbles through the blinding sandstorm, trying to catch up with the group, but lost her way. The grass grew taller, the darkness deeper, and the stars vanished behind thick clouds, leaving her directionless. Evelyn found a sheltered earthen slope and laid her daughter on a pile of dry grass, removing her only thick coat to wrap around Lena. She rubbed her daughter's forehead with her palms, calling Lena's name over and over, but the child could only whimper weakly as consciousness faded. The prairie night bit with bone-chilling cold, the wind slicing across Evelyn's face like knives. Her hands and feet grew numb quickly, yet she dared not slacken for a moment, holding her daughter close and sharing her warmth. "Lena, don't be afraid, Mommy is here. We'll find Daddy, we'll go home." Evelyn's voice broke with sobs, sounding extraordinarily faint across the vast emptiness. She remembered her husband's promises before he left, the warmth of their home back east, and Lena's innocent smile. Tears fell freely, landing on her daughter's face. Before she knew it, Lena's breathing grew fainter, and her small body turned cold. Evelyn held her daughter and broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Her heart-wrenching cries echoed across the silent prairie, met with no response. She called out for her husband, for her daughter, for everything she could think of, but only the howling wind and endless darkness answered her. At dawn, when the pioneer party returned to search, they found only Evelyn's frozen body on the slope, still clutching Lena. Tears still damp on both their faces, but Lena was long gone. Their figures remained forever etched into this desolate prairie, becoming a silent tragedy in the annals of westward expansion. Each late autumn thereafter, when the cold wind swept across Alberta's prairies, passing travelers and ranchers would hear near the slope where the mother and daughter had vanished intermittent female weeping. Those cries were mournful and desperate, heavy with endless longing and reluctance, lingering in the prairie night for a long time. The local indigenous people said it was Evelyn's soul still searching the prairie for her daughter, for her husband, and for the home they could never return to. Their obsession was too profound to dissipate, transforming instead into these cries upon the prairie year after year in the deep autumn nights, telling of that forgotten sorrow. Later Canadian immigration archives recorded the 1887 disappearance case of the immigrant mother and daughter, brief entries concealing a heartbreaking past. And so the weeping upon the prairie became Alberta province's most mysterious legend. On every deep autumn night when the wind swept across the plains, those mournful cries would resurface, as if Evelyn had never left, still watching over her daughter on this land, waiting for her husband's return. Some claim to have seen on late autumn nights a shadowy figure on the prairie clutching a small child pacing back and forth on the slope. A frail and desolate silhouette. Whenever someone drew near, the figure would dissipate, leaving only a gust of cold wind and those inescapable cries. Through the passage of time, the prairie endured unchanged, yet those cries never ceased. It was like an eternal memory carved into Alberta's soil, reminding people that even upon this continent of hope and opportunity there had existed such despair and sorrow. A mother who with her love and devotion left upon the prairie an unceasing wail that would never fade. On the coastline of Prince Edward Island, Canada, stands a century-old wooden house, known to locals as the Red House. Its striking red roof and weather-beaten wooden walls stand alone on the grassy cliffside. According to Canadian Property Historical Archives and folklore of a curse, this 18th-century red-roofed wooden house is said to be cursed. Every inhabitant suffers a series of accidents, either death or injury. For years no one dared to reside there long-term, and eventually the government listed it as a dangerous building, prohibiting anyone from approaching. File 41 records briefly and conclusively Prince Edward Island, Canada Red House curse. 18th-century red-roofed wooden house, inhabitants met with accidents, government listed as dangerous building, based on Canadian Property Historical Archives and local folklore. Behind this text lies a 300-year cycle of tragedy, and a mystery of the curse officially recorded yet inexplicable. The history of the Red House can be traced back to 1780, built by British immigrant Thomas Horton as a family residence. Horton was a ship captain who frequently traveled between the Atlantic and North America. He painted the roof with red lacquer brought back on his merchant ships, making it stand out on the coastline, hoping to see his home at a glance when sailing out. Property archives record that only half a year after the Horton family moved into the Red House, tragedies struck in succession. Horton encountered a storm during a voyage, his ship sank, and his body was never found. His wife Mary fell down the stairs of the Red House 3 months later, suffering severe injuries that proved fatal. Their only daughter Elizabeth went alone to gather shells on the coast the following winter and fell off a cliff to her death. Within just 1 year, 3 of the 4 Horton family members perished, leaving only their youngest son in England unscathed. The Red House was vacated and locals began to spread rumors that the house was cursed, a dwelling resented by the sea. In 1805, the Red House was sold to merchant James Cole, who moved in with his wife and 2 children. Within 2 years, Cole was attacked by a wild animal in the forest near the house, and died. His wife fell ill, and was bedridden, and both children drowned at the coast. The Cole family suffered a similar devastating fate. Over the next 2 centuries, the Red House changed hands 17 times, and every owner failed to escape misfortune. A fishing family that moved in 1862 perished at sea. All 5 members lost. A teacher who moved in 1901 was severely burned in a mysterious fire inside the house. A veteran who moved in 1947 hanged himself in the attic. A young couple who moved in 1985 saw the husband fall into the sea while taking photos on the cliff, and the wife lost her mind. The Canadian Property Historical Archives clearly record each transfer and every tragedy with time, names, and events, all accounted for, forming the core official evidence of File 41. The folklore of the curse is even more specific. Local old fishermen say that Captain Horton cut down an ancient oak tree on the cliff revered by the indigenous people as the tree of the sea god, to build the red house, thus angering the spirit of the ocean, which cast a curse: whoever dwells in the red house shall suffer the wrath of the sea. Family destroyed, no peace ever. Others claim that beneath the foundation of the red house lies treasure plundered by Captain Horton from the sea, and the treasure carries the resentment of the dead, cursing all who covet or reside there. In 1992, the Prince Edward Island government officially listed the red house as a dangerous building, putting up warning tape around it and a sign that read "No entry. Trespassers assume all risks." The government did not publicly acknowledge the curse, citing only structural deterioration and safety hazards as the reason for closure, but locals knew the true cause: the unbroken chain of tragedies spanning 2 centuries. The last page of the property archives notes, 1992, Red House, permanently sealed, no heir ownership transferred to the government. Despite being sealed, the eerie legend of the Red House continues to circulate on the island. In 2005, a group of young people ignored the warnings and sneaked into the Red House to explore. That night, one of them fell inside and broke a leg. Another was swept away by a giant wave on the coast, but was rescued later, appearing dazed and claiming to have seen a blurry figure in the house. In 2012, a photographer approached the Red House to capture coastal scenery. His camera suddenly malfunctioned, capturing only a red phantom. He slipped and sustained multiple scrapes while leaving. These incidents were reported by local media, further confirming the eerie nature of the Red House. Canadian folklorists have investigated the Red House, attempting to find the reason for the frequent tragedies. Some believe the structure on the cliff is unstable due to strong sea winds, and the nearby waters have dangerous currents, making accidents likely, or others think the wood contains toxic substances that affect health over time. Still others attribute it to psychological suggestion, from 2 centuries of tragic legends causing residents to be tense and accident-prone. Yet these theories cannot explain why the tragedies of each resident are unrelated and occur shortly after moving in, nor the eerie events experienced by trespassers. Now the Red House still stands alone on the cliff of Prince Edward Island, its red roof faded by the sea wind, its wooden doors and windows dilapidated. The government's warning tape is long weather-beaten, and the sign has been eroded by wind and rain, but still no one dares to approach. At night, local residents sometimes see a faint red glow flicker from the windows of the Red House, as if a light were shining, yet no one ventures to check. The curse of the Red House has persisted for 300 years. The 17 transfers and 17 tragedies recorded in the Canadian Property Historical Archives, the oral tradition of the sea god's curse, and the government's sealed warning together constitute the entirety of File 41. It has no scientific explanation, only real tragedies, only a terrifying legend of the sea and a curse sealed in time. The sea wind still howls on Prince Edward Island, and the waves still crash against the cliffs. That wooden house with the red roof still stands silently on the coast, an eternal warning to all who try to approach. Some places are cursed. Never set foot there. Cusco, Peru, a millennium-old city that once served as the capital of the Inca Empire, has been designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site. By day, Cusco teems with visitors where Inca stone walls, colonial churches, and cobblestone streets weave a tapestry of history. But when night falls, the ancient city unveils a different, mysterious visage. Along the shadowy lanes and ancient trade routes, figures clad in traditional Inca attire frequently appear. They walk in silence, their paths precisely matching the historical trade routes documented in ancient records, only to vanish in an instant. According to safety advisories from the Cusco Municipal Tourism Office and numerous videos captured by tourists, this phenomenon has persisted for decades, becoming the most renowned ghost of the ancient city mystery in the Andes. The entry in Archive 39 is clear and concise: Peru, Cusco. Night wanderers of the ancient city in the deep night, figures in Inca attire appear walking in alignment with the ancient trade routes. Evidence safety advisories from the Cusco Municipal Tourism Office and tourist videos. Behind these words lies a 500-year-old imperial afterimage and countless supernatural sightings that defy scientific explanation. Cusco's history dates back to the 13th century, when the Inca Empire established its capital here, shaping it into the navel of the world. The city streets and roads were meticulously planned according to Inca cosmology, with the Royal Road and the ancient trade route running through the entire city, serving as the empire's arteries for transport and commerce. In 1533, Spanish conquistadors invaded the Inca Empire, fell, and Cusco came under colonial rule. Yet the city's street layout and most of its stone structures were preserved. Over 5 centuries, countless Incas lived, labored, and passed away on this land, their silhouettes and footprints seemingly etched into the stone crevices of the ancient city. The earliest recorded sightings of the night wanderers date back to the early 20th century. In 1912, American historian Hiram Bingham, the discoverer of Machu Picchu, wrote in his journal while exploring Cusco on the night of October 15th. I was returning to my lodging along the Royal Road when I saw 3 figures ahead, clad in Inca woolen cloaks and sandals, carrying clay pots, walking in silence. I quickened my pace to catch up, but the figures vanished around a corner, leaving no one in sight. Their path matched the ancient Inca trade route exactly. This diary entry, preserved in Bingham's expedition archives, stands as the earliest written record of the night wanderers of the ancient city. Subsequently, reports of sightings multiplied. From the 1950s onward, the Cusco Municipal Tourism Office began receiving reports from tourists and locals in the dead of night at sites such as the Sacsayhuaman Fortress, the San Blas District, and the Royal Road. People saw figures in Inca attire, men, often wearing black woolen cloaks, rope belts, and woven grass sandals carrying goods or weapons, women in colorful woolen skirts, headscarves, clutching clay pots or textiles. These figures never interacted with the living. They always walked along fixed routes at a steady pace. When approached or caught in a beam of light, they would vanish instantly, leaving no trace. In 1998, the Cusco Municipal Tourism Office officially issued a safety advisory warning tourists not to venture into the remote alleys of the ancient city late at night. Not due to crime, but because of frequently occurring unexplained human figures that may cause panic among visitors. This advisory document, filed in the Cusco Municipal Archives, became one of the official bases for Archive 39. What truly brought the night wanderers of the ancient city to global attention were the numerous videos captured by tourists. In 2005, a French tourist filming the nightscape of Cusco accidentally captured a clear video: 4 figures in Inca attire, walking along the Royal Road from the direction of the Sacsayhuaman Fortress, carrying bundles, their steps in unison, their route exactly matching the ancient Inca trade route. After about 10 seconds, the figures vanished abruptly before the camera. After the video was posted online, it garnered over 100 million views. The Peruvian National Institute of Archaeology, Anthropology and History (INAH) launched an investigation confirming that the video had not been tampered with, and that the attire and postures of the figures were perfectly consistent with Inca-era murals and historical records. In 2012, a Peruvian photographer spent weeks in the ancient city of Cusco using infrared cameras to capture multiple images of the night wanderers. The photographs revealed translucent outlines of figures clad in typical male Inca attire walking along the ancient trade route. Infrared signals indicated no body temperature or vital signs, yet they left faint footprints on the stone slabs. Not actual imprints, but temperature anomalies on the stone surface that closely matched the thermal distribution of human footprints. These images were archived by INAH as the most direct visual evidence. Local descendants of the Incas and longtime residents of Cusco firmly believe that these night wanderers are the souls of the Inca Empire's road guardians. In life, they were the empire's merchants, soldiers, and messengers, traversing the ancient trade routes day and night, safeguarding the empire's transport and commerce. After the empire's fall, their deep-seated attachment trapped their spirits within the ancient city's lanes, eternally retracing their former paths, guarding the land they loved. As an elder of the Inca descendants said, "They are not ghosts. They are the empire's shadow, and they will never leave Cusco." Scientists have attempted to explain the phenomenon through natural causes. Some suggest that minerals in the ancient stone walls release energy at night, creating a holographic projection that replays historical images. Others attribute it to the Andes' unique magnetic fields and nighttime light conditions, causing optical illusions. Still others propose collective psychological suggestion, where visitors in a historically charged environment experience hallucinations. Yet none of these theories can explain why the figures' attire and routes align perfectly with historical records, why infrared cameras detect temperature anomalies, or why the night wanderers appear only during specific late-night hours. The Peruvian government and INAH have never officially acknowledged the supernatural nature of the night wanderers of the ancient city, but they have never denied the tourist videos and eyewitness accounts. On its official website, the Cusco Municipal Tourism Office neutrally labels the phenomenon as unexplained, continues to issue late-night travel advisories, and respects the beliefs and legends of the local Inca descendants. Today, every deep night, the figure of the night wanderer still appears in the alleys of Cusco's ancient city. In 2023, a Spanish tourist captured a high-definition video in the San Blas district, a figure in female Inca attire, holding a clay pot, slowly walking along the ancient trade route with a colonial church in the background, history and mystery intertwined. The video once again sparked global interest, further solidifying the record in Archive 39. The night wanderers of this millennium-old city continue their silent walks through the nocturnal streets. They are the afterimage of the Inca Empire, the obsession of history, and a fantastical yet true narrative that science cannot fully explain. The safety advisories from the Cusco Municipal Tourism Office, the tourist videos, the INAH archives, and the legends of the Inca descendants together constitute the entirety of Archive 39. It offers no answer, only the phenomenon, only an eternal echo of empire soul and guardianship. When night descends on Cusco, the cobblestones grow cool, the stone walls fall silent, and the figures in Inca attire appear slowly advancing along the ancient trade routes, as if 500 years have never passed. The heartbeat of the Inca Empire still quietly pulses within the stone crevices of the ancient city. In the central region of Puebla State, Mexico, lies the small town of Tlalnepantla, home to an ancient well, revered by locals as the Spirit Well. Situated in a corner of the town square, its walls are built from rough volcanic stone, and its mouth is covered by a weathered iron grate. The water within remains crystal clear yet unfathomably deep. According to Mexican archaeological records and oral traditions passed down through generations of residents, this well possesses a mysterious responsive power. When one calls into it, a name, unfamiliar and unknown, echoes back. In 1978, archaeologists discovered dense inscriptions covering its inner walls, hundreds of names never recorded in the town's history, offering the most direct physical evidence of this uncanny phenomenon. Archive 37 states concisely and definitively, the centuries-old well of Puebla State, Mexico vocal invocation yields unfamiliar personal names. In 1978, archaeologists documented names engraved upon its walls. Sources: Mexican Archaeological Archives. Local customs. Beneath this passage lies a centuries-old secret of the town, and an archaeological investigation that sought yet ultimately failed to unveil the well's mystery. Tlalnepantla's history traces back to the Aztec civilization, and this well originally served as a sacred water source for tribal rituals, believed to be a conduit between the mortal world and the underworld. During the Spanish colonial era, the town was incorporated into the Viceroyalty of New Spain, yet the well was preserved and continued to serve as the community's daily water source. Yet from the late 17th century onward, residents began noticing its eerie property. Shouting into the well would elicit a low, indistinct voice rising from its depths, clearly uttering a name unknown to anyone in the town or surrounding villages. The earliest written record appears in the parish archives of 1692. Father Juan de Torres wrote in his diary, "The ancient well in the square is sentient, and whoever calls into it receives a name in reply, always unfamiliar. The villagers fear it and dare not approach. I tested it myself, crying out, 'May God protect our people.' The well replied, 'Maria Rodriguez.' I searched the entire town. No such person existed." This diary entry was later archived at the National Historical Archives of Mexico, becoming the earliest official documentation of the well's responsive phenomenon. For centuries thereafter, the practice of invoking names from the well was passed down through generations. When faced with uncertainty, longing for departed loved ones, or seeking peace, townsfolk would gather at its edge, call aloud, and receive in return an unfamiliar name. Some believed these names belonged to spirit guides of the underworld. Divine guidance made audible. Others held that the well bore record of every soul who had perished there, and each response was the name of an unrestful spirit. Elders of the town say no name has ever repeated itself. Each response is singular, as though the well holds an infinite register of names within its depths. In 1978, an archaeological team from Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History (INAH) traveled to Tlalnepantla upon hearing of the legend. The team first surveyed the well's structure, and dating confirming its construction in the late 15th century, with two major restorations. One during the Aztec period, another under colonial rule. Its depth measures approximately 12 meters, fed by an underground aquifer yielding pristine water. Next, team members conducted vocal experiments. Whether greetings, questions, or prayers were called into the well, a distinct personal name invariably rose in reply. Low-pitched, resonant, emanating unmistakably from the abyss below without echo or distortion. Their most astonishing discovery emerged during cleaning of the well's inner walls. Beneath layers of moss and grime lay countless inscribed names, deeply and faintly carved, spanning centuries from the 17th to the present. A total of 1276 names were catalogued, cross-referenced against municipal registries, parish records, and regional census data. Not a single name matched any known resident, past or present. The carvings varied in depth and style, some nestled within colonial-era mortar, seems others freshly etched in modern times. Evidence that generations of townsfolk, having received responses, inscribed those names upon the well as tribute. Scientific analysis of both water and stone revealed no anomalies. The water contained no hallucinogenic compounds. The rock showed no acoustic peculiarities capable of generating human-like speech, and sonar scans confirmed the subterranean river flowed unimpeded. No hidden chambers or mechanical devices. Audio specialists recorded the well's responses and analyzed their spectral signatures, finding precise alignment with human vocal cord resonance, thereby ruling out wind, water flow, or geological vibration as sources. The team concluded in their report, "The well's responsive phenomenon defies explanation by current scientific frameworks. The correspondence between inscribed names and vocal responses is statistically definitive, proving the phenomenon is neither collective hallucination nor deliberate fabrication." This report entered the Mexican Archaeological Archives as the cornerstone of Archive 37. To the townspeople, however, the findings came as no surprise. They had long regarded the well as their guardian spirit. Local custom forbids malicious inquiries, loud noise near the well, and mandates that upon receiving a name one must inscribe it upon the wall, a gesture of reverence. Each day of the dead, residents gather at the well's edge, placing flowers and offerings, calling into its depths in gratitude. In return, the well answers with more names, as if souls from the underworld stir awake for the festival. In 2005, an American folklorist spent 3 months documenting the phenomenon, collecting 87 distinct names, all absent from both wall inscriptions and historical records. In his scholarly paper, he wrote, "This well stands among the America's most enigmatic voice mediums. Its responses transcend known natural laws, embodying a seamless fusion of cultural belief and transcendent mystery." Today, the centuries-old well still stands in Tlalnepantla Square. Its iron grate rusted, its waters limpid. Each day, locals and visitors alike lean over its rim, whisper a phrase, and wait for that distant, unfamiliar name to rise from the dark. Names continue to be added to its walls, each new inscription corresponding precisely to a verified, authentic response. Mexican archaeological records, generational customs, and the dense, unfamiliar names carved into stone. These constitute the entirety of Archive 37. No scientific theory explains it, only irrefutable occurrence. only an eternal legend of souls, faith, and the unknowable. The well's water remains still, its inscriptions remain sharp. Whenever a voice calls into its depths, that low, unfamiliar name ascends, crossing centuries, resonating quietly across the town square, telling again and again the unique mystery of this centuries-old well. Along the coast of the Bay of Fundy, in eastern New Brunswick, Canada, thick fog perpetually shrouds the shoreline, especially in autumn and winter, when the sea mist can completely obscure the coastline, reducing visibility to mere meters. This seemingly tranquil sea conceals a tragic history and an eerie legend whenever dense fog rolls and silhouettes of 19th-century immigrant ships appear along the shore, wandering and calling out in the mist, only to vanish in an instant, corresponding to a devastating immigrant shipwreck that shocked Canada in 1852. According to Canadian immigration archives and long-term eyewitness accounts from fishermen, this phenomenon has persisted for over a century, becoming one of the most renowned phantom apparitions along the Atlantic coast. The record of File 36 is clear and concise. Phantom in the fog. In New Brunswick, Canada, silhouettes of 19th-century immigrant ships seen on the foggy coast, corresponding to the 1852 shipwreck disappearances. Basis: Canadian Immigration Archives, fishermen eyewitness accounts. Behind these words lies an immigrant tragedy spanning over 170 years, and a supernatural phenomenon that science cannot fully explain. In October 1852, the Canadian immigration wave was at its peak. A British immigrant ship named Elizabeth, carrying 127 Irish and Scottish immigrants, departed from Liverpool bound for the port of St. John in New Brunswick. Most of these immigrants were fleeing famine and war, harboring hopes of building a new life in the New World. According to records from the Canadian Immigration Bureau, the Elizabeth entered the Bay of Fundy on October 12, but encountered an unusually severe dense fog and storm. The captain attempted to reach shore, but the thick fog obscured the lighthouse and coastline, causing the ship to strike rocks and sink just 3 nautical miles from the coast. Rescue vessels searched for days in the storm, recovering only 23 bodies and some ship debris. The remaining 104 passengers and crew were all missing. Not even their remains were found. In the archives of the Canadian Immigration Bureau, the rescue report dated October 20, 1852, states, "The ship Elizabeth sank, 104 missing, presumed no survivors, caused dense fog storm, grounding on rocks." This shipwreck became one of the most devastating immigrant disasters in New Brunswick's history. The names of the victims are engraved on the immigrant monument at St. John's Port for posterity to remember. But the story did not end with the sinking of the ship. Starting in 1853, fishermen began to see strange figures along the coast during foggy weather. The earliest record dates from November 1853, when a fisherman named Thomas McCarthy, fishing in dense fog, suddenly saw dozens of figures standing on the shore dressed in 19th-century immigrant clothing, some holding children, others waving their arms as if calling for help. McCarthy tried to approach, but the figures dissipated in the mist as if they had never existed. He reported his experience to the local parish, and the priest recorded it in the church archives, making it the earliest written record of the phantom in the fog. Over the following century, eyewitness reports of the phantom in the fog never ceased. According to statistics from the Canadian Coast Guard and local fisheries associations as of 2024, there have been over 200 formal eyewitness records, with witnesses including fishermen, Coast Guard officers, tourists, and local residents. All descriptions are highly consistent. Dozens of figures appear in the dense fog, dressed in coarse 19th-century cloth, men, women, old and young alike. They wander along the shore, some struggling in the water, others shouting toward the sea, their expressions painful and desperate. When someone approaches or the fog slightly lifts, the figures vanish, instantly leaving no trace. In 1952, the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the Elizabeth, a New Brunswick television station organized an on-site filming session. Journalists and cameramen went to the site of the disaster during foggy weather, setting up high-definition cameras and recording equipment. After waiting for 6 hours, the cameras clearly captured human figures in the fog, dozens of blurred silhouettes moving along the shore, their outlines closely matching 19th-century immigrant clothing. The recording equipment also captured indistinct cries, unintelligible but clearly human voices. After the footage was broadcast on television, it drew national attention and became the most direct visual evidence for File 36. Local fishermen and longtime residents firmly believe these figures are the souls of the Elizabeth victims. They lost their way in the thick fog, failed to reach shore when the shipwreck occurred, and their souls became trapped on this coast. During every dense fog, they reenact the final scenes of their lives, seeking the shore, calling for help. Local fishermen, when heading out to sea in fog, always sound their horns toward the shore as a sign of respect for the victims. They say, "These people just want to go home. We can't let them be alone anymore." Scientists have attempted to explain the phenomenon through natural causes. Some suggest it is light refraction and reflection in the fog, projecting distant figures or objects onto the shore, creating a mirage. Others propose that water vapor and salt in sea fog form a special optical medium that replays historical images. Still others attribute it to collective psychological suggestion among witnesses, inducing hallucinations under specific conditions. Yet these theories fail to explain why the clothing and number of figures align perfectly with the passengers of the Elizabeth, why the apparitions only appear on this specific coast during dense fog, and why recording equipment can capture genuine sounds. The Canadian government and research institutions have never officially acknowledged the supernatural nature of the phantom in the fog, but they have also never denied these eyewitness records and video materials. The New Brunswick Tourism Bureau has erected a memorial plaque at the site describing the history of the Elizabeth shipwreck, while also noting unexplained phenomena, reminding visitors to be careful in foggy weather, and to respect this mysterious natural and historical phenomenon. Today, whenever autumn and winter fogs blanket the Bay of Fundy, coast fishermen and tourists still see those figures in the mist. In October 2022, a young photographer capturing coastal scenery in dense fog accidentally took clear photographs of human figures. Dozens of blurred silhouettes wandering in the mist, perfectly matching a century of eyewitness descriptions. After being posted on social media, the photos once again drew attention to this historical and mysterious phenomenon. The phantom figures on this coast continue to wander in the thick fog. They are the historical echo of the 1852 shipwreck, the unfulfilled wish of immigrants to return home, and a fantastic documentary record that science cannot fully explain. Canadian Immigration Archives fishermen testimonies, video and audio recordings collectively constitute the entirety of File 36. It offers no answers, only phenomena, only an eternal resonance of hope, disaster, and obsession. The dense fog over the Bay of Fundy still rises, and the sea breeze still howls. Those figures in the mist still wander and call out along the shore, awaiting a rescue that will never come, and telling a tale of immigrant sorrow sealed by time. On the edge of Death Valley National Park in southwestern Idaho, there lies a desolate dry lakebed, known as the Racetrack Playa. The climate here is extremely arid, and the surface is covered with cracked mud, scattered with dozens of massive rocks weighing from tens to hundreds of kilograms. What is most baffling is that these rocks move on their own without any human touch, leaving long winding trails on the mud, as if an invisible hand is pushing them. According to publicly released satellite imagery from NASA and geological studies, this phenomenon has been documented for decades, yet it long remained unexplained, becoming one of the most famous natural mysteries of the American continent. The records of File 35 are concise and definitive. The moving rocks of Idaho, USA. Desert stones that move autonomously, leaving trails. Captured by NASA satellites in 2014, based on NASA satellite imagery and geological research. Behind these words lies a century-spanning desert wonder, a journey of exploration from superstition to science, and still lingering controversy. The phenomenon of moving rocks at the Racetrack Playa dates back to the late 19th century. The local Paiute Indians discovered these walking stones long ago, and regarded them as the footprints of spirits, believing that desert spirits moved the boulders to mark their territory. The earliest written record comes from 1904, when a surveyor from the United States Geological Survey, while exploring the Idaho desert, discovered strange tracks on the dry lakebed, and wrote in his report, "The lakebed surface is covered with numerous boulders behind which extend clear sliding marks. The trails are winding and meandering with no signs of external force, and the cause is unknown." In the decades that followed, the moving rocks became a hot topic in the geological community. In 1948, geologist Jim Mitchell first conducted systematic observations of these rocks. He marked them with numbers and recorded the length and direction of their trails. He found that some rocks moved tens of meters within a year, and the heaviest rock, weighing about 300 kilograms, moved nearly 200 meters. After Mitchell's research report was published, it garnered global attention, and a variety of speculations emerged. Some believed it was due to underground magnetic fields, others thought it was extraterrestrial interference, and still others attributed it to strong winds in the desert. However, direct evidence was lacking. In the 1970s, scientists proposed the ice raft theory. In winter, the Salt Lake occasionally accumulates water that freezes, encasing the rocks in thin ice to form ice rafts. When the ice melts in spring, strong winds push the rafts, moving the rocks along. After the ice melts, the rocks remain in new positions, leaving trails behind. This theory seemed plausible, but the movement of the rocks had never been observed, and it could not explain why some rocks moved while others did not, nor why the trails were so winding. It was not until 2014 that NASA's Landsat satellite and ground-based high-definition monitoring equipment captured the entire process of rock movement for the first time, providing the most authoritative visual evidence for File 35. That winter, the Racetrack Playa experienced an unusual shallow layer of water, which then froze as temperatures plummeted. In March 2014, our NASA satellite imagery showed dozens of rocks moving slowly under the combined effect of thin ice and strong winds at a speed of about 25 meters per minute, leaving clear trails on the mud. Ground monitoring footage revealed that the rocks were lifted by a thin layer of ice, and the wind pushed the ice, causing the rocks to slide. After the ice melted, the rocks stopped at new positions and the trails remained intact. After NASA released the satellite and monitoring data, geologists conducted in-depth analyses. Studies showed that rock movement requires three key conditions. First, a small amount of water on the Salt Lake surface that freezes to form a thin ice layer. Second, strong winds, with speeds exceeding 30 kilometers per hour. And third, sufficient friction between the ice and the mud to allow the ice to slide while keeping the rocks attached. The probability of all three conditions being met simultaneously is extremely low, so the phenomenon of rock movement is not common. After each movement, the trails can remain on the dry lakebed for years, or even decades. However, this scientific explanation has not completely dispelled the mystery of the moving rocks. First, not all rocks that meet the conditions move. Some remain stationary even when encased in ice. Second, some rocks exhibit complex trails, curving, crossing, and even moving in reverse directions, which cannot be fully explained by wind direction and ice sliding. Finally, the local Indians still insist that it is the power of spirits, and that science only explains the surface phenomenon, unable to touch the soul of the desert. Geologists also acknowledge that the current theory still has gaps. In 2018, a research team from the American Geological Society deployed more monitoring equipment and sensors at the racetrack playa, attempting to further unravel the mystery. They discovered that when rocks move, the mud surface of the lakebed produces slight vibrations, and the direction of movement sometimes does not align perfectly with the wind, suggesting other undiscovered factors such as underground airflow or microbial activity. Today, the moving rocks of the racetrack playa have become one of the most famous natural wonders in the United States, attracting hundreds of thousands of tourists and researchers each year. The National Park Service has established observation decks and trails, and strictly prohibits visitors from touching the rocks or damaging the trails in order to protect this precious natural phenomenon. NASA's satellite imagery and geologists' research reports have been archived in the American Geological Society records, becoming the core evidence for File 35. In 2023, NASA released the latest images from the Landsat satellite showing that several more rocks had moved during the winter, leaving new trails. In the images, the desert is silent, with only the winding traces left by the rocks telling the world the mystery of this land. Still, in unknown moments, the walking stones of the desert continue their slow movement. It is a marvelous display of natural forces, an eternal subject of scientific exploration, and a fantastical record that cannot be fully explained. NASA's satellite imagery, geologists' research, and Indian legends together constitute the entirety of File 35. It has no final answer, only a phenomenon that is constantly being explored, only an eternal legend about nature, science, and the unknown. The Idaho desert remains arid and the wind still howls. Those silent boulders at some moment are still pushed by invisible forces, leaving long trails on the mud, becoming the most mysterious natural imprint on the American continent. To the west of Manaus, Brazil, deep within the Amazon rainforest, lies a region known to locals as the Valley of Silence. Here, ancient trees tower with vines entwined, yet no trace of human construction exists. A peculiar legend persists. Those who enter this part of the jungle at specific times will distinctly hear the bell of a colonial-era church, deep, resonant, as if echoing from a century-long past. According to records from rainforest expeditions and the testimonies of indigenous guides, this phenomenon has been repeatedly confirmed, yet science has failed to explain it. Archive 34's entry is clear and concise. Rainforest auditory hallucination, Manaus, Brazil. In a specific area, the sound of a colonial church bell is heard. No buildings exist. Indigenous guides attest to it. Basis: Rainforest Expedition Records, Indigenous Guide Testimonies. Behind these words lies a colonial secret spanning 3 centuries, and the most mysterious, sound phantom, phenomenon of the Amazon rainforest. Manaus's colonial history dates back to the 17th century, when Portuguese colonizers seeking rubber and gold from the Amazon established numerous outposts and churches in the rainforest. In the mid-18th century, a Catholic church named St. Joseph was built in the rainforest west of Manaus, serving as the spiritual center of the local colonial settlement. Its bell was the clearest human sound in the jungle, guiding colonizers and indigenous converts. But in 1832, a rare rainforest flood and a rebellion by indigenous tribes completely destroyed the church. All buildings were swept away, bricks and stones sank into the mud, and it vanished from history, leaving no record of its exact location. Over the following century, indigenous hunters and rubber tappers occasionally heard the church bell deep in the rainforest. The earliest written record comes from the 1890 Amazon Rubber Trade Gazette, in which a rubber tapper named Carlos Mendez wrote in his diary, October 12, "Near the site of the old St. Joseph Church, I heard the church bell ring 12 times, clear and familiar, just like the bell I heard as a child in Manaus. But there was no building around, only the rainforest." This diary entry was archived in the colonial history section of the National Library of Brazil, becoming the first official record of the rainforest auditory hallucination. Since the 20th century, with increased exploration of the Amazon, the phenomenon has been confirmed by more and more people. In 1976, the Brazilian National Geographic and Exploration Society organized a professional expedition to the rainforest west of Manaus to search for the ruins of St. Joseph Church. The team consisted of geologists, historians, and audio experts, equipped with high-precision recording devices and positioning instruments. On the third day, inside the Valley of Silence in a clear forest clearing, the team suddenly heard the distinct sound of a church bell. Deep, low, striking once every minute for a total of 8 times, lasting about 10 minutes. The audio expert immediately activated the recording equipment and captured the entire bell sound. Subsequent analysis showed that the frequency of the bell closely matched that of 18th century Portuguese church copper bells, ruling out wind, bird calls, water sounds, or other natural sources. Even more astonishing, the team conducted a thorough survey of the surrounding area for several kilometers and found no building ruins, no bricks, no wood, no trace of human activity. Only pristine rainforest terrain. Joaquim, the indigenous guide and elderly Tupi man who had lived in the rainforest for generations, told the team, "This is the bell of St. Joseph Church. Its soul remains here. Every full moon night it rings." In the decades that followed, multiple expeditions and research teams entered the Valley of Silence, and all heard the church bell at specific times, from midnight to 3 a.m. on full moon nights. In 1998, a joint Brazilian-German scientific team deployed multiple 24-hour acoustic sensors in the rainforest, monitoring continuously for 3 months. On full moon nights, the sensors captured 11 bell recordings, each lasting 5 to 15 minutes with identical acoustic characteristics. Geologists examined the soil rocks and magnetic field of the area, and discovered a layer of special quartz sandstone beneath the ground which possesses strong sound recording and reflective properties. However, this could not explain why only the 18th century church bell was recorded and repeatedly played back. Indigenous tribal legends add a more mystical dimension to the phenomenon. The elders of the Tupi people say that before the flood, the priest of St. Joseph Church sank the church's copper bell into a deep lake in the rainforest, hoping that the bell's sound would forever protect the land. The soul of the copper bell merged with the rainforest. Every full moon it rings, reminding people not to forget the colonial history. Local indigenous people never enter the Valley of Silence, believing it to be a realm of souls that mortals should not disturb. Scientists have proposed various theories to explain the phenomenon. The natural recording device theory suggests that the quartz sandstone, under specific magnetic humidity and temperature conditions, recorded the church bell from a century ago, and replays it under similar circumstances. The infrasound resonance theory posits that air currents and terrain in the rainforest form a special resonator that amplifies and transmits distant sounds. The collective unconscious theory argues that the bell is a collective memory of descendants of colonizers and indigenous people awakened under certain conditions. Yet none of these theories perfectly explains why the bell occurs only in a specific area at specific times and with no identifiable source. The Brazilian government and scientific institutions have never officially acknowledged the supernatural nature of the rainforest auditory hallucination, but they have never denied the expedition records or the indigenous guides' testimonies. The Manaus city government has erected a warning sign at the entrance to the Valley of Silence, advising tourists and explorers not to enter without permission, not because of danger but out of respect for indigenous beliefs and the unknown phenomenon. Today, the Valley of Silence remains one of the most mysterious regions of the Amazon rainforest. Every full moon night, a few adventurous explorers and paranormal researchers sneak into the rainforest, hoping to hear the century-old church bell with their own ears. In 2019, a French documentary filmmaker entered the Valley of Silence on a full moon night, recorded the clear bell sound with professional equipment, and filmed the surrounding rainforest environment. The video showed no buildings, only dense vegetation and the echoing bell. After the video was released, it attracted global attention, once again confirming the phenomenon documented in Archive 34. This sound phantom of the rainforest still rings, the century-old bell, on full moon nights. It is an echo of colonial history, a manifestation of the rainforest's mysterious power, and a fantastical account that science cannot fully explain. The Rainforest Expedition records, indigenous guide testimonies, and audio expert analyses together constitute the entirety of Archive 34. It offers no answers, only phenomena, only an eternal resonance of history, nature, and soul. The Amazon rainforest remains silent, with only the rustle of wind through leaves. But every full moon the Valley of Silence rings, with the deep church bell crossing a century of time, echoing quietly in the depths of the jungle. Deep in the wilderness of Virginia, United States, lies a land shrouded in history and shadow. Here was the main battlefield of the famous wilderness campaign during the Civil War, now designated as a national park. According to records from the National Park Service and countless eyewitness reports from visitors and history enthusiasts, every Civil War anniversary this silent battlefield seems to resurrect the smoke and fire of a century past. The crack of gunfire, the thunder of hooves, and the shouts of soldiers rise and fall, and temporary craters even appear on the ground out of nowhere, as if that brutal battle never truly ended. Archive 33 records it concisely and definitively: Virginia, United States. Ghost battlefield of the Civil War. Gunfire and hoofbeats reported on Civil War anniversaries. Temporary craters appear on the ground. Evidence: National Park Service records and tourist eyewitness accounts. Behind these words lies a battlefield obsession spanning over 160 years, along with innumerable supernatural phenomena that defy scientific explanation. In May 1864, as the Civil War reached its fever pitch, Union and Confederate forces clashed across this Virginia wilderness in the Wilderness Campaign, which would rage for 45 days. The battle was extraordinarily brutal, with combined casualties exceeding 30,000. Countless soldiers fell upon this land, their bones lost to the earth. After the war, the battlefield was abandoned and wilderness reclaimed the land with new vegetation. Yet that bloody history seemed branded into the soul of the soil itself. The earliest recorded anomalies date to the late 19th century. On May 5, 1894, the 30th anniversary of the Wilderness Campaign, a historian named Thomas Carter visited the battlefield ruins for study. In his diary he wrote, "At noon, a dense barrage of gunfire, cannon fire, and soldiers' shouts suddenly echoed across the wilderness, so vividly clear as if the battle were unfolding before my eyes. It lasted approximately 20 minutes. Several shallow craters appeared on the ground out of nowhere, their shapes matching wartime shell craters precisely with no signs of excavation anywhere nearby. This diary entry was preserved in the archives of the Virginia Historical Society, becoming the earliest written record of a ghost battlefield. Thereafter, during the anniversary period from May 5th to June 15th, the anomalies would appear with increasing frequency. Since the 20th century, the National Park Service has received hundreds of eyewitness reports from visitors and staff. Some have heard the neighing of warhorses and the charges of soldiers at dawn, others have seen blurred figures in blue and gray uniforms moving through the woods at dusk, and still others have captured faint floating lights above the battlefield at night reminiscent of lanterns held by soldiers. Most astonishingly, multiple witnesses have claimed that the ground would suddenly produce temporary craters when the sounds began, matching the size and depth recorded from the war, with the craters gradually leveling out within hours after the phenomena ceased, as if they had never existed at all. In 1964, on the centennial anniversary of the Wilderness Campaign, the National Park Service organized a historical reenactment and deployed audio and geological monitoring teams. At 3:00 p.m. that afternoon, monitoring equipment suddenly captured dense gunfire, cannon fire, and shouts, frequencies that closely matched 19th century weapons, lasting 17 minutes. Simultaneously, seismographs registered slight tremors and depressions in the core battlefield area, forming 12 temporary craters with a maximum diameter of approximately 1.5 meters and a depth of roughly 30 centimeters. After the event concluded, the craters gradually disappeared that evening, and the ground returned to its normal state. This monitoring data was fully recorded in the National Park Service archives, becoming the most authoritative scientific evidence for Archive 33. Folk accounts of sightings are even more vivid. In May 2012, a group of history enthusiasts camped at the battlefield ruins, and in the dead of night they heard clear soldiers' conversations intermingled with pained groans and shouted commands. Using night vision equipment, they observed dozens of blurred figures in the woods wearing both Union and Confederate uniforms, moving and exchanging fire in the darkness, as if reenacting the battles of old. The following morning, they discovered 3 temporary craters near their campsite with no human traces surrounding them. Local residents and historians believe these anomalies are the work of earthbound spirits, the restless souls of soldiers who perished in the battle. They died suddenly in the campaign, their obsession so profound that their souls became trapped upon this battlefield, reenacting their final moments of combat every anniversary. The appearance of temporary craters is considered a fleeting influence of spiritual energy upon the material world. Scientists, however, attempt to explain all of this through natural phenomena. Some theorize that minerals beneath the battlefield under specific weather and magnetic conditions recorded and replayed the sounds of the past like a natural tape recorder. Others suggest the craters result from underground gas release or minor geological tremors. Yet none of these theories can explain why the craters appear and vanish out of nowhere, nor why the anomalies occur exclusively during anniversary periods. The National Park Service has never officially acknowledged the existence of a ghost battlefield, nor has it denied these records and eyewitness reports. On the service's official website, only the historical facts of the Wilderness Campaign are objectively recorded. As for the anomalies, they are merely labeled unexplained phenomena, with a reminder for visitors to exercise caution during anniversary periods. Today, every May, countless history enthusiasts, paranormal researchers, and tourists flock to this battlefield. Some bring recording equipment hoping to capture the gunfire of a century past, or others carry cameras hoping to photograph the spectral figures of soldiers. And some simply stand quietly in the wilderness feeling the weight of that history. In May 2024, on the 160th anniversary of the Wilderness Campaign, a tourist posted a video on social media. In it, clear gunfire and shouts echoed across the wilderness. Craters gradually formed on the ground and blurred figures moved among the trees. Following the video's release, widespread attention was drawn. The National Park Service once again confirmed that the sounds and crater characteristics in the footage perfectly matched historical records. This Civil War ghost battlefield continues to reenact the brutality of a century passed on every anniversary. It is the echo of history, the embodiment of obsession, and a remarkable documentary of events that science cannot fully explain. The National Park Service archives countless tourist eyewitness accounts and scientific monitoring data together compose the entirety of Archive 33. It offers no answers, only phenomena, only an eternal reverberation concerning war, death, and obsession. The wilderness remains silent save for the wind whispering through the trees. But every anniversary this land awakens. Gunfire rises again, craters reappear, and it seems as though that unending battle continues to play out silently upon the soil of Virginia. Deep within the jungles of southern Oaxaca, Mexico, lies a secluded village named San Isidro, hidden among mist-shrouded valleys cut off from the world save for a single muddy dirt track. According to Mexican anthropological reports and oral accounts from local villagers, the village is enveloped by a mysterious force. Outsiders who enter invariably fall ill within 3 days, feverish, fatigued, and mentally disoriented, yet recover swiftly upon departure. The villagers steadfastly maintain that this is a curse laid down a century ago by a shaman. Archival record 32 states with stark precision the shaman's curse village in Oaxaca, Mexico. Outsiders fall mysteriously ill upon entry. Villagers attribute it to a shamanic curse. Investigated by an anthropological team in 1996, source Mexican Anthropological Research Report. Beneath these words lies a century-spanning tribal secret history, and an expedition determined to unravel the supernatural through science. San Isidro's origins trace back to the late 19th century, when it served as a splinter settlement of the Zapotec people, its great shaman presiding over rituals, healing, and communal order. In 1892, Spanish colonists and gold prospectors invaded the valley, seizing tribal lands and gold mines, and desecrating the shaman's sacred altar. On his deathbed, the great shaman pronounced a curse upon all intruders and outsiders. Whosoever trespasses upon San Isidro shall suffer the jungle's retribution. Within 3 days they shall be stricken with a strange malady and know no peace. Only by leaving the valley shall the curse lift. He then ignited the altar and perished in the flames. Thereafter the tribe sealed the valley, severing all contact with the outside world. A century ago, the legend of the curse began to ripple through Oaxaca's jungles. Occasionally lost hunters or explorers stumbled into the village. Each without exception developed high fever, headache, joint pain, and hallucinations within 2 or 3 days. Some even lapsed into coma. Yet symptoms vanished within hours of exiting the valley, and hospital examinations revealed no identifiable pathogen or physiological cause. Local physicians dubbed the affliction valley fever, yet never succeeded in identifying its etiology or causative agent. In 1996, Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History INAH assembled an interdisciplinary investigation team, comprising anthropologists, physicians, geologists, and botanists, to journey to San Isidro and uncover the truth behind the curse. Their official report remains preserved in Mexico's anthropological archives, forming the cornerstone of archival record 32. Upon arrival, the team was met with suspicion and resistance from the villagers. The village elder, a Zapotec man well past 70, addressed them in halting Spanish. "This is the shaman's punishment. Outsiders should not come. Those who do will fall ill. It is the will of the gods." Undeterred, the team erected a temporary camp at the village periphery and commenced a month-long investigation. For the first few days, no abnormalities appeared among its members. Yet, on the 3rd day, symptoms began surfacing. First, the botanist collecting plant specimens spiked a fever of 39.5°C, accompanied by violent headache and nausea. Soon after, 2 young anthropologists grew listless, drowsy, and hallucinatory, reporting shadowy figures moving through the jungle at night. Even the geologist, renowned for robust constitution, suffered joint pain and mental fog. All symptoms matched the legendary curse precisely, and yet blood tests, biochemical panels, and microbiological assays revealed no bacterial, viral, or parasitic infection. The medical team conducted comprehensive analyses of the village's water, soil, air, and native flora and fauna. Results revealed an exceptionally rare fungal spore endemic to southern Oaxaca's jungles, proliferating abundantly only within the valley surrounding San Isidro. These spores enter the human respiratory system and proliferate rapidly in warm, humid conditions. The valley's perpetual mist and high humidity provide an ideal incubator, triggering an acute immune response manifesting as fever, headache, and fatigue, closely mimicking infectious disease. Once removed from the valley, however, the abrupt shift in humidity and temperature renders the spores non-viable, causing symptoms to recede swiftly. Yet the villagers reject this scientific explanation. They remain convinced the shaman's curse is real, and that the so-called fungal spores are merely its visible manifestation. The village elder told the investigators that for 100 years, the tribe has faithfully upheld the shaman's final decree, guarding the valley against intrusion, and that every outsider's illness serves as the shaman's solemn warning. The team concluded in their report, medically, the illness may be attributed to this unique fungal spore. Culturally, however, the shaman's curse embodies the tribe's guardianship of ancestral land and its collective memory of historical trauma. Science can elucidate the symptoms, but it cannot dissolve centuries of faith and legend. Ultimately, the report offered no definitive verdict on the curse's existence. Instead, it objectively documented the phenomena, investigative methodology, and scientific findings, forming the core foundation of archival record 32. Thereafter, San Isidro remained isolated. Occasional tourists or adventurers attempting entry were usually turned back by villagers at the valley's edge. Those who pressed forward still fell ill within 3 days, and recovered spontaneously upon departure. The local government honored the tribe's autonomy, refraining from forced development or intervention, installing only a warning sign at the valley entrance to deter unauthorized entry. In 2010, a German documentary filmmaker secretly entered the village and filmed for 3 days, only to succumb to a raging fever on the 2nd day, forcing an early retreat. In his film, he reflected, "I do not believe in curses, but there I felt an inexplicable weight, a profound unease. The moment I left, my body returned to normal. This is not superstition. It is the land's own singular power." Today, the legend of the shaman's curse village continues to echo across Oaxaca. It stands at once as a natural phenomenon defying full scientific explanation, and as a vessel carrying tribal history, cultural belief, and ancestral memory. The anthropological report's sober prose, the villagers' oral invocation of the shaman's curse, and the first-hand testimonies of those who endured it. These together constitute the entirety of archival record 32. It offers no answers, only phenomena, only a phantasmagoric chronicle of nature, faith, and history. San Isidro remains concealed deep within the jungle, veiled in mist. The legend of the curse and the secret of the fungus entombed together in the valley. Every outsider who dares to cross its threshold feels that enigmatic force within 3 days. And everyone who departs carries away an indelible experience, perpetuating the tale of the shaman's curse. Nestled within the eastern Sierra Madre Monterrey in northeastern Mexico cradles the Los Cabos mountain range, where the slopes are perpetually veiled in mist and the whisper of pines. On a tranquil morning in 2010, this seemingly ordinary mountain farmland abruptly became the focal point of Mexico and all of Latin America. While working in her cornfield, local farmer Maria Rodriguez was startled to discover a perfectly circular 30-meter-wide anomaly at the center of the plot. The corn within lay flattened in orderly rows devoid of any trampling sign, yet the crops outside remained untouched. Even more astonishingly, the pattern of the circle bore an uncanny resemblance to the star map engravings unearthed from Maya ruins on the Yucatan Peninsula. As news spread, local media rushed to the scene. Aerial photographs released to the public instantly ignited a sensation. In the images, the circular formation appeared as if carved by celestial hands, its edges flawlessly precise. Within 8 symmetrical arcs converged around a smaller concentric circle, the overall design nearly identical to the Maya Venus calendar star map discovered at Chichen Itza in 1960. Generations of local farmers had tilled this land without ever witnessing such a phenomenon. In no time, whispers of Maya miracle, alien artifact, and ancient curse spread through the streets of Monterrey. Maria Rodriguez was the first to discover the circle. According to her recollection, the night before had been calm. No gale, no storm, not even a trace of strong wind in the mountains. She rose at 5 in the morning to feed the chickens, and as she passed the cornfield, she spotted a dark patch of flattened crops from afar. At first she thought wild boars had ravaged the field, but upon closer inspection the fallen cornstalks were arranged in perfectly straight lines, their breaks smooth and clean, far from the damage caused by animals or mechanical force. More eerie still, the boundary between the circle and the outside was razor-sharp. The corn beyond stood upright, creating a stark contrast, as if an invisible barrier had separated them. Local authorities soon dispatched agricultural experts to investigate. Soil samples collected from within the circle revealed anomalous magnetism, nearly 3 times higher than the surrounding soil. The soil structure had also undergone subtle changes, with organic matter plummeting, as if scorched by some form of energy. The experts ruled out the possibility of human fabrication. To create such a perfectly symmetrical 30-meter-wide circular pattern overnight, leaving no footprints, tire tracks, or tool marks, was simply impossible with the technology available at the time. Local farmers also confirmed that no one had entered the mountain farmland that night. The area was frequented by wild animals after dark, making the likelihood of human interference extremely slim. As the investigation deepened, even more startling discoveries emerged. A local Maya culture researcher comparing the circle's pattern with Maya star charts pointed out that the inner lines perfectly mirrored the trajectory of the Venus transit, as observed by the Maya, while the central concentric circle represented the cosmic center in Maya mythology. Although the Los Cabos Mountains were not part of the traditional Maya heartland, historically, they lay at the border between Maya tribes and northern nomadic peoples. An ancient legend still persists locally. The mountain god paints the star map to guide future generations. Maria Rodriguez also recalled that her grandmother used to say the land in the mountains was the Maya god's canvas, where divine signs would appear every 100 years to warn humanity. In October 2010, the National Institute of Anthropology and History of Mexico sent an archaeological team into the mountains. During their survey around the circle, the archaeologists unearthed several pottery shards engraved with Maya hieroglyphs at a depth of 1 meter. Carbon dating traced the fragments back to the 8th century AD, the peak of Maya civilization. The inscription on the shards was translated as, "When the star map descends, calamity shall follow." The timing of the circle's appearance aligned eerily with this prophecy. 3 months after the circle's emergence, the Monterrey region was struck by a once-in-a-century torrential rainstorm, triggering flash floods that destroyed numerous fields and homes. As if fulfilling the warning on the pottery, local media covered the phenomenon extensively. The Monterrey Herald ran the aerial photos and expert analyses on its front page for a full week, drawing tourists and paranormal enthusiasts from Mexico City, Guadalajara, and even the United States. Some held Maya rituals inside the circle, others attempted to probe underground secrets with instruments, and UFO enthusiasts claimed to have seen an unidentified flying object emitting a pale green glow hover over the mountains that night before vanishing. However, both the Mexican military and civil aviation authorities stated that no aircraft activity was recorded in the area that night, nor were any anomalous signals detected. As time passed, the circle was gradually overgrown by new corn, but the legend surrounding it never faded. To this day, local farmers regard that cornfield in the Los Cabos Mountains with reverence, refusing to till it carelessly. Some even consider the site of the circle a sacred ground, where they come to pay homage during Maya ritual festivals. In its official report, the National Institute of Anthropology and History of Mexico classified the event as an unexplained natural and cultural anomaly, neither denying its connection to Maya civilization nor offering a definitive conclusion. Now the circle in the Los Cabos Mountains has long since faded into the farmland, yet the mystery it left behind remains unresolved. Was it the arcane power of the ancient Maya? Was it a trace of extraterrestrial visitation? Or a mere coincidence of natural forces? No one can provide an answer. It stands as a star map imprint carved into the land of Mexico, silently recounting the ancient secrets deep within the Americas that transcend human understanding, and forever shrouding the Monterey Mountains in a veil of fantasy and mystery. Nestled among the Appalachian foothills of Ohio, a rusted and abandoned railway winds through the forests on the outskirts of Canton. Known as the Cleveland-Pittsburgh branch, this line ceased operations in the 1950s. Its wooden ties rotting and rails twisting with age. Yet every year on the night of October 27th, a haunting phantom spanning a century plays out with clockwork precision. The Black Hawk, derailed and wrecked in 1910, reappears as a spectral apparition, accompanied by piercing whistles and the rumble of wheels grinding against iron emerging from the depths of the forest before vanishing silently into the fog. This is the legendary ghost train incident, documented with over 100 eyewitness accounts in the Ohio Railway Historical Archives. Everything begins on that rainy night of October 27th or 1910. That evening the Black Hawk departed from Cleveland bound for Pittsburgh, carrying 127 passengers and 23 crew members. As the train navigated a curve on the outskirts of Canton, heavy rainfall caused the roadbed to collapse. The locomotive and the first 3 cars were instantly thrown from the tracks, plunging into a valley over 100 meters deep. When rescue teams arrived, the scene was one of utter devastation. 78 people perished on the spot and only a handful of survivors remained. Following the accident, Ohio Railway authorities investigated and determined the cause to be extreme weather destabilizing the roadbed. The curve was designated a permanently hazardous section. Train frequency was gradually reduced, and the railway was ultimately abandoned in 1957. No one could have imagined that this tragedy would not fade with time, but would instead remain etched upon this land in another form forever. On the night of October 27th or 1911, 1 year after the disaster, a local forest ranger on patrol suddenly heard the distant sound of a train whistle. Moments later, a steam train belching black smoke emerged from the curve, its headlamp casting a dim yellow glow through the rain and fog. The ranger hid behind a tree in terror, watching the train pass, only to realize it had no physical substance. Its wheels rolled over the rails without a sound of metal striking metal, leaving no trace behind. In merely dozens of seconds, it disappeared into the depths of the forest. This marked the first recorded sighting of the ghost train, meticulously documented in the ranger's diary and later preserved at the Ohio Railway Historical Museum. Since then, on every October 27th, deep into the night, whenever the weather turns overcast and fog rolls in, witnesses have reported seeing the phantom of the Black Hawk. In 1925, a group of hikers camping beside the abandoned railway witnessed the train pass by with indistinct figures of passengers visible through the carriage windows. Their faces expressionless, their gazes vacant, as though entirely unaware of their surroundings. In 1947, a retired railway worker passing through the area heard the familiar whistle and recognized it as the distinctive horn of the Black Hawk. Standing beside the tracks, he watched the train pass directly through his body, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. In 1978, a local television reporter arrived with filming equipment and successfully captured footage of the train's phantom along with audio of its whistle. The silhouette of the train was clear in the footage, yet no physical signal could be detected. Ohio railway authorities have repeatedly organized expert investigations, attempting to explain the phenomenon through science. Some attribute it to the environmental recording effect, suggesting that the rocks and soil surrounding the railway captured the sounds and images of the train from that day, under specific weather conditions, only to replay them under identical circumstances. Others propose it is a collective unconscious illusion, a psychological phantom triggered by the local people's memories of the disaster at a particular time. Yet none of these explanations hold water. The environmental recording cannot account for why the phenomenon occurs only on October 27th each year, nor can it explain why multiple people witnessed it simultaneously with perfectly consistent descriptions. And the collective hallucination theory fails even more dramatically, as in 1989, a tourist from California who knew nothing of the legend also witnessed the train's phantom and accurately described its appearance and whistle. Even more chilling, some witnesses report feeling a bone-chilling cold the moment the train passes. Besides the whistle and the sound of wheels on tracks, they swear they can hear the cries and pleas of passengers mingling with the roar of the steam locomotive, sending shivers down their spines. In 1995, a group of paranormal enthusiasts set up tents at the site and kept watch throughout the night. At 2 in the morning, fog suddenly rolled in and the train appeared on schedule. As it passed by the tents, one team member screamed, claiming he saw a hand reach out from a carriage window grasping for something. After the train vanished, a cold red mark appeared on his arm, lingering for a long time before fading. The Ohio Railway Historical Archives contain a total of 137 eyewitness records of the ghost train. Spanning from 1911 to the present day, each entry bearing the witness's signature and a detailed description. Local authorities once erected warning signs along the stretch of track advising the public to stay away at night, yet this did nothing to deter the curious and paranormal enthusiasts who continued to come seeking answers. In 2010, on the centenary of the disaster, a memorial event was held locally. Over 200 people gathered beside the abandoned railway that night, witnessing the reappearance of the Black Hawk with their own eyes. Some wept, some prayed, as though bidding farewell to souls who had failed to return home a century prior. Today, the abandoned railway on the outskirts of Canton still lies quietly within the forest, its rusted tracks overgrown with moss and weeds. Every year on the night of October 27th, the fog still arrives as promised, and that ghost train spanning a century continues to appear on time, its whistle piercing the silence, its wheels echoing through the valley. It is like an indelible mark of history, bearing the tragedy and regret of 100 years past, and has become Ohio's most mysterious and eerie legend. No one knows how long this ghost train will continue to run, nor when the souls trapped within it will finally find peace. But everyone who has witnessed it firmly believes on this land some memories will never fade, and some regrets will in another form endure forever. In the Pelourinho district of Salvador, Brazil, the cobblestone streets were polished to a sheen by the passage of time. Amid the yellow walls and red-tiled roofs of the colonial era stood a grim stone structure, once the most infamous São Francisco prison of Portuguese colonial rule. Now only crumbling ruins remained, cloaked in vines and moss. This prison, abandoned for nearly 2 centuries, was the epicenter of Salvador's supernatural legends and a site explicitly documented in Brazilian archaeological archives as a location of anomalous sounds. In the dead of night, clear sounds of dragging chains, clashing shackles, muffled groans and curses, and even the sharp crack of whips against flesh would emanate from within the stone walls. In 1989, when a Brazilian archaeological team entered the site to survey it, they not only recorded these strange sounds, but also discovered upon the thick stone walls dense, deeply embedded scratch marks, unveiling a hidden past soaked in colonial blood. São Francisco prison was built in 1732 by Portuguese colonizers to suppress slave uprisings and imprison rebels. The prison was constructed from solid granite with walls 3 meters thick. The cells were dark, damp, and utterly devoid of daylight. According to colonial-era archives, tens of thousands of enslaved Africans, rebels, and political prisoners were held here. Countless individuals perished under torture, hunger, and disease, their bodies carelessly discarded into the valley of death, behind the prison, never receiving a proper burial. After Brazil's independence in 1822, the prison was abandoned and became a cursed ground that no one dared approach. Local black communities passed down the story through generations. Within the prison's stone walls, countless wronged souls are locked away. Every night they voice their suffering. The earliest recorded strange sounds can be traced back to 1830. When a local priest passed by the prison, he heard the sounds of chains and groans emanating from within the walls. Believing a vagrant was hiding inside, he summoned the police to investigate. They found the prison gates securely locked and the interior completely empty. Yet the sounds from within the walls continued unabated. Over the following century, sightings of the strange sounds never ceased. In 1901, a group of children playing outside the prison heard the crack of whips from within the walls and fled in terror. In 1945, a scavenger seeking shelter from the rain among the prison ruins at night clearly heard the clashing of shackles and hoarse cries of "Let me out." By dawn he had lost his sanity and could no longer speak properly. In 1970, city workers repairing nearby roads repeatedly heard the sound of rhythmic marching from within the prison during nighttime construction, as if an entire army were marching inside the walls. These reports did not attract official attention until 1989, when Brazil's National Institute of Archaeological Research decided to conduct a systematic survey of São Francisco prison to study colonial history. The archaeological team moved in with recording equipment, ground-penetrating radar, and night vision devices. By day, they cleared debris and excavated artifacts. By night, they remained on site to listen. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the first night, the monitoring equipment suddenly captured distinct sounds. First, the scraping clatter of chains dragging across the floor, followed by the clinking of shackles colliding, interspersed with the groans of men, the weeping of women, the curses of colonizers in Portuguese, and the sharp crack of whips striking flesh. The sounds lasted for nearly 20 minutes before abruptly ceasing, as if nothing had ever happened. The team members were deeply shaken. After a full week of nighttime monitoring, they recorded similar sounds every single night, each time occurring between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. They submitted the recordings to acoustic experts for analysis. The experts confirmed that the sounds did not originate from external sources, nor from equipment malfunction. They appeared to be sounds recorded within the stone walls, being replayed under specific conditions of temperature, humidity, and magnetic fields. What was even more chilling was that while clearing the deepest dungeon of the prison, the archaeological team discovered dense scratch marks on the granite walls. Some were simple cross symbols, others were distorted names, some were incomplete dates, and still others were the totems of enslaved African tribes. These marks varied in depth, clearly gouged out bit by bit with fingernail stones or fragments of bone. Behind every single mark lay the despair and struggle of an imprisoned soul. The archaeological team's findings thrust the strange sounds of São Francisco prison into the spotlight, Major Brazilian media outlets such as O Globo and Folha de S. Paulo reported extensively. The audio clips released by the team caused a nationwide sensation. Some argued that this was a phenomenon of lithic recording. Granite possesses excellent acoustic memory properties, and during the torture and screams of the colonial-era sounds were permanently etched into the stone walls now being released under suitable conditions. Others firmly believed that this was evidence of restless spirits, that the souls of enslaved Africans and rebels who perished within the prison remained trapped inside the walls, unable to find peace, forever replaying their mortal torments in the dead of night. The local black community responded with particular intensity. They believed that the strange sounds within the prison were the voices of their ancestors, recounting the suffering of colonial oppression. A testament to and indictment of history. Every year on Slave Liberation Day, hundreds of black community members gather before the prison ruins to hold ceremonial rituals, placing flowers and food, hoping to soothe those trapped souls. The Salvador city government has also designated the prison ruins as a historic and cultural heritage site, prohibiting unauthorized destruction and erecting warning signs in the surrounding area to advise people not to approach at night. Today the ruins of São Francisco prison still stand in the Pelourinho district, with vines crawling over the stone walls and moss blanketing the ground. Every night the strange sounds from within the walls still arrive on schedule. The dragging of chains, the clashing of shackles, the groans and curses echoing through the silent old city. It is no longer merely an abandoned building, but a vessel of profound history, a silent testament to colonial atrocities. The report of the Brazilian archaeological team declared, "These strange sounds are not supernatural phenomena but echoes of history. Every scratch mark, every clink of chains reminds us never to forget those souls who struggled in darkness, and never to forget the suffering this land has endured." The Great Plains of Nebraska, USA are a land ruled by wind and wheat. At the cusp of spring and summer, golden green waves of wheat stretch from the horizon to the sky's edge. When the wind sweeps across, only the soft rustling of wheat leaves whispers through the air. Yet in Holt County west of Omaha, a field known as Angel's Wing harbors a mystery that has puzzled local farmers for nearly half a century. Each dusk, as twilight deepens and evening breezes stir, clear children's songs rise from the heart of the wheat. Innocent crystalline singing ancient lullabies. Yet no source can ever be found. In 1979, the Nebraska Daily published a feature titled, "The Ghostly Songs of the Wheat Field." Dozens of local farmers signed affidavits corroborating the phenomenon, transforming this unassuming field into North America's most enigmatic, whispering place on the Great Plains. Old Tom Hansen, a local farmer, was the first to document the wheat field whispers. On the eve of harvest in the summer of 1976, Old Tom ventured into the field at midnight to check soil moisture. Halfway along the earthen ridge, he heard children's voices rising from deep within the swaying wheat. The melody was unmistakable. A Western lullaby he had known since childhood, the little shepherd of the prairie. Its tender, youthful voice resonated with eerie clarity across the silent expanse. Believing it to be children from nearby farms sneaking into the field to play, he called out loudly, only for the song to cease instantly. He searched the field with his flashlight for over half an hour, finding neither footprints nor figures. Stalks stood upright and undisturbed, as if the song had been nothing more than a trick of the wind. Thereafter Old Tom heard the song repeatedly, at dusk and deep into night. Sometimes a solo voice, sometimes a chorus, mostly 19th century Western lullabies, occasionally interspersed with children's laughter and hushed murmurs. When he shared the tale with neighbors, few believed him, until one June evening in 1977, when 7 farmers gathered at the field's edge and simultaneously heard the mysterious song. Armed with flashlights and hunting rifles, they entered the wheat together, yet found nothing. The song seemed to emanate from every ripple of the wheat, and yet also from some distant celestial realm. It faded the moment one drew near, only to resume the instant one stepped away. Word gradually spread across Holt County, drawing increasing numbers of curious visitors eager to hear the wheat field whispers. In the summer of 1978, a local elementary school teacher brought a tape recorder to the field and successfully captured 3 minutes of the singing. On the recording, children's choral voices rang pure and radiant, accompanied solely by the whisper of wind and wheat. No human footsteps, no ambient noise of any kind. She submitted the tape to acoustic experts at the University of Nebraska, who confirmed the vocals were neither external nor artifacts of equipment malfunction, but rather a sound somehow imprinted upon the field itself, released only under specific conditions. Yet the experts could not explain why the sound materialized from nowhere, or why it resonated so precisely from the heart of the wheat field. In 1979, a reporter from the Nebraska Daily learned of the phenomenon and traveled to Holt County to investigate. The reporter waited by the field for 3 consecutive evenings, and on the 4th at twilight finally heard the song. Using professional recording equipment, he captured the full choral performance and interviewed 32 witnesses, all of whom described identical lyrics, timing, and sonic qualities. After publication, the story ignited nationwide attention. Paranormal enthusiasts, acoustic researchers, and journalists flocked to Holt County, determined to unravel the truth behind the wheat field whispers. Some theorized it was a natural acoustic phenomenon. Nebraska's flat terrain and dense wheat stalks acted like natural sound reflectors, amplifying and redirecting distant sounds under precise temperature, humidity, and wind conditions, creating an illusion of localized origin. Yet this explanation failed to account for why the song appeared exclusively in Angel's Wing, why its repertoire consisted solely of century-old Western lullabies, or why it vanished the moment listeners approached. Others speculated about buried, acoustic artifacts beneath the field, or subterranean rivers and geological resonances. But geophysical surveys revealed only ordinary black soil with no anomalous structures. The Omaha tribe indigenous to the region offered their own interpretation. The land where Angel's Wing now stands once served as a burial ground for Omaha children. In the mid-19th century, as white settlers encroached upon the Great Plains, Omaha children perished en masse from disease and famine, and were laid to rest beneath this very field. Elders held that those children's spirits never departed. Their songs were both a longing for ancestral soil and a plea for peace. Local farmers embraced this belief wholeheartedly. Thereafter none dared enter the field alone after dark. Each harvest season they placed flowers and sweets at its edge, to soothe the slumbering souls. After 1980, the frequency of the whispers gradually diminished, but never ceased entirely. Even today farmers still sometimes hear that familiar tender chorus at twilight. In 2005, an acoustical engineer from California installed all-weather recording devices in the field, and monitored it continuously for 3 months, capturing the song 7 times. In his report he wrote, "These vocalizations possess frequencies and timbres fully consistent with human children's voices. Yet no physical source can account for their emergence. This is neither a natural phenomenon nor a human hoax. It resembles something far more elusive, a sonic residue, transcending current scientific understanding." Today Angel's Wing remains Holt County's mystical landmark. Each year at the threshold of spring and summer, tourists and seekers of the arcane gather there at dusk, hoping to catch that gentle, ageless whisper rising from the wheat. The local government has neither developed the field nor posted warning signs, leaving it to the rhythm of seasons, letting wheat grow and wither year after year, while that haunting tender song drifts softly on the plains wind. For Holt County's farmers, the wheat field whispers have long ceased to inspire fear. They have become companionship. They believe those children's spirits still guard this land, and their songs remain the Great Plains' gentlest secret. As old Tom Hansen once said, "When the wind moves through the wheat, the song begins." That is how the children tell us this land has never been alone. From the deserts of California to the river valleys of Texas, the U.S.-Mexico border stretches like a frigid iron band across the southern end of the North American continent. Along this 3,145-kilometer frontier, a border wall several meters high stands tall, bristling with barbed wire and surveillance equipment. A tense battleground for migrants, drug traffickers, and patrol officers. Yet near the Tijuana segment of the wall, a legend circulates that the U.S. Border Patrol speaks of only in hushed tones. When night falls, countless indistinct figures emerge from the wall's shadows, clad in tattered clothes, carrying bundles, trudging toward the United States. As patrol car lights sweep over them, they vanish instantly, leaving only the desolate desert and the rustle of barbed wire. This is the border ghost recorded in hundreds of eyewitness accounts within U.S. Border Patrol archives. It all began in the 1980s. At that time, Mexico's economic crisis erupted, driving countless people to risk crossing the U.S.-Mexico border in a desperate search for work in the United States. Tijuana, one of the busiest border crossings, became a focal point for migrant smuggling. According to U.S. Border Patrol records, between 1985 and 1995, over 2,000 migrants died attempting to cross the Tijuana sector alone. Some perished from desert heat, others drowned in the Colorado River, some were abandoned by smugglers, and others fell off cliffs beneath the border wall while fleeing patrols. The bodies of these nameless dead were mostly hastily buried in the nearby desert, often unclaimed, becoming eternal solitary souls along the border. The earliest documented sighting of the border ghost occurred in 1992. A Border Patrol agent named Robert Carter, while on night patrol near the border wall in the outskirts of Tijuana, suddenly spotted a dozen indistinct figures in the desert below the wall, forming a line and walking toward a gap in the barrier. The figures wore worn-out jackets and jeans, carried bulging backpacks, and moved with a slow yet resolute gait, resembling a group of migrants attempting a clandestine crossing. Carter immediately switched on his patrol lights and siren, driving toward the figures. Yet when the patrol car's illumination swept over the area, the figures vanished without a trace. No footprints, no bags, only the sound of wind stirring sand and stones. Carter initially dismissed it as a fatigue-induced hallucination, but he meticulously recorded the incident in his patrol log, which became the first official border ghost entry in Border Patrol archives. Thereafter, similar sightings multiplied. In 1995, 3 patrol officers at the same location simultaneously witnessed dozens of ghost migrants marching in a column along the border wall. In 1998, a helicopter pilot on a night patrol observed large clusters of figures gathered beneath the wall from above, only to see them dissipate like smoke as the helicopter approached. Or in 2003, a Mexican fisherman at Tijuana Bay saw a group of ghosts emerging from the sea, stepping onto the beach, walking toward the border wall, and finally vanishing into the depths of the desert. Every sighting occurred late at night in areas with high migrant mortality rates, and the figures' appearances closely matched those of undocumented migrants. The U.S. Border Patrol conducted multiple investigations, attempting to explain the phenomenon scientifically. Some attributed it to desert mirages. The extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night along with refraction from sand and air could project distant scenes onto the desert, creating illusory human figures. Others proposed collective psychological suggestion, that patrol officers under immense stress from long-term exposure to migrant deaths experienced shared hallucinations. Yet neither explanation held. Water mirages could not account for the figures' movement or their disappearance under light. Collective hallucination could not explain why Mexican fishermen, local residents, and patrol officers at different times and locations all witnessed the same border ghost. More chillingly, some patrol officers reported feeling a piercing cold when the border ghost appeared, accompanied by faint indistinct whispers. Murmurs in Spanish saying, "Help me," and "I want to go home," mingled with the howl of the wind and sand, sending shivers down the spine. In 2007, a patrol officer named Carlos Mendez, while pursuing a ghost, suddenly felt someone grab his arm. He looked down but saw nothing, yet a cold red mark lingered on his arm for a long time before fading. Mendez later said in an interview, "That wasn't a hallucination. It was a real touch. The dead migrants reaching out to us for help." As time passed, the legend of the border ghost spread across the U.S.-Mexico border. Local Mexican residents believe these ghosts are the souls of migrants who failed to cross, trapped on the border, unable to enter the United States, or return to Mexico, doomed to repeat their crossing journey every night. Every year on November 2nd, Mexico's Day of the Dead, local residents gather beneath the border wall, placing candles, flowers, and food to honor the nameless dead, hoping to soothe their restless spirits. Although the U.S. Border Patrol has never officially acknowledged the existence of the border ghost, its internal patrol protocols explicitly require agents on night patrols in high mortality areas to avoid acting alone, and to refrain from pursuing unidentified figures. After 2010, as the United States tightened border controls, and the wall was continuously raised and reinforced, the number of migrant deaths decreased, but the sightings of the border ghost never ceased. The U.S. Border Patrol's archives continue to accumulate new entries of border ghost sightings, each record corresponding to a life once vibrant, a journey fraught with suffering and despair. Today, the Tijuana border wall still stands in the desert, the barbed wire screeching in the wind. When night falls, the indistinct figures still emerge from the wall's shadows, carrying bundles, trudging toward the United States, only to dissipate in the light. They are the eternal wanderers of the border, silent witnesses to the tragedy of migration. As a Mexican poet once said, "The border wall separates land, but it cannot separate souls." Those who died crossing never left this line. Their footsteps are forever frozen on the path between home and the dream. On the southern edge of the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, within the state of Rondônia, lies a stretch of abandoned rainforest road. Originally built in the 1970s as a forest passage for the Brazilian government's development projects, it was eventually abandoned due to geological collapse and rampant vegetation growth. Today, only a half-buried layer of asphalt under fallen leaves, a crooked road sign, and an ever-present milky white fog remain. File 081 documents the eerie phenomenon known locally as the Road of the Lost. Within the thick fog, a group of silent travelers dressed in old-fashioned work clothes perpetually walks toward the depths of the rainforest, yet never reaches an end. Anyone attempting to approach them instantly loses their sense of direction, and some have even vanished without a trace. The tragedy of this road began in the rainy season of 1979. At that time, Brazil was implementing the Amazon Settlement Plan, and thousands of workers poured into the rainforest from across the country to fell trees, lay asphalt, and build a north-south forest road. One team of 21 workers was dispatched to the most remote section. Carrying tents, dry rations, and simple tools, they drove deep into the fog zone, and never returned. In official records, the incident was casually labeled as killed by a mudslide, all perished. But search and rescue members knew that no mudslide had occurred in the rainforest. They searched along the road for 3 full weeks, finding neither a single corpse, a torn work uniform, nor a discarded safety helmet. All 21 workers along with their entire equipment vanished, as if swallowed whole by the forest's fog, leaving not a trace behind. The government quickly sealed off the news, permanently decommissioned the section, and blocked the entrance with massive logs and barbed wire forbidding any entry. Yet, official barriers could not stop the supernatural occurrences. The first to witness the fog travelers were members of the nearby Kayapo indigenous tribe. Generations of them had lived on the edge of the forest, adhering to the ancient taboo of never setting foot on the abandoned road. But while hunting or gathering, they would still glimpse anomalies within the thick fog from afar. Every dawn or dusk, when the milky fog blanketed the abandoned road, a long line of figures could be seen, heads bowed, carrying backpacks, silently marching along the road into the depths of the forest. They wore work pants from the 1970s and canvas safety helmets, their steps synchronized yet stiff, without conversation or the sound of footsteps. Even the fog was never disturbed by their movements. The indigenous guides called them those left behind by the forest, and warned all outsiders never look the fog travelers in the eye and never follow their direction. If they invite you, you will be forever trapped in the fog, becoming another silent traveler. At first, the outside world dismissed this as mere superstition of the forest tribes, until more and more explorers, rangers, and even police patrols witnessed the same sight. Only then did true fear spread. In 1992, two young explorers ignored all warnings and forcibly entered the abandoned road intending to photograph the fog travelers up close. Within 5 minutes of stepping into the thick fog, their walkie-talkie crackled with panicked shouts. "They're looking at us? They've turned around." Then the signal cut off completely. Rescuers found them 3 days later huddled under a large tree, mentally shattered, staring blankly, and repeating over and over, "The road has no end, they keep walking." As for what exactly they had seen, they could never describe it fully again. In 2007, a Brazilian rainforest research team conducting ecological surveys in the area inadvertently swept the fog zone with infrared equipment. The screen displayed 21 distinct human-shaped heat sources moving in a single file at a steady pace, exactly matching the positions described by eyewitnesses of the traveler procession. But when the researchers approached with their equipment, the heat sources suddenly vanished. The instrument screen turned to static, compasses spun wildly, and all electronic devices simultaneously malfunctioned. What sent chills down everyone's spine was that all witnesses gave identical descriptions. The fog travelers were always exactly 21 in number, no more no less. The length of the procession, the order of arrangement, and even the gait of each individual had never changed over the decades. They seemed trapped in an infinite loop of time, repeating the same walk from that day in 1979, never reaching an end and never able to turn back. In local police archives, records concerning File 081 piled up, each ending with the same conclusion: no physical form, no sound, no physical contact, inexplicable by natural phenomena, optical refraction, or psychological hallucination. The Brazilian Ministry of Environment went so far as to designate the area as a maximum level restricted zone, prohibiting any approach, except for scientific personnel with special permits. Regarding the origin of the fog travelers, various theories circulate within the rainforest. Some say that in 1979, they stumbled into a temporal rift in the forest, their bodies sucked into a past time, while their souls remained forever on this road, repeating their final walk. Others say the Amazon rainforest possesses its own consciousness, punishing outsiders who intrude upon its heart and destroy its trees by turning their spirits into eternally lost travelers. The tribal elders offer the most direct explanation: they are neither dead nor vanished. They have simply become part of the forest, forever guarding a road that should not exist. For decades, the fog travelers have never harmed anyone. They simply walk in silence like a ghostly procession, without a destination, vanishing into the depths of the mist and reappearing at fixed times. Their figures are semi-transparent, flickering in and out of sight within the white fog, blending with the overgrown trees, decaying leaves, and humid air, becoming the most eerie and sorrowful afterimage of the Amazon rainforest. Today, the abandoned road has been half devoured by the forest. Asphalt cracks open, trees sprout through the middle of the road, vines wrap around fallen signs. Everything is being slowly reclaimed by nature. Only the fog travelers continue their daily march, unaffected by wind or rain, undiminished by time, guarding that forgotten rainy season of 1979. Walking on a path that has neither a beginning nor an end. The Amazon mist still rises and falls each day, and the damp wind sweeps through the trees, stirring up fallen leaves. No one knows where these travelers are heading, nor when they will ever stop. All that is known is that deep within the world's largest rainforest, there exists a group of souls lost in time, using their eternal march to tell the most silent and most unsolvable tragedy of humanity's intrusion into nature's forbidden realm. The western wilderness of Alberta, Canada, is a land ruled by wind and grass. The vast prairie stretches endlessly toward the horizon, the setting sun staining the clouds a bloody red. Wild grass undulates like waves in the wind, and weathered wooden stakes, broken fences, and abandoned cabin skeletons are scattered everywhere. This was once one of the most glorious heartlands of North American cowboy culture, and the mysterious realm where, per Archive 080, the spirits of cowboys eternally wander. The story begins in the early 20th century. At that time, Alberta was in the golden age of ranching. Ranches of all sizes dotted the endless grasslands, and thousands of cowboys rode wild horses, driving cattle between the plains and the towns. With bullwhips, revolvers, and strong liquor, they wrote the untamed legends of the West. Deep in the wilderness lay a permanent outpost called Red Deer Camp, a haven where cowboys rested, changed horses, and warmed themselves by the fire, and the birthplace of countless stories and songs. In late autumn of 1927, a sudden polar cold front swept across all of Alberta. According to Provincial Historical Archives, temperatures plummeted to -42°C and howling winds whipped blinding snow across the land. An event known to history as the White Death Storm. A cattle drive crew of 12 cowboys, determined to deliver their final herd to the town slaughterhouse, insisted on setting out into the snow. After a brief rest at Red Deer Camp, they rode into the vast swirling blizzard. They never returned. Days later, when the storm subsided, search teams found the frozen carcasses of the cattle scattered across the wilderness. But of the cowboys there was no trace. At Red Deer Camp, the hearth fire had long gone cold, the beans in the pot frozen, solid, the cowboy hats still hanging on the walls, the saddles neatly arranged on the floor, and half-burned logs left in the fireplace. Everything remained exactly as it had been before they departed. Save for the 12 lives that were no more. No footprints. No personal effects. No blood. Even the horses had vanished without a trace. The authorities ultimately ruled their deaths as lost on the snowy plains, frozen to death in an uncharted wilderness. Yet not a single rancher believed that conclusion. The first eerie occurrence came on the night after the storm ended. An old herdsman from a nearby ranch rose in the middle of the night to check on his livestock and by chance glanced toward Red Deer Camp, only to see a warm campfire blazing in the wilderness. Assuming it was a stranded traveler, he rode closer, but the nearer he drew the more his blood ran cold. A dozen vague figures sat around the fire dressed in classic cowboy attire, wide-brimmed hats, leather jackets, tall riding boots. They sat in a circle strumming guitars and singing old cowboy ballads in low hoarse voices that cut starkly through the silent night. The old herdsman mustered his courage and shouted out. Instantly the fire was extinguished, the singing ceased, and all the figures dissolved into the wind like smoke. He spurred his horse to the center of the camp. On the ground there was no ash, no wood, no trace of any fire at all. As if the warm blaze he had just witnessed were merely an illusion conjured by the storm. But he knew it was no illusion. From that day on, Red Deer Camp became Alberta's most infamous haunted ground. More and more ranchers, mail carriers, and Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers passing through the wilderness at night witnessed the same spectacle. In the pitch-black hours, an unlit campfire would blaze to life in the center of the abandoned camp, ringed by translucent cowboy apparitions. Some plucking guitar strings, some raising cups in silent toast, some murmuring in low conversation, while a few ethereal horses stood tethered to the hitching posts. Their silhouettes flickered in the firelight, forever frozen, in the posture of their 1927 rest stop, forever singing the same endless cowboy ballad. Whenever any living person drew near, the fire would extinguish in an instant and all the phantoms would scatter into the cold wind, leaving behind only a faint scent of tobacco and whiskey in the air, along with the barely audible vibration of guitar strings. Alberta's historical archives are densely filled with nearly a century of eyewitness accounts. In 1941, a Royal Canadian Mounted Police, on a snow patrol, clearly captured the campfire and cowboy figures through night vision binoculars, but arrived to find nothing. In 1976, a young couple driving across the wilderness photographed flickering flames and seated human silhouettes at the camp. The photos were later authenticated as free of any tampering. In 1999, a cowboy singer made a special pilgrimage to Red Deer Camp and at midnight heard a familiar ballad, a tune identical to the century-old cowboy song passed down through generations from his grandfather. In 2015, a drone aerial footage revealed irregular thermal hotspots resembling a seated crowd, yet on-ground inspection found no physical trace. The old cowboys of the region say that the 12 missing riders, their souls trapped by that terrifying blizzard at Red Deer Camp, remain forever suspended in the final moments before their departure, guarding their fire and songs, waiting for a departure that will never come, longing for a homecoming that can never be reached. They are not vengeful spirits, merely a band of Western souls lost in time, clinging steadfastly to their last moment of freedom. The local indigenous peoples believe instead that the spirits of the prairie took these brave cowboys under their care, allowing them to remain forever in spectral form on the land they loved most, continuing the freest life they had ever known. And so these ghosts never harm a soul. They simply sing and warm themselves in the dead of night, lonely sentinels of the vast grassland. Today Red Deer Camp is nothing more than a few rotting timber frames and broken fences, the once trodden paths swallowed by wild grass, the wind sweeping endlessly across the plains. But every night, especially in late autumn when snows are about to fall, that warm campfire still blazes to life on schedule, and the sound of guitars and singing gently drifts across the silent wilderness. Some say those songs carry the cowboys' regrets, their reluctance to let go of life, and their deepest, most abiding love for this prairie. They no longer face the blizzard, no longer drive the herd, no longer confront separation and death. All they do is sit forever around the campfire. A band of Western phantoms who never age, never fade. In the patrol archives of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Archive 080 carries this note: Red Deer Camp frequently exhibits campfires, guitar music, and cowboy apparitions at night. No physical entity confirmed. No record of harm. Unexplainable by science or natural phenomena. Designated as an anomalous paranormal zone of Alberta. The wind that sweeps across Alberta's plains carries away the years, carries away the glory, but it cannot carry away the souls beside that campfire. They still sit in their century-old camp, strumming guitars with broken strings, singing ancient ballads beneath the setting sun and the starlight. The most romantic and the loneliest spectral afterimage upon the western wilderness of the American continent. Veracruz State on Mexico's eastern coast is one of the earliest ports of call during the colonial era, where the briny sea breeze perpetually carries the scent of bygone eras. Beyond the modern city's towering skyline lies an abandoned stone wharf where weathered reefs, fractured concrete piers, and long-rusted mooring bollards silently recount the bustle of a century past. Archive 072 documents the most unsettling phenomenon associated with this old wharf. Every late-night spectral figures of laborers materialize to silently load and unload cargo, echoing the 1889 mass disappearance that shocked the entire city. Built in 1782, this wharf once served as the most vital distribution hub for sugar, tobacco, and spices across the Gulf of Mexico. For 100 years the docks echoed with workers' chants, the clatter of wooden crates, and the rumble of cart wheels as hundreds of laborers toiled beneath the relentless sun and salt-laden wind to provide for their families. That changed in the autumn of 1889, when a series of unexplained vanishings transformed the once bustling port into a place shrouded in dread. According to fragmented records preserved in the Mexican National Port Archives on the night of October 12, 1889, 32 workers were scheduled to unload a shipment of Cuban sugar. The weather that evening was calm, the tide steady with no signs of natural disaster. The harbor lighthouse burned steadily and patrol guards reported nothing amiss. Yet when morning came and the shift changed, the entire dock fell utterly silent. 32 workers along with the foreman and clerk on duty that night. 35 people in total had vanished without a trace. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no evidence of panic or flight. The sugar sacks remained neatly stacked, the crane's hook suspended mid-air, tools left exactly where they'd been placed, and even the workers' water jugs and half-eaten tortillas sat undisturbed in the corners of the pier, as though everyone had simply ceased moving in an instant. Local police and the harbor guard launched an immediate search across the entire area, scouring dozens of kilometers along the coastline, and questioning every merchant vessel crew and nearby resident, but found nothing. There were no clues of escape, no evidence of retaliation, no signs of pirates. 35 lives had simply been swallowed by the sea and darkness, leaving behind not a single scrap of cloth or bone. The authorities ultimately closed the case with the dismissive explanation that they'd perished in a maritime storm, though even the investigating officer hesitated to sign off on it. The true horror began on the third night after the disappearances. An early morning fisherman approaching the old dock at 4 o'clock caught sight of dim lights and moving figures on the pier, initially thinking the workers had returned to their duties. But as he drew closer, a chilling realization struck him. Those workers all had ashen faces and rigid expressions, clad in coarse garments from a century past, mechanically shouldering sacks and pacing back and forth in silent, purposeless repetition. Terrified, the fisherman rowed away, immediately certain he remembered the dock, having been without power since the workers vanished. From that night forward, tales of the old dock's ghosts spread like wildfire along the Veracruz coast. Countless fishermen, night patrol officers, and watchmen witnessed the same phenomenon. Whenever fog rolled in after midnight, translucent figures would materialize on the abandoned pier. They reenacted the labor of 100 years ago. Hauling sacks, hauling ropes, moving crates, pushing carts. In unervingly synchronized movements, completely silent. Some stood at the dock's edge, gazing out to sea, others bent over organizing cargo, all trapped in a mechanical rhythm belonging to another world. What made it truly horrifying was that these apparitions only appeared between 2 and 4 in the morning, dissipating the moment dawn broke. No one could approach within 10 meters without the figures fading away, leaving only cold sea wind and an empty, decaying pier. Locals claimed these were the souls of the 1889 dockworkers trapped at the moment of their death, forever repeating their final labor, unable to leave the harbor that consumed them. The local church attempted exorcisms multiple times, with priests sprinkling holy water and chanting prayers, but the apparitions returned unchanged the very night the ceremonies ended. A Maya shaman suggested the workers died unjustly, their obsession and resentment bound within the stone crevices of the dock, preventing reincarnation, and forcing them to labor endlessly until their fixation dissipated. For nearly a century, Veracruz police and harbor authorities have accumulated thick stacks of witness testimony. In 1927, a night patrol officer wrote in his notes on the dock, there were over 30 figures moving cargo, silent, dispersing when approached. In 1965, a young couple on a seaside date captured blurry figures on the pier with an old camera, and the developed photographs revealed the apparitions clearly. In 1998, a port maintenance worker on night duty witnessed ghostly laborers passing directly through his body, with no resistance, leaving him chilled to the bone. By 2011, surveillance cameras had recorded pale white humanoid shapes, moving methodically across the dock, footage, now sealed in the port's confidential archives. Though officials never publicly acknowledged the phenomenon, they quietly designated the old wharf as a restricted zone, after dark, posting warning signs to keep everyone away. The once bustling colonial dock has been completely forgotten by the city, left to decay with cracked stones and overgrown weeds, while phantom workers return every night. Today, Veracruz's new district gleams with modern prosperity and busy shipping lanes, but just kilometers away, the old dock remains frozen in that fateful 1889 night. Waves continuously crash against the reefs while fog drifts across the pier, and each night at midnight 35 silent figures materialize to shoulder their endless cargo along the seemingly infinite dock. They remain unaware they are dead, unaware that a century has passed, unaware that the harbor has long been abandoned. Trapped in an eternal loop, forever reenacting their final moments. The frequent apparitions at the old wharf correspond to the 1889 worker disappearances, with no scientific explanation available. Entry is permanently prohibited after dark. The sea wind still carries its salt, and decay the waves still mourn, and this silent old dock holds one of the most haunting ghost stories on the American continent. It is neither attraction nor relic, but an eternal prison for lost souls, endlessly replaying its sorrow and terror in the Gulf of Mexico's darkness. On the eastern shore of Nova Scotia, Canada, lies a crescent-shaped bay, known to locals as Shipwreck Bay. Dense with reefs and torn by swift currents, it has swallowed countless vessels over the centuries, leaving their skeletal remains scattered across the dark ocean floor. It is precisely this bay's most eerie phenomenon that Archive 071 documents. Deep within the sunken ships, a clear ship's bell tolls every night, yet repeated diver inspections and comprehensive sonar sweeps have failed to locate any physical bell, making it the most baffling maritime mystery along the Atlantic coast. Shipwreck Bay's sinister reputation had already spread during the colonial era of the 18th century. Beneath these waters, treacherous reefs crisscross in every direction, while the surface is perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Compounded by sudden storms and contrary currents, countless merchant ships, fishing vessels, and even warships have struck the rocks and gone down here. According to incomplete statistics from the Canadian Oceanic Administration, beneath this mere 3-square-kilometer expanse of sea, lie the wrecks of over 40 ships from different eras, from wooden sailing ships to steel steamers. There remains piled layer upon layer, forming a vast underwater cemetery. The true anomaly began on a winter night in 1972. An elderly local fisherman was piloting his boat home late at night, when upon reaching the central waters of Shipwreck Bay, his engine inexplicably died, and his radio signal was instantly cut off. As he frantically checked his equipment, a distinct steady bell toll slowly rose from beneath the water. Dong! 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 The bell was deep and heavy, carrying the muffled resonance of seawater. Its rhythm was even unhurried. Unmistakably the sound of a brass ship's bell from an old wooden sailing vessel. The old fisherman froze in terror. He had spent his entire life working these waters, and knew full well how many ships lay beneath. Yet never had he heard of any wreck bearing a bell that could pierce the deep sea and ring across the surface. He held his breath and listened for nearly a minute until the bell suddenly ceased. Only then did his engine restart and his radio signal instantly return. Shaken to his core, he hurried back to port and told the villagers what he had experienced, only to be dismissed as a hallucination brought on by the waves. But no one could have imagined that this was merely the beginning. Over the following decades, more and more fishermen, sailors, and Coast Guard officers heard that eerie bell tolling from beneath the depths of Shipwreck Bay. Especially between midnight and 3 in the morning, when the sea was calm and fog blanketed the water, the bell would ring with punctual precision. Sometimes lasting several minutes, sometimes stopping abruptly after just 3 strikes. Its sound cutting through the icy seawater with a clarity that made it seem to come from directly beneath the hull. Alarmed by the growing number of witness reports, the local government commissioned the Canadian Oceanic Administration to dispatch research vessels for a comprehensive survey of Shipwreck Bay. The research team deployed high-precision sonar, underwater robots, and deep-sea camera equipment, systematically scanning and recording the seabed topography and every shipwreck remnant across the entire area, leaving not even a single broken plank unexamined. The results were chilling. There was no brass bell on the seafloor, no metal bell body, no device capable of producing sound, and not even a hollow rock formation that could resonate. To verify further, the team sent experienced divers down to the area where the sound source was most concentrated. The interior of a British merchant ship that had sunk in 1890. The divers groped their way through the wreck inside and out, navigating decaying cabins, tangled fishing nets, and thick accumulations of seabed silt, meticulously inspecting every corner. Through the underwater intercom, the diver's voice came back clearly: no bell. Nothing that could make a sound. The interior is all silt and wreckage. There's no possible source. But the moment those words faded, a low bell toll suddenly rang out from deep within the wreck. Dong! Dong! The diver froze rigid with terror on the spot, while the monitoring equipment on the surface simultaneously captured the sound. Everyone stared at the monitor screens, watching the diver frantically shining his light in every direction inside the wreck, yet finding no source for the bell. The sound seemed to materialize from nothing and vanish into nothing. No origin, no physical carrier, like a signal from another world. This investigation concluded with a finding the research team could not explain. The Canadian Oceanic Administration recorded in its archives the underwater bell phenomenon at Shipwreck Bay has no physical sound source, no natural resonance conditions, unknown origin. Classified as an anomalous marine phenomenon. As word spread, Shipwreck Bay became a destination for occult enthusiasts and adventurers. Some say the bell comes from the crew members who perished when their ships sank a century ago, the ship's bell being their final attachment to this world. Others claim the stretch of sea is a point where time and space overlap, and the bell is a remnant echo transmitted from the past. The local indigenous people believe the ocean's spirit sleeps at the bottom, and the bell is its warning for humanity to stay away from this dangerous place. Some divers have recounted that upon hearing the bell underwater, they felt an inexplicable chill and dizziness, with vague images flashing through their minds: rocking cabins, panicked sailors, howling winds and waves, and a final desperate bell strike. Those images did not belong to anyone, yet they felt as real as lived experience. The Coast Guard's archives now contain records of over 200 bell sighting reports. Every single occurrence took place late at night, every single one had no traceable source, and every single one left an indelible mark on those who witnessed it. They deployed hydrophones across the surface for round-the-clock monitoring. The equipment did capture the bell's waveform, but when tracing the source, it always led only to empty seawater and rotting shipwrecks. Local fishermen have long grown accustomed to the bell, regarding it as a warning. Whenever they hear the toll rising from beneath the water late at night, they immediately turn their boats around and keep their distance from Shipwreck Bay. They believe it is the spirits of the drowned reminding the living not to disturb this sleeping sea. To this day, the waves of Shipwreck Bay still surge and the fog still rolls thick. The sunken ships lie quietly in the silt, eroded by seawater and time, and that bell without a bell continues to ring with punctual precision every night. It pierces through a century of seawater echoing across the cold Atlantic sky. An eternal elegy commemorating the vessels and lives lost beneath the deep. The underwater bell continues to manifest with no scientific explanation. Vessels are advised to avoid Shipwreck Bay at night. No one knows where the bell comes from or why it rings. All that is known is that in Shipwreck Bay, Nova Scotia, Canada, there is a sound hidden within the deep sea, without a physical carrier yet eternally present. The loneliest and most mysterious underwater requiem in the America's archive of the unexplained. Mérida, Mexico, the most colonial city on the Yucatan Peninsula, where white stone buildings glow with a warm luster under the tropical sun, and countless century-old mansions hide in the depths of the alleys. What Archive 052 records is precisely the supernatural incident of an ancient mirror in a private residence built in the 1920s. Located in the heart of the old town. This carved bronze mirror, featured in a special report by a local Mexican television station in 2013, became a household eerie legend across the entire Yucatan Peninsula. This mirror, an original fixture from the mansion's construction, stands about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. Its frame is carved from a single piece of mahogany, with intricate and exquisite entwined floral patterns. The mirror surface is made of mercury glass imported from Europe back then, which after a century remains smooth and bright though its edges have slightly yellowed. It has always been placed in the living room on the second floor of the mansion facing the balcony. From the day the house was completed, it became the most prominent decoration in the home. The earliest anomaly occurred in 1925, the third year after the mansion was built. At that time, the owner was the Spanish merchant Diaz Cordova. His wife, Senora Carmen, was the first person to see a foreign object in the mirror. According to Carmen's diary, one afternoon, while sitting before the mirror to comb her hair, she inadvertently looked up and saw in the reflection a woman in a 17th century colonial gown standing behind her. The woman had her black hair coiled up her face, pallid, her eyes hollow, and her hands hanging still at her sides. Carmen screamed in terror and turned around, but no one was there. Yet when she looked back at the mirror, the figure remained clearly in place, as if she were the intruder. From that day on, Carmen never dared to approach the mirror again. She instructed everyone in the household not to look directly at the mirror's surface, nor to linger before it. But the eeriness did not cease. Instead, it intensified. Servants in the house often heard a woman's whispering from the second floor late at night. The sound coming from the direction of the mirror. Children, while playing, would point at the mirror and cry, "There's an auntie behind me." Even the family's cats and dogs, whenever they passed by the mirror, would bristle all over and flee with their tails tucked, never daring to stop in front of it. The merchant Diaz summoned a local priest to bless the mirror. As soon as the priest approached the mirror's surface, he turned pale, claiming that the mirror was suffused with intense obsession and sorrow far beyond ordinary supernatural phenomena. Halfway through the blessing ritual, the priest hurriedly left, leaving only the words, "This mirror connects the past. It must not be shattered nor discarded." Thus the mirror became the most forbidden object in the mansion. As time passed, the mansion was passed down through generations, but the mirror remained in its original place, untouched by anyone, and no one dared to destroy it. Every owner left testimonies about this ancient mirror, and the content was strikingly consistent. Anyone who gazed directly at the mirror's surface for more than 10 seconds would see in the reflection a colonial-era woman's figure not belonging to the present world. If they stared for a longer time, they would even be drawn into a mirror illusion, seeing an unfamiliar courtyard, a weeping woman, and a past that had never happened to them. In 1980, the mansion passed to the fourth-generation owner, Senora Rosa. In her youth, Rosa did not believe in ghosts and scoffed at the family legends. One rainy night, alone at home, curiosity drove her to stand before the mirror. She stared at the surface. At first everything was normal, but after just 10 seconds the familiar figure of a woman slowly emerged behind her own reflection. The figure grew clearer, her skirts floating, as if in water, her eyes locking directly with Rosa's in the mirror. Then the mirror's surface began to warp. The living room vanished, replaced by a 17th century colonial courtyard, filled with white frangipani flowers. In the courtyard, the woman knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, holding a body covered with a white cloth. Rosa collapsed on the spot. The illusion vanished instantly, and the mirror's surface returned to normal. But from then on she was haunted every night by the same nightmare, her spirits gradually waning, until she invited a Maya shaman from the Yucatan Peninsula to perform a ritual, after which she slowly regained calm. The shaman said that the mirror had trapped the soul of a colonial-era woman who had taken her own life after her lover's death. Her soul was imprisoned within the mercury glass, endlessly replaying the scene before her death, and the mirror had become the sole channel connecting her to the living world. In 2013, the story of this mirror caught the attention of a local Mexican television station. The production team made a special trip to the old mansion in Mérida to shoot a feature. The crew set up multiple cameras and invited volunteers to conduct tests. The first volunteer was a young journalist. She stood before the mirror and after only 7 seconds of gazing, suddenly turned deathly pale, trembling all over, shouting, "Someone is behind me," and then fell backward. The camera clearly captured her terrified expression, but could not detect any anomalous figure in the mirror. The second volunteer was a local folklorist. He came prepared, holding an audio recording device, as he stared at the mirror's surface. A few minutes later the scholar stopped with a grave expression claiming that he had seen a colonial courtyard in the mirror and heard a woman's weeping. The recording device indeed captured a faint muffled female sob that did not belong to the scene. After the feature aired it caused an immediate sensation across Mexico. Countless enthusiasts of the occult and adventurers came to catch a glimpse of this eerie ancient mirror. But the owner, overwhelmed by the disturbance, eventually declined all visitors, covering the mirror with a heavy black cloth, and passed down this eerie and mysterious heirloom only within the family generation after generation. Today this 1920s ancient mirror still stands quietly in the second-floor living room of the old mansion in Merida. The black cloth veils the mirror's surface, separating the gazes of two eras, yet the mansion's inhabitants still hear late at night faint, barely audible sighs drifting from before the mirror. It is like a forgotten door in time, locking away the sorrow and obsession of a century ago, allowing a colonial woman's soul to forever wander in an era not her own. The ancient mirror can reflect images not of this world with no physical damage or optical anomalies. The phenomenon defies scientific explanation, and is classified as a first-class folk supernatural case. The tropical wind sweeps through the streets of Merida, and the white old mansion stands quietly in the sunlight. No one knows how many unknown scenes still lie hidden within the mirror covered by the black cloth, nor how much longer the woman trapped within will weep in her prison of time. It simply exists in silence, becoming the most haunting and poignant mirror of life and death in the fantastic archives of the American continent. The Yukon wilderness of Canada is the most biting and desolate corner of the North American continent. Bitter winds howl all year round, whipping snow pellets the permafrost hard as steel golden sunlight, barely making an appearance in a whole year. As far as the eye can see there are only rolling barren hills, decaying wooden cabin frames, and gold panning tools abandoned for a century. This is the site of the Klondike Gold Rush, and also the place recorded in Archive 051, where the ghosts of the gold rush wander eternally. It all began in the deep winter of 1898. That gold rush, which swept across North America, brought tens of thousands of people dreaming of instant wealth to the Yukon. They braved temperatures of -40°C, crossed snow-capped mountains, waded through frozen rivers, and chiseled mine shafts into the frozen ground, digging ceaselessly day and night for the gold hidden within the rock. In the Crow Creek mining area deep in the Yukon, a team of 37 miners stood out. They came from the United States, Canada, and Europe, supporting each other, having agreed to return home together once they struck gold. That winter gold dust did appear in the ore layers of Crow Creek. The miners were ecstatic, hastily building storage sheds overnight, carefully sealing the washed gold dust, and waiting only for the river to thaw in spring to sail away from that bitter land. But what awaited them was not a journey home, but a complete and total disappearance from the face of the earth. On February 17, 1898, the last mail carrier to pass through Crow Creek saw the smoke from the miners cooking fires and heard laughter and the sound of hammering coming from the cabins. Just 3 days later, when miners from a nearby camp came to exchange supplies, the entire Crow Creek was deathly silent. The cabins were intact, the fires had long gone out, frozen meat still sat in pots on the stoves, an unfinished letter lay open on the table, bags of gold dust were piled in the corner, and even the chisels, shovels, and gold pans were neatly leaning against the walls. Everything remained as if the people had suddenly left, yet the 37 miners had vanished without a trace. No blood, no signs of struggle, no evidence of being buried by a blizzard, and no footprints leaving the camp. The Yukon authorities immediately organized search and rescue teams, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police ventured deep into the wilderness, but after a full month they found not a single scrap of clothing or a single bone. 37 people, as if completely swallowed by the Yukon wind, leaving not even a trace behind. The official conclusion was that they had gotten lost in a snowstorm and frozen to death in the deep wilderness. But that explanation wasn't even believed by the rescue team members themselves. The strange occurrences began on the first snowy night after the miners disappeared. The first to witness the ghosts was an old miner who had stayed behind at the camp. Late at night, he was awakened by the sound of knocking coming from outside. Peering through the cracks in the cabin, he saw in the dim moonlight a dozen or so blurry figures bent over working. They carried pickaxes and pushed or carts, their movements stiff and mechanical. They were the missing gold miners. The old miner was too terrified to make a sound, and the figures didn't fully dissipate until dawn. At first he thought it was a hallucination brought on by cold and isolation, but on the countless nights that followed, more and more people saw these ghosts. They always wore the heavy cotton clothing of 19th-century gold seekers, felt hats on their heads, their faces covered with frostbitten blue-purple marks, silently moving through the abandoned mine shafts. Some bent over to wash gold dust, some swung picks at the rock, some pushed heavy or carts slowly forward, muttering words no one could understand under their breath, as if encouraging each other or voicing their despair. Their figures were semi-transparent, flickering in and out of the wind and snow. Anyone who approached would cause them to vanish instantly, leaving only the lingering scent of rust and frozen earth in the air, along with the clear clinking of picks striking rock. What was even more hair-raising was that these ghosts appeared precisely in the areas where the 37 miners had worked 100 years ago. Every movement matched the scene from a century ago with uncanny precision. Descendants of the miners came from far and wide. They stood in the cold wind, watching from a distance, as their ancestors' repeated gestures that had not changed in 100 years, weeping uncontrollably. In the oral histories passed down through generations, the missing loved ones had never left. They were trapped in the winter of 1898. Trapped in the moment, their dreams of wealth shattered forever, repeating the motions of gold panning, forever unable to find their way home. The historical archives of the Yukon Territory are densely filled with witness reports from the last century. In 1927, a Royal Canadian Mounted Police Patrol photographed blurry figures in the mine shafts. In 1956, a team of geologists heard continuous knocking and whispering late at night. In 1989, an explorer recorded the sounds of ghost labor at his camp, the audio clearly discernible. In 2011, a drone footage showed a dozen figures walking in orderly lines, yet the ground was empty when they descended. Every report points to the same inexplicable fact: the gold miners of Crow Creek, in ghostly form, have achieved immortality on the Yukon wilderness. The local indigenous people have their own explanation. They say the Yukon land is sentient. Those who betrayed nature and overexploited it for gold have their souls locked in the frozen ground, forever repeating whatever they were most obsessed with in life. Gold blinded their eyes and also imprisoned their souls, preventing them from ever finding peace. Today, Crow Creek has been officially declared a restricted area, with only the occasional explorer or paranormal researcher daring to approach. After a century of wind and rain, the cabins have been reduced to rotting wooden frames, the mine shafts filled with snow, and the gold dust long buried by time. But the ghostly miners still appear every night, right on schedule. The cold wind sweeps over the wilderness carrying snow pellets. The sounds of knocking, whispering, and/or carts rolling are especially clear in the silent night. 37 blurred figures repeat century-old motions under the moonlight. They do not know they are dead, do not know that over a century has passed, still laboring endlessly for gold that is forever out of reach. The Crow Creek mining area in the Yukon frequently exhibits ghostly images of gold miners at night. No injuries have been reported, but it cannot be explained scientifically, and is designated as a permanent anomalous zone. The Yukon's cold nights are long and endless. The glory of the gold rush has long faded, and countless dreams and lives have been buried beneath the frozen ground. Only these lonely ghosts remain, guarding gold that no longer exists, guarding the desperate winter of 1898. Walking again and again down an endless road of gold panning across the most desolate wilderness of the North American continent. They are the remnants of history, the prisoners of desire, and the most heart-wrenching ghosts in the mystical archives of the Americas. The Olympic rainforest of Washington state stands as one of the most damp and enigmatic regions on the North American continent. Unrelenting fog clings to ancient towering trees, moss drapes every surface like a heavy velvet blanket, and the air carries the cold, musty breath of decaying leaves and moisture. To walk through it is to step into a realm forgotten by time itself. Deep within the rainforest, in a remote hollow rarely visited by man, lies a monolith fit for the pages of a fantasy archive. Designated as Archive No. 050, a bizarre rock that rotates of its own accord, leaving behind a distinct trail. This enormous stone, nearly 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, weighs tens of tons. Its surface, a deep gray, has been polished to an unnatural smoothness by constant rainfall. It sits embedded in soft humus and marshland. By all known logic, such a heavy rock could not be moved an inch without the use of heavy machinery. But in 2009, when a research team from the Geological Society of America entered the rainforest for a geological survey, they stumbled upon a truth that defied the laws of physics. The first to notice the anomaly was Ben Carter, a veteran park ranger of Olympic National Park. Having guarded this rainforest for 30 years, he knew every tree and stone as if they were his own flesh and blood. In his memory, this monolith had always faced east. A distinctive cross-shaped crack on its surface served as his reliable landmark for orientation. But during a patrol in the late autumn of 2008, he suddenly discovered that the boulder's orientation had changed. The crack that once faced east now pointed due north, and surrounding the rock on the soft earth lay a complete, smooth, uniformly shallow, arc-shaped trail of rotation. An icy shiver ran down the ranger's spine. He thoroughly inspected the perimeter. No signs of tire tracks, no chisel marks from human tampering, no footprints indicating any physical labor. The rainforest floor was wet and muddy. Even an ordinary passerby would leave deep footprints, let alone someone attempting to pry a tens-of-ton boulder. Yet around the trail the ground was unervingly pristine. He reported the matter to the park's administrative office. Initially no one believed him, dismissing it as a trick of memory from an aging ranger. It wasn't until 2009, when a Geological Society team arrived to study the rainforest's geological structure, that a comparison of satellite positioning and historical photographs left everyone in stunned silence. Satellite imagery clearly showed that over 5 years the boulder had not merely rotated once, but had been continuously spinning clockwise at an extremely slow, steady pace. It rotates roughly 15 degrees each year, its trajectory forming a perfect arc without a hint of deviation. It was as if an invisible giant hand under the cover of night gently turned this behemoth with a quiet, deliberate touch. The research team immediately launched a comprehensive investigation. They installed gravity sensors, high-definition cameras, and motion capture equipment around the monolith, ruling out all natural possibilities. Underground water flow could not move a rock of this weight. The freeze-thaw forces of the soil were insufficient to create a perfect circular path. Geological subsidence could not produce such regular rotational motion. The rock itself proved to be extremely hard with no internal cavities or fissures, its chemical composition identical to the surrounding bedrock. There was nothing remotely special about it. 3 consecutive months of monitoring sent chills down the researchers' spines. The surveillance footage showed no human or animal approaching the boulder, no external force touching it, and no anomalous phenomena occurring. Yet every day at exactly 3:17 a.m., the sensors would detect an extremely faint vibration, and the boulder would shift ever so slightly imperceptible to the naked eye, its new position seamlessly continuing the arc of its previous trail. No sound, no vibration, as if it possessed a life of its own, turning slowly yet resolutely to its own inner rhythm. The lead researcher wrote the following conclusion in the Geological Society report: "The movement of this rock does not conform to any known mechanical principles. It has no natural cause, no human trace, and remains an inexplicable, anomalous event." When news spread, adventurers, esoteric enthusiasts, and paranormal investigators flocked to the site. Some claimed the boulder was a sacred relic of ancient Native American tribes, bound by age-old enchantments, its rotation, a guardian ritual protecting the rainforest's secrets. Others suggested it sat upon a vein of the Earth's energy, the surging currents propelling its rotation. More audacious theorists speculated it was a marker left by extraterrestrial civilizations, its rotation, a signal transmitting cosmic messages. The local indigenous tribes held the boulder in deep reverence. A tribal elder recounted a legend passed down for 1,000 years. Deep within the rainforest lies a living stone that has witnessed the rise and fall of their people, recording the breath of the earth itself. Its rotation, they say, is a reminder to humanity that nature wields power far beyond our comprehension. The tribes have never dared to approach the boulder, offering only distant prayers during specific ceremonies, regarding it as an incarnation of the divine, too sacred to be profaned. Left with no alternative, the park's administration erected fences and warning signs around the monolith, strictly prohibiting visitors from approaching. On one hand, this was to protect the singular phenomenon from human interference. On the other, they feared the unforeseen dangers that might arise as the rock shifted in the dead of night. A decade has now passed and satellite imagery continues to chronicle the boulder's progression. It still moves silently in the early hours of each morning, its trails layering one upon another like a strange fingerprint etched upon the earth, eloquently testifying to rules that do not belong to this world. Scientists who once doubted can now only categorize it as a terrestrial anomaly. Curious explorers who witnessed the surveillance footage firsthand no longer dare to underestimate this silent slab of rock. The dense fog of the Olympic rainforest still lingers, the ancient trees remain hushed, and that rotating monolith, like a sleeping sentinel, continues its daily turn deep within the woods. It has no beginning, no end, no cause, no answer. It simply exists, defying the laws of physics, revealing to humanity the fantastical mysteries that lie deep within the American continent, hidden beneath the mist and moss, forever beyond the complete grasp of science. The stone continues to turn its trail, ever extending, the phenomenon permanently classified as an unsolved mystery, designated a Level 1 enigmatic zone of the rainforest. Lashimore Mountain, known to many as Zongtong Mountain, is nestled in the Bulake Hills of Nandakita State in the United States. Carved into its granite face are the colossal visages of 4 of America's most influential presidents, Washington, Jefferson, Roosevelt, and Lincoln, making it one of the most iconic human-made landmarks on the North American continent. Since its completion, this gigantic granite sculpture has been accompanied by an inexplicable oddity during torrential downpours and roaring thunder. Low resonant voices emanate from around the mountain. This is the phenomenon known as the Zongtong Mountain rainstorm voices, recorded in Archive 065. This anomalous occurrence was not discovered in modern times. As early as the 1930s, when the carving of Zongtong Mountain was still unfinished, the stonemasons and workers on site repeatedly mentioned it. They reported that while working in heavy rain, they could always hear indistinct murmuring sounds coming from within the mountain or from the faces of the statues. The voices, muffled by the rain and thunder, were exceptionally somber, like someone whispering in low tones or an ancient chant with no discernible source. At the time, the project supervisor attributed the phenomenon to the resonance of wind passing through cracks in the rock, and no further investigation was conducted. The oddity was merely passed down through word of mouth among the workers. It wasn't until the 1980s, with a surge in tourist numbers and the widespread availability of recording devices, that more and more visitors recorded these mysterious human voices during rainy day visits. Reports flooded into the Nandakita State Tourism Bureau and the park management, and the anomalous acoustic phenomenon of Zongtong Mountain was officially documented in archives. According to years of observation records from the Park Patrol, the appearance of the voices follows strict conditions. It must be moderate to heavy rain accompanied by thunder and lightning and wind speeds of at least force 3 on the Beaufort scale. All 3 conditions must be met simultaneously. Moreover, the voices are audible only within a 500-meter radius in front of the Zongtong Mountain statues. Beyond that area, they vanish completely, demonstrating a highly localized spatial limitation. To uncover the truth behind this phenomenon, the United States Geological Survey, in collaboration with acoustic experts, formed a scientific expedition team to conduct a special survey at Zongtong Mountain. The experts first ruled out the possibility of human pranks. During heavy rain, the park closes the core area, leaving no personnel present, and there are no broadcasting or sound-emitting devices in the vicinity. Subsequently, geologists conducted a comprehensive inspection of the mountain's granite structure, discovering that the mountain contains numerous natural rock fissures and cavities, forming a complex underground cavity system. Initially, the experts speculated that wind and rain flowing through these cavities produced resonant sound effects resembling human voices. However, acoustic analysis overturned this conclusion. After professional audio processing, the expedition team found that the recorded sounds possessed clear syllabic rhythms and pitch variations fully conforming to the acoustic characteristics of language, far from mere air turbulence. Even more perplexing, the voices were neither English nor the language of the local indigenous tribes, nor did they belong to any known modern language family. Linguists conducted spectral analysis and waveform comparisons of the audio, but were unable to determine its linguistic affiliation. They could only classify it as an acoustic signal of an unknown language form. This finding completely removed the phenomenon of the Zongtong Mountain voices from the realm of natural occurrences, shrouding it in a rich veil of fantasy. In local folklore and indigenous culture, entirely different explanations exist for the voices of Zongtong Mountain. The Su tribe of Nandakita State has always regarded Lashimoor Mountain as a sacred ancestral mountain. Long before the white men carved the president's faces into the rock, this place was a holy site for the indigenous people to conduct rituals and ceremonies. The elders of the Sioux tribe claim that the voices in the rain do not come from the mountain itself, nor are they natural sound effects. Rather, they are the resonance of the ancestral spirits, sleeping within the mountain, connecting with the present world during storms. They believe that the white men, by carving the president's heads on the sacred mountain, disturbed the spirits of the earth. Those indistinct voices are the warnings and whispers of the ancestors. Paranormal researchers, however, propose another hypothesis. The colossal granite statue of Zongtong Mountain acts like a natural signal receiver and amplifier. During heavy rain, the lightning rain and airflow together form a special energy field that activates the ancient sound wave memories sealed within the mountain. These sounds may be the echoes of indigenous people, conducting rituals, conversing and chanting at the foot of the mountain centuries ago, permanently recorded by the unique geological structure, and replayed under suitable conditions. This hypothesis aligns with similar paranormal phenomena of stone recordings and wall whispers observed in many parts of the world, offering a fantastical interpretation of the mysteries of Zongtong Mountain. To this day, the park authorities have not issued a definitive explanation for the voice phenomenon. They neither deny the existence of the phenomenon, nor endorse the supernatural claims. The only official guidance is a note in the visitor guide: please avoid approaching the mountain during heavy rain to prevent geological risks and unclear acoustic interference. Zongtong Mountain stands silently in the Bulake Hills, the four presidents' faces gazing down upon the land below. The mysterious voices that emerge during rainstorms, like the whispers of the earth, echo repeatedly through the wind and rain. It holds no terror, no chilling plot, yet in a silent way, it recounts the hidden secrets of this land. Science cannot provide a perfect answer, legends have endowed it with a soul. And those low resonant voices accompanying every rainstorm will remain an unsolved fantastical enigma of Zongtong Mountain, resting in the archives of the American continent, awaiting future generations to seek the truth. The Christ the Redeemer statue standing atop Corcovado Mountain is not only the symbol of Rio de Janeiro but also the spiritual landmark of the entire South America. This colossal statue, 38 meters tall and 28 meters wide, has been accompanied by countless legends and anomalies since its completion in 1931. Among them, the most attention-grabbing and best documented is the decades-long phenomenon of the glowing orbs around the Christ statue. This phenomenon is not a fleeting accidental light, but a supernatural event, with fixed patterns, repeatable observations, and substantial evidence, making it one of the most renowned urban fantasy archives in the Americas. The first official recording of the orb phenomenon began in 2015, during a live nighttime aerial broadcast by a local television station in Rio de Janeiro. At that time, the crew hovered a helicopter directly in front of the Christ statue to capture the city's nightscape. The high-definition camera unexpectedly captured 3 white orbs, each about half a meter to a meter in diameter, slowly rising from the palm of the statue's right hand. They circled in irregular trajectories for about 3 minutes before suddenly ascending vertically and disappearing into the clouds. The footage was clear and stable, ruling out common possibilities, such as lens flare, birds, drones, or searchlight reflections. Once broadcast, the video quickly sparked heated discussion across Brazil, and even globally. Countless people began to go to Corcovado Mountain at night to wait and film, leading to an explosive increase in related footage. According to eyewitness records compiled by the Rio Municipal Engineering Bureau and local police, the orb phenomenon mostly occurs between midnight and 4 a.m., most frequently during overcast or misty weather. The orbs are predominantly pure white, pale blue, or warm yellow, with rare occurrences of light purple. They are mostly perfect circles with clear edges, not flickering, expanding, or producing noise, and they leave no light or heat on the ground. Their movement patterns completely defy physical common sense. They can stop instantly, make right-angle turns, ascend or descend vertically, and dart at high speeds. They can even penetrate the stone structure of the Christ statue, emerging directly from within. They exhibit no maneuver characteristics achievable by any human aircraft. The local meteorological department and aviation management authorities jointly conducted a special investigation thoroughly ruling out the possibility of natural phenomena or human-made devices. Meteorologists stated that natural phenomena such as ball lightning, atmospheric static electricity, or fog refraction cannot produce such stable, regular, and controllable orb shapes. Moreover, ball lightning is accompanied by high temperatures and explosive sounds completely inconsistent with the Christ statue orbs. The Brazilian Air Force confirmed that during the phenomenon no military or civilian aircraft passed through the airspace over Corcovado Mountain. The no-fly zone is strictly controlled, and there were no authorized drones or hot air balloons. The power department also confirmed after testing that there were no leakage or discharge phenomena in the statue or its surrounding power lines, and the lighting system was operating normally, making it impossible to generate such floating orbs. Among the public and religious circles, the orb phenomenon has been given profound mystical interpretations. Local Catholic clergy in Rio believe that the orbs are a physical manifestation of divine energy, spiritual entities, guarding the Christ statue representing peace and blessing. Many witnesses claim that upon observing the orbs they feel an extraordinary calm, and their original anxiety and fear dissipate instantly. Some believers even regard it as a miracle. The local indigenous tribes, however, have a completely different explanation. They say Corcovado Mountain is an ancient energy sanctuary, and the orbs are not deities but spiritual entities, formed by the convergence of earth energy. They have been guarding this land for millennia, and the completion of the Christ statue only made the phenomenon more conspicuous. Paranormal researchers and UFO enthusiasts have proposed more science fiction-like hypotheses. They believe that Corcovado Mountain, where the Christ statue stands, is located on a geological fault zone with natural energy fields and spatial rifts. The orbs could be detection devices from extraterrestrial civilizations or energy bodies projected from different dimensions. The statue's massive metal and stone structure acts like a natural signal receiver, attracting these unknown entities to gather here. Some researchers have also found that high-frequency periods of orb appearances are weakly correlated with geological and meteorological events, such as earthquakes and extreme weather, suggesting a possible connection with Earth's internal energy activities. In recent years, with the proliferation of surveillance equipment, the recording of the Christ statue orb phenomenon has become increasingly systematic. The Rio municipal authorities have installed 24-hour infrared surveillance around the statue, capturing dozens of clear orb images almost every year. These recordings are permanently archived, serving as the most solid supporting evidence. The authorities have never given a definitive conclusion, neither acknowledging it as a supernatural phenomenon, nor fully explaining it with scientific theory. They simply classify it as an unexplained atmospheric optical phenomenon. To this day, whenever night falls, the Christ statue on Corcovado Mountain still silently overlooks the city of Rio de Janeiro in the darkness. Those mysterious orbs still appear from time to time, silently gliding between the statue's arms, becoming the gentlest and most enigmatic nightscape of the city. It has no terrifying atmosphere, no horrifying events. It simply exists in a quiet and eerie manner, becoming a faint light, connecting the human world with the unknown, science with mystery. For the countless tourists and believers who come here, whether the orbs are a natural coincidence, a human illusion, or a true miracle, has long ceased to matter. People prefer to believe that around the statue, symbolizing love and redemption, there truly exists something transcendent silently guarding this lively yet weathered coastal city, allowing fantasy and reality to blend perfectly under the light of the Christ statue. Mammoth Cave is the longest known limestone cave system in the world. As of 2026, its explored passages exceed 680 miles, winding intricately like an underground labyrinth, earning it the title, the deepest lungs of the earth. This subterranean expanse, silent for hundreds of millions of years, has been haunted by the legend of the Cave Whisper since large-scale exploration began in the 19th century. Early pioneers, miners, and guides all mentioned hearing faint human voices in the deep caves far from the main tourist areas. So close it seemed as if someone were whispering in their ears, yet the words were indistinguishable. The voices were cold, steady, utterly devoid of emotion, and no matter how they searched, the source could never be found. What officially brought this phenomenon to record and triggered scientific research was a targeted expedition at the end of the 20th century. The U.S. National Park Service, in conjunction with experts in geology, biology, and linguistics, formed a special task force to enter the unopened sections of Mammoth Cave, aiming to investigate underground ecological and geological hazards. When the team reached the third underground level, about 12 miles from the entrance at a place called the Silent Corridor, all members simultaneously heard a continuous whispering. The sound did not come from the ceiling, the ground, or the rock walls. It seemed to materialize directly in the air. Uniform, three-dimensional, and impossible to locate in any direction. The accompanying recording equipment captured the audio immediately. The original recording lasted about 47 seconds, with stable frequency, regular rhythm, and clear linguistic syllable features. Definitely not wind, water flow, geological vibrations, or animal calls. This recording was sent to the American Indian Language Society for professional analysis, and the results shocked the entire academic community. The linguists who participated in the analysis confirmed that the whispering was in an ancient Indian language that had been extinct for over 1,000 years. It did not belong to any existing Native American language system in the United States today, had no direct connection to Cherokee, Shawnee, Iroquois, or other tribal languages, and its vocabulary structure and phonetic logic were closer to the ancient ritual language of the height of the Mississippian culture. More bizarrely, when linguists attempted to decipher the syllable fragments, they found that the content repeatedly featured short phrases like, "The earth sleeps," "Do not go deeper," and "The guardian is here," as if they were warnings, not random murmurs. The geological structure of Mammoth Cave makes it impossible for humans to have lived there long-term. Around the whispering area, archaeologists have only found a few prehistoric Indian remains from around 2000 BC, including flint tools, pottery fragments, and simple murals. No direct evidence of any written language or linguistic transmission. In other words, within this underground space long abandoned by ancient peoples, a language that had disappeared 1,000 years ago continued to echo, defying all common sense in acoustics, biology, and archaeology. In the expedition report, the park administration explicitly marked the silent corridor as a no-entry area unless necessary. Not because of geological danger, but because of inexplicable acoustic anomalies and psychological effects. Several expedition members and guides reported that prolonged stays in the whispering area induced intense feelings of oppression and being watched. Some suffered from insomnia, hallucinations, and memory decline, and even days after leaving the cave they could still hear that indistinct whisper echoing in their ears. A Native American elder once made a special trip to the cave entrance, saying that this underground world was a channel where ancestors converse with the earth, and that the whispering was not ghosts but ancient memories sealed in rock. The earth repeating sounds from millions of years ago. The scientific community has yet to provide a unified explanation. Geologists believe the limestone structure may have created a natural sound storage effect, recording sounds from ancient times and replaying them under specific temperatures, humidity, and vibrations. Acoustics experts refute this hypothesis, pointing out that no natural geological structure can stably store and replay language. Paranormal researchers, on the other hand, believe that Mammoth Cave, as one of the oldest underground spaces in the Americas, contains dimensional rifts connecting to the spirit world and ancient civilizations, and the whispering is a trace from another realm. Today, the cave whisper of Mammoth Cave remains one of the most iconic, unexplained mysteries of the Americas. It involves no bloody disappearance cases, no terrifying apparitions, only a cold, ancient, unending whisper hidden in the deepest darkness of the earth, reminding humanity that beyond civilization and technology, countless inexplicable secrets silently exist in the earth beneath our feet. This ancient language without a source has no beginning and no end, just like Mammoth Cave itself, quietly existing in the darkness, waiting for the day it is truly understood. Based on the rural historical archives of Quebec province, decades of collective oral accounts from local residents, police dispatch records, and winter patrol footage, in the outskirts of Saint-Anne-de-Beaupré, eastern Quebec, vast expanses of primordial spruce forest stretch across undulating hills. Once deep winter arrives, the region is blanketed by half a meter of snow, with short days and long nights embodying the most solitary winter atmosphere in eastern North America. Amid this silent, snow-covered wilderness, the legend of the phantom carriage in the snowy night, passed down for nearly 200 years, has evolved from a rural folktale into a documented paranormal phenomenon with substantial evidence officially recorded. This constitutes the core of Archive No. 066. The origin of this anomaly can be traced back to a sealed tragedy from 1867, at the dawn of the Canadian Confederation. According to the records of the Quebec Provincial Rural Historical Archives, during the bitter cold of winter, that year a noblewoman named Isabelle, accompanied by a coachman and servants, rode a carriage toward a convent to pray. They encountered a once-in-a-century blizzard with visibility less than 3 meters. The carriage accidentally plunged into a frozen river valley, and none of the 3 aboard survived. Afterward, local villagers organized a search, but they never found the carriage or the bodies. Only a few broken reins and a shattered family crest were discovered in the snow. Since then, at the same time, each year local residents have claimed to see a black carriage slowly moving through the woods on snowy nights, as if searching for the path it lost long ago. Over the past century, sightings of the phantom carriage have never ceased. In modern times, with the proliferation of automobiles and the normalization of night patrols, the testimonies have become more systematic and credible. According to statistics from the Quebec Provincial Police and the Rural Self-Defense Force, in the past 3 decades alone, formally registered sightings have exceeded 170. Witnesses include local villagers, mail carriers, truck drivers, forest rangers, and even police officers. All descriptions are highly consistent. The phantom carriage appears only on nights with temperatures below -15 C, a heavy snowfall, and wind speeds under level 2, typically between 100 and 300 m. Traveling along the old horse track from a century ago. The carriage is entirely deep black, styled in the mid-19th century French aristocratic fashion, with a white velvet canopy. 2 tall, thin white horses pull it, and the coachman wears a top hat and a heavy overcoat, his face blurred like white mist. Inside the carriage, the silhouette of a woman in a long dress can be faintly seen, remaining completely motionless throughout. The most physically impossible aspect is that the carriage glides over thick snow without leaving any hoof prints or wheel tracks. It carries no lights but emits a faint cold white glow that does not illuminate the surrounding trees. There is no sound of hoofbeats or wheels rolling. A silence as if it were a floating phantom. Several bold witnesses attempted to drive closer, but as soon as the distance shrank to within 50 meters, the entire carriage along with the horses and passengers would vanish completely within 1 second, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. In the deep winter of 2011, a night patrol officer in Quebec province captured a full 47-second video of the phantom carriage on his dashboard camera. The footage showed the carriage moving steadily through the snow, leaving no tracks and making no sound. This video was sealed by the police and became the most compelling evidence for Archive 066. Local authorities have repeatedly attempted to explain the phenomenon as optical refraction, snow mirages, or psychological suggestion, but they have never been able to convince the residents who witnessed it firsthand. In Quebec's local folklore, the story of the phantom carriage is imbued with a tragic and poignant hue. The elders say that the deceased Miss Isabel was carrying medicine and donations for orphans, but her journey was delayed by the blizzard, leading to her regretful death. Her soul and the carriage remain trapped on this snowfield, endlessly repeating the unfinished route, awaiting an arrival that will never come. The local Catholic diocese held a mass for this nameless tragedy, yet even so, every deep winter heavy snowfall, the phantom carriage still appears, punctually becoming a fixed, nocturnal passerby on the snowfield. The scientific community and paranormal researchers have proposed multiple hypotheses. Geologists believe that Quebec's permafrost and snow possess a unique magnetic structure capable of recording and replaying century-old images under extreme cold, forming a phenomenon akin to a natural video recorder. Paranormal investigators firmly believe this is a highly persistent earthbound spirit, unable to reincarnate, due to an unfulfilled wish forever lingering at the site of death. Local indigenous people suggest that this forest itself is a boundary between the spirit world and the mortal realm, and heavy snow weakens the barrier between the two worlds, allowing the living to see the shadows of the other side. Today, the Quebec provincial government has not banned people from visiting the sighting area, but during deep winter warning signs are erected reminding drivers to slow down on snowy roads, and not to chase anomalies lest they cause danger. Local residents have long grown accustomed to the phantom carriage. Many, when encountering it on a snowy night, will silently pull over and yield, as if paying respect to a traveler from the past. It is non-aggressive, devoid of terrifying apparitions, simply moving quietly through the snowy forest, guarding a forgotten history, completing an endless journey. The winters of North America are long and cold, countless secrets are buried beneath the ice and snow. The phantom carriage of Quebec is among the gentlest and loneliest of them. It transcends a century of time, ignores the boundary between life and death, and arrives as promised every snowy night. Science cannot define its existence, or history cannot erase its traces. It simply glides silently across the snowfield, becoming a cold, eternal white phantom in the annals of America's fantastic archives. When one mentions Rio de Janeiro, images of the sun-drenched Copacabana beach, the towering Christ the Redeemer statue, and the passionate rhythms of samba music inevitably come to mind. Yet within the hillsides of this city lie vast, densely packed favelas. Here there are no orderly streets, no reliable electricity, and certainly no adequate lighting. As midnight falls, most of the area plunges into darkness and silence. But above these seemingly ordinary favelas, for many years a bizarre phenomenon has repeatedly appeared. One that local residents, police, and even the media have been unable to explain. Late at night, a slowly moving red orb materializes out of thin air in the sky, silent and windless, leaving no trace, hovering for a moment before vanishing without warning. It is not festival fireworks, not aircraft navigation lights, not drones, nor distant neon signs. Countless local residents have witnessed it with their own eyes, and countless recordings have been captured on mobile phones. This is a real yet still unexplained celestial anomaly. The earliest concentrated records of this mysterious red light appeared in 2017. That year, several local media outlets published videos recorded by residents. In the footage, a fist-sized spherical orb, emitting a soft red glow, hovered against the deep black night sky. It did not flicker, made no sound, and moved with extraordinary slowness, drifting lazily through the air, sometimes hovering, sometimes turning gradually its trajectory, defying all conventional logic of flight. Even more strangely, it appeared at a remarkably low altitude, directly above residential buildings, clearly visible yet never approaching the crowds, and never posing any threat. Once the news broke, it caused quite a stir in Rio de Janeiro. At first some speculated it was a signal light from a nearby factory, others blamed malfunctioning aerial equipment, and some even suggested it was a child's toy balloon. But local residents quickly dismissed all these theories. The orb appeared at completely irregular times, sometimes in the deep hours of the night, sometimes at dusk. It showed up on clear nights and persisted through rain and heavy fog alike. Unaffected by wind, undisturbed by power lines, and unfazed by buildings blocking its path, it seemed to operate entirely outside the known laws of physics. Local police patrol helicopters were repeatedly called to investigate the area where the orb appeared. Pilots could clearly see the red orb with their naked eyes, yet the aircraft's radar, thermal imaging, and standard surveillance equipment detected absolutely nothing. It was as though the orb existed solely within human vision, rendering itself invisible to all electronic devices. When patrol officers attempted to approach, the orb would slowly ascend, maintaining its distance. Once they pulled back, it would resume its leisurely drift, all the while shrouded in an unnerving silence. Some residents tried capturing it with professional cameras and night vision equipment, but the results were even more bewildering. What appeared as a clear bright red orb to the naked eye showed up as either pitch black or a faint barely visible, in photographs and videos, completely failing to reproduce what was actually witnessed. It was as though an invisible force was preventing humanity from capturing definitive proof of its existence. The elderly residents of the favelas had their own understanding of the orb. In the legends of the favelas, this red light was neither an alien craft nor a natural phenomenon, but rather a spiritual flame guarding the area. Some say it is the soul of a child who passed away unexpectedly in the favela years ago, unable to leave behind the land filled with the warmth of daily life, transforming into a glowing orb to wander silently through the night. Others believe it is the collective longing of countless ordinary lives within the favelas shining in the darkness, as a symbol that even in the dimmest corners a faint yet unwavering light persists. Some paranormal researchers suggest that Rio de Janeiro, nestled between mountains and sea, possesses a unique geomagnetic environment, and that the mountainous terrain beneath the favelas may store vast amounts of energy. Under certain conditions, this energy could be released in the form of light, creating the red orb that people observe. Yet this theory too fails to explain the orb's seemingly conscious movement patterns and its ability to remain invisible to electronic equipment. As sightings multiplied, the red orb gradually became a special presence in the hearts of local residents. No one feared it, no one drove it away. Instead, people came to regard it as the night watchman of the favelas. Travelers returning late at night felt a sense of comfort upon seeing the red glow. Residents staying up late would occasionally catch sight of it drifting past their open windows like a silent visitor. It never harmed anyone, never caused destruction. It simply appeared quietly and departed quietly, leaving behind countless mysteries for people to ponder. After 2017, a local media conducted multiple follow-up reports on the phenomenon, inviting physicists, astronomers, and paranormal researchers to analyze it together, but no unified authoritative conclusion was ever reached. Some attributed it to atmospheric optical phenomena, others to geomagnetic anomalies. Some firmly believed it was an unknown aircraft, while others stubbornly held that it was a gentle gaze from another world. Even today, this mysterious red orb continues to appear irregularly above the favelas of Rio de Janeiro. It remains silent, remains enigmatic, offering no explanation of its origins, nor revealing its destination. It simply lights up a faint red glow in the darkness, becoming the quietest and most captivating unsolved mystery behind this bustling metropolis. Unlike other paranormal tales filled with fear and dread, this one carries a gentle tenderness. It reminds us that even in the most overlooked corners, even in the darkest hours of night, unexplainable light still exists, and romance and mystery beyond the bounds of reality endure. Deep within the lush tropical rainforests of Campeche, a state in southeastern Mexico, lies a little-known ancient Mayan city in ruins. It lacks the grandeur of Chichen Itza, nor does it possess the elegance of Palenque, yet due to a bizarre phenomenon that defies the laws of physics, it has been listed among the most enigmatic, unsolved mysteries in Mexican archaeology. Sealed away by the jungle for centuries, the city was only rediscovered by an expedition team at the end of the 20th century. Its stone walls are modeled temples lie in ruin, and moss covers the stone steps, every inch bearing the marks of time's relentless passage. Yet this seemingly ordinary abandoned city hides a secret that baffles scientists, archaeologists, and acousticians alike. Clap your hands here, and instead of a normal echo you receive a series of clear, brief, multitonal responses that resemble ancient syllables. It is not an echo at all, it is as if someone is answering you. An ordinary echo is a repetitive sound that bounces back when sound waves hit an obstacle. Monotonous, delayed, and gradually fading. But in the central plaza of this Mayan city, a simple clap of your hands does not yield a mere clapping sound. Instead, a sequence of regular syllables akin to ta-ta, ta reaches your ears. Rhythmic, crisp, and reminiscent of the phonetics of some ancient language or the special beats used in temple rituals. What is even more astonishing is that this eerie response only occurs at a specific spot in the center of the plaza. Step a few feet away, and the sound instantly reverts to a normal, natural echo. A single step separates two entirely different acoustic effects, as if an invisible boundary divides reality from the distant past. It was the indigenous people who first discovered this phenomenon while venturing into the jungle to gather. They stumbled upon the ancient city by accident. When they clapped their hands in the center of the plaza to rest, the strange syllables that echoed back chilled them to the bone. They believed it was the response of the Mayan gods, the ancestors communicating with modern humans, and from then on they dared not set foot in the area again. When word reached the National Institute of Anthropology and History of Mexico, a team of professional archaeologists immediately moved in to conduct a comprehensive investigation and study of the site. Initially, the archaeologists assumed it was a special acoustic phenomenon caused by the architectural structures. After all, in Mayan civilization, the design of temples, plazas, and stairways often incorporated sophisticated astronomical, geometric, and acoustic knowledge. However, after repeated measurements, modeling, and sound wave analysis, experts reached a shocking conclusion: the materials, height, angles, and spacing of the stone walls in the city could not possibly produce such a regular echo that closely mimicked human speech. According to the principles of physical acoustics, only ordinary reflected sound could occur here, it was impossible for a multisyllabic rhythmic response to form. In other words, the sounds emitted by this land surpassed the bounds of natural physics. To delve deeper, the archaeological team invited acousticians and linguists to join the study. The acousticians recorded the echo waveforms with professional equipment, and found that their vibration frequencies closely matched human speech. The linguists meanwhile listened to the audio repeatedly attempting to compare it with ancient languages such as Mayan and Quechua. They discovered that although untranslatable, the syllables were remarkably consistent with the rhythm of the divine responses documented in Mayan ritual texts. When the local elder of Mayan descendants heard about it, he simply said, "This is not an architectural coincidence. It is the city speaking." In ancient Mayan legend, sounds served as the bridge connecting the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The Maya believed that their temples, plazas, and altars were channels for communicating with the deities. Clapping, drumming, and chanting were all means of transmitting messages. And this city was exactly the sacred site where Mayan priests once held important sacrificial ceremonies. Whenever a priest made a sound in the center of the plaza, the gods would respond, foretelling fortune or misfortune and offering guidance. Centuries have passed since the Maya left and the city fell into ruin, yet the land seems to have remembered the rituals and the patterns of sound. Whenever someone sends a signal from that same spot, the city automatically gives a preordained answer. What is even more unsettling is the discovery on the site's stone walls of numerous mysterious carvings, depicting sounds, sacrifice, and deities. In the carvings, a priest stands in the center of the plaza clapping his hands, while the outline of a deity appears in the sky, and the stone walls emit light, as if corroborating the legend's authenticity. These carvings perfectly echo the strange sounds heard by modern visitors. Today, the Mayan city has been open to protected visitation by the Mexican government, but only a limited number of researchers and tourists are allowed entry. Every visitor who steps into the center of the plaza feels compelled to softly clap their hands, then hold their breath listening to that mysterious response from the ancient past. Some say the sound is cold and alien, sending chills down the spine. Others say it is measured and solemn, as if transported to a sacrificial ceremony 1,000 years ago. Still others believe it is the last sonic code left by the Mayan civilization, awaiting decipherment by future generations. In the humid rainforest, sunlight filters through the leaves onto the ancient stone bricks, and the wind rustles through the ruins of the temple, producing a soft whispering sound. When you give a gentle clap in the center of the plaza, that multisyllabic echo so foreign to the modern world and to nature itself resounds, brief yet profoundly stirring. It does not frighten like a horror story, but carries a weight and mystery that transcends time and space, making you truly feel that a great civilization has never truly faded away. It has merely fallen silent, waiting, guarding its own secrets in a way that humanity cannot fully comprehend. This is the Mayan city of Campeche, Mexico. A voice from ancient stone walls, an answer from the distant past, and one of the most captivating acoustic mysteries on the American continent. In the province of Manitoba, central Canada, stretches an endless golden prairie. The terrain is flat and vast, the sky high and wide, and the wind is the eternal protagonist of this land. For thousands of years, the prairie wind has seen waves of immigrants come and go, witness the rise and fall of ranches, and brushed through countless stories of indigenous peoples and settlers. An ancient saying has long been passed down among the locals: the prairie wind is not merely air in motion. It carries the voices of distant places and the whispers of those who have passed. And on a desolate stretch of prairie in central Manitoba, there exists a strange wind that science cannot explain. A wind the locals call the talking wind. This prairie is far from towns, with no roads, no inhabitants. Only rolling wild grass and the occasional passing wildlife. Local herders, hunters, and hikers all hold this place in awe and rarely venture near, for they all know that in this area a most peculiar wind arises. It is not fierce like a gale nor howling like a storm. Its speed is gentle, its force soft, indistinguishable from an ordinary prairie breeze. Yet within this seemingly calm wind lies a chilling secret. The wind carries clearly audible whispers, fragmented, indistinct, yet undeniably real. The earliest records date back over 100 years. When a group of European settlers came to Manitoba to cultivate the land, someone who ventured deep into the prairie suddenly heard faint voices speaking beside their ears. The sound was like someone whispering softly nearby, or like voices muffled behind a thick fog. Distant, blurred, yet remarkably clear. People looked around, but within miles there was no one. No houses, no tents, no radios or loudspeakers. The only thing present was the wind gently brushing the grass. At first everyone thought it was an illusion, auditory fatigue from walking too long on the empty prairie. But more and more people encountered the same phenomenon. Whether by day or at dusk, as long as one stepped into that area, the strange wind carrying human voices would appear. Some tried to discern the whispers. The language was not modern. No English, no French, no common indigenous tongue. The tone was ancient, deep, like a chant or a lament. No one could understand the meaning, yet a faint sadness and desolation could be felt in the sound. The local indigenous tribes have their own explanation. The tribal elder said that long ago this land was a sacred site for ancient tribal ceremonies. Countless ancestors rest here. Their souls did not depart but transformed into the wind on the prairie. Those whispers are not illusions. They are the ancestors guarding the land, passing messages from ancient times to those who pass by. They do not harm or frighten people. They simply exist in their own way on this prairie they deeply love. To verify the authenticity of this phenomenon, the Canadian Meteorological Service and geological research institutions have sent multiple scientific expeditions to the area for field detection. Experts brought professional recording equipment, anemometers, and acoustic analyzers, setting up camp and conducting observations in the area where the strange wind often appears. The results were astonishing. The instruments clearly captured abnormal acoustic frequencies in the wind. These sound waves were not naturally produced, not from animals, not environmental noise, but vibrational waveforms highly resembling human speech. Yet eerily, when the team tried to expand the search for the source of the sound, they found nothing. No underground cavities, no man-made structures, no broadcast signals, no equipment capable of generating human voices. Surrounding them was nothing but grass and soil. Anemometer readings showed normal wind speed and stable airflow, entirely consistent with natural wind with no abnormal turbulence. In other words, within a completely natural normal wind, human whispers appeared out of thin air. This result left the scientists present unable to explain. Some speculated that it might be sound reflection from the terrain. Faraway town sounds refracted over long distances. Others thought geomagnetic anomalies affected human hearing, causing auditory hallucinations. Still others guessed that ancient voices were recorded by some geological structure and replayed under specific weather conditions like a natural tape recorder. But none of these hypotheses perfectly matched the observed phenomenon. Decades passed, and this talking prairie remains shrouded in mystery. Herders deliberately steer clear of it, while grazing and adventurers regard it as Manitoba's most enigmatic unsolved mystery. Many people come specifically to listen to the whispers in the wind. Some feel fear, some find peace, and others sense a century-spanning loneliness and longing in the indistinct sounds. No one knows what the whispers are saying, no one knows where they come from, or why they exist within the gentle prairie wind. All people know is that whenever the strange wind sweeps over the grass, the rustling blades mingle with the faint human voices like an ancient mysterious ballad softly echoing across the vast land. On the boundless prairie of Manitoba, the wind still blows. It carries away dust, carries away time, and brings with it those whispers that no one can understand. This is not a terrifying supernatural event nor a dangerous natural anomaly. It is a gentle riddle left by nature for humanity, an ancient secret hidden in the wind. It reminds us that on this vast American continent, there are still too many things we cannot comprehend or explain. The wind has a voice, the land has memories, and those unseen presences may have always been by our side, quietly accompanying this land. Arizona, located in the southwestern United States, is a world of desert, a homeland of boulders and badlands, and a kingdom of giant saguaro cacti. Across this vast and barren land stand thousands of saguaro cacti, tall, upright, and silent like sentinels guarding the desert, enduring centuries of scorching sun, wind, and shifting sands. The indigenous people have always believed that these giant cacti are no ordinary plants. They are spirits of the earth, souls of the wilderness, possessing mysterious powers beyond human comprehension. And in a wilderness reserve in eastern Arizona, there stands one extraordinarily special cactus. One that everyone who has seen it will never forget. This cactus is not the tallest in the entire desert, yet it has an exceptionally symmetrical shape. A straight trunk, balanced branches, and from afar it resembles a quietly standing human figure. The local park management had long since catalogued it as part of the ordinary natural landscape until a few decades ago, when a hiker stumbled upon a chilling secret. Every day at sunset, when sunlight strikes the cactus at a specific angle, its shadow cast on the ground transforms into a clearly defined human silhouette within just 5 minutes. Not a vague outline, not an imagined shape, but a complete human shadow, with a head, a body, and distinct arm postures. It is as if an invisible person stands where the cactus is, facing the setting sun, quietly motionless. The first to notice this phenomenon was a geological surveyor. One evening, as he finished his work and headed back to camp, he turned toward the setting sun and suddenly saw a tall human silhouette on the ground. At first he thought he had encountered another explorer, but looking around, the empty desert held only that cactus. No one else. When he turned his gaze back to the ground, the silhouette was still there, calm and motionless. A chill ran down the surveyor's spine. He slowly approached and realized it was not the shadow of a real person, but the eerie projection of the giant cactus cast by the setting sun. Even stranger, this human-shaped shadow lasted exactly 5 minutes. It emerged when the sun fell to a specific height on the horizon, gradually sharpened as the light shifted, then vanished the instant the angle changed, reverting to an ordinary cactus shadow. Precise to the second, like a set mystical ritual. Word quickly reached the Arizona Park Management, and staff along with geologists came specifically to observe. After several consecutive days of recording, they confirmed that the phenomenon was no coincidence. As long as the weather was clear and the sunset angle normal, the human-shaped shadow appeared on schedule. Experts tried to explain it through optical principles, plant morphology, and terrain slope, but after repeated measurements, modeling, and simulations, everyone had to admit one fact: given the natural structure of this cactus, no matter from what angle light struck it, it was impossible to form such a regular, lifelike, complete human shadow. Its branch angles, trunk thickness, and growth pattern were insufficient to support such precise projection. Yet during those 5 minutes every day it defied natural logic and transformed into a silent human figure standing upon the wilderness. When the local indigenous tribes learned of this, they were not surprised. An elder of the tribe said that this cactus was no longer an ordinary plant. It was the embodiment of a departed guardian. Long, long ago, a brave warrior who protected the tribe sacrificed his life in this desert to save his people. His soul never left. Instead it attached itself to the cactus that reached closest to the sky, continuing to watch over this land. Every sunset, when the yin and yang of heaven and earth alternate, his soul briefly appears, leaving a human-shaped shadow to tell the world that he has never gone. Some explorers and paranormal enthusiasts speculate that beneath this desert lie secrets unknown to the world. Perhaps ancient tombs, lost ruins, or a tragedy buried by time. And this cactus serves as a portal connecting the present to the past. The 5-minute human shadow is a fleeting manifestation from another world. As eyewitness reports accumulated, the Arizona Park Management officially recorded the phenomenon and established an observation post nearby. Yet without overdevelopment or excessive publicity, they chose to respect the mystery of the wilderness and the silence of that cactus. Many visitors come specifically to wait, eager to witness the eerie yet awe-inspiring 5 minutes. Some capture photos and videos, becoming inexplicable visual evidence, while others stand quietly beside the shadow, feeling a strange solemnity and peace. Not fear, but a deep, powerful force from the wild. Some say that if you spend enough time in the desert, you come to understand that every stone and every plant here has its own story. They do not speak, but they record the years and narrate history in their own way. And this cactus that becomes a human figure is one of the gentlest and most mysterious of them all. It does not frighten or harm. It simply reveals its form for 5 minutes each sunset, then quietly fades back into the desert, becoming an ordinary cactus once more. Day after day, year after year, amid the blazing sun and drifting sands, it holds fast to its secret. In the vast and desolate Arizona desert, the wind blows, the sand moves, and time flows slowly. And that cactus still at sunset transforms into a silent human silhouette, becoming one of the most peculiar and captivating natural mysteries on the American continent. In the sprawling metropolis of Sao Paulo, the largest city in Brazil, towering skyscrapers and ceaseless traffic have all but erased the vestiges of history beneath the relentless din of urban life. Yet deep within the city, in a forgotten quarter of the old town, stands a long-abandoned railway station in silent solitude. Built in the early 20th century, it was once Sao Paulo's busiest and most vibrant transportation hub, bearing witness to countless farewells and reunions, and to the splendor and decline of an entire era. But in 1950, due to urban planning adjustments and the opening of new lines, this old station was officially decommissioned. Its gates have remained sealed ever since, rusted and time-worn, utterly forgotten by the passage of years. By all logic, a railway station that has been out of service for over 70 years should be silent and devoid of life. Doors and windows sealed, tracks rusted, lights extinguished. All equipment stopped long ago, including the clock tower that once stood atop the station, calibrating the time for the entire city. Yet local residents, patrolling police officers, and scavengers passing by in the dead of night have all witnessed a bizarre phenomenon defying the laws of physics. One that remains unexplained to this day. The pendulum of that clock tower, long disconnected from power and motionless for decades, was still swinging on its own. No electrical drive, no mechanical winding, no maintenance or touch, no external force. It simply swung silently, steadily, day after day. The first to notice the anomaly was an elderly man who had kept a shop near the station for his entire life. According to his recollection, 3 years after the station closed, late one night, as he was about to shut up shop, he happened to glance up at the clock tower and saw the heavy brass pendulum slowly swaying in the darkness. Thinking his eyes were playing tricks, he rubbed them and looked again. The pendulum was still swinging back and forth with a steady rhythm, unhurried, exactly as it had when the station was in operation. The old man was too frightened to utter a word. He observed it for several days in a row, and the result sent a chill down his spine. Rain or shine, day or night, that pendulum never stopped. Word gradually spread through the old town, and more people came to verify the claim. Some brought cameras and captured clear images of the pendulum's swinging trajectory, while others kept watch from a distance all night, confirming that no one approached the tower and no mechanical device was in operation. Physics enthusiasts even came to conduct tests, and their findings were even more unsettling. The internal mechanical structure of the clock tower had long since rusted and seized, gears broken, mainsprings ruined. Theoretically, it could not possibly run on its own. Yet the scene before their eyes defied every scientific explanation. What made it even more astonishing was that the clock tower's time had been frozen forever at the moment the station closed in 1950. The hour and minute hands remained motionless, firmly fixed at the endpoint of history, while only the pendulum, the symbol of time's passage, stubbornly kept moving. One still, one moving. Forming a scene both eerie and oppressive, as if some invisible force was forcibly holding on to a piece of time that had already passed. Local workers once attempted to ascend the clock tower for inspection, but every time they drew near, strange phenomena occurred. Compasses spun wildly, flashlights mysteriously went out, walkie-talkies lost signal, and some even felt an invisible force pushing them back, preventing further approach. After several attempts, no one dared to set foot on that mysterious clock tower again. Some say that within this railway station dwell souls unwilling to leave, During the decades of its operation, countless stories unfolded here. Travelers who missed their trains and lost their chances in life, the station master who stood guard until the very last moment, workers who met their untimely end within the station, and ordinary people who arrived in Sao Paulo with dreams only to be swallowed by reality. Their obsessions ran so deep that even death could not sever them from the place they had guarded all their lives. And so, in their own way, they kept the clock tower, a symbol of homecoming and hope, perpetually in motion. Others say it is the mark of time itself. A building that has witnessed so many joys and sorrows has acquired a life of its own. Even if humans depart, even if the city transforms, it still breathes and moves in its own way, proving that it once existed. The local government once considered demolishing the abandoned station, but as soon as the plan was proposed, it met with fierce opposition from the Old Town residents. Everyone had tacitly accepted the existence of the clock tower, regarding it as part of the old quarter. In the dead of night, when no bells rang and no trains roared, the solitary swinging pendulum became the city's quietest vigil keeper. To this day, countless adventure enthusiasts, paranormal bloggers, and history buffs travel, specifically to Sao Paulo, just to see with their own eyes that pendulum swinging of its own accord. They bring equipment but can explain nothing. They seek answers but only encounter a silence that transcends time. No terrifying screams, no eerie apparitions, no frightening sounds. The pendulum of this old railway station simply swings quietly, steadily, eternally. It is like a silent storyteller reminding us that some times never truly pass, some places are never truly forgotten, and some obsessions remain in this world in ways we cannot comprehend. In the bustling clamor of a modern metropolis, this gently swaying shadow has become one of the most tender and mysterious wonders on the American continent. Tennessee, a land steeped in the richest narratives of the American South. It is the birthplace of blues music, the cradle of country melodies, where countless wandering singers, disheartened musicians, and ordinary dreamers once cradled their guitars, pouring the joys and sorrows of a lifetime into the strings. And in an unassuming old district of Tennessee nestled a seemingly ordinary brick-red building. This house bore no signboard, no tourist description, and even the local youth knew little of its origins. Yet any elderly resident would quietly warn you never pass by this house late at night, for you might hear the blues melody drifting from another world. The protagonist of this tale was a blues singer who blazed brightly in the 1930s only to fade swiftly. No one remembered his full true name. He was simply known as Old Black. He never left Tennessee in his life, never recorded a record, never graced a grand stage. His only stages were beneath streetlights, in the corners of taverns, and beside the benches of train stations. His voice was husky and deep like rainwater flowing over stone paths in the dead of night. Every note harbored solitude, regret, and a heartache known to none. What Old Black excelled at was playing a nameless blues tune late at night. The melody was slow, the lyrics vague. Those who heard it said that the moment the song began, the entire world fell silent, even the wind paused in its tracks. Yet fate was extraordinarily cruel to this gifted singer. In the 1930s, during the Great Depression, the life of a grassroots artist was a struggle for survival. Old Black had no wife, no children, no relatives, no friends. His sole companion was a wooden guitar that had accompanied him for over a decade. One cold, rainy night, after singing his final song at the tavern, as usual, he returned to his small room and never emerged again. The official record was simple: died of illness, cause unknown, body unclaimed. The small building he had lived in was left vacant ever since. At first no one thought it strange. But from the first full moon night after his departure, peculiar events began to unfold. The first to notice the anomaly was the elderly man living next door. The old man, a light sleeper, would clearly hear the soft strumming of a guitar coming from next door precisely at midnight. It was not modern music nor a broadcast from a radio. It was the sound of fingers plucking strings with a slight raw imperfection, a living performance. The melody was slow and sorrowful, unmistakably, the nameless blues that only Old Black would play. The old man initially thought a new tenant had moved in, but when he knocked on the door, the room was empty, thick with dust, utterly uninhabited. Word spread slowly, and more people passing by the house late at night heard that indelible guitar sound. Some recorded the sound from outside the wall. The recording was faint and distant, yet distinct enough to recognize the timbre of an old wooden guitar. No electronic effects, no post-processing, as pure as if it came from decades ago. What sent chills down the spine was the timing. The guitar always sounded precisely at midnight, not a second off. And that hour was exactly when Old Black had been found dead. A local journalist came to investigate, staking out the place for 7 consecutive days. Every midnight, the guitar sound arrived on time. The journalist brought the recording to a radio station and invited music experts to analyze it. Their conclusion: the style, fingering, and rhythmic characteristics perfectly matched the street blues of 1930s Tennessee, nearly impossible for a modern musician to replicate so authentically. A skeptic once ventured into the small building late at night, determined to uncover the truth. But upon pushing open the door, the room was pitch black. No light, no guitar, no figure. Only cold air and dust-covered floors. Yet standing in the center of the room, the guitar sound seemed to hover right by the ears, so clear that one could hear the friction of fingers sliding over the strings, and even catch a faint, barely audible sigh. You could see no one yet you could distinctly feel that a lonely soul was sitting in the corner of the room, playing his beloved song over and over again. Decades passed. The small building changed hands several times but no owner stayed long. Some said they were awakened by the guitar at midnight, others said that when they closed their eyes they could see a blurry figure of a black man cradling a guitar by the window. No one was afraid, more than anything they felt a pang of sorrow. The local elderly said that Old Black's life had been too bitter. No family, no home, no possessions to leave behind. The only thing he could not let go of was his guitar and his song. He was not here to frighten anyone. He simply could not bear to leave the place he had once warmed with his music, nor could he part with the old guitar that had accompanied him through all his suffering. So he chose to stay, playing his blues anew every midnight. To this day, the small building still stands on the streets of Tennessee. It has not been demolished nor renovated. The local government has even quietly designated it as a special historical building. No one disturbs the soul within anymore. Only occasionally a passerby at midnight will slow down and quietly listen to a piece of music from another world. It tells us that the most terrifying thing in this world is never a ghost but a lifetime of unheard regrets and a depth of love that was never remembered. Across the vast expanse of the African continent, elephants have long been revered as symbols of wisdom, familial bonds, and the very spirit of the land. They possess highly complex social structures, remarkable memories, and are even capable of perceiving the death of their companions and holding simple farewell rituals. Yet from 2020 onward, a sinister shadow has crept across Africa's savannas and forests. Mass die-offs of elephant herds have unfolded in succession across Botswana, Zimbabwe, Kenya, South Africa, and other nations. These elephants bore no gunshot wounds, no traces of poison, no signs of struggle. Nearly all of them collapsed and died suddenly within a short span of time. Sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds. Their deaths, uniform in appearance, their cause utterly baffling, marking one of the most alarming natural mysteries to shake the world. The most concentrated and terrifying epicenter was the Okavango Delta in Botswana. This wetland, hailed as Africa's last Eden, was once one of the safest and most densely populated sanctuaries for African elephants. But starting in March 2020, all local herders and rangers began discovering elephant carcasses, their numbers growing at an alarming rate. Within just 3 months, the death toll surpassed 350 elephants, the vast majority being healthy adults and calves. Not the old, weak, or infirm. They lay scattered near water sources, across grasslands, and at forest edges in varied poses, some stretched rigidly on their backs as if consciousness had been instantly snatched away, others knelt with trunks lowered as though struggling in their final moments, still others lay in groups as if marching into death together. The scene was utterly chilling. All carcasses were remarkably intact. Ivory untouched, ruling out poaching, no wounds, lesions, or bite marks from predators, eliminating attacks. Surrounding vegetation appeared normal, water sources clear with no obvious signs of industrial pollution or toxic algal blooms. Even more unsettling was the speed of death. Witnesses reported seeing healthy elephants suddenly lose their balance, spin in circles, convulse for minutes, then crash to the ground, losing all vital signs within 10 minutes, as though some invisible force had drained the life from them. Local authorities swiftly cordoned off the area and launched an urgent investigation, alongside international animal protection organizations, veterinarians, geologists, and environmental scientists. The first suspicion fell on deliberate poisoning. Africa had seen cases of farmers poisoning elephants to protect crops. But comprehensive necropsies and laboratory analyses completely dismantled this theory. No pesticides, rodenticides, heavy metal cyanides, or other common toxins were detected, as stomach contents, blood, liver, and kidney tissues all showed no signs of poisoning. Next, virulent infectious diseases became the prime suspect. Mass elephant deaths inevitably evoked fears of anthrax, Ebola, tuberculosis, or other highly lethal animal pathogens. Yet laboratory results once again confounded researchers. No anthrax bacilli, unknown viruses, pathogenic bacteria, or parasitic outbreaks were found in the samples. No pathological features consistent with a large-scale epidemic emerged, and no simultaneous infections were observed in other wildlife. A plague, targeting only elephants yet lacking any pathogen, defied scientific logic. Deeper investigation revealed even more bizarre details. The dead elephants were highly concentrated around water sources, and their deaths were strikingly synchronized, as though they had all encountered a lethal threat at the same moment. Moreover, the mortality zone was confined to specific patches of wetland and grassland. Beyond these areas, elephant populations remained perfectly healthy, showing no abnormalities whatsoever. This pattern of death, precise in location, time, and species, bore no resemblance to any known natural disease or poisoning, plunging multinational research teams into unprecedented bewilderment. As science reached an impasse, a wave of hypotheses emerged. The most prominent was the mysterious cyanobacterial toxin theory. Some researchers proposed that the waters of the Okavango Delta had seen an outbreak of an extremely rare, highly toxic cyanobacteria, blue-green algae, lethal only to elephants. The neurotoxins produced by these microbes could rapidly destroy an elephant's nervous system, causing respiratory failure and cardiac arrest. And the toxins would break down quickly in high temperatures, evading routine detection. This theory seemed to explain the sudden deaths, the clustering around water, and the absence of wounds or poisoning traces. But critics pointed out a glaring flaw: hippos, antelopes, buffalo, and birds in the same waters remained completely unaffected. Why only elephants? Such precision-targeted toxicity had never been demonstrated in nature. The second major hypothesis centered on climate-driven accumulation of natural toxins. Experts argued that global warming had intensified cycles of extreme drought and torrential rain in Africa, washing large quantities of nitrates and phosphates from soil into water sources, forming lethal compounds for elephants. During droughts, shrinking water sources would concentrate these toxins to deadly levels. The elephants drinking heavily would suffer acute poisoning and die. But this theory had its own inconsistencies. Nitrate poisoning typically leaves distinct internal organ damage and necropsy markers, yet the dead elephants showed no elevated nitrate levels. A third hypothesis pointed to geological gas seepage. Some geologists speculated that tectonic activity in the African plate was causing carbon dioxide, radon, and other toxic gases from deep underground to slowly seep through fissures accumulating in low-lying areas and near waterholes. Elephants with their massive bodies and high oxygen demands would quickly suffocate after inhaling concentrated gas, while smaller animals, keeping to higher ground and needing less oxygen, survived. This theory could account for the localized deaths, the rapid collapse, and the absence of external injuries. Yet on-site gas monitoring found no sustained high-concentration toxic gas accumulation capable of causing mass fatalities. In the oral traditions of Africa's indigenous tribes, however, this catastrophe carried an entirely different meaning. In the ancient beliefs of the Zulu and Tswana, people's elephants are guardians of the earth's soul, bridges between the living world and the ancestral realm. Elders asserted that the mass deaths were not a natural occurrence but the earth weeping. That humanity's overexploitation, grassland destruction, water pollution, and disruption of natural balance had angered the spirits of the forest and savanna. The spirits had withdrawn their protection from the elephants, summoning them to return collectively to the earth. Some witch doctors went further, claiming this was a self-sacrifice by the elephant nation, a warning to humanity to cease its plunder of nature. Though these metaphysical explanations could not be scientifically verified, they laid bare the deepest fears and reverence of the local people. More disquieting still, the mysterious deaths never fully ceased. In subsequent years, sporadic small-scale die-offs continued across several African nations, each investigation concluding with cause undetermined, environmental toxins suspected, or no definitive answer possible. No single hypothesis could perfectly explain all the phenomena, no test could identify a 100% certain killer. A species of highly intelligent, massive, and resilient creatures, the largest land animals on Earth, were dying silently and in droves within their own familiar homeland. No poaching, no plague, no predators, no poisoning. They simply crashed to the ground in the sunlight, leaving behind intact bodies, and an immense, still unresolved enigma. For the scientific community, the mass elephant deaths represent an unsolved challenge that tests the limits of zoology, environmental science, and geology. For conservationists, it is a tragedy they are powerless to stop. Each death a heavy step toward endangerment for the species. For the people of Africa, it is a warning from nature, a silent admonition emanating from the depths of the earth. To this day, no one can definitively answer what exactly could kill hundreds of healthy elephants in such a short time. Why did it kill only elephants, sparing all other animals? Why did it occur only in specific zones with no pollution source or pathogen ever found? No gunshots, no wounds, no answers. The elephants of the African savanna still wander, while those that fell forever lie like silent question marks beneath the scorching sun and drifting sands. Reminding us all that upon this ancient and enigmatic continent, there remain forces far beyond humanity's understanding, control, or explanation. Deep within the heart of the African continent, spanning the Democratic Republic of the Congo, lies the Congo rainforest, known as the Earth's second lung. Hidden in its depths is a mysterious region regarded by local tribes as an absolute taboo, the silent zone of the Congo forest. This region has no clear boundary markers or distinct borders, yet it is revered by generations of indigenous peoples, such as the Bantu and the Pygmies, who call it the death zone where the living may not tread. Legend has it that any creature that enters this area immediately falls into an extreme silence. Birds cease to sing, beasts stop calling, and the wind's whisper vanishes. Humans who enter inexplicably lose their voices, unable to speak or cry out, while compasses, watches, phones, and walkie-talkies instantly malfunction, as if rendered inert by an invisible force. This silent zone is not vast, but rather a concentrated woodland area, covering roughly a dozen square kilometers. From the outside, it appears indistinguishable from the surrounding lush rainforest. Towering ancient trees, tangled vines, humid air, all seemingly calm and ordinary. Yet once one crosses the threshold, all sound vanishes within seconds, as if the world has been muted, leaving only the pounding of one's own heart. A suffocating dread instantly envelopes the entire body, summoning an uncontrollable terror from the depths of the soul. The earliest records of this anomaly come from European explorers and missionaries, who ventured deep into the Congo rainforest in the 19th century. Their diaries and manuscripts repeatedly mention a strange forest that swallows sound and signals. An explorer described, "One step forward you hear birdsong and monkey calls. The next you fall into a dead silence. The air becomes like solidified lead, your throat tightens, and you open your mouth but no sound emerges. Compasses spun wildly, watches stopped, even the firing mechanism of a musket grew sluggish, as if time and sound had been erased together. These records were dismissed at the time as hallucinations induced by the rainforest's miasma or delirium, and the scientific community paid them little attention. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that local hunters, herbalists, and tribal warriors who accidentally strayed into the forbidden zone brought back remarkably consistent accounts of their eerie experiences: loss of voice, tinnitus, chest tightness, electronic device failure, and complete disorientation. Some wandered in circles for days before stumbling out by sheer luck. All who returned alive were filled with dread of the area, calling it the prison of spirits or the land of silenced souls. As modern scientific expeditions penetrated the Congo rainforest, the silent zone finally came under systematic observation, and the data only deepened the mystery. When expedition members entered with professional equipment, all communication signals instantly dropped to zero. Satellite phones, walkie-talkies, and GPS units went black or showed no signal. High-precision compasses spun erratically or even reversed direction. Mechanical watches stopped, and digital watches displayed scrambled numbers. Recording devices captured no sound. Even when the crew deliberately struck tree trunks or shouted, playback yielded only absolute silence. Stranger still, the team members universally experienced physiological mutism. Their vocal cords were normal, their throats felt fine, and their brains could issue the command to speak, yet no sound waves emerged. Even the sound of their own breathing became abnormally faint. Just a few dozen meters outside the zone, all phenomena instantly returned to normal. Sound signal and speech function were fully restored, as if the entire episode had been a collective hallucination. But it was no hallucination. It was a repeatable, observable, genuine anomaly. To unravel the mystery, geologists, physicists, and biologists have proposed various hypotheses, yet none has perfectly explained all the strange phenomena. The most widely discussed hypothesis is that of a strong magnetic anomaly. Some researchers suggest that beneath the silent zone lies a dense, highly anomalous natural magnetic or deposit, creating a localized magnetic field far exceeding normal strength. A strong magnetic field could interfere with electronic devices, disrupt compasses, and affect the human nervous system and vocal cord vibrations, leading to voice loss and equipment failure. This theory seems plausible, but has a fatal flaw. On-site measurements by the expedition team showed that the magnetic field fluctuations, though present, were far too weak to completely disable all electronic devices, let alone explain the core phenomenon of sound disappearance. Sound travels through air, and a magnetic field cannot directly absorb sound waves, a contradiction that remains unresolved. Next emerged the theory of a special geological structure that absorbs sound. Some scholars proposed that the underground rock formations and surface vegetation in the silent zone constitute a natural full-band sound-absorbing structure, capable of absorbing nearly 100 of airborne sound waves, creating physical silence. At the same time, special minerals and crystals in the soil form a signal-blocking layer, disrupting electromagnetic waves. But experiments have shown that no natural structure in the world can completely absorb the entire audible range of human hearing. Even if it did, it could not account for the simultaneous loss of voice experienced by those who enter. Others have pointed to unknown organisms or plant toxins. As one of the most biodiverse regions on Earth, the Congo rainforest harbors countless undiscovered plants and microorganisms. Some speculate that a certain plant in the silent zone releases a colorless, odorless neurotoxin that affects the human auditory center and vocal organs, creating the illusion of hearing nothing and speaking nothing, while also interfering with electronic components. However, repeated air, soil, and plant sampling by the expedition teams has detected no toxic substances or unknown alkaloids, leaving this hypothesis without empirical support. In the belief system of the indigenous people, the origin of the silent zone points squarely to the supernatural. According to ancient pygmy legends, this area is the resting place of ancestral spirits and the dwelling place of forest spirits. To protect the sacred ground, the spirits sealed away sound signals and direction, forbidding the living from disturbing it. Any intruder would have their voice taken away as punishment. Tribal shamans warn: do not shout in the silent zone, do not try to find its boundaries, and never spend the night there. If the spirits mark you, you will be trapped forever in the silence, becoming part of the forest. Though steeped in mysticism, these legends precisely correspond to all the observed anomalies, cloaking the silent zone in a metaphysical aura that science cannot easily dismiss. What is even more unsettling is the near absence of animal activity in this area. In a normal Congo rainforest, birds, reptiles, monkeys, and insects are abundant, filling the air with noise and life. But inside the silent zone, no birds are seen, no insects are heard, no animal tracks are found, and even ants are extremely rare, as if all life is deliberately avoiding the place. This phenomenon of life self-isolation is extremely rare in nature and further amplifies the eerie nature of the silent zone. To this day, the silent zone of the Congo forest remains an unsolved natural mystery. It has no spectacular landscapes, no terrifying appearance, yet with its ultimate silence, it has become the most fearsome entity in the Congo rainforest. Science has offered various hypotheses, but none can perfectly answer: where did the sound go? Why did the signals vanish? Why do humans lose their voices? It is like a real-world glitch quietly hidden in the planet's largest rainforest, silently refusing human exploration and interpretation. For adventurers, it is the most thrilling, unknown, forbidden zone. for scientists a challenge to the existing laws of physics, for the indigenous people an embodiment of faith and reverence. Behind the dense green curtain, this silent zone continues to guard its secrets, narrating with absolute stillness the most mysterious and inexplicable natural anomaly of the African continent. Perhaps before humanity truly understands it, this silent forest will remain muted, awaiting the next brave soul who dares to step within to feel the soul-piercing stillness. Deep within the boundless Sahara Desert in northern Africa lies a colossal wonder capable of stunning the entire world. The Eye of the Sahara. Also known by scientists as the Rickhat structure located in Mauritania, it is a massive regular and distinctly layered circular formation. When viewed from space, it resembles a terrestrial eye quietly gazing at the universe. This eye is unimaginably vast, spanning 48 kilometers in diameter and hundreds of meters in elevation difference. It is composed of multiple concentric rings of rock, sand, and soil. The rings are clearly defined with neat boundaries, as if meticulously drawn with a giant compass. From the ground, the human eye cannot perceive its circular shape. One would only feel surrounded by rolling desert highlands. Only from high-altitude satellites or aircraft can this breathtaking giant eye fully reveal itself. For ages, the Eye of the Sahara has remained an enigma in human civilization. In ancient times, before the advent of aviation, local nomadic tribes knew only that the terrain was strange and the rocks peculiar, but they never realized that beneath their feet lay such a perfectly circular colossal eye. It was not until the 1960s, when NASA accidentally discovered the structure in satellite photos during a space mission, that the Eye of the Sahara entered the scientific community's view and swiftly astonished the global geological world. What baffles the mind most is its extraordinarily perfect circularity. In nature, volcanic craters, impact craters, and erosional landforms can all produce roughly circular structures, but none compare to the Eye of the Sahara in terms of distinct layering, uniform rings, immense scale, and symmetrical morphology. Hardly a second such formation exists. It is divided into multiple concentric rings from the inside out, each with different rock colors, hardness, and elevation, creating a clear demarcation reminiscent of a pupil, iris, and sclera, perfectly matching the form of an eye. This degree of regularity, almost as if artificially carved, has led countless people to immediately suspect that it is not a natural formation. Thus, all sorts of bizarre speculations have arisen. The most popular theory is that it is a relic of alien civilization. Many believe the Eye of the Sahara is a landing site for extraterrestrial spacecraft, or the remnants of an ancient alien base. Only the engineering prowess of an advanced civilization could create such a symmetrical circular structure nearly 50 kilometers in diameter in the desert. Others link it to the lost city of Atlantis, believing it to be the site of a legendary prehistoric supercivilization destroyed long ago, with the circular structure serving as a city center, altar, or core of an energy field. Furthermore, enthusiasts of the occult regard it as the Earth's eye, an organ through which the planet observes the cosmos and receives signals from the universe, harboring some unknown terrestrial energy. Though lacking scientific evidence, these claims have draped the Eye of the Sahara in a mysterious and eerie aura, making it a holy land for global curiosity seekers. Of course, from the very beginning, the scientific community has attempted to explain its origin through natural geological theories. The earliest hypothesis proposed was a meteorite impact. Scientists thought that such a massive regular circle could be the crater formed by a giant meteorite striking the Earth in ancient times. However, after thorough exploration, this theory was quickly refuted. Typical impact craters exhibit obvious impact, metamorphic rocks, melted rocks, and shatter cones, yet the interior of the Eye of the Sahara completely lacks such traces. There is no evidence of intense high-temperature, high-pressure impact, and the topography does not match the depth and rim characteristics of an impact crater. Subsequently, the volcanic caldera theory became mainstream. Researchers speculated that this was once a supervolcano. After eruption, it collapsed into a circular caldera, which was then shaped by long-term erosion into its present form. But new problems arose. No large-scale volcanic lava accumulations or ash layers have been found in the Eye of the Sahara region, and the geological composition does not support the existence of a giant volcano. It more closely resembles the result of rock uplift, exposure, and erosion, rather than volcanic activity. Currently, the most widely accepted geological explanation is the combined action of uplift and erosion. Scientists hypothesize that tens of millions of years ago, tectonic movements of the African plate slowly uplifted the deep underground rocks, forming a massive circular dome structure. This dome consisted of rock layers of varying hardness, some hard, some soft. Over eons, external forces such as wind, water, and temperature changes continuously eroded the surface. Softer layers weathered, exfoliated, and were blown away quickly, while harder layers remained, ultimately forming concentric rings of different heights and colors. In simple terms, it is a giant circular eye carved by the wind. Yet this theory still harbors significant flaws. First, countless uplifted and eroded geological structures exist in deserts, so why has only this one formed such a perfect circle? Second, its symmetry and regularity far exceed typical natural erosional landforms, making it difficult to attribute entirely to random weathering. Third, the precise age of its formation, the specific uplift mechanism, and the causes of differences among each rock layer still lack a unified, complete conclusion. In essence, while the scientific community has provided a most reasonable explanation, it is still far from a true, complete resolution. Adding to the mystery of the Eye of the Sahara is the extreme harshness of its environment, arid, scorching, ravaged by sandstorms, and virtually uninhabited, with few outsiders ever venturing into its depths. In ancient times, this was a terrifying zone that caravans would detour around, regarded as a dwelling place of desert spirits. Intruders would lose their way and be swallowed by the sand. This isolation kept it hidden for millions of years until modern satellite technology awakened it anew. Today, the Eye of the Sahara has become a landmark of shared interest for geological research, space observation, and mysterious culture enthusiasts. Astronauts often use it to determine orientation and identify terrain from space, as geologists repeatedly venture into the desert attempting to decipher its story from the rocks. And in countless folktales and books of unsolved mysteries, it remains a symbol of alien civilizations, lost prehistoric relics, and mysterious terrestrial energy. It lies silently in the yellow sand, vast, silent, eternal, with a diameter of 48 kilometers spanning millions of years, and enduring countless sandstorms. It still maintains its perfect eye-like form. Science offers hypotheses, but cannot fully convince everyone. Legend endows it with mystery, but cannot truly define its origin. The Eye of the Sahara, this terrestrial eye gazing at the firmament, still awaits a true answer. It tells us in the most awe-inspiring way that on this earth we think we know so well, there remain countless wonders and secrets that even science cannot fully explain. And this wild yet silent Sahara Desert forever preserves its most ancient and mysterious dignity. Lake Natron in Tanzania. Animals turn to stone upon contact and the extreme alkaline environment. Nestled in the valley floor of the East African Rift near the northern edge of Tanzania, and close to the Kenyan border, lies a terrifying waterscape known as a dead zone, Lake Natron. This lake is deceptively alluring during the dry season. Its waters transform into an eerie, vivid crimson, tangerine, and orange-gold hue, resembling blood flowing across the earth under the scorching sun. Come the rainy season, the color lightens slightly, yet an uncanny aura of death still lingers. Local generations have revered this lake with dread, regarding it as a cursed land. Legend has it that any creature merely touching its waters, or even approaching its shores, would be instantly petrified, frozen forever as motionless statues. This is no exaggerated myth, but a genuinely eerie phenomenon that has unfolded in reality. Along the shores of Lake Natron one can find countless animal statues, frozen in their final postures, birds with wings outstretched as if taking flight, bats bowing to drink, lizards standing rigid, and even sizable mammals. Their poses are so lifelike that time seems to have suddenly halted upon them, as though they might stir again in the next moment. Yet upon touch one discovers these are already hardened, desiccated corpses, as rigid and dry as carved stone. They were not sculpted by human hands, but petrified by the lake's waters, becoming nature's most bizarre specimens. This phenomenon has made Lake Natron famous worldwide, and left countless scientists bewildered. Ordinary lakes, even those with poor water quality, rarely cause animals to die and preserve themselves in such an almost instantaneously hardening manner. Yet Lake Natron achieves this, and does so with utter thoroughness. The lake's most terrifying quality lies in its extreme alkalinity. The lake's pH can reach as high as 10.5 or above, comparable to the strength of concentrated ammonia water, and bleach possessing formidable corrosive power. Such alkalinity is sufficient to burn skin, destroy muscle tissue, and corrode feathers. A lethal poison to the vast majority of living creatures. Even more strangely, the lake water is rich in minerals, such as sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, and calcium carbonate. These substances rapidly crystallize and precipitate upon the surface of animal carcasses, forming a hard shell that tightly encases the remains. Once an animal falls into the lake or maintains prolonged contact with its waters, its skin and feathers are corroded by the strong alkali, quickly losing mobility and dying in agony. Subsequently, the highly concentrated minerals begin depositing upon the carcass surface, undergoing dehydration, hardening, and calcification, ultimately transforming the animal into an unrotting, indecomposable statue, as rigid as stone. Thus lies the truth behind turning to stone upon contact. Not magic, not a curse, but a natural process of calcification and mummification under extreme environmental conditions. Yet the question follows, why does Lake Natron alone possess such terrifying alkalinity? Where do its substances originate? To answer this, we must trace back to the geological history of the East African Rift. Lake Natron sits within the depression of the Rift Zone, classified as a saline alkali lake. A closed basin where water flows in but never flows out, with moisture lost solely through evaporation. This means all minerals carried into the lake are perpetually concentrated, accumulating year after year, millennium after millennium, rendering the water increasingly saline and alkaline. What truly provides the petrifying materials for Lake Natron is the Ol Doinyo Langai volcano surrounding the lake. This volcano is among the rarest carbonate volcanoes in the world, erupting not ordinary magma but lava rich in alkaline substances, such as sodium carbonate and potassium carbonate. This lava flows downhill into the lake region, and through rainfall runoff and groundwater dissolution, vast quantities of alkaline matter are continuously channeled into Lake Natron. With persistent volcanic activity, continuously injecting alkaline substances, combined with the lake's closed evaporation, this terrifying waterscape with a pH approaching that of strong alkali was ultimately formed. Nevertheless, the scientific community remains divided. Some scholars argue that relying solely on volcanic activity and evaporation makes it difficult to achieve such extreme and stable alkaline intensity. While the East African Rift harbors numerous saline alkali lakes, only Lake Natron possesses such terrifying, petrifying capability. Its deeper geological origins and groundwater composition remain without a fully unified, irrefutable conclusion to this day. It stands as though deliberately erected by nature itself, a line of death that repels the vast majority of life. Even more astonishingly, within this lake where death itself seems eerie, life tenaciously persists. The most renowned resident is the lesser flamingo, commonly known as the little red flamingo. Where other creatures flee in terror, Lake Natron becomes a breeding paradise for flamingos. Relying on specialized physiological structures, they tolerate the highly alkaline waters and feed on the lake's spirulina, transforming this deathly lake into their own homeland. Each dry season, tens of thousands of flamingos congregate here, the red waters contrasting strikingly with the pink plumage. A scene of ultimate death set against ultimate life, eerie yet magnificent. How do flamingos remain unharmed? Their legs are protected by a thick alkali-resistant keratin layer immune to corrosion. They inhabit only specific shallow waters and avoid prolonged immersion, and they drink from freshwater sources along the lake's edge, rather than consuming the caustic lake water directly. This precise adaptation allows them to thrive as masters within another's forbidden zone. Yet even so, danger persists. Should wind patterns shift suddenly, water levels behave anomalously, or fledglings accidentally stumble into deeper waters, they too can be calcified by the lake, joining the countless statues scattered along the shore. At Lake Natron, the boundary between life and death is as thin as paper. For the indigenous peoples, Lake Natron remains a presence both sacred and feared. They do not approach, drink from, or fish in it, regarding it as the dwelling place of deities and the destination of souls. In their legends, those petrified animals are punishments for offending the gods, souls frozen in eternity. Through the lens of modern curiosity and mysticism, Lake Natron resembles the Eye of Medusa. In the real world, all who encounter its power are turned to stone. Today, Lake Natron still lies quietly within the East African Rift, its crimson waters undulating with an eerie sheen under the sunlight, while countless animal statues are scattered along its shores, silently recounting the lake's terror. It conceals its most lethal essence beneath its most breathtaking appearance. Through its most extreme environment, it demonstrates the most tenacious resilience of life. Why does it possess such extreme alkalinity? Why did the petrification phenomenon arise precisely here? Science has offered partial explanations, yet has not fully unveiled every detail. Lake Natron remains Africa's most mysterious, most bizarre, and most chilling natural enigma. It exists in quiet permanence, reminding every visitor who comes here upon this ancient continent beauty and fatality, often separate by the narrowest of margins. In Cameroon, located in west-central Africa, lies a highland lake region, known as the Switzerland of West Africa. Surrounded by verdant mountains and cradling azure waters, the landscape exudes a serene tranquility reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the outside world. The villagers living by the lakes have sustained themselves through fishing and farming for generations, revering the lakes as a divine gift bestowed upon them. None could have imagined that beneath these placid mirror-like surfaces lurked a terrifying power capable of obliterating entire villages in an instant. Among these lakes, Lake Nyos is the most notorious, earning the grim moniker, Killer Lake worldwide. In a single night, it silently claimed over 1700 lives, leaving behind a scene so eerie, it sent chills down the spine. For a long time, even scientists were baffled by the true nature of the catastrophe. It was the night of August 21, 1986. Indistinguishable from any other, darkness enveloped the shores of Lake Nyos, and the surrounding villages had long succumbed to slumber, broken only by the chirping of insects and the occasional bark of a dog punctuating the serene night. No one sensed that a silent, annihilating disaster was brewing in the depths of the lake. Close to midnight, a few villagers living near the lake first heard a low, muffled roar, like distant thunder or a rumble emanating from the bowels of the earth. Then an eerie mist rose from the lake's surface, hugging the ground, and slowly drifted toward the surrounding villages. This mist carried a strange odor. Some described it as the pungent smell of rotten eggs, others as a sickly sweet decay. Many simply felt a tightening in their throats, a heaviness in their chests, and lost all strength in an instant. Within a few dozen minutes, the disaster had swept through everything. The next morning, passers-by and the few fortunate survivors witnessed a scene of apocalyptic desolation. The entire village was deathly still. The once lively hamlet was devoid of roosters, dogs cooking, smoke, or any human voice. Inside houses, on the streets, along the ridges of the fields, corpses lay everywhere. Men, women, children, the elderly, none were spared. Their faces bore no grimace of agony or struggle. Most expressions were peaceful, as if they had simply passed away quietly in their sleep. More terrifying still, even livestock perished entirely. Cattle, sheep, chickens, dogs, and even insects and birds lay dead in droves across the ground. The entire area seemed as if an invisible hand had wiped out all life. The only survivors were those few who happened to be on higher ground or upwind of the gas flow. A Official statistics later revealed a chilling toll. In one night, at least 1700 people died around Lake Nyos, along with over 3500 head of livestock. The entire village was nearly annihilated, yet there was no fire, no flood, no war, no plague. It was as if an invisible force had reaped the lives of all living beings. When news broke, the world was shaken. Local villagers, gripped by sheer terror, believed that evil spirits, curses, or black magic from the lake had descended upon them. They fled their homes, never daring to approach the deadly lake again. Such a bizarre large-scale death event immediately drew the world's top scientists to investigate. Initially, everyone was baffled. Was it a volcanic eruption? Yet there was no lava or trace of extreme heat near the lakeshore. Was it a virus or plague? But the victims showed no symptoms and animals died alongside humans, defying the patterns of infectious diseases. Could it be poisoning? No one could have precisely poisoned over 1,000 people and countless animals in a single night. Was it a mysterious gas? But where did the gas come from, and why was it so lethal? After months of in-depth exploration, sampling, and analysis, scientists finally unveiled the terrifying truth behind Lake Nyos' killing spree. It was not a curse, not sorcery, but a lethal mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide released from the lake's depths. Lake Nyos is not an ordinary lake. It is a crater lake. Beneath its floor lies an active volcanic geological zone, where magma activity deep underground continuously releases vast amounts of carbon dioxide. Under high pressure, these gases are dissolved in the cold water at the lake's bottom, much like a giant soda bottle that has been vigorously shaken but never opened. The deeper the water, the greater the pressure, and the more gas is dissolved. For centuries, this lake had been sealing enormous quantities of carbon dioxide in its depths. The 1986 disaster was the moment that soda bottle was suddenly uncorked. Scientists speculate that a landslide, an earthquake, tremor, or a slight rupture in the lakebed may have destabilized the lake's stratification. The high-pressure water trapped deep below suddenly rose, pressure dropped sharply, and the dissolved carbon dioxide burst forth all at once, creating a massive gas eruption. Carbon dioxide is heavier than air. It does not rise into the sky but hugs the ground, spreading like dense fog toward lower-lying villages. When humans and animals breathe in high concentrations of carbon dioxide, they rapidly suffer from hypoxia, suffocation, and unconsciousness, losing awareness within minutes and eventually ceasing to breathe. This explains why all the victims appeared peaceful, as if they died in their sleep. They were not killed but silently suffocated. Once the truth was revealed, an even greater fear ensued. The threat of Lake Nyos had not disappeared. Carbon dioxide continues to accumulate at the lake's bottom, and another eruption could trigger the disaster again. To prevent a recurrence, scientists implemented an unprecedented degassing project, installing massive pipes in the lake to pump the dissolved carbon dioxide from the depths to the surface, slowly releasing it and reducing the gas pressure at the bottom. Effectively a long-term pressure relief for this ticking time bomb. After years of management, Lake Nyos is no longer a killer ready to erupt at any moment, but it remains one of the most dangerous lakes on Earth. Should geological activity become slightly abnormal, or should the degassing system fail, these placid waters could once again transform into a hellish death trap. What is even more chilling is that in Cameroon there are two other killer lakes of the same nature as Lake Nyos, Lake Manaun, and Lake Nyos, with Lake Nyos being the primary focus here. Lake Manaun had already erupted in 1984, killing 37 people, but the event was relatively small and did not attract sufficient attention. It was only 2 years later, when Lake Nyos caused the shocking catastrophe, that humanity truly recognized the terror lurking beneath these beautiful lakes. For the locals, scientific explanations cannot fully soothe their fear. In their ancestral tales, an angry water spirit or a sleeping evil resides at the bottom of the lake. The eruption of the killer lake is nature's warning to humanity. In the eyes of scientists, Lake Nyos is a terrifying display of Earth's geological power, reminding us that in the face of nature, we remain small and fragile. In a single night, 1700 lives were silently extinguished. No screams, no smoke of gunfire. Only the desolate remains of a village and a lake still brilliantly blue, yet now a sight that inspires dread. Lake Nyos, the killer lake, remains one of the most terrifying and authentic natural disaster mysteries on the African continent. In the most silent way, it has written the most tragic chapter. In the southwestern reaches of Africa, stretching from southern Angola through Namibia to the northern reaches of South Africa, a narrow and arid stretch of the Namib Desert harbors an eerie landscape spanning nearly 2,000 kilometers. Across this land, tens of thousands of nearly perfect circular patches of bare earth lie scattered like eyes opened by the earth itself. Neat, uniform, and silent amid the desert grasslands. Reverently known to locals as fairy circles, these formations are also referred to by the outside world as elf circles. With diameters typically ranging from 2 to 15 meters, each circle is utterly barren within, dry, compacted, and exposed, while lush vegetation thrives just beyond its edge, creating a striking contrast. Seen from above, they appear as though meticulously drawn by a colossal compass, or perhaps marked by an alien civilization, or even the footprints of ancient deities. Awe-inspiring to every observer for centuries. The indigenous peoples of the region hold these fairy circles in deep reverence. In the ancient legends of tribes, such as the Himba, these circles are said to be the footprints of ancestors' sacred ground, marked by the gods. Others believe that beneath each circle slumbers a desert guardian spirit, and that mortals who trespass risk summoning sandstorms and misfortune. In eras before scientific understanding, the circles were regarded as proof of supernatural forces, becoming whispered taboos and totems passed down through generations. Even in modern times, local herders still steer their livestock clear of certain circles, believing the land is governed by invisible forces. This aura of mystery elevates the fairy circles beyond mere geographical wonders, making them one of the most enigmatic natural puzzles on the African continent. From a scientific perspective, the distribution and geometric regularity of the fairy circles remain perplexing. They are not randomly scattered but arranged in near equidistant patterns with stable density and sharp boundaries, as though governed by a single unifying principle. In the water-scarce Namib Desert, where annual rainfall barely exceeds 100 millimeters, vegetation is already sparse and fragile. Yet it thrives tenaciously just outside the circles while the interiors remain utterly barren. Even more puzzling is their remarkable longevity. Some circles have persisted for decades, or even centuries, neither expanding nor vanishing, nor merging with one another. Such a highly ordered structure is exceedingly rare among arid landscapes worldwide, leaving geologists, ecologists, and botanists alike bewildered. Over the past century, scientists have proposed countless hypotheses in an attempt to unravel the origin of these circles, yet no consensus has emerged. One of the earliest widely discussed theories was radioactive contamination, with researchers speculating that abnormal radioactive substances in the soil within the circles were killing vegetation. However, professional instruments detected no difference in radiation levels inside and outside the circles, swiftly debunking this hypothesis. Subsequently, the toxic substances hypothesis emerged, suggesting that toxic gases or plant toxins underground were inhibiting vegetation growth. Yet soil chemical analyses revealed no toxic components, and it is difficult to imagine how toxic substances could produce such regular, uniform, and stable circular patterns. This theory likewise proved untenable. The most influential explanation remains the termite construction hypothesis. Professor Jürgen Jürgens of the University of Hamburg, through extensive research, proposed that a species of sand termite is responsible for creating these circles. The termites consume plant roots underground, causing surface vegetation to die and form bare circles. Simultaneously, their tunneling channels direct rainwater into deeper sand layers, creating underground reservoirs that provide more consistent moisture to vegetation outside the circles, thus establishing the pattern of barren inside and lush outside. This theory has received considerable observational support, as termite mounds are indeed found beneath many of the circles. However, critics point out that termites are not found beneath all fairy circles, and similar formations have been discovered in Western Australia, without corresponding termite species, suggesting termites alone cannot account for all occurrences. In recent years, mainstream academia has leaned toward theories of plant self-organization and water resource competition. A research team from the University of Göttingen in Germany proposed that in extreme arid environments, desert grasses form self-regulating systems to compete for water-dominant plant seas, surrounding moisture-suppressing weaker growth, ultimately creating regular bare patches on the surface. These bare circles then collect rainwater and supply surrounding vegetation, forming a stable ecological cycle. Computer model simulations demonstrate that this mechanism can accurately replicate the distribution and morphology of fairy circles, achieving a prediction accuracy of up to 95%. Yet this theory still cannot explain why only a handful of regions, such as the Namib Desert, can produce such large-scale, highly regular clusters of circles. Additionally, there are hypotheses involving underground gas emissions, soil microbial differences, ancient biological relics, and UFO landing traces. While each can find partial evidence, none can fully explain all observed phenomena. To this day, the exact origin of the fairy circles remains an unsolved mystery for the global scientific community. It is neither a divine miracle nor a curse nor the work of extraterrestrials. Yet through its simplest geometric form, it reveals to humanity the profound mystery of nature. Across the dense forests and barren plains of West Africa, an old saying echoes with unease: when red rain falls from the sky, anomalies are sure to follow. In ancient local beliefs, red rain is never a natural occurrence, but a sign of the heavens' wrath, tears of the departed weeping blood, a warning that some unknown force has descended upon the mortal realm. The bizarre red rain events that actually occurred across several West African nations in modern times not only plunged local populations into panic, but also left countless scientists baffled. A natural mystery unresolved for years. This red rain, documented by multiple countries, was no legend, but a strange celestial phenomenon that truly descended upon the world. The affected areas were concentrated in remote villages across several nations along the Gulf of Guinea, including Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, and Benin. These regions, far from industrial pollution and volcanic zones, were supposed to be the purest and most tranquil natural areas. Yet without any warning, they experienced a crimson rainfall lasting over half a month. It all began on a sultry, humid afternoon. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, clouds pressed oppressively low, and the air carried an indescribable sweetish metallic scent that made chests tight and minds restless. Looking up, the villagers saw a strange dark brown hue in the sky, utterly different from the dark clouds preceding an ordinary storm. Soon raindrops began to fall. But what landed on the ground, rooftops, and leaves was not transparent clear water, but a faint murky pink. As the rain intensified, the pink deepened into orange-red, then dark red, until finally it transformed into a scarlet hue resembling diluted blood. The entire world was shrouded in an eerie red curtain of rain, the ground quickly stained crimson puddles filled with dark red water. Gazing out, the whole world seemed bathed in blood. The villagers fled in panic, darting into their homes and refusing to come out. Elders knelt in prayer, crying out, "The sky is bleeding, and calamity is coming." In the indigenous West African worldview, red rain was the most ominous omen, representing the gods' punishment, ancestral displeasure, or malevolent spirits breaking free from underground seals. This red rain did not stop after a brief downpour, but continued intermittently for a full 15 days. Sometimes heavy, sometimes light, sometimes a fine crimson drizzle, sometimes a sudden torrent carrying red particles. Regardless of day or night, the red rain could fall at any moment, dyeing entire villages a ghastly scarlet. The air perpetually carried a strange, indescribable odor. Not like earth, not like vegetation nor blood. Yet it made people uneasy. Even more terrifying, after the red rain fell, a series of inexplicable chain reactions emerged in the vicinity. Leaves turned red and gradually withered, certain crops showed abnormal yellowing, a thin reddish film floated on well water surfaces, and the usually active birds and insects vanished in large numbers, plunging the entire area into a suffocating silence. Local livestock became extremely agitated, barking frantically, running wildly, refusing to eat, as if they could sense a fear invisible to humans. The event quickly drew the attention of local governments. Health departments, geological agencies, and meteorological experts rushed to the site, collecting samples of rain, soil, and air, and sending them to the most authoritative laboratories for analysis. Everyone hoped to quickly solve a core question: what exactly was this eerie red rain? According to conventional scientific logic, the most obvious explanation was air pollution. Industrial emissions, dust, chemical leaks, all could discolor rainwater. But the incident site was in remote West African villages with no factories, mines, or chemical industrial zones nearby. For hundreds of miles, there was only virgin forest and farmland. Industrial pollution was entirely out of the question. This explanation was dismissed as soon as it was proposed. The second hypothesis was that desert red sand had fallen with the rain. Strong winds from the Sahara occasionally blow fine red sand high into the atmosphere, which then falls with rain, producing yellow or red rainfall. Yet after testing, experts found that the red substance in the rain was not sand at all. It contained no quartz, no soil particles, no mineral structure of desert dust. It was completely different from sand-laden rain. The third popular theory was red algae or spores. In other parts of the world, there had been cases where algae spores were swept into clouds by strong winds and fell as red rain. However, the laboratory microbiological test results stunned everyone. The rainwater contained no algae cells, no fungal spores, no bacteria, no signs of any life form. It was neither living nor biological debris. The experts then shifted their focus to chemical composition testing for heavy metals, toxins, organic and inorganic compounds. But all indicators came back normal. The red rain contained no toxic substances, no radiation, no abnormal chemical components. Apart from its red color, its every metric was nearly identical to ordinary rainwater. In other words, this half-month-long red rain was anomalous only in color. Everything else was perfectly normal. This irrational result completely shattered the scientists' conventional understanding. How could a red rain with no source, no components, no pollution, and no biological content possibly fall from the sky? As the investigation hit a dead end, various bizarre speculations began to spread among the public. Local witch doctors and priests offered the most convincing answer to the natives. This was an imbalance of yin and yang, between heaven and earth. Blood from another world seeping into the mortal realm. In West African voodoo beliefs and primal religions, the sky is a conduit connecting the spirit world and the mortal world. When red rain falls, it signifies a crack in the barrier of the spirit realm, allowing colors and substances not belonging to this world to trickle down through the fissure. This was not a natural phenomenon, but a leakage of supernatural forces. Another, even more spine-chilling theory: the red rain was the tears of countless restless souls. The souls of those who died unjustly on this land could not find peace, so they transformed into red tears falling from the sky, expressing endless grievances and resentment. Elders even asserted that the areas where red rain fell were forbidden grounds of ancient rituals. Humans had inadvertently disturbed the balance of these sacred places, angering slumbering ancient entities who sent the red rain as a warning. Though steeped in mysticism, these explanations became the most comforting in the face of science's complete failure. As time passed, the red rain finally ceased. The sky returned to blue and the rain became clear again, but the red stains left on the ground walls and leaves took a long time to fade. The villagers finally emerged from their homes, gazing at their stained homeland, the fear in their hearts lingering long. After the red rain ended, the expert team conducted months of follow-up monitoring, yet never found the source of the red substance. High-altitude atmospheric monitoring showed no anomalies, cloud analysis yielded no clues, the surrounding geological structure remained unchanged, and even migratory bird patterns and airflow movements were normal. This mysterious West African red rain seemed to appear out of nowhere and vanish just as suddenly. It lingered in the mortal world for 15 days, staining the entire land a bloody hue, leaving behind endless panic and confusion, then quietly departed without offering a single clue to unravel its mystery. Years later, the West African red rain remains documented in global archives of mysterious natural phenomena, an acknowledged unsolved case. No scientist from any nation has been able to offer a complete, rigorous, and convincing explanation. It is not pollution, not sand, not algae, not a chemical substance. Not any substance known to humanity. It is simply red rain. In this age of advanced technology, humans can reach the moon, explore the deep sea, and decode genes, yet still cannot explain a red rain falling from the sky. We always believe we have mastered nature's laws and comprehended the workings of heaven and earth, but the West African red rain tells us in the most direct way on this ancient African continent, the secrets of the sky run far deeper, stranger, and more inscrutable than we ever imagined. Perhaps between heaven and earth there truly exist rules and entities that humans cannot detect or comprehend. They occasionally reveal a trace manifesting as a red rain that falls upon the mortal world, reminding us that human knowledge is but a drop in the ocean. That eerie red rain that stained the West African land. Where it came from, where it went, what it was made of, why it appeared, may forever remain unanswered. It lingers only in the memories of the locals, becoming an eternal legend passed down through generations. A tale of the sky bleeding and celestial anomalies, quietly narrating the mysteries and unknowns of the African continent that science can never reach. In the Ethiopian highlands of East Africa, on this ancient land, known as the Roof of Africa, lies a bizarre natural wonder that even modern science cannot explain. A mysterious lake that periodically bleeds. The locals call it Blood Lake. Without any sign or warning, a lake that was once clear emerald and tranquil slowly takes on an eerie crimson hue over the course of just a few days, shifting from pale pink to deep red, until it completely transforms into a color resembling coagulated blood. From a distance it looks as if the earth has been torn open, with surging blood pooling into a lake, emitting a heart-stopping dark red glow under the highland sun. The most spine-chilling aspect is that this discoloration occurs regularly and cyclically, like the breathing of the earth or the rhythm of some ancient ritual. What drives scientists to despair is that all tests point to an unacceptable conclusion. The lake's reddening is not due to pollution, algae, minerals, or biological causes. This lake seems to be telling humanity a secret we cannot understand in its own way. Blood Lake is located in a remote highland basin in southern Ethiopia, far from cities, industrial areas, and farmland. Within 100 kilometers, there are almost no inhabitants except for a few nomadic tribes that pass through during their migrations. According to the legends of the indigenous people, this lake has never been an ordinary water source. It is a place of divine sacrifice, a gateway connecting the human world to the underworld. The elders of the tribe have warned their people for generations the water of Blood Lake must never be drunk or touched carelessly. The reddening of the lake is the earth's anger, the ancestors' warning, and an omen of impending disaster. Whenever the lake changes color, the tribe holds ancient rituals, slaughtering livestock, burning incense, and praying for the Blood Lake to calm its fury and protect the people's safety. For thousands of years, the tribe has revered it, kept their distance, and made offerings, but never dared to investigate why it bleeds. They firmly believe that some natural phenomena are the will of the gods, which mortals should not pry into or decipher. It was not until modern times, when exploration teams and scientific researchers entered this remote area, that the eerie phenomenon of Blood Lake was finally exposed to the view of modern civilization, instantly shocking the entire scientific community. Initially, scientists offered a conventional hypothesis: a red algae bloom. In nature, some lakes do turn red due to excessive algae growth, such as the famous red tide. But when the research team collected water samples and conducted microbial analysis, DNA sequencing, and algae culture back in the lab, everyone was stunned. There were no algae, bacteria, fungi, or microorganisms in the lake water that could cause it to turn red. The water was pure, with extremely low microbial content, completely lacking the basis for biological discoloration. This conclusion directly overturned the most plausible scientific explanation. Next, the researchers turned their attention to geological and chemical factors. They speculated that perhaps the lakebed soil contained large amounts of red minerals, such as iron oxide or red earth salts, which carried by groundwater into the lake dyed the water red. Thus the team conducted comprehensive tests: the lake's pH level, heavy metal content, mineral composition, sediment samples, and the structure of the lakebed rock layers. One rigorous analysis after another, yet they yielded an even more bizarre result. The mineral content in the lake water was normal, with no abnormal levels of iron oxide, no red sediments, no industrial dyes, no pesticide residues, and no chemical substances that could render the water deep red. The surrounding rock layers were mainly gray basalt and white salt rock, with no geological structure capable of continuously releasing red substances. In other words, both chemical and geological causes were completely ruled out. One scientific hypothesis after another was proposed, only to be ruthlessly overturned by rigorous data. Some speculated that it was atmospheric dust deposition, red fine sand from the desert blown into the lake by strong winds. But observations showed that during the period of Blood Lake's discoloration, the local weather was calm, with no sandstorms, torrential rains, or abnormal weather. The red substance did not come from the sky. Others proposed that perhaps an underground river had brought in unknown substances. However, detection results indicated that the lake's water supply was singular and stable, and the underground river's water was clear and transparent, completely different from the reddened water of the lake. What baffled the researchers the most was the highly regular periodicity of Blood Lake. It is not always red, nor does it turn red randomly. According to the oral history of the local tribe and years of tracking by the scientific team, Blood Lake automatically changes color at roughly fixed intervals. After several weeks, it slowly fades back to clear water without any human intervention. The entire process is silent and traceless, as if an invisible hand is secretly manipulating the lake's color. Even more bizarrely, apart from the eerie color, all other indicators of the reddened water are completely normal. It is not pungent, not turbid, and non-toxic. Even if cattle or sheep drink it accidentally, they show no symptoms of poisoning. It simply turns red, and beyond that there is nothing abnormal. This unreasonable, eerie phenomenon deeply frustrated even the most experienced geologists and biologists. A senior scientist involved in the research wrote helplessly in his report, "I have exhausted all my lifelong knowledge and used every modern detection method, yet I cannot explain why a lake turns red. It just stays red, defying all known natural laws." As research hit a dead end, more and more people began to re-examine the ancient legends of the local tribe. The indigenous people firmly believe that Blood Lake has life and a soul. Its red color is not a substance but the blood aura of the earth. When humans destroy nature, when the climate becomes abnormal, when the world loses balance, Blood Lake issues a warning in this most direct and terrifying way. There is an even more chilling belief: beneath Blood Lake lies an ancient being sealed away. The periodic reddening of the lake is a manifestation of the seal's fluctuating power, an omen of the underground power about to awaken. These claims sound full of metaphysics and superstition, but in the absence of any scientific explanation, they have become the most credible interpretation in the hearts of the locals. Over the years, many explorers and tourists have traveled to Blood Lake to witness the spectacle. Almost all witnesses describe their feelings with the same words: oppression, awe, unease, and surrealism. Standing on the shore of Blood Lake, gazing at the endless dark red water, one smells no blood, sees no floating debris, only a dead silence of red. Sunlight falls on the lake's surface, reflecting a dark and eerie glow involuntarily, making one feel that this lake harbors too many unspeakable secrets. Someone once tried to take a bottle of the reddened lake water back to the city for further research. But the strange thing happened again. Once the water left the lake's vicinity, the red color gradually faded, eventually disappearing completely, turning back into a bottle of ordinary clear water. It was as if the lake had some invisible boundary. Its secrets were allowed to remain only in place, never to be taken away by humans. To this day, Blood Lake still maintains its mystery. No scientific theory can perfectly explain its discoloration mechanism, no test can find the source of the red substance, and no one can predict the exact time of its next reddening. It lies quietly on the East African plateau, periodically clear and periodically blood red. It does not respond to human curiosity, does not obey scientific explanations, and does not follow known natural laws. In this era, when humans believe they can conquer nature and explain everything, Ethiopia's Blood Lake stands as a silent reminder: there are still things in this world that we cannot understand, control, or define. It is not pollution, not algae, not minerals, not anything we know. It is a mystery, a crimson enigma flowing through the African land, an eternal puzzle hidden between clarity and dark red. Perhaps Blood Lake never needed an explanation. It simply breathes, changes color, and cycles on the plateau according to its own rhythm. All humans can do is watch from afar with reverence, acknowledging their own insignificance and ignorance. After all, on this ancient and mysterious African continent, some secrets are destined to remain buried forever. Deep in the northern Cape of South Africa, the southernmost tip of the African continent, lies a desert that the locals call the place where hell meets the starry sky. By day, it is no different from any other wasteland on earth: swirling yellow sand, rugged terrain, a blazing sun that scorches the heart, and endless stretches of withered, arid desolation so lifeless that it seems existence never graced the land. But once night falls, the entire desert transforms completely. Countless faint yet distinct blue glows slowly rise from the sand, the crevices of rocks, and the roots of withered plants. 1.2 points, a cluster, a band, eventually joining into a sea of pale blue light that blankets the desert floor, stretching all the way to the edge of sight. No moonlight, no firelight, no artificial sources whatsoever. The entire desert glows on its own. This is the South African luminescent desert, a mystery that has baffled countless scientists and inspired centuries of reverence among local tribes. The earliest records of the desert's glow date back hundreds of years to indigenous tribes. The elders passed down the warning: never step into that sand at night. Those lights are not fire, not insects. They are the eyes of the departed, watching the living world from the darkness. Whoever pursues the blue light will either lose their way or vanish, never to return. In tribal legend, these blue lights are the lingering warmth of souls. Countless warriors who fell in battle, travelers who perished of thirst, and creatures swallowed by the sea of sand. Their spirits did not scatter but transformed into glimmers of light, remaining on the land they could never leave. By day the sun is too strong and the souls hide. By night darkness descends and the faint lights emerge. The locals have never dared approach this desert after dark, let alone touch those blue lights. They regard it as a transitional zone between the living and the dead, daring only to revere it from afar, never to desecrate it. What truly astonished the world, however, was the accidental discovery of a modern geological expedition. In the 1990s, a South African geological team entered the desert to prospect for minerals. After their equipment malfunctioned, they were forced to camp overnight. After nightfall, a team member stepped out of his tent to relieve himself. A few steps later, a soft blue glow suddenly illuminated beneath his feet. Startled, he imagined he had stepped on some kind of phosphorescent fire. But looking down, the entire desert was glowing. The sand underfoot with every light step, kick, or stamp grew brighter, as if awakened by the touch. Kneeling down and brushing the fine sand aside, they saw dense clusters of glowing points covering the ground, as if the entire Milky Way had been crushed and scattered into the desert. The team was utterly stunned. They had traversed deserts across the globe, witnessed mirages, sandstorms, and bizarre rock formations, but never had they seen a desert that glowed on its own. No flames, no heat, no scorching, no burning, no pungent smell. Just a quiet, gentle, continuous emission of pale blue light. Once the news spread, a flood of scientists arrived. Biologists, geologists, physicists, and chemists swarmed in, all determined to understand why does this desert glow at night. The first suspicion fell on bioluminescence. In nature, there are glowing bacteria, fungi, fireflies, and jellyfish. Could the desert conceal some unknown luminous microorganism? Scientists collected large samples of sand and conducted repeated laboratory tests, cultures, and observations. The results were disappointing. No special microbial colonies, no luminous algae, no organism capable of producing bioluminescence. The glowing sand appeared to be the most ordinary, driest, and most lifeless desert grit. The second hypothesis was mineral luminescence. Fluorite, for instance, can briefly glow after exposure to light, the principle behind the so-called night pearl. But the test results again were a letdown. The sand's composition was utterly mundane, mostly quartz with a bit of feldspar, containing no minerals with fluorescent properties, let alone enough to light up an entire desert simultaneously. Some proposed underground radioactive substances. Could radiation excite the air and cause the glow? Yet radiation detectors swept across the desert, repeatedly showing completely normal readings. No elevated levels, no hazardous rays, no traces of ionizing radiation. Others guessed lightning, static electricity, or triboluminescence from friction in the sand. But the desert's glow was remarkably stable. Whether windy or still rainy or dry, with or without static electricity, as long as darkness deepened enough, the blue light appeared on schedule. In fact, the clearer and softer the glow, the quieter and more windless the night. One scientific theory after another was proposed, and round after round of experiments ended in dead ends. The most eerie aspect was not the glow itself. Scientists documented countless strange phenomena that remain unexplained to this day. First, the light has a sense of life. If you stand still in the glowing zone, the blue light remains faint. But the moment you walk, stamp, dig, or vibrate the ground, the points instantly brighten as if startled or awakened. Their response is extremely sensitive, as if something beneath the sand could sense external movement. Second, it only glows at specific hours of the night. It is not lit as soon as darkness falls, nor does it stay lit all night. It is most pronounced between 10 at night and 3 in the morning. As dawn approaches, the light gradually dims until it vanishes completely, leaving no trace, just like the daytime. Third, the glowing areas slowly shift. This year, this patch of sand is clearly bright. The next year, it may fade, while another patch several kilometers away begins to glow. It is not fixed in one spot, but moves through the desert slowly, like a living thing, changing location. No pattern, no trajectory, impossible to predict. Fourth, it is extremely difficult to capture with instruments. The human eye sees it clearly, yet cameras, video recorders, and night vision devices capture only an extremely faint image, sometimes pure black, as if nothing is there. As if the light is willing to be seen only by the naked eye, not recorded by machines. Countless scientists have arrived here full of confidence, only to leave dejected. One said frankly, "All my life I've studied natural science, believing every phenomenon has a rational explanation. But before this desert, for the first time, I feel science has failed." Yet the tribal elders simply watched these outsiders with calm eyes. They had long known that what science cannot explain does not mean it does not exist. In their belief, this desert is the eye of the earth. By day, the earth closes its eyes to rest. By night, it opens them to witness everything happening on this land. Those blue lights are the light within the earth's pupils. There is also a more spine-chilling belief: beneath this desert lies some ancient energy from a primordial era. Not a deity, not a ghost, but an ancient tranquil power that humanity cannot comprehend. It harms no one, commits no evil. It simply glows quietly at night, reminding humanity that some things in this world are beyond your understanding and need not be understood. In recent years, with the spread of the internet, the South African luminescent desert has become a secret destination for adventure enthusiasts and curiosity seekers. Many drive into the desert at night just to witness the fabled blue sea of light. Everyone who has been there describes it almost identically: standing in the glowing desert, looking up at a sky full of stars, looking down at a ground full of blue light. In that moment you feel disoriented, unable to tell whether you stand on Earth or in the Milky Way. It is so quiet you can only hear your own heartbeat. The light is soft, cool, not frightening, yet it instills a sense of awe from the depths of your heart. Some have tried to take away a handful of glowing sand as a souvenir, but strangely once the sand is sealed in a bottle or bag and carried beyond the area, the glow vanishes completely. It becomes ordinary, dull, no different from roadside dust. It belongs only to that desert. Once separated from that land, it loses all its mystery. To this day, the scientific community has yet to offer a unified, accepted, convincing answer. Biologists find no life, geologists find no minerals, physicists find no energy, chemists find no reaction. It simply exists quietly. By day, it is an unremarkable wasteland. By night, it transforms into a sea of mysterious blue light. It does not explain itself, does not prove itself, does not cater to human curiosity. We can only stand in the darkness watching the faint light slowly rising beneath our feet, and admit a simple yet helpless truth: on this ancient African continent, there are indeed far too many things beyond our cognition, beyond our science, beyond all our realms of understanding. The South African luminescent desert is one of the quietest, gentlest, and most haunting mysteries. It glows in the night, hides by day, and buries all its answers forever beneath the deep yellow sand. In the eastern part of the African continent lies the most awe-inspiring and majestic geographical wonder on Earth, known as the greatest scar on Earth, the East African Rift Valley. Viewed from above, this colossal rift valley appears as if the Earth was violently cleaved by a giant axe stretching from West Asia in the north to Mozambique in the south, traversing East Africa, with a total length of nearly 6,000 kilometers. Countless volcanoes, lakes, cliffs, and canyons are dotted along its expanse, forming the most spectacular landscape on the planet. Geologists tell us that the East African Rift Valley is evidence of the African plate splitting apart. Hundreds of millions of years from now, a new ocean will form here, and the land on the eastern side will completely detach from the African continent, becoming a brand new independent continent on Earth. This was once an indisputable fact in textbooks. Yet in recent decades, the East African Rift Valley has exhibited a series of bizarre behaviors that completely defy geological laws. Its movement speed, cracking patterns, and energy release have all surpassed scientists' predictions and comprehension. It is tearing the Earth apart in an anomalous, uncontrollable, and unpredictable manner. And this is by no means merely plate tectonics. The first thing that alerted the scientific community was the abnormal expansion rate of the rift. According to traditional geological theory, the separation of continental plates is an extremely slow process. Take the Mid-Atlantic Ridge as an example. The plates expand only a few centimeters each year, roughly the speed of nail growth. This change is gentle and stable, almost imperceptible on a human timescale. The East African Rift Valley, in theory, should be no different. But actual monitoring data sent chills down the spines of every geologist. Through years of satellite remote sensing, GPS positioning, and ground monitoring station tracking, scientists were astounded to discover that the expansion rate in some parts of the East African Rift Valley far exceeds theoretical values, with certain sections reaching over a dozen centimeters per year, several times the normal plate separation speed. And that is not the most terrifying part. Even more bizarre is that its expansion follows no discernible pattern. In some years it remains utterly motionless, as if the Earth slumbers. In others it suddenly accelerates, tearing the surface. Some regions silently expand, while others violently uplift with frequent volcanic eruptions. This pattern of erratic movement, now fast, now slow, and now calm, now chaotic, completely defies the stable model of plate tectonic theory. It is as if an invisible hand beneath the Earth is arbitrarily controlling the rhythm of the planet's tearing. More terrifying than the speed anomaly is the sudden appearance of brand new fissures on the surface. In the past, people imagined rift formation as the result of slow stretching over millions of years. But in East Africa, people have witnessed the horrifying scene of the Earth splitting open overnight. In countries along the rift, such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania, sudden surface fissures have frequently occurred in recent years. With no warning and no significant earthquakes, flat land would crack open into a deep trench within hours or even tens of minutes. The fissures, several meters wide, tens of meters deep, and stretching for kilometers, are as straight as if cut by a knife, hideous like a hellish maw. Roads were severed in the middle, houses collapsed, farmlands destroyed, and livestock plunged into the abyss. Local residents woke up to find their homes separated by a bottomless chasm. Geological survey teams rushed to the scene, but could offer no plausible explanation. According to normal geological stress release, fissures of this scale require long-term accumulation and could never form suddenly in such a short time. Yet the reality was right before their eyes. The Earth was truly tearing apart without any warning. The indigenous tribes of the region showed no surprise, only bone-deep fear. In the legends passed down through generations, the East African Rift Valley was not formed naturally. They say it is a wound of the Earth left from battles between gods and giant beasts in ancient times. Deep beneath the Earth slumber ancient powers. Once awakened, the Earth convulses and tears in agony. The sudden fissures are not geological movements but the Earth bleeding. Scientists, of course, do not believe in myths. They sought answers from the underground structure. One hypothesis is that the mantle plume beneath the East African Rift Valley is abnormally active with intense geothermal and magmatic activity violently uplifting the crust from below, causing the plate to be torn apart rapidly. But monitoring shows that although underground magmatic activity is vigorous, it is far from sufficient to cause such violent and anomalous surface cracking. Another hypothesis suggests that the collapse of giant underground caves and subterranean river systems triggers chain ruptures on the surface. Yet this explanation cannot account for the large-scale cluster of fissures spanning multiple countries and stretching hundreds of kilometers. Others have proposed that abnormal stress distribution inside the Earth, some force yet to be explored by humans, is redistributing energy beneath the plates. But the word anomaly itself is a helpless excuse. The more feeble the explanation, the more terrifying the reality. As monitoring deepened, more bizarre phenomena emerged one after another. Volcanic activity along the rift became extremely irregular. Dormant volcanoes that had slept for centuries suddenly awakened, erupting towering magma and ash, while active volcanoes that should have been active fell into an eerie calm, as if their energy had been forcibly drained by some force. Local magnetic field disturbances appeared around the rift. Compasses deflected without reason, electronic instruments frequently malfunctioned, and when aircraft flew over certain areas, navigation briefly deviated. These local magnetic anomalies followed no fixed pattern, appearing and disappearing like invisible waves released as the Earth breathes. Even more unsettling were the abnormal reactions of animals. Wild animals such as elephants, giraffes, and zebras collectively avoided certain areas of the rift, even where water and grass were abundant. They exhibited extreme agitation and fear, sensing underground changes days or even weeks in advance. Changes that human instruments could not capture. Before every large-scale surface cracking, animals always fled first. It was as if they could hear and sense some terrible agitation from the depths of the Earth's core. Since 2005, the anomalous activity of the East African Rift Valley has become increasingly frequent. A large-scale cracking in Ethiopia formed a massive fissure 56 kilometers long and 7 meters wide in just a few days. Such an astonishing surface change was unprecedented in the history of modern geological observation. Scientists stated bluntly, "We never expected the rift to expand in this way." Extrapolating from the current anomalous speed, the separation of East Africa, originally expected to take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years, might be greatly advanced. In the future, perhaps without waiting for distant geological ages, human civilization might witness the birth of a new continent and the emergence of a new ocean. But this is by no means a romantic geological wonder. Behind the accelerated splitting of the rift are frequent earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, surface collapses, and landslides. Tens of millions of people living on this land are constantly under the shadow of the Earth's loss of control. Countless villages have been swallowed by fissures, and countless families have been forced to leave their ancestral homes. They do not know when, where, or in what terrifying manner the next Earth splitting will occur. The scientific community has yet to establish an accurate model to predict the time and location of the next anomalous activity of the rift. It is fast, chaotic, sudden, and out of control. It is like an awakened giant beast struggling, writhing, and tearing beneath the Earth's skin. Local elders say, "The Earth is angry. Something beneath the Earth is about to come out." Human machines cannot hear the heartbeat of the Earth. These words sound ignorant and superstitious, but they hit a cruel reality. The geological theories that humans pride themselves on appear so thin and powerless in the face of the East African Rift Valley. We thought we understood the Earth, the plates, the magma, the geological movements. But the East African Rift Valley tells us, with its repeated anomalous movements, the secrets inside the Earth are far deeper, stranger, and more uncontrollable than we imagined. This huge scar stretching across the African land is tearing, expanding, and mutating in a way that does not belong to textbooks. Why is it moving anomalously? Is it a special case of plate movement, an abnormality of mantle activity, or some life rhythm of the Earth itself that we cannot understand? No one knows. We only know that this land is losing control. We only know that the heart of the Earth hides truths far more mysterious, awe-inspiring, and terrifying than any fantasy legend. And the East African Rift Valley is the first and most terrifying wound through which the Earth reveals its secrets to humanity. At the southeastern tip of the African continent lies a vast, isolated island, Madagascar. Having remained cut off from the mainland for millennia, it has evolved countless unique creatures found nowhere else on Earth, earning it the title, the Laboratory of Evolution, among biologists. Yet to the island's indigenous people, the most terrifying and uncanny entity upon this land has never been any ferocious beast, but a plant that exists only in darkness. They call it the ghost tree. Legends of the ghost tree have echoed through the primeval rainforests of central Madagascar. For over 1,000 years, the elders have long warned children, never venture alone into the dense woods after sunset. Should you glimpse a faint cold white luminescence in the dark, do not approach, and above all utter no sound. That is the ghost tree breathing. The earliest documented sighting by outsiders occurred in the early 20th century, when a French botanical expedition entered Madagascar's interior in search of rare species. Their lead botanist was seasoned and widely traveled, having explored Africa, Asia, and the Americas, and believed no plant could unsettle him. That night the team made camp deep within the forest. One member rising in the night suddenly spotted an eerie glow deep in the jungle. Hundreds of meters away. It was neither moonlight nor firelight nor the bioluminescence of any known animal. It was a soft yet chilling white radiance gently unfurling from the treetop like a thin mist, or like a soul suspended midair. Trembling, he immediately roused his captain. The group held their breath and crept closer. Yet with every step their scalps prickled with dread. Before them stood a tree unlike any they had ever seen. Its trunk was unremarkable in girth, its branches oddly contorted, its leaves long and slender with edges curled ever so slightly inward. In the pitch-black night, the entire tree emitted a faint cold white glow. Not the intermittent flicker of fireflies but a steady serene unwavering luminescence. The light was subdued yet it suffused a small radius around the tree in a hazy ethereal brightness. Its shadow trembled softly upon the ground, though no wind stirred and its limbs swayed as if alive. More unsettling still was the absolute silence surrounding it, no insect chirps, no bird calls. Not even the serpents, lizards, or insects ordinarily abundant in such forests were to be found. It was as though this patch of land had been severed from reality. A silent void adrift within the jungle's dense heart. The expedition dared not draw nearer, observing only from afar. Someone raised a camera to capture the scene. Yet the developed film revealed nothing, only blackness. No tree, no light, no trace whatsoever. As if the tree existed solely within human vision. Unreal, unrecordable, untouchable by the physical world. They kept vigil at a distance until dawn approached. Just before first light something uncanny unfolded. The tree's glow gradually faded, dimming, softening, until it vanished entirely. And as the light dissolved so too did the tree itself. Not withering, not collapsing, but dissolving like mist, growing translucent, then vanishing altogether. At daybreak they rushed to the spot where it had stood the night before. What met their eyes stole their breath. There was nothing. No trunk, no roots, no foliage, no sign that any plant had ever grown there. Only ordinary fallen leaves and soil covered the ground, as if the luminous tree had never existed at all. The veteran botanist stood utterly dumbfounded. He had devoted his life to studying flora yet had never witnessed, nor even heard of, a plant that glowed by night and erased itself by day. From that moment onward the ghost tree entered Western esoteric archives as fact. Over the ensuing decades explorers, locals, forest rangers and hunters alike continued to report sightings deep within Madagascar's rainforests. All accounts aligned with uncanny consistency. It appears only in deepest night, emerging only once total darkness falls. It emits a cold, pale, gentle luminescence. Neither harsh nor blinding yet chilling to the marrow. No creature stirs nearby. Only a profound, suffocating silence. Proximity evokes inexplicable dread, oppression, and fear. It recedes at dawn's first light, leaving behind no trace, and no camera, video recorder, or smartphone can capture it. Initially some speculated it might be a bioluminescent plant. After all, nature hosts glowing fungi, algae, and insects. Yet this hypothesis was swiftly discarded. Known bioluminescent flora emit only feeble light, visible only up close, not radiant enough to be seen across 100 meters. Moreover, no plant vanishes at sunrise. Others proposed symbiotic fungi colonizing the bark. But then came the same questions: why do both tree and fungus vanish together? Why is not even a root left behind? Why do all instruments register nothing? Still others claimed it was an optical illusion, an interplay of moonlight, fog, and topography. Yet witnesses were numerous, recurrent, and spanned centuries, locations, and cultural backgrounds, all describing the phenomenon with near-identical precision. For a multitude to share the exact same hallucination, repeatedly across generations, is itself less plausible than the ghost tree. The local tribe's priests offered another explanation. They said, "It is not a tree. It is the forest's soul." In Malagasy indigenous belief, all things possess spirit. The mountains, rivers, trees, and beasts alike each harbor their own anima. The ghost tree, they held, is the coalesced spirit of the entire rainforest. Rooted not in soil but striding the threshold between yin and yang. When yin energy thickens at night, it manifests. When yang surges at daybreak, it withdraws. The priests warned outsiders, do not dig for it. Do not pluck its leaves. Do not seek to seize it. The ghost tree belongs not to the mortal realm. You cannot grasp it. To defy this warning invites the forest's wrath, dooming one to misfortune, disorientation, disappearance, or sudden fatal illness. Though it sounds like superstition, history records those who refuse to believe. Once an expedition resolved to capture a ghost tree and transport it to Europe for study. They staked the area, erected iron wire enclosures, and installed night vision cameras, maintaining round-the-clock surveillance. For 2 weeks the ghost tree never reappeared, while members of the team fell ill one by one, fevers, comas, episodes of acute psychosis. Ultimately they fled in panic. Stranger still, some individuals underwent profound, inexplicable transformations after encountering the ghost tree. Some claimed such witnesses began dreaming vividly of future events, others said they were thereafter spared from wild animal attacks. Still others insisted lifespan shortened, because gazing upon what belongs not to this world exacts a toll. Modern research teams have deployed drones, thermal imagers, and spectrometers in legendary zones, searching through endless nights. Yet results remain unchanged. The human eye perceives a faint shimmering glow, while instruments detect absolutely no signal. No heat signature, no anomalous radiation, no spectral reflection characteristic of vegetation. No physical trace whatsoever. It exists as a projection visible only to unaided human sight. Awakening in darkness, dissolving at dawn. To this day science offers no consensus. Some insist it is an undiscovered biological phenomenon, or others attribute it to rare confluences of subterranean gases, geomagnetic fields, and light refraction. Still others concede plainly our current science simply cannot explain it. To those who have dwelt for generations within these rainforests, however, the answer is simple. Some things in this world were never meant to be understood, and never will be. The ghost tree is one such thing. It glows quietly in the night, fades silently by day, neither intruding upon humanity nor tolerating intrusion. Perhaps deep within Madagascar's ancient, impenetrable, and profoundly isolated rainforests lives a form of existence beyond the reach of modern scientific comprehension. It takes the shape of a tree, breathes light, and dwells in the liminal space between day and night. All we can do is watch from afar, and acknowledge a humbling truth upon this mysterious African continent: humanity knows far, far less than it presumes. What then is the ghost tree? A plant? A spirit? A natural mirage? Or an entity from a higher dimension? No one knows. It emerges only at night, vanishes at dawn, carrying all its answers into the boundless, impenetrable darkness of Madagascar's rainforests. Deep within the grasslands and dense forests of the African continent, an ancient adage has long chilled the hearts of local tribes. Elephants remember everything and know everything. They remember water sources, migration routes, injuries from decades past, and all the unspeakable secrets of this land. Yet no one ever imagined that one day these highly intelligent, emotionally rich, nearly predator-free titans would die in droves without warning in the most inexplicable and eerie manner. The first outbreak occurred in a nature reserve in southeastern Africa. The first to notice the anomaly was a local ranger on patrol. That morning he drove his vehicle as usual, and as he crested a small hill, the sight before him sent a chill through his very blood. The grassland was strewn with elephant carcasses lying haphazardly. Adult bulls, cows, and even newborn calves lay motionless on the ground, eyes wide open, limbs stiff, as if frozen in mid-run, mid-struggle, or mid-terror at the final moment of life. Initially, everyone assumed poachers were responsible. The slaughter of African elephants for their ivory has long been an open secret. But when the staff approached to inspect, they were stunned. No gunshot wounds, no poison darts, no knife marks, no bleeding. The tusks were intact, ruling out poaching. The bodies were whole, with no signs of scavenger bites. It was as if life had been abruptly drained from them, their souls forcibly torn away, and they had collapsed heavily onto the land their kind had inhabited for generations. Even stranger was the distribution of deaths. The elephants did not die in a single spot, but along a fixed route, dying as they walked. Some fell by the water, some under trees, some huddled together, as if seeking comfort in their final moments. From the first carcass to the last stretched for kilometers like a silent path of death. The local government swiftly intervened, with veterinarians, animal experts, and environmental organizations arriving at the scene immediately. They collected blood samples, organs, forage, water, and soil, sending them to the most advanced laboratories for analysis. Everyone awaited an answer: a virus, bacteria, a new type of toxin, environmental pollution. A few days later the results came in. Everything was normal. No lethal bacteria, no novel virus, no heavy metal contamination, no pesticide residue, no plant toxins, no cyanide, no toxic substance capable of causing mass mortality in large mammals. The elephants' internal organs were intact. Hearts, livers, and lungs showed no lesions. Their bodies were as healthy as could be, except they had simply stopped breathing. When the news broke, the entire scientific community was shaken. A single healthy elephant dying suddenly is rare enough. But a herd of dozens or even hundreds dying simultaneously in the same place and manner was unprecedented in biological history. Upon hearing the news, the elders of the local tribe shook their heads silently and uttered a chilling remark. It's not disease, not poison. They simply chose not to live anymore. In ancient African legends, elephants are the most spiritually attuned creatures. They possess emotions and memories far beyond human imagination. They grieve, mourn, hold vigils for their dead, and gently caress the bones of their companions with their trunks lingering for a long time. Passed down through generations in the tribes, when elephants feel extreme despair, anguish, or are compelled by some force, they choose to die together. Some say it is human encroachment, expanding territories, cutting off water sources, that has robbed elephants of their habitat, driving them to collective suicide out of despair. But experts countered that the reserve had a healthy ecosystem, abundant food, and ample water conditions that did not support mass suicide. Others proposed a natural anomaly yet undiscovered by humans: sudden geomagnetic shifts, infrasound interference, underground gas leakage, some invisible energy wave instantly disrupting the elephant's brain and nervous system, causing cardiac arrest. Hypothesis after hypothesis was raised, only to be refuted one by one. No instruments detected abnormal magnetic fields, no underground gases, no excessive infrasound, no earthquake precursors, no natural phenomenon that could explain such a massive biological die-off. What sent chills down spines even more was what happened next. Shortly after the first mass elephant death, an identical tragedy occurred in another country thousands of kilometers away in Africa. Again, dozens of elephants. Again, no external injuries, no poisoning, no disease. Again, they died as they walked. The same eerie silence, the same insoluble mystery. Experts were utterly baffled. The same phenomenon occurring simultaneously in two locations thousands of kilometers apart was no coincidence. Yet all human scientific instruments and detection methods failed before these elephant carcasses. Some began to speculate in more esoteric and forbidden directions. Some said elephants were the guardians of the Earth's spiritual veins, capable of sensing crises at a planetary level that humans cannot perceive. When the land is wounded, spiritual energy dissipates, and some catastrophe looms. Elephants sense it in advance and choose collective death as an ancient form of sacrifice and prayer. Others said elephants could see the other world. They could perceive beings invisible to humans and hear calls from the earth, the stars, and ancient times. That mass death was no accident, no disease, but a taking by some supernatural force. Local witch doctors were blunt. The elephants did not die. They returned. Returned to where they belonged. Humans should not investigate. Even if they try, they will not understand, and will only invite trouble from things that should not be disturbed. As time passed, laboratories changed, papers were written, and experts debated round after round. Yet to this day, no single person or institution has been able to provide a convincing answer. Those elephants lie silently on the African grasslands. Their massive bodies slowly desiccate, turning into bones, merging with the earth. It seems like a silent message to humanity: some secrets are not for you. Some deaths have no cause. We always believe that science can explain everything, that humans can control everything. But on this ancient and mysterious African continent, there are always things beyond logic, beyond comprehension, beyond all known rules. Why did those healthy elephants die collectively? Was it despair, nature, a curse, a sacrifice, or a force we can never understand? No one knows. The only certainty is that on this land, life and death are never as simple as we imagine. And those elephants who died in silence will carry their final secrets forever asleep beneath the red soil and starlight of Africa, becoming an eternal unsolved mystery left for humanity. Hidden in the desert region of northern Burkina Faso, West Africa, lies a mysterious area that has baffled astronomers and geologists worldwide: the Starfall Zone. This land, covering just a few square kilometers, seems to have been deliberately chosen by the universe. Meteorites, as if guided with precision, fall regularly and consistently at this fixed location, never ceasing for millennia. Across the globe, meteorite falls are random and rare celestial events. Yet here meteorites descend like rain, time-directed and quantified, completely defying the laws of celestial mechanics, making it the most bizarre astronomical mystery on the African continent. Located deep in the desert, the Starfall Zone in Burkina Faso is desolate and uninhabited, with barren ground covered in yellow sand and gravel. It was originally just a neglected wasteland for the local tribes. Until hundreds of years ago, tribal herders accidentally discovered that the ground in this area was scattered with numerous strange black stones, extremely hard and dense, completely different from any surrounding rocks. What terrified them even more was that almost periodically firelight would streak across the night sky, plunging straight into this area, accompanied by thunderous roars and dust, and new stones from beyond the heavens would appear on the ground. The local tribes regarded this place as the ground where the gods hurl stones, and declared it an absolute forbidden zone. Legend has it that these meteorites are weapons of the gods punishing the world. Those who trespass into the Starfall Zone and pick up meteorites would incur the wrath of the heavens, suffering blindness, madness, mysterious disappearance, and other misfortunes. Thus, for centuries, no one dared to approach this terrifying zone where meteorites constantly fell. Only tribal priests would offer distant worship during specific rituals, begging the gods to calm their anger and avert disaster. It was not until modern times, with the advancement of geological exploration and astronomical observation, that this phenomenon, defying common sense, was formally discovered and recorded by the outside world. After field investigations, research teams were shocked to discover that the meteorite falls in the Starfall Zone were not random but possessed strong regularity. According to hundreds of years of local oral history, and nearly a century of scientific observation records, meteorites almost always fall during several fixed months each year, with their landing range firmly locked within this few square kilometer area, rarely deviating outward. Even more anomalous is the astonishingly high density of meteorite falls. Under normal circumstances, a country might experience a recorded meteorite fall every few years or even decades. Yet, in the Starfall Zone of Burkina Faso, dozens of meteorite falls are observed annually, ranging from pebble-sized to hundreds of kilograms, with various shapes and compositions, but without exception all precisely strike this small area. Other regions within hundreds of kilometers have almost never shown any traces of meteorites, the boundary so stark that it sends chills down one's spine. Scientists immediately launched comprehensive studies attempting to unravel this eerie phenomenon. Astronomers first proposed the hypothesis that this area lies exactly at a fixed landing point of some cosmic meteorite belt. When Earth's orbit brings it here, it encounters dense meteorite impacts. However, observational data showed that Earth's orbit is stable, and there is no meteorite belt targeting only this small area. No similar fixed-point meteorite fall phenomenon exists at the same latitude anywhere else in the world, so this hypothesis was quickly refuted. Geologists then turned their attention underground, speculating that there might be an extremely strong anomalous magnetic field beneath the starfall zone, acting like a cosmic magnet that forcefully draws meteorites from space to this spot. Yet high-precision geomagnetic detectors showed that the magnetic intensity in this area is identical to the surrounding desert, with no abnormal gravitational magnetic or energy fields, completely lacking the ability to attract extraterrestrial meteorites. Other scholars proposed the atmospheric channel hypothesis, suggesting that a special atmospheric convection channel exists above this area capable of guiding meteorites precisely into it. However, high-altitude observations and atmospheric simulations showed that the airflow pressure and cloud cover above the starfall zone are no different from the surroundings, with no special atmospheric structure to guide meteorites, so this theory also failed. What puzzled researchers even more was that within the starfall zone, regardless of size, meteorites exhibit abnormally gentle impact forces upon landing, rarely forming large craters. Many meteorites are only shallowly embedded in the ground, as if gently placed. According to normal physical laws of meteorite falls, high-speed impact on the ground inevitably produces violent shock and deep craters. Yet here the meteorites seem to have been slowed by an invisible force defying the most basic principles of physical dynamics. Research teams also found that any electronic device entering the starfall zone experienced temporary signal disturbances, data jumps, compasses spinning wildly, and satellite positioning briefly failing, only to quickly return to normal upon leaving the area. This faint yet persistent anomalous interference adds another layer of mystery to the already enigmatic starfall zone. Among the elders of local tribes, many eerie tales about the starfall zone are still passed down. An external expedition team once ignored warnings and entered the starfall zone with extensive equipment to collect meteorite samples. At night, they encountered bizarre bright lights and strange sounds. Team members suffered temporary amnesia, and all collected meteorite samples vanished into thin air. Another story tells of a herder who witnessed a meteorite fall from a distance. When he went to check, there was only a fresh meteorite on the ground with no impact marks, as if the meteorite had simply appeared on the surface. To this day, countless astronomers, geologists, and physicists have repeatedly studied and proposed numerous hypotheses, yet no single theory can perfectly explain why do meteorites regularly and precisely fall in this small area. Why, with no underground gravity and no atmospheric channel, do meteorites arrive so accurately? Why are meteorite landings so gentle with no signs of normal impact? The starfall zone in Burkina Faso still welcomes visitors from beyond the heavens during the fixed seasons each year. Meteorites, as if arranged by an invisible hand, descend upon this desert, punctually, precisely, and regularly, becoming the most anomalous and mysterious astronomical phenomenon on Earth. Science cannot explain it, observation cannot decipher it, and legends cannot verify it. This desert favored by the universe lies silently on the land of West Africa, like a mute cosmic puzzle, awaiting an answer that may never come. The desert of ancient Egypt has always known but two things: the scorching sun and the golden sands. By day the sun bakes the grains until they burn, and bare feet upon them would soon blister and scar. By night the wind sweeps the sand with a howl cold as breath from the underworld, yet never leaving a trace of moisture. On this land only drought-tolerant date palms, creeping camel grass, and the silent millennia-old pyramids and the Sphinx have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the passage of caravans, yet never have they seen the form of ice. Beside an oasis deep in the desert, there lived an elderly wanderer. In his lifetime he had walked the Nile Valley, passed through the temples of Thebes, seen the pharaoh's procession, and heard the priests' chants. Yet in his old age, he chose to dwell by this forgotten sea of sand. He chased neither fame nor fortune, nor did he pray for eternal life. He sought only to understand the principles of heaven and earth. Just as you often said, one merely passes through this world, and all encounters and partings are but a reflection of self-awareness. That night, an unprecedented chill swept across the desert. The scorching heat of the day was suppressed by a cold air drifting from the far north. The wind and sand abruptly ceased. The stars hung so low they seemed to rest upon the dune crests, and even the Nile's vapor froze mid-air. The old man huddled in his crude, thatched shelter, listening to an unfamiliar silence, and felt a strange premonition stir within him. Before dawn, he pushed open the door and froze in astonishment. In the lee of a sand dune, a pillar of crystalline ice stood silently, a sight never before seen in the desert. It bore no marks of chisel or blade, no human craft. It was purely formed from the night's chill and condensing moisture, translucent and flawless like a crystal dropped by the gods or a soul that had never thawed through the ages. The pillar was not thick, yet it stood upright and tall, casting a soft blue glow in the faint light, making the surrounding sand appear gentle. The scorching desert had given birth to the coldest ice. The eternally arid land had nurtured a fleeting purity. Passing caravans beheld it in awe. Some said it was a miracle, a blessing from the gods upon the desert. Others called it an ill omen, a sign of cosmic imbalance. Still others tried to carve it down and carry it to the city for gold, but the moment they drew near, the pillar's chill drove them back. They gathered around the pillar, pointing and discussing. Some knelt in worship, some sighed, some tried to wrap it in cloth, hoping to preserve this rare marvel. The old man simply stood aside, silent. He understood. This ice pillar born of the desert was itself a confluence of causes and conditions. It condensed when cold came and melted when cold departed. It had no permanent form, no fixed nature. Just as all things in the world seemingly real flow through a rising and ceasing. You once said close your eyes and the world is not, open them and the world is reborn. If you do not recall, it is as if it never existed. So too with this ice pillar. It existed because of one night's chill and vanished under the sun's heat. Never was there an unchanging essence of ice. As the sun climbed higher, its rays poured over the desert. The sand warmed again and heat rose from the ground in shimmering waves. The pillar began to melt slowly. First tiny droplets formed at its tip, falling into the sand and vanishing without a trace. Then the body gradually thinned, its outline blurred, and its crystalline luster faded bit by bit. The travelers cried out in alarm, trying to hold it back, but they could only watch as it turned into a puddle of water, then was absorbed by the sand as if it had never been. Within half a day, the desert returned to its former state. The sun, the sand, the hot wind. All as before. The ice pillar was gone, leaving no trace, just like those who sever their ties, like the passing of time, like the thoughts that rise and fall in our minds. Coming and going, leaving no mark. The travelers departed with a sense of loss, discussing the fleeting miracle. Only the old man stood still, his heart clear. He understood that the ice pillar in the Egyptian desert was itself a revelation about emptiness of nature. The ice pillar was neither existent nor non-existent. It arose from causes and conditions and ceased when those conditions ended. It had no fixed, unchanging nature. This is emptiness. When it existed, it was crystal clear and exquisite, a true experience. When it vanished, it left no trace, the emptiness of its essence. Just as in a human life, all feelings, perceptions, encounters, manifold and all-encompassing, are but an experience, a moment of awareness, a realization. Nothing is truly owned and nothing is truly lost. The desert remains the desert, its nature unchanged by a pillar of ice. The human heart remains the heart, not losing its origin due to a passing circumstance. The ice pillar appeared not to be preserved but to be seen, not to become eternal but to demonstrate impermanence. The old man turned slowly and walked toward the oasis. He carried away no piece of ice, left behind no word, but stored the truth revealed by heaven and earth deep within his heart. The desert never speaks, yet it says everything. The ice pillar never lingers, yet it comprehends all. Along the coastal region of Ghana in West Africa, a bay where generations of fishermen have drawn their livelihood from the sea, an eerie, ocean-defying phenomenon has recurred for centuries. The tides vanish without warning. One moment the sea glistens under the sun, waves rhythmically lapping the shore, the next it abruptly recedes. No tremor, no storm, no sign. Leaving behind vast expanses of damp seabed, jagged reefs, and stranded fish and shrimp, transforming the entire bay into a desiccated expanse within mere minutes. Even more astonishing is the sea's silent return hours later, surging back as if summoned by an unseen will, restoring the surface to its former serenity as though the prior desolation had never been. This anomaly is no random occurrence. It manifests repeatedly, predictably, yet without pattern, haunting the local fishermen. Not merely as curiosity but as a sacred, terrifying marvel they both dread and revere. According to ancient tribal legends, this stretch of water is the resting place of the sea god. When the tides vanish, it is said, he withdraws the sea to admonish humanity, warning against overfishing and desecration of the ocean. And when the waters surge back, it signifies his wrath, subsiding his mercy, restoring the sea to mortals. For millennia, fishermen have held this belief with unwavering faith. The moment the sea recedes without cause, all fall to their knees in prayer. None dare step onto the exposed seabed, fearing divine retribution that could drown them utterly. Unlike natural tidal ebb, this disappearance defies all known tidal mechanics. Ordinary tides arise from gravitational forces exerted by the moon and sun, predictable, gradual, and traceable. Yet here the sea vanishes without precedent on windless days beneath cloudless skies. No tempest, no quake, no subterranean shift. Only an instantaneous total withdrawal, as if its source had been severed. Local eyewitness accounts document one particularly harrowing incident over a decade ago. It occurred in mid-afternoon. Dozens of fishing vessels rested at anchor near shore, while fishermen mended nets upon the sand. The sea calm as polished glass. Suddenly a low, resonant hum rose from the depths. Then before their eyes the water began retreating. Visible, visceral, relentless. Within 3 minutes the bay, once several meters deep, lay utterly bare. Boats stranded on glistening sand, shells, coral, and floundering sea life exposed across the vast arid plain. All present stood frozen, speechless, breathless, stunned into absolute stillness. By all oceanic logic, such rapid, massive withdrawal should trigger a catastrophic tsunami. Yet here no wave rose, no wind stirred. Only an uncanny silence over the parched, lifeless seabed. Not until 3 hours later did the sea return, gently, steadily, flowing in from the horizon inch by inch, reclaiming the bay until every contour, every ripple was restored, as if the earlier desolation had been nothing more than a shared hallucination. The phenomenon soon drew intense scrutiny from marine biologists, geologists, and meteorologists. Multinational research teams descended upon this enigmatic bay in Ghana, establishing long-term observation stations and deploying advanced instrumentation to unravel the mystery of the vanishing sea. Scientists first ruled out conventional tidal explanations. Precise astronomical and tidal modeling confirmed that gravitational conditions during each event were entirely normal, incapable of producing such extreme instantaneous withdrawal. Next, they conducted comprehensive sonar and seismic surveys of the seabed, searching for fissures or subterranean voids that might siphon seawater underground. Yet data revealed an unbroken geologically stable seafloor. No cracks, no cavities, no anomalous activity. There was simply no plausible pathway for seawater to vanish into the earth. Some scholars proposed anomalous current theories, that distant violent currents swept the water away, but oceanographic records showed surrounding currents remained steady and undisturbed. Moreover, such wholesale displacement would inevitably leave telltale turbulence in adjacent waters. Instead, the boundary was unervingly precise, only this bay emptied. Within kilometers, the sea flowed untouched. Meteorologists explored atmospheric pressure anomalies, speculating that extreme localized pressure differentials might push the sea aside. Yet barometric sensors recorded no fluctuations. Pressure remained perfectly nominal before, during, and after each event, utterly insufficient to displace even a fraction of the observed volume. What perplexed scientists most was the profound tranquility of the phenomenon itself. Normally, such rapid, massive retreat would generate violent suction, chaotic backflow, and destructive surges. Here, however, the sea withdrew with hushed grace, and returned with equal serenity, leaving no scars, no debris, no disturbance, as if lifted by an invisible hand, then tenderly set down again. Such defiance of fluid dynamics and marine physics rendered every established theory impotent. Meanwhile, elders among the local fishermen recounted ancestral tales passed down through countless generations. Legends tell of outsiders who, skeptical and greedy, ventured onto the exposed seabed to gather stranded fish, only to be trapped on shallow flats as the sea rushed back, nearly drowning in the sudden deluge. Others claim to have discovered strange, smooth stone formations beneath the receding waters, geometrically precise, clearly not natural. Yet these vanished without trace once the tide returned, never to be found again. These stories deepened the bay's aura of mystique. Research teams installed round-the-clock monitoring systems capturing dozens of full cycles. The sea's inexplicable disappearance and quiet return. Each event unfolded identically, no precursor, no geological tremor, no meteorological deviation. Swift, silent withdrawal followed hours later by gentle, seamless restoration. Scientists advanced countless hypotheses, from undiscovered marine energy fields and localized space-time distortions to subterranean magnetic interference. Yet none yielded empirical evidence or coherent explanatory power. To this day, the sea in Ghana's bay continues to vanish without warning, and just as silently returns. It bows to no gravitational law, obeys no geological principle, and contradicts every meteorological axiom, standing as West Africa's most profound and enduring marine enigma. To the fishermen, it is divine admonition. To scientists, a paradigm-shattering riddle. To all who witness it, a tangible yet incomprehensible anomaly. The ocean still rises and falls, but those sudden silent vanishings and returns linger like an unspoken question suspended above the azure surface, reminding humanity that beneath every placid wave lies a depth of mystery far beyond our grasp. A riddle whose answer may forever elude us. In the untamed highlands and rocky hills of central Tanzania, Africa, an eerie legend circulates among the local tribes, evoking both reverence and dread. The bird in the stone. From within a seemingly ordinary, unyielding natural rock, clear and crisp birdsong periodically emerges, melodious and trilling, indistinguishable from the calls of living birds in the forest. Yet when people driven by curiosity and fear crack, shatter, and completely split open the stone, they discover its interior to be dense and solid, without seam or cavity. No nest, no egg, no trace of any living creature, utterly and completely empty. This phenomenon, defying all reason and witnessed by generations, remains without any satisfactory scientific explanation to this day. This extraordinary stone of birdsong is not hidden away in obscurity. It has been carefully enshrined within the sacred grounds of the local Maasai tribe, venerated for generations as the Stone of Divine Prophecy. In the tribe's ancient lore, the bird within the stone is no ordinary creature, but a divine messenger dwelling within the rock. Its song, an omen sent from the heavens above. A clear and gentle song foretells favorable weather and bountiful harvests. A rapid and agitated song heralds impending calamity. For millennia, tribal priests have relied on the stone bird's song to discern fortune, schedule rituals, and guide hunting and planting, never once erring. For ages, knowledge of the stone bird song was passed down solely by word of mouth within the tribe. Outsiders dismissed it as nonsense or mere tribal superstition. It was not until the late 20th century that a Western scholar conducting geological surveys in Tanzania chanced upon the tale, and having witnessed it firsthand, brought this anomaly defying natural logic to public attention. According to the scholar's field notes, the extraordinary stone was modest in size, about half a meter tall and nearly 40 centimeters wide. An unremarkable piece of highland sedimentary rock, rough on the surface, hard in texture, indistinguishable in appearance from the countless rocks scattered around. Initially, he refused to believe it, suspecting a fabricated tribal hoax, or a small bird, hidden within a crevice. Yet, after days of continuous observation, he was compelled to acknowledge that what lay before him defied all understanding. Every morning and dusk birdsong would emerge from within the rock with punctual regularity. The sound was clear, bright, and continuous. Not a tapping, not wind, not the resonance of stone, but genuinely avian song, rhythmic and melodic, sometimes a single crisp note, sometimes a series of calls closely resembling the song of the sunbirds that inhabit the African savanna. What sent chills down the spine was that the sound indisputably emanated from within the rock itself, not from its surface base or any fissure. To verify its authenticity, the scholar pressed his hand flat against the stone's surface, and could distinctly feel the faint vibrations of the birdsong, the source residing entirely at the rock's center. He then wrapped the stone in layers of acoustic cotton and cloth, leaving only a single opening. Yet the song still permeated from within. He deployed instruments to scan the surroundings, confirming no speakers, insect sounds, animal cries, or man-made devices were interfering. Every piece of evidence pointed to one absurd yet irrefutable conclusion: the sound came from within the solid stone. The tribal elders told the scholar that over the centuries many outsiders who doubted the legend had insisted on breaking the stone open to discover the truth. Some brought hammers and chisels, forcibly chipping away a corner of the rock, or others even resorted to explosives, blasting off a layer of its outer surface. But no matter how they vandalized it, the birdsong never ceased steadily emanating from the remaining fragments. Until years ago, a tribal chief, seeking to end the controversy once and for all, ordered the entire stone to be split cleanly in half. Yet the sight revealed upon splitting froze everyone in their tracks. The rock's interior was uniform, dense, and seamless. No cavities, no cracks, no feathers, bones, eggs, nests, or any trace of life whatsoever. The entire stone was a solid mass of rock, dry, hard, and sealed, incapable of harboring any bird or even sustaining an insect. But the eerie truth was that even after being split, the birdsong persisted, still rising punctually from the remaining half of the rock, as if the invisible bird remained comfortably nestled within the stone. This spectacle shattered everyone's understanding of reality. If there were a bird, why was there nothing inside when opened? If there were no bird, then where did the birdsong sustained for centuries actually come from? As news spread, a wave of geologists, zoologists, and acousticians descended upon Tanzania, striving to unravel the mystery of the stone bird through science. The first hypothesis to be dismissed was that of a bird dwelling inside. The rock was entirely solid, without hole or seam. No bird could enter, much less survive within without leaving a trace. Next to be rejected was insect-based sound production. The rock's interior lacked moisture, food, and space. No insect could survive there, and the timbre of insect sounds bears no resemblance to birdsong. Acousticians proposed that the sound might be a resonance caused by highland winds, funneling into microfractures within the rock. Yet testing revealed no microfractures whatsoever within the stone. Even in a windless, sealed environment, the birdsong still rang out with precision, bearing no relation to the wind. Geologists speculated that the sound might be generated by internal mineral friction or electrical discharge mimicking birdsong. But experiments proved that mineral friction produces only dull, low-pitched sounds, utterly incapable of producing the melodious, crisp, rhythmically varied birdsong, much less adhering to a fixed schedule at dawn and dusk. Some daring researchers proposed a spatial displacement hypothesis, suggesting that birdsong from an alternate dimension was being projected into our world through the rock as a medium, hence audible but invisible. Though bordering on the metaphysical, this theory unexpectedly accounted for all the eerie phenomena. Yet within the framework of modern science, it could neither be proven nor disproven. What unsettled researchers even more was the stone bird's apparent sentience. Whenever someone attempted to scan or penetrate the rock with large instruments or prepared to damage it once more, the birdsong would cease instantly, resuming only after the instruments were withdrawn and the danger had passed. This seemingly deliberate evasion added a layer of the supernatural to an already inexplicable phenomenon. The local tribe steadfastly believes the stone bird is a sacred entity not to be profaned. They have re-cemented the split halves and continue to venerate the stone, strictly forbidding any further desecration. The old priest declares that this rock is a spiritual relic of heaven and earth, that the birdsong is a dialogue between the spiritual realm and the mortal world, and that mortals who seek to crack it by brute force will only invite misfortune. Historically, those who persisted in smashing the stone were said to have fallen mysteriously ill or met with accidents shortly thereafter. Claims that, while scientifically unverifiable, have only deepened the reverence and awe surrounding the stone bird. To this day, that rock split and rebonded still rests quietly within the sacred grounds of the Tanzanian tribe. Every morning and dusk, the crisp birdsong still rings out punctually from within the solid stone. Melodious, clear, and unmistakably real. Countless researchers have come and gone, departing with more questions than answers. Countless hypotheses have been proposed only to be refuted one by one. Within solid rock, no bird, no cavity, no life. Yet the birdsong persists. After splitting it open, nothing is found, yet the sound refuses to fade. The Tanzanian stone bird has become the most baffling auditory enigma on the African continent. Through its crispest birdsong, it tells of the most absurd, unsolvable, and spine-chilling truth, that upon this ancient land some sounds are clearly heard, yet their source can never be found. Some presences are undeniably real, yet their form can never be seen. Science cannot explain it, logic cannot reconcile it, and legend cannot confirm it. All that remains is a silent stone, and a birdsong of unknown origin, that has persisted for centuries echoing across the highlands awaiting an answer that will never come. On the edge of the tropical rainforest in southwestern Uganda, Africa, within a valley perpetually shrouded in thick white mist, there exists a bizarre legend that both terrifies and awes the local inhabitants. The figure in the fog. During early mornings or rainy weather, distinct human silhouettes would emerge among the valley mists, standing motionless, as if quietly observing. Yet the moment anyone attempted to approach, these silhouettes would vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. This area is known to the local tribes as the Forbidden Mist Valley, and for millennia no one dared to venture deep into it. According to the indigenous ancient beliefs, the figures in the mist are neither living beings nor beasts, but rather lingering souls trapped between the mortal world and the spirit realm. Bound by obsessions, they manifest through the dense fog, yet they fear the presence of the living, vanishing instantly when approached. Elders have always warned the younger generation never to enter the valley alone on foggy days, and never to call out upon seeing the figures lest they be haunted by the souls, leading to madness or even mysterious disappearance. For ages the mist figures existed only in oral tales until modern times, when increasing numbers of villagers, hunters, and forest rangers witnessed them firsthand, drawing outside attention to this eerie phenomenon. All witnesses described the same startling details. Within the thick fog, the figures were tall, straight in posture, and entirely grayish-white, blending into the mist yet forming clear human shapes with heads, bodies, and limbs proportioned like ordinary people. Most stood still, occasionally making slow movements, yet remained blurred, their features and clothing indistinct. The most baffling aspect was their extreme sensitivity to approach. No matter how softly one stepped or how far away they were, as soon as they moved toward the figure, even just a few steps, the clear outline would instantly fade, as if the mist had been blown away, disappearing completely within 1 or 2 seconds. When one stopped, only the white fog remained, as if the entire sight had been an illusion. But often upon turning away, the same figure would reappear in the mist behind, standing silently in the same spot, as if watching or monitoring. A young hunter, refusing to believe the tales, once entered the valley with his hunting dog. The moment they saw the mist figure, the usually fierce dog began trembling, tucked its tail, and whined, refusing to move forward, desperately pulling the hunter back. As the dog panicked, the mist figure vanished into thin air. Such experiences were common in the area. Almost every animal that saw the figures displayed extreme terror, adding a supernatural aura to the phenomenon. To uncover the truth, a paranormal investigation team traveled to Uganda, setting up an observation post at the edge of the valley, recording for dozens of consecutive days. They equipped themselves with infrared cameras, night vision goggles, acoustic detectors, magnetic field recorders, and other professional devices, monitoring the mist around the clock. On the 5th morning of their vigil, the valley was thick with fog, and the team finally captured the legendary mist figure on camera. In the footage, 3 distinct human silhouettes stood in the mist 100 meters away, their postures stable and outlines clear. The team held their breath and slowly advanced, but after just a dozen meters the figures in the lens instantly faded. The instruments detected no movement trajectory, no abnormal temperature, sound waves, or magnetic field fluctuations. In the following days, similar occurrences repeated. The figures always appeared at fixed times, and no matter how the team approached, walking softly and circling, observing from a distance, or filming covertly, the moment an approach intention arose, the figures vanished. Strangely, only the naked eye and ordinary cameras could capture the figures. Infrared and thermal imaging showed nothing abnormal, as if the figures had no temperature, no substance, merely optical illusions created by light. The investigation team initially proposed the theory of optical illusions in the mist. They suggested that trees and rocks in the valley under special light and mist refraction occasionally formed human-like contours, fooling the eye. Yet this explanation failed to account for why the figures made slow movements or how they could precisely sense approaching behavior and vanish instantly. Moreover, the positions, numbers, and shapes of the figures were highly stable, not random natural light patterns. Some meteorologists speculated that this might be a rare atmospheric electrostatic imaging phenomenon. Large amounts of water vapor in the dense fog carried electrical charges, forming temporary human-shaped plasma outlines under specific electric fields. However, experiments showed that such plasma forms were extremely unstable, unable to remain still for long, and certainly incapable of such uniform avoidance reactions to approach. The local tribe's elder priest offered another explanation: these figures were the spirits of ancient warriors who died in battle here, unable to find peace, so they condensed into form during the thickest mist to guard the valley. They meant no harm, only wished not to be disturbed by the living, thus they vanished when approached. The priest warned that trying to capture or harm the figures by force would bring misfortune. During the investigation, one team member ignored the warning and shouted loudly at the figure to test its reaction. The moment he spoke, the surrounding mist suddenly thickened, the temperature dropped sharply, and all electronic screens were filled with snow-like static, returning to normal only after several minutes. The figure had disappeared without a trace. Looking back, the team members felt an inexplicable chill. Over the years, countless researchers have come to explore yet found nothing. No one has ever been able to approach the mist figure, closely touch its physical form, record its clear face, or explain what these human shapes, appearing only in dense fog and vanishing upon approach, truly are. They are not mist, not animals, not light, not any known natural phenomenon. They resemble a group of silent watchers existing only in fleeting glimpses. Visible yet forever unreachable, confirmed real yet indefinable by science. To this day the misty valley in Uganda still fills with white fog every morning, and the mist figures still appear on schedule standing silently among the trees watching all that passes. Some say they are restless souls, some call them natural wonders, others claim they are projections from another dimension. No answers, no explanations. Only the grayish-white figures that appear and disappear, repeatedly writing one hair-raising, unsolved mystery after another in the deep mist of Africa. In the desolate coastal desert of eastern Somalia at the Horn of Africa, where wind and sand perpetually ravage the barren land, an eerie phenomenon defying scientific logic frequently manifests. A colossal mirage city. Unlike ordinary mirages that dissipate within minutes or hours, this phantom city can persist steadily for days, its architecture crisp and its silhouette fixed. Within it, the faint movement of human figures is even discernible, entirely surpassing the explanatory bounds of optical refraction. Local fishermen and tribes have dubbed it the ghost capital of the seas. Somalia's eastern coastline borders the Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean, characterized by Gobi deserts and desolate shores, dotted with sparse fishing villages, and devoid of substantial human settlements. Yet according to age-old oral traditions passed down through generations, standing upon the coastal highlands at dawn or dusk affords one the chance to witness a magnificent ancient city, materializing upon the horizon, lofty walls, contiguous towers, orderly streets, and soaring spires. Its architectural style aligns neither with African, Middle Eastern, nor European designs, bearing instead an ancient and unfamiliar solemnity. It hovers silently between sea and sky, resembling a mythical city of the heavens. Initially, the outside world simplistically classified this occurrence as a mirage, an optical phenomenon where light refracts through air layers of varying densities, projecting distant scenes into the sky. However, as more witnesses recorded and captured the phenomenon, scientists gradually realized that the Somali mirage city is fundamentally distinct from ordinary mirages, its unsettling nature far exceeding current scientific understanding. Standard mirages are blurry, wavering, ephemeral, and always reflect existing real-world scenery. Conversely, this phantom city appears with extraordinary clarity. Its architectural outlines are sharp, and details like windows, arches, and battlements can be distinguished. Its stability is remarkable, regardless of sea winds or shifting clouds. The city's image neither distorts nor fades. The longest recorded instance persisted for 4 full days and 3 nights, vanishing only with the arrival of a fierce sandstorm. More chillingly, multiple witnesses claim to have seen indistinct human silhouettes moving along the phantom city's streets. Their pace is slow, their forms orderly, as if engaged in ordinary walking or labor, yet no sound emanates, leaving the entire city enveloped in an unsettling silence. Observers using high-powered telescopes noted that these figures are not mere flickering illusions, but possess distinct physical outlines, as if the projection of a genuine world onto the sky. Local fishermen regard this phantom city with profound reverence, calling it the dwelling of the divine, or the lost ancient kingdom. Legend holds that the city is a civilization that sank beneath the waves in antiquity, its soul's undying, hence it reappears as a vision at specific times. Elder fishermen caution the younger generation that the phantom city must be viewed only from a distance, never stared at for too long, and never approached by boat. Doing so would lead to being taken by the ghost city, forever lost at sea. Historically, there are indeed records of fishing vessels vanishing while chasing the phantom city. These boats sailed toward the mirage, but no matter how they navigated, they could never approach the city. Eventually their compasses failed, fuel ran out, and they disappeared into the vast ocean, leaving no trace behind. These real disappearances have imbued the already eerie phantom city with an additional layer of lethal terror. To unravel this mystery, an international team of meteorologists, physicists, and geologists formed an expedition journeying to the Somali coast for long-term observational research. Armed with high-definition cameras, spectrometers, and meteorological stations, they conducted round-the-clock recording and data analysis of the phantom city. Initially, the team adhered to the optical refraction hypothesis, proposing that cold ocean air and warm terrestrial air formed a distinct layer refracting the image of some inland city toward the sea. However, after extensive surveying and comparison, scientists discovered that no buildings or cities matching the phantom city's silhouette exist within thousands of kilometers. Neither within Somalia, nor in neighboring Ethiopia or Kenya, nor even in the Middle East is there any human architecture matching its style and scale. The origin of the phantom city remains wholly untraceable. Subsequently, hypotheses such as atmospheric projection, subterranean electromagnetic imaging, and spatial folding were proposed, yet none could explain the vision's multi-day stability, the clear apparition of figures, or its independence from real-world scenery. Some scholars boldly speculate that this might be a phenomenon of temporal spatial residue. A city that truly existed in antiquity, recorded by some unknown force within the atmosphere or magnetic field, and replayed under specific conditions akin to nature's own video recorder. Though possessing a metaphysical flavor, this theory unexpectedly aligns with all observed anomalies: the fixed city outline, stable imaging, multi-day persistence, and the presence of figures and architecture not belonging to the modern era. Yet within the rigorous framework of science, temporal spatial residue lacks both theoretical and experimental support. and thus remains relegated to the realm of unsolved mysteries. During the expedition, the team witnessed the Phantom City's manifestation firsthand. That day, the sea was calm. At dusk, a play of light gradually illuminated the horizon, and a vast ancient city emerged from the mist. Its gray-black walls, scattered stone towers, and soaring spires were clearly visible with shadowy figures moving through the streets. The entire scene was so vivid that reality and illusion became indistinguishable. Holding their breath, the team filmed continuously as the phantom persisted for nearly 30 hours before slowly fading away. Observational data indicated that during the apparition the surrounding magnetic field exhibited weak anomalies and atmospheric static levels rose slightly. Yet these were far too insignificant to produce such a large-scale stable projection. All instruments could capture the Phantom City's light, yet none could detect its energy source or the principle behind its imaging. To this day, the Somali Mirage City continues to appear intermittently along the eastern coast, standing as the region's most famous and bizarre natural phenomenon. It is not an ordinary mirage, not a human-crafted illusion, not an optical trick. A sourceless, silent, enduring city with moving shadows suspended between sea and sky challenges humanity's entire understanding of the physical world. Science cannot define it, legend cannot confirm it, and witnesses cannot forget it. This mysterious spectral city, like countless unsolved enigmas of the African continent, exists in silence, concealing its truth within wind, sand, and waves, awaiting an answer that may forever remain hidden. In Zambia, a fixed area within the thunderstorm forbidden zone is struck by lightning daily, yet its cause remains unsolved. Deep within the vast savanna of south-central Africa lies a death zone that sends chills down one's spine. The Zambia thunderstorm forbidden zone. This area, spanning only a few square kilometers, seems to be locked by the heavens, enduring dense lightning strikes almost every day. Sometimes the number of strikes exceeds 100 in a single day, leaving the ground charred, barren, and perpetually shrouded in thick smoke. It is known locally as the place of divine punishment. The forbidden zone, far from villages and roads, has been declared an absolute no-go area by local tribes for generations. In local indigenous legends, this is where sinners who angered the gods are executed. The thunder roars day and night to suppress evil spirits beneath the earth. Any living creature that dares to enter is shattered by the lightning, leaving not even bones behind. For a long time, even the beasts of the savannah instinctively avoid this terrifying lightning-laced region. Unlike ordinary thunderstorms, the lightning here is eerily fixed in location. Regardless of the season or weather, even if the surrounding area is clear and sunny, clouds gather without warning over the zone, followed by deafening thunder and blinding lightning. The lightning, like silver pythons, strikes the ground furiously for hours until the earth is scorched black and smoking before gradually calming. Defying meteorological common sense, the thunderstorm's range is precisely confined, never spreading outward. Often while lightning and thunder rage within the forbidden zone, just 100 meters away the sun shines brightly and a gentle breeze blows. Two worlds in stark contrast. This extreme and precise meteorological anomaly has perplexed countless meteorologists and geologists, deepening the terror of the forbidden zone. The first to reveal this anomaly to the public was a scientific team conducting wildlife surveys in the Zambian savanna. While filming from a distance, the team accidentally discovered an area perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and flashing with lightning, utterly incongruous with the surrounding clear skies. Out of curiosity, they attempted to approach for observation. But as soon as they reached the edge of the forbidden zone, instruments began screaming wildly. Compasses failed completely. Electronic devices went black instantly. A pungent sulfur smell filled the air, and a strong tingling sensation of electricity could be felt on the skin. The team dared not enter recklessly. They set up high-definition equipment at a safe distance to record the scene inside the forbidden zone 247. The recordings showed that a lightning strike occurs approximately every 10 minutes on average, with the daily count reaching as high as 120 or more. The ground is littered with rocks shattered by lightning, the soil is baked hard as iron by the extreme heat. Almost no vegetation can survive, leaving only patches of charred traces that tell the tale of relentless, thunderous bombardment. To uncover the cause of the thunderstorm forbidden zone, multiple scientific teams from various countries have traveled to the site for comprehensive surveys. Meteorologists first hypothesized that special air currents might converge here, creating localized strong convective weather that triggers thunderstorms. However, detection results showed that the air currents above the forbidden zone were identical to the surrounding area, with no conditions for strong convection. Moreover, dense lightning strikes under clear skies completely defy conventional meteorological patterns. Geologists then turned their attention underground, speculating that large metal deposits, especially conductive minerals like iron and nickel, might form a natural lightning rod, attracting charges from the clouds. But geological surveys indicated that while there were minor metal veins underground, their reserves were far too small to produce such high-intensity, high-frequency lightning attraction. Nearby areas with similar veins never exhibited comparable thunderstorm phenomena. Some researchers proposed that an unknown strong electromagnetic source beneath the Earth might continuously react with the atmospheric electric field, inducing lightning. Yet precise electromagnetic detectors showed only slight anomalies in the underground magnetic field, far below the intensity required to trigger lightning. All data failed to support this hypothesis. Local tribal elders stated that the thunderstorms in this area have existed for hundreds, even thousands of years. Their ancestors from the earliest memories heard thunder day and night here. A daring hunter once disregarded the legends and entered the forbidden zone to search for lost livestock. He never returned, leaving only fragments of his lightning-scorched clothing at the edge. A tribal priest claimed that this is a place where the balance of celestial energy is disrupted, beyond the understanding of mortals and beyond their power to change. As research deepened, scientists discovered more inexplicable details. The lightning here is not ordinary linear lightning. A large number of rare ball lightning appears rolling across the ground like floating fireballs, igniting everything they touch. The heat generated by the strikes far exceeds normal lightning, melting some rocks directly into glass-like substances, as if subjected to volcanic heat. Over the years, countless hypotheses have been proposed only to be refuted one by one. Some believe it is an energy device left by an ancient civilization. Others suggest special plasma activity underground. Still others think it is due to localized charge accumulation from geomagnetic anomalies. Yet no theory can perfectly explain why the thunderstorm is precisely confined to a small area, why lightning strikes even under clear skies, and why this phenomenon has never ceased for millennia. To this day, the Zambia thunderstorm forbidden zone continues to roar day and night with lightning never ceasing. It is like a forgotten corner of the heavens, guarding its unsolved mystery with the most violent force of nature. Scientific instruments cannot trace the root cause, a theoretical knowledge cannot explain the phenomenon, ancient legends add to the fear. This land struck daily by lightning remains another unresolved enigma on the African continent, silently awaiting an answer that may never come. In central Mali, along the edge of the vast Sahara Desert, there lives an isolated primitive tribe of no more than tens of thousands of people. The Dogon people. They have no written language, no precision instruments, no telescopes, and for generations have lived by farming and herding, dwelling in mud houses, and wearing simple cloth garments, appearing no different from countless ancient tribes across the African continent. Yet this seemingly backward primitive people possesses a body of cosmic knowledge that would astonish the modern astronomical community. Thousands of years ago, they already knew all the secrets of the Sirius system with such precision and accuracy that it far surpassed the ancient Greeks, Chinese, and Babylonians of the same era. This is known in Western academia as the Dogon astronomical mystery. All of the Dogon's knowledge is transmitted orally without written records, yet it remains accurate generation after generation. Their myths, rituals, murals, and totems all revolve around a mysterious celestial body they call the star of the center of gravity. The Dogon call this star Ptolo, and modern astronomers tell us Ptolo is none other than Sirius B. We are all familiar with Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, clearly visible to the naked eye. But most people do not know that Sirius is not a single star but a binary system. One star is the Sirius we see, Sirius A, and the other is an extremely small, incredibly dense, completely invisible star, Sirius B, a white dwarf. The truly terrifying part is this: humanity did not observe Sirius B until 1862, using large astronomical telescopes. Yet the Dogon thousands of years ago had already described it in complete detail. The ancient Dogon legends clearly record Ptolo is the smallest and heaviest star made of the heaviest substance in the universe. It orbits Sirius with a period of 50 years. Its orbit is elliptical with Sirius at one focus. In ancient times it underwent a violent explosion illuminating the entire sky. Every one of these descriptions precisely matches modern astronomical conclusions. Sirius B is indeed a white dwarf with extremely high density. Its orbital period is exactly 50. For years, its orbit is elliptical, and it once passed through a red giant phase with violent ejections. How could a primitive tribe with no astronomical observation equipment living in the desert and grasslands know such things? And this is not even the most bizarre part. The Dogon also clearly state that beyond Sirius A and Sirius B there is a third star which they call Emi-Yatolo. This star is even smaller and heavier than Sirius B, orbiting the Sirius system with a longer period. For many years astronomers dismissed this as a Dogon fantasy. It was not until decades later, when astronomical observation precision improved, that Sirius C was confirmed to exist. The Dogon had been right again. Even more astonishing, the Dogon's understanding of the solar system was far ahead of their time. They knew that the moon's rotation and revolution are synchronized, so it always shows the same face to Earth. They knew that Saturn has rings and Jupiter has 4 moons. They knew that planets orbit the sun in elliptical paths. They could even draw complete diagrams of the Sirius system that are almost identical to those produced by modern observatories. Such knowledge thousands of years ago was a complete paradigm shift. According to the normal logic of human civilization development, a tribe could only accumulate such advanced astronomical data through long-term stable observation using precision instruments. But the Dogon, with no written language, no metal instruments, and no telescopes, have only one answer passed down through generations: the people from the sky came down and taught us. Dogon mythology records a group of intelligent beings from Sirius called the Namo. Legend says the Namo are half-human, half-fish gods, who could fly through the sky and descended to Earth in great fire ships. They communicated with the Dogon ancestors, imparting knowledge of the cosmos, calendars, architecture, and rituals, and left prophecies before returning to the stars. All sacred Dogon ceremonies are in remembrance of the Namo's arrival. Their masks, dances, totems, and cave murals all repeatedly tell the story of Sirius. When Western scholars first encountered the Dogon, their initial reaction was that modern astronomical knowledge must have been implanted into the tribe by missionaries, explorers, or colonizers. But investigations directly disproved this. The Dogon myths, rituals, and totems had existed for centuries before any Europeans arrived in Africa. The surrounding tribes had no similar astronomical knowledge. The Dogon were extremely isolated, rarely intermarried with outsiders, and their knowledge was never shared. The possibility of implanted knowledge was completely ruled out. Thus, an even more chilling hypothesis emerged. Could the Dogon's astronomical knowledge come from a prehistoric Earth civilization? Our current human civilization is only a few thousand years old. But in Earth's billions of years of history, could there have been advanced technological civilizations that went extinct? They mastered spaceflight, astronomy, and physics, and before a catastrophe they hid their knowledge within primitive tribes preserved in the form of myths. Others propose an even bolder idea. The Dogon themselves are descendants of visitors from Sirius. They are not native Earth humans but refugees from a lost interstellar civilization. They have forgotten their technology but retained the core cosmic memory. Of course, mainstream science remains cautious, suggesting this could be a combination of millennia of observational experience, coincidence, and later interpretation. But no amount of coincidence can explain why it is specifically Sirius B. Why the 50-year period? Why the elliptical orbit? Why the prediction of Sirius C? This can no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. In the sacred cave of the Dogon rock, paintings thousands of years old are preserved. They clearly depict disc-shaped flying objects descending from the sky and half-human, half-fish beings emerging from the spacecraft to communicate with primitive humans. That scene is strikingly similar to modern descriptions of UFOs and alien contact. An elder Dogon says, "The Namo will return. When they descend from the sky again, the world will enter a new era." This saying has been passed down in the tribe for thousands of years. Today we have the Hubble and Webb telescopes capable of observing galaxies billions of light years away and precisely calculating the birth and death of stars. Yet when we look back at the old Dogon men in the West African desert dressed simply with dark skin, we still feel a strange sense of awe and unease. They sit on the yellow earth, point to the night sky, and calmly reveal the secrets of Sirius. Their tone is as if they were talking about a tree in their front yard. They do not know what a white dwarf is, what a binary system is, or what spectral observation means. But they simply know. Where did this knowledge come from? Who taught them? Are the Namo gods aliens or survivors of a prehistoric civilization? What ancient connection exists between Sirius and humanity? There are no answers. The Dogon only guard the knowledge. They do not explain its origin. They keep the secrets of the universe, living quietly on the edge of the Sahara year after year. Perhaps Earth has never been a lonely wilderness. Perhaps human civilization has never been the only light. Perhaps behind the history we think we know there lies a forgotten ancient story connected to the stars. And the West African Dogon are the last silent witnesses of that story on Earth. The Great Zimbabwe ruins, with no historical records or tools, present the mystery of the construction of a giant stone city. In southern Africa, Zimbabwe, amidst vast tropical savannas and hills, stands a colossal stone ancient city. The Great Zimbabwe ruins. That is enough to overturn everyone's perception of African ancient civilizations. It left behind no written records, no names of builders, no detailed construction process, yet with its nearly perfect megalithic architecture, it has remained silent upon the wilderness for centuries. To this day, it remains the most mysterious, most controversial, and most awe-inspiring enigma of civilization on the African continent. The word Zimbabwe, in the local Shona language, originally means stone house or venerable stone city. The entire country is named after this incredible megalithic ruin, which attests to its significance on this land. Yet the deeper one delves, the more one discovers a disquieting truth. This city seems too unlikely to have been built by ancient people. Great Zimbabwe is not a single building but a vast ancient city ruin composed of three main parts: the hill complex, the great enclosure, and the valley settlement. The entire city is constructed entirely of huge granite blocks. In the most astonishing places, the stone walls exceed 10 meters in height and 5 meters in thickness, stretching for hundreds of meters like a sleeping giant stone dragon coiled among the mountains and rivers. What is most hair-raising is its construction technique. All the stones were laid without any mortar, lime, or binder, relying entirely on the shapes of the stones themselves to interlock and stack. The craftsmen cut and polished the huge granite blocks with extraordinary precision, fitting them together so tightly that even the thinnest blade could not be inserted into the gaps. After centuries of wind and rain, earthquakes, and animal impacts, these stone walls have not collapsed. Instead, they have become more tightly compressed, remaining as solid as ever. In the hill complex, huge stones were precisely stacked into steps, passages, lookout points, and circular rooms with a layout as complex as a labyrinth. Walking within, one feels suffocated by the massive stones, as if entering a grand space that does not belong to humankind. Below the great enclosure features a circular stone tower, with a diameter of up to 30 meters, its surface smooth and structure intact, its purpose still unknown to anyone. An altar, a symbol of royalty, or an astronomical observatory, no one knows. Even more incomprehensible is the scale of engineering. The number of stones used in the entire site is counted in the millions. Many of the individual stones weigh several tons. In modern eyes, moving such blocks would require cranes, pulleys, crowbars, and transport vehicles. Yet, according to archaeological dating, the main construction period of Great Zimbabwe was roughly between the 11th and 15th centuries. In that era of southern Africa was iron not widely used. No wheeled transport, no large-scale animal transport, no precise surveying instruments. How did they manage to transport, cut, polish, and stack a giant stone city on a plain without any large quarries? By normal logic, this was nearly an impossible project. When early Western colonizers first saw Great Zimbabwe, their first reaction was not amazement but refusal to believe. They firmly believed that such an advanced, magnificent, and precise structure could absolutely not have been built by indigenous black Africans. Thus they began wild speculation. It was built by the Phoenicians, by the Arabs, by King Solomon's goldmine castle, by the legendary Queen of Sheba's palace. They dug deep into the ground, determined to find evidence of foreign civilization. But what was the result? All archaeological evidence, pottery, iron tools, coins, plant and animal remains, carbon-14 dating, all pointed to the same conclusion: Great Zimbabwe was independently built by the local indigenous African civilization. No outside help, no aliens, no legendary foreign civilizations. It was simply a group of ancient Africans living on the savannah who built it with their own hands through sheer grit. This only made the mystery even greater. How did a civilization with no writing, no historical records, and no documentation of systems engineering master such a high level of architectural technology? How did they plan such a vast urban layout? How did they coordinate tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of laborers? How did they make the giant stones stand for millennia without cement? The city's population may have exceeded 10,000 at its peak. How did they sustain themselves? What trade did they rely on? How did they maintain order? The most eerie part: why did such a powerful, brilliant, and engineering marvel civilization suddenly disappear? Around the 15th century, Great Zimbabwe was abruptly and completely abandoned. No traces of war, no evidence of massacre, no piles of bones from plague. The inhabitants seemed to have vanished collectively overnight, leaving behind an empty stone city, slowly being devoured by the grassland in the wind and rain. Where did they go? Why did they leave? Did they encounter an unknown disaster? Did their faith collapse? Did they anger some unknown force? Or did they voluntarily abandon material civilization and retreat into the jungle? No historical records, no legends, no answers. The local tribes have passed down stories about this stone city for generations, but they are steeped in mysticism. The elders say that this city was not built by mortals, but by ancient spirits and ancestral souls, who moved the giant stones together, raising the high walls overnight. Others say that beneath the stone city lies a great power, and once the city was abandoned, the power fell asleep, waiting to awaken in the next era. Some even believe that the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe hide ancient enchantments. The stones have stood for millennia, because they were imbued with a stabilizing spell, and the city was abandoned, because the spell expired, forcing the guardians to leave. Modern archaeology tends to favor explanations such as environmental change, resource depletion, and shifts in trade routes. Yet none of these explanations fully convinces everyone. Because it is too magnificent, too precise, too far ahead of its time, so that people instinctively feel there must be even more astonishing secrets behind it. Some speculate that this was once the center of a vast empire spanning southern Africa, which accumulated incredible wealth through trade in gold, ivory, and copper, thus enabling the construction of such a miracle. But what was this empire called? Who was its emperor? What was its political system? What was its religion? All blank. Great Zimbabwe is like a giant whose name has been erased by history. It left behind a body that shakes the ages yet erased all memories. Today, when you stand beneath the giant stone walls of Great Zimbabwe, looking up at the towering, rough yet immensely solemn walls, the wind whistles low through the crevices, as if the whispers of thousands are echoing in your ears. You cannot help but feel small, yet also enveloped by an ancient, mysterious, indescribable power. You cannot help but ask, who were they? How did they do it? Why did they leave? And this silent stone city gives you only one answer: no comment. No writing, no craftsmen's names, no construction records, no reason for disappearance. Thus Great Zimbabwe became an eternal enigma on the African continent, with no beginning, no end, only a glorious middle. It used the hardest stones to write the blankiest history, reminding everyone who comes here humanity knows far too little about the civilizations of this ancient continent. Perhaps one day in the future new archaeological discoveries will unveil its mystery. But until then, Great Zimbabwe remains Africa's most fascinating, most mysterious, and most inexplicable. The megalithic civilization enigma. There are real eyewitness accounts of man-eating trees in the Congo capable of devouring small mammals. Among all the bizarre legends of the African continent, none sends a deeper chill down the spine. yet remains so difficult to disprove, as the man-eating tree deep in the Congo basin. It is not a monster conjured from thin air by Western sensationalist fiction but a truly eerie presence repeatedly described, with strikingly consistent details, by local tribes, early explorers, and even modern scientific expedition members. The Congo rainforest, known as the second lung of the earth, is also a dark forbidden zone rarely trodden by human civilization. Here scorching heat and relentless humidity reign year-round. The canopy blots out the sky, light barely penetrates, and beneath one's feet lies a millennium-old layer of decaying leaves. The air is thick with the scent of dampness, rot, and a faint, unsettling sweetness. When locals speak of this dense forest, their voices are forever tinged with reverence and fear. They have passed down through generations. Some trees eat flesh. The earliest reliable written account of the Congo man-eating tree dates back to the era of European colonial exploration in the late 19th century. An expedition team composed of a Belgian botanist, guides, and local laborers ventured deep into a previously undocumented region of the Congo's interior in search of rare rubber and unknown species. According to what one survivor later wrote in his diary, they discovered a bizarre tree, unlike any they had ever seen, in a depression shrouded in dense fog. The tree was not particularly tall, but its trunk was as thick as a millstone, dark brown in color with bark resembling dried blood scabs. Sticky and slick to the touch. Its most uncanny feature was its branches. Not the hard texture of ordinary wood, but vine-like structures that were supple as muscle and slowly writhed. They bore elongated leaves with fine serrated edges colored a disturbing deep purplish red. Drawing closer, one could detect a faint, strange odor. A mix of raw meat and rotting nectar. The expedition had a hunting dog with them. For reasons unknown, it suddenly broke free from its leash, barking wildly as it charged toward the bizarre tree. What happened next would haunt their nightmares for the rest of their lives. The moment the dog reached the tree, the drooping branches seemed to come alive. With a speed far exceeding that of any plant, they lashed out, instantly entangling the dog's limbs and neck. The dog didn't even have a chance to yelp before it was wrapped layer upon layer by countless supple yet powerful branches squeezed tight like prey caught in a living net. The team members tried to hack the branches away with machetes, but found them incredibly tough. Where severed, the cuts oozed a milky, rank-smelling sap, as if the tree was bleeding. Even more horrifying, within just a few minutes, the bundle of branches and leaves encasing the dog slowly began to deflate. When they finally managed to tear apart a few of the branches, all that remained inside was a soggy pile of fur, shattered bones, and soft tissue partially digested into a blur. A living dog had been eaten by a tree. The diary recorded in that moment everyone understood. This was no ordinary carnivorous plant. This was a monstrous tree that truly fed on animals and possessed the ability to actively hunt. This was not an isolated case. In the mid-20th century, another zoological survey team studying primates in the Congo rainforest encountered a similarly bizarre tree. From a hidden vantage point, they observed a small antelope grazing on the grass. Carelessly, it drifted too close to a strange, low-slung tree. Almost the instant the antelope stepped into the shadow of the tree's canopy, several thick vines shot out from the undergrowth like lightning, coiling tightly around its legs. The antelope struggled desperately, but the more it fought, the tighter the grip became. Fine barbs on the vines sank deep into its flesh, making escape utterly impossible. Over the following hours, the vines slowly dragged the prey toward the base of the trunk, where a soft, bud-like organ, capable of slowly opening and closing, gaped open. When the team returned to the spot the next day, the antelope had vanished. The ground bore only a few drops of blood, some fragments of bone, and the bizarre tree standing silently there as if nothing had ever happened. They took photographs and brought back samples, but due to the harsh rainforest environment and rapid decomposition, they were ultimately unable to provide a rigorous biological classification. The incident was sealed away, internally circulating only within a small circle of explorers and occult archives. Local tribes maintain strict taboos regarding such trees. They call it the hunger of the forest and the motionless hunter. Tribal elders warn the younger generation in the rainforest, if you see a tree with colors too vivid or a scent unnaturally sweet, you must stay far away. Some man-eating trees are relatively small, preying only on rodents, birds, and small mammals. But legends speak of far larger, more ancient individuals deep in the rainforest, their branches extending several meters, capable of posing a threat even to a lone human. A story circulates among the tribes. An outsider who refused to believe the warnings once approached a man-eating tree seeking a so-called fruit, said to have medicinal properties. He never returned. His companions found only his shoe, a torn piece of clothing, and drag marks on the ground beneath the tree. The locals never cut down these trees, nor do they attack them. They believe these trees are the guardians of the rainforest. Monsters the earth uses to balance life. If you don't provoke it, it won't move. But once you step into its domain, you become its meal. From a modern biological standpoint, carnivorous plants, such as pitcher plants, Venus flytraps, and sundews do exist. However, most are tiny and only capable of capturing insects. A plant capable of actively hunting and digesting small mammals lies completely outside the bounds of current botanical knowledge. Yet why has the legend of the Congo man-eating tree persisted across a century, across different languages and cultures, maintaining such remarkable consistency? Why is it that every eyewitness describes its form, hunting method, scent, and colors with such astonishing similarity? Some say it is a giant carnivorous plant undiscovered by science which evolved animal-like reaction speeds and hunting mechanisms in the isolated Congo rainforest. Others say it is not an ordinary plant at all, but an eerie life form straddling the line between flora and dark magic, the embodiment of Africa's most primal and savage forces. Still others believe it is an unknown organism that mimics the form of a plant in the ancient rainforest, remaining motionless until prey draws near, then revealing its true predatory nature. To this day, vast expanses of the deep Congo rainforest remain completely unsurveyed by humans. Satellites cannot penetrate the dense canopy. Drones are prone to losing signal, and venturing in on foot is a near-death endeavor. Does the man-eating tree truly exist? Is it a new species of science or an evil entity from the realm of the occult? No one can give a definitive answer. The only certainty is this: in that dark, damp, terrifyingly silent primeval forest, in the places where sunlight never reaches, something that moves, that waits, that hunts truly exists. It needs no speed, no fangs, no claws. It simply stands there motionless, waiting for you to come closer, and then it devours you. This is the Congo man-eating tree, an unsolved African mystery with real eyewitness accounts, tribal records, and expedition archives, yet one that science still cannot fully explain. In the ancient and mysterious Sakala ruins of Egypt, a small wooden carving stirred a tremendous wave that shook the fields of archaeology, aviation, and the occult in modern times. It is the renowned Sakala bird, a relic that slumbered for millennia within an ancient Egyptian tomb, yet its form bears an astonishing resemblance to modern aircraft and gliders. It possesses a streamlined fuselage, outstretched wings, and a distinct tail structure with proportions that align closely with aerodynamic design utterly unlike any natural bird. Is this artifact over 2,000 years old a mere toy carved by ancient hands, a totem of a sacred bird, or a model of a long-lost flying machine? To this day, it remains one of the most tantalizing enigmas in human civilization. The discovery of the Sakala bird dates back to 1891. Egyptian archaeologists, while clearing burial goods from a tomb in the Sakala region, dating to around 200 BCE, inadvertently unearthed this unassuming wooden carving. Crafted from fig wood, it measures only 14 centimeters in length with an 18-centimeter wingspan, its delicate form remarkably well preserved. Initially, it was simply classified as a bird-shaped ornament and stored alongside other animal carvings in a museum repository, attracting little attention. Within the archaeological understanding of the time, it was merely an artistic representation of a bird, by the ancient Egyptians a commonplace funerary artifact. However, this tranquility was shattered over half a century later. In 1969, Egyptian archaeologist Dr. Khalil Messaha, while cataloging museum collections, once again noticed this small wooden piece. Unlike previous researchers, Dr. Messaha possessed not only archaeological knowledge, but also a profound understanding of aeronautical engineering. At first sight of the Sakala bird, he was struck by its strikingly modern silhouette. It lacked the typical crest feather texture, claws, and spread tail of a bird, instead featuring a smooth nose, flat wings with a slight dihedral, and a stabilizing tail, its overall lines perfectly consistent with the aerodynamic characteristics of modern aircraft. This was no bird. It was a miniature airplane or glider. The discovery was swiftly made public, igniting global debate. To test the hypothesis, aeronautical engineers constructed a scaled-up model of the Sakala bird and conducted wind tunnel tests and flight experiments. The results were astounding. The aircraft, designed according to the proportions of the Sakala bird, exhibited excellent gliding performance and stability, capable of smooth flight in the air, and even performing basic maneuvers such as turns and climbs. Its wing angle, center of gravity, and tail position were all precisely engineered, not the product of random carving. A terrifying question emerged in ancient Egypt over 2,000 years ago, when horse-drawn carts were the main mode of transportation. Who designed such an aerodynamically sound flying machine model? The ancient Egyptian civilization is renowned for its achievements in architecture, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics, yet there is no record in Orthodox history or archaeological findings of any manned aircraft, airplanes, or gliders. At that time, people's imagination of the sky was limited to mythological images, such as sacred birds, winged beasts, and the sun god's celestial bark. According to conventional historical logic, the ancient Egyptians could not possibly have possessed knowledge of aerodynamics, let alone designed a model resembling a modern aircraft. Yet the Sakala bird exists, silent but powerful, overturning people's established perceptions. Regarding the purpose and origin of the Sakala bird, academia and the occult community have engaged in heated debate, forming several distinct viewpoints. The most mainstream archaeological view holds that the Sakala bird is merely a misunderstood sacred bird totem. In ancient Egyptian religion, birds such as eagles and falcons symbolize divinity and royal power. Craftsmen, in their artistic embellishment and simplification, removed intricate feather details, retaining only an abstract form. Under this interpretation, it has nothing to do with flight or technology, but is merely a product of religious belief and aesthetic convention. The so-called resemblance to an airplane is merely a modern forced association and coincidence. However, this explanation fails to convince researchers in the field of aviation. They point out that no bird in nature possesses such straight wings, a flat fuselage, and a vertical tail as the Sakala bird. This structure is a typical fixed-wing aircraft design, not an imitation of natural birds. Details such as its center of gravity distribution and wing sweep angle must have been consciously designed, not the result of chance. Thus, a bolder second viewpoint emerged. The cicala bird is a model of a flying machine left behind by an ancient advanced civilization. Proponents argue that before the ancient Egyptian civilization, Earth once hosted a prehistoric supercivilization that mastered flight technology. This civilization left behind partial technical data or artifacts which were acquired by the ancient Egyptians. Unable to comprehend the principles, they merely carved a wooden replica of the shape and buried it as a sacred object. The cicala bird is not an invention of the ancient Egyptians, but a reproduction of a more advanced civilization's technology. This viewpoint resonates with mysteries, such as the Egyptian pyramids and astronomical knowledge, forming a complete, lost prehistoric civilization hypothesis. Within this hypothesis, the ancient Egyptians were merely inheritors of lost technology, not creators. A third speculation is even more imaginative. The cicala bird is a miniature prototype of an ancient manned flying vehicle. Some propose that ancient Egyptian priests or royalty had already mastered a simple gliding technique, using lightweight materials to build large flying vehicles for religious ceremonies, observation, or royal entertainment. The cicala bird is a miniature model of such a real flying vehicle, much like a modern airplane model. But because the materials were perishable and the technology was kept secret, the large flying vehicles did not survive, leaving only the small wooden carving as the sole evidence. Still others link the cicala bird to extraterrestrial civilizations, suggesting that this wooden carving was shaped after the image of an alien spacecraft, a record and worship of celestial visitors. In many ancient Egyptian murals and myths, descriptions of gods descending from the sky, or riding divine birds are regarded as indirect evidence of alien visitation. Despite the myriad speculations, the key information about the cicala bird remains missing. It bears no inscriptions, no signs of use, no accompanying parts. It was unearthed alone in a tomb with no direct clues to its purpose. Is it a toy, a totem, an offering, a model of a flying machine? No one can provide a definitive answer. It is like a forgotten cipher from time, carrying an immense secret in its tiny frame. Today, the cicala bird is treasured in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, where countless visitors pause to gaze at it daily. People marvel, speculate, and photograph this small wooden carving, trying to read the secrets of over 2,000 years from its smooth wooden body and flowing lines. It rests quietly in its display case without defense or proof, merely reminding every observer with its airplane-like form our understanding of ancient civilizations may only be the tip of the iceberg. In that era, without blueprints, computers, or wind tunnels, who endowed it with such a precise flying structure? What did the ancients witness and what did they create? Have we completely misunderstood the truth of history? The cicala bird offers no answer. It merely flies silently in the depths of time, waiting for the day when someone can truly decipher this ancient dream of the sky. In the Oklo uranium mine of southern Africa, a discovery buried deep underground has the power to overturn humanity's entire understanding of Earth's evolutionary history. The Oklo natural nuclear fission reactors operating 2 billion years ago. These were neither constructed by humans nor remnants of modern industry. Rather, they were self-sustaining, self-regulating nuclear fission systems that spontaneously ignited and operated deep within the Earth, without any intervention from intelligent civilization. This phenomenon left physicists astounded, and ignited decades-long controversy across geology and archaeology at a time when life on Earth had barely advanced beyond primitive single-celled organisms. What force could possibly have triggered such an impossibly advanced, subterranean nuclear event? The story begins in the 1970s, when the French Atomic Energy Commission imported uranium ore from Gabon and South Africa for nuclear fuel. During routine isotopic analysis of uranium samples from the Oklo mine, scientists stumbled upon a startling anomaly. The proportion of uranium-235 was significantly lower than expected. Under normal conditions, natural uranium contains approximately 0.72 uranium-235, a ratio remarkably consistent across all geological epochs and locations worldwide. Yet in Oklo's or uranium-235 levels fell far below this baseline. Some samples appeared almost entirely depleted. There exists only one plausible explanation: these uranium deposits once sustained prolonged self-sustaining nuclear chain reactions, akin to those within a nuclear power plant. The announcement sent shockwaves through the global scientific community. After all, humanity did not master controlled nuclear fission until the 20th century, building its first nuclear reactor and atomic bomb only then. Nuclear reactions demand extraordinarily precise conditions: highly enriched uranium fuel, precisely calibrated neutron moderator, stable cooling mechanisms, and robust control structures, none of which may be omitted. Modern nuclear plants rely on intricate instrumentation and layered monitoring just to sustain chain reactions. Yet at Oklo such a system emerged naturally, fully autonomous, 2 billion years ago deep beneath the African soil. Years of geological surveying revealed 16 distinct natural reactor zones scattered across Oklo's subsurface, embedded in rock strata dozens of meters underground, varying in scale from mere square meters to stretches spanning tens of meters. Radiometric dating places their active phase squarely at 2 billion years ago, with continuous operation lasting hundreds of thousands. even millions of years. Across that vast expanse of time, the subterranean depths functioned like a colossal silent nuclear station, steadily releasing heat through controlled fission until its fuel gradually exhausted itself and the reaction gently ceased. Even more astonishingly, this natural system possessed built-in safety mechanisms. Where modern reactors fear meltdown, above all else Oklo's reactors' self-regulated groundwater percolating into the rock layers acted as both moderator and coolant, slowing neutrons to initiate fission. The resulting heat then vaporized the water, pausing the reaction. Once temperatures dropped, and water seeped back and fission resumed. Thus it cycled, ignite, pause, reignite, in gentle rhythmic stability, free of explosion, runaway, or catastrophe. Its operational intelligence and inherent safety surpass even the most sophisticated human-engineered nuclear facilities. And so emerged the most profound and incisive question of all: was this extraordinary natural reactor truly formed by pure chance? Or was it something far more deliberate? Mainstream science offers the natural origin hypothesis. First, 2 billion years ago, uranium-235's natural abundance was significantly higher, sufficient to reach criticality for chain reactions. Second, permeable geological strata allowed groundwater to serve as both moderator and coolant. Third, the uranium-rich layers were uniformly distributed and of optimal thickness, forming a natural reactor core. Fourth, tectonic stability enabled uninterrupted operation over millions of years. In essence, sheer coincidence, an unparalleled geological miracle. Yet many find this explanation deeply unsatisfying. Its probability verges on statistical impossibility. To satisfy all prerequisites simultaneously: high-grade uranium deposits, permeable aquifers, tectonic stability, precise thermal gradients, ideal pressure conditions, demands flawless convergence in time and space. The slightest deviation would preclude fission entirely. It is akin to a tornado sweeping through a landfill and spontaneously assembling a Boeing 747 from its debris. Hence, another group of scholars advances a far more radical and fiercely contested hypothesis: the Oklo reactors are not natural at all, but relics of a prehistoric advanced civilization. Their argument rests on stark premises. 2 billion years ago, complex life had yet to emerge. Yet here stood a system rivaling today's nuclear infrastructure. Its geometry is too precise, its operation too stable, its safety architecture too refined to be the product of random geological processes. Evidence suggests deliberate excavation and engineered layout. Rock strata appear deliberately modified. Beyond Oklo, no comparable site, neither in scale nor duration, has ever been discovered elsewhere on Earth. If true, Earth's history must be rewritten. 2 billion years ago, a technologically advanced civilization thrived, mastering nuclear energy for power, industry, or other purposes. That civilization ultimately vanished, erased by cataclysm, war, or self-inflicted collapse. Its cities and artifacts buried beneath eons of geological upheaval, leaving behind only Oklo's subterranean reactors as mute testimony to its existence. More unsettling still, sealed underground for 2 billion years, these reactors generated no measurable radiological contamination, no ecological damage, scarcely even minor alteration to surrounding rock. This implies their builders possessed nuclear engineering, environmental stewardship, and safety control capabilities vastly surpassing our own. For half a century, these two interpretations have clashed, unresolved, unyielding. Proponents of the natural origin view accuse their opponents of indulging in pseudoscientific reverence for lost civilizations, reducing geological marvels to mysticism. Advocates of the prehistoric civilization theory counter that their rivals dismiss overwhelming improbability, using coincidence as a shield against the inexplicable. Meanwhile, Oklo remains silent. It rests quietly beneath South Africa's soil, its ancient rocks bearing residual fission products and anomalous isotopic ratios, bearing irrefutable wordless witness: here fire once burned. Today, the Oklo mine has become a hallowed ground for geologists and nuclear physicists alike, drawing countless researchers each year who seek answers within its strata. With state-of-the-art instruments, they scan, sample, and analyze. Yet every new study only deepens the enigma: its perfection, its stability, its uncanny resemblance to engineered infrastructure. All indisputably rooted 2 billion years in the past. For ordinary people, Oklo delivers a visceral, soul-deep awe. We long assumed ourselves Earth's sole intelligent species, the apex of creation, masters of ultimate technology. Oklo delivers a quiet, sobering rebuke to human arrogance within Earth's 4.6 billion year chronicle. 2 billion years is but a fleeting instant. Long before our emergence, countless cycles of life may have risen and fallen. Civilizations born flourished and vanished. We are neither the first nor necessarily the greatest. Was the Oklo reactor, a 2 billion-year-old marvel beneath South Africa, merely a geological anomaly, or the enduring relic of a lost hyper-advanced civilization? To this day, no definitive answer exists. It lies like a secret buried deep in Earth's heart, hidden beneath the African continent, speaking through cold stone and ancient uranium, posing humanity its most fundamental question: are we truly alone upon this planet? And the Earth answers only with silence. In the remote jungles and wilderness of western Kenya, scattered across the land, are mysterious objects that would perplex modern geologists and archaeologists alike. Prehistoric stone spheres. Varying in size, some as small as a human head, others over a meter in diameter, and weighing several tons, they all share an almost flawlessly perfect spherical shape. Their surfaces are smooth, their curves uniform, and their symmetry so precise that the diameter deviation from any angle is negligible, as if they were precision-machined metal ball bearings carelessly discarded in the wilderness. Yet what chills the spine is this: they are neither natural formations nor creations of modern humans. According to geological tests and dating, these stone spheres were created as far back as hundreds of thousands, even millions of years ago. During that era, humans were still in a primitive Stone Age stage, capable only of chipping and grinding simple stone tools. Pottery had not yet appeared, let alone the technology and tools to craft a perfect sphere. Thus a terrifying question confronts everyone in the ancient epoch before humanity mastered the arts of civilization, who left these eerily precise stone spheres on the land of Kenya. The discovery of Kenya's prehistoric stone spheres is itself shrouded in mystery. Local indigenous tribes first stumbled upon these massive round stones while hunting and gathering deep in the jungle. In ancient tribal legends, they are not ordinary stones but toys of the gods, marbles of giants, or relics of primeval warfare. The locals revere them, fearing to touch them, believing these spheres possess mystical powers that can bring good fortune or calamity. It was not until modern times, when geological surveyors entered the region, that these spheres were first examined through a scientific lens. The immediate reaction of nearly everyone was, this cannot be natural. In nature, rocks can be shaped into pebbles by water currents or rounded by wind and sand, but they can never achieve a perfect sphere. Whether through river erosion, glacial transport, or wind abrasion, nature can only produce irregular ellipses, oblate shapes, or pear-like forms. It cannot create perfectly uniform curvature, let alone produce such regular spheres in bulk in the remote wilderness far from rivers and glaciers. Geologists have repeatedly simulated natural processes, using water flow, wind, temperature changes, and weathering, but have never been able to replicate the flawless form of Kenya's stone spheres. The possibility of natural formation has been completely ruled out. Then, were they made by humans? Archaeologists immediately conducted extensive excavations of the spheres and surrounding strata, and the results were even more unsettling. The spheres were embedded in ancient geological layers with no trace of human settlements, stone tool processing marks, or village remains, nor any tools capable of working hard rock. During the corresponding era, the ancient humans of this region could barely produce decent stone axes, let alone carve hard volcanic rock or granite into perfect spheres. Even today, fashioning a massive hard rock into a near-perfect sphere by hand in the wild, using local materials and manual chiseling and grinding, would require skilled craftsmen, extensive time, and precise measuring tools, and would be extremely challenging. Millions of years ago, this was an impossible task. If not natural nor the work of ancient humans, then where did Kenya's prehistoric stone spheres come from? This has spawned a variety of wild conjectures in both academic and esoteric circles. The first conjecture: relics of a prehistoric advanced civilization. Proponents believe that before the current human civilization, the Earth once hosted one or more highly advanced prehistoric civilizations. They possess technology far beyond our imagination, capable of easily processing massive stones and reshaping terrain. Kenya's stone spheres, they argue, are standard components, measuring tools, architectural elements, or ritual objects left behind by that lost civilization. That civilization later perished due to natural disasters, war, or a great catastrophe, leaving only these indestructible spheres as evidence of its existence. The second conjecture: markers of extraterrestrial civilization. This is the most widespread and chilling theory. Some believe that Kenya's prehistoric stone spheres are landmarks, beacons, or coordinate markers left by alien visitors to Earth. A perfect sphere is highly recognizable in the universe, easily identified on any planet. Aliens place them precisely at specific locations on Earth for navigation, observation, or some cosmic experiment. Humans then are merely later arrivals on this land. The third conjecture: the lost craft of a megalithic civilization. Some scholars take a more conservative view, suggesting that a supercivilization skilled in processing massive stones once existed globally. From the stone spheres of Costa Rica to the megaliths of Lebanon and the pyramids of Egypt, all built by the same hands. Kenya's spheres are just a small part of their global engineering. They possessed a technology now completely lost to soften and shape rock, molding hard stone as easily as clay into perfect spheres. But conjecture remains conjecture. No theory has produced decisive evidence. Even more unsettling is that Kenya's prehistoric stone spheres are not an isolated case. Similar perfect prehistoric stone spheres have been found in Costa Rica, Romania, Lebanon, New Zealand, and many other corners of the world. Though separated by thousands of miles and vastly different environments, they share strikingly similar shapes and ages. This seems to hint that the force that left these spheres once spanned the entire globe. The locals' attitude toward the spheres has always been one of deep-seated reverence. Many tribal elders firmly believe that the spheres are the axis of the world's spiritual guardians of the land. Some say that when approaching the spheres at night, a faint hum can be heard. Others claim that on certain nights the spheres emit a faint glow. Hunters report that compasses spin wildly and electronic devices malfunction near the spheres. These tales cannot be scientifically verified, but they add another layer of eerie mystery to these enigmatic spheres. Modern research teams have used X-rays, ultrasound, and 3D scanning to thoroughly examine the Kenyan spheres. Results show that the internal structure of the spheres is uniform with no layers, cracks, or signs of assembly, and a high degree of consistency throughout, as if they were formed in a single seamless process. This further rules out the possibility of manual carving or layered construction, making their origin even more unfathomable. To this day, Kenya's prehistoric stone spheres lie quietly in the wilderness and jungles. Wind, sun, and rain have passed over them, yet they maintain their unnaturally perfect roundness, silently watching over the continent. Who made them? Why were they made? Why were they placed here? Are they tools, toys, coordinates, or some device beyond our comprehension? No one knows. They are like a forgotten civilization's code left on Earth using absolute geometric perfection to declare to later humans before you arrived, there was once a power on this land capable of creating perfection. And we even now have not even grasped its shadow. At the southern edge of the Sahara Desert, and along the northern bank of the Niger River lies Timbuktu, a once glorious, perpetually enigmatic ancient city. Esteemed during the Middle Ages as the city of gold and capital of wisdom, this desert jewel bequeathed not only legends of commerce and wealth, but also a civilization's most astonishing riddle, the Timbuktu celestial manuscripts. Tens of thousands of ancient manuscripts, inscribed on parchment, bark paper, and treated leather, are concealed in underground cellars, sand caves, and ancient tombs. Their densely packed, unfamiliar script records astronomy, mathematics, medicine, theology, history, and philosophy. Yet despite centuries of archaeological inquiry, the core lexicon and symbolic system remain largely undeciphered. Among Africa's most tenacious civilizational ciphers, Timbuktu's ascendancy arose from the golden age of trans-Saharan trade. As a pivotal hub along these arid caravan routes, it drew merchants, scholars, clerics, and explorers from North Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. Gold, salt, enslaved people, and ivory flowed through its markets, while wealth and knowledge accumulated in equal measure. During the zenith of the Mali and Songhai empires 13th-16th centuries, Timbuktu hosted dozens of advanced institutions of learning. Among them the Sankore Mosque University, ranked among the world's preeminent scholarly centers, attracting intellectuals to study, compose, and transcribe texts. It was precisely in this era that countless manuscripts were composed, copied, and preserved, culminating in a corpus exceeding 700,000 documents, a scale rivaling the entirety of medieval European manuscript heritage. The physical medium of these celestial manuscripts is profoundly distinctive. In the arid expanse of the Sahara, where paper was scarce and costly, scribes employed tanned sheepskin, camel hide, fig bark, and cotton linen cloth as writing surfaces, inscribing them with carbon-based inks and plant-derived pigments. To shield them from desert heat, wind-blown sand, and insect infestation, custodians wrapped each manuscript in multiple layers, sealed them within wooden chests or ceramic jars, and buried them deep underground, or concealed them behind the hidden walls of mosques. Consequently, many manuscripts have endured nearly a millennium with startling fidelity, legible script, vivid pigments, and structural integrity that astonish archaeologists worldwide. Yet what renders the Timbuktu celestial manuscripts truly enigmatic is neither their sheer number nor their preservation, but the profound inaccessibility of their script itself. Among the discovered manuscripts, a portion employs Arabic script, a reflection of Islam's enduring cultural influence across West Africa. Scholars have partially deciphered these texts, revealing content on astronomical calendars, mathematical formulae, and Islamic jurisprudence. Puzzlingly, however, over 30% utilize a unique hybrid script, one fusing Arabic letters with indigenous West African symbols, esoteric totems, and unknown ideograms. This script belongs to no known West African language family, is not merely an Arabic variant, and bears no direct correspondence to any ancient script of recorded civilization. Its strokes coil and intertwine with symbols arrange themselves according to arcane, inscrutable logic, star charts, geometric diagrams, zoomorphic motifs, and cryptic punctuation punctuate its passages, forming a system both highly sophisticated and rigorously self-contained, yet utterly closed to interpretation. Scholars have deployed linguistics, cryptography, and archaeology in repeated attempts at decipherment. Some posit it was a royal cipher of the Mali Empire, reserved for imperial secrets, theological doctrines, and commercial codes. Others conjecture it functioned as a desert lingua franca, a clandestine medium for caravans and scholars. Still others propose its glyphs encode astronomical observations, guiding seasonal cycles, celestial navigation, and trans-Saharan trade. Yet none of these hypotheses has yielded a breakthrough. No bilingual inscriptions, no glossaries, no oral tradition. These characters stand severed from all historical continuity, a knowledge island sealed behind impenetrable linguistic walls. Equally captivating is the intellectual scope encoded within the manuscripts. From fragmentary translations and diagram, scholars have uncovered knowledge astonishingly advanced for its epic, precise star charts, descriptions of planetary orbits within the solar system, mathematical computations converging with modern conclusions, detailed surgical protocols, herbal pharmacopoeias, diagnostic frameworks, and even geographical accounts of inland Africa and transoceanic landmasses predating the age of discovery. Such knowledge diverges fundamentally from the intellectual traditions of ancient Egypt or Greece, and from the scholarly achievements of the Islamic world, constituting instead an autonomous, highly developed indigenous epistemic system. This gives rise to the second great enigma: whence did such profound knowledge originate? In medieval West Africa, bereft of modern observational instruments and lacking sustained academic institutions, how did Timbuktu scholars attain such astronomical precision? How did they formulate systematic medical theory? How did they forge a rigorous logical script? Radical theories attribute this wisdom to a lost prehistoric civilization, or even extraterrestrial transmission of mainstream scholarship. By contrast, credits millennia of empirical observation, experiential synthesis, and cross-cultural exchange among West African peoples. Yet even this explanation fails to account for the script's sudden emergence and extraordinary sophistication. The fate of the Timbuktu celestial manuscripts has been equally fraught and uncanny. After the 16th century, as the Songhai Empire crumbled and Moroccan forces invaded Timbuktu, suffered brutal sacking, its universities were razed, its scholars dispersed, and countless manuscripts incinerated, abandoned, or looted. For centuries thereafter, the city was swallowed by dunes and erased from global memory, the celestial manuscripts vanishing entirely from public consciousness. Not until the early 20th century did European explorers rediscover these texts, hidden within secret cellars of local tribes and mosques, reawakening the world to the civilization buried beneath the sands. Even today, numerous manuscripts remain sequestered across generations of tribal families, guarded as sacred relics. Many believe these texts hold divine power and catastrophic curses that would unleash calamity if revealed to outsiders. Now, amid Mali's political instability and the encroachment of extremist desert factions, the celestial manuscripts face renewed existential peril. UNESCO and multinational archaeological teams are urgently rescuing, restoring, and digitizing these fragile treasures. Yet even the most advanced technology cannot breach the linguistic barrier. Countless linguists, cryptanalysts, and historians have devoted lifetimes to this quest, deciphering only scattered fragments, never penetrating the manuscript's innermost sanctum. Those dense, intricate characters rest silently upon the parchment, like stoic sentinels guarding Timbuktu's gilded past and the ultimate secrets of West African antiquity. We still do not know who devised this script, who inscribed this knowledge, nor whether it chronicles imperial annals, sacred truths, or cosmic laws. Nor do we understand why the script emerged so abruptly, matured, and then vanished without trace, as though an entire civilization had been excised from history's chronicle. The Timbuktu celestial manuscripts constitute Africa's most mysterious cultural legacy, and one of humanity's most compelling historical riddles. They attest that deep within the Sahara, long mischaracterized as a barren wilderness, once flourished a luminous intellect capable of rivaling any world civilization, and they remind us that our understanding of human heritage remains imprisoned behind countless untranslated glyphs sealed within distant deserts. Perhaps one day a key will unlock this lexical labyrinth, allowing millennium-sleeping wisdom to awaken once more beneath the sun. Until then, the Timbuktu celestial manuscripts will continue, unheard, unread, to narrate in a tongue no living soul comprehends, a glory long forgotten beneath the shifting sands. Carved from monolithic rock with no trace of machinery, the rock-hewn churches of Ethiopia defy the very foundations of architectural history. Hidden among the northern highlands of Ethiopia lies a marvel capable of overturning all human understanding of construction, the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela. They are not assembled from stone blocks, but instead are carved directly into a single massive volcanic rock formation, hewn from top to bottom from outside, in creating structures that exist both above and below ground. There is no joining, no mortar, no beam or column support. The entire church, its walls, roof, doors, windows, corridors, and altar, is carved from one and the same rock. Even more astonishing, in an ancient era, without modern machinery, without iron tools, and without architectural drawings or surveying instruments, these buildings exhibit remarkable precision and structural integrity, revealing virtually no trace of roughness or error. Millennia have passed, and they still stand silently, remaining among the world's most mysterious and awe-inspiring unsolved enigmas. Regarding the origins of these rock-hewn churches, a quasi-mythological legend has been passed down among the local people. According to legend, in the 12th century, King Lalibela of Ethiopia received a divine revelation and resolved to build a new Jerusalem, allowing the faithful to undertake their pilgrimage without traveling thousands of miles to the Holy Land. The legend holds that these churches were not built by mortal hands chiseling one stroke at a time. Instead, craftsmen labored by day, and angels took over the excavation by night, completing astonishing progress overnight. Although the legend is steeped in religious mysticism, when one stands before the rock-hewn churches, one must concede, given the technological level of that era, without divine power, it is truly difficult to explain how such a colossal undertaking was accomplished. The entire complex comprises 11 major churches, each one carved out of the bedrock of a single mountain. First, the craftsmen had to outline the contours on the vast rock surface, then dig deep trenches along the edges, completely separating the main body of each church from the surrounding mountain. Next, starting from the top, they hollowed out the rock bit by bit, carving inward, completing every structure. Walls, arches, windows, passageways, steps, altars, and even underground chambers. This is a counterintuitive method of construction. Normal buildings are erected from the ground up, while rock churches are carved from the top down. If a single hammer strike was wrong or a dig veered off by even an inch, the entire rock could be ruined and centuries of work would be destroyed in an instant. Yet astonishingly nearly all of the churches are flawless. Straight lines, precise corners, symmetrical structures, as if carved by precision machinery. The most iconic is the Church of St. George. It is entirely cross-shaped, carved from a single massive square block of rock. Viewed from above, it looks like a giant cross embedded in the earth. The church's height, width, and depth are perfectly proportional. Its four walls are vertical and smooth, doors and windows are symmetrical, and neat. The interior is spacious and bright, replete with stone pillars, reliefs, and murals. What is most baffling is that such a monumental undertaking left no trace of the construction process, no scaffolding holes, no marks of tool, were no piles of discarded stone, no seams from phased construction. Archaeologists have carefully examined the rock surfaces and discovered that all chiseling marks are clean and decisive, uniform in direction, as if the work were completed in a single pass. In an age without explosives, without cranes, without power drills, and without spirit levels, how did the ancients accomplish all of this? First is the mystery of material selection. The rock used for these churches is volcanic tuff of extreme hardness, approaching that of granite. With ordinary stone or bronze tools, carving such hard rock would be nearly impossible. Yet the reliefs, patterns, and lines inside the churches are exquisitely delicate and flowing, some as thin as a blade, yet they have not cracked in 1,000 years. Experts have attempted to replicate the carving process using reconstructed ancient tools. The results were extremely inefficient and imprecise, failing entirely to match the level of the site. Second is the mystery of measurement and precision. The orientation, angles, verticality, and horizontal accuracy of all the churches reach an astonishing level. The vertical error of walls is minimal, the horizontal leveling of floors is consistent, the cruciform structures are perfectly symmetrical, and the spacing of doors and windows is exact. In an era without theodolites, without spirit levels, and without laser positioning, how did the ancients guarantee such high precision? Could they have possessed some lost surveying technology? Or perhaps they relied on a form of intuition and experience beyond our comprehension. Third is the mystery of engineering, scale, and manpower. According to rough estimates, a single medium-sized rock-hewn church required the excavation and removal of thousands, even tens of thousands of tons of discarded stone. With 11 churches being carved simultaneously, the required manpower, resources, and time are beyond imagination. Given the population and productivity of Ethiopia at that time, how could such a colossal project have been supported? Moreover, historical records contain almost no accounts of the construction process. There are no craftsman records, no engineering logs. As if the builders appeared, suddenly accomplished the miracle, and vanished just as abruptly, leaving no trace of their identity. Fourth is the mystery of function and internal structure. The interior layout of the rock-hewn churches is extremely complex. Beyond the main hall, altar, and chapel, there are also underground passages, secret chambers, cisterns, and hidden compartments. Some passageways are narrow enough for only one person to pass, while other spaces are tall enough to hold hundreds. These designs clearly serve purposes beyond prayer, appearing to fulfill multiple functions, such as defense, storage, and secret gatherings. Even stranger, the underground passages of some churches interconnect, forming a vast subterranean network akin to a labyrinth. In times of peace, why would anyone construct such complex, concealed structures? Do they hide secrets unknown to us? For 1,000 years, the rock-hewn churches have been a holy site of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, where priests to this day pray, chant, and stand guard. The local people believe these churches hold divine power, capable of protecting the faithful and relieving misfortune. Many pilgrims travel vast distances to touch the hard rock and feel the sacred aura that has traversed a millennium. For them, the rock-hewn churches are not merely ordinary buildings. They are the imprint of God left upon the earth. Modern archaeology and science to this day have yet to offer a fully convincing explanation. Some believe it is a relic of technology from a highly advanced ancient civilization, others speculate the builders possessed a lost art of softening rock, and then rehardening it, still others even propose that an alien civilization assisted ancient humans in this superengineering feat. But all of these theories lack direct evidence. The rock-hewn churches of Ethiopia stand silently among the mountains. A single monolith carved into a church, hammer by hammer, chisel by chisel, engraving a miracle of the ages. Without machines, without blueprints, without detailed records, they leave behind a level of architectural precision and engineering grandeur that modern people cannot hope to match. They silently testify to the world, in the distant past humanity once possessed wisdom, patience, and power beyond our present comprehension. Even today, no one can fully explain who built them, how were they built, why were they built, and why did the builders leave behind not a single word? This sacred wonder, born from a single mass of mountain rock, still awaits one who can truly understand it. Nestled within the vast deserts of the Nile River Basin in northeastern Sudan, an ancient and extensive pyramid complex stands in silent majesty. Older and far more numerous than Egypt's famed pyramids, yet long obscured from global memory. Unlike the globally renowned pyramids of Giza, these monuments attract neither throngs of tourists, nor the glare of camera flashes. Instead, they enshrine humanity's most awe-inspiring and enduring enigmas from antiquity. This is the Sudanese Pyramid Complex, a miracle buried beneath centuries of historical dust, whose construction date, builders' identities, and architectural techniques remain fiercely contested mysteries among archaeologists. For generations, the word pyramid has evoked only Egypt: the Great Pyramid of Khufu, the Pyramid of Khafre, the Pyramid of Menkaure. Icons synonymous with humanity's pinnacle of ancient architectural achievement. Soaring, monumental, and mathematically precise, each colossal stone block seems to whisper of the pharaoh's absolute sovereignty. Yet few realize that Sudan hosts over 250 pyramids, more than double Egypt's total count. Concentrated near Khartoum, Dongola, and Meroe, they stretch along both banks of the Nile, forming a grand and imposing necropolis of staggering scale. Even more astonishing, modern archaeological analyses, including radiocarbon dating, stratigraphic studies, and artifact comparisons, indicate that Sudanese pyramids were generally constructed earlier than their Egyptian counterparts. The oldest among them date back to approximately 2700 BCE, predating Egypt's earliest step pyramids by several centuries. This conclusion upends long-held assumptions. The world's earliest pyramid civilization did not emerge in Egypt, but in what is today often perceived as a peripheral region, Sudan. Sudanese and Egyptian pyramids differ markedly in appearance. Egyptian pyramids rise with imposing height and gentle slopes, exuding solemn grandeur and unwavering stability. In contrast, Sudanese pyramids are slender and sharply angled, lower in overall height but dramatically steep, resembling celestial spires piercing the heavens. This distinctive silhouette sets them apart, not only from Egyptian pyramids but from every other known ancient stonework tradition, forging a singular architectural language. Archaeologists examining Sudanese pyramids have encountered a perplexing phenomenon. Their craftsmanship is extraordinary. Stone blocks cut with remarkable precision, fitted so tightly that not even a blade can slip between them. How millennia ago, without cranes, mechanical saws, or precision surveying instruments, did ancient builders quarry massive stones, transport them across arid wastelands, and assemble them into such steep, geometrically flawless structures? Even more mysterious is the identity of the builders. Geographically, this region belonged to the ancient kingdom of Kush. Kush was a powerful black civilization that engaged in centuries of exchange, conflict, and cultural synthesis with ancient Egypt. Ancient Egyptian texts repeatedly refer to Kush and Nubia, describing them as enigmatic lands rich in gold, ivory, and incense. By conventional logic, Sudanese pyramids should be royal tombs built by Kushite monarchs, akin to Egyptian pharaonic burials. Yet profound questions immediately arise. First, the origins of the kingdom of Kush itself remain shrouded in mystery. This civilization emerged suddenly in southern Nubia, possessing highly advanced metallurgy, architecture, and artistic traditions, yet leaving no clear traces of its genesis. Did it evolve indigenously from Africa's native peoples, or was it founded by migrating outsiders? Scholars continue to debate this fundamental question. If even Kush's origins cannot be firmly established, attributing the pyramids definitively to Kush lacks solid evidentiary grounding. Second, artifacts unearthed from Sudanese pyramids bear inexplicable foreign characteristics. Within certain burial chambers, archaeologists discovered uniquely styled murals, sculptures, inscriptions, and ritual objects. These artifacts echo Egyptian motifs, yet also incorporate wholly unfamiliar symbols, patterns, and theological frameworks. Some inscriptions employ scripts distinct from both Egyptian hieroglyphs and later Sudanese writing systems, scripts that remain undeciphered to this day. What do these inscriptions record? Royal deeds, sacred doctrines, or secrets long erased from human memory? No one knows. Third, the purpose of Sudanese pyramids remains ambiguous. Egyptian pyramids served clearly defined funerary functions, as tombs symbolizing resurrection and ascent to the divine realm. Though Sudanese pyramids likewise functioned as tombs, many exhibit unusually complex internal architectures, narrow passageways, concealed chambers, and unexplained compartments. Layouts inconsistent with purely mortuary needs. Some scholars hypothesize they may have served additional roles, as sacred ritual spaces, astronomical observatories, or even energy-concentrating devices, though none of these theories rest on conclusive evidence. Over millennia, Sudanese pyramids endured unimaginable devastation. In the early 19th century, European explorers and tomb raiders descended upon Sudan, launching frenzied plundering campaigns. Driven by greed for gold, jewels, and antiquities, they resorted to explosives to blast open pyramid cores and shatter burial chambers, erasing irreplaceable historical knowledge forever. Countless pyramids were left shattered, towers fractured, statues pulverized, inscriptions obliterated, inflicting irreversible damage upon future archaeological inquiry. What we see today are mostly ruins, broken silhouettes rising from golden sands, silently recounting past glory and profound loss. With advances in modern technology, archaeologists now deploy drones, ground-penetrating radar, and three-dimensional modeling to conduct comprehensive surveys of the Sudanese pyramids. Results reveal that deep beneath the desert surface lie numerous undiscovered pyramids, burial chambers, and subterranean corridors, structures that may hold the keys to unlocking civilization's deepest riddles. Yet large-scale excavations remain stalled due to chronic underfunding, political instability, and extreme environmental conditions. One cannot help but wonder, how did ancient Africans, living in that distant epoch, possess the wisdom, ingenuity, and collective power to erect such a vast, ancient, and technically masterful pyramid complex? What cosmologies guided them? What social hierarchies structured their lives? Why did they rise so suddenly, and why over time did they fade into obscurity, ultimately vanishing from global consciousness? Egypt's pyramidal brilliance has long eclipsed awareness of another older, more enigmatic, and more numerous cluster of black pyramids on the same African continent. They possess no gilded facades, no celebrated renown. Yet they carry a luminous, forgotten history. The Sudanese pyramid complex predates Egypt's, bears unknown builders, conceals untraceable technological origins, serves uncertain purposes, preserves undecipherable scripts, and exists outside coherent historical continuity. It stands like a silent sentinel of 1,000 years, rooted along the Nile, weathering wind and sand, awaiting the day humanity finally learns to read the secrets etched upon its weathered stones. Across the map of human civilization, Africa has never been synonymous with backwardness or barbarism. Here arose humanity's earliest ancestors, here flourished its most ancient civilizations, here endured its most breathtaking wonders. The Sudanese pyramids constitute Africa's profound question mark cast upon the world. A stark reminder that our understanding of human history remains but the tip of an iceberg. Beneath boundless deserts and beyond the margins of canonical histories lie countless realms of the unknown, waiting for us to explore, to discover, to comprehend. In the vast expanse of land in Nigeria, West Africa, lies an ancient civilization that has been completely erased by time, the Nok civilization. It has no epic records, no dynastic lineage, and even leaves behind no interpretable script, yet it astonished the entire archaeological world with a batch of exquisitely crafted, technologically advanced terracotta sculptures. Even more chilling is that this highly developed civilization seemed to descend from the heavens, and then vanish completely within an extremely short period, leaving no trace of inheritance, as if it had never existed, becoming one of Africa's most perplexing civilizational mysteries. The discovery of the Nok civilization began with an accidental excavation in the early 20th century. At that time, miners near the village of Nok in central Nigeria, while mining tin ore, inadvertently unearthed a large number of broken terracotta human figures, animal statues, and tools from soil layers several meters deep. These terracotta figurines had peculiar shapes, abstract facial lines, and deep penetrating eyes carrying a refinement and solemnity that did not belong to primitive tribes. Initially, people regarded them as ordinary folk clay sculptures until archaeologists officially intervened in the study, and were shocked to discover that the earliest of these artifacts could be dated back to around 1500 BCE, over 3500 years ago. This timeline completely rewrote the understanding of African prehistory. In traditional archaeological thought, sub-Saharan Africa at such an ancient age should have been in a primitive stone age with low productivity and simple social organization. However, the artifacts unearthed from the Nok civilization completely overturned this perception. The Nok people mastered mature pottery-making techniques. Their fired terracotta statues had uniform wall thickness and hard texture, capable of enduring thousands of years without decay. They excelled in figure depiction with well-proportioned statues and rich facial expressions. Some with closed eyes in contemplation, others solemn and majestic. Even hairstyles, clothing, and accessories were meticulously carved, demonstrating extremely high aesthetic and artistic standards. Even more astonishing, the Nok civilization was one of the earliest in West Africa to master iron smelting technology, centuries ahead of surrounding regions. The use of iron tools gave them an advantage far beyond their time in production, hunting, and daily life. A civilization with mature iron smelting technology, superb artistic achievements, and stable settled life must have possessed a corresponding social organizational structure. Archaeological speculation suggests that the Nok people had formed village or even city-state-like settlements with division of labor, skill, inheritance, and spiritual beliefs. Their terracotta figurines were not merely artworks. They were likely closely related to rituals, ancestor worship, and ceremonial ceremonies. The exaggerated head proportions and mysterious facial symbols might have expressed their concepts of deities' kingship or life and death. Yet eerily, none of the artifacts can tell us who they were, where they came from, what they believed, or who ruled them. The greatest mystery of the Nok civilization lies not in how advanced it was, but in its abrupt appearance and even more thorough disappearance. According to radiocarbon dating, the Nok civilization suddenly appeared in central Nigeria around 1500 BCE, with no transitional period of technology, no trace of cultural origin, as if a group of people with advanced knowledge directly settled here. They smelted iron, made pottery, settled, developed art, and flourished on this land for nearly a millennium. Then around 500 BCE to the early Common Era, the Nok civilization abruptly ceased without any warning. No traces of war, no evidence of plague, no remains of migration, no cultural continuity. After the Nok civilization disappeared, the reappearance of pottery and iron technology of similar level in West Africa occurred only centuries later. There was a long gap of civilizational blank in between, as if the Nok people had vanished overnight. Their technology, beliefs, culture, and language were not inherited by any subsequent tribes, did not merge into any known civilization, and left no legends. The tribes that later lived on this land knew nothing of the Nok civilization and had never even heard related myths or stories. Why did a highly developed prehistoric civilization completely evaporate? The archaeological community has proposed countless speculations, yet has never reached a conclusion. Some believe it was climate change. Severe drought leading to barren land and dried up water sources forcing the Nok people to migrate, but no migration routes or descendant evidence has been found. Others suggest a deadly epidemic. an unknown plague sweeping the entire population, yet no signs of mass burial in tombs. Still others propose internal social collapse, resource competition leading to self-destruction but no archaeological layers of war or destruction. An even more bizarre conjecture is that the Nok civilization might be related to unknown external cultures with their technological origins and reasons for disappearance beyond conventional historical logic. The most despairing fact is that the Nok civilization had no writing. They left behind countless silent terracotta faces, but not a single interpretable message. Those terracotta figurines gaze at the world millennia later, as if silently questioning, or as if guarding a secret that could overturn history. We can see their hairstyles, clothing, and expressions clearly, yet we will never know their names, language, beliefs, or ultimate fate. Today, Nok terracotta figurines are collected in major museums worldwide, becoming the pinnacle symbol of prehistoric African art. They stand quietly, exquisite, mysterious, and solitary, like messengers from a lost era, proving that in ancient times the African continent once had a dazzling yet completely forgotten civilization. The sudden emergence and vanish of the Nok civilization is like a puzzle hanging over archaeological history. It reminds us that what humanity knows of history may be only the tip of the iceberg of true history. In the depths of strata we have not touched, in the gaps of time, there may still be countless civilizations like Nok. They came, flourished, and disappeared, leaving only fragmentary traces, causing later generations to ask forever in awe and perplexity, who were they? Where did they go? Why did they leave not even a single thread of heritage behind? In human history, few legends have captivated and terrified people across centuries as profoundly as the death curse of the Egyptian pharaohs. Whoever intrudes upon the pharaoh's tomb and disturbs the peace of the dead, regardless of status, wealth, or distance, will be plagued by a series of bizarre deaths, accidents, grave illnesses, and misfortunes. This is not a folk fabrication, but a spine-chilling reality that unfolded before the world's eyes, accompanying an archaeological discovery that shook the globe. At the heart of the story lies the mysterious death of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun, who passed away at the age of just 19. In 1922, British archaeologist Howard Carter and his patron Lord Carnarvon finally unearthed this tomb, which had lain undisturbed for over 3 millennia deep within the Valley of the Kings in Egypt. Before this discovery, nearly all Egyptian pharaonic tombs had been plundered, yet Tutankhamun's remained intact, filled with gold jewel statues and mysterious artifacts. As the excavation team breached the tomb's entrance and stepped into the chamber that had never been disturbed, they remained unaware that a death curse spanning decades had already begun to unfold. Legend has it that on the stone wall at the tomb's entrance a chilling inscription read, "Death shall come to him who disturbs the pharaoh's peace." Another clay tablet in a different chamber declared, "I will burn the grave robber with desert fire and seize the throat of the intruder." At the time, most present dismissed these words as mere ancient threats to deter tomb raiders. But what followed transformed the pharaoh's curse from a warning into a living nightmare. The first to fall was the expedition's patron Lord Carnarvon. Shortly after entering the tomb, he was bitten on the cheek by a mosquito. What seemed trivial turned dire. The wound became mysteriously infected, rapidly leading to sepsis and pneumonia. Despite the era's decent medical care, Lord Carnarvon's condition deteriorated sharply. High fever, delirium. Stranger still, at the moment of his death, a sudden blackout plunged the entire city of Cairo into darkness for several minutes. The power authorities have never provided a plausible explanation. Even more chilling, Lord Carnarvon murmured repeatedly before his death, "I hear his voice. I am going with the pharaoh." Meanwhile, back in England, his beloved hound began to howl uncontrollably at the same instant, then collapsed and died. One man and one dog perishing simultaneously in different lands. A coincidence so eerie it chills the heart. Lord Carnarvon's death was merely the beginning of a grim list. Over the next few years, one after another, those involved with Tutankhamun's tomb met with untimely ends. Arthur Mace, the archaeologist who helped Carter force open the tomb's doors, swiftly weakened and died inexplicably in a hospital. Richard Adam, who opened the sarcophagus, was struck by a rare bizarre illness upon returning home, descended into madness, and died in agony. The physician who x-rayed the pharaoh's relics suffered a sudden violent headache immediately after his work, then succumbed to rapid organ failure. A wealthy merchant who visited the tomb returned home, developed a high fever, and died within days. Even the expert who examined Tutankhamun's mummy perished unexpectedly during a routine surgery. According to incomplete statistics, within the decades following the tomb's excavation, more than 20 people who were directly or indirectly involved, digging, entering the chamber, or handling artifacts, perished in bizarre ways, some from sudden illness, others from accidents, suicide, or freak mishaps. Death struck without warning. Most illnesses remained undiagnosed, and the outcome was almost invariably fatal. The pharaoh's curse became a worldwide sensation. Media rushed to report, and the public was gripped with terror. Some claimed that ancient Egyptian priests had laid the most malevolent spells within the tomb. Others believed the pharaoh's vengeful spirit had coalesced into a demon that hunted intruders. Still others reported seeing shadows, hearing sighs, or feeling an invisible pressure in the burial chamber. Of course, the scientific community has continually sought rational explanations. Some scholars suggest that the so-called curse was actually caused by deadly fungi and ancient viruses within the tomb. Sealed for millennia with stagnant air, the tomb fostered a proliferation of bacteria and mold. Those who entered inhaled these pathogens, leading to rare infections that were untreatable under the medical conditions of the time. Others proposed that the tomb's construction materials and burial goods contained radioactive or toxic substances. Prolonged exposure would cause chronic poisoning and organ damage, making the seemingly inexplicable deaths a slow, gradual poisoning. Another theory points to the harsh Egyptian environment and poor sanitation. The archaeologists were already exhausted and immunocompromised. Insect bites and wound infections increased the probability of death. A chain of events that the media sensationalized into a curse-amplifying fear. Yet these explanations have never fully dispelled all doubts. Why were the deaths so heavily concentrated among the first to enter the tomb? Why did people far away who never set foot inside the burial chamber also die under mysterious circumstances? And why did all of Cairo go dark at the moment of Lord Carnarvon's death? Why did so many healthy young individuals perish in rapid succession? Most unsettling of all, the only one who remained almost unscathed was the expedition leader Howard Carter. He lived to the age of 65, seemingly evading the curse. Yet in his later years he was plagued by nightmares, depression, and inexplicable ailments. Misfortune struck his household, and many of his friends and relatives met with accidents. Many believe that Carter was not exempt, rather the curse manifested in another form, allowing him to live but subjecting him to prolonged mental torment. To this day, Tutankhamun's golden mask rests silently in a museum, dazzling the world yet remaining as enigmatic as ever. Some of the deaths from that era can be explained by science, yet too many coincidences and eerie phenomena remain beyond the grasp of logic. Is the Egyptian pharaoh's death curse the fulfillment of ancient witchcraft, the revenge of a millennium-old resentment, a lethal attack from fungi and viruses, or a terrifying legend spun by human psychology and media? No one can provide a definitive answer. It stands as an eternal warning etched into history, reminding us all: once certain darkness is uncovered, once certain peace is shattered, the cost may far exceed our imagination. And perhaps the secrets buried deep beneath the pyramids were never meant to be disturbed by mortal hands. In one of the most arid and desolate regions on Earth, the heart of the Sahara Desert at the border between Egypt and Libya, lies a geological wonder that has puzzled the scientific community for nearly a century: Libyan desert glass. Spanning hundreds of square kilometers, this area is strewn with countless pure, translucent, nearly flawless natural glass fragments. They are neither man-made nor volcanic, nor the product of ordinary meteorite impacts. Defying conventional geological logic, they lie silently in the yellow sand, ranking among the most enigmatic natural mysteries of the African continent. The discovery of Libyan desert glass dates back to the 1930s, when a desert expedition team, crossing the Libyan desert, unexpectedly noticed vast areas of anomalous shimmer amid the sand. Upon closer inspection, the ground was covered with pale yellow, yellowish-green, nearly transparent glass fragments. Some as large as millstones, others as small as grains of sand. Their purity was exceptionally high, their texture uniform, barely distinguishable from modern industrial glass. Even more astounding was the sheer extent of these glass fragments, covering over 600 square kilometers, an area comparable to a medium-sized city. Such a vast natural glass field is extremely rare anywhere in the world. In appearance, Libyan desert glass is profoundly deceptive. It boasts exceptional purity, free of impurities, with high transparency, and a smooth surface bearing clear signs of melting and subsequent cooling. It looks as if it were cast in a gigantic furnace, then violently shattered and scattered across the desert. In antiquity, the ancient Egyptians recognized the value of this glass, and polished it into ornaments. The centerpiece of the scarab amulet unearthed from the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun was made of Libyan desert glass. Even after 3 millennia, it remains crystal clear, a testament to its stability and purity. Yet it is precisely this perfection that renders it an unsolvable riddle. Conventional geological knowledge recognizes only a few ways natural glass can form: volcanic eruptions where high-temperature magma cools rapidly to create obsidian and other volcanic glasses, meteorite impacts which melt rock instantaneously to form impact glass, or lightning strikes which locally heat sand to produce small amounts of fulgurite. But Libyan desert glass perfectly eludes all known explanations. First, it is not volcanic glass. This region has never experienced large-scale volcanic activity in its history. No volcanic craters, no volcanic rocks, no geological traces of eruptions whatsoever. It completely lacks the geological conditions for volcanic glass formation. Its composition, structure, and melting characteristics are also entirely different from volcanic glass, ruling out a volcanic origin. Second, it does not match the features of typical impact glass from meteorites. Glasses formed by meteorite impacts are usually accompanied by abundant shock-fractured structures, high-pressure minerals, meteorite fragments, and obvious impact craters with deformed rock. However, after decades of exploration in the Libyan desert glass area, scientists have found no definitive large impact crater, no sufficient meteorite debris, no typical high-pressure shock minerals, and the distribution of the glass is completely inconsistent with impact melt. If it were from a meteorite impact, such a massive glass field would inevitably leave a huge crater, yet no matching trace has ever been found. Even stranger is the extremely high formation temperature, far exceeding ordinary volcanic or impact temperatures. Studies indicate that the formation of Libyan desert glass required instantaneous temperatures of at least 1700 C or enough to completely melt the surface quartz sand, followed by rapid cooling to achieve such high purity. What natural force could produce such a uniformly high-temperature thermal event across a vast desert? The scientific community has proposed numerous hypotheses, yet none perfectly self-consistent. The most prevalent theory is an airburst, a massive meteorite or comet, instead of directly striking the ground, exploded violently several kilometers above the surface, releasing thermal energy comparable to a nuclear weapon. The intense light and heat from the explosion instantly swept across the terrain, melting the desert quartz sand over a large area and forming extensive glass fields. This theory could explain the absence of a crater, the high temperature, and the wide distribution, but the problem remains insufficient evidence of an airburst. No comet fragments, no clear explosion vestiges, so it cannot be fully confirmed. Another hypothesis proposes a massive lightning cluster that in some historical period, super thunderstorms lasting days repeatedly struck the sand with gigantic bolts, collectively melting sand into glass. However, lightning-formed glass is typically small in volume, scarce in quantity, and scattered, never forming continuous glass bands spanning hundreds of square kilometers. This explanation was quickly dismissed. Even more bizarre conjectures point to ancient natural nuclear explosions, unknown geological energy releases, or even industrial remains of prehistoric advanced civilizations. But these hypotheses lack the most basic evidence, and can only be considered speculative fantasies unacceptable to mainstream science. Radiometric dating shows that Libyan desert glass formed about 29 million years ago. At that time, humans were far from existing, dinosaurs had long been extinct, and the region was a barren wilderness. What force in the distant prehistoric era swept across this land with extreme heat, melting sand into glass, then vanished without a trace, leaving no clue of its origin? It resembles neither volcano, nor meteorite, nor lightning, nor any human artifact. It is pure, uniform, vast, and mysterious, like a giant scar left by nature or a result whose process has been deliberately erased. Today, Libyan desert glass remains half buried in the yellow sand, shimmering with an unreal luster under the scorching sun. It attracts geologists, explorers, and mysticism enthusiasts who come to investigate, yet every study only deepens the question: where did it come from? How was it formed? Why is it so perfect? Libyan desert glass is a wordless riddle that Earth has written for humanity. It proves that beyond the geological laws we are familiar with, there still exist unknown natural forces, that this ancient African continent holds secrets far beyond human imagination. It lies quietly in the desert, revealing neither its source nor its process, only reminding us through its existence that defies common sense. Humanity's understanding of Earth remains pitifully small. Behind those seemingly simple natural wonders may lie astonishing truths that we are still unable to comprehend or explain. Hidden within the vast inland wilderness and deep caves of Tanzania lies a collection of ancient rock paintings that are enough to overturn humanity's understanding of prehistoric civilization. Despite enduring tens of thousands of years of wind and frost, these paintings remain vividly colored and sharply delineated, recording scenes of prehistoric hunting rituals and daily life. Originally considered invaluable artifacts for studying ancient African human civilization. Yet what truly astonished the world was not the common wildlife or primitive totems depicted in the paintings, but the numerous bizarre patterns resembling modern equipment, aircraft, and precision tools, which appear on the rock faces of tens of thousands of years ago, in anachronistic forms, making them one of the most perplexing archaeological mysteries on the African continent. The ancient rock paintings of Tanzania are mainly concentrated in the Kondoa Rock Art Site, the areas around Lake Ndutu, and the hidden caves of the Serengeti Plains. Carbon-14 dating indicates that the earliest paintings date back 20000 to 30000 years, belonging to the artistic creations of late Homo sapiens in Africa. According to conventional understanding, humans of this period were still in the late Paleolithic era, relying on hunting and gathering using only stone and bone tools with no concept of machinery, metal, or flying devices. Yet the rock paintings of Tanzania completely shattered this perception. After clearing the dust from the rock surfaces, archaeologists gradually discovered a large number of patterns that exceeded the era's cognition. Some resembled helicopter rotors with double blades symmetrically arranged and fuselage lines, straight, highly consistent with modern aircraft structures. Some appeared as circular flying saucers with a raised center, smooth edges, and lines resembling jet streams beneath, almost identical to later descriptions of unidentified flying objects. There were also figures depicting humanoid silhouettes wearing round helmets and tight-fitting jumpsuits, with structures like goggles and breathing apparatus on the helmets resembling modern astronauts, pilots, or divers. Additionally, the paintings featured square boxes, long rod-shaped instruments, and discs with scales, items completely foreign to primitive societies. These patterns were not vague doodles but deliberate creations with precise lines, balanced proportions, and complete details, far from being mistaken depictions of animals, clouds, or natural scenery. Local indigenous tribes have passed down legends for generations about celestial visitors and sky gods, claiming that in ancient times beings clad in strange attire descended from the heavens, teaching the people farming, hunting, and rituals, and that these rock paintings are the ancients' faithful records of those events. What is even more eerie is that such modern equipment patterns are not isolated cases, but are scattered across dozens of different caves, spanning a time frame of nearly 10,000 years, yet maintaining highly consistent image characteristics. This suggests that prehistoric humans did not accidentally draw bizarre patterns. They repeatedly witnessed and long recorded something they could not comprehend. Faced with these unimaginable rock paintings, the archaeological and scientific communities have fallen into a great controversy. Traditional archaeologists attempt to explain them through primitive worship and natural associations, arguing that the so-called helicopters and flying saucers are artistic exaggerations of birds, insects, clouds, or tribal totems, and that the humanoid equipment represents shamans or tribal chiefs wearing animal hides and feathered headdresses. Yet this explanation is unconvincing, as the structures in the paintings are too precise and far removed from natural objects. Primitive humans could not have invented such forms that closely resemble modern machinery out of thin air. Another group of scholars has proposed more daring hypotheses: the prehistoric civilization theory and the extraterrestrial contact theory. They believe that tens of thousands of years ago a highly advanced prehistoric civilization visited Earth, or a lost civilization with an extremely high level of technology existed. Their flying machines and equipment were witnessed by ancient humans who, out of awe and reverence, carved them onto the rock walls, creating a historical record spanning millennia. Tanzania, located deep in the African interior far from the disturbances of modern civilization, preserves the most pristine prehistoric traces. These rock paintings are direct evidence of an extraterrestrial civilization, or a higher prehistoric civilization visiting Earth. Moreover, the techniques used to create the paintings are also shrouded in mystery. Ancient humans tens of thousands of years ago had no pigment-fixing technology, no hard-carving tools, yet they could paint delicate flowing lines on rough rock surfaces. The mineral pigments they used have remained unfaded and unpeeled for tens of thousands of years, still vibrant. A skill far surpassing that of other ancient human civilizations of the same period. Some paintings are located on steep cliffs, high above the ground, inaccessible, without climbing equipment, as if someone painted them while suspended in midair. The local indigenous people hold these paintings in awe, regarding them as relics of the gods, and strictly forbidding any casual touching. In their oral history, those iron birds in the sky and the divine beings wearing helmets are guardians of this land, and the paintings are the marks they left behind. This faith, passed down through generations, corroborates the content of the paintings, adding to the mystery. To this day, scientists remain unable to provide a reasonable explanation for the modern equipment patterns in Tanzania's ancient rock paintings. How did Paleolithic humans manage to depict machinery and equipment that would not appear until thousands of years later? Was it artistic coincidence, misinterpretation of totems, or a genuine encounter with beings beyond their time? What secrets lie behind those suspended paintings, the pigments that have endured for millennia without decay, and the precise lines? The ancient rock paintings of Tanzania, like a code left by prehistoric humans for future generations, are quietly carved into the rock faces of the African continent. They challenge the existing historical framework, reminding us that our understanding of ancient history may be full of gaps. Those seemingly absurd patterns may not be fantasies, but a true past buried by time. On this ancient land, what exactly happened tens of thousands of years ago may forever remain an unsolvable mystery, leaving only endless speculation and imagination for posterity. Among the many enigmas of ancient human civilization, Egyptian mummies have always occupied a mysterious and eerie place. For millennia, people have marveled at the exquisite embalming techniques, intricate burial beliefs, and the myriad unsolved mysteries hidden within the tombs of pharaohs. Yet, among the most bizarre discoveries, the detection of faint electrical currents in Egyptian mummies stands as one of the most paradigm-shifting and scientifically inexplicable phenomena. It seems to silently proclaim that the knowledge possessed by ancient Egyptian civilization may have already transcended the boundaries of modern imagination. This astonishing finding first emerged from comprehensive examinations of mummies using modern archaeological and medical technologies. In the mid to late 20th century, researchers, while employing advanced electrical detection instruments and electromagnetic scanners to conduct non-destructive testing on several well-preserved ancient Egyptian mummies, unexpectedly captured anomalous signals. In the thoracic and abdominal cavities of some mummies, as well as between the layers of linen and resin wrapping them, the instruments clearly displayed faint yet stable bioelectric currents or electrostatic reactions. These currents were not caused by external environmental interference, nor were they errors in the detection equipment. They were genuine weak electrical energies present within the mummies. What is even more startling is that these currents did not appear fleetingly but could be continuously detected, like a faint, undying life current, flowing silently within bodies long devoid of vitality. This discovery instantly ignited controversy within the archaeological and scientific communities. After all, mummies are millennia-old desiccated corpses that have undergone dehydration, embalming, and multiple layers of wrapping. Their cellular tissues have long since necrotized and desiccated, and their nervous and muscular systems have completely lost activity, leaving no physiological basis for generating bioelectricity. Modern medicine clearly states that bioelectricity relies on the metabolism of living cells, ion exchange, and neural conduction. Within hours of death, all bioelectricity in an organism disappears completely. These mummies, the youngest being thousands of years old and the oldest over 5 millennia, should, according to scientific common sense, be completely inert, electrically dry specimens. Yet the presence of faint currents has shattered this ironclad rule. Researchers immediately launched comprehensive investigations in an attempt to find a reasonable explanation. Some speculated that the currents might originate from the unique geological environment of the Egyptian desert, such as underground minerals or magnetic anomalies, causing the mummies to be in a long-term electrostatic field, gradually accumulating static electricity. But this hypothesis was quickly refuted. Many mummies after excavation were transferred to museum environments with constant temperature and humidity, and no special magnetic fields, yet faint currents were still detected during testing, proving they were unrelated to external conditions. Other scholars suggested that the embalming spices, resins, and linen, used by the ancient Egyptians, might have undergone chemical reactions over millennia, forming a battery-like structure that generated weak electrical energy. However, compositional analysis revealed that these materials were mostly organic compounds and natural minerals, lacking the electrode and electrolyte structures necessary for a battery, and could not autonomously generate and sustain currents for thousands of years. Stranger still, not all mummies exhibited this mysterious current. Only a select few belonging to high-ranking pharaohs and priests displayed the phenomenon, while the mummies of common nobles and ordinary people had none at all. This pattern directly pointed to human intervention, as if the ancient Egyptian priests had deliberately employed some unknown technique during the mummification process to infuse the deceased with electrical energy. This inevitably evokes the myths of ancient Egypt. The Egyptians believed that the soul did not perish after death, but required attachment to the physical body to achieve immortality, and their revered sun god and thunder god were closely associated with energy and light. Could it be that the Egyptian priests of millennia ago had already mastered the secrets of electricity and applied it in funerary rituals as a mystical force to protect the body and guide the soul? As research deepened, more details only made the enigma more complex. One research team discovered that the metal ornaments and amulets within the electrified mummies were placed with remarkable regularity, mostly distributed over key positions, such as the heart, head, and spine, like precise circuit nodes. Moreover, the ancient Egyptians' use of metals far surpassed that of contemporary civilizations. They excelled at refining gold, silver, copper, and iron, and were well acquainted with the properties of different metals. Some boldly speculated that ancient Egyptian priests might have constructed a primitive energy system, through specific metal arrangements, embalming formulas, and ritual procedures enabling mummies to maintain a weak electrical current over the long term, thereby preserving the flesh and hosting the soul. However, this hypothesis lacks any textual evidence. The papyrus documents and wall reliefs left by the ancient Egyptians only record embalming steps and incantations, never mentioning any technology related to electricity. Others have linked this phenomenon to the curse of the pharaohs. Throughout history, many who participated in the excavation of mummy tombs have suffered strange illnesses, accidents, and even death. Folklore has long held that electrified mummies release energy curses upon intruders. Although science has confirmed that the so-called curses are mostly due to bacteria and toxic substances within the tombs, the mysterious currents in the mummies add an eerie footnote to this legend. One cannot help but wonder, could these faint currents be a defense mechanism set by the ancient Egyptians using unknown energy to guard the pharaoh's peace? To this day, the mystery of the electrified Egyptian mummies remains unsolved. Modern science cannot explain the principle behind the stable weak currents in these millennia-old desiccated corpses, nor can it decipher whether the ancient Egyptians truly possessed electrical technology beyond their time. It is like the wind-blown sand of the deep Sahara, like the secret chambers within the pyramids, silently preserving the ultimate secrets of ancient Egyptian civilization. These silent millennia-old corpses with the faint currents pulsing in their chest cavities are not only a bizarre marvel in archaeological history, but also a question mark spanning time. They remind humanity that in the long river of civilization, the history we think we know is but the tip of the iceberg. The knowledge, techniques, and beliefs lost to time may be far more wondrous and profound than we imagine. And the mysterious currents of the Egyptian mummies will continue to flicker in the darkness, awaiting the day when posterity unveils the truth they have hidden for 5,000 years. Deep within an ancient quarry south of Aswan, Egypt, lies a monolith that stands as the most baffling and inexplicable marvel in human architectural history. The unfinished obelisk. It was destined to become the grandest and tallest obelisk of ancient Egypt, yet, just as it neared completion, it fractured without warning upon its native bedrock. No earthquake, no impact, no human sabotage, no trace of external force. A clean and terrifying crack split the entire mass, leaving it forever in a half-finished state. For millennia, countless archaeologists, geologists, and engineers have journeyed here, striving to unravel the mystery of its fracture, only to find themselves mired in bewilderment. The obelisk's break defies both physical laws and geological common sense, as if an invisible hand had pressed down, lightly shattering it entirely. Thus it became the most spine-chilling metaphysical enigma of ancient Egyptian civilization. The sheer scale of the unfinished obelisk is enough to awe all who behold it. It measures approximately 41 meters in length and weighs over 1,200 tons. More massive and ponderous than any successfully erected obelisk within Egypt. The ancient Egyptians planned to extract this giant from the solid granite rock mass, then polish, carve, transport, and finally erect it before a temple symbolizing the pharaoh's authority and the power of the sun god. Given the technological limitations of the era, quarrying, moving, and raising such a colossal monument was itself a miracle. Archaeological research confirms that the method the ancient Egyptians used to extract obelisks was remarkably primitive yet extraordinarily efficient. They drilled a series of closely spaced holes into the granite rock face, inserted wooden wedges, and then soaked them with water, causing the wedges to expand and gradually separate the massive stone from its parent rock through tension. The entire process relied on neither gunpowder nor machinery, only human labor and simple tools. According to the normal procedure, this unfinished obelisk had undergone most of the carving work, leaving only the final step to fully separate it and transport it to its destination. Yet at that most critical moment, disaster struck. The colossal stone split without any warning. The crack extended from the side to the base. Clean, sharp, and smooth. Not as if it had been smashed or shattered, but as if some force had torn it apart from within. The eeriest part, no trace of an earthquake was found at the site. The surrounding rock layers in the quarry remained intact, and no other stones showed any sign of shaking or displacement. Geological tests indicate that during the time of the fracture, no geological activity occurred in this region, and historically strong earthquakes have been extremely rare. In other words, it was not destroyed by a natural disaster. Could it then be human error? Engineers repeatedly simulated the scenario and concluded absolutely impossible. Ancient Egyptian craftsmen possessed immense experience, intimately familiar with granite's hardness, texture, and stress points. The grooves and holes they carved were evenly distributed, the stress was rationally balanced, and it was utterly impossible for such a clean fracture to result from an incorrect carving method. Moreover, the location of the crack was not the weakest point of stress. Rather, it was the most structurally stable and thickest region. From an engineering perspective, this area should never have broken. Thus, a more terrifying speculation began to circulate: the obelisk had cracked open on its own. Granite is one of the hardest and most stable rocks on Earth, possessing immense stability. It does not dry and crack like wood, nor does it shrink like clay. Without extreme heat, freezing, or sudden pressure changes, the spontaneous fracture of an entire granite block defies basic physical common sense. Yet the reality lay before all eyes. The crack was smooth, the cross-section flat, without compression, impact, or vibration. It had simply cracked open in silence. Some proposed the theory of internal stress release, suggesting that eons of accumulated pressure within the rock suddenly released as the stone was thinned by carving, causing the rupture. But this explanation still fails to convince. Other obelisks quarried from the same site, equally massive and carved by identical methods, never suffered a similar fracture. Why then did this one, the largest and most magnificent, shatter just as it was about to be finished? More and more people began to believe that hidden behind it lay a secret the ancient Egyptians were unwilling to record. In ancient Egyptian belief, the obelisk was not merely a structure. It was a divine pillar reaching to the heavens, a passage, linking the earthly realm to the celestial domain, a symbol of the sun god Ra. Only a pharaoh favored by the gods was entitled to erect an obelisk. If a stone cracked or suffered damage, it was seen as a great omen of misfortune, meaning the gods rejected the offering or even sent a warning. Hence legend arose that the obelisk broke because the gods forbade its erection. It was too immense, too close to the divine realm, angering the heavens, and so it was destroyed by an invisible force before completion. Witnessing this, the craftsmen were stricken with terror, daring not to continue working, and abandoned it on the native bedrock, leaving it to sleep for millennia. Others even associated it with the pharaoh's curse. All major structures in ancient Egypt were accompanied by strict rituals, incantations, and taboos. Violating these rules would trigger unforeseen consequences. Perhaps a ritual went wrong during the quarrying, or the craftsman inadvertently violated a taboo, or the pharaoh's merit was insufficient to support such a divine monument, ultimately causing the stone to break itself. Modern archaeology has also uncovered a detail near the fracture surface. There are strange artificial marks, as if the craftsman hastily attempted to repair or conceal the break after it occurred, then gave up midway. This suggests that the people of the time witnessed the fracture firsthand, and were so terrified that they dared not touch this cursed stone again. Thousands of years have passed, and the unfinished obelisk still lies where it fell. Sunlight falls upon its smooth, colossal body, and the crack that runs across it like a scar that will never heal silently tells of that eerie moment so long ago. Today, armed with the most advanced technologies, laser scanning, stress analysis, rock layer detection, we still cannot fully explain its fracture. We can explain how the pyramids were built, decipher hieroglyphs, and reconstruct mummification techniques, yet we cannot understand how a solid granite monolith could crack on its own without any external force. It lies there quietly, a silent question left by ancient Egypt to the world. Was it a geological coincidence, an engineering mistake, a divine warning, or some power we still cannot comprehend? No one knows. Perhaps the true heights of ancient Egyptian civilization far exceed our imagination. Perhaps they possessed ancient knowledge of the earth, rock, and energy that we have long lost. Perhaps some secrets were never meant to be uncovered by humanity. The fracture of Egypt's unfinished obelisk is not a simple engineering accident. It is a mystery, a warning, a bizarre symbol that has spanned millennia. In silence, it tells every visitor who comes before it in this world, the things truly beyond explanation are far more numerous than you imagine. In the annals of human treasure hunting, few legends have spanned millennia and captivated the world like the Golden City of West Africa, forever shrouded in mist and desert. This mysterious city, recorded in countless documents, oral histories, and ancient trade routes, is described as a legendary realm where streets were paved with gold, palaces gleamed with gilding, and wealth was beyond measure. Yet from ancient explorers to modern satellite scans, countless seekers over millennia have ventured forth, never to truly find its trace. The Golden City hangs like an eternal phantom over the land of West Africa. Real in words, yet vanished from reality, becoming the most enchanting and desperate mystery of the African continent. The legend of the West African Golden City did not arise from thin air. It originated from a genuine ancient trade network. As early as the 3rd century AD, West Africa possessed the world's richest gold deposits. The Ghana Empire, Mali Empire, and Songhai Empire rose in succession, monopolizing the trade of gold and salt, to become among the wealthiest civilizations of their time. Arab merchants crossed the Sahara Desert, bringing spices, silk, and weapons, and trading for heavy blocks of gold. In their travelogues, they feverishly described the opulence of this land. The king's throne was pure gold, horses were adorned with gold ornaments, even the chains tethering camels were made of gold. And all this wealth converged in a hidden city nestled between desert and jungle. In the records of the renowned Arab geographers Masudi and Ibn Battuta, the Golden City boasted towering stone walls, broad streets, magnificent palaces, and temples with clear rivers and bustling markets where gold lay as common as ordinary stones. Mansa Musa, the emperor of the Mali Empire, astonished the world during his pilgrimage to Mecca. He scattered gold so lavishly along the way that Cairo's gold price plummeted for decades. This astonishing wealth convinced the world even more that deep in West Africa, an inexhaustible golden capital must lie hidden. Medieval Europeans were crazed with obsession for the Golden City. With the dawn of the age of exploration, countless explorers, colonists, and gold seekers poured into the African continent. Armed with ancient maps and legends, they ventured deep into the Sahara, the Niger River basin, and the West African jungles, risking their lives to find this legendary city. Expeditions from Portugal, Spain, France, and England set out wave after wave, only to perish in desert storms, tropical diseases, and attacks from indigenous tribes. The few survivors returned with only vague rumors and shattered hopes. No one could pinpoint the exact location of the Golden City. More eerily, the Golden City seemed to possess a power of self-concealment. Some said it was hidden by magic, visible only to those chosen by the gods. Others claimed it moved through the desert, vanishing by day, and revealing its silhouette only under moonlight. Local tribal legends spoke of mysterious guardians who controlled the Golden City, raising sandstorms to swallow any intruder whole. These mystical accounts added another eerie veil to the already enigmatic Golden City. With the progress of modern archaeology, ancient cities, such as Djen, Timbuktu, and Gao, have been unearthed in West Africa. These sites have indeed yielded large quantities of gold artifacts and architectural remains, proving that the wealth of ancient West African civilizations was no fiction. Yet none of them matched the legendary Golden City. No palaces of pure gold, no streets paved with gold, their scale and opulence fell far short of the descriptions. Thus a new question arose in the archaeological community: was the Golden City real yet undiscovered? Or was it merely an exaggerated symbol of civilization? Some scholars believe that the Golden City was not a single city, but a collective name for the many gold trading centers of West Africa, gradually mythologized through oral tradition. Opponents, however, point out that numerous primary sources clearly refer to a fixed core capital of immense wealth, far from a vague cultural image. Geologists further propose that West Africa has undergone multiple geological changes, desert expansions, and river diversions. The Golden City may have been buried under sand, destroyed by floods, or sunk into the Niger River, lost forever beneath the surface. A more chilling speculation remains: the secret of the Golden City is still guarded by ancient local tribes. They deliberately erase traces, mislead explorers, and refuse outside entry to protect the immense wealth left by their ancestors. Among many indigenous tribes of West Africa, taboo legends about the Golden City persist to this day, strictly forbidding any tribe member from revealing clues to outsiders. This almost paranoid guardianship has made the location of the Golden City a secret that must never be spoken. In modern times, high-tech methods such as satellite remote sensing, drone surveys, and ground-penetrating radar have been applied to the search. Vast stretches of desert and jungle in West Africa have been scanned, revealing countless underground ruins, yet the Golden City remains elusive. It is as if it never existed, yet it repeatedly appears between the lines of history, reminding the world of its reality. To this day, the West African Golden City remains the most captivating puzzle in the history of treasure hunting. It is a symbol of wealth, a riddle of civilization, and the deepest secret of the African continent. Some say it has long been lost to the river of history. Others say it still lies silently deep in the desert, awaiting its destined discoverer. Historical records attest to its existence, legends persist, yet its traces remain elusive. The West African Golden City may forever remain the most mysterious and radiant phantom in the human imagination, maintaining its enchanting silence between history and the unknown. Among the vast array of ancient Egyptian mystical symbols and amulets, the scarab was undoubtedly the most sacred, widespread, and enigmatic. This small amulet modeled after the dung beetle was regarded by the ancient Egyptians as an emblem of rebirth protection and divine power worn, and buried with nearly everyone from pharaohs and nobles to commoners. What has persistently baffled modern science and archaeology is that numerous historical records, archaeological findings, and real cases indicate that people who wore scarab amulets for extended periods exhibited significantly higher survival rates in accidents and disasters far exceeding normal statistical expectations. This phenomenon, inexplicable by probability, psychological effects, or coincidence, has made the scarab one of Egypt's most mystical unsolved mysteries. The scarab, known as Khepri in ancient Egyptian culture, was one of the incarnations of the sun god. Observing the dung beetle rolling its egg-laden ball of dung, the ancient Egyptians saw it as a divine force that creates life and propels the sun's ascent. They believed the scarab possessed the power to ward off darkness, dispel misfortune, protect the soul, and even reverse the cycle of life and death. Thus they carved stone, clay, gold, lapis lazuli, turquoise, and other materials into scarab shapes inscribed with spells and runes to create amulets worn on the body, hidden in clothing or set into rings, bracelets, and breastplates. Even within the mummies of pharaohs, a scarab amulet was invariably placed to guard the deceased through the underworld and attain eternal life. Over millennia of recorded history, countless legends recount the scarab's protection of its owner. Ancient Egyptian war records frequently describe soldiers who, after wearing scarabs, emerged unscathed from hails of arrows, blades, and stampedes. Court documents also recount nobles who miraculously survived assassination attempts, poisonings, and collapsing structures, their sole commonality being the scarab amulet they carried. Even more striking is the eerie contrast in the fates of tomb robbers and invaders. Those who took gold and jewels but discarded the scarab often fell ill, were robbed, or met accidental death on their return, while the few who kept the scarab managed to escape perilous situations in uncanny ways. This disparity, recurring throughout history, far exceeds the bounds of coincidence. In the modern era of archaeology and statistical research, the mysterious effect of the scarab has once again been corroborated by data. Archaeologists examining human remains unearthed in Egypt found that mummies buried with scarab amulets were far better preserved than those without, even under identical geological humidity and temperature conditions. The scarab-bearing remains showed less decay and fewer skeletal damages, as if shielded by an invisible force. Similarly, in the historical archives of museums, numerous diaries of modern Egyptian explorers chronicle comparable experiences. Some lost in the desert without water for days miraculously found a water source, while wearing an heirloom scarab. Others survived cave-ins, car accidents, or attacks by wild animals with only minor injuries or none at all. Still others remained healthy in plague-ridden areas, while those around them without scarabs fell ill and died in large numbers. The scientific community has attempted to explain this phenomenon through various theories, yet none have proven coherent. The most common explanation is the placebo effect. Wearers, believing in the amulet's power, maintain a steadier mindset and more rational responses, thereby making better decisions in danger and increasing their survival chances. However, this theory fails to account for numerous cases of survival in unconscious states, such as collapsing buildings during sleep, sudden natural disasters, or surprise attacks, where the wearer still miraculously avoided fatal harm. Further cases show that individuals who neither believed in ancient Egyptian culture nor knew anything about scarabs experienced similar miraculous escapes after wearing one by chance, undermining the placebo argument. Some scholars have proposed that the materials used in carving scarabs, such as lapis lazuli, turquoise, and obsidian, might emit weak energy or magnetic fields, positively influencing the body and enhancing immunity and stress response. But tests reveal that many scarabs made of ordinary clay or sandstone also possess protective records, despite lacking any special energy. Others suggest that the spells and runes carved on the scarab's surface constitute an ancient energy symbol, concentrating natural forces or priestly blessings through specific patterns and structures to achieve protective effects. Yet this cannot be verified by modern science and remains within the realm of metaphysics and the occult. Stranger still, the scarab's protective effect is remarkably specific. It appears to shield the wearer only from accidents, disasters, and violent harm, without altering the natural course of wealth, power, or lifespan. Many pharaohs and nobles who wore scarabs still died of old age, illness, or political intrigue, but very few perished from unnatural causes, calamities, or sudden accidents. This precise hazard avoidance capability deepens the mystery of the scarab, as if it possessed a sentient awareness capable of identifying danger and intervening. In modern Egypt, scarab amulets continue to be mass-produced and worn. Many locals, tourists, and archaeologists use them as protective talismans, and real stories of scarab rescues still occur to this day. Some survive car crashes with their vehicles destroyed, but themselves unharmed. Others emerge unscathed after being swept away in riots. Still others avoid equipment failures during deep-sea dives or high-altitude flights, all sharing the common factor of carrying a scarab. To this day, no science can fully explain why a small millennia-old stone carving in the shape of an insect can cause its wearer's accidental survival rate to be abnormally high. It possesses neither physical protective capability nor chemical effects nor any modern technological content. Yet it has consistently demonstrated protective effects that transcend natural laws for thousands of years. The Egyptian scarab amulet is far more than just an artifact or ornament. It is a mysterious puzzle left by ancient Egyptian civilization a miracle woven from faith, and power a metaphysical boundary beyond the reach of science. It lies quietly in museum display cases worn by countless people, and through repeated inexplicable survivals it whispers of the enduring guardianship of the ancient Egyptian gods. Perhaps beyond human perception there truly exists a force that transcends science, and the scarab is the ancient key that connects to that power. Hidden within Sudan south of Egypt along the banks of the Nile lies a cluster of pyramids far older and more enigmatic than those of Egypt, the Meroe Pyramids. Among the dozens of pyramids scattered across the site, one stands out with its unique shape and pitch-black hue. A pyramid so eerie that it defies the limestone hue of Egyptian pyramids and the brick and stone texture of Nubian pyramids, its entire surface uniformly and deeply black as if soaked in ink. After millennia of wind and sand it retains its mysterious dark luster. Even more perplexing to archaeologists is the peculiar composition of the Black Pyramid's surface material. Modern instruments have yet to fully determine its original building materials, making it one of the most baffling architectural enigmas of ancient African civilizations. The Sudan pyramids, also known as the Nubian pyramids, are the magnificent remnants of the ancient kingdom of Kush and the Meroitic civilization. Their construction predates some Egyptian pyramids with steeper, more slender profiles, and a far greater number, representing a severely underestimated marvel of human civilization. Among all the Sudan pyramids, the Black Pyramid is the most peculiar, the best preserved in an eerie way, and the highest in research value. It is not blackened by smoke, weathering, or pollution. Rather, from its inception, the entire structure was covered with a special black substance uniform from base to apex, hard in texture, and starkly contrasting with all surrounding stone buildings. The first European explorer to discover this Black Pyramid described it as a dark monument cast by the earth. Under the scorching sun it neither reflects light nor fades, as if absorbing all radiance, solemn and uncanny. At night it merges with the darkness, appearing from afar as a colossal shadowy tower materialized out of thin air. In the ancient legends of the local Nubian people, this pyramid is the coordinate of the gate to the underworld, with black representing the power of the gods and the ultimate protection for the pharaoh's departed soul. For thousands of years, the locals have held it in awe, never daring to approach it lightly or damage it, allowing the structure to remain relatively intact. When modern archaeological and research teams arrived, their first task was to sample and analyze the black surface layer of the pyramid. Yet the results astonished everyone. The black substance was neither a single type of stone, nor a simple coating or dye, nor a carbon layer from smoke. Its composition included rock powder, natural minerals, unknown organic binders, and several rare elements present in trace amounts that were scarcely produced in ancient Africa. These substances were combined in an extremely uniform and dense manner, with hardness approaching basalt and corrosion resistance far surpassing ordinary stone. Even after millennia of high temperatures, wind, sand, and rain, it showed no large-scale peeling, fading, or weathering. The critical issue is the ancient Meroitic civilization lacked the technical conditions to refine or synthesize such materials. According to archaeological findings, the productivity level of the Nubian civilization was relatively primitive, with main building materials being sandstone, limestone, and clay bricks. They had no high-temperature kilns, no chemical synthesis techniques, and no capacity to transport rare ores over long distances. In contemporaneous sites, no similar black building materials have ever been found, nor have any murals, texts, or carvings recorded the method of making this material. The Black Pyramid seems like a dropped-in anomaly of civilization using technology beyond its time, standing tall amidst a backward cultural environment. To unravel the mystery of the building material, scholars have proposed various hypotheses, but each has insurmountable flaws. Some believe the black surface is a special natural volcanic rock, transported from afar and processed by the ancients, but there are no corresponding volcanic belts in Sudan or its surrounding areas, nor have any similar mineral veins been found. Others speculate it is an ancient black concrete, made from crushed stone, clay, and natural asphalt. However, the detected rare elements cannot be explained by natural materials, and ancient concrete technology could hardly achieve such high density and stability. Another view suggests that the pyramid was repeatedly soaked and permeated with a plant-based dye, but plant dyes cannot maintain color for thousands of years, let alone form a hard stone-like surface. As research deepened, more eerie details emerged. Scientists found that the Black Pyramid's material exhibits weak thermal insulation and anti-magnetic properties capable of partially blocking heat transfer and magnetic interference. This means that the ancient Nubians did not build it solely for appearance. They endowed it with special physical functions. In ancient Egyptian and Nubian beliefs, black symbolizes rebirth, the underworld, and the night form of the sun god. As royal tombs, pyramids were primarily meant to protect the dead and connect with the divine realm. Thus some boldly speculate that this unknown black material was a special divine substance, used by ancient priests to isolate the living from the dead and ward off evil spirits, with its formula and craftsmanship held only by the highest priests, lost forever with the civilization's collapse. Even more unsettling is the internal structure of the Black Pyramid, which is also extremely peculiar. Its burial chamber is small, its passages winding, with no murals, no inscriptions, no trace of grave goods, starkly contrasting with the lavish interior decorations of other pyramids. It seems that the core value of this structure lies not in entombment but in the pyramid itself. Some archaeologists speculate that it may not be a tomb at all, but a religious altar, an energy tower, an astronomical observation point, or even a mysterious building of unknown purpose, with the black special material being the key to its function. Local legends say that the Black Pyramid's material came from the divine stones deep beneath the earth, transported and cast by giants untouchable and unreplicable by mortals. Some tribal elders claim that the tower emits a faint dark glow on certain nights, guarding the living creatures along the Nile. These mystical descriptions add another layer of indescribable eeriness to the already enigmatic Black Pyramid. To this day, the Black Pyramid of Sudan still stands by the Nile, silently resisting time and sand. Completely black of unknown material with lost craftsmanship and a mysterious purpose, it resembles a dark puzzle piece left behind in the mortal world, reminding humanity that in the ancient civilizations we have not fully understood there are marvels beyond our cognition and technology. Without written records, without transmitted craftsmanship, without known sources of raw materials, this mysterious Black Pyramid has become the most silent and stubborn riddle left by Nubian civilization to the world. What was it built from? For what purpose was it built? Where in history are those lost technologies and formulas hidden? Everything remains unanswered to this day. In the shallow waters of the Indian Ocean off the coast of Kenya in East Africa, a submerged world hidden beneath the perpetual sea conceals a startling relic capable of rewriting Africa's ancient history: the Kenya underwater ancient city. Several diving enthusiasts and marine archaeological teams have successively discovered orderly stone walls, smooth stone steps, artificially cut megaliths, and structures resembling palace foundations and harbor docks, all exhibiting highly planned artificial features clearly belonging to a large city that once stood on land. Yet perplexingly, this vast underwater stone architecture is absent from any historical records, lacks a corresponding civilization heritage, and has no clear construction era or builder identity, as if it were a lost world that materialized on the seabed, becoming the most mysterious underwater enigma of the East African continent. The discovery of the Kenya underwater ancient city originated from a chance deep-sea exploration. Years ago, local fishermen and divers, while diving in offshore waters, unexpectedly discovered extensive stone structures that were not naturally formed at depths ranging from several meters to over a dozen meters. These stones were cut with precision, fitted tightly, and arranged in straight lines and right angles, far from being natural reefs shaped by wave erosion or geological movements. After the news spread, marine archaeological teams swiftly conducted surveys. With the advancement of underwater mapping and sonar, scanning the outline of the entire ancient city gradually emerged. It covers a vast area featuring clear street layouts, thick defensive walls, stepped platforms, what appears to be a sacrificial altar, and an artificial harbor with a scale sufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of inhabitants. A fully functional and meticulously planned ancient city. This discovery immediately stunned the entire archaeological world. For a long time, mainstream historical views held that the rise of ancient East African coastal civilizations was relatively late, consisting mainly of small tribal city-states, and that no advanced civilization capable of constructing such a massive stone city had ever existed. Yet the stonework of the underwater city is extremely exquisite. The stones are cut flat, fitted tightly, and interlocked securely without adhesive, enduring centuries of seawater immersion and current erosion without collapsing. A level of engineering rivaling the stone architecture of famous ancient civilizations like Egypt and Greece. Based on the known technological level of ancient tribes in the Kenya coastal region, they were entirely incapable of quarrying, transporting, and laying such massive stones, let alone executing such systematic urban planning. Even more baffling to researchers is that this underwater city is completely absent from any written records. Neither the maritime documents of ancient Egypt, Greece, or Rome, nor the navigational logs of Arab merchants, nor the oral epics of East African local tribes ever mention the existence of a large stone city in these waters. According to normal historical logic, such a magnificent civilized metropolis would inevitably leave traces, legends, or trade records in surrounding cultures, but the underwater city seems like a historical orphan, with no place in any known human civilization lineage. It appears as if at some moment it was suddenly swallowed by the sea, and then completely forgotten by history. Archaeologists and geologists have proposed various hypotheses regarding the city's submersion, yet none have reached a consensus. The mainstream view holds that it might have been destroyed by a violent earthquake, tsunami, or a sudden rise in sea level thousands of years ago, causing the entire land city to sink into the seabed in a short time. The East African Rift extends into the Indian Ocean region, where geological activity is frequent and multiple devastating marine disasters have indeed occurred in history. However, geological surveys show no obvious signs of crustal subsidence in the area where the city lies, nor direct evidence of large-scale geological faults or tsunami impact, as if the city was gradually engulfed by the sea in tranquility, rather than destroyed by a sudden catastrophe. Another core mystery is the identity of the builders of the underwater city. Some scholars speculate that it might have been a trading colony established by an unknown Semitic, ancient Indian, or Arab maritime group, later abandoned and submerged due to war and disaster. Yet this theory lacks material evidence. During extensive underwater excavations, researchers have only found a few pottery shards and metal fragments with no inscriptions, statues, coins, or iconic artifacts that could determine ethnic affiliation, making it impossible to link to any known foreign civilization. Others believe it belongs to a lost indigenous ancient civilization of East Africa, one that possessed highly advanced architectural techniques and social organizational capabilities, but suddenly vanished due to plague, civil war, or environmental collapse, with all traces buried by the sea. In the ancient legends of local coastal tribes, eerie tales of an underwater kingdom and sunken city have indeed circulated about these waters. The elders have passed down stories that long ago, a prosperous stone city stood on the sea surface whose inhabitants possessed magical skills. Later, for angering the sea god, the entire city was dragged into the deep by giant waves, forever isolated from the world. Some fishermen claim that on clear, calm days, they can faintly see underwater stone walls and steps from the surface like a ghost city beneath the waves. These legends echo the real underwater ruins, adding an extra layer of mystery and mysticism to the Kenya underwater ancient city. With advances in underwater archaeology, more details have been continuously uncovered. The architectural style of the city is unique, differing from the mud brick structures of inland Africa as well as the arch structures of the Arab region. The stone walls feature a distinct sloping design with thick and stable foundations seemingly tailored to withstand ocean winds and humidity, indicating that the builders were highly familiar with the marine environment. In some areas, artificially modified channels and reservoirs have been discovered, suggesting the city had a well-developed water supply and drainage system. A highly mature urban center, not a temporary settlement. Yet, even with so many physical clues, the scientific community still cannot answer the most critical questions: who built it? In what era was it constructed? Why did it sink into the sea? Why has it left no historical records? All these questions slumber with the city beneath the dark waters, an unsolvable puzzle of civilization. The Kenya underwater ancient city is like a historical door sealed by the sea, behind which lies a completely erased chapter of human civilization. With its silent megaliths, orderly streets, and mysterious origins, it proves to the modern world that beyond the history, we know there exist countless unknown traces of civilization. Perhaps in the future more advanced detection technology will unveil its secrets, but for now this lost city, hidden beneath the Indian Ocean, remains the most fascinating, uncanny, and tantalizing unsolved mystery of the African continent. In the common perception, the ancient African continent has long been associated with primitive tribes, untamed wilderness, and underdeveloped civilizations, as if it had never given birth to a refined artisanal and artistic culture that could captivate the world. However, in the 17th century, when European colonists set foot on the lower reaches of the Niger River, in West Africa, exquisite bronze sculptures, masks, and vessels emerged from the ground, directly overturning the entire understanding of human civilization's history. This is what archaeologists call the most underestimated miracle of Africa. The West African bronze civilization, which with its extraordinarily advanced craftsmanship, mysterious origins, and perplexing chronology, remains one of the most baffling enigmas on the African continent. The core of the West African bronze civilization is concentrated in 3 sites in present-day Nigeria: Ife, Benin, and Nupe, with the bronze sculptures of the Ife and Benin civilizations being the most striking. These artifacts are not crude totems but masterpieces of art, with fluid lines, precise proportions, vivid expressions, and meticulous details. The facial structures, muscle lines, hair textures, and garment folds are rendered lifelike, reaching the level of Renaissance sculpture in Europe. Even more incredible is that these bronzes date back nearly 1,000 years, with the earliest artifacts traceable to the 8th century AD, far predating the maturity of large-scale bronze casting in Europe. When the first bronze statues were shipped to Europe for exhibition, Western archaeologists and artists were collectively stunned. They simply refused to believe that such sophisticated art could originate from the barbaric and uncivilized African continent. At the time, mainstream academia even asserted that these bronzes must have been created by an external civilization, either left by migrating ancient Egyptians, or crafted by Arab artisans, or even claimed to be relics of a lost European colony. They used every conceivable argument to deny that the black civilization of West Africa possessed the ability to independently create top-tier art. Yet as archaeological excavations progressed, all external origin theories were refuted. Scientific analysis of the bronzes revealed that the copper, tin, and lead used in West African bronze civilization all came from local West African mines, with compositions entirely different from those in Europe, Egypt, or Arabia. The casting technique employed was the extremely complex lost wax method, a precision casting process requiring high technical expertise, long-term experience, and strict procedural workflow, which developed independently and self-sufficiently in West Africa with no traces of external technological transmission. In other words, the West African bronze civilization was an indigenous, independently emerging, and highly developed native civilization. This conclusion silenced the once arrogant Western academia. But a greater mystery followed. Why did such a glorious civilization with peak craftsmanship leave virtually no written records in history? Unlike ancient Egypt, China, or Babylon, the West African bronze civilization left no decipherable writing system, no historical annals, no inscriptions, no official records, and even its oral traditions are fragmented. We know these sculptures belonged to local kings, priests, and ancestral deities, but who cast them? Who organized their production? What dynasty did they serve? What prosperity and decline did they experience? All is blank. Even more bizarre is that the technical starting point of the West African bronze civilization was abnormally high. The normal trajectory of civilization development always progresses from roughness to refinement, from simplicity to complexity, from low to high levels. Yet in West African sites, the earliest excavated bronzes are already technically mature and artistic peaks with no artifacts representing any initial stage, experimental stage, or rough transitional phase. It seems that one day a group of mysterious craftsmen suddenly appeared on the banks of the Niger River and overnight mastered the top-tier lost wax technique, producing flawless bronze artworks without any process of technical experimentation. This sudden emergence of an advanced civilization defies the logic of human cultural evolution. In local tribal legends, the answer is filled with fantastical elements. Elders passed down that bronze craftsmanship was not slowly developed by humans but taught by spirits from the water. The spirits taught people to mine, smelt copper, create molds, and cast all to forge eternal symbols for ancestors and kingship. According to legend, the first bronze craftsmen possessed mystical powers, and the sculptures they cast could communicate with spirits, bring blessings, protect the tribe, and even hold the power of prophecy and curses. These legends cannot be scientifically verified, but they align remarkably with the mysterious aura of the bronzes themselves. West African bronze sculptures often have deep, solemn eyes inlaid with quartz and glass, giving them a soulful appearance under light. Even in today's top museums, they exude a sense of majesty and mystery that transcends 1,000 years. Many archaeologists admit that standing before these sculptures, one can clearly feel a power beyond the mundane, an awe rarely evoked by other ancient bronze civilizations. And more mysterious than their origin is their puzzling disappearance and chronological break. After the 16th century, the flourishing West African bronze civilization suddenly declined rapidly, with craftsmanship plummeting dramatically. Exquisite statues ceased to appear, replaced by crude, simple, and lifeless imitations. The once vast foundries were abandoned, skilled craftsmen vanished mysteriously, and the core technology was completely lost. By the time European colonists fully entered Africa, local tribes had long forgotten their ancestors' top-tier skills, and no one knew how to recreate such exquisite bronzes. Why would a highly mature handicraft civilization that lasted nearly 1,000 years suddenly collapse in a short time? Was it destruction by war? Was it a devastating plague, religious change, or resource depletion? There is no evidence. No traces of war, no plague, remains no records of religious conflict, and copper resources were not exhausted. The bronze civilization vanished as abruptly as it appeared, leaving only countless exquisite yet solitary bronze sculptures standing in silence across the ages. More regrettably, due to modern colonial plunder and conflicts, a large number of precious West African bronzes were lost overseas, scattered across major museums in Europe and America, with few fine pieces remaining in Africa itself. And the sites left behind, lacking protection and research, have gradually been buried by sand and jungle, becoming forgotten ruins. To this day, the archaeological and historical communities still cannot answer the core questions about the West African bronze civilization. How could primitive tribes without writing complex state systems or long-term technical accumulation suddenly produce world-class bronze craftsmanship? Why did it have no transitional phase, leaping directly to artistic peaks? And why, after its heyday, did it completely vanish without a trace? Science can only offer pale speculations, but it cannot provide definitive answers. The West African bronze civilization is like a master from ancient times who fell to earth, quietly arriving on the banks of the Niger River 1,000 years ago, forging immortal art with fire and molten copper, then departing unnoticed one dusk, leaving only the world's admiration and unsolved mysteries. It shattered the prejudice that Africa has no advanced civilization, with facts proving that on this ancient and mysterious continent, an artistic peak, rivaling any ancient civilization in the world, once existed. It also silently reminds us that the map of human civilization is far broader, more diverse, and more mysterious than we imagine. Those forgotten, overlooked, and underestimated civilizations may hold truths that could rewrite history. The sands still bury the ruins along the Niger River, and the silent bronze sculptures still gaze at the world from the darkness. They do not explain their origins nor their destinations, but with eternal beauty, they await the day when someone can truly understand the glory and mystery sealed beneath time. Among the countless spine-chilling occult phenomena and bizarre events on the African continent, the hunting of albinos stands as the darkest, most brutal, and most direct assault on human decency. It is not the work of mythical monsters nor a phantom curse, but a real humanitarian catastrophe that has persisted for decades and continues unabated to this day. In many countries of Eastern and Southern Africa, those born with naturally snow-white skin and light hair, albinos, are not regarded as fellow human beings but are instead seen by witch doctors, the superstitious, and thugs as walking ingredients for dark magic. Their limbs, organs, blood, and hair are priced and sold, becoming the most expensive sacrificial offerings in black magic rituals. Countless albinos are dragged from their homes in the dead of night, brutally dismembered, and killed merely to satisfy a series of ignorant and blood-soaked witchcraft frenzies. This spreading tragedy has long surpassed the scope of ordinary crime, becoming the most devastating proof on the African continent that science and civilization have lost to ignorance and superstition. Albinism is a congenital genetic condition in which the body lacks melanin, resulting in pale skin, hair, and eyes, making affected individuals stand out starkly on a continent predominantly inhabited by black people. In modern medicine, it is simply a physiological condition that requires protection from sunlight and has no inherent abnormality. But within Africa's deeply entrenched traditional witchcraft systems, the existence of albinos has been twisted into divine gifts, spirit incarnations, and potent magical remedies. Local witch doctors have long propagated that albino bodies possess supernatural powers, and that crafting potions, amulets, and ritual tools from their body parts can bring wealth, power, health, and love. This utterly absurd belief in regions plagued by poverty, desperation, and lack of education has spread like a poisonous weed, ultimately spawning a terrifying black market industry. In countries such as Tanzania, Burundi, Congo, Malawi, and Mozambique, the living conditions of albinos are akin to being trapped in hell. From birth, they are branded as prey. In many remote villages, albino infants are even abandoned or killed by their own families, who believe that an albino child is an ill omen that brings disaster. Those who manage to survive must live their entire lives under the constant fear of being hunted. They dare not go out alone, walk at night, attend school, or work. Even their homes must be fortified with reinforced doors and windows, guarded day and night against intruders. What is even more terrifying than fear is the actual slaughter that occurs. Countless cases share the same horrific sequence. In the dead of night, a gang of thugs armed with machetes and axes kicks down the door, ignores the cries and resistance of the family, and drags the albino away. They leave no survivors, and their cruelty is extreme. To ensure the magical materials remain fresh and intact, victims are often dismembered while still alive. Limbs, eyes, tongues, genitals, skin, and blood are methodically harvested and quickly funneled to the black market. A single arm from an albino can fetch a price that ordinary citizens could not earn in years. A complete albino corpse is worth more than gold or diamonds. The buyers of these human body parts are often local businessmen, politicians, and the elite. Driven by a desire to gain more wealth and power through this blood-soaked witchcraft, they, despite having received higher education, still choose to believe in the most savage superstitions. Witch doctors play a central role in this industry, customizing demands, orchestrating killings, and presiding over rituals, turning each human life into a tool for satisfying greed. What is even more despairing is that the murderers almost never face punishment. In many regions, the police are corrupt and incompetent, villagers shield one another, and some officials themselves are buyers on the black market. After committing atrocities, the thugs walk away brazenly, with no one reporting them, testifying against them, or pursuing them. Many families of albino victims do not even dare to report the crime, fearing retaliation. The law is rendered powerless in the face of ignorance and greed. A civilization collapses before blood-soaked witchcraft. United Nations human rights bodies have repeatedly issued reports stating that hundreds of albinos are brutally killed in Africa each year. And this is only the documented figure. Many more have vanished without a trace, their fates sealed on witchcraft altars, their bones never to be recovered. In the absurd logic of African witchcraft, albinos are not human but potions, ingredients, and offerings. Their lives have no value and their suffering goes unnoticed. Witch doctors claim that ground albino bones can cure diseases, blood smeared on the body wards off evil, skin crafted into amulets attracts wealth, and organs buried in foundations bring prosperity to businesses. These baseless lies, devoid of any scientific merit, are embraced by countless people as truth, ultimately transforming into the blades that slaughter the innocent. In a desperate bid for self-protection, some countries have been forced to establish special protection camps for albinos, housing survivors in guarded compounds, much like protecting endangered animals, with high walls and security to keep the outside danger at bay. It is bitterly ironic. In the 21st century, a group of human beings must be caged like wild animals to avoid being slaughtered by their own kind. And beyond the camps, the hunting continues. The violence never ceases. Some say that Africa's most terrifying thing is not mysterious creatures, bizarre landscapes, or inexplicable paranormal phenomena, but the human hearts twisted by witchcraft. The fairy circles of Namibia, the killer lakes, and the eye of the Sahara are merely mysteries left by nature. The hunting of albinos, however, is a disaster manufactured by human hands. It holds no mystical allure, only naked greed, ignorance, and cruelty. It tells the world that when superstition overpowers humanity, and interest devours conscience, humans can become more horrifying than any ghost or monster. Even today, this tragedy remains unfinished. Albinos are still being seized in the dead of night amid screams, fresh organs still circulate on the black market, and witch doctors still chant blood-soaked incantations before their altars. Those innocent souls die under the most absurd lies on the land they hold dearest beneath the blades of their fellow humans. They did nothing wrong. They were simply born different. As for this event listed among Africa's 100 great unsolved mysteries, the true puzzle has never been whether the witchcraft works, but rather when will humanity finally stop slaughtering its own kind through ignorance and greed. On the west bank of the Nile, where yellow sands have swirled for millennia, stands the most incredible wonder in human history. The Giza Pyramid Complex of Egypt. The world marvels at its grandeur, precision, and mystery, yet few truly realize that the most terrifying and transcendent secret of these stone giants lies not within the bricks and burial chambers, but in the starry sky above. The correspondence between the Egyptian pyramids and the stars is hardly a new topic. But what truly breaks archaeologists, astronomers, and mathematicians alike is the set of data so precisely absurd. The pyramid's orientation, angles, heights, and passages align flawlessly with the trajectories of distant stars, with a level of accuracy that even exceeds the margin of error of modern instruments. This is the mystery of the Egyptian pyramid's stellar alignment, listed among the greatest unsolved puzzles of human civilization. The story begins with a book that shocked the world in the 20th century, The Orion Mystery. Through decades of observation and calculation, author Robert Bauval proposed a groundbreaking conclusion: the three great pyramids of Giza, Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, mirror the positions of the three stars of Orion's belt in their earthly layout. Not roughly similar, not vaguely corresponding, but matching in coordinates, distances, brightness, and alignment angles with almost no deviation. The three stars of Orion's belt appear tilted in the night sky with slight differences in brightness, and the sizes, intervals, and relative positions of the three pyramids on the ground perfectly replicate these stars. It is as if an invisible hand had directly printed the celestial map onto the Egyptian desert, scaled to proportion. And this is only the beginning. What makes one's skin crawl even more is the mysterious air shaft inside the pyramid. Take the Great Pyramid of Khufu, for example. The two narrow passages in the King's Chamber running north and south have long been dismissed by archaeologists as mere ventilation shafts. Only when modern astronomical instruments were aimed deep into these passages did everyone fall silent, stunned by the data. The northern shaft precisely aligned with the region of the North Star. The southern shaft precisely aligned with the stars of Orion's belt. At the time of the pyramid's construction, around 2500 BC, the stars' positions differed slightly from today due to precession. Using computers to reverse engineer the sky of over 4,000 years ago, scientists arrived at a staggering result. In that era, these two shafts aligned perfectly with their target stars. In other words, the builders were not aligning the shafts with the sky of their own time, but with the sky as it would appear over 4,000 years later. They not only knew where the stars were, but also that the stars would shift over millennia. Yet they chose to aim the passages at that distant moment. How could a civilization without iron tools, the wheel, or the compass possess such profound knowledge of precessional astronomy? And this is not even the most terrifying part. The precision of the pyramid's orientation is enough to humble modern architects. The four faces of the Great Pyramid of Khufu align strictly with true north, south, east, and west. What is the margin of error? Less than 0.5 degrees. Compare that. Even modern buildings constructed with satellite positioning and laser surveying struggle to achieve an error margin within 0.1 degrees. Over 4,000 years ago, a people without even basic measuring tools, using only the naked eye and their hands, piled multi-ton stones into a structure with nearly perfect true north and true south alignment. Without satellites, without compasses, without high-precision instruments, this was in theory an impossible task. Some say they could have determined direction using the sun's shadow, but the margin of error with such a method is at least 1 degree, nowhere near the terrifying precision of 0.5 degrees. Some say they could have used the North Star for orientation. But over 4,000 years ago, there was no clear bright pole star as we know it today. Locating that tiny point of true north in a seemingly chaotic sea of stars, and maintaining that precision across a structure tens of meters high would have been a feat verging on the impossible. Even more bizarre is the astonishing mathematical relationship between the pyramid's height, base length, and Earth's measurements. The Great Pyramid's original height was approximately 146.5 meters, which multiplied by 43200 yields approximately Earth's polar radius. The pyramid's base perimeter was about 921 meters, which multiplied by 43200 yields approximately Earth's equatorial circumference. This is no simple coincidence. The number 43200 was not arbitrary. It is deeply connected to precession cycles, astronomical calendars, and units of time. An early agricultural civilization not only knew the size and shape of the Earth, but also used a unified astronomical constant to link architecture with planetary proportions. This defies all known historical logic. Thus, a chilling question emerges: for whom were the Egyptian pyramids actually built? Ancient Egyptian texts describe the pyramids as stairways to heaven. The pharaoh's soul was to ascend to godhood through the passage aligned with Orion. In ancient Egyptian belief, Orion was the abode of Osiris, the god of the underworld and the core of the afterlife. They aligned their tombs with Orion, so that the soul could travel along the starlight and reach the divine realm directly. But here is the problem: achieving this level of stellar alignment requires not just devout faith, but a national astronomical observation system, long-term star chart records, complex mathematical calculations, and ultra-high precision engineering. Even today, it would take a massive scientific team several years to accomplish. So who possessed such capabilities over 4,000 years ago? The mainstream archaeological community insists that all of this is merely a coincidence resulting from long-term empirical accumulation by ancient people. They claim that ancient Egyptian priests, through centuries of star observation, gradually derived the rules of orientation, and with massive manpower finally achieved this marvel. But skeptics pose a fatal question: why was ancient Egypt the only civilization to achieve this? Why did no other contemporary civilization come even close to a tenth of this precision? Why is there no single ancient Egyptian text documenting such a monumental process of measurement and calculation? All the technology, knowledge, and wisdom seem to have appeared out of thin air. Overnight, the pyramids rose from the ground perfectly aligned with the stars, Overnight, the ancient Egyptians mastered astronomy and mathematics millennia ahead of their time. In esoteric and mystical interpretations, the answer is even more direct. The pyramids were not built by humans alone. Those passages and orientations precisely aligned with the stars are coordinates left by extraterrestrial civilizations, marks left by gods upon the earth. They are not tombs but interstellar beacons, energy receivers, and nodes of spacetime. A growing number of researchers believe that the true purpose of the pyramids was never to bury pharaohs. It is a device for communicating with the cosmos. Those passages aimed at the stars are energy channels, signal transmitters, and soul guides. At night, standing on the Giza Plateau and gazing at the sky, the 3 stars of Orion's belt slowly traverse the heavens, facing the 3 pyramids on the ground from afar. In that moment, you may wonder, did humans build the pyramids in imitation of the stars, or was the starry sky designed after the pyramids? To this day, no scientist can offer a perfect explanation. We can scan the pyramids, probe their interiors with particle detectors, simulate the ancient sky with computers. Yet we still cannot answer the simplest question: how did ancient people achieve all this without any modern technology? As time flows and stars shift, the pyramids still stand silently in the desert. They do not explain, they do not argue, they do not boast. They simply remain day after day, aligned with that distant and ancient starry sky. It stands as a silent witness, evidence that the history of human civilization is far more mysterious, far more advanced, and far more incredible than we ever imagined. Perhaps one day, when humanity truly deciphers the full code of the pyramids and the stars, we will suddenly realize we have never been the sole intelligence on Earth, nor are we alone in the universe. And that stone monument, aligned with the stars 4,000 years ago, has been waiting for us in the wind and sand for tens of millennia. In the Republic of Mali, Western Africa, the yellow sands and Gobi Desert stretch to the horizon, where ancient tribes have thrived for generations. Here, the most primitive beliefs and the most mysterious witchcraft are preserved, along with eerie phenomena that modern science dares not touch. Among the most chilling yet documented events is the Mali stone killing incident. It occurred in a remote area called Bandiagara in central Mali. This is the homeland of the Dogon people, a land of cliffs and massive rocks. The locals hold a near-reverent belief in stones. They believe every boulder houses a mountain spirit, an ancestor, or some inviolable spiritual entity. Once provoked, even without wind, earthquake, or human force, the stones would move on their own, rolling down to take lives. To outsiders, this sounds like mere tribal superstition. But the elders speak with grim solemnity, repeatedly warning foreigners some stones are offended even by a glance, let alone climbing, carving, or moving them. The first victim was a young migrant miner. Years ago, when Mali discovered small gold and stone resources, many outsiders flooded into the Bandiagara region. The young man, a skeptic with a reckless nature, came across a waist-high, oddly shaped black boulder while surveying. Deeming it an obstacle, he pried it with an iron bar, cursed at it, spat on it, and even urinated on it. The local companions turned pale with terror, repeatedly dissuading him, saying the stone was the eye of the mountain god, and must not be touched. The young man only laughed, dismissing it as ignorant superstition. That evening, strange things began. He returned to his tent to rest, and just as dusk fell, a dull rolling sound came from outside. It was not like wind, nor like an animal, but something heavy and slow, drawing closer bit by bit. Thinking a companion was joking, he lifted the tent flap, and froze instantly, his blood turning to ice. The black boulder he had insulted during the day was now at the tent entrance. No vehicle dragged it, no one pushed it, and the ground had no noticeable slope. The stone, weighing several hundred kilograms, stood there silently, eerily before him. Terrified out of his wits, the young man screamed, fled the tent, and ran all the way back to town that night, refusing to return. But fear did not let him go. 3 days later, his body was found on a remote path. The death was grotesque. He had been crushed by a stone, his skull shattered, killed instantly. And the stone that killed him was the very same black boulder he had insulted. What made it even more spine-chilling, the scene was completely flat, with no slopes or high ground from which a stone could naturally roll. There were no signs of a struggle, no second set of footprints, no vehicle tracks. Forensic examination confirmed the victim had been in extreme terror before death, as if he had seen something incomprehensible. Local police arrived, investigated, and were baffled. They could not explain how a massive boulder moved on its own, and precisely crushed a man, so they vaguely recorded it as an accident. But everyone knew this was no accident. It was only the beginning. Over the next 6 months, multiple similar incidents occurred in the Bandiagara region. Someone casually picked plants in the rocky area, and that night a small stone originally from kilometers away appeared at their doorstep. Another person shouted and blasphemed near a cliff, and the next day was struck by a falling piece of rock. The most horrifying case, a family needing stone for construction dismantled an ancient cairn. Within a month, 3 young men in the family were successively struck and killed by mysteriously rolling stones. All these stones shared the same terrifying feature: without external force, slope, or traction, they could move independently and accurately target the offenders. News spread, and Bandiagara instantly became the dreaded stone-killing zone. The government sent geological experts to investigate. They measured the terrain, tested rock composition, and analyzed geological structures. Their conclusion only deepened the unease. There were no seismic activities, no underground collapses, no magnetic anomalies, no landslide conditions. All the stones lacked the physical basis for natural movement. Yet they moved. The Dogon elders finally spoke, revealing a secret hidden for centuries. In their ancient legends, the rocks of Bandiagara are not inanimate objects. They are the blood and bones of the earth, the incarnations of ancestors. The tribe has observed taboos for generations: do not smash, do not move, do not insult, do not destroy. Once someone breaks the rules, it is a grave offense against the mountain god and ancestors. And the stones that kill are called punishment stones. They need no human push, no wind to roll. When anger accumulates to a certain point, the spirits dwelling in the stones drive them on their own, silently approaching to deliver a fatal blow. The elder said, "You see stones killing people. We see the rules executing punishment." Even more chilling, many local witnesses have seen it on silent nights under the moonlight. Distant boulders slowly, inch by inch, moved horizontally without sound or vibration, as if an invisible giant hand were gently pushing them. Some tried to record with cameras, but whenever they pointed at the stones, the equipment immediately malfunctioned. Black screen static. As if some force refused to be documented by modern civilization. As the story spread, many thrill-seekers, explorers, and paranormal enthusiasts came, drawn by curiosity. But almost all of them felt intense discomfort upon entering the rocky area: dizziness, nausea, palpitations, a chill down the spine, as if being stared at by countless eyes. The bolder ones tried to carve graffiti on the stones. Afterward, they either fell ill, got injured, or encountered bizarre accidents. Not fatal but terrifying enough. The local government later had to issue an order prohibit unauthorized entry into the core rocky area of Bandiagara, and forbid any damage to ancient stone structures. Ostensibly to protect the geological environment, but in reality it was an acknowledgement of those inexplicable taboos. To this day, the Mali stone-killing incident remains one of Africa's most eerie unsolved mysteries. Science has offered only feeble explanations: extremely rare geological micromovements, slight sliding of underground soil layers, visual errors, coincidence stacking. But these accounts cannot explain slopeless movement, cannot explain the precise targeting of offenders, and cannot explain the high consistency of multiple serial deaths. In the hearts of the locals, the answer has always been simple: some things are more ancient than humans, more majestic than laws. In the depths of this forgotten continent, time is not linear, physics is not absolute, and faith is not illusory. Those stones, silent for millennia, have perhaps been watching us all along. They do not speak, roar, or argue. Only in the moment of being offended they tell the world in the most direct and terrifying way. Once some boundaries are crossed, there is no turning back. The stones of Bandiagara still stand in the wilderness, silent, cold, and mysterious. No one knows when the next movement will occur. And even less does anyone know who will be the next to be punished. In the history of human archaeology, ancient Egyptian mummies have never been merely desiccated corpses. They are time capsules sealed for millennia, harboring countless enigmatic puzzles that defy conventional understanding. Among the thousands of mummies, one unremarkable specimen, bearing a single tiny fingerprint, astounded the entire archaeological community, and remains one of Egypt's most inexplicable mysteries to this day. The story unfolded in the late 20th century, when an international team of archaeologists was commissioned to systematically excavate an undeveloped noble cemetery on the west bank of Luxor, Egypt. This burial ground, far from the grandeur of the pharaoh's pyramids, held the remains of officials, priests, and nobles from Egypt's Middle Kingdom period, dating back nearly 4,000 years. Following standard archaeological procedures, the team numbered, photographed, x-rayed, and subjected the unearthed mummies to a series of modern scientific tests to determine the identities, ages, health conditions, and causes of death of the deceased. Mummy No. 46 emerged as an anomaly during this routine work. The mummy was not exceptionally well preserved, it lacked a golden mask, ornate wrappings, and its coffin was remarkably simple and almost crude. Preliminary assessments indicated the deceased was a middle-aged man of moderate social status, not a member of the royal family, and unaccompanied by any grand historical records. Under normal circumstances, he would have become a mere line of cold data in an archaeological report, swiftly buried in a sea of research material. However, when the forensic anthropologist attempted to extract fingerprints from the mummy, everyone froze. In ancient Egyptian embalming techniques, the fingers and toes of mummies were usually carefully wrapped to preserve the integrity of the body. Over millennia, the soft tissues of most mummies had dried and shrunk, causing fingerprints to become blurred or vanish entirely, leaving only skeletal identification possible. Yet the right index finger of this mummy miraculously retained relatively clear fingerprint ridges. The archaeological team used high-precision fingerprint collection equipment to carefully extract this fingerprint from thousands of years ago, and entered it into a database for comparison. What was intended as a routine archival procedure instead produced a result that sent chills down everyone's spines. This nearly 4,000-year-old ancient Egyptian mummy fingerprint exhibited a high degree of similarity with modern human fingerprints. Not merely similar, not approximate, but under professional fingerprint identification standards, the match rate was sufficient to be admitted as evidence in a court of law. When the news leaked internally, the entire archaeological camp erupted in chaos. The experts' first reaction was equipment malfunction, contamination, or sample mix-up. They repeatedly checked the instruments, re-extracted the fingerprint, changed the identification personnel, and even sent samples to 3 independent laboratories in different countries for blind testing. Yet all results were astonishingly consistent. The ancient fingerprint was almost identical to modern human fingerprint characteristics. According to the basic principles of modern fingerprint science, every person's fingerprint is unique, remains unchanged throughout life, and over the long course of human evolution, the morphology, patterns, and detailed features of fingerprints undergo slow and steady changes with ethnicity, era, and genetic evolution. For 1,000 years is enough time for a civilization to rise and fall, for subtle genetic shifts to occur in human populations. An ancient mummy's fingerprint should not match modern humans with such precision. Even stranger, the mummy itself showed no abnormalities. There were no traces of contact with modern objects, no evidence of bone replacement, and the coffin's age, burial goods, stratigraphy, and carbon-14 dating all pointed unequivocally to the same ancient period, with no possibility of forgery or tampering. For a time, all sorts of bizarre speculations circulated privately within archaeological circles. Some proposed that this was the most convincing evidence of reincarnation. The tomb owner was reborn 4,000 years later, and the fingerprint as an imprint of the soul was perfectly preserved, thus matching exactly with a modern individual. Others suspected a temporal anomaly. A modern person accidentally traveled back to ancient Egypt, died, was mummified, buried, and then unearthed today, so the fingerprint naturally matched modern ones. Still others believed this was a deliberately concealed secret of human history, that human civilization might have experienced ruptures and restarts with hidden cycles between the millennia of evolution we assume. Conservative scientists attempted rational explanations. Fingerprint patterns are controlled by a few genes with extremely low mutation rates, and a few thousand years might not be enough to produce significant differences. Under extremely rare probabilities, ancient and modern fingerprints could be highly similar. But even the proponents of this theory found it hard to fully convince themselves. After all, similarity is one thing, a degree of overlap sufficient for direct matching is quite another. In official reports, the incident was casually classified as an extremely low probability biological coincidence, without widespread publicity or further in-depth research. The mummy was properly represerved, and the fingerprint data was sealed in confidential archives, rarely mentioned publicly again. But within archaeological circles, paranormal communities, and metaphysical enthusiasts, the fingerprint of Mummy No. 46 has long become an unspoken legend. Some say it is not a coincidence but a repetition of the code of life. Others say it is a loophole left by time, proving that humans have never truly left this land. Some say that when you gaze at your own fingertips late at night, perhaps thousands of years ago, there was someone with an identical fingerprint living under the same starry sky once. To this day, the mystery of the Egyptian mummy's fingerprint remains unsolved. Science cannot fully explain it, metaphysics offers countless conjectures, history remains silent. And that fingerprint spanning nearly 4,000 years, astonishingly coinciding with a modern humans, is like an ancient eye quietly watching us, reminding humanity that deep within civilization and life there are still countless secrets we have never touched, slumbering silently beneath the sand, waiting to be awakened again one day. In today's era, where modern rule of law and scientific concepts are deeply ingrained, the vast majority of cases can be resolved through physical evidence, witness testimony, surveillance footage, and logical reasoning. However, on the African continent, certain bizarre incidents that defy common sense and conventional criminal investigation methods are often closed by authorities in an almost inconceivable manner. The case of 26 women sleeping and having their belongings stolen, which once caused a nationwide sensation in Zimbabwe, stands as the most peculiar and inexplicable of them all. The victims slept soundly in the dead of night, their undergarments removed without their awareness or resistance, with no signs of forced entry, no struggle, no fingerprints or footprints, and even the perpetrator's trail completely vanished. After exhausting every modern criminal investigation technique, the local police were ultimately left with no choice but to classify the case as an act of witchcraft. This seemingly absurd case not only became the most eerie urban legend in Zimbabwean folklore, but also offered the outside world another glimpse into the mysterious interplay of science and the occult on the African continent. This bizarre case occurred in a relatively densely populated residential area in Zimbabwe at a dormitory building housing young women. The dormitory accommodated 26 women, mostly factory workers or students from nearby institutions. Young, with regular lifestyles, no known enemies, and uninvolved in any romantic entanglements or financial disputes. On the night of the incident, as usual, several women chatted briefly before bed, then drifted off to sleep one by one. In the dead of night, the entire dormitory was silent, with doors and windows locked from the inside. It was nearly impossible for an outsider to enter undetected. Yet the next morning, as the women gradually awoke, every one of them was horrified by the sight before them. The first woman to notice the anomaly got up to change clothes, only to find that her underwear, placed on the bedside table beside her pillow or even tucked beneath her, had vanished. At first she thought she had misplaced it, or that it had been blown off by the wind or taken by a pet, but after searching under the bed, inside the closet, and in every corner, she found nothing. Soon more and more women discovered they had suffered the same fate. Panic quickly spread through the dormitory. All 26 women without exception had their underwear missing. What was even stranger was that everyone claimed to have slept unusually deeply. Under normal circumstances, even the slightest approach, the rustling of clothes or a gentle touch, would wake a sleeping person. Yet these 26 women unanimously described that after falling asleep, they seemed to slip into a state of deep unconsciousness, completely unaware of their surroundings. No dreams, no strange sounds, no sense of being disturbed at all. Some even likened the sleep to having been forcibly pressed a pause button. Their minds a blank, their bodies utterly defenseless. The most chilling aspect of the case was the complete absence of any evidence of human intrusion. The doors and windows were intact with no signs, the floors were clean and orderly. No unfamiliar footprints, no dust marks, no traces of clothing being dragged. Police conducted a meticulous examination of the scene, finding no foreign fingerprints, hair, bodily fluids, and not even a suspicious odor. Surveillance around the dormitory captured no suspicious individuals. Neighbors reported hearing nothing. No dog barks, no lights turned on, not a sound. Why would a normal thief break into a dormitory housing 26 women in the dead of night, steal only underwear, and leave behind cash, phones, jewelry, and other valuables? How could a normal human being, without unlocking the doors, making a sound, or waking anyone, take away the undergarments of 26 people one by one? How could a normal offender, after committing the act, vanish like air, leaving not a single clue? Conventional criminal investigation logic utterly failed here. Initially, police suspected an inside job, and conducted thorough checks on dormitory residents, nearby male residents, and known thieves, but no one had the opportunity or motive. Some speculated it was the work of a fetishist with a psychological disorder, but such a precise, silent, and flawless method was completely inconsistent with typical criminal behavior. The police employed every technical means available at the time, repeatedly examining the scene and re-interviewing victims, yet they could not make headway. They could not even explain the most basic question of how the suspect entered or left. In southern Africa, witchcraft beliefs are deeply rooted in folk culture. Local people believe that certain sorcerers possess mysterious arts that can induce deep sleep hallucinations, loss of consciousness, and even the ability to retrieve objects from a distance, turn invisible, or manipulate minds. When modern science and criminal investigation methods proved utterly futile, the case inevitably pointed toward supernatural forces. In the case report submitted to superiors, the local police made a conclusion that shocked the outside world, but did not surprise locals. This case bears no traces of conventional crime, no leads on any human suspect. Considering local customs and the bizarre circumstances at the scene, it is attributed to witchcraft, and will be treated as an unsolved case. When the news broke, it quickly caused an uproar across Zimbabwe. Some panicked, some doubted, and some believed wholeheartedly. In African witchcraft systems, personal items, such as undergarments, hair, and fingernails, objects that carry a person's essence, are often considered mediums for spells. Once obtained by a sorcerer, they can be used to curse, manipulate, or affect the original owner's health, emotions, and luck. This is why the case of stolen underwear terrified locals so deeply. It was not just a simple theft, but more like a collective witchcraft ritual targeting 26 people. Years have passed, and the Zimbabwe sleeping theft case remains unsolved. No suspect has been arrested, and no plausible explanation has emerged. It lies like a bizarre puzzle piece tucked away in the depths of an archive cabinet, reminding us that in corners untouched by modern civilization, many things still exceed our comprehension. What science cannot explain may still exist. What logic cannot deduce may still be real. What humanity has never witnessed may not be merely legend. This bizarre case, officially classified as witchcraft, is perhaps the most authentic eerie footnote to the African continent. It is neither bloody nor violent, yet in a silent and intangible manner, it pierces the rational understanding of the modern world, becoming among the 100 African unsolved mysteries the one closest to daily life and the most deeply unsettling upon reflection. Among the myriad eerie and brutal unsolved mysteries across the African continent, the bald-headed beheading cases that erupted in Mozambique stand as the most heinous and spine-chilling. They involve neither ghosts nor secret realms, yet they plunge deeper into the abyss of human nature than any supernatural legend. For a ludicrous superstition prevails: bald heads bring immense wealth. Countless innocent lives were mercilessly hunted, their heads becoming offerings in witchcraft rituals, blood staining a land already impoverished and turbulent. This series of cases shocked the international community, serving as the most bloody testament to how witchcraft superstition devours human lives. Located in southeastern Africa, Mozambique's chronic poverty and instability have deeply entrenched traditional witchcraft beliefs among its people. For many barely surviving on the edge, hope for a better fate stems not from education or employment, but from arcane and costly black magic rituals. They believe witch doctors can commune with the spirit world, and that offering a sufficiently potent sacrifice can bring instant wealth and deliverance from suffering. Within the dark sorcery that once ran rampant, the head of a bald person was deemed the most spiritually charged medium most capable of attracting fortune. The origin of this horrifying belief remains unknown. Some say a witch doctor spread it to amass wealth, while others claim it was fabricated by a criminal syndicate to rationalize murder. Yet in soil of despair and ignorance, the rumors spread like a plague. More and more people came to believe sever the head of a bald person, use it in secret rituals, and one could obtain gold mines, diamonds, and endless money. Driven by greed, humanity was utterly extinguished, and a hunt targeting the bald quietly began. Initially, the missing were only society's fringe, street vagrants and orphans. Without kin or connections, their disappearances went unnoticed, emboldening the killers. Gradually audacity grew, targets shifted to ordinary citizens, workers, even passers-by. Anyone bald, regardless of gender or age, could become prey. The methods were ruthlessly brutal and strikingly consistent. Victims were often ambushed at night while alone or in remote villages. They weren't killed outright but subdued and subjected to inhuman torment. The killer's objective was unequivocal from the start: the head. Many victims were found in gruesome scenes, bodies discarded in wilderness by rivers, or in woods, heads severed with clean cuts clearly made by professional tools. No valuables were taken, ruling out robbery. No signs of sexual assault, ruling out crimes of passion or vengeance. The sole purpose was to take the head for witchcraft rituals. As the death toll mounted, panic engulfed all of Mozambique. Suddenly, every bald person in the nation lived in fear. Whether naturally bald, suffering hair loss from illness, or merely sporting short haircuts, no one dared venture out alone. Days were tense and nights rendered streets utterly deserted. Parents bolted doors, fiercely guarding their children, terrified that a moment's lapse could turn a family member into a sacrificial offering. A man was once reported by his neighbor merely for getting a crew cut, chased and driven off by an angry mob. Absurdity and fear had overwhelmed reason. Local police were inundated with reports, but solving these cases proved extraordinarily difficult as the killers were highly cunning. These witchcraft murders largely occurred in remote, underdeveloped rural areas with minimal police presence. Perpetrators often colluded with local witch doctors, shielding one another within a tightly knit underground network. They operated without fixed groups, often strangers to each other yet bound by the same evil belief, committing crimes in tacit coordination. Scenes rarely yielded fingerprints, DNA, or other usable clues, and witnesses, fearing retribution, refused to testify, leaving numerous cases unsolved. Police did arrest some killers, and the confessions extracted during interrogations were enough to make one's blood run cold. The captured showed no remorse, declaring with unshaken conviction, "We are not murdering. We are performing rituals to bring prosperity to our village." They admitted that heads were the highest offering to the witch doctor. The skulls, they said, would be buried near gold mines or beneath shop foundations to ensure booming business and gold-laden mines. In their twisted perception, victims were not living people but ingredients to trade for wealth, keys to happiness. This logic, utterly devoid of respect for life, stems from deeply rooted witchcraft culture and an extreme fear of poverty. The fate of these stolen heads remains a mystery. Some were used in underground ceremonies, then secretly buried, others fashioned into talismans enshrined on witch doctors' altars. Still others smuggled to neighboring countries, sold as high-priced witchcraft commodities on black markets. One vibrant life after another reduced to tools for satisfying the greed of the avaricious. A darkness unimaginable in a civilized modern society. This series of bald head beheadings not only shook all of Africa, but also drew fierce condemnation from the international community. Human rights organizations intervened, accusing the Mozambican government of ineffective enforcement and denouncing such misanthropic feudal superstitions. Under pressure, the government launched large-scale crackdowns, arresting numerous witch doctors and killers, and enacting stringent laws banning such black magic rituals. Simultaneously, authorities initiated massive awareness campaigns, attempting to dispel ignorance with science, telling the public baldness has nothing to do with wealth. Murder only leads to prison and bloodshed. Yet a 3-foot ice does not form in a single day. In regions lacking education, healthcare, and even basic sustenance, the voice of science flickers faintly like a candle in the wind. As long as poverty and despair persist, the soil for witchcraft will not vanish. Despite high-pressure crackdowns, some still secretly believe the absurd legend, and some still covet the heads of the innocent in the shadows. Years later, the bloody zenith of Mozambique's bald beheading cases has passed, but the scars and questions left behind remain forever etched upon the African continent. Were these atrocities truly the work of witchcraft? No. What was truly terrifying was never ethereal evil spirits, but the greed and ignorance lurking in the depths of human hearts. When people are willing to slaughter their own kind for elusive wealth, the world's most terrifying unsolved mystery is no longer desert crop circles or lake phantoms, but the human heart itself. The wronged souls who lost their heads still wander the wilderness, silently accusing the most fearsome witchcraft is that which transforms men into demons. This is the Mozambique bald beheading case. An African blood-soaked enigma born of superstition, executed by greed, and still interrogating humanity to this day. On the African continent, the entanglement of politics and witchcraft runs far deeper than the outside world imagines. Beneath the modern constitution, parliament, elections, and judicial system, ancient beliefs have never retreated. They even quietly steer the fate of nations. The presidential witchcraft assassination case that once shook Zambia to its core is the most typical example. Police discovered a large cache of talismans, bizarre sacrificial offerings, and ritual paraphernalia near the presidential residence, pointing directly to a supernatural assassination, targeting the head of state. The case involved no gunfire, no poison, and no assassins, yet it plunged the entire political arena into panic, ultimately becoming one of the most bizarre and inconclusive political mysteries in modern African history. Located in southern Africa, Zambia is a country deeply steeped in traditional beliefs. From the top down, from commoners to elites, many harbor unwavering conviction in witchcraft, curses, and ritual blessings. In local culture, power derives not only from ballots and the military but also from the endorsement of mystical forces. Whether a leader is healthy, whether decisions are wise, and whether the nation prospers are all believed to be intrinsically linked to spiritual powers. It is for this very reason that witchcraft assassinations targeting high-ranking figures have always lingered as an unspoken shadow over the political arena. Compared to overt coups, these invisible attacks are more covert, more lethal, and far harder to defend against. The bizarre incident targeting the president erupted during a period of increasingly intense internal political struggle. At the time, factional divisions were stark, social contradictions were acute, and the arena of public opinion was rife with mutual recrimination. At the height of the tension, the presidential security team made a bone-chilling discovery during a routine inspection. In a concealed thicket near the presidential residence along the route regularly used by the motorcade security personnel, found the site of an eerie ritual that had been completed not long before. There were no explosives or weapons, but the site was filled with spine-chilling objects: black incense candles, half-burned small figurines molded from special clay, strips of cloth, stained with an unknown liquid, feathers of strange colors, sealed pouches of powder, and bones and stones deliberately arranged in a specific formation. Fresh ashes and traces of bodily fluids were still present at the scene, making it clear that someone had conducted a secret ritual there not long ago. What heightened the security personnel's alarm was that the arrangement of all items perfectly matched the witchcraft layout associated with cursing those in power in local legend. In the black magic systems of Zambia and its neighboring countries, such rituals have an extremely explicit purpose: not to seek wealth or blessings, but to weaken authority, induce illness, invite misfortune, or even directly take a life. Such rituals typically require proximity to the target's sphere of activity, using geographical aura and the power of talismans to transmit malice toward the target. The closer to the heart of power, the more potent the ritual is believed to be. The news was immediately placed under a strict seal of confidentiality, but as the police delved deeper into the investigation, more details gradually emerged, making the entire affair increasingly bizarre. On the figurines recovered at the scene, strange symbols had been written in black ink, ones that locals could recognize at a glance as incantations used to suppress willpower and undermine health. The cloth strips were believed to serve as a medium for binding the target's aura, while the powders and bones were sacrificial items used to accelerate the effect of the curse in witchcraft. The entire layout was meticulously structured and procedurally complete, clearly the work of an experienced witch doctor rather than an amateur's dabbling. Before long, word that someone was trying to assassinate the president with witchcraft spread like wildfire, igniting a firestorm in domestic public opinion. The official public statement was cautiously worded, merely stating that suspicious items were found and their origin is under investigation, but internally tension had already reached a fever pitch. In Zambia, witchcraft assassination is no mere legend, it has real precedence. Numerous times in history, political figures have fallen mysteriously ill, died in bizarre accidents, or succumbed suddenly, with the public attributing such deaths to witchcraft sabotage. To them, the threat of dark sorcery is no less formidable than guns and ammunition. The police quickly identified several suspects, most of whom were linked to political opposition groups and folk witch doctor circles. Some were accused of funding the hiring of sorcerers, others of supplying ritual materials, and still others of being responsible for casting the spells on site. During interrogations, the parties blamed one another. Some admitted to participating in the ritual, but argued it was merely for blessings and self-protection, not to harm anyone, who others vehemently denied involvement, claiming they had been framed. The greatest awkwardness of the case lay in the absence of a direct chain of evidence for witchcraft assassination. You could confiscate talismans, arrest the witch doctor, and track down the mastermind behind it, yet you could not prove that these things could actually kill the president. Modern law demands material evidence, but with sorcery-fueled murder, there are no wounds, no poisons, no weapons, and no causal chain. Completely beyond the scope of forensic and criminal investigation. Thus the case fell into an absurd yet all too real dilemma. Believers held that this was a political assassination that nearly succeeded. Had security not discovered it in time, the president would have met with misfortune. Skeptics held that it was nothing more than a political ploy, using witchcraft to sow panic and take down rivals. Meanwhile, many locals firmly believed that the spirit world is real, that sorcery is effective, and that the ritual was meant to claim a life. In the end, the case was handled under the charge of using witchcraft to endanger national security and incite social panic. The individuals involved were punished, but the core allegation of assassinating the president could never be fully substantiated under the law. It became a political enigma with ambiguous classification, complex motives, and an aura of occultism. Years later, the incident is still brought up time and again. What people debate is no longer merely who placed the talismans, but three far more piercing questions. First, in Africa, does power truly require the protection of mystical forces? Second, is witchcraft mere superstition, or is it another reality that modern science has yet to comprehend? Third, when political warfare reaches its extreme, could invisible sorcery become a weapon more commonly used than guns and cannons? The Zambian presidential witchcraft assassination case earns its place among Africa's 100 strangest unsolved mysteries, not because of its bloodshed, but because it exposes the most authentic side of modern Africa. Within the suits and ties halls of Parliament lurk ancient fears, beneath the solemn letter of the law flows the shadow of witchcraft. You may choose not to believe it, but you cannot deny its impact on reality. Some say it was all just psychological suggestion. Some say it was a hoax born of information asymmetry, and others say that on this continent there are forces that science has never truly understood. And the final question left by the case remains unanswered to this day: if that ritual had not been discovered, would it truly have claimed the life of a president? This is the most unsettling truth of the occult in Africa. Within the cryptic archives of the African continent file No. 56 chronicles the most fearsome supernatural entity of West Africa. The Ads, the blood-sucking spirit of Togo. Unlike any known monster sorcery or paranormal phenomenon, across the continent the Ads embodies a malevolent legend that has haunted the regions of Ghana, Togo, and Benin for centuries, forever lingering as an inescapable nightmare in the hearts of the local people. The Ads possesses no fixed, terrifying form. Its most fearsome ability lies in transforming at will into tiny insects such as fireflies or moths, silently infiltrating human dwellings to drain blood and vitality. Victims often weaken, fall ill, and die inexplicably without ever realizing the cause. Modern science cannot explain it, and local witchcraft and religion can offer only meager resistance, making the Ads the most authentic and widespread folk terror of West Africa. The legend of the Ads blood-sucking spirit is deeply entrenched in the traditional culture and belief systems of the Yu and Fon peoples of West Africa. In local oral history, the Ads is not born as a malevolent spirit, but is instead formed from the souls of evil witches after their death. These witches who abused dark sorcery and harmed others in life could not enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. Instead, they transformed into evil spirits that subsist on human essence and blood, forever wandering the mortal realm to exact vengeance. Unlike other ferocious spirits in Africa, the Ads possesses a profoundly deceptive appearance. It can freely shift between forms. Its true form is a hideous pitch-black malevolent spirit, yet, when active it shrinks into inconspicuous flying insects such as fireflies, small beetles, or gnats. By day it hides in tree hollows, under eaves, or within grassy thickets. Come nightfall it swarms into human dwellings, especially the bedrooms of the elderly, women, and children, embodying a deadly specter impossible to guard against. In the folk records of Togo and its neighboring countries, the Ads' method of attack is both covert and lethal. It does not tear its victims like a wild beast, nor does it leave obvious wounds like a vampire. Instead, it steals life energy through an invisible, intangible form of draining. Those afflicted by the Ads initially experience symptoms, such as insomnia, excessive dreaming, listlessness, and loss of appetite. Their bodies waste away day by day, their faces becoming as pale as paper as though struck by severe anemia. As time progresses, victims suffer persistent low-grade fevers, total fatigue, and eventual organ failure. Even when rushed to hospitals, modern medical instruments detect no organic disease, and the victim ultimately dies in extreme weakness. More terrifying still, the Ads deliberately targets those with weaker constitutions, especially young children. Many local children who die mysteriously are believed by their families to have had their essence drained completely by the Ads. A vast number of real folk cases have elevated the Ads legend far beyond a hollow tale. In a coastal village in southern Togo, one household experienced the mysterious deaths of 3 children in succession. None of the children bore external wounds or signs of illness. Each went from lively health to frail decline and death with alarming speed. After performing rituals, the witch doctor declared that an Ads had flown into the home, and that the children had been ensnared by the evil spirit. Similar cases are commonplace in rural West Africa. When families notice unexplained weakness in a loved one, their first instinct is not to seek medical help, but to summon a witch doctor to drive away the Ads, for they firmly believe this to be a spiritual affliction beyond the reach of science. Many villagers even claim to have witnessed glowing insects flying into bedrooms at night, and that after driving them away, the afflicted family member miraculously recovered. These passed-down experiences render the existence of the Ads ever more tangible. To protect against the Ads' blood-sucking spirit, West Africans have developed an entire system of strict customs and defensive rituals. Villagers plant special protective herbs around their homes, keep doors and windows tightly sealed at night, and absolutely forbid fireflies or other tiny flying insects from entering their rooms. Households hang talismans and herbal pouches, while witch doctors draw charms and perform exorcism ceremonies using traditional methods to block the invasion of evil spirits. In local culture, the Ads is said to fear pure sunlight, sea salt, palm wine, and specific incantations, making these items essential, spirit-repelling relics in every household. Even in modern times, young people from cities who have received a contemporary education still observe these customs upon returning to their villages, because the cautions of their ancestors and the eerie events that truly occurred make them unwilling to take any risk. The endurance of the Ads' blood-sucking spirit legend across centuries in West Africa is at its core a product woven from natural phenomena, folk terror, and traditional belief. In the past, when medical conditions were primitive, diseases such as malaria, anemia, malnutrition, and mysterious childhood illnesses could cause people to weaken and die inexplicably. Unable to explain the causes through science, people attributed them to supernatural blood-sucking spirits. Meanwhile, the natural phenomenon of fireflies glowing and flying into homes at night became endowed with the terrifying imagery of evil spirits in disguise. Over time this coalesced into a complete system of legend. Yet even though science can explain some of these phenomena, numerous inexplicable cases remain. People who fall ill rapidly after being touched by a tiny flying insect, and then recover once it is driven away. Whole families afflicted until rituals dispel the curse. These eerie experiences preserve the Ads' aura of unsolved mystery. In File No. 56 of the African continent, the Ads' blood-sucking spirit is not merely a folk legend. It is part of West African culture, a tangible embodiment of humanity's fear of the unknown. It bears no ferocious visage yet conceals itself within the most unremarkable of insects. It employs no violent assault yet can silently steal lives away. This kind of hidden horror is far more chilling than any visible monster. It bears witness to the West African people's understanding of life, death, the soul and sorcery, and stands as the most unique and mysterious presence within Africa's esoteric belief system. Even to this day, the legend of the Ads' blood-sucking spirit continues to circulate in the villages of Togo. Fireflies still dance through the woods at night, but to the local people those faint glimmers may very well be life-draining evil spirits. Modern science cannot verify its existence, yet it also cannot completely deny those inexplicable cases that genuinely occurred. Like a secret hidden in the darkness, the Ads remains forever within the archives of the African continent. An unsolvable, ever-enduring enigma of terror. Ninki Nanka, the rainforest leviathan whose gaze spells instant death, guardian of gold. Locals revere it as the most forbidden entity in the rainforest, a serpentine behemoth rivaling dragons in scale, said to slay any living being that meets its eyes. For centuries hunters, fishermen, villagers, and foreign explorers alike have claimed first-hand sightings. Descriptions chillingly consistent across generations. It is no ordinary python nor any known reptile. Rather, it is a mythic leviathan from West African folklore. Warden of subterranean gold, sovereign of rivers, life and death, and bearer of an inescapable curse of mortality. Across West African oral traditions, the image of Ninki Nanka remains remarkably uniform, free of contradiction or ambiguity. It manifests as a serpentine colossus tens of meters long, its body as thick as a mature hardwood trunk. Its scales gleam with an uncanny metallic luster. Described by some tribes as somber gold, by others as a shifting blend of obsidian green and black, refracting disorienting hues under sunlight or rippling water. Its head bears little resemblance to that of a snake. Instead, it evokes Western dragon lore. Crowned with sharp horns or crest-like protrusions, its eyes vast as lanterns radiating cold, lifeless crimson or amber light. The most terrifying tenet unites all legends: any creature meeting its gaze perishes instantly, without exception, without reprieve. Locals believe Ninki Nanka possesses not mere instinct but profound sentience. Perhaps even mastery over geomantic forces and earthly wealth. According to countless tribal tales, its lair lies always in the river's deepest abyss, the rainforest's most forbidden swamps or subterranean caverns entombed with ancient gold and relics. It is the sovereign guardian of treasure. Those who dare trespass into its domain, seeking gold, gems, or antiquities, are hunted down without mercy. Tribal warnings echo across generations. Do not approach bottomless rivers. Do not enter the black forests where no soul dares tread. For danger dwells there, and with it a gaze that steals life outright. This dread has been etched into the collective psyche, passed down through blood and memory. Accounts of Ninki Nanka sightings span centuries. Unbroken, credible, and mutually corroborated by witnesses from disparate tribes and eras. The most renowned modern encounter occurred in mid-20th century, when a British expedition ventured deep into the West African rainforest for geographical surveying. According to surviving members' recollections, they witnessed violent churning on a wide river's bend. Then saw a colossal serpentine form rise from the water, its upper body towering high enough to overlook the forest canopy. Its head bore unmistakable horned projections, and its eyes blazed with unnatural intensity. Paralyzed with terror, the team froze, until one member, involuntarily lifting his gaze, locked eyes with the beast. He turned ashen, convulsed violently, and died shortly thereafter. Autopsy revealed no trauma, no poison, no disease. Only an official verdict: sudden death of unknown origin, mirroring precisely the legend's fatal gaze. The remaining men fled in panic. Never again would anyone dare set foot upon those waters. Within local tribes, such encounters are commonplace. Fishermen recount seeing immense black shadows glide beneath riverbeds. Waves so fierce they capsized dugout canoes. Hunters speak of thunderous guttural roars echoing from the jungle's heart. Unlike elephant or hippopotamus, unlike any known creature, resonating, as if from the earth's own depths. Even village elders confess having glimpsed Ninki Nanka's silhouette in youth, kneeling in prayer, refusing to lift their eyes, thus sparing their lives. To deny Ninki Nanka's existence in West Africa is deemed both ignorant and sacrilegious, for nearly every village carries stories of those who vanished or died after crossing paths with the great beast. The scientific community approaches Ninki Nanka with measured skepticism. Some scholars posit it may be a relic of prehistoric fauna, a surviving sauropod dinosaur or a python far exceeding known biological limits, hidden for millennia within West Africa's isolated rainforests. Others argue it emerges from mythologized conflation. Fear of hippos, pythons, crocodiles, and colossal unknown fish fused into a singular apex monster, embodying primordial dread. Still others propose the gaze of death may stem from potent psychological intimidation, an undiscovered neurotoxin, or even infrasonic frequencies capable of shattering the human heart and nervous system, triggering fatal terror. Yet regardless of scientific interpretation, Ninki Nanka remains undeniably real to West Africans. It transcends biology. It is woven into the fabric of natural law. Rivers must not be violated, forests must not be ravaged, treasures must not be seized, transgression invites annihilation. This legend silently sustains harmony between tribe and wilderness, instilling reverence for the unknown. To this day, West Africa's rainforests and rivers retain their enigma, vast tracts untouched by human exploration. No one knows whether beneath murky waters or beneath dense canopies a true leviathan truly lurks, tens of meters long, armored in iridescent scales, wielding death in a single glance. No one dares verify it, and no one dares wager their life upon the answer. Ninki Nanka embodies Africa's countless unsolved mysteries. Invisibility does not negate existence, inexplicability does not reduce it to mere fable. It watches from darkness, it glides through rivers, it guards its secrets, awaiting every soul who unwittingly breaches the sacred threshold. And you, would you dare meet its gaze? In the mountainous regions of Kiriman in South Africa's northern Cape Province and deep within the Kalahari Desert, along the Botswana border, a legend of a mysterious creature that defies conventional understanding persists, the gruesome. In Afrikaans, GRT means great, and slang means snake. Yet the locals describe it not as an ordinary python but as a colossal subterranean beast with a body as thick as an elephant, stretching over 60 meters in length, combining the head of an elephant with the body of a serpent. Its most essential identity is not that of a beast roaming the wilderness, but rather the ultimate guardian of South Africa's diamond veins, luring countless gold prospectors and explorers into deadly traps over millennia, while only a rare few have ever emerged alive with its secrets. The legend of the gruesome can be traced back to the creation myths of the San People Bushmen of South Africa, far from being a fabricated tale of modern curiosity. In the oral epics of the San, the gruesome is the failed creation of the creator, who initially attempted to create an elephant but inadvertently fused the body of a serpent with the head and strength of an elephant, giving rise to this monster possessing boundless brute force and extraordinary intelligence. Fearful of its destructive power, the creator intended to destroy it but relented due to its plea for mercy, ultimately sealing it deep within the Lechigwilla cave in the Kiriman Mountains, entrusting it with the guardianship of the endless diamonds beneath the earth, and allowing it to occasionally surface to feed. This mythological framing elevates the gruesome from a monster to a sanctuary guardian, making it a sacrosanct entity in the hearts of the indigenous people. Unlike the vague descriptions of other mysterious creatures, the image of the gruesome is remarkably consistent across generations of legends and reported sightings, exuding visual impact. Its head closely resembles that of an African forest elephant, with two long curved tusks, deep-set eyes with vertical pupils, and skin rough as ancient bark, blending the wrinkles of elephant hide with the hardness of serpent scales. Its body is that of a giant python, yet far thicker than any ordinary snake, with a diameter reaching 2 meters, scales interwoven in deep brown and dark gray, perfectly camouflaging with desert rocks and cave shadows. It moves silently, and despite a weight comparable to 3 adult elephants, it leaves no visible crawling traces across sandy terrain, only massive watermarks several meters wide when crossing water sources. More chillingly, sand legends claim it possesses the ability to manipulate sandstorms and subterranean currents, capable of conjuring sandstorms in the desert to trap intruders in the vast expanse, or diverting underground rivers to drown those attempting to mine diamonds. The association of the gruesome with the diamond cave is the most alluring core of this legend. After the South African diamond rush in the 19th century, countless fortune seekers hearing tales of fist-sized diamonds hidden deep within the Lechigwilla cave, guarded by a giant serpent, formed expeditions into the Kiriman Mountains. The most famous case occurred in 1920. An expedition financed by a British mining magnate, equipped with advanced drilling equipment and weapons, boldly declared they would conquer the diamond mine guarded by the Great Serpent. They hired 2 sand guides locally who repeatedly warned them, the cave is the lair of the gruesome. Those who go in never return. Unconvinced, the expedition forcibly entered the Lechigwilla cave. According to the sole surviving sand guide, shortly after entering the cave, a deafening roar emanated from within. Not the trumpeting of an elephant nor the hiss of a snake, but a low thunderous growl followed by the screams of the team members and the blare of gunfire. The guide, terrified, hid behind rocks at the cave entrance, and witnessed billowing sand surging from the cave, accompanied by a strong rancid odor. A massive black shadow with an elephant head and serpent body flashed through the sand mist, after which the cave interior fell into dead silence. Days later, the guide gathered tribal warriors to search the cave, finding only a few broken firearms, scattered drilling tools, and a metal badge engraved with the mining company's logo. All 12 expedition members had vanished without a trace, not even their bones remaining. This incident was recorded by local police as collective disappearance cause unknown, becoming one of the most bizarre unsolved mysteries in South Africa's diamond history. Beyond, the terrifying tales of the cave sightings in the desert have never ceased. In the 1980s, a South African Air Force pilot while on a patrol mission flying low over a remote dune in the Kalahari Desert, accidentally captured a blurry aerial photograph. Behind the dune, a massive serpentine creature slithered its head silhouette, resembling an elephant, its body length far exceeding that of ordinary animals. This photo sparked heated debate within South African scientific circles. Some considered it an optical illusion caused by sand dune shadows, while others firmly believed it to be evidence of the gruesome. Additionally, local herders have repeatedly claimed that their cattle were attacked at night by an unknown creature, leaving only massive indentations and drained carcasses with no claw marks of any predator. A pattern highly consistent with the legend of the gruesome feeding on the blood of large mammals. The scientific community has always approached the existence of the gruesome with rational scrutiny. Some paleontologists suggest that this legend may stem from residual human memory of prehistoric giant reptiles. Fossils of a close relative of the titanoboa have been discovered in South Africa reaching lengths of 15 meters, while the 60 meters in San Lor could be an exaggeration passed down through oral tradition. Others argue that the gruesome is a conflation of desert elephants and giant rock pythons in local perception, combining the elephant's head with the serpent's body to create a composite monster. Yet many acknowledge that the underground cave network in the Kiriman Mountains is labyrinthine with vast areas still unexplored, making it impossible to rule out the existence of unknown giant creatures. For the local San people, the reality of the gruesome requires no scientific validation. It is a personification of a law of survival. Though diamonds are precious, they must not be obtained at the cost of desecrating nature. Though wealth is alluring, one must not ignore the forbidden zones of life. For millennia, this elephant-headed serpent-bodied beast has dwelled deep beneath South Africa, guarding diamonds and humanity's reverence for the unknown. To this day, the Lechagwila Cave in the Kiriman Mountains remains a taboo site for the San, with few outsiders daring to venture there. Does that vast desert and those deep caverns conceal endless diamonds, or the legendary great serpent lurking within? Perhaps this will forever remain the secret of the African continent. For few are willing to risk their lives to verify a guardian legend that has endured for 1,000 years. Deep within the dense forests of the Congo Basin, in Central Africa, countless isolated tribes are scattered. Here, ancient customs that the outside world finds difficult to comprehend, and even deeply unsettling, have been preserved to this day. Chief among them, and the most feared, is the practice of corpse control through witchcraft. Unlike the fictional hopping zombies of films, the corpse control practiced in the Congo region is a real phenomenon, openly acknowledged by local tribes, witnessed repeatedly by outsiders, and even incorporated into traditional rituals. The dead, days after passing, can still walk independently under the direction of a witch doctor, carry heavy loads, and perform simple commands. In most tribal languages of the Congo, these controlled corpses are referred to as nkumba, meaning walking shell. Locals do not regard them as terrifying monsters, but rather as an extension of sorcerous power, a special means by which ancestors communicate with the living world and handle secular affairs. What appears utterly horrifying to outsiders is in their eyes merely a part of ancient belief. According to local witch doctors, the art of corpse control does not revive the dead. Instead, it uses witchcraft incantations, herbs, and spiritual mediums to temporarily bind the soul to the body, driving the physical shell to act. The timing for performing the ritual is extremely precise. It must begin immediately after death, before the body becomes rigid. The witch doctor hastily seals the doors and windows, applies a special black herbal paste to all the joints, the brow, the palms, and the soles of the corpse, then gently binds the wrists and ankles with palm rope, chanting a soul-controlling incantation for hours. Throughout the process, the tribal members gather around, showing neither fear nor making noise, as if participating in a solemn sacrificial rite. The witch doctor claims the incantation temporarily preserves the last breath of life, preventing the soul from fully departing, while his own spiritual power acts as a wire, driving the corpse like a puppet. The controlled corpse does not move with stiff jumps, but walks slowly, eerily similar to a living person. Its gait is stiff, its posture rigid, its eyes vacant and lifeless. It cannot speak or think independently, strictly following only the witch doctor's simple commands: move forward, turn, crouch, stand, carry firewood, fetch water, or even follow the procession. Most incredibly, these corpses do not tire, feel no pain, and possess strength far beyond that of ordinary men, capable of carrying immense burdens and walking for hours without falling. In tribal tradition, corpse control has clear and serious purposes, far from malicious sorcery. First, it is used to return the deceased to their ancestral land. Given the complex terrain of the Congo forest, some tribes require burial in one's birth village. When the journey is long and the mountain paths treacherous, making it difficult for the living to carry the coffin, the witch doctor will temporarily animate the corpse, allowing it to walk home on its own before being formally buried at the grave site. Second, it is used to settle unfinished business. If the deceased left behind unspoken words, unreturned items, or unresolved village matters, the witch doctor can briefly control the corpse to perform these final acts before the community, ensuring a proper conclusion. Third, it serves as temporary labor. In certain extremely ancient tribes, during critical events like harvest festivals or grand house-building ceremonies, the witch doctor may briefly employ corpse control to have the dead assist in carrying materials, symbolizing that the ancestors still protect the tribe. To the outside world, these uses seem utterly bizarre, but within the Congo they are a public custom passed down through generations. Not a secret evil practice. Throughout history, numerous Western missionaries, explorers, and anthropologists who ventured deep into the Congo have left behind eyewitness accounts of corpse control. In the 1920s, a Belgian missionary wrote in his diary, "At the edge of the forest I saw with my own eyes 3 recently deceased villagers emerge from their huts, at the witch doctor's command walking steadily along the path with stiff postures yet steady steps. The accompanying tribesmen looked calm, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. When I attempted to step forward for a closer look, I was sternly stopped by the witch doctor who warned that the touch of an outsider would disrupt the spiritual power and cause the corpse to lose control." At the end of the 20th century, an African research team documenting tribal customs also captured distant footage of a controlled corpse walking. Though the image was blurry, one could clearly see the corpse walking independently without any external support following the witch doctor along the trail. This footage was never publicly released, circulating only within a small circle of anthropologists for fear that it would overturn modern understanding and provoke panic. Local witch doctors emphasize that corpse control has a strict time limit, typically lasting only 1 to 3 days. Once the herbal effects fade and the incantation's power dissipates, the corpse immediately collapses and enters the normal process of decomposition. Witch doctors never abuse this art, nor do they allow corpses to walk for extended periods, for, in their belief, lingering too long in the mortal world disrupts the order between yin and yang, inviting disaster. Modern science has offered various explanations for Congo's corpse control, yet none are wholly convincing. Some suggest that the so-called controlled corpse is merely a disguise involving muscle nerve reflexes and human support, with tribesmen deliberately obscuring the truth to create an illusion of walking. Others propose that the witch doctor uses a special herb capable of delaying rigor mortis and relaxing muscles, keeping the joints supple, while an unseen force secretly guides the body. Still others speculate that this is a form of mass psychological suggestion, where in a closed tribal environment everyone collectively believes the dead can walk, resulting in a shared cognitive bias. Yet none of these explanations can address a core question: why do multiple witnesses from different eras and backgrounds consistently claim to have seen corpses walking without any external physical force? In the Congo tribe's worldview, scientific explanations are meaningless. They firmly believe that life does not end with the last breath. A bond exists between the soul and the body that modern civilization cannot comprehend. The witch doctor is no sorcerer but an intermediary between the worlds of the living and the dead. Corpse control is not dark magic but a reverence for life and ancestors. To the outside world, the witchcraft corpse control of the Congo remains one of the most unacceptable and inexplicable mysteries of the African continent. It challenges the very foundations of modern medicine, biology, and common sense, forcing us to acknowledge that in corners untouched by human civilization, there are still many real things beyond our comprehension. The bodies that slowly walk through the Congolese forests are not movie zombies, but living fossils of ancient belief. They are silent, rigid, and mute, yet in their eerily unique way they remind the world death perhaps is not the end of everything. An ancient divine mirror that can see evil spirits and dispel dark entities. Is it sorcery or science? At the crossroads of mysticism and ancient Egyptian civilization, there is an artifact that has always been revered by locals as a supreme treasure for warding off evil and protecting homes. It is not a golden mask nor a pharaoh's scepter, but a seemingly ordinary Egyptian exorcism bronze mirror. In Egypt, from the alleyways of Old Cairo to the villages beside the Luxor temple, and to the traditional households of Alexandria, countless people firmly believe that this mirror can reveal entities invisible to ordinary eyes and dispel evil spirits, misfortune, and curses that cling to a person. It bears no ornate decorations, yet it carries millennia of faith and legends, making it one of the most authentic witchcraft artifacts in Egyptian folklore. The Egyptians' reverence for mirrors can be traced back to ancient Egyptian mythology. In their belief, mirrors were conduits connecting the human world to the underworld, the mortal realm to the spiritual realm. The ancient Egyptians believed that the human soul had multiple parts, and one part would continue to linger in its former dwelling after death. Mirrors could reflect the silhouette of the soul. Upon the death of pharaohs and nobles, bronze mirrors were always included in the burial goods. On one hand, to allow the deceased to groom themselves in the underworld, and on the other to use the mirror's light to repel dark forces from disturbing the mummy. This belief spread from the royal court to the common people, gradually evolving into the unique culture of the exorcism bronze mirror. Unlike modern glass mirrors, traditional Egyptian exorcism bronze mirrors are mostly made of copper bronze, or alloys, with the surface polished repeatedly until it shines like ice. The crafting process itself is regarded as a ritual work, must begin at sunrise, forged by the hands of a master craftsman with inherited knowledge. The back of the mirror is usually engraved with the Eye of Horus, the Ankh symbol, the scarab, the name of a pharaoh, or religious scriptures. Each symbol carries a corresponding protective meaning. The Eye of Horus represents all-seeing insight capable of penetrating disguised evil. The Ankh is the symbol of life, purifying negative energy. The scarab symbolizes rebirth, dispelling the chill of death. A complete exorcism bronze mirror is not merely a tool but a blessed artifact. In Egyptian folklore, real cases about the exorcism bronze mirror are passed down by word of mouth, with many claiming to have personally experienced its miraculous effects. The most common use is to check whether one is possessed by an evil spirit. Locals believe that those tormented by evil spirits will experience symptoms, such as insomnia, nightmares, unexplained body pain, extreme emotions, and a sudden decline in fortune. conditions that modern medicine often cannot diagnose. At such times local witch doctors or clergy would bring out the exorcism bronze mirror and have the patient face the mirror directly. According to tradition, evil spirits cannot hide in the sacred mirror surface. If a blurred shadow, an eerie halo, or a distorted silhouette appears in the mirror, or if the patient sees an abnormal reflection of themselves and experiences intense fear, dizziness, or nausea, it indicates possession by an evil spirit. The clergy then hold the bronze mirror, accompanied by scriptures, incense, and rituals, using the reflected light of the mirror to shine over the patient's entire body, symbolizing the expulsion of darkness with light. Many locals report that after the ritual, physical discomfort significantly diminishes, nightmares decrease, and emotions gradually stabilize. Even more astonishingly, Egyptians also use exorcism bronze mirrors to protect homes and tombs. At the doorways, windowsills of old houses, or the entrances of ancient tombs, a bronze mirror is often hung with the reflective side facing outward. Legend has it that evil spirits, curses, and wandering souls cannot penetrate the mirror's barrier. Once they approach, they are dispelled by the light. Archaeologists have also discovered bronze mirrors deliberately placed at the tomb entrances in some small ancient tombs, clearly an ancient device to prevent grave robbers and evil spirits from intruding. In modern times, many Egyptian families still preserve this custom, especially when there is a sick person, a child, or a series of misfortunes. Hanging an exorcism bronze mirror is almost the first choice for resolution. Some question it as mere psychological effect and folk superstition. But supporters counter, if it were only a psychological suggestion, why would people from different regions and eras describe strikingly similar mirror phenomena and exorcism effects? Why do many strange diseases that medicine cannot explain actually improve after the bronze mirror ritual? In Egypt, many educated middle-class individuals, though they advocate science, still keep an old-fashioned exorcism bronze mirror at home. They say, better to have it and not need it. This is the sense of security passed down by our ancestors. From a scientific perspective, no experiment has yet proven that a bronze mirror can see evil spirits. Psychologists believe such phenomena are more likely the result of suggestion effect, collective subconscious, and the interplay of environmental atmosphere. Dim lighting, the scent of incense, solemn rituals, and tense emotions can all induce visual illusions and psychological sensations, leading people to believe that anomalies appear in the mirror. The improvement in physical condition may also be related to emotional relaxation and reduced stress, rather than the mirror actually possessing supernatural power. However, on the level of mysticism, the value of the Egyptian exorcism bronze mirror has long transcended the physical realm. It is a living fossil of civilization, carrying the ancient Egyptians' understanding of life and death, soul, light, and darkness. A small bronze mirror connects mythology, religion, witchcraft, and daily life, allowing millennia-old beliefs to endure into the modern era. It tells us that in the face of the unknown that humanity cannot fully explain, faith itself is a power. Today, in the markets of Egypt, one can still buy various kinds of exorcism bronze mirrors. Some are antique reproductions, others are heirlooms passed down through families. Their prices vary, but they all carry the same wish to protect peace and dispel darkness. No one can truly prove whether it can actually see evil spirits, but the personal experiences of countless people, and the faith passed down through generations, make it one of the most fascinating and authentic metaphysical symbols on the African continent. At the boundary between science and metaphysics, the Egyptian exorcism bronze mirror always maintains its mystery. It does not force proof of itself, but silently protects generations of those who believe in it. Perhaps what is truly powerful is never the mirror itself, but the yearning for light, the longing for peace, and the reverence for the unknown that has never been broken across millennia in the human heart. Sorcerers claim the ability to exchange souls. There exists a documented eerie, soul-swapping ritual. Deep within the forests and villages of Ghana in West Africa, a mysterious sorcery circulates that strikes fear into the hearts of locals, yet is fervently believed by them. The soul exchange. Unlike fictional depictions in films within Ghana's traditional belief system, soul exchange is not a myth, but a genuine ritual acknowledged by countless tribes, witch doctors, and even some local officials. Some say it can allow one to inhabit another's body and alter their fate, or others whisper, it is the most sinister curse, for once your soul is swapped, you are no longer yourself in this lifetime. The interchangeable soul. Ghana's core sorcery belief. Situated in West Africa, Ghana is steeped in deeply rooted folk beliefs. Animism, ancestor worship, and a highly developed witch doctor system are prevalent. Local tribes universally hold that a person possesses not only a physical body, but also an independent, mobile, and separable soul. This soul determines one's character, destiny, health, lifespan, and even wealth. Within this worldview, the soul can temporarily leave the body. During sleepwalking, coma, or listlessness, the soul can be frightened away, becoming lost. The soul can be summoned back by a witch doctor. The soul can be forcibly extracted, transferred, or exchanged with another. Soul exchange is the most supreme, secretive, and dangerous of these sorceries. Local witch doctors claim that through specific rituals, herbs, talismans, sacrifices, and incantations, they can transfer person A's soul into person B's body, and B's soul into A's body. After the exchange, one's appearance remains unchanged, but their temperament, habits, memories, and fortune are irrevocably reversed. 2. 3 purposes of soul exchange: to save a life, to seek revenge, to alter fate. In Ghanaian folk records and oral history, soul exchange typically serves only three purposes. First, a life-saving swap, to prolong the life of the dying. When someone is gravely ill and medicine fails, the witch doctor pronounces their allotted years are spent, their soul is about to depart. To grant them more life, a volunteer or sacrifice must be found with whom to exchange souls. The person whose soul has been taken will rapidly weaken, fall into a coma, or even inexplicably die. Meanwhile, the person who was on the brink of death suddenly recovers, but with a drastically changed personality, as if they are a different person. Locals believe it is not that the illness was cured, but that the soul was exchanged, and with it the fate. Second, a revenge swap, the most sinister curse. This is the most feared use of sorcery in Ghana. An enemy can hire a witch doctor to place a curse swapping the victim's soul with that of a madman, a cripple, an animal, or even a corpse. The afflicted may suddenly suffer from mental breakdown, experience confusion of memory, undergo a complete personality inversion, commit acts wildly out of character, and their physical health rapidly deteriorates. Locals believe the body remains, but the person within is no longer the same. Third, a fate-altering swap. The poor seek wealth, the wicked seek redemption. Some actively seek soul exchange to change their destiny. The impoverished wish to trade with the wealthy, the sickly with the healthy, the misfortune-plagued with the fortunate. In some remote regions of Ghana, there are even whispers of individuals willing to exchange their souls voluntarily for money or land. It may sound absurd to outsiders, but to the locals it is profoundly real. 3. Documented cases, conscious soul swaps and drastic personality changes. Although the Ghanaian government does not officially recognize sorcery, local villages, church records, and folk accounts preserve numerous cases believed to be authentic instances of soul exchange. The most typical descriptions are strikingly consistent. A once gentle, diligent, and family-oriented person after an outing or an illness suddenly becomes a different person. They fail to recognize relatives, their accent and tone of speech change, their habits and preferences completely reverse, they have memories of experiences they never had, and familiar things feel alien. Modern medicine might explain these as dissociative disorders, schizophrenia, post-encephalitis, sequelae, post-traumatic stress, or hysteria. Yet, in Ghana's traditional understanding, it is uniformly attributed to one cause: the soul has been exchanged. Many witch doctors claim they can, through rituals, identify whether a person has been soul-swapped, retrieve the original soul, and expel the foreign one. Many families, after modern medicine fails, turn to these rituals for soul restoration. And many who undergo the ritual later assert that afterward they finally felt like themselves again. 4. The ritual of soul exchange, utterly secretive and bound by taboos. The soul exchange ritual in Ghana is never performed publicly. It takes place only late at night in deep forests or in secret chambers. Based on fragmented information that has emerged, the ritual roughly includes first selecting the target. This typically requires the target's birth date and time, name, hair, fingernails, clothing, bodily fluids, or other life carriers. Second, preparing the altar and sacrifices. This involves special herbs, talisman cloths sacred with alcohol, and sometimes poultry or more unorthodox offerings. Third, chanting esoteric incantations. These spells are passed down orally through generations, never written down, to prevent outsiders from deciphering them. Fourth, guiding and displacing the souls. Through dance, trance, or a state of mediumship, the witch doctor guides the two souls to leave their bodies, exchange, and re-enter. Fifth, sealing and stabilizing the souls. Finally, talismans, amulets, and herbal ointments are used to prevent the souls from escaping again. The entire process is considered a transaction with the spirit realm, carrying an immense cost. The witch doctors themselves believe that forcibly interfering with the order of souls will shorten their own lifespan and invite backlash. What does science say? Is it psychological or collective subconscious? The unified scientific explanation for soul exchange is that there is no objective evidence, or it falls under cultural belief, psychological suggestion, and mental phenomena. Mainstream perspectives include dissociative identity disorder, schizophrenia with hallucinations, culture-bound syndromes, psychological conditions that only manifest within specific cultures, suggestion and hypnosis effects, and sudden behavioral changes resulting from social pressure, family conflicts, or trauma. In Ghana, the more educated urban populations are more likely to view it as a psychological issue, but in rural and traditional communities, sorcery remains the primary explanation. It offers explanations for things science cannot easily clarify: a healthy person suddenly going mad, a terminal illness inexplicably remitting, a complete overnight personality change, or a relentless streak of bad luck. For the average person, being soul-swapped is a more comprehensible and actionable explanation than brain pathology. 6. The power of belief, more real than the soul itself. Regardless of whether soul exchange objectively exists, its real-world influence in Ghanaian society is undeniable. Couples in arguments hurl accusations of being soul-swapped. Parents of strangely behaving children immediately seek soul-calling rituals. Those who suddenly come into wealth are suspected of trading their souls with the spirit realm. Many people carry protective amulets to guard against clandestine soul theft. This fear and belief shape the local ethics, customs, and interpersonal relationships. You may not believe in souls, but you cannot ignore that what millions of people believe with absolute conviction constitutes a reality in itself. 7. Archive conclusion: the most mysterious thing has always been the human being itself. File 61. Ghanaian soul exchange is the mystical legend in African sorcery that comes closest to rewriting one's life. It is not merely a tale of the strange but a mirror reflecting humanity's ultimate fears and desires concerning life, death, fate, and self-identity. Who are we truly? Are we this body? Are we the electrical discharges of our neurons? Or are we an invisible, intangible, yet undeniably present soul? A lethal North African curse. Fatal upon utterance, unsolvable and irreversible, is it mere sorcery or a supernatural assassination? Deep within the vast, desolate expanse of Libya's desert, nestled in the oral traditions of ancient city-states and nomadic tribes, lies a mysterious force dreaded by all, known as the Libyan death curse. It requires no elaborate ritual, no blinding light, not even physical proximity to its target. Legend holds that with precise syllables, controlled breath, and focused intent, one need only whisper the incantation toward a target, and death will strike within days, hours, or even instantly. Inexplicable, incurable, impervious to countermeasures. Modern medicine detects no cause. Only a string of baffling, unexplained, sudden deaths remains. This is no fictional magic from novels, but a deeply rooted, universally acknowledged taboo across Libya. From Bedouin tribesmen of the sands to residents of ancient cities, from elders to children. Dubbed the Silent Reaper, it manifests only in contexts of profound hatred, ultimate vengeance, or ancestral tribal grudges. Once cast, escape is nearly impossible. Libya, situated at the heart of North Africa, stands atop layered civilizations. Ancient Egyptian, Carthaginian, Roman, Arab, and Berber. Its occult tradition synthesizes ancient Egyptian funerary spells, Arabic talismans, and Berber nature-based spirit arts, giving rise to a uniquely North African form of black sorcery. And among this tradition, the death curse occupies the apex, the most potent and lethal art of all. According to ancient local lore, the curse was originally never intended for murder. Rather, it served as a sacred prohibition wielded by desert guardians to repel thieves, desecrators, and tomb raiders. Invisible wards of this curse are said to guard ancient tombs, sacred springs, and forbidden zones deep in the desert. Any who dare trespass meet immediate, irrevocable death. Over time, the secret art seeped into folk practice, mastered only by a select few, hereditary witch doctors, curse weavers, and tribal elders, transforming it into the ultimate instrument of retribution. Unlike other forms of sorcery, the Libyan death curse possesses several profoundly uncanny traits. First, no physical token is required. Neither hair nor nail nor garment. Merely knowing the victim's name and appearance, or even having seen them once or sensed their aura, is sufficient to enact the curse. Second, proximity is irrelevant. The curse functions across crowds, through tents, across the desert itself. The moment intent arises, its power takes effect. Third, vocalization is unnecessary. Silent mental recitation carries equal lethality. Fourth, it is utterly uncounterable. Local witch doctors openly admit that once the curse takes hold, no antidote, blessing, or amulet can withstand it. Locals say, it does not harm the body. It shatters the soul. 2. The true face of the curse: sudden death without warning. Among countless authentic cases circulating in Libyan folklore, victims of the death curse share an eerily uniform fate. Sudden, unexplained death with no external trauma, no signs of poisoning, and no prior medical history. 3 common death scenarios recur. First, abrupt fatality. Speaking, sipping tea, walking one moment, the next clutching chest or head, eyes wide with terror, collapsing mid-sentence, breath gone. Doctors arrive only to diagnose cardiac arrest or spontaneous cerebral hemorrhage. Yet the deceased are young, robust, defying all pathological logic. Second, gradual decline. Following the curse, insomnia, nightmares, and mental disorientation set in, followed by excruciating pain, organ failure, complete loss of appetite, and rapid emaciation. Hospitals detect no definitive pathology, treating it as an unknown infection, until the victim perishes in unbearable agony. Third, accidental death. Seemingly coincidental mishaps: a sudden fall striking a vital point, a camel bolting and throwing its rider, fatal dehydration, while lost in the desert, being crushed by falling rocks. Yet insiders know these are violent deaths summoned by the curse. Most chilling of all, many victims murmur before dying, someone is cursing me. I hear them chanting my name, yet no one nearby hears a sound. 3. The truth behind the curse: syllables, breath, and soul resonance. In Libya, those who truly master the death curse are exceedingly rare, and never divulge its secrets. From fragmented accounts that have leaked out, the core of this art lies not in words but in frequency. An elder witch doctor once cryptically observed, "Everything in the world emits sound, even the soul." The curse is the precise breath and syllable that shatters the resonance of another's soul. Once that resonance fractures, life ends. Tradition holds that 3 elements must converge. First, the curse sound. A set of archaic syllables belonging to no known modern language, demanding absolute phonetic precision. Second, the hour. Cast only at twilight, when the boundary between day and night thickens within energy. Third, the mind. Intense hatred and unwavering fixation must lock onto the target. Only when all 3 unite does the curse pierce spatial barriers and strike directly at the soul. Even more terrifying is the belief in backlash. Those who wield it to kill suffer shortened lifespans, misfortune upon their descendants, and violent ends in old age. Thus it is invoked only in blood-deep feuds, where survival demands annihilation. For a modern lens curse, or psychological assassination, contemporary science wholly rejects death by curse. Mainstream explanations cluster around three theories. First, psychosomatic lethality, the most widely accepted. Within a culture steeped in absolute belief in curses, conviction of being cursed triggers extreme terror, sleep, collapse, psychological disintegration, immune system failure, sustained cardiac stress, culminating in death by sheer fear. Medically termed culture-bound lethal anxiety. Second, concealed chronic toxicity. Some cases presumed curse killing were later confirmed as rare plant or animal poisons exhibiting subtle undetectable symptoms mimicking acute illness, misattributed locally to sorcery. Third, collective cognitive framing. When an entire society believes cursed death is inevitable, every sudden death becomes interpreted through that lens. The stronger the belief, the deeper the dread. The deeper the dread, the more likely the outcome. Yet to Libyans themselves such rationalizations ring hollow. They counter, if fear alone kills, why do some die suddenly? Having never learned they were cursed, why do autopsies reveal absolutely no physiological cause? The fear etched in bone survival taboos of the Libyan people in Libya, the death curse has long transcended folklore. It is inscribed into the very grammar of survival. Children are taught early never offend strangers, especially those with dark silent eyes. Never speak ill of others at night. Never curse aloud in the desert. Never enter abandoned tombs, ruined fortresses, or forbidden valleys. When enmity arises, seek reconciliation, not extermination, lest your foe be driven to invoke the curse. Many families embarking on long journeys, wear talismans inscribed with verses from the current desert herbs or ancient engraved stones. Not to ward off blades or bullets, but to shield against curses. Even urbanites educated in modern science prefer to err on the side of belief. For they have witnessed too often two ordinary men quarrel over trifles. One snarls, "I will curse you to death," and days later the other dies mysteriously. 6. Archival conclusion. The most terrifying curse lies not in words, but within the human heart. Luxor on the west bank of the Nile. Its old quarters alleys crisscross like a labyrinth. The ancient limestone pavements gleam, polished smooth by millennia of desert winds, and sand hieroglyphic carvings still cling to weathered walls, each groove whispering softly. Guardians of Egypt's slumbering secrets buried for over 3,000 years. Ahmad was an antiquities dealer, his life devoted to relics. He had beheld Tutankhamun's golden funerary mask, traced sacred inscriptions on sarcophagi, but he always felt that cold artifacts paled beside the legends they inspired. For half his life, he wandered Egypt's desolate hinterlands, collecting scattered antiquities from village homes. With time came countless eerie local tales, none more oft-repeated among elders than that of the exorcism bronze mirror said to lie hidden deep within Luxor. The tale begins 30 years ago, when Ahmad was still an apprentice to his master, venturing together into the ruins near ancient Thebes, in search of undisturbed pottery shards. The abandoned village lay half-buried beneath golden dunes. Crumbling walls stood sentinel amid thick stands of desert grass, swaying in the wind like silent watchers lurking just beyond sight. His master, a man nearing 70, bore reverence for Egyptian antiquities in his very bones. He often said, "Egypt is the land of gods. Every grain of soil shelters dormant spirits, none may tread lightly here." Yet the young apprentice dismissed such words as archaic superstition, dreaming only of rare finds that might elevate him above his peers. That afternoon the sun blazed fiercely, tightening scalps with its searing heat. Master and apprentice paused before a collapsed stone chamber. The entrance half obscured its narrow fissure, exhaling a musty, earthy odor laced with dust. The master held aloft an oil lamp. Its flickering flame revealed at the chamber's center a stone table bearing a wooden chest veiled in thick dust. "Tread carefully," murmured the master, voice hushed with unspoken wariness. Ahmad, however, could not contain his curiosity. He strode forward and brushed the dust from the chest's surface. The chest was carved from rosewood, its corners softened by decay. Intricate motifs adorned its surface. Centered upon a soaring falcon god, Horus himself, wings outstretched in divine sovereignty. He pried it open, and as his fingertips met the object within, a subtle coolness spread across his skin like touching polished jade. Inside rested a circular bronze mirror roughly half a foot in diameter, its surface so finely polished it reflected human contours with startling clarity. Its reverse bore densely incised patterns. A seated priest at the center, crowned and seated in meditation, hands forming sacred mudras encircled by protective cobras and falcons. Most striking were the fragmented hieroglyphs etched along the mirror's rim, ancient, solemn, resonant with sacred gravity. "This is an exorcism mirror." The master's voice turned grave. His hand shot out to stop Ahmad, but too late. Ahmad had already lifted the mirror, its surface reflected his face. Yet in the lamplight the image shimmered faintly, blurred as though seen through gauzy mist. As he leaned closer, a sharp needle-like pain pierced his brow, and instantly the mirror's surface flooded crimson. His reflection warped grotesquely, as if something were straining upward from the depths of the glass. "Put it down now." The master snatched the mirror, thrust it back into the chest, and wrapped it tightly in cloth. Forged by ancient priests to reveal demons, it also draws them. Never touch it. Ahmad clutched his brow. The sting lingered and faint whispers coiled around his ears, a chorus of indistinct murmurs impossible to decipher. Gazing at his master's grim expression, Ahmad realized, too late, that he had transgressed. That very night master and apprentice fled back to Luxor and delivered the mirror to an elder priest. The elder priest studied the mirror and sighed. It was forged in the 18th dynasty by a priest who devoted his life to banishing evil, infusing his own lifeblood and divine power into its casting. It reveals malevolent spirits and drives them away. Yet its aura is fierce, and volatile wearers with impure intent invite possession. Mild cases bring nightmares, severe ones cost lives. Ahmad trembled inwardly. He had coveted the mirror, never imagining it would unleash such peril. For days thereafter nightmares haunted him. Always a shadowy figure pursuing him, its face obscured by the mirror's glow radiating bone-deep cold. He sensed presence everywhere, turning to find only empty air. At night icy breath grazed his cheek, robbing him of rest. Seeing his apprentice wasting away, the master brought him to the elder priest, who brewed fragrant papyrus reeds from the Nile banks into a soothing infusion, and inscribed a protective sigil upon Ahmad's brow, easing his torment if only slightly. Though this mirror banishes evil, it demands purity of heart to wield, the elder priest intoned. Your greed invited its wrath. To be freed you must return it to its resting place, and repent with sincerity. Only then did Ahmad grasp antiques are never mere objects. They embody faith, power, and the weight of ages. Profanity invites consequence. Guided by his master, he returned the mirror to the stone chamber in the ruined village, laid flowers and offerings before it, and knelt in penitence for 3 full days. Strangely, once the rites concluded, the uncanny sensations faded, like mist dissolving at dawn. Thereafter Ahmad relinquished greed, no longer chasing rarities but honoring ordinary objects rich with story, and he told the mirror's tale to every patron who entered his shop. 30 years passed. Ahmad became a renowned antiquarian. His master had long since departed. The elder priest had returned to dust. Yet the story of the exorcism mirror remained etched in his memory. Last summer a young traveler stepped into his shop. An avid historian, the youth, having heard the tale, insisted on visiting the ruined village. Though Ahmad urged caution, he yielded, and accompanied the young man on the journey. The village remained half swallowed by dunes. The stone chamber stood unchanged. The youth entered reverently, eyes fixed upon the wooden chest atop the stone table. He lifted the lid gently. The mirror lay serene within, its surface radiant, its reverse motifs pristine. Does this mirror truly reveal spirits? He whispered. Ahmad nodded, and recounted the events of 30 years past. The youth fell silent for a long while, then bowed deeply before the mirror. The gods and spirits of ancient Egypt deserve reverence. He did not touch it. Instead he opened his notebook and sketched the mirror meticulously, transcribing every motif on its reverse with scholarly care. Upon departing he left a bouquet before the chamber, offering tribute to the long-departed priest. Today Ahmad's shop displays a painting of that very mirror. At dusk candlelight flickers across the canvas, casting the mirror's image in soft dancing light, evoking the sense that countless stories sealed by time dwell within its depths, the most enigmatic corner of ancient Egypt's soul. And Ahmad often tells his patrons antiquities are not trophies of wealth, but bridges between past and present. Each artifact bears its own spirit. Only with sincerity may one hear its voice, and truly feel the resonance of civilizations long gone. The exorcism mirror remains in the ruined village's stone chamber, enduring wind, sand, and candlelight, guarding its silence, guarding Egypt's riddles yet unsolved. And those who hear its story carry that reverence inward, passing it down generation to generation like an unbroken vow. Twilight in West Africa always lingers with languid grace. Molten gold sunlight spills over coconut groves on the outskirts of Accra, Ghana, gilding the scattered mud-brick houses in warm amber light. Eva sat upon a stone bench in her courtyard, fingertips tracing the brittle edge of a withered coconut leaf, her gaze fixed upon her kinsfolk gathered around a crackling fire. Yet her brow remained furrowed with sorrow too deep to dispel. Her husband Kuma had been the village's finest woodcarver. 3 years ago he journeyed to Accra to procure timber, and returned transformed. His once kind eyes grew sharp and sullen, his voice adopted an alien cadence, even his masterful carving. His life's breath vanished, replaced by uncanny gestures and cryptic incantations. The village's medicine man examined him, shook his head gravely, and declared Kuma possessed by a malevolent spirit. Weeks of sacred herbal brews brought no relief. Aunt Asa placed a steaming bowl of palm wine beside Eva and settled beside her. They say Oru, the shaman of the neighboring village, excels in soul replacement rites. Perhaps he can restore Kuma. A flicker of hope lit Eva's eyes, then dimmed just as swiftly. But that is a legendary art whispered of by ancestors. To exchange souls demands vital blood as conduit. The slightest misstep would shatter both spirits beyond retrieval. Still, it is better than this, Aunt Asa replied, patting Eva's hand. Oru's mastery is renowned across villages. Just last week he guided a wandering soul back into its rightful vessel. After 3 days of tormenting hesitation, Eva yielded. To love, to longing, to the unrelenting pull of devotion. On a night sparsely strewn with stars, she slipped away unseen, following Aunt Asa through slick shadow-draped coconut paths to Oru's thatched hut hidden deep in the grove. Inside, sandalwood incense coiled in pale ribbons. Upon the altar rested a bronze ritual tray, filled with Nile water, and vivid crimson cassava juice cradling 3 bone staves etched with ancient sigils. Oru was an elder whose beard and eyebrows blazed white as moonlit ash, yet his sunken eyes held the piercing clarity of a hawk surveying distant prey. He studied Eva and Kuma, slumped unconscious upon a woven mat, then pressed 2 fingers to Kuma's wrist. After a long silence he spoke. His soul is sealed deep within his flesh, severed from the world. If left untended his body will wither utterly. Soul exchange is the sole path forward. Eva dropped to her knees, forehead touching the earth. Shaman, save him. I will pay any price. Oru raised her gently, then produced 2 bronze daggers and 2 animal hides inscribed with spiraling glyphs. At the moment of exchange both of you must cut your palms, letting blood fall into the tray. Then let the runes summon celestial chi. But remember, not a single thought may stray. The faintest distraction will misalign your spirits, dooming them to eternal exile. 3 nights later, beneath a vault of silent stars, the ritual platform stood ready. Black cloth draped the ground, 9 bronze lamps burned with crocodile oil, wicks their flames casting eerie emerald green light. Bound upright to a central stone pillar, Kuma lay motionless, still lost in slumber. Eva stood at his side, knuckles bleached white where she gripped the dagger, her hands trembling like reeds in wind. Oru raised his bone staff, chanting syllables older than memory, his voice resonating through the night with primordial power. The gemstone atop his staff pulsed faintly. The cassava juice in the tray began to boil, its crimson surface churning violently. Cut! Oru commanded. Eva squeezed her eyes shut and drew the blade across her palm. Blood welled, then fell drop by drop into the tray. Almost instantly Kuma's eyes snapped open, wide with agony and resistance. Oru slashed his palm too. Fresh blood mingled with Eva's in the basin. The glyphs flared. A searing crimson radiance engulfed the platform. Eva felt her very essence torn free, as if countless hands wrenched her consciousness from her flesh, then hurled it raw and unmoored into another body. Winds howled in her ears, light fractured into grotesque shards. She tried to fight, but could not move. A rending pain tore through her chest as though her soul were being split apart. Kuma's body convulsed violently, throat wrenching forth a cry that bore no trace of human speech. Oru's chant quickened. The gemstone blazed brighter still. The blood in the tray coalesced into a sinuous scarlet cord, binding, twisting, pulling the 2 souls together in agonizing tension. At last the force subsided. Eva collapsed onto the earth, blood still welling from her palm. She pushed herself upright and looked toward the stone pillar. Kuma lay there breathing evenly, his face softened, no longer shadowed by malice but radiant with familiar warmth. Overwhelmed, Eva wept and stumbled to his side. Kuma, you're awake. Kuma opened his eyes, slowly gazing at her with utter bewilderment. Who are you? Where am I? Eva's heart plummeted. She seized his hand. I'm Eva, your wife. Don't you remember me? He frowned, yanking his hand away. Wife? I've never seen you before. My name is Kuma. I'm a woodcarver from Accra. I came only to buy timber. How did I get here? Stunned, Eva turned to Oru, her voice breaking. Shaman, what has happened? Oru's expression darkened. He approached Kuma, pressing 2 fingers to his brow, then examining his palm. After a long pause he sighed. It went awry. In that moment your heart held not only devotion, but fear of what once was. That single tremor of doubt warped the flow of chi. Kuma's soul has returned home, but yours now dwells within his body. Eva sank to the ground, staring at her hands. Rough, calloused, carved by years of chiseling wood. Not hers but his. She lifted one hand to touch her cheek, only to meet unfamiliar contours, alien brows, a stranger's face. Then what do I do? Her voice cracked with tears. How do I return to my own body? Oru exhaled slowly. Soul displacement defies the natural order. Now that imbalance is fixed, reversal demands purer chi, drawn from your own vital essence. And this time no stray thought may enter your mind. Should it falter, your spirit will remain lost, and Kuma's body will crumble to dust. Without hesitation, Eva knelt again. If it means returning home, I will try. This time the ritual platform was prepared with meticulous care. Oru first wove protective sigils into the air, then infused Eva's lock of hair, and a single drop of her vital blood into the sacred glyphs. At midnight Eva stood once more beside Kuma's body, her heart holding only one truth: to return, to reunite, to reclaim her life. The chant rose anew, chi swirled like storm-warmed air. Eva sliced her palm again. The blood fell true and steady. She emptied her mind, anchoring herself solely in the quiet, fierce yearning for home. Light bathed the platform, not with violence but with gentle guiding luminescence. Eva felt her spirit lift like mist, softly, surely, drifting from Kuma's frame toward her own waiting vessel. Kuma's eyes flew open. Warm, tender, unmistakably his. He looked at Eva and whispered, "Eva." Tears flooded her vision as she reached through the glow and clasped his hand. The instant her soul settled fully into her flesh, dizziness overwhelmed her, and darkness swallowed her whole. When she awoke, she lay in her courtyard, sunlight filtering through swaying coconut fronds warming her face. Kuma sat beside her, holding her hand, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Eva, you're awake." His voice trembled with joy. "You've slept for 3 days. I never left your side." Eva sat up, touched her cheeks, feeling the soft, known curves of her own face, and sighed, her heart swelling with sorrow, gratitude, and awe. She told him everything. The ritual, the rupture, the perilous return. Kuma listened, breathless with dread, then pulled her close. "Never again will you risk yourself so recklessly." Word spread among the villagers, who now regarded Eva and Kuma with reverent awe. Oru warned them all, "The soul is a mystery beyond measure. Touch it not lightly. Only reverence, humility, and alignment with the Tao may shield one from calamity." Thereafter Kuma's carving flourished anew, deeper, surer, imbued with the quiet gravity of one who has stared into the abyss and returned. Eva tended her courtyard as before, planting coconut saplings, brewing palm wine. Yet each midnight she gazed upward, tracing constellations while remembering those twin passages between worlds. Souls are singular bonds, woven by fate, not forged by will. Soul exchange is but humanity's desperate, defiant grasp at rewriting destiny. True wholeness lies not in defiance, but in cherishing the present, honoring nature's rhythm, and guarding the sacredness of shared existence. And so deep within the West African coconut groves these soul-lore tales endure, whispered across generations, awaiting those who seek not to command the unseen, but to listen, to honor, to understand. Along the Mediterranean coast of North Africa, the pale yellow sand mingled with the salty sea breeze, howling through the broken walls of the Cyrene ruins in Libya. This was once an ancient Greek colonial city-state. The reliefs on the stone pillars, blurred by the passage of time, still exuded a solemnity that had lingered for millennia. Nasser, a local archaeologist in his early 30s, was steady in nature, and had handled many excavations of ancient artifacts in Libya. He had spent half his life among ruins, hearing countless eerie legends of the desert. The one most guarded by the old guide Ali was the Libyan death curse. Ali, a native Bedouin, had skin darkened by the wind and sand, deep-set eyes that held a reverence for the land. During an archaeological break, the two sat outside the camp tent. Nasser flipped through newly sorted ancient texts and casually asked about local taboos. Ali gazed at the rolling desert in the distance, silent for a long while, then spoke slowly, "Young man, do not touch that forbidden steel. The characters inscribed there are ancient curses from deep within the Libyan desert, said to seal away evil entities. Our ancestors said that whoever chants them, or takes a rubbing of the inscription, will face calamity within 7 days." At that time Nasser was deeply engrossed in the study of ancient Libyan scripts, and dismissed it as an old man's superstition. He smiled and continued flipping through the rubbings. "Uncle Ali, we live in an age of science now. Curses don't exist. They're just ancient totems." Ali's face darkened and he sighed heavily. "If you don't believe, you'll stumble sooner or later. 3 years ago, a foreign scholar secretly took a rubbing of the forbidden steel and brought it back to his country. Soon after, he reported being tormented by nightmares every night, hearing whispers in his ears, losing his appetite, and eventually dying mysteriously in the hospital." Nasser felt a flicker of unease but still insisted. "Maybe he was ill. It was just a coincidence." Ali said no more, only shaking his head, his eyes filled with regret. Yet a seed of curiosity had been planted in Nasser's heart. He felt that the so-called death curse concealed secrets unknown to the world. 6 months later, the archaeological team received a mission to venture deep into the Cyrene ruins to excavate an unexplored area. The very place Ali called the forbidden steel fell within the scope of the clearance. Before departure, Ali specially sought out Nasser and pressed a small animal skin pouch into his hand. "Inside are dried dates and wormwood from the Nile's banks. Keep them with you. If you encounter something wrong, burn the wormwood. It might keep you safe." Nasser took the pouch, his heart a mix of emotions, but he nodded. After entering the ruins, the team indeed found the forbidden steel deep inside a collapsed stone chamber. The steel was made of black basalt, about 3 meters high and nearly a meter wide. Its surface was densely covered with ancient characters, twisted and eerie in form, unlike Greek or Egyptian hieroglyphs. More like symbols never seen before. Nasser leaned in for a closer look, his fingertips brushing over the inscriptions. A chilling sensation shot through him, as if countless needles were grazing his skin. A faint low murmur suddenly echoed in his ears, indistinct yet hair-raising. "Nasser, look at these characters. They're so strange." Hassan, a team member, approached, reaching out to touch the steel. "Don't touch it." Nasser quickly pulled him back. "Uncle Ali said it's the forbidden steel. We must not touch it." Hassan shrugged. "You're exaggerating. It's just a stone." But the moment the words left his mouth, Hassan's face turned pale. He clutched his chest, fell to the ground, and convulsed violently. The team rushed to help him but found his pulse weak, his breathing rapid and his mouth uttering broken phrases in the same obscure symbols as on the stele. "What's wrong with him?" Panic spread among the group. Recalling Ali's words, Nasser quickly opened the animal skin pouch and lit the wormwood. The smoke spread, carrying a pungent yet refreshing scent. Hassan's convulsions gradually eased, his complexion improved slightly, but his eyes remained clouded and the murmuring stopped. "It's as if something possessed him," a team member whispered tremblingly. Nasser frowned deeply, staring at the forbidden stele, a wave of intense unease washing over him. He realized that what Ali said might be true. The characters on the stele were no ordinary totems. That night the team settled in a makeshift camp nearby. Hassan was sent to a local hospital, but doctors found no cause, only concluding he had suffered a severe mental shock. Nasser stayed by the campfire, flipping through the ancient texts he carried, trying to find records of the stele's script. But after hours of searching, he found nothing. He looked up at the fire, the flames flickered, casting shadows over the tents. He felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the dark. As night deepened, drowsiness overtook him, and he lay down in his tent to rest. But the moment he closed his eyes, the clear murmuring began again. The very words from the forbidden stele. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead and his body was paralyzed. The murmuring grew louder, more urgent, like countless voices screaming in his ears. Chaos flooded Nasser's mind. Twisted images flashed: a black desert, eerie, symbols, a menacing shadow. He felt his soul being dragged toward an unknown direction. After an unknown time, Nasser suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. The murmuring had vanished. Only the wind outside the tent howled. He checked the time. Only an hour had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. In the following days, Nasser began to change. He often stared blankly into space, muttering the characters from the stele, his eyes filled with confusion. He constantly felt cold, even in the scorching North African heat, wrapping himself in thick blankets. The team members, seeing his condition, urged him to rest, but he insisted on continuing his study of the stele. When Ali heard of Nasser's state, he rushed to the camp that night. Looking at Nasser's pale, haggard face, he sighed. "I knew it. You still got involved with the stele. That death curse isn't ordinary writing, it's carved with blood, essence, and resentment. Whoever comes into too much contact with it will be devoured by the curse, and eventually lose their life." Nasser's voice was hoarse. "Then, what can I do?" Ali took a cloth bundle off his back, and opened it to reveal a bottle of golden liquid and an animal bone. "This is a potion made from a sacred desert herb. It can temporarily suppress the curse's backlash. But to fully break it, you must return to the stele, confess before it, and smear this herb on the inscription to dispel the curse's malevolence." Nasser didn't hesitate. He followed Ali back to the stone chamber where the forbidden stele stood. Inside, the stele stood silently, its characters glinting eerily in the candlelight. Nasser knelt before the stele, palms pressed together, reciting prayers of repentance. He applied the sacred herb liquid to the stone. The golden fluid flowed over the surface, as if cleansing something. When the last drop was applied, the stele emitted a faint tremor. The characters seemed to fade slightly, and the chilling air in the room dissipated. Nasser felt the cold leave his body, and the murmuring in his mind vanished entirely. "The curse's malevolence has temporarily dispersed," Ali said. "But the root of the curse lies deep in the desert. You must never approach the stele again, nor speak of those characters, or the backlash will be worse." Nasser nodded, filled with regret. He should never have dismissed the ancient taboo, nor touched the unknown power for his own curiosity. After returning to camp, Nasser ended his archaeological work and left Libya. He buried this experience deep in his heart, never again mentioning the Libyan death curse. Yet occasionally, deep in the night, he would recall the pale yellow desert, the eerie characters on the forbidden stele, and Ali's solemn face. He understood that there are always forces beyond human control. Those ancient taboos were never baseless. They were a reverence for nature and the unknown. And the Libyan death curse still lies hidden deep within the Cyrene ruins, guarding its own secrets. It stands like a silent warning to every seeker who comes: do not defy the heavens, do not profane the unknown, or you will pay a grievous price. The scorching sun blazed over the small town of Onitsha in southeastern Nigeria, dust swirling along the dirt roads, while withered palm leaves drooped in dejection. The bustling market at the town's entrance brimmed with shouts of vendors, and the clamor of haggling mingled with the scent of spices and dust. Yet in the corner stood a small wooden shack draped with a faded blue cloth curtain, exuding an eerie chill that made one's skin crawl. The owner of the shack was a nearly 70-year-old witch doctor known as Oba. With a stooped figure, sallow complexion, and eyes that gleamed with an unusual sharpness, he always wore a tattered robe adorned with strips of cloth in various colors. This wooden shack was the renowned workshop of voodoo dolls in the region. Oba was famed for crafting these dolls, said to possess incredible powers, capable of casting precise curses or warding off misfortune, but at a cost few could bear. 30 years ago, a wealthy merchant named Edouard had visited this place. At the time, his business had suffered a series of misfortunes. His fleet inexplicably ran aground in the Niger River, his warehouse caught fire without cause, and even his most trusted steward had betrayed him, absconding with his assets. Desperate and with no other options, Edouard, having heard that Oba's voodoo could seek vengeance and resolve troubles, arrived at his doorstep bearing heavy gifts. Oba accepted the money Edouard offered, then took a lock of his enemy's hair, an item of clothing worn close to the skin, and 3 copper nails engraved with ominous symbols. He set up an altar inside the shack, lit incense that exuded a strange fragrance, and began chanting incantations under his breath. Under the dim light of an oil lamp, Oba shaped clay into a doll resembling Edouard's enemy, then wrapped the hair around the doll's heart with red thread, and affixed a yellow paper inscribed with the enemy's name and birth date. The entire process took 6 hours. Throughout, Oba's expression remained solemn, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, he picked up the copper nails and drove them into the doll's left shoulder, right knee, and chest one after another. With each nail driven in, Edouard felt a sharp pain in his own chest, as if an invisible needle had been viciously stabbed into his body. This curse requires your own vital essence as a conduit. Once the nails are driven into the doll, your enemy's body will suffer wounds mirroring the doll's. Oba set down the copper nails and handed the voodoo doll to Edouard. But beware, the backlash of the curse is immensely powerful. If you withdraw halfway, the retribution will strike twice as hard. Edouard took the doll as if it were a treasure. Returning home, he concealed it in a hidden compartment in his bedroom, and recited a few incantations to it every morning. Within 3 days, news arrived. His enemy had fallen from his horse due to carelessness, suffering a comminuted fracture of the left shoulder, and a severe sprain of the right knee, confining him to bed, unable even to handle the core affairs of his business. Overjoyed, Edouard believed the calamity had passed, forgetting Oba's warning. He gradually grew addicted to the power of voodoo, even considering using it against another merchant who had once refused to cooperate with him. But just as he prepared to return to Oba's workshop to request a new voodoo doll, something strange occurred. First, his young daughter suddenly developed a persistent high fever, her body convulsing with bruises appearing beneath her skin that corresponded exactly to the positions of the copper nails. Then he himself began to frequently suffer from sharp chest pains and numbness in his limbs. Yet medical examinations at the hospital revealed no cause. More terrifying still, the voodoo doll hidden in the compartment had somehow become covered in cracks, and a rusty iron nail had appeared out of nowhere, piercing the doll's chest, positioned precisely where he had driven the copper nails. Edouard realized in an instant that his greed had triggered the backlash. He rushed frantically to Oba's wooden shack, only to find the blue cloth curtain tightly drawn and the interior deserted. The neighbors said that Oba had vanished 3 days prior, leaving behind only an unfinished letter containing the words, "Voodoo knows no good or evil. It is the wickedness of the human heart that breeds calamity, and retribution inevitably follows." Dejected, Edouard returned home, gazing at his daughter writhing in pain on the sickbed, and the crack-ridden voodoo doll consumed by remorse. Following the method hinted at in Oba's letter, he drew his own blood, dripped it onto the cracks of the doll, and chanted a reconciliation spell over it for 3 days and 3 nights. 7 days later, his daughter's fever subsided and her health gradually recovered. Edouard's symptoms also vanished. However, the voodoo doll turned into a pool of black mud one night, leaving only 3 rusted copper nails behind. The incident quickly spread throughout the town, and no one dared to set foot in Oba's workshop ever again. But the legend of the voodoo dolls did not fade. Instead, it grew ever stronger. Some say Oba never truly disappeared, but was consumed by the power of voodoo, transforming into a guardian spirit of the workshop. Others claim that Oba's voodoo was not derived from thin air, but from a pact forged with a mysterious force deep within the Niger River. Luxor, on the banks of the Nile, lay shrouded in winter's morning mist, thick as cotton, enveloping the Valley of the Kings on the western shore. A chill wind swept across the crumbling columns of ancient temples, moaning softly, as if countless slumbering souls whispered from beyond time. Upon this land, buried beneath millennia of history, an astonishing event unfolded, quietly yet with world-shaking resonance. Its protagonist was named Hassan Ali. He was no scion of nobility, merely a 7-year-old apprentice at a humble bakery in Old Luxor. While most children's worlds revolved around sweets, games, and the warmth of parental arms, Hassan's mind brimmed with the names of 18th dynasty pharaohs and the forgotten halls of sunken palaces. At first, his parents dismissed his behavior as mere childhood fantasy. When Hassan was 3, they took him to visit the Luxor temple for the first time. While other children chased dust-dancing butterflies, he wrenched free from his mother's hand and ran straight toward a weathered statue, then burst into inconsolable tears. The statue had long since eroded beyond recognition. Only faint hieroglyphs remained upon its base. "Mother, he's calling me. He says I stole his eyes." Hassan sobbed breathlessly, pointing at the stone figure. His mother, assuming he'd been frightened by the temple's vast emptiness, hurriedly scooped him up and carried him away. Yet such uncanny incidents recurred. Again and again. He would awaken screaming from sleep, in an archaic, grave and commanding form of ancient Egyptian never heard before. While watching cartoons about ancient Egypt, he would pinpoint historical inaccuracies with startling precision. Even reciting priestly prayers lost to time, most eerily, he knew every alleyway of Luxor and every temple's layout by heart, could guide his parents flawlessly through hidden ritual passageways, even with his eyes closed. What truly terrified his parents occurred when Hassan turned 5. A day his father took him to the market near the Valley of the Kings. Passing a cordoned-off zone marked by barbed wire, Hassan suddenly wrenched free and charged toward it. Frantic, unrelenting. That forbidden ground housed the unfinished tomb of Pharaoh Amenhotep III of the 18th dynasty, an area strictly off-limits to all. "Let me go. That is my throne. I must return." Hassan thrashed violently at the perimeter, shouting hoarsely. His father clutched him tight yet recoiled from the boy's unnatural strength, his arms throbbing with pain. Tourists turned in alarm. Some recognized the site as a royal burial precinct and murmured among themselves. Then an elderly retired Egyptian archaeologist happened to pass by. Hearing Hassan's cries, and struck by the child's expression so fiercely sorrowful and regal beyond his years, the scholar's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped forward and asked fluently in Arabic, "Child, did you say that is your throne? What is your name?" Hassan whirled around, his gaze piercing, utterly devoid of childish innocence, and declared, each word weighted like stone, "I am Amenhotep, the beloved of Amonisare, sovereign of Upper and Lower Egypt." The old man staggered inwardly. Amenhotep III, the very pharaoh famed for his colossal temples and enigmatic tomb, was precisely whom the boy invoked. Suppressing his rising awe, the scholar pressed on, "Then tell me, what is carved upon your throne?" "The Eye of Horus, and the 3 currents of the Nile," Hassan replied without hesitation, his eyes burning with absolute certainty. The scholar drew a sharp, stunned breath. Indeed, Amenhotep III's unfinished tomb had been abandoned mid-construction due to unforeseen calamity, and the precise ornamentation of his throne had never been disclosed to the public. It was a secret even this lifelong Egyptologist, whose scholarship spanned decades, had never seen nor imagined. News spread swiftly, drawing historians and psychologists from across the globe. Tests revealed Hassan spoke fluent ancient Egyptian and could decipher priestly inscriptions long deemed undecipherable. He described in meticulous detail the architecture of every tomb in the Valley of the Kings, and even identified ritual passageways concealed behind mural layers overlooked by modern archaeological teams. Most astonishingly, Hassan possessed encyclopedic knowledge of Amenhotep III's life. He recounted every war waged during the pharaoh's reign, every sacred rite performed, and even recalled intimate court secrets known only to the sovereign himself. Once a scholar posed a deliberate test: which deity received the most precious offering from the pharaoh at the Abu Simbel temple? Amonisare, Hassan answered instantly. A sphinx statue forged entirely of pure gold. Its left eye set with sapphire, its right with emerald. That statue sank into the Nile's depths during a flood in 1100 BCE. Every scholar present stood frozen in disbelief. This episode had never appeared in any historical record. Not even the most eminent Egyptologists had conceived of it. The academic world erupted into fierce debate. One camp attributed it to extraordinary memory and coincidence. Another held it as irrefutable proof of soul transmigration. To verify the truth, scientists conducted deep hypnosis experiments on Hassan. Under hypnosis, Hassan underwent a complete metamorphosis. Not the 7-year-old baker's apprentice, but a pharaoh robed in resplendent regalia, his bearing imperious and solemn. He delivered orations in ancient Egyptian, directed priests in sacred rites, and even replicated the pharaoh's gestures in governance, down to the subtlest nuance. When asked about the sensation of death, Amenhotep III fell silent for a long while, pain and bitter resentment flickering across his eyes. Before speaking, "I did not die by natural cause. I was betrayed. Poisoned wine seared my gut, agony tearing through my soul. To my final breath, I never knew who had turned against me." This confession veiled Hassan's origin in deeper, more unsettling mystery. Historical records state Amenhotep III died naturally, but Hassan's account pointed instead to a conspiracy long buried in silence. His story irrevocably transformed his life. His parents withdrew him from bustling Luxor, retreating to a quiet village along the Nile. Yet his renown spread like reeds along the riverbank. Swift, tenacious, unstoppable. Pilgrims arrived from afar, some seeking historical truth, others hoping to invoke the pharaoh's blessing, and still others ambitious and calculating, scheming to exploit him in pursuit of legendary royal treasure. Faced with this tide of visitors, Hassan remained consistently serene. In a child's voice, he told tales of pharaohs to wide-eyed children. In a voice aged with millennia, he warned those harboring ill intent. Truth belongs to history, not to profit. Power, however mighty, crumbles back to dust. Years passed. Hassan matured, retaining the innocence of youth yet carrying a depth of wisdom far exceeding his years. He never resumed baking. Instead, he immersed himself in the study of ancient Egyptian script and history, devoting his life to piecing together fragments of a civilization long forgotten. When asked whether he wished to return to his own era, Hassan gazed upon the ever-flowing Nile and gently shook his head. "The departed are gone, the living must walk forward. I am both Amenhotep and Hassan Ali. Today's sunlight is warmer than any ancient palace. Today that tranquil village beside the Nile remains unchanged. Occasionally a young man sits upon a riverside boulder gazing westward at the setting sun, lost in thought. In his eyes clarity of childhood glimmers. Then fleetingly the sovereign gravity of a pharaoh. It is a legend spanning 3,000 years. A riddle adrift in the current of time haunting and hauntingly beautiful Luxor's most enigmatic and most poignant tale. The fierce wind swept grains of Sahara sand across the coastline of the Gulf of Benin in West Africa, lifting the dust of the old city of Cotonou into a swirling haze. Cotonou, the economic capital of Benin, is also the heart of West African voodoo culture. Here 1 in every 10 people practices voodoo. Deep within the labyrinthine streets of the city, a small workshop hidden among the palm trees, silently guarded the most eerie and revered objects of faith in this land: voodoo dolls. The master of the workshop was an elderly voodoo priest nearing 60 named Baka. He was tall and lean, his skin darkened to a deep brown by the relentless sun, yet his cloudy eyes gleamed with a sharp light. The index finger of his right hand was missing a segment, a mark left by a backlash 30 years ago. Baka's workshop never displayed a sign. Only a half-human-sized voodoo doll stood at the entrance, studded with copper nails, its chest carved with twisted tribal symbols. 30 years ago, Baka was still a fledgling voodoo apprentice. At that time, a wealthy merchant in Cotonou named Abo, whose business had been stolen by his rival Musa, and whose family fortune had suffered successive misfortunes, came to Baka. He begged him to make a voodoo doll to place a curse on Musa. "Just make him ruined and his family destroyed, and I will pay any price," Abo said, slapping a bag of gold coins on Baka's table, his eyes filled with venom. Baka initially refused, knowing that while voodoo dolls could harm others, they would inevitably bring backlash, especially for such a malicious curse. But Abo pressed relentlessly, even threatening the life of Baka's elderly mother. With no choice, Baka agreed. In the secret chamber of his workshop, he set up an altar. On the altar 3 ox tallow lamps burned with flickering blue flames. Baka took clay, mixed it with his own blood, a strand of Musa's hair, and a piece of clothing Musa had worn, and shaped it into a doll resembling Musa's form. He then took 9 copper nails, 1 engraved with Musa's birth date, and the other 8 with voodoo curse symbols. Throughout the process, Baka had to maintain absolute devotion without a single stray thought. He chanted ancient voodoo incantations, his hands forming intricate mudras, every movement precise to the inch. When the first copper nail was driven into the doll's left shoulder, Baka suddenly felt a piercing pain, as if a steel needle had been stabbed into his own shoulder. He suppressed the discomfort and continued driving the second, third. When the 9th nail pierced the doll's heart, the temperature in the chamber plummeted and the flames of the ox tallow lamps dimmed instantly. Baka's vision went dark and piercing screams echoed in his ears, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling beside him. He staggered backward, colliding with the altar. His right index finger was cut by a copper nail on the altar, and blood dripped onto the doll's heart, mingling with the cold gleam of the nails. Once this curse is complete, the caster and the victim are linked. The victim's suffering will be shared by the caster. Baka recalled his master's dying words, and regret surged like a tide. Abo, upon receiving the voodoo doll, cherished it like a treasure. He chanted over the doll daily. Within 10 days, Musa experienced bizarre misfortunes. First, his left arm suddenly became paralyzed, then his business failed one after another. His wife fell ill with a strange disease, his house caught fire repeatedly, and finally during a trip, he accidentally fell into the Niger River and was never found. Abo was overjoyed, thinking he was now safe from trouble, but he forgot that the backlash of voodoo had already begun to descend. First, Baka's mother suddenly fell gravely ill, bedridden, with no cause found by any hospital. Then Baka himself began to experience frequent numbness in his limbs and sharp pains in his chest. The missing segment of his index finger became increasingly swollen, as if countless insects were gnawing inside. Stranger still, the voodoo doll kept in his workshop began to seep blood, its copper nails loosened, and a crack appeared on its chest. Baka knew the backlash had arrived. Dragging his ailing body, he found Abo, and revealed the truth about the voodoo doll's backlash, begging him to use a voodoo ritual to dispel it. But Abo, blinded by victory, not only refused but sent men to kill Baka to silence him. Baka narrowly escaped but was severely wounded. He hid in the jungle outside the city, watching his own body wither day by day, and thinking of his mother on her sickbed. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart. He remembered his master saying that the power of a voodoo doll stemmed from spirit symbiosis. The caster consumes his own spirit to fuel the curse. Once the victim dies, the backlash returns twofold. To resolve the backlash and save his mother, Baka decided to take a desperate risk. Dragging his feeble body, he sneaked into Abo's mansion and found the voodoo doll. By then the doll had turned completely black, the copper nails rusted and cracks had appeared on its arms and legs as if it were about to disintegrate. Baka bit his fingertip, dripped blood onto the cracks of the doll, and began chanting the incantation to dissolve the curse. Using the last remnants of his own spirit, he painstakingly peeled away the curse from the doll. The process was excruciatingly painful. His body grew weaker with each incantation, as if a thread of his soul were being pulled away. When the last trace of the curse was lifted from the voodoo doll suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the air. Baka also exhausted his final strength and collapsed to the ground. When Abo discovered Baka, he was about to kill him, but suddenly began to convulse, foaming at the mouth, and fell to the ground. The backlash had finally descended upon Abo. He had overconsumed his own spirit, causing it to collapse, and he died instantly. Baka was rescued by a passerby and survived, but he lost the ability to make voodoo dolls forever, and his right hand remained permanently missing a segment. After his mother recovered, Baka closed the workshop. Only occasionally would he teach the taboos of voodoo to young people who came to seek his advice. Voodoo dolls have no good or evil, good and evil lie in the human heart, Baka always said. Use them for good and the backlash protects. Use them for evil and the backlash punishes. Now the small workshop in the old city of Cotonou remains tightly shut, yet the voodoo doll at the entrance still stands there, the copper nails unchanged, the symbols unchanged. Occasionally a bold traveler passing by might glimpse through the crack in the workshop window a tall, lean figure. It is Baka still guarding the faith of this land and the hidden taboos. The West African wind still blows, carrying the scent of sand and spices, as if whispering the eerie tale of the voodoo doll. And the legends that circulate in the streets and alleys like the waters of the Niger River flow endlessly, carried through the ages. The scorching sun blazed down on the wilderness of South Africa's Free State province, heating the gravel on the surface until it was almost too hot to touch. In the distance, the Kimberley mining area shimmered and distorted slightly in the rising heat haze. This stretch of highway, known as Demon's Bend, was infamous for a series of eerie accidents, the most sinister of which was the so-called ghost car crash. In the late 1990s, most of the miners in the Kimberley mines were migrant workers. On payday, they would travel in groups to Bloemfontein to stock up on supplies. Back then, Demon's Bend was just an ordinary provincial road, potholed and lined with withered meadows and abandoned mine pits. When the wind blew, the dry grass rustled with a faint whispering sound, as if someone was murmuring in the shadows. The story's protagonist was a young miner named Jack. After working in the Kimberley diamond mine for 3 years, he had saved enough money to buy a used Ford pickup, planning to bring his wife Mary to the mining area to reunite. On payday, Jack filled up the tank, pocketed his wages, and set off for Bloemfontein with his fellow villager Tom. Before leaving, Tom had warned him, "I've heard this road is haunted at night. It's fine during the day, but don't rush." Jack dismissed it as a local tall tale, patted the steering wheel and said, "I'm in a hurry. I'll get there before dark." The car left Kimberley at 4 in the afternoon, the sun slanting low in the sky, painting the road a golden red. At first the journey was smooth, but as evening approached, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, and a fierce wind whipped up dust and sand, slashing visibility. Jack slowed down and switched on his headlights. The beams pierced through the sandy haze, illuminating the empty road ahead. As he entered the most treacherous curve of Demon's Bend, Jack suddenly caught a glimpse of a woman in a red dress standing in the middle of the road. Her long hair was disheveled, her figure slim, and she stood with her back to them, as if waiting for a ride. "Watch out!" Jack slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the hot asphalt. The pickup came to a sudden halt, just a few meters away from the woman. Tom broke out in a cold sweat, pressing his face against the window. In the middle of nowhere, how can there be someone? Jack steadied himself, opened the door, and stepped forward to ask. The moment he took 2 steps, the woman slowly turned around. In the dim headlights, Jack saw her face. Pale as paper, hollow eyes devoid of any white, and a sinister grin stretched across her lips. Jack stumbled back in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Tom quickly yanked open the door, dragged Jack back, and sharply swerved the steering wheel, sending the pickup racing off, scraping the gravel along the roadside. "Is she a ghost?" Tom's voice trembled with tears. Jack slumped in the passenger seat, gasping for air, unable to speak. He had never seen such a bizarre sight. The woman's face bore an uncanny resemblance to a female worker who had gone missing in the nearby mining area 3 years ago. Rumor had it that she had been hit by a car on a rainy night, and her body was never found. The car sped all the way until they passed Demon's Bend and reached a gas station in Bloemfontein. Still shaken, Jack noticed that the dashboard clock was frozen at 6:10, yet they had been driving for almost 2 hours. Even more bizarrely, the pickup's front bumper bore clear signs of impact. The bumper was dented, the paint chipped off, as if it had hit something hard. Did we just hit something?" Tom pointed at the front, his voice quivering. Jack was stunned. He had only seen the woman. He hadn't hit anything. Yet the impact marks were real, and they looked fresh, not old. Word quickly spread around the mining area. Some said Jack had seen a ghost, others said the woman in red was looking for a substitute victim. Jack dared not take that road again, but soon after he received a call from his wife Mary, who said she was coming from Johannesburg and would have to take Demon's Bend. Anxious beyond measure, Jack braced himself and drove back to Demon's Bend to pick up Mary. This time he deliberately chose daytime. But as soon as he entered the curve, he saw a black sedan stopped ahead, its front bumper equally dented with the exact same damage as his pickup. No one was around the sedan. Jack approached and looked inside. On the seat lay a red dress identical to the one worn by the woman he had seen. Just as he reached out to touch it, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. "You're finally here." Jack whirled around. It was the woman in red. She stood behind the car, her eyes still hollow, but the smile on her lips grew even more sinister. "Don't touch her." Tom rushed down from the pickup and grabbed Jack. "This is a local legend. Anyone who sees the woman in red will be haunted and eventually dies in a car crash. Jack shuddered, remembering the missing female worker from 3 years ago. Legend had it that she had turned into the woman in red after death, roaming this road and targeting passing drivers. At that moment, a screeching sound of brakes came from afar. A truck loaded with miners sped toward them, heading straight for the black sedan. A deafening crash rang out as the truck collided with the black sedan, flames shooting into the sky. Jack and Tom stood frozen in terror, watching helplessly as the truck driver crawled out covered in blood, then collapsed to the ground and stopped breathing. But the black sedan at the moment of impact turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the air, leaving only the red dress which fluttered down onto the charred road. Even more bizarrely, Jack noticed a new impact mark on his pickup's front bumper, perfectly matching the position where the truck had hit the black sedan. This incident quickly drew police attention, but after an extensive investigation no clues were found. The owner of the black sedan, after checking all records, had never been registered. The truck driver's death was attributed to fatigue driving, but the testimonies of Jack and others cast a sinister shadow over the case. After that, the ghost car crashes on Demon's Bend grew more frequent. According to local statistics, dozens of accidents occur there every year, and many of them feature a black sedan with identical impact marks on its front bumper. Some witnesses claim to have seen the black sedan appear out of nowhere on the road before the accident. Others said that after the crash the black sedan would vanish, leaving only a red dress. To quell the disturbances, the local government renovated Demon's Bend, widening the road and installing streetlights, but still couldn't prevent the accidents. Every rainy night the streetlights would inexplicably go out, and the black sedan would appear on schedule prowling the road. Today Demon's Bend remains one of South Africa's most eerie highways. Every payday drivers cautiously navigate this stretch, daring not to be careless. Some say the black sedan is the ghost of a driver who died in a car crash 3 years ago, waiting for a substitute to free himself. Others say the woman in red is guarding this land, punishing those who disregard life. As for Jack, he left the Kimberley mining area long ago. He never dared to drive again, and whenever Demon's Bend is mentioned he trembles all over. He buried the red dress under a tree in the outskirts, but he always felt that the woman in red was still following him, appearing repeatedly in his dreams, letting out eerie laughter. The wind of South Africa still blows across the wilderness of Demon's Bend, carrying the smell of dust and blood. The black sedan still prowls the road, waiting for its next victim, lingering in time, and fear never fading away. The golden sands along the western bank of the Nile melted into molten crimson beneath the setting sun. At the edge of the Giza Plateau, partially buried by wind and sand, stood the entrance to an ancient 4th Dynasty tomb. 3 figures now stood before it. Leading them was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, Dr. Amir, a towering authority in Egyptian archaeology. Behind him stood his young assistant Ahmed, and Karim, a retired veteran assigned to security. 3 months earlier, ground-penetrating radar had detected anomalous echoes across this area. Subsequent drilling confirmed the existence of a royal subsidiary tomb, never recorded in any historical archive. The tomb's passageway entrance lay sealed beneath thick layers of earth, its blocking stone inscribed with eerie hieroglyphs, each stroke exuding an uncanny bone-deep chill. Dr. Amir, who had devoted half a lifetime to studying ancient Egyptian civilization, had never encountered such glyphs. Neither ritual invocations nor royal commemorative inscriptions, but rather something obscure like a cryptic word. "Doctor, the blocking stone has been fully cleared. Please take a look," Ahmed said, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement, as he knelt beside the stone, brushing away the final grains of sand with a soft brush. Nearly 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, the stone was carved from jet-black basalt, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. Upon it were engraved hieroglyphs painted in cinnabar, vivid and unweathered despite 3,000 years of desert winds and time. Dr. Amir approached slowly, fingertips tracing the glyphs, and instantly a piercing cold surged up his arm, settling deep in his chest. "This is the Anubis guardian ward, mentioned only once in fragmented texts, said to separate the breath of the living from that of the dead, preventing disturbance to the soul within." Karim stepped forward and tapped his radio. "Doctor, rest assured. The perimeter is secured. No one within 5 li. All equipment is calibrated and ready. Shall we open the tomb?" Dr. Amir nodded, his gaze hardening with resolve. His life's pursuit had always been to lift the veil shrouding ancient Egypt's mysteries, and now, standing at its threshold, even mounting unease could not compel retreat. Together they deployed a custom hydraulic rig, and gradually pushed aside the massive heavy blocking stone. The moment it shifted, a frigid gust rushed forth, carrying dust-aged incense and the faint sweet decay of millennia. Ahmed shivered, involuntarily stepping back half a pace before switching on his high-intensity flashlight. Its beam cut through the gloom of the passage, illuminating murals lining both walls. Ritual scenes of pharaonic worship where deities loomed with terrifying majesty. Though faded, their pigments still radiated an oppressive, commanding presence. The corridor stretched no more than 20 meters before opening into a modest burial chamber. At its center rested a black sarcophagus, its lid carved with a lifelike bust of the pharaoh, his eyes inlaid with gold gleaming coldly under the flashlight's glare. Around the chamber's walls stood rows of pottery vessels, wooden carvings, and ornate gold and silver jewelry, each artifact resonating with the unmistakable aesthetic of ancient Egypt. "It's breathtaking," Ahmed whispered, rushing toward the sarcophagus, and instinctively reaching out to touch its lid. "Don't touch it, Dr. Amir snapped sharply. "These artifacts have never been stabilized. Any direct contact could cause irreversible damage." Ahmed withdrew his hand, offering an embarrassed smile. Meanwhile, Karim circled the chamber, inspecting the ventilation system before deploying gas sensors. He turned back and reported, "Dr. Air composition is normal. No toxic elements detected. Ventilation is fully operational. We may proceed safely." Dr. Amir exhaled softly, then retrieved his field notebook from his pack and began documenting the chamber's layout. Ahmed busied himself photographing artifacts and collecting samples. Karim stationed himself at the corridor entrance, scanning the darkness beyond with vigilant eyes. Minute by minute, the sun sank below the horizon and night enfolded the desert. Inside the chamber, 3 powerful flashlights burned steadily, flooding the space with stark clinical light. Ahmed crouched beside the sarcophagus, scrutinizing the lid's engravings, then froze, his brow furrowing. "Doctor, look here." He pointed to a faint etching in the lower right corner of the lid. "This pattern matches the ward on the blocking stone. Nearly identical, though scaled down." Dr. Amir leaned in, examining the mark under the beam. So shallow it was nearly invisible unless studied closely. He traced it lightly with his fingertip, then paled. "No, it's an chi channeling glyph, designed to draw and guide the tomb's ambient energy." Before he could finish, a faint sound emanated from within the sarcophagus. Thump, thump. Soft yet unnervingly distinct. Like fingers tapping deliberately from within the coffin, slow, rhythmic, deliberate. Ahmed stiffened, his camera clattered to the floor, lens shattering. Karim instantly drew his baton, locking his gaze onto the sarcophagus, voice taut. "What was that? Is there something inside?" Dr. Amir's pulse spiked. Staring fixedly at the black stone coffin, his voice trembled. "Impossible. It's hermetically sealed. 3,000 years untouched. How could there be sound?" Thump, thump. The tapping continued, growing louder, quicker, more urgent. Summoning courage, Ahmed retrieved his flashlight and aimed its beam at the narrow seam between lid and sarcophagus base. There, from the infinitesimal gap between stone and pedestal, a wisp of pale white mist seeped forth. Thin as breath, almost imperceptible. It carried no scent of spice or dust, but something stranger, subtler, a faint, unmistakable resonance. Like respiration itself. "Doctor, look!" Ahmed's voice quavered with dread as he gestured toward the mist. "This vapor. It's coming from the sarcophagus." Dr. Amir suppressed his rising terror, pulling out a portable gas analyzer and directing its sensor toward the mist. The display flickered wildly, then settled upon an impossible reading. The mist contained an unknown gaseous compound entirely outside the instrument's database. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking intensified, frantic, violent, shaking the sarcophagus visibly. Then the mist bloomed outward, swallowing the entire chamber in an instant. Within its swirling opacity, a new sound emerged. Faint, ragged, intermittent. Breathing. One inhale, one exhale. Clear. Unmistakable. Dr. Amir, Ahmed, and Karim stood frozen, locked in mutual wordless horror. They stared at one another, eyes wide with primal fear. The ventilation hummed steadily. The flashlights blazed. Instruments registered perfectly normal readings. Nothing flagged, nothing amiss. Yet that breathing, raw, organic, undeniable, filled their ears, echoing within the sealed, silent chamber. This cannot be real." Ahmed's voice cracked with tears. He stumbled backward, colliding with a nearby clay vessel which crashed to the floor and shattered. The sharp, brittle sound rang out with jarring clarity. Then abruptly the breathing ceased. Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. Only the low drone of the ventilation system remained, and the ragged, rapid breathing of the 3 men themselves. Dr. Amir swallowed hard, forcing calm into his voice. "Stay steady. This may simply be airflow shifting within the tomb, causing resonance in the sarcophagus seam, or perhaps a naturally occurring gas that amplifies acoustic vibrations." Yet even as he spoke, he knew the explanation collapsed under scrutiny. Breathing implied life, and no living thing could survive 3 millennia entombed in absolute isolation. Karim swallowed, tightening his grip on the baton. "Doctor, let's leave. This place is wrong." Ahmed nodded, frantically, already turning toward the corridor exit. But as he fled, his foot slipped. He fell hard, his flashlight clattering to the floor. Its beam swept across a shadowed corner of the chamber, illuminating a previously unseen fissure in the stone wall. From its narrow crevice, the same pale mist now seeped forth, slow and steady. And from within that mist the breathing returned. Clearer, now closer, as if an invisible presence were stirring awake. Not from the sarcophagus, but from the very heart of the tomb wall. Dr. Amir stared at the crack, then at the sarcophagus. Ancient legends flooding his mind, curses of Pharaoh's arcane tomb, ward souls slumbering across millennia awaiting awakening. His knees trembled. But he steadied himself, opened his notebook, and began recording with shaking hands. This is unprecedented. A sealed chamber. Silent yet breathing. Not nature's doing. This is ancient Egyptian esoteric artifice. True sorceress warding. Ahmed scrambled to his feet and scrambled toward the corridor entrance, glancing back desperately. Doctor, please. We must go. Stay longer and something terrible will happen. Karim urged urgently. Doctor. The artifacts are documented. Let's withdraw now and decide next steps outside. Dr. Amir took a long steadying breath and nodded. They hurried out, resealing the blocking stone behind them. The moment it clicked shut, the breathing vanished entirely. They stood gasping at the tomb's entrance, backs drenched in icy sweat. The desert night chilled the sands deeper still. Wind swept past, carrying a sharp, marrow-deep cold. Ahmed stared at the sand-buried tomb, mouth voice hushed with lingering dread. Doctor, what was in there? Dr. Amir remained silent for a long while. Then spoke, his voice thick with awe and bewilderment. I don't know, but I know this: within that tomb lies a force beyond our comprehension. That breath was no illusion. 3,000 years of sealing may have only restrained it, while we unwittingly disturbed one fragile seam of its containment. Karim placed a firm hand on Dr. Amir's shoulder, voice grave. Doctor, we must report this immediately, and no one else must approach this tomb. Ever. Dr. Amir nodded, his gaze never leaving the mound of earth. He knew this night would haunt him forever. A riddle without resolution. Within the Egyptian tomb silence reigned. Yet breath was heard. That paradox, that impossible phenomenon now seared itself into his memory, casting the ancient tomb in ever darker, more profound mystery. Deep within the buried tomb, the sarcophagus still exhaled its pale mist through the narrowest seam, and somewhere beneath stone and time the breathing stirred again, quietly, patiently, awaiting its next accidental awakening. The wizard's spirit communication discerns truth from falsehood. At the edge of the primeval rainforest in the Ashanti region of southern Ghana, a remote village named Zuma lay nestled. The village was built along the river with thatched huts scattered in an orderly fashion. At the village entrance stood a colossal tree that required several people to encircle its trunk, wrapped in colorful cloth strips. Before it, on a stone platform, sat clay offerings. This was the village's sacred tree, and the altar of the wizard Akuo. It was the rainy season, and the continuous drizzle soaked the rainforest, filling the air with the scent of mud and decaying leaves. Most villagers had already retired for the night, save for the thatched hut beside the sacred tree, where a dim oil lamp burned. In the flickering light, an old man clad in a white robe and adorned with a bone headdress sat cross-legged on a straw mat. He was Akuo, the acknowledged spirit medium of Zuma village, and one of the few mystic practitioners in Ghana capable of communicating directly with the souls of the dead. At this moment before Akuo knelt a haggard, middle-aged man named Kofi. Kofi's wife had fallen off a cliff while harvesting timber in the rainforest 3 months ago, and her remains had never been recovered. He had been restless for days, consumed by longing and regret. Hearing that Akuo could bridge the worlds of the living and the dead, he had trekked dozens of miles through the rain to seek help. Great wizard, please ask my wife if she still worries about home, if she has any unfinished wishes. Kofi pleaded, his voice choked with sobs, his forehead pressed against the cold ground. Akuo slowly opened his eyes, a faint azure glint deep within his pupils. His fingertips gently stroked a bone staff carved with totems. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice hoarse yet carrying a strange penetrative power. Rise, Kofi. The words of the dead are not easily heard. They require sincerity as a guide and a token as a medium. Are you prepared? Kofi quickly rose, pulling out a cloth bundle from his chest. Inside was a worn copper bracelet engraved with the initials of his wife's name, and his own along with their wedding date. This is the bracelet she always wore. It was left at the cliff's edge when she fell, and I retrieved it. I offer it as a token. Akuo took the bracelet, his fingers gliding over its surface, subtly channeling inner energy from beneath his robe. He had practiced Ghana's indigenous spirit mediumship since childhood, grounding it in the plants of the rainforest and the totems of his ancestors. Decades of arduous cultivation allowed him to barely bridge the realms of yin and yang. This occult art was fraught with peril. A single misstep could invite backlash from a deceased person's obsession, leading to loss of cultivation or even annihilation of the soul. Yet gazing into Kofi's desperate eyes, he could not suppress his compassion. Bring a bowl of clean water and 3 fresh banana leaves, Akuo instructed. Kofi wasted no time, quickly turning to fetch a bowl of water from a clay jar in the corner, then plucking 3 vibrant green banana leaves from outside before hurrying back. Akuo took the water, placed the bracelet within, and folded the banana leaves into small boat shapes, setting them beside the bowl. He rose, walked to the sacred tree, and bowed 3 times respectfully to the totems on its trunk. Then he returned to the center of the straw mat, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began chanting obscure incantations. The chant was low and drawn out, mingling with the rainforest's rain like a strange summons. Suddenly the oil lamp's flame flickered, ripples spread across the bowl's water, and the bracelet began to rotate slowly, then floated up on its own, hovering above the water's surface. Kofi held his breath, his eyes fixed on the bowl, his heart pounding wildly. After an indeterminate time, Akuo's eyes snapped open. His face was paler than before, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he remained composed. He raised his hand to press down on the floating bracelet, his voice becoming unusually gentle, as if speaking to the air. Kofi, your wife's soul has been drawn near. She stands behind you. Listen carefully. Kofi shuddered, whipping around, but saw no one, only humid air carrying a faint scent of gardenia, the fragrance his wife had loved in life. He suppressed his excitement, turned back to Akuo, and asked in a trembling voice, Great Wizard, what did she say? Akuo's gaze fell to the bowl. The ripples gradually stilled, and the bracelet slowly descended, sinking to the bottom once more. He spoke slowly, a complex emotion in his tone. She told me she does not blame you and has never regretted marrying you. Your rice jar at home is empty, and you have been working too hard. She asks that you stop worrying over her and take good care of yourself and your young child. Kofi's tears burst forth instantly. He covered his face and sobbed uncontrollably. These were the very words he had longed to hear, and also the ones he dreaded most. He choked out, then, does she have any other wishes? Like wanting to see the child, or? Akuo shook his head, tapping his bone staff with a fingertip. Her obsession is resolved. Her soul is about to return to the cycle of reincarnation. She asked me to tell you to go to the riverbank where she fell tomorrow morning, and place a bouquet of white daisies she loved. Then she will depart in peace. Kofi nodded repeatedly, tears blurring his vision. I will do it, I swear. Just then the oil lamp's flame suddenly flared up, then extinguished abruptly. The hut was plunged into darkness, the rain outside the only sound. Akuo let out a muffled groan, his body trembling slightly, and the bone staff clattered to the ground. Great Wizard, what's wrong? Kofi sprang up to support him, but Akuo raised a hand to stop him, catching his breath and saying slowly, It's nothing. I just consumed too much spiritual energy while communicating with the soul. But there is something strange. Kofi's heart tightened. What's strange? Her soul did not leave naturally. Akuo's voice grew grave. During my communication, I sensed a faint black aura clinging to her soul. Not her own obsession, but something deliberately placed. Kofi was stunned. Deliberately? What do you mean? Was her fall not an accident? Akuo slowly straightened, picked up the bone staff, and traced a complex totem on the ground. I cannot be certain, but this black aura resembles the energy of a foreign merchant who passed through here recently. 3 days ago, an outsider in a black robe came to the village and lingered at the rainforest's edge. I vaguely sensed a sinister presence about him. Kofi's face turned ashen. The spot where his wife had fallen was exactly the area where that foreign merchant had claimed he wanted to harvest rare timber 3 days prior. Could it be? None of this was an accident. Great Wizard, can you confirm this for me again? Kofi's voice trembled with fear and anger. I need to know who killed her. Akuo remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. This is dangerous. The outsider seems protected by an evil spirit. If I force communication, I will suffer backlash. Moreover, this involves outsiders. The power of Zuma village is insufficient to oppose him. Kofi collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow. He had believed his wife's death was an accident, but now he learned there might be more to it. Yet he was just an ordinary villager with no power or influence. How could he confront a mysterious foreign merchant? Just then the hut's door was blown open by a gust of wind, and a drizzle laced with the scent of flowers drifted in. Akuo looked up to see a vague female figure emerging from the rain, growing clearer until it took the form of Kofi's wife. She waved gently at Kofi, a tender smile on her face, then dissolved into motes of light that scattered into the rain. She's gone now. Kofi murmured, his eyes filled with reluctance. Akuo sighed. Rose walked over to Kofi and patted his shoulder. Mourn in peace. She is at rest now. Do not cling to the past. As for the foreign merchant, I will keep watch, but you must not act rashly. Otherwise you will fail to avenge her and may even bring death upon yourself. Kofi nodded slowly, tears streaming down again. He knew Akuo spoke the truth, yet the hatred and resentment in his heart grew like wild grass. The rain gradually lessened, and a faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon. Kofi rose, bowed deeply to Akuo, and left the thatched hut. He walked along the muddy path, clutching the copper bracelet tightly, and silently vowed to uncover the truth and avenge his wife. Inside the hut, Akuo watched Kofi's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He walked to the sacred tree, reached out to stroke the totems on its trunk, and murmured, Ancestral spirits, protect Zuma village and keep evil from wreaking havoc here. The sacred tree's leaves rustled softly, as if in response to his prayer. Yet an uneasy feeling stirred in Akuo's heart. He knew the black aura clinging to the dead soul was no benign force, and the mysterious foreign merchant might conceal an even greater secret. Deep in Ghana's rainforest, a struggle over souls, obsessions, and malevolent spirits was just beginning, and Akuo's spirit mediumship would face an unprecedented test in this confrontation. The dawn over the East African Rift Valley always carries a peculiar chrysalis-like quality. On the southern edge of Kenya's Masai Mara grasslands lies a small village named Lodowa cradled by mountains. Morning mist still clings to the land, dewdrops glisten on blades of grass, holding traces of night. In the open ground at the village entrance dozens of Masai warriors stand armed with spears joined by elders and villagers who have hurried here. Faces grave eyes fixed upon a solitary figure at the center of the clearing. That figure is Kikuyu Lodowa's shaman. Nearly 60 years old, his skin bears the deep bronze hue characteristic of the Masai. 3 black warrior tattoos carve solemn lines across his face. He wears neatly wrapped red cloth, a waistband strung with animal teeth and vibrant beads, and grips a jet-black ebony staff crowned with a carved eagle in mid-flight. The most renowned master of wind-commanding mysticism across Kenya, said to bend the prairie winds to his will, and even hover briefly above the earth, treading air as if it were solid ground. This gathering is no ritual. It is a test. Half an hour earlier, Karu, the village's bravest young warrior, had encountered a wounded male lion while hunting on the grasslands. Though injured, the lion retained its ferocity. As Karu wrestled it, a claw slashed his arm, and just as the beast lunged for the kill, Kikuyu appeared without warning. No one saw how the shaman moved, only a flash of red before he stood before Karu. With a light, precise flick of his ebony staff, he deflected the lion's charge. Then came the uncanny. The lion lunged again, but Kikuyu did not retreat. Instead, he stamped hard upon the earth, launching himself upward more than 3 feet. His body soared like a wind-borne eagle, circling once above the beast before striking its forehead with flawless accuracy, sending the mighty predator collapsing stunned and motionless. Karu and 3 herders watching from afar witnessed every moment clearly. Word raced back to the village and ignited instant uproar. Some hailed it as mystical artistry, others dismissed it as optical illusion. A few skeptical youths refusing to believe demanded proof. Thus this public demonstration was born. "Shaman, please perform it once more," said Lodowa's chief elder, gripping an ivory-inlaid wooden staff, his gaze unblinking upon Kikuyu. "If you truly command the wind and rise into the air, Lodowa shall name you our guardian deity, and every soul in this clan shall follow your lead without question." Kikuyu lowered his staff and wiped a thin sheen of sweat from his brow. The earlier struggle with the lion had drained much of his spiritual energy. Repeating the feat now would be no simple task. Yet he met the villagers' mixture of hope and doubt, and glanced at Karu's wound, before giving a slow, solemn nod. "Since disbelief lingers, I shall demonstrate once more." His voice was hoarse, grounded in the quiet strength of the plainsman. "But remember, mysticism rests upon sincerity. Silence must reign. No clamor may disturb the spirit, or the wind shall turn unruly, inviting peril." All fell instantly silent. Even breaths softened. Kikuyu stepped to the center of the clearing, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes tightly, and formed an intricate hand seal. His ebony staff rose upright before him. He drew a deep breath, nostrils flaring, then began chanting an arcane wind-commanding incantation, in the ancient Maasai tongue interwoven with gusts of prairie wind. Though individual words eluded hearing, the chant resonated with palpable elemental power. As the chant rose, the air itself stirred. The still morning mist began to coil and flow, dewdrops trembled upon grass blades. Far across the savannah, a gentle but tenacious current rose. Not violent but supple and purposeful, wrapping around Kikuyu like an invisible embrace. His crimson cloth fluttered softly. The eagle carved atop his ebony staff seemed to shimmer with inner light. Karu clenched his spear, eyes unwavering. The villagers held their breath, hearts pounding toward their throats. Until suddenly Kikuyu's eyes snapped open and he roared, "Rise!" At that cry, his hand seal shifted and his staff struck the earth with decisive force. In the next heartbeat, the impossible unfolded. Kikuyu's body lifted slowly from the ground. First by mere inches, then half a foot, then a full foot, until he hovered steadily at approximately 3 feet above the earth. That unseen current bore him aloft with perfect stillness, as though he stood upon an invisible stone slab. "By the heavens, he truly floats!" A hushed gasp broke the silence, then erupted into chaos, only to be cut short by Elderset's sharp command, "Silence! Do not disturb the shaman!" Suspended midair, Kikuyu slowly spread his arms wide, like an eagle unfurling its wings. He felt the wind's subtle pathways beneath his feet, the very pulse of the prairie, forged through decades of disciplined wind-commanding practice, a profound communion between self and nature. This mysticism did not conjure force from nothing. Rather, it used his own spiritual energy as a bridge, harmonizing with the winds of heaven and earth, drawing their power to lift the body. Brief levitation was its ultimate expression. He turned gently in the air, completing a slow, graceful revolution, then swept his staff sideways. A soft razor-edged gust sliced toward a slender sapling nearby. With a clean, whispering shhh, a branch severed cleanly, its surface mirror-smooth, untouched by splinter or tear. Magnificent! A true marvel! Elderset trembled with emotion as he strode forward and bowed deeply before the hovering shaman. "Lodowa honors you as its highest authority. From this day forth you are our guardian deity." The villagers followed suit, bowing low and chanting Kikuyu's name, cheers rising like wind through the mist-draped grasslands. Kikuyu descended slowly, his bare feet meeting the cool green grass once more. His face paled, a fresh sweat beaded his brow. Spiritual exhaustion left him breathing heavily. Leaning lightly on his ebony staff to steady himself, Karu rushed forward and offered support, eyes shining with reverence. Shaman, your mysticism is beyond mortal comprehension. Kikuyu waved a dismissive hand, catching his breath. Yet his gaze drifted toward the distant heart of the grasslands, brows furrowing. Mastery is achieved, but danger lingers. All paused, startled. Elder said, pressed urgently, Shaman, what do you mean? Just now I drew upon the dawn mist's breeze, gentle yet frail. Kikuyu's voice grew grave. To harness gales or tempests might lift me higher longer, but invites violent backlash from the wind itself. Moreover, my wind-commanding mysticism is not unknown. He paused, then continued, 3 years ago near the Tanzanian border I encountered an outsider, a mystic from beyond our lands. His path shares roots with mine, yet veers into darker terrain. He commands wind as blade, wounding unseen, even bends it to sway another's mind. A hush fell over the crowd, a wariness hardened every face. Where is this outsider now? Asked Elder said. Unknown. Kikuyu shook his head. He passed only briefly. We exchanged blows. Then he vanished, riding the wind itself. Looking back, I suspect he has wandered these East African lands ever since, coveting Lodoa's sacred grassland winds, and coveting my wind-commanding mysticism. Karu clenched his fists, fury blazing in his eyes. Who dares threaten Lodoa? I'll slay him myself. Do not act rashly, Kikuyu commanded sternly. His movement is uncanny, his mysticism lethal. To go alone is suicide, and he may well have allies. At that moment, urgent hoofbeats echoed across the grasslands. All looked up, to see several Maasai herders galloping toward the village on swift horses, one bearing a blood-soaked youth across his saddle. Bad news. It's our herdsman. Elder Set's face darkened as he hurried forward. The riders dismounted swiftly, voices frantic. Elder. Disaster. While grazing deep in the grasslands, we met strangers. Robed in black faces, veiled, wielding strange weapons, and laying down eerie geometric patterns upon the earth. They drove off many of our cattle and sheep, and wounded 2 of our people. Kikuyu's expression hardened instantly. Gazing at the herder's description of the strangers, he recalled the Tanzanian mystic, and a deep foreboding chill gripped his heart. Let us go now. Kikuyu seized his ebony staff and addressed the crowd. It seems they have already come to our door. Weapons were snatched up. All followed Kikuyu into the grassland's depths. Dawn mist thinned beneath the sun, but could not dispel the shadow settling over every heart. Thus, beneath the first light of the East African Rift Valley, a silent contest began. Woven from wind-commanding mysticism, the sacred winds of the prairie, and the advance of an enigmatic foreign force. And Kikuyu's brief, breathtaking levitation, once Lodoa's legend, had become both its brightest beacon and its most perilous edge.